detected that the host is a person with no assets, no house, no car, no wife, and no money. Would you like to bind to the system to change your life? 3 smiley faces. At that moment, I was lying in bed scrolling through short videos when I saw this. I showed a face full of disdain. It's the same thing every day, with no creativity at all. I then typed 3 smiley faces and went to sleep soundly. I didn't expect that when I woke up the next day, I had actually bound to the system. Just a simple breath. The host is breathing, now rewards basic inner vision have reached perfection. Hearing this, I widened my eyes in excitement. The host widened his eyes. Now rewards basic vision have reached perfection. My original 1000-degree myopia was instantly cured, and the world before me became incredibly clear. At that moment, I excitedly exclaimed, "The system is amazing. The host is lying." Now rewards proficiency in various languages. These rewards made me so happy that I jumped out of bed, almost hitting the ceiling. The host is jumping, now rewards basic agility have reached perfection. Basic leg techniques have reached perfection. Hearing this, I had a thought and started doing push-ups on the bed. The host is doing push-ups, now rewards basic physical body have reached perfection. At the same time, a powerful force surged within my body. I took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in my heart. I ran to the force gauge and punched it hard, sending it flying, and it displayed a full 10,000 kilograms. The host threw a punch. Now rewards basic fist techniques have reached perfection. 10,000 kilograms, this is the physical limit of a 9th tier dancer. With this, I have nothing to worry about for the second year assessment. I can become a 9th tier dancer in my second year. This should drop many jaws. I casually picked up the cup next to me and gulped down a big mouthful. Ding! The host drank. When mixed with sleeping pills, now rewards affinity with water vapor. Perfect sleep resistance has reached perfection. I was stunned for a moment, looking at my cup in disbelief. Someone actually drugged me. If I drink this, I would sleep for at least 2 days and would definitely miss today's assessment. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth. It must be Lu Quan. I even considered him a friend. How blind I was. I took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight shone on me, while I heard birds chirping in the treetops. The host is exposed to sunlight, now rewards heat resistance. Perfect. The host hears the birds chirping, now rewards basic hearing. Perfect. I glanced at the time, it was almost late, so I ran straight to school. Now I am already a 9th tier dancer, with greatly enhanced power, speed, and endurance. The host is running fast. Now rewards basic agility have upgraded to the light wave step. Perfect. It's finally not a passive ability. I immediately checked my character panel. The light wave step gains a ghostly aspect, allowing both offense and defense. There's nothing more to say, it's just amazing. As I arrived at the school gate, a sudden exclamation was heard nearby. "How can you still come to school?" I turned to look. 2 boys approached, one of whom was Lu Quan. He stared at me, his face showing uncertainty. "What happened? Didn't I tell you to take him down? How can he still come to school?" The boy next to Lu Quan frowned. Lu Quan hurriedly apologized to the boy, saying, "Brother Shin, I don't know either. This guy drank the drug I gave him, and normally he should sleep for 3 days. I really don't want to see him again in the future. You know what to do, right?" Lu Quan nodded quickly, understood. I stared at him intensely. "I never expected you would drug me. I always thought we were good friends." Lu Quan sneered, "Being friends with you, I gain nothing. But by latching onto Brother Shin, he directly gave me a blood grant pill, and the next day I became a first-tier master. Shin Lingfeng indeed comes from a prominent family. He can casually give away a blood grant pill, which costs a full 10,000 Hua coins." Lu Quan smiled coldly. "Yi Chen, considering our past good relationship, I'll give you a piece of advice. Give up the assessment, drop out immediately, and never attempt to get close to Tang Xiener. Perhaps you can still survive." I was puzzled. I had no grievances with Shin Lingfeng, but now I understand it's because of Tang Xiener. Tang Xiener transferred from Yendu Academy. She is my deskmate. She is beautiful and strong, and her background is said to be mysterious. This proud daughter of heaven rarely comes to school. When she saw that I was her deskmate, she casually pointed out some cultivation tips to me, which Shin Lingfeng might have seen. Having figured all this out, I even felt anger rise. This guy is too malicious. I merely chatted with Tang Xiener for a bit, and now I'm going to miss the assessment and ruin my future. It was now school time, and more students were arriving. They all had the mindset of enjoying the show without caring about the consequences. What's Club Yi Chen doing? Confronting Shin Lingfeng? He actually has the guts to do this. Isn't this Yi Chen, the perennial bottom feeder of our Shanjing Academy? He's already in the second year and can't even beat the first-year freshman. The cold ridicule from those around me had no effect on me. Ding! The host has been ridiculed, now rewards basic willpower has reached perfection. Having thought everything through, I calmed down. Xin Lingfeng, I know you want me to disappear from Shangjing Academy, but I will instead grow stronger step by step here, and I will make you kneel. Slapping myself in the face. What did you say? Xin Lingfeng suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with menace. Lu Quan was even more furious, his malice surged, and he swung a punch at me. I didn't dodge or evade, and I punched back. With a loud bang, Lu Quan's punch was sent flying by mine. The host was attacked. Basic physical body has upgraded to Iron Shirt perfection. Iron Shirt can withstand ordinary attacks from dancers below the 9th tier. The host punches the enemy. Basic fist techniques have upgraded to Farmer's 3 fists. Perfect. Farmer's 3 fists, 3 punches can defeat a master. In a profound realm, it can unleash hidden traces, sufficient to counter inner scenes. It felt so refreshing. I got punched, yet it unlocked an active ability. Is there anyone in this world more amazing than me? Lu Quan let out a pig-like scream immediately afterward. The surrounding students gasped one after another. Impossible. Everyone knows Night Yang's reputation as a car adjuster. How could he defeat Lu, who was a first-tier warrior? Xin Lingfeng's gaze sharpened. It was clear that I had stepped out of the ordinary and become a dancer. But what does that really mean? Moreover, if it weren't for Lord Lu Quan, I would never have lost to him. Xin Lingfeng knew exactly what was going on. After learning that Tang Xier had spoken to me, Xin Lingfeng sent someone to investigate. My parents passed away, and I grew up in an orphanage. Moreover, my meridians are blocked, preventing me from cultivating. Even my school fees were paid by the orphanage. A waste like me wasn't worth being seen as an enemy, so he hinted to Lu Quan to drug me, causing me to miss the assessment and get expelled from the academy. Sure, Yi Chen spent a fortune to get 1 blood transfer pill, hoping to impress everyone in the assessment. Making a splash in the assessment is already a low-level show-off. I might have thought that way before, but now that I have such an amazing system, if I'm going to show off, I need to do it big, otherwise, how can it be considered impressive? Lu Quan, getting up from the ground, stared at me fiercely. You actually claimed that you were my friend before. Now that you've obtained the blood transfer pill, you won't even share it with me? Is this how you treat friends? Thankfully, I saw through your character, otherwise, I would have been kept in the dark. You drugged me, intending for me to miss the assessment, and then questioned why I wouldn't share the blood transfer pill with you? Only a fool would give it to you. At this moment, someone next to them quietly spoke up. Yi Chen and Lu Quan used to be inseparable friends, yet now Yi Chen has the blood transfer pill and doesn't even share it with Lu Quan. So stingy, haha. You have a blood transfer pill, can you share it with me? One costs 10,000 Huab coins. Would you share it with someone else? The short-haired girl next to him chuckled. At that moment, Xin Lingfeng suddenly cleared his throat, and Lu Quan's eyes shifted. Covering his chest, he said, Yi Chen, from now on, our friendship is severed. The second-year assessment is about to begin this afternoon. You and I will compete in the assessment. Do you dare? I found it quite amusing. Is this a chance for me to slap myself in the face? So, what are the stakes? Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, the wager is a blood sacrifice pill. So, do you dare? The blood sacrifice pill is a second-tier pill, at least 5 times more effective than the blood transfer pill. Lu Xian's family isn't wealthy either. How could that be? A chubby guy nearby exclaimed. A crying blood pill is worth around 50,000 Huab coins, and the price for a good one is even higher. This is quite a gamble. Do you dare? If you lose, you'll owe me a crying blood pill. In fact, Lu Quan was a bit unsure. That crying blood pill wasn't even his, it belonged to his cousin, Lu Wei, who had left it with him. But when he remembered that he still had an ace up his sleeve, he felt calm. Even if you, Yi Chen, managed to scrape together some money to buy a beast blood pill and barely became a dancer, so what? I agreed. Wow, Yi Chen has really lost it. He actually agreed. The short-haired girl frowned even more. He is also an orphan adopted by the orphanage. So I initially felt some sympathy for Yi Chen, but not anymore. This guy doesn't see the orphanage's money as real money, he's truly an ingrate. With a cold huff, she turned and left. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you want to attend class? Just then, a middle-aged figure appeared at the academy's entrance. Everyone suddenly startled, feeling like mice seeing a cat. This was the natural pressure from a strong individual. Among everyone present, only I remained unfazed. Are you kidding? Do you think my strength as a level 9 dancer is fake? Ding! Host experiences pressure from a strong individual, basic willpower upgraded to pressure resistance. The middle-aged man glanced at me. This kid has ordinary cultivation but a very firm mind. He is someone worth cultivating. Hello, Dean Yang Yen. All the students slightly bowed in greeting, and I was no exception. I hold great respect for Vice Dean Yang Yen. Such a person deserves respect. During my dark and hopeless days, Yang Yen encouraged me multiple times. It's understandable for young people to have a competitive spirit, but it shouldn't reach the level of life and death. Do you understand? Lu Quan quickly nodded, sweating profusely. Alright, everyone, let's go to class. I returned to class 3 of the second year, where my deskmate was absent as usual. The proud girl still didn't come to class. Even though the second year assessment is this afternoon, I sat down and opened the Basic Alchemy Theory. Ding! Host reads Basic Alchemy Theory, reward, Basic Alchemy Perfected. This immersed me in the ocean of alchemical knowledge. At that moment, Lu Quan walked up to me and started mocking. Young Master Yi is actually reading the last chapter. Can you even understand it? You're about to die, and you're still pretending. I'll make sure you can't hold your head up in front of everyone. The bell rang, and a female teacher walked in. This alchemy teacher, Tang Liuxiang, surveyed the entire room. Seeing that everyone except Tang Xier was present, she nodded in satisfaction. Today we will have an impromptu alchemy session. For this exam, we will forego written tests and go directly to the public alchemy room downstairs. We will start practical operations, and the content will naturally be the blood transfer pill. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in wails. It was true. They were expected to do alchemy, and they couldn't even distinguish the materials for making the blood transfer pill. Next, everyone from class 3 of the second year arrived at the alchemy room, each with their own alchemy platform, where various alchemical materials were neatly arranged. Tang Liuxiang walked past everyone with her arms crossed in front of her chest. There was no change in her expression, but inside, she felt heavy, as the alchemy competition was approaching. Moreover, the Shanjing Academy not only lacked top-tier talent, but among these students, there were even those who couldn't recognize the most basic alchemical materials. Tang Liuxiang walked by again. Several students shook their heads repeatedly. Until he saw me, his eyes widened in surprise. The timing of the heat control and the addition of materials was fluid and precise. The steps flowed seamlessly, almost to perfection, as if I had stepped out of a textbook. I couldn't help but want to shout that it was excellent. Then he noticed I had reached a crucial step where I needed to add the blood transfer. However, if the timing is off, it can easily lead to an explosion of the furnace. At that moment, the alchemical furnace suddenly began to shake. This was a prelude to an explosion. While the furnace wouldn't burst, the liquid inside could turn to a charred mass, losing all its medicinal properties. Tang Liuxiang sighed and was about to leave. It was only a matter of time before the furnace exploded. But then he saw me without hesitation pick up the juice from the ice-sharp grass and pour it in. There was not even a moment's pause. I quickly poured in the beast shape, and the previously agitated furnace surprisingly calmed down. He was about to point at me and start cursing. Seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. Instead, Lu Quan, who had been watching me, burst out laughing. Yi Chen, you can't add a low-temperature liquid at this time. Were you not paying attention in class? He was very pleased. This waste made the same mistake as he did. Just wait to be scolded by the teacher. Lu Quan's loud shout naturally attracted many people's attention. At that moment, I suddenly opened the furnace lid, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted towards everyone. All eyes widened in surprise. Even Tang Liuxiang quickly walked over to Yi Chen, trying to suppress her excitement. She said, "You just added ice-sharp grass juice in there." I nodded and said, "In fact, I think the null fruit would be the best since it doesn't contain any attributes. But I happen to have ice-sharp grass on the alchemy platform, so I just added it." Tang Liuxiang grabbed my hand earnestly and asked, "Why did you think to add the ice-sharp grass juice?" I scratched my head, thinking I couldn't just say it was a spur-of-the-moment idea after starting basic alchemy. I cleared my throat and said, "At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed in my mind, and I thought of this." Tang Liuxiang stared at me and murmured, "Genius. You are an alchemy genius. How did I not notice this before? Wait here, I'll go find the instructor." Tang Liuxiang dashed out like a whirlwind. The entire alchemy room fell into dead silence. Lu Quan, who had been waiting to mock me, had his smile freeze on his face. "You actually managed to refine the pill? What the hell was I laughing about?" The other students looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was their first time refining a pill. And the first furnace had successfully produced a pill. This can't be real. Tell me this is fake. I took out the second batch of materials. He wanted to refine a second furnace, but even an alchemist with years of practice couldn't consecutively produce 2 pills. A girl couldn't help but speak up, and as the discussions grew louder, nearly everyone's gaze turned towards me. With my mastery of alchemy, there was no way I wouldn't succeed. The reason I continued was naturally due to the alchemy manual I had just read. After refining 10 beast blood pills, I only needed to take one out as the cost. The remaining 9 would be my personal property, allowing me to earn 90,000 Huab coins, a lucrative deal. How about we place a bet? I bet it will explode within 5 minutes, a classmate said excitedly as he was about to start the betting. However, everyone fell silent, because they saw me calmly opening the furnace lid, then pinching out a blood transfer pill with my fingers. The key was that this one looked even better than the last. I cleared my throat and said, "Stop staring at me and let me continue refining." "What the hell?" That classmate quickly lowered his head, looking dazed. Next, they would witness a scene they would never forget. I continued to refine blood transfer pills one after another, not a single furnace exploding, until I finished refining all 20 sets of materials on my platform, reluctantly stopping. I glanced at the materials of others with a strange look. The classmate next to me quickly shielded their alchemy platform, like a hen protecting her chicks. I lined up the 20 blood transfer pills in a row, cleared my throat, and surprisingly, I had finished all the materials. Then I picked up one of the pills and put it in my mouth. The host consumes the blood transfer pill for the first time, activating individual resistance. I felt a bit helpless. It seemed my physical body had reached the limit of the body refining stage. All low-tier pills are useless to me. However, the surplus blood transfer pills could be sold for money. I happily packed the remaining pills into my backpack. But this scene caught Lu Quan's eye, and he shifted his gaze. He immediately shouted, "Yi-chan, you actually stole the alchemical materials. The pills you refined don't belong to you, they belong to the academy, and you can't claim them as your own." At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the alchemy room. One of them was naturally teacher Tang Liuxiang. The other appeared to be nearly 70 years old, with graying hair. Yet he was remarkably spirited. Lu Xian's eyes brightened. This elder Mo was a renowned alchemist. He was also a signature figure at the Shangjing Academy. Thinking of how Elder Mo despised theft and similar actions, he would undoubtedly expel Yi-chan on the spot. This was truly a stroke of luck for Lu Quan, whose face revealed joy. He continued, "We cannot foster a culture of theft. Otherwise, if this continues, those with improper thoughts will surely be tempted to steal. Therefore, I believe this matter must be dealt with severely, and Yi-chan must be expelled." However, Mo Danqing walked directly up to me, suddenly scrutinizing me from head to toe, with admiration in his eyes. Lu Quan thought he was inspecting me and continued to stir the pot. Maybe teacher Tang is better at teaching than nurturing talent. Last year, a senior was expelled for stealing alchemical materials, and who would have thought another would appear this year? Mo Danqing suddenly interrupted, "Shut up," and stared intently at Lu Quan. Lu Quan suddenly panicked. "What's wrong, Elder Mo? Yi-chan did steal the alchemical materials. I saw him stuff over a dozen blood transfer pills into his backpack." Mo Danqing smiled instead of getting angry. In his eyes, Lu Quan had already been labeled as someone who would resort to any means to slander a classmate, even making up stories about over a dozen blood transfer pills. Lu Quan looked aggrieved, "But we can all testify that the materials were provided by the academy. Why should Yi-chan claim the blood transfer pills as his own?" "Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. That's over a dozen blood transfer pills." Others felt a mix of emotions, extreme envy, and began to chime in. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang frowned. Could it be true? Did Yi-chan really refine over a dozen blood transfer pills? It was impossible for a second-year student who had just begun studying alchemy to produce so many. I only placed 20 sets of materials on each alchemy platform. Does that mean Yi-chan only failed once or twice? Suddenly, a startling thought arose in Tang Liuxiang's mind. Mo Danqing guessed this as well. His breathing became rapid. "Quick, open your backpack and let me see." Tang Liuxiang also spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Yi-chan, did you really refine over a dozen beast blood pills?" Before Yi-chan could respond, Lu Quan immediately spoke up. "Teacher Tang, we can all testify. Xia Yang used up all his 20 sets of materials and refined 20 beast blood pills. He even wanted to use someone else's materials." Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lu Quan suddenly became smug. I blinked and said, "Yes, Lu Quan is right. I do have 17 beast blood pills in my backpack." Then I opened my backpack. Both of them gasped in unison. It really was 17 perfectly refined blood transfer pills. I rubbed my nose and said, "I refined a total of 20 pills. 2 are for cost, 1 I just ate, and here are the remaining 17. Mo Danqing almost couldn't breathe upon hearing this. The child refined 20 furnaces? He didn't fail even once? Tang Liuxian's eyes widened. Not a single failure? It seems I was wrong. This child is not just a talent in alchemy. Genius doesn't even begin to describe him, he's a prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Quan was quite pleased. Yi Chen, your theft is disgraceful. I advise you to withdraw from school sooner rather than later, to avoid tarnishing the academy's reputation. I cleared my throat. Lu Quan, you should take a good look at the alchemy manual. After reading the fourth rule, you have one more chance to rephrase your statements. Lu Quan picked up the alchemy manual and sneered, what's the point of looking at this? But then he froze, realizing that apart from the necessary costs, any extra pills refined by students belonged to them as personal property. Lu Quan was thoroughly confused. No wonder Yi Chen had been studying the alchemy manual so intently. He had been studying it with such focus. Alright, according to the alchemy manual, these 17 beast blood pills are all yours. Mo Danqing nodded in satisfaction. Lu Quan's jealousy flared up again. That's 170,000 huab coins. Mo Danqing took a step forward and said seriously, Yi Chen, how about working in my alchemy room? At this statement, everyone present was stunned, including me. I had long heard of Mo Danqing's great name. Elder Mo was renowned in the Shangjing Academy and throughout the entire alchemy community in Huagua. He was indeed a highly esteemed figure. He was like a prestigious professor or top scholar from before the revival of spiritual energy, yet now he personally invited me to join his alchemy room. I had indeed underestimated the impact of the improvements made to the blood transfer pill. Countless powerful alchemists had toiled endlessly but could not further refine its formula. It was astonishing that such a significant change occurred in the hands of an unknown student like me, which would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the alchemy community. At the same time, many would attempt to seize the improved formula, potentially endangering my life. There are plenty of fleeting geniuses, I'm not irreplaceable. So when Mo Danqing said this, it was also meant to protect me. But just when everyone thought I would quickly agree, I said something else. The surrounding students all rolled their eyes in unison. What do you mean somewhat famous? It's not even appropriate to describe you as highly respected. Tang Liuxiong quickly added, Yi Chen, aren't you not very high in martial arts rank? Following Master Mo, even if your martial artist level isn't enough, your future life won't be bad. She truly liked this student more and more, and even blamed herself for not discovering Yi Chen's alchemy talent earlier. Mo Danqing kindly asked, so, little classmate, have you thought about it? Perhaps fearing he couldn't persuade Yi Chen, he paused and continued, how about this, I heard you grew up in an orphanage, so you must be short on money, right? Come to my alchemy room, and I'll give you 5,000 a month. How does that sound? Hiss. A gasp of surprise erupted around them. 5,000 a month? The academy had work-study positions that helped organize the public alchemy room, but they only symbolically paid 500 a month. Mo directly offered Yi Chen 10 times that? Could you be any more biased? Su Qinyan couldn't help but ask, Master Mo, what exactly has Yi Chen done to earn your favor like this? Mo Danqing turned to look at the pretty short-haired girl, puzzled. Tang Liuxiong quickly explained, Teacher, he's the best student in the alchemy class, very talented and hardworking. Mo Danqing nodded, thought for a moment, and said seriously, what he did is currently confidential, I can't say, but it's definitely very important. Su Qinyan was left speechless. Yet, she still felt very unconvinced about Yi Chen. Alright, everyone, continue with the exam. Yi Chen, come with us. Yi Chen followed the two to the outside of the alchemy room, which was on the shaded path behind the teaching building, almost deserted. Yi Chen, we agreed that you would come here every day to study alchemy theory, and you must refine at least one furnace of pills each day. Can you do that? Yi Chen nodded earnestly, with 5,000 a month, of course I can. Mo Danqing, so you came here for the money. But it didn't matter, Mo Danqing didn't believe that with such a monstrous alchemy talent, the academy could possibly lose. There's one more thing, I will write a paper on the step of adding a slightly cold medicinal liquid to the beast blood pill formula, and I will put your name after mine. Are you willing? Mo Danqing asked again. Yi Chen bowed slightly without hesitation, thank you, Master Mo. You placing me second seems like you're trying to take my credit, but in reality, you're protecting me. Thank you. Also, please help me sell these 17 beast blood pills. Mo Danqing looked at him deeply and nodded. This child not only had exceptional alchemy talent but also an extraordinary mindset. Most people would explode with anger at the thought of being placed second, but Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. When Yi Chen left the academy and was once again bathed in the midday sun, he felt a bit dazed. Just a day ago, he was worried about his martial artist assessment, whether he could continue studying at the academy, and how to explain things to the old director of the orphanage. But now, he wasn't worried at all. After reorganizing his mindset, Yi Chen crossed several blocks and returned to his humble rental room. He ordered a lavish takeout meal, took a long nap, and then quickly ran to the academy. All the information about the assessment flooded his mind. The assessment was divided into 3 main parts: strength, agility, and combat assessment, totaling 1,000 points, and anyone scoring below 100 would be expelled. He was already a 9th-tier martial artist and had even unlocked the Lingbo Weibo technique, so strength and agility assessments were a piece of cake. The only concern was the combat assessment, which likely had some tricks up its sleeve. If Yi Chen remembered correctly, the martial artist vice principal named Zhang Biao had a very poor impression of him, and it seemed he was quite close to Shen Linfeng. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly caught a faint smell of gasoline at the tip of his nose. The host smells gasoline, activating, basic smell, automatically maxed out. After this message echoed in his mind, the unpleasant gasoline smell at his nose instantly became much stronger, and then he also caught a whiff of smoke. Following the scent, Yi Chen immediately saw a leaking car slowly passing by, and a pedestrian happened to walk by at that moment, finishing his cigarette and casually tossing the still-lit butt out. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, as there was an elderly woman walking nearby with a basket of vegetables. He was about to dodge when a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. After drinking a glass of water, he activated Water Affinity. Now, if he were to be burned by flames, would he activate Fire Affinity? Without time to think further, Yi Chen lunged forward, knocking the old woman to the ground, causing her vegetables to scatter everywhere. The next moment, a raging wave of fire erupted. The pedestrian was the first to be hit, instantly engulfed in flames, screaming in agony, while the people around hurriedly called for an ambulance, and the vegetables that had fallen to the ground were reduced to ashes. Yi Chen felt a burning pain in his back, as the remaining flames scorched his clothes and continued to lick at his skin. The host is burned by flames, activating Fire Affinity, automatically maxed out. High temperature resistance, upgraded to Flame Resistance, automatically maxed out. Just as expected. As the voice echoed in his mind, the pain in his back suddenly vanished, and even the flames on his clothes seemed to instantly lose their heat, feeling no different from warm water. Thank you so much, young student. Just as Yi Chen helped the old woman up, a middle-aged man rushed over anxiously, gratitude evident on his face. Young man, you're hurt too, let's go to the hospital together. The old woman looked at Yi Chen eagerly, thinking that if it weren't for him, she might have been consumed by the flames. Yi Chen shook his head. This little injury was nothing to him. Grandma, this injury is just a small matter, but if I don't make it to the academy, I might miss the martial artist assessment this afternoon. Grandma, we'll meet again if fate allows. Yi Chen waved to the two and quickly left. Martial artist assessment? The old woman, Ji Jinji, was taken aback and said with a wry smile, Yoo-hoo, could this little guy be from your Jingjing Academy? How could he participate in the martial artist assessment looking like this? Shi Yoo-hoo also smiled helplessly, Mom, I just took office, but this child has a pure nature, and it seems his physical quality is quite good. He will definitely pass the assessment, so don't worry. Ji Jinji snorted coldly, this child saved my life, and I like him very much. You should know what to do now that you are the martial arts principal of Jingjing Academy. Mom, I got it. I'll send someone to take you to the hospital for a checkup first. Shi Yoo-hoo quickly changed the subject. He understood his mother's intention. It was clear she wanted him to nurture that child well, as a way to repay this kindness. This was naturally a small matter for him. If the child had decent aptitude, Shi Yoo-hoo could definitely help him reach the 9th rank of martial artist. Even if his aptitude was lacking, Shi Yoo-hoo could ensure he had a well-paying job upon graduation. At this moment, in the gymnasium of Jingjing Academy, most of the students from class 2 to 3 had already arrived. The students gathered in groups, chatting and discussing animatedly. The martial artist vice principal Zhang Biao paced back and forth, his expression grim. Lu Quan and a few students sat in a corner, wearing cold smirks. Xian Gu, has young Master Shen given you special treatment again? He must be a second-tier warrior by now, right? A boy said enviously. Lu Qian feigned modesty and smiled, it's nothing much, just 2,600 kilograms. Impressive. Young Master Shen is indeed a generous person. The boy looked at him with admiration. Lu Qian laughed heartily, the greatest virtue of young Master Shen is his generosity. I'll take you all to meet him tonight, who knows, if he's in a good mood, he might even give you one. Really? Thank you so much, Xian Gu. The other boys exclaimed excitedly. Lu Qian nodded with pride. Then when you face Yi Chen later, it will definitely be a crushing victory. TSK, 2,600 kilograms against 1,000 kilograms, it's unimaginable. The first boy who spoke laughed. Lu Qian chuckled lightly, relying solely on strength isn't enough. I've learned a few moves from my cousin, and today I must humiliate him and drive him out of the academy. The scene of the Lu family's martial arts hall involuntarily appeared in Lu Qian's mind. Although his cousin Lu Wei was quite displeased with the idea of using the blood chi pill as a wager, Lu Qian promised to give him half of the 50,000 huabi he would win, and Lu Wei still taught him 2 punches. In Lu Wei's words, it was an absolute crushing situation. The Canlong Martial Arts Hall had stood in the capital for over 10 years, and Lu Wei's father, Lu Hong, had established a place for the Canlong Martial Arts Hall through the family's ancestral Canlong fist. Although Lu Qian had only temporarily learned the first 2 punches, dealing with a mere first-tier warrior was already overestimating him. It should be known that when the Canlong fist is cultivated to a profound level, it can unleash hidden strength. Even inner strength masters would have a chance to fight back. You, a mere Yi Chen, are nothing in front of me? Even if you are valued by old Mo and have entered his alchemy room, so what? This world ultimately belongs to warriors. Lu Qian's eyes turned, and he suddenly said loudly, "Hey, don't you think Yi Chen is too bold? He even dares to skip teacher Zhang's assessment? That's too much. Yeah, he really has guts, and I'm waiting to see your results. The wager is a blood chi pill. Hee, do you think Yi Chen is scared and doesn't dare to participate in the assessment? Ha, daring to bet but not daring to show up. What a coward." The students around him understood and began to laugh. Although the other students didn't say much, a hint of disdain appeared on their faces. Betting is one thing, but not daring to show up for the assessment is another. If Yi Chen really doesn't dare to come, he will definitely be looked down upon by everyone. Zhang Biao was furious and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and shut up. Teacher Zhang, I'm here." A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look, and it was Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's appearance was not good. His school uniform was mostly burned, with many parts charred, making him look like a refugee who had just crossed the border. Su Qingyan, surrounded by several boys and girls, frowned upon seeing Yi Chen. What has this guy been up to? Doesn't he care about the assessment at all? What's your excuse for being late this time? Zhang Biao questioned bluntly. Yi Chen replied directly, "A car was leaking oil and caught fire. I saw an old lady about to get burned, so I saved her." "So, your clothes were burned?" Zhang Biao sneered. Yi Chen nodded. "Then tell me, why are your clothes burned, yet you don't have a single scratch on your back?" Zhang Biao pressed. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. He couldn't exactly say it was because he had flame resistance, so the flames hardly harmed him, could he? Lu Qian laughed even harder. "Yi Chen, you really are something. Your excuses for being late are getting more and more creative. I suggest next time you say you were late to save the world." "Oh no, you won't have a next time, ha." This guy's tone was filled with unabashed sarcasm. "Being late is being late, don't make excuses," Zhang Biao reprimanded coldly. "Fortunately, the newly appointed head instructor she hasn't arrived yet, otherwise he would have come before you, and if our class 3 people aren't all here, wouldn't I, as the vice head instructor, lose face? What do you think the head instructor will think? He will definitely believe I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities and haven't trained you well. As punishment, you will stand here. If you move even once, I will directly disqualify you from the assessment." Yi Chen frowned. He had long suspected that vice head instructor Zhang Biao would deliberately target him, but he didn't expect Zhang Biao to be so ruthless. This was clearly suppression. This guy definitely has a deep connection with Shen Linfeng. Zhang Biao noticed Yi Chen's expression and snorted coldly, "What's wrong? Unconvinced?" Lu Quan watched the scene, filled with smugness. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, what good does it do to curry favor with old Mo? I can still mess with you, let you eat alone. Let you not share your beast blood pills with me. Now you're in trouble. I have a big leg to lean on. Shen Linfeng is my big leg. I even know what you're thinking." That's right, Shen Linfeng invited Zhang Biao to be a guest instructor at the Shin group yesterday. If you really think about it, the seemingly upright vice head instructor of the Beijing Academy is also working for young Master Shen. Lu Quan had completely regarded Yi Chen as an enemy, and his inner resentment was growing. The more Yi Chen was targeted, the more pleased he became. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's expression now. It must be filled with despair. But he was wrong. Yi Chen's expression was calm and unruffled. So what if he was targeted? In the face of absolute strength, does targeting matter? Having figured this out long ago, Yi Chen looked over, a faint mockery lingering at the corner of his mouth. Lu Quan also started to laugh. This guy really knows how to put on an act. Fine, keep pretending. Soon, I'll make you cry without tears. Now continue the test, Su Qingyan. Zhang Biao announced loudly as he took out the attendance sheet. Su Qingyan, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, strode out from the crowd and approached the strength tester. She took a deep breath, her agile body seeming to form a bow, then she punched out fiercely. 4,400 kilograms. Very good, you've improved by 200 kilograms since last time. Strength assessment, 220 points. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction. For students with ordinary qualifications, the minimum threshold for second-year students is a second-tier martial artist, which is 2,000 kilograms. As a standout in Class 2, Su Qingyan naturally had to exceed others by a lot. Next, Su Qingyan gracefully moved to an open area. Directly in front of her was a tennis ball launcher. Zhang Biao counted down 3, 2, 1, and the tennis ball launcher instantly activated, firing 30 tennis balls in rapid succession, and the key was that these 30 tennis balls had completely different speeds and strengths. Su Qingyan's eyes narrowed, her figure quickly shifting as she caught one tennis ball after another in midair. Caught 27. 270 points. Su Qingyan frowned slightly. This score was a bit low. Your opponent is this third-year senior. Begin. After a brief rest, Zhang Biao called over a third-year third-tier martial artist and nodded. Of course, a fourth-tier martial artist would overpower a third-tier martial artist. Soon, the boy was defeated. Skill assessment, full score 250 points. Total 740 points. All the students gasped in shock, reaching 740 points in the second year. Su Qingyan absolutely had the potential to break Wei Yihui's record in the fourth year. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction, then turned and called out loudly, "Next, Lu Quan." Lu Quan rubbed his fists, eager to try, and soon his results came out. Wow, this guy has also become a second-tier warrior, isn't that too fast? 2,600 kilograms? The agility test is impressive too, he actually caught 20 tennis balls. You have to know that this test is the hardest. And he even lasted 4 minutes against a third-tier warrior. That punch technique was quite remarkable. Zhang Biao nodded in slight surprise. Strength test score, 130, agility test, 200, combat test, 200. You just used the Tsanglong fist from the Tsanglong martial arts school, right? Not bad, keep it up. I'll give you an extra 10 points. Total, 430. Yes, Vice Instructor Zhang. Lu Quan smiled proudly. He had hugged Shen Linfeng's thigh, and Shen Linfeng naturally gave him plenty of good things. In one afternoon, he ate 2 beast blood pills, his blood energy surged, and he directly became a second-tier warrior. The Tsanglong Six Fists also became a bonus point for the combat test. Yi Chen, it's your turn. I'm looking forward to seeing your despair, he sneered. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Are you so eager to give me the blood pill? He suddenly felt a bit emotional. Was it really appropriate for a dignified ninth-tier warrior like him to bully Lu Quan? Wouldn't that be seen as taking advantage of the weak? With his strength increased, his mindset had changed as well. Lu Quan merely sneered. I advise you to think about how to come up with 50,000 after you lose. Alright, let's get on with the test. No more nonsense, Zhang Biao said coldly. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Vice Instructor Zhang, I want to challenge Lu Quan in a combat test. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Zhang Biao nodded directly. Okay, but you need to ask Lu Quan if he agrees, and the full score standard will be extended to you lasting 10 minutes against him. Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback but then burst into laughter. I agree. I agree. He stretched his limbs, already eager to personally knock Yi Chen down. The two moved to an open area. Lu Quan, while stretching, said proudly, Yi Chen, I actually feel quite regretful because if you leave the Beijing Academy, I won't be able to slap your face hard anymore. But I really didn't expect you to actively request a combat test with me. Is this a death wish? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen looked at him with amusement, wondering how he had never noticed before how much this guy loved to add drama to himself. Slap my face? How about I make you kneel and slap your own face? Yi Chen, let me show you the power of my Tsanglong Six Fists. Lu Quan snorted coldly and rushed forward, swinging his fist. The wind from his punch seemed to echo the sound of waves crashing against rocks. This was the Tsanglong fist, passed down for decades in the Tsanglong martial arts school. With this technique, even a ninth-tier warrior could injure a master of internal energy. Many people couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. They had already guessed the tragic outcome to come. Yi Chen would be sent flying by a punch, then Lu Quan would beat him mercilessly. This was the sorrow of the weak. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out, and then they saw Lu Quan's body being flung backward at an even faster speed, his punching arm hanging limply. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained in place, still in the posture of throwing a punch. Just like the scene at the school gate in the morning, still just one punch. Wow, did Yi Chen somehow cheat? How did he suddenly become so fierce? Lu Quan is already a second-tier warrior and even used the Tsanglong fist, yet he still can't beat him? A bespectacled boy exclaimed. Su Qingyan's eyes widened, full of intensity. Lu Quan, on the other hand, was in disbelief, screaming, How is this possible? How is this possible? My hand is broken. Zhang Biao's expression darkened as he hurried to Lu Quan's side to check. He felt anxious. Earlier, Shin Linfeng had sent someone to find him, offering 30,000 huabi a month to hire him as a guest elder for the Shin group, with the price being to manipulate the warrior test to make Yichen drop out. I originally thought victory was assured, but unexpectedly, Lu Quan was so pathetic that he was knocked out with a single punch. Could this guy be on drugs? Otherwise, there's no way he could be this strong. A boy exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Biao's eyes shifted, and he suddenly shouted, Yichen, how could you beat a classmate like this? Do you have any respect for school rules? Moreover, I strongly suspect you've taken banned substances. Your results will be nullified. Zhang Biao's words were righteous, and no one could find fault with them. Yichen's performance indeed resembled that of someone on drugs. It was too fierce. Yichen sneered. This guy, seeing he couldn't target him directly, was now openly attacking him. It was clear he had a deal with Shin Linfeng. Oh, Vice Principal Zhang, why do you say that? You can't accuse me without evidence, he feigned curiosity. Zhang Biao scoffed. You only have a strength of 1,000 kilograms, yet you casually knocked Lu Quan, who weighs 2,600 kilograms, into a fracture. What else could it be if not drugs? He wasn't wrong. If Yichen's strength was only 1,000 kilograms, achieving this feat would indeed require drugs. However, the black market's drug called Blood Fury powder was extremely expensive, and with Yichen's previous abilities, he couldn't afford it. As for the speculation that Yichen's strength actually exceeded Lu Quan's, sorry, Zhang Biao hadn't considered that. How could a perennial underachiever suddenly make such a leap? Absurd. Yichen pretended to be helpless. How about this? I'll challenge Teacher Zhang. Surely, Teacher Zhang can perceive my true strength, and that should prove I haven't taken drugs, right? If you're going to show off, you might as well go big. Defeating Lu Quan, a second-tier martial artist, was meaningless. If he was going to fight, it had to be against a ninth-tier martial artist. Yichen held grudges and didn't like to let them fester. Since Zhang Biao was deliberately making things difficult for him, he had to slap him in the face hard. When he said this, everyone was stunned. What the hell, has this guy lost his mind? The vice principal was a ninth-tier martial artist. You, Yichen, a mere first-tier martial artist, would probably struggle to withstand even half of his moves. Su Qingyan shook her head, thinking Yichen was too impulsive. Challenging a ninth-tier martial artist was simply unwise. Wei Yihue had done something similar in his second year when he was only a fifth-tier martial artist, arrogantly challenging Zhang Biao, and naturally, he lost miserably. Su Qingyan shook her head again, feeling Yichen had lost his reason and was beyond saving. Challenging Zhang Biao would not only fail to prove his innocence but could also ruin his future. After all, if you, Yichen, were completely defeated, what would you do when Zhang Biao casually said you only had 1,000 kilograms of strength? Su Qingyan stepped aside to drink water, thinking there was nothing more to see. Suddenly, she thought of Tang Xiener, that proud daughter of heaven, who had always been her goal to catch up to. On the ground, Lu Quan's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he immediately whispered, Vice Principal Zhang, agree to his challenge. Zhang Biao was also delighted. Had this kid really lost his mind? He actually took the initiative to challenge him? Of course, as the vice principal, I will lead by example, and since I am a ninth-tier martial artist, according to the rules, you only need to last 30 seconds against me to get full marks, Zhang Biao said with righteous indignation, secretly amused. 30 seconds? I won't let you last even half a second. Yichen suddenly shook his head. Vice Principal Zhang, what if I defeat you? Zhang Biao laughed dismissively. That's impossible. Yichen shook his head seriously. In this world, nothing is impossible. Zhang Biao, impatient, replied, if you defeat me, I will voluntarily resign as vice principal. A vice principal defeated by a student doesn't deserve to stay at Beijing Academy. Yichen felt a bit disappointed. If only Zhang Biao had said he would slap himself if he lost. Then he could have witnessed a grand spectacle. What a pity. Yichen stood there with his hands hanging down, looking indifferently at Zhang Biao. Vice Principal Zhang, you are the teacher, so go ahead and attack, Yichen said with a light laugh. The surrounding students could no longer bear to watch. Damn, are you really going to adopt a defensive stance? Do you want to live longer? Zhang Biao maintained a kind smile as a teacher and nodded, but inside, he was already bursting with laughter. This guy really didn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. If he had tried to dodge, he might have actually lasted 30 seconds. But he actually wanted to defend himself, that was truly looking for death. It seemed this fool had no idea how terrifying a ninth-tier martial artist was. Zhang Biao even thought to himself that he should try not to kill him. Although killing a waste wasn't a big deal, he still had to continue being a teacher, and carrying such a notorious name wouldn't be good. Then everyone saw Zhang Biao make his move. A straight punch aimed directly at the chest, as fierce as thunder. What shocked everyone even more was that Yichen didn't plan to make any defense, still standing there with his hands hanging down. This guy has already given up on himself, right? Is he really hoping to get beaten up by Zhang Biao and then extort some medical fees? A bespectacled boy couldn't help but mutter. Sigh, Yi Chen is finished, he'll probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. A short-haired girl couldn't help but close her eyes. Bang! Everyone heard that sound. Following it was Zhang Biao's muffled grunt. Then all the students watching could hardly believe their eyes as Zhang Biao actually stepped back, clutching his right hand, and if one looked closely, they would see that his right hand had turned completely red. In contrast, Yi Chen stood there calmly. However, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He had deliberately taken Zhang Biao's punch to conduct an experiment. It was clear that the attack from a 9th-tier martial artist hadn't upgraded the iron cloth shirt. Yi Chen felt he needed an inner-strength martial artist to hit him to upgrade the iron cloth shirt. All of this was ultimately Zhang Biao's fault. This guy, a vice principal, didn't even have inner strength. What a disgrace. Not even an inner-strength martial artist. What a shame. Yi Chen pointed at Zhang Biao and complained. Zhang Biao, am I bothering you by not being an inner-strength martial artist? Then he saw Yi Chen move. Fast as lightning. Faster than him. Bang bang bang. 3 punches in quick succession. They seemed like the unskilled punches of a farmer, but they were filled with overwhelming power. Zhang Biao's pupils suddenly constricted, and without thinking about where Yi Chen had learned this boxing technique, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. However, he still underestimated the power of the farmer's 3 punches. Crack! Zhang Biao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing right next to Lu Quan. His arms hung limply down, both completely broken. Vice Principal Zhang, from today on, please resign from your position and leave the Shangjing Academy. Yi Chen slowly retracted his fists and slightly bowed. I believe a person like you, who sets an example as a teacher, would never go back on your word. Zhang Biao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arms, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. Lu Quan also temporarily forgot the pain of his fractures, staring blankly over. The other students had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What is happening? This useless Yi Chen not only took Zhang Biao's punch unharmed but then turned around and broke both of Zhang Biao's arms with 3 punches. He won. Su Qingyan was packing her bag to leave when she felt the silence behind her. Her curious gaze passed through the gaps in the crowd to see the person on the ground, and she let out a gasp, her bag dropping to the ground with a thud. A 9th-tier martial artist, the vice principal of martial arts, Zhang Biao, actually lost? How could this happen? After a long while, Lu Quan finally roared in disbelief. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's not just that. He walked straight to the force gauge, stepped back half a step, and threw a punch. 10,000 kilograms. The peak of a 9th-tier martial artist. The 10,000 kilogram steel ball above the gauge was directly propelled to the highest point. Strength assessment, full marks. Everyone's eyes widened. This wasn't enough. Yi Chen continued to the tennis ball machine and released 5 machines in one breath. A total of 150 tennis balls appeared simultaneously, yet moments later, Yi Chen, who had activated the Lingbo Weibo, caught all the tennis balls without breaking a sweat. Agility assessment, full marks. Everyone gasped in shock. Adding to the combat assessment, he directly defeated the 9th-tier martial artist Zhang Biao, achieving full marks again. In total, 1,000 points. Unprecedented. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yi Chen's performance. Their minds were blank. If Yi Chen were only a 4th or 5th-tier martial artist, they might have felt a twinge of jealousy, but he had achieved full marks across the board, even breaking Wei Yihui's record from years ago. They felt no jealousy, only reverence. However, Zhang Biao had been the vice principal for nearly 10 years, and at this moment, he forced himself to stand despite the pain and shock, calmly stating, Yi Chen, I originally didn't believe you were using banned substances, but now it seems, you have definitely violated the Academy's regulations and consumed banned drugs. Yi Chen chuckled. After such a crushing defeat, he still intended to bite back? Why is it that as soon as I arrive, I hear words like banned drugs? A deep, powerful voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chen was taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Principal Shi? Zhang Biao was first stunned, then overjoyed, saying, Principal Shi, this student has seriously violated the Academy's regulations by using banned drugs. He refuses to be disciplined and even injured me. I suggest expelling him on the spot. Zhang Biao said coldly, beads of sweat covering his forehead. A figure that was not particularly tall slowly walked up from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen blinked hard. Wasn't this the son of the old lady he saved on the road at noon? He was actually the newly appointed martial arts principal of the Academy of Beijing? This was getting interesting. Yi Chen had originally planned to escalate the matter, ideally bringing it to the attention of the Dean of Transmission, as he couldn't believe that someone as upright as Yang Yen would stand by and watch such a talent be wronged. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. Shi Yuhu approached Yi Chen, seriously sizing him up several times before finally nodding heavily. I saw your conversation just now, as well as Yi Chen's results. Shi Yuhu turned to Zhang Biao and said lightly, Yi Chen is right, Vice Principal Zhang, as a teacher, one must not go back on their word. Resign from your position as Vice Principal and leave the Academy of Beijing. Shi Yuhu said coldly, hands behind his back. Zhang Biao's eyes instantly turned red. Shi Yuhu turned half his face, and an internal pressure suddenly erupted. Zhang Biao was directly forced to kneel on one knee. His face turned crimson in an instant. As a vice principal, not only are you unfair and unjust, but you even deliberately make things difficult for students. When a student shows genius potential, instead of thinking of retaining such talent for the academy, you slander him for using banned drugs. Shi Yuhu mercilessly unleashed his pressure, all directed at Zhang Biao. Vice Principal Zhang, you truly are a model teacher. Bang! Zhang Biao could no longer hold on, both knees hitting the ground, his face revealing a look of humiliation. Get lost, before I have the thought of killing you, Shi Yuhu said coldly. Yi Chen's eyes widened. Wow, this is a true powerhouse. Threatening to kill someone with every word. Dominant. Impressive. Zhang Biao's last words were forcefully suppressed. Humiliation. Resentment. But he was helpless. Between the 9th-tier martial artist and the internal energy martial artist, a chasm separated the two. Zhang Biao continued, only to humiliate himself further. He took a deep look at Shi Yuhu and Yi Chen, inhaled deeply, and was about to say some harsh words. Shi Yuhu said lightly, if you don't leave now, I'll chop off one of your arms. Zhang Biao dared not speak and left in disgrace. Yi Chen blinked. Remember this is how you talk tough. Today's matter will be handled as the academy's highest secret. All students are forbidden from spreading it outside, understood? Shi Yuhu coldly addressed everyone in Class 3 of the second year. He understood the importance of this matter better than anyone. Although Shi Yuhu knew that this matter would eventually leak out, he wanted to delay it for as long as possible. The students in Class 3 clearly understood as well and replied in unison, understood. Lu Quan, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed, unable to speak. Two people, take this guy to the infirmary, Shi Yuhu said, glancing at Lu Quan, who looked like a dead dog. Yi Chen shouted for them to wait, then, under Lu Quan's furious gaze, pulled out the blood-boosting pill from his arms and waved his hand to signal them to carry him away. Yi Chen, come with me. Yi Chen obediently followed him to the office of the chief martial instructor. Shi Yuhu directly took out a cold jade bead and placed it in his hand, saying lightly, this is the qi-nourishing jade. Wear it every day, and at most in a year, you'll be able to sense your qi and cultivate internal energy. This is my gratitude for saving my mother. When Yi Chen touched the jade bead, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host has come into contact with a low-temperature object, activating, low-temperature resistance, basic touch, automatically maxed out. All physical cultivation skills are activated, talent, turning stone to gold, is activated, automatically maxed out. Turning stone to gold, when the host touches an object, they can randomly upgrade it from level 1 to 9 by consuming money. Yi Chen didn't hear what Shi Yuhu said afterward. His mind was occupied by this talent. Damn, this talent is amazing. I want to use it, use it, use it. In short, I hope you can quickly join the ranks of internal energy martial artists and bring glory to the Beijing Academy. Answer me, can you do it? Shi Yuhu said solemnly. Yi Chen nodded, not daring to say that he was already an internal energy martial artist. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly asked, Chief Instructor Shi, where in Beijing can I see battles between internal energy martial artists? Shi Yuhu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. You want to cultivate your internal energy early by observing the battles of internal energy martial artists, right? A teachable child. If I remember correctly, there is a Wing Chun martial arts school in Beijing, and the owner seems to be a minor internal energy master, but he rarely makes a move. Yi Chen chuckled, Chief Instructor Shi, I have my own methods. Well then, see you next time. After saying that, he ran out. He only had one thought in mind, to quickly test this talent. Shi Yuhu gazed at his retreating figure and suddenly sighed, perhaps this is fate. The teacher paid a great price to bring me back, wanting to turn around the decline of the Beijing Academy, and ended up encountering such a good seedling. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. This Yi Chen is the hope among this generation of students. On the other side, Yi Chen returned to his rented room, directly took out the qi-nourishing jade given by Shi Yuhu, and used the talent, turning stone to gold. Using the talent once requires 50,000 huabi, do you wish to continue? Yi Chen grimaced in pain and chose to continue. Damn it, I haven't spent 50,000 in my life until now, have I? In the blink of an eye, you deducted 50,000. Deducting 50,000 Huabi, the first tier treasure, Nourishing Chi Jade, upgrades to the third tier treasure, Cultivating Essence Spirit Jade. Cultivating Essence Spirit Jade, wearing this treasure for a long time can increase internal strength, usable for those at the peak of internal strength and below. I hit the jackpot. Yi Chen's eyes widened in surprise. A third tier treasure is worth at least 300,000. He struck it rich. Yi Chen cleared his throat and restrained his smile. With this talent, what money can't I have? Soon, I, Yi Chen, will become the richest person in the world. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Yi Chen currently had 120,000 Huabi in his bank card, enough to upgrade twice. What should I upgrade? Yi Chen's gaze fell on the rusty pipe wrench propping up the table corner. He still needed a weapon for self-defense, and this would do. Without hesitation, he used turning stone into gold. Deducting 50,000 Huabi, the non-tier weapon, rusty pipe wrench, upgrades to the first tier weapon, pipe wrench. Pipe wrench, miss, open the door, I'm here to fix the plumbing. Yi Chen. It seems my luck has run out. What use is turning a rusty pipe wrench into a non-rusty one? I might as well buy a good pipe wrench myself. But that's 50,000. Yi Chen was not discouraged and continued to upgrade. Deducting 50,000 Huabi, the first tier weapon, pipe wrench, upgrades to the third tier weapon, plumber's pipe wrench. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Just adding a plumber's prefix makes it awesome? Then Yi Chen glanced at the attributes. Plumber's pipe wrench, this is a handy weapon for a pair of brothers who often lurk in the sewers. Striking enemies will definitely stun them, with a certain chance to instantly kill enemies at the body refining realm. Yi Chen looked at this weapon in shock. Incredible! With this, I finally have a handy weapon. Anyone who dares to mess with me will get knocked out with this plumber's pipe wrench. Yi Chen cleared his throat, glanced at the time, and realized it was already evening. He thought he could go check out the martial arts school mentioned by Shiyuhu. Perhaps it could really unlock new skills. Of course, he had to disguise himself first. Yi Chen stood in front of the mirror and picked up his facial cleanser. Host uses facial cleanser, activating, basic disguise, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen slapped the table, I knew it. Moments later, a young man with a completely changed face walked out of the rental apartment. I'll call myself Yang Yi, Yi Chen chuckled, taking advantage of the enchanting night to head towards the Wing Chun Martial Arts School. The Wing Chun Martial Arts School and the Tsanglong Martial Arts School were on the same street, which was also known as Martial Arts Street, as it was filled with various martial arts schools. Yi Chen quickly found the Wing Chun Martial Arts School according to the sign, and then, he was stopped by a burly man at the entrance. Please show your valuables, entry is not allowed if below 50,000. The man looked at Yi Chen's street vendor attire with a cold tone. What, does your place have such a high threshold? Yi Chen took out a chi blood pill and waved it in front of him. This pill was definitely worth 50,000 Huabi, and many places now supported bartering. The man's attitude changed significantly. Please enter. Yi Chen walked into the Wing Chun Martial Arts School and was immediately drowned in various sounds. The school was very spacious. He glanced around and saw no less than 100 people training there. Some were lifting huge barbells, some were running at level 18 speed, and others were practicing agility in front of a serving machine. Handsome, may I ask what you need? A woman in a red qipao, revealing her graceful curves, walked over with a smile. A reluctant girl followed her. Yi Chen took out the chi blood pill. I want to use this to buy a chance to spar with the schoolmaster. The woman glanced at the chi blood pill and covered her mouth with a smile. Little brother, you really know how to joke. You want to challenge the schoolmaster for 50,000 Huabi? The girl behind her curled her lip. Penny pincher, if you don't have money, don't come to the martial arts school. A month's course starts at 30,000. What can you buy with your 50,000? The woman frowned. Xiao Qiong, how can you speak to a guest like that? The girl made a face. The people from Tsanglong send someone to challenge Dad every day just to annoy him. I'm thinking of Dad, and this guy looks like he's from Tsanglong. And he really looks like a penny pincher, the girl whispered. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Little sister, may I ask how much it costs to challenge the master of the school? The girl puffed out her flat chest and snorted. At least 200,000. Yi Chen continued. What if I take out something worth more than 200,000? What then? The girl crossed her arms and sneered. I don't believe it, but if you really can, I'll make the decision to exempt you from a year's course. How about that? I see you should at most be a second-tier martial artist, right? A year's course is definitely enough for you to reach the 5th tier. How about it? Yi Chen smiled slightly. It's a deal. The woman beside them shook her head helplessly. Little sister, I didn't want to show off, but why do you have to push me? Sigh, life is truly lonely as snow. Yi Chen chuckled lightly and took out the Peiyuan Spirit Jade. This thing is worth at least 300,000. The jade looked unremarkable, even a bit gray. The girl leaned in to take a look and curled her lip. What are you pretending to be? Just because you brushed some lime on a stone, you say it's worth 300,000? Did you escape from a mental hospital? Yi Chen chuckled. But the woman suddenly widened her eyes, trembling as she asked, Sir, is this the Peiyuan spirit jade? Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Looks like there are still people who know their stuff. The girl asked curiously, Hong Jia, what is Peiyuan spirit jade? Hong Jia took a deep breath and said, wearing Peiyuan spirit jade for a long time can increase internal strength. Martial artists below the peak of internal strength can use it. What's more critical is that this thing is priceless. Don't say 300,000, if it were put in an underground auction, it could fetch over 600,000. Sir, please forgive our previous rudeness. Hong Jia bowed deeply, revealing her graceful waist and hip curves. Yi Chen lightly coughed and nodded. If I take out this piece of jade, can I challenge the master of the school? Hong Jia was momentarily stunned. Are you planning to exchange this for a challenge, right? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, what's wrong with that? Hong Jia smiled helplessly. This matter is too big. I can't make the decision. I'll go ask the master right now. Soon, the master, Yan Chengqing, came out. A subtle pressure enveloped him. Yes, he was indeed a master of internal strength. May I ask how to address you, young brother? Yan Chengqing clasped his fists and asked. Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, I would like to buy your Peiyuan spirit jade for 500,000, Yan Chengqing said earnestly. Yi Chen was taken aback. I didn't come here for an auction. He immediately became unwilling. No, I want to challenge you. Yan Chengqing. You don't want 500,000 and insist on challenging me? Then, the two went to the underground level, a special area of the Wing Chun martial arts school, accessible only to senior members. Yan Ziqiang and Hong Jia stood by watching. Hong Jia, do you think he's out of his mind? Spending 500,000 just to get beaten up? Yan Ziqiang curled her lip. Hong Jia shook her head. I don't think so. He clearly doesn't care about the Peiyuan spirit jade, obviously not an ordinary person. I think this person is either rich or noble. Perhaps knowing him is an opportunity for our Wing Chun martial arts school. Yan Ziqiang curled her lip. She didn't think much of this guy, let alone that he was rich or noble. She felt that the guy had just stumbled upon a piece of spirit jade by sheer luck. Wanting to challenge her father, he probably just wanted to steal some Wing Chun techniques. After all, Yan Chengqing was a master of internal energy, and his Wing Chun was certainly different from what ordinary coaches taught. Are there really that many people like him? Her gaze wandered aimlessly until she suddenly saw a graceful figure push the door open. Hey, Sister Qingyan, you usually don't come on Fridays, Yan Ziqiang said with a happy little face. Su Qingyan bit her lip. I was just struck down by some guy today. I have to surpass him. I want to learn boxing from Master Yan. Hong Jia smiled. Unfortunately, the master is currently sparring with someone. She then gestured towards the center of the arena. Su Qingyan's eyes widened. Who is that person, able to spar with Master Yan? Is he from the neighboring Sanlong martial arts school? Hong Jia shook her head. I don't know him, but I suspect he comes from a distinguished background. Qingyan, just sit here and watch. You might learn a thing or two about Wing Chun, Hong Jia added. Su Qingyan nodded, curiosity rising in her heart. Could this young man be a master? Yang Yi, I'll ask you one more time. We just need to fight once, and you'll give me the spirit jade? In the center, Yan Chengqing asked uncertainly again. Yi Chen was getting a bit impatient. Damn it, I don't even need this spirit jade. What does it matter if I give it to you? What I care about is the skills. Do you think a mere few 100,000 is worth my attention? Yi Chen waved his hand. Hurry up, once we finish, it's yours. He muttered, you're the master, why are you dragging this out? Yan Chengqing's mouth twitched at this, and he took a deep breath. Since that's the case, he assumed the starting stance of Wing Chun while channeling his internal energy. Suddenly, the sound of wind howled, causing his robe to billow. The host observes the internal energy master at work. Basic internal energy, upgrades to 9 turns breathing technique, automatically maxed out. 9 turns breathing technique, every 9 breaths can refine a trace of internal energy. Yi Chen immediately felt that, with each breath, the internal energy within him, which had previously been like threads, was slowly expanding. Finally, he had taken the first step into becoming an internal energy warrior. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, and he realized that he didn't even need to sit in meditation. As long as he was breathing, his internal energy was growing like a reservoir. This is a truly amazing system. Even breathing is getting stronger. Yang Yi, pay attention, I'm going to throw a punch. Yan Chengqing took a deep breath, mobilizing his internal energy, and swung his fist. This punch contained the force of internal energy, incomparable to that of a 9th-tier warrior. He was at the minor success stage of internal energy, and the force of this punch had already reached 20,000 kilograms. As soon as Yan Chengqing struck, he went all out. By the time he realized it, it was too late, his fist had already been thrown. Yan Chengqing's face showed surprise. Even if this young man was impressive, he felt no trace of internal energy from him, clearly indicating that his strongest was just a 9th-tier warrior. Could a 9th-tier warrior survive this punch? Yan Chengqing began to regret it, but when he saw Yi Chen's stance, he froze. What the hell, this guy is just standing there with his hands down, not even in a defensive posture. Do you look down on me, Yan Chengqing? I am the master of the martial arts school, a master of minor success and internal energy. How dare you, a mere 9th-tier warrior, stand before me like this? Yan Chengqing immediately stopped regretting. If you are so stubborn, let me wake you up. Then, this punch, weighing 20,000 kilograms, landed squarely on Yi Chen's chest without any hindrance. Bang! Yan Chengqing stumbled back several steps, his face a picture of shock. He felt a violent recoil, and his arm throbbed with pain. Who is this young man? With the body of a 9th-tier martial artist, he actually withstood a punch weighing 20,000 kilograms? Yi Chen also took a step back, rubbing his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, he truly is a martial artist with minor mastery of internal energy. Even my iron cloth shirt couldn't completely block his damage. Host has been attacked by a martial artist with minor mastery of internal energy. Iron cloth shirt upgraded to Golden Bell Shield, automatically maxed out. Golden Bell Shield refines blood and bones, ignoring ordinary attacks below the peak of internal energy. Host has been injured for the first time, activating basic self-healing, automatically maxed out. A voice immediately echoed in his mind. Yi Chen suddenly felt his bones becoming tougher, his blood flowing more swiftly, and a vast surge of energy pounding through his veins, making a sound like waves crashing against rocks. Yan Chengqing clearly sensed this inexplicable power as well, involuntarily stepping back, his expression slightly changing. Has your technique broken through? He couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen coughed lightly, sort of, thank you, Master Yan, but please hit me again with all your strength. Yan Chengqing's eyes widened. Are you serious, little brother? After that punch weighing 20,000 kilograms, you already coughed up blood. Now you want me to go all out? If I do, you might die. Young man, the rank of a martial artist is secondary, your body is what matters. Yan Chengqing couldn't help but say. He was originally a good-natured person and truly didn't want to strike again. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, just hit me if I say so, stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, I won't give you the spirit-nurturing jade. No matter how important the body is, it can't compare to the spirit-nurturing jade. Yan Chengqing coughed lightly. Then I'll go all out. Yan Chengqing once again initiated the Wing Chun boxing stance. Yi Chen observed carefully, indeed, the 9 transformations breathing technique hadn't upgraded, which meant that for Yi Chen's internal energy technique to upgrade further, he needed to observe a higher level internal energy martial artist in action. Internal energy surged forth, Yan Chengqing's robes billowed, and a powerful aura expanded, creating a wave of energy. Yi Chen squinted, damn, the dust is blinding me. Amidst the swirling dust, a punch came like a dragon striking, the surging internal energy blasting through layers of dust. Yi Chen's expression hardened, showing no intention of defense, and similarly threw a punch. Wing Chun was faster. The fist directly struck Yi Chen's chest, the internal energy of Wing Chun trying to invade his body like a needle. However, Yi Chen's skin glowed with a faint golden light, directly blocking the internal energy outside. The punch containing 20,000 kilograms of force was dispersed by the Golden Bell Shield throughout his body, nearly to nothing. In contrast, Yi Chen's fist crashed directly into Yan Chengqing's unguarded chest. A force of 10,000 kilograms suddenly erupted. Bang! Host attacked an internal energy martial artist with a fist. Farmer's 3 punches upgraded to Floating 8 Trigrams Palm, automatically maxed out. Floating 8 Trigrams Palm, agile and ethereal, capable of unleashing tremendous power in a very short time. Yan Chengqing spat out a large mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps, and only after a moment did he look up at Yi Chen with a bewildered expression. The 3 women watching widened their beautiful eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Under the gaze of such 6 pairs of eyes, Yi Chen coughed lightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and struck a pose of a master. Ah, it's nothing, keep a low profile. Yi Chen, don't like to show off. Who told you to watch from the side? Oh, that person, isn't that Su Qingyan? Damn, why is she here? Yi Chen then noticed Su Qingyan among the onlookers and quickly realized he was wearing a different face. No need to panic. Brother Yang, you are clearly very strong. Why did you insist on taking my punch at the beginning? Yan Chengqing clutched his chest, looking somewhat helpless. Yi Chen chuckled, thinking he couldn't possibly say that he had just leveled up his skills. No one would believe him anyway. I just unleashed my little universe, do you believe it? Yi-chun coughed lightly. You jerk, why did you make my dad spit blood? You owe him. The underdeveloped little girl, Yen Zichon, ran over, checking her father's injuries, her face filled with anger as she spoke to Yi-chen. Yen Chengqing coughed lightly and scolded, shut up. It's inevitable for martial artists to get hurt during a spar. Didn't my first punch hurt him too? Why didn't I see you speaking up for him? Yen Zichong pouted, falling silent. I speak up for you, and you still scold me. This daughter is impossible. Then Yi-chen was shocked to find that Su Qingyan was looking at him with a face full of admiration. Mr. Yang, may I ask you a few questions? Su Qingyan couldn't help but say, even a bit shy, completely different from her cold demeanor as the class flower at school. Yi-chen maintained a calm exterior, but inside he was overjoyed. They had grown up in the same orphanage, but later Yi-chen's poor aptitude meant he couldn't progress in his physical training, while Su Qingyan's talent was exceptional, advancing rapidly, which led to their estrangement. Of course, I will speak freely, Yi-chen said with a light cough. He then explained some issues Su Qingyan encountered in her physical training in a way that was easy to understand, earning her respect. Yi-chen silently cheered. Could it be that this woman has developed feelings for me? Master Yan, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, let's meet again next time. Yi-chen hurriedly stuffed the Peiyuan spirit jade into Yen Chengqing's hand and left in a rush. Yen Chengqing called out, Brother Yang, leave a contact number so we can get in touch later. Yi-chen couldn't be bothered to respond, his steps never faltering. Yen Chengqing continued to shout, this Peiyuan spirit jade is too valuable, I'll give you 200,000 huab coins, take it. Yi-chen immediately ran back, snatching the bank card from his hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? My number is. He finished and dashed off. His movements were fluid and seamless. Sister Hong was left in a daze. This Mr. Yang Yi has a bit of a money-loving vibe. With Su Qingyan and Yen Zichong sent out to train, only Yen Changqing and Sister Hong remained in the underground level. With him, our chances of surpassing Xinglong in the competition have increased a bit, right? Sister Hong hesitated and asked in a low voice. Yen Changqing nodded, his expression suddenly turning grim. He covered his mouth and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. That Lu Hong knows my situation. I suspect he can't wait to make a move against our martial arts school. This Yang Yi must be invited. He is the hope of our Wing Chun. Tears welled up in Sister Hong's eyes as she nodded earnestly. A night passed without a word. When Yi-chen woke up in his rented room, it was already 9 o'clock. He sensed the condition inside his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that his internal energy was now as thick as his thumb. According to the customary rules among internal energy practitioners, this meant he had broken through from the entry level to the minor success level, right? Starting today, I, Yi-chen, am also an impressive internal energy practitioner. Yi-chen grinned, checked the time, grabbed a quick bite, and headed straight to Mo Danqing's alchemy room. Although Yi-chen was no longer short on money, he still maintained his old habit of frugality. 5,000 a month, he couldn't forget that. Following the route given by old Mo, Yi-chen found the exclusive alchemy room assigned to him by the academy. Mo Danju. 3 flamboyant characters were carved deeply, hanging above the entrance 2 meters high. As expected, old Mo was already waiting at the door, looking impatient. From now on, if you're late by a minute, I'll deduct $100, and it'll keep going until it's all gone. The old man dropped this line and entered the alchemy room. Yi-chen followed in with a pained expression. It was Saturday, after all, was he not even allowed to sleep in? First finish reading this advanced alchemy theory, then I'll teach you how to refine qi and blood pills. The old man casually tossed over a thick book and settled comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea. Opposite him sat Tang Liuxiang, and the two were discussing some furnace shaking technique, something Yi-chen couldn't understand at all. Yi-chen pouted and flipped through the book. Host reads Advanced Alchemy Theory, Basic Alchemy, upgrades to Advanced Alchemy, automatically maxed out. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, far deeper and more profound than what he had learned in Basic Alchemy. The difference was akin to comparing calculus with Sturm-Liouville eigenvalue equations. You might have heard of the former, but the latter was completely foreign to you. This book contained 5 or 6 formulas for pills. Most were second-tier pills, with the highest being a 4th-tier pill. However, to Yi-chen, they were all the same. He could refine them all with ease. He glanced over and even noticed that he could shake his head at these formulas. Oh, what's this? Suddenly, a piece of yellowed, ancient paper floated out from the book. Yi-chen picked it up, glanced at it, and immediately heard the system's voice in his mind. Host reads Miscellaneous Removal Record, Unlocking, Furnace Shaking Miscellaneous Removal Method, automatically maxed out. Furnace Shaking Miscellaneous Removal Method, an ancient method passed down to this day, which removes impurities by striking the alchemy furnace. At a high level, striking it 9 times can remove 99% of impurities. Yi Chen's eyes widened. He seemed to smell a huge business opportunity. He guessed that Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were discussing this very method. Moreover, this ancient technique seemed to have been lost for a long time, as many alchemy masters could only strike 3 times or even less. But Yi Chen was different. He had a system, a skill that could be instantly maxed out. He could strike 9 times, removing 99% of impurities, which rounded up to no impurities at all. The pills he refined would undoubtedly be top tier. Any top tier pill would sell for more than 3 times the original price. Mo Lao, I'm done. Yi Chen cleared his throat. He couldn't wait any longer. Pretending to read was pointless. He was about to show off. The two in discussion froze. What? You finished? Tang Liuxiang's gaze towards Yi Chen completely changed. It had taken her a whole month to read through advanced alchemy theory, and another 3 months to fully comprehend it. This kid finished it in just 10 minutes? She had no idea that if Yi Chen hadn't been pretending, he could have finished in a minute. Young man, don't be impatient. If you don't finish this book, you won't be able to refine pills above the 4th tier. Mo Danqing was much calmer. However, the slight tremor in his hand holding the teacup revealed his inner turmoil. Let me test you. If you can't answer, just focus on reading. Yi Chen's eyes darted around. What if I can answer? Mo Danqing paused for a moment, pointing to a circle of ancient-looking alchemy furnaces behind him. If you really can answer, you can take any one of these furnaces with you. Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he grinned. That's how it should be. If there were no rewards, only a fool would answer questions. Without hesitation, Yi Chen replied, Infingua duo, commonly found in mass graves, in damp, shadowy places, must be covered with brown cloth to block light. Its roots are fragile and must be dug up with a golden medicinal hoe. Fire control pill, 3rd tier, made from red poplar roots, flame lotus flowers, and red poria. Its effect is to enhance fire affinity. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang both widened their eyes in surprise. The old man was not discouraged and asked a few more questions, to which Yi Chen answered completely, word for word. The two were left speechless. Tang Liuxiang murmured, a prodigy. A prodigy indeed. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were both shocked. That was equivalent to the advanced theory combining 3 foundational theories. Just the thickness alone was something that ordinary people couldn't handle. Yet, Yi Chen managed to finish reading it in 10 minutes, and he could recite it backwards. Mo Danqing's old face, resembling tree bark, broke into an extremely delighted smile. This was the genius he had always hoped for. No, it was a prodigy. With this child, how could they possibly lose the alchemy competition? Mo Danqing was increasingly convinced that he had struck gold this time. I keep my word, you can choose any of these alchemy furnaces, he said, taking a deep breath and smiling. Tang Liuxiang exclaimed, Teacher, these alchemy furnaces. Mo Danqing waved his hand, it's nothing. Compared to a prodigious student, what is an alchemy furnace? Yi Chen chuckled and walked directly to the alchemy furnaces to start selecting. However, he didn't understand which furnace was better and was dazzled by the options. Host selects an alchemy furnace, activating, basic appraisal, automatically max level. A voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Yi Chen felt everything in front of him become crystal clear. The sturdiness of the furnace, the thickness of the base, the size of the contents, and the maximum heat were all clear as day. He ultimately chose a heavy alchemy furnace. Xuanwu furnace, I didn't expect you to choose this one. The old man frowned. To him, this furnace was too heavy, requiring a lot of time to heat up during each refining process. Yi Chen shook his head. This Xuanwu furnace is very sturdy, with a thick base. If using the vibration method to remove impurities, it can barely withstand 6 vibrations, making it the best among your furnaces. After he said this, both Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were stunned. What? The vibration method to remove impurities? How do you know about this ancient method? And you can tell that this Xuanwu furnace can withstand 6 vibrations? Mo Danqing frowned. Little Yi, the alchemy furnace is extremely important to us alchemists, and I hope you can choose carefully. Tang Liuxiang nodded. I don't know where you heard about the vibration method, but in our alchemy circle, the measure of a furnace has never been how many vibrations it can withstand. Sturdiness, heat, and content are all standards of measurement. Both were very serious. They had already regarded Yi Chen as an important alchemy genius and naturally did not want to see him go down the wrong path. Choosing the wrong furnace could greatly affect an alchemist's performance. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Sigh, here we go again with the show-off. Why don't you just believe me? He said nothing and stepped forward, suddenly raising both hands and gently slapping the outer wall of the Xuanwu furnace. Buzz! A clear sound suddenly rang out. The inside of the furnace trembled, and the impurities that had been clinging to the walls fell away. Mo Danqing's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. What did I just hear? It really was the first vibration of the vibration method to remove impurities. Where did this child learn this? His expression changed, and he was about to speak. However, Yi Chen had already gently slapped down the second vibration, followed by the third and fourth. Tang Liuxian's eyes also widened in shock. In the entire alchemy circle, the vibration method to remove impurities had become an essential skill for advanced alchemists, but even those great alchemists could only manage 3 vibrations. If they forced the furnace further, it would either damage the elixir or cause the furnace to explode. Now, they were witnessing the 4th vibration. But that wasn't enough. Buzz, buzz, 5th vibration, 6th vibration. The buzzing sound was crisp and loud. Mo Danqing felt his old face flush with excitement. My God, what am I witnessing? 6 vibrations. An unprecedented 6 tremors. Even those old geezers from back in the day couldn't produce 6 tremors. They were all just a bunch of noobs who could only manage 3 tremors. Ha ha ha. Tang Liuxiang had a similarly shocked expression. How had she not noticed this kid was so extraordinary before? If she had discovered it earlier, his alchemy skills would probably have reached an incredibly terrifying level by now. Yi Chen cleared his throat. He thought to himself, I haven't shown off enough yet. If old Mo brings out an impressive alchemy furnace, I could easily produce 9 tremors. If I pause for a moment, then consider it a loss for me. Yi Chen, I won't ask you where this ancient method came from, and you shouldn't make a fuss about it either. Mo Danqing's laughter suddenly faded, and his expression turned serious. This method of 6 tremors, I want you to make a stunning debut at the alchemy competition. Yi Chen scratched his head. What alchemy competition? Mo Danqing chuckled lightly, about to speak when suddenly there was a knock at the door of the alchemy room. Come in, he said in a deep voice. Old Mo, I heard you kicked out a 4th-year student and replaced him with that 2nd-year underachiever? Old Mo, you're getting more confused with age. I know that kid's level very well. If you don't believe me, call him in. I bet he can't even refine a pill. A tall figure walked in, immediately launching into a long speech. The expressions of the 3 turned cold. Yi Chen looked particularly displeased. What do you mean by underachiever? Who do you think you are to say you know my level so well? Mo Danqing said lightly, this is Chen Ming, also my student. His words were clearly meant to explain to Yi Chen. Then he turned to Chen Ming and said, Little Chen, this kid is the underachiever you mentioned. Now, you can let him refine pills. Chen Ming was visibly taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he was talking about someone being an underachiever, and now the person was standing right in front of him. Old Mo, but the fact is, how can a 2nd-year underachiever compare to a good student who has studied for 4 years? If we send him to the alchemy competition, our academy is bound to lose. Xian Ming continued to persuade his teacher earnestly, Old Mo, the bright future of the Jing Capital Academy cannot be ruined by this kid. His tone was so sincere that it was the most earnest Yi Chen had ever seen. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. Am I not considered a genius in alchemy? How did I become an absolute underachiever in this guy's mouth? And it really sounds convincing. Let him refine a chi blood pill, and you'll know, Mo Danqing said with a cold smile. Xian Ming shook his head helplessly. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you, but the chi blood pill is too low in grade. Let him refine a fire control pill instead. Mo Danqing frowned. Xian Ming was starting with a 3rd-grade pill. If Yi Chen hadn't just reviewed the high-level theory, he wouldn't even know the formula for the fire control pill, and this was supposed to be not making it difficult? Humph, that director really is becoming more and more arrogant. Sending Qian Ming over this time was clearly to kick out the person he had just brought in. Tang Liuxiang also frowned. Teacher Qian, this isn't right. Yi Chen hasn't refined a fire control pill before, let him use the chi blood pill instead. Qian Ming smiled lightly. Teacher Tang, you're joking. Can a chi blood pill even be used in the alchemy competition? A 3rd-grade pill is already my minimum requirement for him. Tang Liuxiang was furious but had no words to say. Qian Ming was stating the facts. In the alchemy competition, 1st and 2nd-grade pills indeed couldn't be used. 3rd-grade pills were the mainstream. If Yi Chen couldn't skillfully refine a 3rd-grade pill, he might as well not attend the competition. But Yi Chen had just finished reviewing the high-level theory. He had only just memorized the formula for the fire control pill. How could he possibly succeed in refining it in such a short time? Tang Liuxiang frowned and was about to continue speaking. Yi Chen coughed lightly and smiled. Teacher Chen, do you really look down on my alchemy skills? Xian Ming feigned kindness and said, Of course, the teacher doesn't look down on you, but it's obvious that the seniors in the 4th grade have a bit more experience. He certainly couldn't say directly, I just look down on you, you underachiever. The superficial teacher-student relationship still needed to be maintained. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Then if I manage to refine it, what will you say, Teacher Qian? Yes, Shen Ming, what if this kid really can refine the fire control pill? Mo Danqing immediately understood Yi Chen's meaning and added, if we put it more seriously, you, as a teacher, would be quite derelict in your duties. A second-year student who can refine the fire control pill, and yet you question him? What a blow to his self-esteem that must be, and I have great faith in Yi Chen's abilities. The old man coughed lightly and said. Mo Danqing thought to himself, here I am, a dignified 8th-tier alchemist, actually helping to set someone up. It's a bit awkward. But when he thought about how Chen Ming, for money and status, was getting close to someone like the dean, even going so far as to oppose his former teacher, Mo Danqing felt a surge of anger and thought that setting him up was not wrong at all. The old man coughed again. How about this? If Yi Chen doesn't refine the fire control pill, you can take any one of my alchemy furnaces. Chen Ming's breath immediately quickened. Old Mo, are you serious? He couldn't help but ask. Mo Danqing nodded. Of course it's true, but if Yi Chen does refine the fire control pill, shouldn't you also offer something of equal value? Yi Chen blinked. Was old Mo helping him set a trap? Xian Ming clearly didn't realize the trap here. He thought for a moment and, feeling a bit pained, said, Teacher Shui from the Beast Cultivation Department still owes me a 4th-tier cub. If you really can refine it within 10 tries, I'll give you that cub. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. What the heck? A 4th-tier cub? This wasn't just any ordinary cat or dog, but a brand new species that had evolved after the spiritual energy revival. They were collectively known as spirit beasts. A 3rd-tier spirit beast could contend with a 9th-tier martial artist, while a 6th-tier spirit beast could match a peak internal energy expert. Yi Chen had also inquired. A 1st-tier spirit beast cub cost 200,000, and as for the 4th tier, it had nearly skyrocketed to 1 million huabei. Wow, are all you teachers this impressive? Yi Chen originally just wanted to snag something small from Chen Ming, but unexpectedly, he opened with a 4th-tier spirit beast cub. Old Mo really treated him well. Just for your attitude, I'm definitely going for that 4th-tier spirit beast cub. Let's get started. I can't wait to take this 10,000 beasts alchemy furnace. Shen Ming went straight to the largest alchemy furnace, gently stroking the patterns on it, lost in admiration. In his view, the matter was almost beyond comparison. A mere second-year student couldn't possibly refine a 3rd-tier pill. 10 attempts seemed like a lot, but in reality, many alchemists' success rates didn't even reach 1/10. Not to mention a student like Yi Chen, who was still learning. Chen Ming sneered inwardly. It seemed Mo Danqing really was getting old, unable to distinguish between genius and fool. His choice to follow the dean was indeed the right one. Someone as old and muddled as Mo Danqing couldn't lead him to a higher position. Xian Ming seemed to consider himself the master of this alchemy room, leisurely brewing himself a cup of tea and savoring it. Not bad, old Mo. This is the Dahong Pao from Yunzhou, right? I heard the price has soared to 2,000 a pound. You've actually started to enjoy it? He took a sip of tea and chuckled softly. Mo Danqing remained silent, his face cold. How could I have been so blind at the beginning to choose a student who would stop at nothing to climb higher? Chen Ming saw that he had no reaction and laughed heartily. Old Mo, I think you really are getting old and confused. Back then, you had the insight to recognize talent and discovered someone like me, a gifted alchemist, but now you can't even tell the difference between talent and foolishness. It's truly sad. He paused and continued. I know about Yi Chen's grades. He just barely became a 1st-tier warrior not long ago, and his warrior rank is at the very bottom. As for the other 3 main subjects, he's just average. In the end, he's just a mediocre person. Don't even compare him to that 4th-year student. He probably can't even measure up to Tang Shimi from back then. As Qian Ming spoke, he shifted the topic to Tang Liuxiang, his tone becoming even more unrestrained. Tang Liuxiang, furious, laughed instead. Oh? So it seems that senior brother Qian has always thought that Master Mo taking me in was his biggest mistake in life? Xian Ming took another sip of tea. I never said that, but since you brought it up, it does seem correct. A confident smile appeared on his face as he closed his eyes. If he hadn't miscalculated the time, the first batch of fire control pills should be reaching a critical moment now. The dull, explosive sound that had terrified countless alchemists should be about to ring out. Xian Ming had previously thought the sound of an explosion was frightening, but this time, he felt that not only was it impossible, but it was also quite endearing. Because the sound of an explosion meant he could effortlessly obtain a 4th-tier treasure. The Beast Pill Furnace. Perhaps he should thank this little classmate named Yi Chen. Without him, he wouldn't have had the chance to get the pill furnace. Ha! Why hasn't the explosion sound occurred yet? Xian Ming couldn't help but open his eyes. Then he saw 3 people standing in front of him, looking down at him. Mo Danqing's face was unusually cold. Gave up? Xian Ming was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed. There was no need to think, their expressions clearly indicated they had given up on alchemy. Giving up was obviously the best choice. Neither side needed to waste any more time, and he could still obtain a 4th-tier treasure. Teacher Qian, take a look at the quality of my fire control pill. Yichen lightly coughed and slowly opened the furnace lid. Fragrant. The rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Everyone could smell the strong scent of the medicine, and within that aroma, there seemed to be a hint of a hot, burning sensation. Yes, this was the fire control pill, which could enhance the affinity of the physical body to fire. Qian Ming's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? He quickly ran to the pill furnace, picking up the fire control pill with 2 fingers to examine it closely. Its color was as red as blood, and its surface was round and smooth. The first whiff was intoxicating, and the second brought a burning heat. This was a top-quality fire control pill. What's going on? How could a second-year student possibly refine a 3rd-tier pill? This is impossible. Xian Ming trembled as he spoke, his voice stern. Mo Danqing, did you secretly put in a fire control pill? Mo Danqing sneered. Oh? You don't know what a freshly refined pill looks like? Are you trying to back out? Xian Ming's face darkened, and he fell silent. This fire control pill was extremely hot, and there was even moisture on its surface, clearly just refined. Mo Danqing hadn't lied to him. But could a second-year student really refine a 3rd-tier pill? He took a deep breath, coldly glanced at Yi Chen, and directly tossed over a jade token. I keep my word, that 4th-tier cub is yours. After saying that, he turned and left without a moment's pause. As for Yi Chen's alchemy competition spot, he didn't mention it at all. Yi Chen clutched the jade token, nearly laughing out loud. Ah, having a system is great. Just casually tricking people. The more people who can be tricked like this in the future, the better. I didn't expect you could really refine a 3rd-tier pill. After Qian Ming left, Mo Danqing turned around and couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Liuxiang also sighed. I only succeeded in refining my first 3rd-tier pill in my 4th year. I didn't expect Yi Chen to achieve it in his 2nd year. Yi Chen scratched his head. Actually, my goal is to refine a 9th-tier pill. Both of them fell silent. They had intended to continue praising him, but they couldn't respond to that statement. 9th-tier pills are still a realm that no one can touch, little brother. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. He couldn't exactly tell them that he just needed enough money to elevate a beast blood pill to the 9th tier. If he said it, they probably wouldn't believe him. By the way, old Mo, what is the alchemy competition? Yi Chen coughed lightly and asked. Mo Danqing took a deep breath and said, in Huagua, there are 4 prestigious schools. Our Beijing Academy was originally ranked 2nd, but now we've dropped to the last place. Many academies want to compete for this prestigious title, and thus the competition was born. The alchemy competition is part of the competition. Besides that, there are also weapon refining and beast nurturing, and most importantly, the martial arts conference. However, all of this is still too far away for you. Your current task is to elevate your alchemy to a level that no young person can reach. Mo Danqing changed the subject. Yi Chen nodded, not quite understanding. He also felt embarrassed to say that he had already reached a small success in internal energy. Wasn't it a bit excessive to bully a group of people who were still in the body refining stage? Alright, you can go back now. Read this book tonight. Mo Danqing tossed him another book. This book was thicker than 3 advanced theory books combined. Yi Chen's eyes widened when he saw the title, Ancient Methods of Alchemy, and upon looking at the author, it was actually Mo Danqing. Carrying a half-person Hai Xuanwu furnace, Yi Chen huffed and puffed as he walked through the campus, attracting countless astonished gazes from students. Back in his rented room, as night deepened, Yi Chen began to flip through the Ancient Methods of Alchemy. Host reading Ancient Methods of Alchemy, Advanced Alchemy, upgraded to Ancient Method Alchemy, automatically maxed out. Countless profound and archaic knowledge surged into his mind, and with the influx of knowledge, Yi Chen gasped in amazement. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed boundless. Many ancient methods have significant reference value for modern alchemy. Yi Chen's alchemy ability rapidly improved. Meanwhile, at the Beijing Imperial KTV, Shin Linfeng sat in the most luxurious private room, surrounded by people. Opposite him was Lu Quan. Brother Feng, it's my incompetence. I couldn't drive Yi Chen out of the academy. Lu Quan nearly pressed his face to the ground. Shin Linfeng had given him many beast blood pills, yet he couldn't even accomplish such a small task. Lu Quan felt utterly ashamed to face him. Lu Quan closed his eyes, even preparing himself to be loudly scolded and beaten by Shin Linfeng. But Shin Linfeng did not. He stepped forward and helped Lu Quan up. Yi Chen is just a small character, you don't need to apologize to me because of him. Shen Linfeng's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. I don't know what happened with Yi Chen, but he is now already a 9th tier warrior. Lu Quan was almost moved to tears. Shen Linfeng smiled lightly. Teacher Zhang has already told me about this. A mere 9th tier warrior has made you lose all confidence? Shen Linfeng suddenly picked up the iron ball on the table, clenched it in his fist, and squeezed hard, causing iron powder to slowly fall. I am also a 9th tier, and I have the Shen family behind me. I will soon enter the realm of internal energy. Can Yi Chen compare to me? Lu Quan quickly replied, of course not. Brother Feng can definitely pin him to the ground and beat him. And in the 3rd grade, entering the realm of internal strength, even in Hanzhou, that makes one of the top elite. Feng Ge will definitely shine at the martial arts conference. Shen Linfeng laughed heartily. Not just the martial arts conference, my ambitions are quite grand. Alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, martial arts, I want to be the best in all. I will become the most dazzling person in the upcoming competition among the 4 prestigious schools. Only then can I win Tang Xianer's heart. Compared to this, what is Yi Chen, who can only achieve a bit in alchemy? In this world, there are plenty of opportunities. If he, Yi Chen, can become a 9th tier warrior overnight, then I, Shen Linfeng, can certainly do the same. Shen Linfeng burst into laughter. Lu Quan nodded and suddenly said, Feng Ge, I heard that the spirit beast hill behind the academy has been completed. If all goes well, our class will be taken there on Monday to select spirit beast cubs. Yi Chen's performance in beast taming is simply dismal. I am very sure he won't be able to find a suitable cub for himself. When the time comes, you can show up and take out the most impressive spirit beast cub, and slap that guy in the face. Shen Linfeng nodded with interest. You have a good point. Let me think, the highest level should be a 4th tier cub, but the beast taming teacher is an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, so she probably won't give me any face. Lu Quan exclaimed, isn't the Shen family the agent for Spirit Beast Mountain in the capital? They won't even give you face? Shen Linfeng shrugged, there's nothing I can do. My dad is just an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. However, I have the beast taming technique from Spirit Beast Mountain, so taming a 3rd tier cub will be no problem. He smiled. Lu Quan seemed to envision Yi Chen not even getting a 1st tier cub, looking anxious and helpless. Their laughter echoed in the private room, carrying a cold edge. The pleasant Sunday passed quickly, and soon it was Monday, the day of classes. Yi Chen was still in bed when he received a text from the academy. The Spirit Beast Hill has been perfectly completed. Please arrive at the Spirit Beast Hill before 10 a.m. to select Spirit Beast cubs. Yi Chen immediately jumped out of bed. It seemed that reviewing basic weapon forging and basic beast taming last night was indeed very necessary. Otherwise, he would have been completely in the dark during the selection of Spirit Beast cubs. Moreover, Yi Chen was also very much looking forward to his 4th tier cub. What kind of extraordinary spirit beast would it be? Yi Chen casually ate something and headed straight to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, following the crowd, Yi Chen reached the location of the Spirit Beast Hill. The Spirit Beast Hill was built on the back mountain of the academy, occupying a large area. This was also the main venue for the beast taming course. Yi Chen searched around and finally saw the sign for Class 3 of the 2nd year, and hurried over. Standing at the front was a tall, cold-looking female teacher, but Yi Chen did not recognize her. This elegant and cool female teacher had a dog at her feet, which was black in color but had many patches of fur missing, making it look quite ugly. She had a small badge on her chest that read, Beast Taming Teacher, Shuiwei. Your name? Shuiwei asked. Yi Chen. Alright, go in, Shuiwei said. We'll set off once all the students are gathered. Yi Chen nodded. As soon as he appeared, all the students in Class 3 of the 2nd year turned their attention to him. Among those gazes, there was envy, admiration, and also jealousy. For them, Yi Chen defeating Zhang Biao with a single punch and scoring 1,000 points in the test was still fresh in their minds. If it weren't for Dean Yangyan's strict order prohibiting them from spreading this news, it would only take a day for the news of Yi Chen becoming a 9th tier warrior to spread throughout the entire academy. Because this news was just too explosive. No matter who it was, a 2nd year warrior scoring 1,000 points in the assessment would cause a sensation throughout the academy. Yi Chen was even more ruthless. He directly knocked the vice principal down, and after that, Vice Principal Zhang never appeared again. What was even more terrifying was that not long ago, Yi Chen was the perennial bottom of the class, a super underachiever who wasn't even a 1st tier martial artist in his 2nd year. What kind of fortuitous encounter had he experienced to become a 9th tier martial artist in such a short time? Yi Chen touched his nose. Waking up one day to find he had a system, can I be blamed for that? It's this world that favors me too much. There's nothing to be done, that's just how it is for handsome people. Yi Chen cleared his throat lightly, and then he saw Su Qingyan walking over. biting her lip softly as she said, Yi-chen, this weekend is the old director's birthday. Are you going back to see him? He was taken aback. Yes, the old director of the orphanage, the one who even scrimped on his own meals to save money for him to go to school, he should go back to see him. In fact, Yi-chen had wanted to return before, but he had no money and was afraid the old director would be disappointed to see him. But now he was different. Would an alchemist lack money? Alright, let's go visit the orphanage this weekend. Yi-chen nodded, while also planning to bring a few pills that could refine vitality and blood for the old director. At the same time, he keenly sensed the change in Su Qingyan's attitude towards him. She had never expressed a desire to visit the old director with him before. Su Qingyan paused and added, also, once I become a 9th-tier martial artist, I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, she walked away to a spacious area to practice her moves, all of which she had learned from that martial artist Yang Yi. Yi-chen watched her practice her punches and kicks with precision, and suddenly found it a bit amusing. How to put it, watching someone practice the techniques he taught was quite fulfilling. At that moment, a figure approached. It was Lu Quan. Yi-chen immediately showed a delighted smile. This was his lucky star. Last time he had given him a vitality pill for free. What would he give this time? Yi-chen was very curious. Yi-chen, I have to admit, you have greatly exceeded my expectations. I didn't think that someone like you could actually become a 9th-tier martial artist, Lu Quan said, his face devoid of any gloom, instead smiling. But even if you are a 9th-tier martial artist, so what? Each of us, as long as we work hard enough, will eventually become 9th-tier martial artists in our 30s. You've just taken a few steps ahead of us. But crossing from a 9th-tier martial artist to an inner strength martial artist requires more than just effort. Inner strength is the first step to becoming a true powerhouse. As for you, Yi-chen, born with blocked meridians, TSK, how pitiful. I estimate you'll never be able to cultivate inner strength in your lifetime, right? Lu Quan laughed somewhat recklessly. Yi-chen looked at him as if he were a fool. Little brother, I was indeed born with blocked meridians, but the system has already opened them for me. Now I have inner strength, and I've already reached the minor completion stage. Yi-chen found it amusing. Ah, this feeling is so great. The other party's mockery was completely off the mark, it was simply too foolish. Yi-chen pondered for 2 seconds and said, so you've been babbling in front of me just to say this? Lu Quan almost choked on his own words. What do you mean babbling? I'm being sarcastic here, okay? Lu Quan took a deep breath and sneered, Yi-chen, I know you're a 9th-tier martial artist now, and I also know you can skillfully refine beast blood pills, but that doesn't mean you're well-rounded. In weapon forging and beast nurturing, you're still at the bottom. Just watch, today on Spirit Beast Hill, Brother Phone will completely crush you. No, perhaps Brother Phone won't even need to step in, I can crush you myself. Lu Quan sneered and said, also, I suggest you return that blood chi pill to me, otherwise. Yi-chen waved his hand as if swatting a fly. I should thank you for giving me a blood chi pill for free, adding 1,000 kilograms of strength to me. Thanks. If you have such good fortune in the future, remember to look for me. Lu Quan's face darkened even more. Yi-chen, my cousin Lu Wei will come to settle the score with you, just wait. With that, he turned and left. Yi-chen rubbed his chin. This could be considered a small fight leading to a bigger one, right? If Yi-chen remembered correctly, Lu Wei should be the son of Lu Hong, the head of the Songlong martial arts school. Songlong was right across from Wing Chun. He should find a chance to ask Yen Chengqing about that guy's level. Sai, these people, isn't it just a 2nd-tier pill? I can casually refine one into a 3rd-tier pill. Why would I even look at your 2nd-tier pill? These people just place too much importance on money, too snobbish. Why not be like me, when short on cash, just go refine pills? If it weren't for the fact that the higher the grade of the treasure, the more money it costs to turn stone into gold, and the greater the element of luck involved, Yi-chen would even want to directly upgrade a beast blood pill to the 9th tier. Sell one, eat for a year. Alright, everyone is here, follow me, the female teacher said. All the students from Class 2, Year 3 followed her. Ahead appeared a large enclosure, inside which adorable little beasts were frolicking. Outside stood teachers from various grades of the beast cultivation department, chatting and discussing in small groups. Some students who had already arrived began taming the cubs, but many were quite inexperienced as it was their first time taming beasts. A few students who hadn't studied the theory of beast cultivation well were even knocked to the ground by angry cubs, causing a burst of laughter. Yi-chen glanced a few times and was surprised to see students from the 3rd grade. In front is the beast enclosure. You have 1 hour. Your task is to tame a suitable spirit beast cub within that hour, Shui Wei said. An hour is neither long nor short. Taming spirit beasts is a very labor-intensive task, so everyone rushed out to find a suitable spirit beast cub. Why aren't you going? Shui Wei glanced at Yi-chen and said. Yi Chen remains silent. Of course, I can't reveal my trump card so early. Otherwise, they won't be able to keep up the act. A trump card must be used only after all opponents have revealed their cards. Lu Quan beside him sneered instead. Teacher Shui, Yi Chen has always scored 0 in beast cultivation theory. He probably doesn't even know the species of these cubs, huh? After saying that, Lu Quan rushed out, aiming to obtain a second-tier cub today. Do you really not even know the species of the cubs? Shui Wei raised an eyebrow. Yi Chen scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Sorry, Teacher Shui, I have no talent in beast cultivation. Shui Wei frowned. This subject doesn't require talent, you just need to memorize. Never mind, there are many cubs here, I'll teach you on the spot. Yi Chen was surprised. Was Shui Wei going to teach him to identify cubs? Yi Chen's expression was a bit strange. He had just said that casually. In fact, after activating the basic beast cultivation skill, he could distinguish the species of the cubs on Spirit Beast Hill at a glance, even if there was only a single pattern difference. Among all the spirit beasts present, the only one Yi Chen couldn't identify was the ugly little dog that followed closely at Shui Wei's feet. As soon as Shui Wei entered the beast enclosure, many little beasts wobbled over to her, some even making cute sounds. She casually picked up a completely snow-white, fluffy cat beast, which didn't struggle but instead stared at her with wide eyes. Clearly, Shui Wei was very trusted by these little beasts. For example, this one, she is a white ball snow cat, growing up in the snowy mountains. Shui Wei picked up another one, this one, he is a unicorn rock bull, and the most suitable environment for him is the rocky plateau. Shui Wei tirelessly explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded perfunctorily, feeling helpless. Teacher Shui, I was just saying that casually. Actually, I'm a genius at raising beasts, do you believe it? You really don't have to explain everything in detail. Shui Wei furrowed her brows again, as she keenly sensed the indifference in this student's expression, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. I'm trying to help you, and you don't take me seriously? Yi Chen looked towards the highest point of the Spirit Beast Hill, suddenly frowning. Just now, a gust of wind blew by, and he seemed to smell the scent of blood, and he also heard a faint scream. The host smells the scent of blood, basic smell, upgraded to extraordinary smell, automatically maxed out. The host hears the scream, basic hearing, upgraded to extraordinary hearing, automatically maxed out. This voice echoed in his mind, and the bloody scent at Yi Chen's nose suddenly intensified, as if he were in a sea of blood. That scream rang in his ears, nearly deafening him. Woof! The dog at Shui Wei's feet suddenly whimpered softly, burrowing into her arms as if frightened by something. Yi Chen's heart sank. Teacher Shui, the Spirit Beast Hill connects to the Nanping mountain range. Could there be dangerous spirit beasts coming into the Spirit Beast Hill? Thinking of the dog's reaction, Shui Wei's expression suddenly changed. The Spirit Beast Hill is actually part of the Nanping mountain range. It's very likely that. She couldn't finish her sentence. Teacher Shui, I heard a scream. Please call for help. I'll go check the mountaintop first. Without waiting for Shui Wei to respond, Yi Chen dashed towards the mountaintop. Shui Wei exclaimed, how could a student face a ferocious beast? The ferocious beasts roaming in Nanping Mountain are all adult spirit beasts of level 5 or 6, comparable to winner strength martial artists. Shui Wei stomped her foot in anger, quickly leaving the beast enclosure, and told the other teachers. All the teachers turned pale and quickly dialed the phone. There was no choice. None of the teachers in beast raising, alchemy, or weapon forging were inner strength martial artists. You keep the students in check. I'll rush over immediately. The newly appointed martial arts head, Yu Hu, hung up the phone, his face serious as he hurried over. Students, ferocious beasts from Nanping Mountain have invaded the Spirit Beast Hill. Everyone come out quickly. Shui Wei took out a loudspeaker, her anxious voice echoing throughout the Spirit Beast Hill. The students shivered upon hearing this. What the hell, ferocious beasts from Nanping Mountain? Shen Linfeng was also startled by this news. He was still squatting here taming a level 3 cub. Hurry up, hurry up. Phew, finally tamed it. Let's go. Shen Linfeng was relieved that he had the Spirit Beast Mountains techniques, otherwise, it would have been impossible to tame a level 3 cub so quickly. Others weren't as lucky, only 3/4 of them managed to tame their cubs. It had only been half an hour, but the ferocious beasts were too dangerous. If they didn't want to die, they had to leave the Spirit Beast Hill as soon as possible. Lu Quan, however, was beaming with joy, holding a small turtle in his arms, a level 2 cub. Brother Feng is amazing, TSK, directly tamed a level 3 cub. He saw Shen Linfeng and immediately widened his eyes, flattering him. Lu Quan's voice was loud, and compared to the elusive ferocious beasts of Nanping Mountain that they hadn't seen, the term level 3 cub immediately attracted the attention of many. Wow, it really is a level 3 cub. No wonder it's Shen Linfeng. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a flame-tail leopard, right? TSK, this is one of the strongest in level 3. The students' voices rose and fell, filled with surprise and envy. Shin Linfeng feigned humility and smiled. Lu Quan, you're not bad either, being able to tame a second-tier cub. But spirit beasts are just external things. What's more important is the strength of the martial artists themselves. Tisk Tsk, young Master Shin speaks with such depth. Well said. Young Master Shin is right. I estimate that he will likely surpass Wei Yihue and become the most talented student in our academy. The voices of praise from the students rose and fell. Shui Wei frowned. These students completely disregarded the ferocious beasts, and at a time like this, they were still making a fuss over a cub. She couldn't help but think of the boy who had rushed up the mountain without hesitation. Her face flushed. That child looked to be at most a third-tier martial artist, definitely of a lower rank than herself. Yet he fearlessly charged toward the mountain peak. This was what a good student looked like in Shui Wei's heart. Compared to that boy, these students were truly too shallow. She wondered how he was doing and hoped that instructor Shi would arrive soon. Such a good child must not come to harm. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had quickly reached the mountaintop. A girl was lying on the ground, unconscious. Her entire right leg had been almost completely devoured, exposing her stark white bones. A giant wolf crouched beside her, about to eat her other leg. Sensing the presence of a living person, the giant wolf bared its teeth and looked over. Help! Help me! Yi Chen's expression shifted. This girl still had a breath left. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. If he had been any later, she would surely have had her throat bitten through. This giant wolf was not included in Yi Chen's basic beast raising, but he had seen it in the news. A fourth-tier adult spirit beast, Bloodfawn Wolf. If he had to compare, it should be on par with a martial artist who had just entered the inner strength stage. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid of encountering a ferocious beast he couldn't handle. But it wouldn't be long now. After these days of refining his 9 turns breathing technique, he could average over 2,200 portions of inner strength daily. He estimated that in about a day, he would reach the realm of great mastery in inner strength. The breathing technique was strengthening him rapidly. The Bloodfawn Wolf bared its teeth and growled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. Extraordinary sense of smell not only gave him a sense of smell far beyond that of ordinary people but also made him extremely sensitive to various pungent odors. Damn, it almost knocked me out with the stench. I need to finish this quickly. I still have to show off later. I can't let it interfere with my business. Yi Chen took a deep breath and charged forward, swinging his fist. Bang bang bang. His farmer's 3 punches came down, but they were all skillfully dodged by the Bloodfawn Wolf. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, little pup, you're quite agile. It seems I can't deal with you without using something impressive, huh? Yi Chen suddenly changed his punch into a palm strike, simultaneously stepping into the Lingbo Weibu, his figure becoming more graceful and agile than the Bloodfawn Wolf in an instant. 8 trigrams palm. Yi Chen's body shifted, and a palm strike weighing 11,100 kilograms landed precisely on the Bloodfawn Wolf's waist. Ah! The Bloodfawn Wolf let out a mournful howl, its waist visibly caving in. At the same time, below the Spirit Beast Hill, Shi Yuhua rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. How is it? Are there any student casualties? Are there any missing students? Shi Yuhua asked with a grim face. This kind of incident happening right after he took office would be a real slap in the face if not handled properly. Shui Wei replied, a girl named Lu Xiaowan from class 7 of the second year is missing. Many students were taken aback upon hearing this name. Lu Xiaowan, the goddess of class 7, high in looks and academics. The goddess is actually missing? Many immediately thought of going to rescue her, but upon remembering the ferocious beast at the mountaintop, they hesitated. Clearly, their own lives were more important than the goddess's heart. Shui Wei gritted her teeth and said, a boy from class 3, year 2 heard the scream and went straight to the mountaintop to save someone. I couldn't stop him. Shi Yuhu was taken aback and shouted, what's that boy's name? This is ridiculous. The ferocious beasts of Nanting Mountain can rival inner strength warriors. Is a student going to throw his life away? What's that boy's name? Shui Wei replied, Yi Chen, his name is Yi Chen. As soon as she said this, everyone who knew Yi Chen was stunned. Su Qinyan showed a look of shock, while others in class 3, year 2 were either surprised, admiring, or reveling in schadenfreude. Shin Linfeng and Lu Quan were first taken aback, then their faces lit up with wild joy. That guy Yi Chen actually went to throw his life away. It's as if heaven is helping us. A 9th-tier warrior is indeed very strong and has reached the pinnacle among students. But when facing those ferocious beasts that can rival inner strength warriors, a 9th-tier warrior isn't much stronger than an ordinary person. Shi Yuhu's eyes instantly turned red. Not to mention that this child saved his mother, just his talent alone was enough to make him a seed candidate for the future martial arts competition. Shi Yuhu even gave Yi Chen the chi-nourishing jade, hoping he would cultivate inner strength sooner and become an inner strength warrior. But now, this child is being so reckless. Indeed, saving people is commendable, but one must act within their capabilities. You're a 9th-tier warrior. What are you showing off for? If something happens to you, wouldn't my newly born hope be shattered? Shiyuhu glared fiercely at Shui Wei. When we get back, I'll teach you a lesson. Shui Wei lowered her head, her eyes dim. Yes, senior brother. Lu Quan suddenly sneered. Shizongjiao, can you blame teacher Shui for Yi Chen's recklessness in trying to save someone? A person like him, putting himself in danger is one thing, but making others suffer for him, I think it would be better if he just died. Shiyuhu, about to step out, halted. He turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent, coldly staring at Lu Quan. I know you have a grudge against Yi Chen, but personal grudges cannot escalate to life and death. If there's a next time, I will ask the dean to expel you. Shiyuhu's words were chillingly cold. A few years ago, with Shiyuhu's hot-tempered nature, he would have already slammed this guy to the ground. After saying that, he took off at the fastest speed. Lu Quan, who had just been severely warned, felt a chill all over and dared not speak again. At this moment, the student Yi Chen, whom Shizongjiao was desperately hoping would not get into trouble, was staring in shock at the blood fawn wolf in front of him. Just now, when he struck down, the blood fawn wolf actually whimpered, tucked its tail, and knelt down, showing submission to Yi Chen. Yi Chen scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Logically, he should kill this giant wolf since it had injured someone, but it had surrendered after all. Yi Chen felt quite helpless. There was no way around it. That's how powerful people are. Just a casual display of strength, and the ferocious 4th-tier spirit beast, Blood Fawn Wolf, was already lying on the ground in submission. Alright then, you can go back to Nanping Mountain, but you mustn't harm anyone in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen decided to let it go. The Blood Fawn Wolf raised its eyes, as if it understood his words, whimpered a few times, and turned to leave. The host attempts to communicate with the Blood Fawn Wolf, basic language, upgrades to the branch skill, canine language mastery, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen was taken aback. Is this even possible? Dog, I'll come to see you again in the future. Remember, don't harm anyone anymore. He cleared his throat and tentatively called out. The departing Blood Fawn Wolf whimpered a few times. Oh, I understand. The one who hits me hurts a lot. But I didn't injure that person. Yi Chen. What do you mean by the one who hits you hurts a lot? You still dare to hold a grudge? Wait. What do you mean you didn't injure that person? Yi Chen quickly called the Blood Fawn Wolf back and asked a few questions before letting it go. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. When the Blood Fawn Wolf arrived here, Lu Shouwan's right leg had already been gnawed to the bone. This unfortunate dog hadn't even taken a bite yet when Yi Chen rushed up and gave it a good beating. Yi Chen took a few deep sniffs. Sure enough, amidst the smell of blood, there was a distinct feline odor. But the ferocious beast had temporarily left this place. Yi Chen frowned and approached Lu Shouwan, pulling out a beast blood pill to feed her. The beast blood pill could invigorate one's vitality, precisely because it replenished blood. In fact, many wealthy middle-aged men who couldn't cultivate treated the beast blood pill as a health supplement. I've driven the beast away. I'll take you home, Yi Chen said, carefully placing her on his shoulder and slowly descending the mountain. But her leg was basically useless. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. The ancient methods of alchemy passed down from Mo Danqing contained some ancient speculations about reviving the dead and healing the injured. He would take a good look at them when he got home. Perhaps he could find a way to help her. Thank you, Lu Shouwan forced out in a hoarse voice. Yi Chen nodded and was about to head down the mountain when a gust of wind swept by, and Shiyuhu appeared before him. Shiyuhu looked a bit stunned. Where was the ferocious beast from Nanping Mountain? Why was it gone? But when he saw the girl's right leg, which had been nearly gnawed to the bone, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What happened? Did you drive the beast away? Shiyuhu immediately asked. Yi Chen nodded, omitting the part about driving away the Blood Fawn Wolf, only saying that when he arrived, the girl was already lying there, and subtly pointing out the existence of another roaming beast. Shiyuhu frowned and gave Yi Chen a deep look. You take this child down the mountain, I will go find it. I must track down this beast that has harmed someone. After saying that, he took out his phone. Director Yang, there's a roaming beast in Spirit Beast Hill, initially estimated to be around level 5. This creature has injured a student, it must be killed. On the other end of the line, Yang Yan nodded. I'll call all the teachers at the inner strength level to come over immediately. Soon, Yi Chen carried Lu Shouwan back down the mountain. Hey, do you think Yi Chen can still walk down the mountain alive? That's a ferocious beast from Nanping Mountain. I think he's done for. I heard that Yi Chen from class 3 is only a first-level martial artist. He's definitely going to die. Other students from different classes couldn't help but discuss. The students from Class 3 of Year 2 sat with complex expressions, especially Su Qingyan. They all knew Yi Chen was a 9th level martial artist. But even a 9th level martial artist wasn't invincible. Beasts classified as ferocious were all above level 4. Those were beings that only inner strength martial artists could contend with. What was a mere body-refining martial artist trying to prove? Su Qingyan bit her lip, her hands twisted together, her heart in turmoil. Inside, various emotions intertwined. There was admiration for Yi Chen, jealousy, respect, and a hint of regret. No one believed Yi Chen could return alive. Of course, more people were lamenting Lu Xiaowan's tragic fate. In their eyes, Yi Chen was worthless. Hey! Look, it's Yi Chen. He's carrying someone. No way. He actually came back alive. And he saved Goddess Lu. A sharp-eyed person immediately spotted Yi Chen walking down the mountain path. Everyone showed expressions of surprise, including Su Qingyan. Shin Linfeng and Lu Quan, however, looked regretful. Shui Wei rushed out, first patting Yi Chen on the shoulder with an approving smile, then instructing the other teachers to take the girl to the infirmary. When Lu Xiaowan was brought down, many students gathered around to express their concern. But she ignored everyone. Her big eyes were only fixed on Yi Chen outside the crowd. Seeing this scene, Shin Linfeng couldn't help but feel a chill rise in his heart. Lu Xiaowan's looks were on par with Tang Xiener, and her figure was exceptionally stunning, but her family background was slightly lacking. Therefore, Shin Linfeng's first choice was Tang Xiener, and his second choice was her. This kid must have run into some dog's hit luck. If he really encounters a fierce beast, he won't even have bone scraps left, Shin Linfeng said in a low voice. This couldn't be overheard by others, otherwise, it would greatly affect his reputation. Lu Quan sneered, just right, everyone is here, why don't we? Shin Linfeng nodded, stroking the flame-tailed leopard in his arms. Lu Quan took a deep breath and said loudly, Yi Chen, you haven't tamed the cub yet, have you? TSK, it seems your upcoming beast taming test might score 0. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He was worried about why these two hadn't made things difficult for him, and sure enough, they had come knocking. Yi Chen deliberately frowned and remained silent, appearing genuinely troubled about being unable to tame the cub. Shui Wei quickly said, Yi Chen, don't worry, if you can't tame the cub this time, there will be next time. The teacher will give you a good grounding in basic beast taming theory, and you'll catch up soon. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. This beast taming teacher really cared about him. Lu Quan pressed on, Yi Chen, look, even I have tamed a second-tier cub. What about you? Look, there's a group of first-tier little beasts over there, why don't you give it a try? He pointed and laughed heartily. The group of little beasts Lu Quan referred to were all huddled together by the beast pen, and they were all first-tier. By suggesting Yi Chen try to tame a first-tier beast, he was actually belittling him. Many students also noticed the commotion and, eager for entertainment, gathered around. Shui Wei and the other teachers couldn't help but frown. However, the Jingjing Academy had always advocated reasonable competition to enhance students' abilities, and they had no right to interfere in the competition among students. Seeing so many people gather, Yi Chen almost laughed out loud. The more people came, the more embarrassing it would be for these two when they were slapped in the face. Yi Chen wished everyone would know about this. Not only that, but Yi Chen also deliberately furrowed his brows, wearing a look of distress. Lu Quan was even more pleased to see this. Yi Chen, can you do it or not? Yeah, can you do it or not? Many students joined in the mockery. Many were resentful that Yi Chen could get close to Lu Xiaowan, completely forgetting their own earlier hesitation due to the fierce beast. Yi Chen put on an angry expression and said fiercely, what if I can do it? Lu Quan laughed triumphantly. He could see that Yi Chen had completely lost his confidence. If you can do it, this second-tier cub will be yours. He pondered for a moment and sneered. Based on Yi Chen's previous performance, Lu Quan was completely convinced that Yi Chen had no skill in beast taming whatsoever. Yi Chen suddenly laughed. Actually, I have a cub, and it's 4th tier. As soon as he said this, many people were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Lu Quan laughed even harder. Why don't you say you have a 9th tier cub? Yi Chen, you should be realistic and not boast so easily. Yi Chen blinked. What if I really do have a 4th tier cub? What then? Shin Linfeng suddenly stood up. If you can really produce a 4th tier cub, then this flame-tailed leopard of mine will also be yours. Hiss. No wonder he comes from a prestigious family, the stakes are extravagant. Not even looking at a 3rd tier cub. Tisk TSK, this counts as a big gamble, right? A 3rd tier cub is at least 600,000 Hua coins. That's an astronomical figure. Rich people really know how to play, well just watch. The sounds of astonishment rose and fell. Yi Chen blinked, no backing out, okay? Whoever backs out is a little dog. He took out a jade token directly. Teacher Shui, Teacher Qian Ming from the alchemy department owes me a 4th tier cub, so please hand it over to me now. Shui Wei was stunned. The students were also taken aback. Is this for real? Teacher Qian Ming owes you a 4th tier cub? Shui Wei took the jade token, nodded, and glanced at the dog at her feet, hesitating to say, the jade token is correct, but this 4th tier cub is seriously ill, I can't give it to you. This time, it was Yi Chen's turn to be stunned. No wonder he couldn't recognize this dog with his basic beast-raising skills. It turned out to be a 4th tier spirit beast. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and then laughed together. Yi Chen, our bet requires you to produce a 4th tier cub. If Teacher Shui refuses to give it to you, this bet can't take effect. Shui Wei took a deep breath. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I can't give you an unhealthy cub. Yi Chen frowned. He didn't expect this Teacher Shui to be so stubborn, but he wasn't worried at all. So what if it's sick? It's fine if it's sick, I can treat it on the spot. Yi Chen suddenly smiled. Everyone was stunned. What are you talking about? You haven't even finished learning the basic beast-raising theory, and you're talking about treating a 4th tier cub? What's the difference from talking nonsense? Shui Wei said softly. Yi Chen, let's not turn this into a matter of pride. The stubborn illness on this little dog is something even my mentor can't handle. You can't possibly cure it on the spot. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. How would I know if I don't try? Right, little dog? The puppy raised its head and barked a couple of times, its eyes bright. Shui Wei was a bit stunned. Why does it feel like this dog understands what Yi Chen is saying? Teacher Shui, do you have any books on beast raising? Let me take a look. Shui Wei instinctively nodded and handed Yi Chen the book Advanced Beast Raising Theory. Host reads Advanced Beast Raising Theory, Basic Beast Raising, Upgrades to Advanced Beast Raising, Automatically Max Level. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized that this little black dog was called a jewel dog. Based on its shedding fur, red eyes, and cracked paws, it seemed to be suffering from canine foot fissure disease along with Ojeski's virus alopecia. 1 pound of tail grass, soaked in hot water and air-dried. 2 tails of white moth powder, with a purity of over 80%. Also, a raw beef steak. And I need Lu Quan to go get it. Yi Chen said calmly. Lu Quan sneered. Who knows if you're just talking nonsense? You want me to go get medicine? Dream on. Yi Chen smiled slightly. You don't have to go, but our previous bet will be voided on the spot. Shen Linfeng immediately shook his head, and Lu Quan's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Yi Chen, you wait. 20 minutes later, all 3 materials arrived. Teacher Shui, this jewel dog has foot fissure disease and Ojeski's virus alopecia. First, apply the white moth powder to its cracked paws, then feed it tail grass to induce vomiting. Yi Chen picked up a few stones to build a makeshift stove, propped up some forked branches, then took out a lighter to ignite it, placing the steak on top, leisurely grilling the beefsteak. Host attempts to grill steak, activating, basic cooking, automatically max level. Lu Quan sneered, you're really acting like it's serious, let's see how you end up. But Shui Wei's eyes brightened. Yi Chen recognized the jewel dog, which had already exceeded her expectations. Then he not only identified the jewel dog's ailments but also detailed the treatment steps. Even his own mentor couldn't see that it was the A virus causing the hair loss. Shui Wei said softly, what about the small steak? What effect does it have? Are you planning to help the jewel dog regain its strength? Yi Chen patted his stomach. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Everyone else. Lu Quan nearly bit his teeth in frustration. He had even specially gone to the cafeteria to get a piece of small steak. This guy was just messing with him on purpose. Wait a minute, if this jewel dog can't be restored, what will you say then? Shen Linfeng said coldly. Yi Chen scratched his head. Then I'll let you eat this steak? It's a delicacy. Pfft, many people laughed out loud. Shen Linfeng, please be serious. Yi Chen nodded. If it can't be restored, I'll drop out on the spot, how about that? Good. Shen Linfeng sneered. He absolutely did not believe that Yi Chen could come up with a way to treat this jewel dog just by casually flipping through a few pages of advanced beast-raising theory. If that were the case, wouldn't everyone in the academy be a genius? Even Shui Wei's mentor couldn't solve this stubborn ailment. A second-year student like you could never do it. To put it bluntly, you are just putting on a show. Do you think what Yi Chen said is true? Can he really treat the ailments of a 4th-tier cub? Come on, what does he count as? I heard that Teacher Shui's mentor is a top beast-raising expert in the country, the chief elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, and he couldn't solve this problem. How could Yi Chen possibly do it? Yeah, I also think this guy is just putting on a show, struggling in vain. But he looks so confident. Let's see how this jewel dog performs before we speak. I feel like something's off. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shui Wei meticulously treated the jewel dog's ailment according to Yi Chen's instructions. She could clearly feel the little guy's vitality growing stronger. At first, it was sickly, but after applying the white fly powder, it actually barked twice. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan's expressions gradually stiffened. No way. Then Shui Wei used the tail word to induce vomiting in the jewel dog. After it vomited, the jewel dog immediately became lively and energetic. Woof woof. It flapped its ears and excitedly howled. Now it was no longer the sickly creature from before, it was a lively and vigorous dog. Seeing the jewel dog frolicking, Shui Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Then she sincerely bowed to Yi Chen. Thank you, Yi Chen. The jewel dog has recovered. Now it belongs to you, Shui Wei said, holding the jewel dog to her chest, reluctantly handing it to Yi Chen. Woof woof. The jewel dog called out a few times like it was being spoiled, nudging towards Shui Wei. Shui Wei's face turned red, and she quickly shoved it into Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and said softly, I didn't expect you to be such a little flirt. The jewel dog shook its ears and turned its head to bark, clearly longing for Shui Wei's warm embrace. Yi Chen said lightly, so, what do you two think? Shouldn't you admit defeat? Everyone present could see it clearly. Yi Chen had solved a problem that even Shui Wei's mentor couldn't handle, restoring a sick jewel dog to health in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this was a genuine fourth-tier cub. Shen Linfeng lost without any dignity. He took a deep breath, threw down the flame-tailed leopard, and left with a cold expression. The flame-tailed leopard whimpered as it crawled towards its owner's receding figure. Lu Quan trembled. He was not like the wealthy young masters such as Shen Linfeng. A second-tier cub was already an excellent achievement for him. Not to mention, even if he was too lazy to raise it, selling it would still bring in 200,000 huabi, which, of course, the academy absolutely did not encourage. In the end, Lu Quan still placed the little turtle on the ground. Yi Chen, just you wait. Everything that has happened now, I will repay 1,000-fold. This day will not be far off. Lu Quan gritted his teeth. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll be waiting. Make sure to call me for such good things next time. Lu Quan, who was walking away, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Teacher Shui, I can't raise so many cubs by myself. Let's return the two of them to the Spirit Beast Hill. Yi Chen directly handed over the abandoned cubs to Shui Wei. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Shui Wei nodded in surprise. These two cubs were worth 500,000 Hua coins combined? He actually didn't care about them? She became increasingly curious about Yi Chen. What kind of person was he? Dean Yang, along with several internal strength martial artists, entered the Spirit Beast Hill, unsure if they could find that fifth-tier ferocious beast. Yi Chen was also curious, if he killed that ferocious beast, would he unlock some new skills? However, before that, he needed to refine a pill to restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg. Restoring flesh and blood was not a simple task. Yi Chen had to choose the best time for treatment. If it was too early, the nerves on the surface of the bones would die. If it was too late, the nerves around the wound would also die. He ran directly to Mo Danju, and in the latter's shocked gaze, he spoke, Old Mo, I want to refine a pill that has never been made before. After learning of Yi Chen's thoughts, Mo Danqing looked at him as if he were a fool. Inside Mo Danju, an old voice tinged with sarcasm echoed. Old Mo, is this your new student? Isn't he a bit unrealistic? Yi Chen looked in the direction of the voice and found two people sitting on the sofa used for guests. One was a tall, vigorous old man. Beside him sat a 15 or 16-year-old boy, sitting upright with a serious expression. Mo Danqing helplessly introduced, Yi Chen, this is my old friend Tang Shuishan, and this is his grandson Tang Danqin. I say, Old Mo, your student doesn't seem impressive to me. He's a bit reckless, his thoughts may be wild, but they're too unrealistic, unlike my grandson. Come on, Danqin, let this young man hear about your honors. Tang Shuishan took a sip of De Hong Pao and smiled. Tang Danqin stood up and said earnestly, I started identifying herbs at 3 years old, and by 4, I had already finished the basic theory of alchemy. At 5, I refined my first beast blood pill. At 6, I participated in the Hanjiang Children's Alchemy Competition and won first place. At 8, I mastered high-level alchemy theory. That same year, I participated in the Hanjiang Youth Alchemy Competition as the youngest contestant and won first place. At 11, I participated in the Hanzhou Youth Alchemy Competition and won the gold medal. At 14, I participated in the Huang Lao Cup Alchemy Competition and won the gold medal. A string of honors poured out of Tang Danqin's mouth without pause. Mo Danqing felt a headache coming on, while Tang Shuishan grew more and more excited. Yi Chen, however, furrowed his brows deeply. So this Tang Shuishan came here just to show off his grandson to Mo Danqing? Have you old folks become this bored? I'm in a hurry to save someone, could you please be quiet? What do you think? This little classmate of mine, my Danshin is quite impressive. Compared to him, you're just a few years older, Tang Shuashan said with a proud smile. Old Mo, in the past, we often compared our sons, our students, and even our wives' cooking skills. But I lost to you every time, but now, it's different. My Danshin is a genius in alchemy, he is definitely better than your student. I didn't come here just to slap your face. I heard that your ancient alchemy method is finished, and I wanted to show it to my grandson. What do you think? Tang Shuashan rubbed his palms together and stated his purpose. Anyway, your student isn't that great, it would be better to let my grandson see it. Yi Chen replied coldly, enough, shut up. I still need to refine pills to save people. Tang Shuashan was taken aback. He was also a master alchemist in Hanjing City, just like Mo Danqing, and had never been confronted like this before. He immediately became angry. Mo Danqing, how can your student speak to his elder like this? Save people? What can a second-year student like you do to save anyone? Mo Danqing frowned and gently reprimanded, Yi Chen, old Tang just likes to show off in front of me, don't take him seriously. He then turned to Tang Shuashan and said, however, I've already given the ancient alchemy methods to Yi Chen. I can't hand them over to your grandson until he finishes reading them. Tang Shuashan became anxious. No way. The first few chapters of the ancient alchemy methods are our joint achievements. How can you give them to someone else without my consent? No, keeping the ancient alchemy methods with your student is a waste. They must be given to my grandson. Tang Shuashan shouted angrily. Yi Chen frowned and sighed inwardly. He had come here today just to refine a pill to help Lu Xiaowan, but unexpectedly encountered this stubborn old man. Not only was he aggressive, but he also wanted to take away the ancient alchemy methods. He was forcing Yi Chen to take action. Just watch. I'll ask him a few questions, and he definitely won't be able to answer any of them. Tang Shuashan said coldly. Mo Danqing's expression stiffened. He had just given the ancient alchemy methods to Yi Chen the day before, and such a thick book could not possibly be finished in just a few days. If Tang Shuashan really asked, Yi Chen would most likely know nothing. Yi Chen snorted coldly, no need to ask, I'll recite the ancient alchemy methods to you right now. Without waiting for the two to respond, he opened his mouth and began to recite. Preface, alchemy began in ancient times with the divine farmer, flourished in the mid-warring states period, and peaked during the Qin and Han dynasties. Chapter 1, Taoist alchemy involves refining metals and minerals into elixirs. There was an ancient sect known as the Dan Ding school, which primarily focused on alchemy for longevity and seeking immortality. This is the path to the heavens, directly pointing to the realm of terrestrial immortals. 17 minutes later, Yi Chen recited the ancient alchemy methods, which were 10 centimeters thick, without missing a word. Hiss! The two old men gasped in shock. Tang Shuashan's eyes went blank. He had written the preface and knew it better than anyone. Mo Danqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His student was exceeding his expectations. It seemed that no matter what book he read, he could memorize everything and comprehend it in a very short time. Even if he can recite it fluently, that's not a skill. The most important thing is comprehension. Let me test him. Tang Shuashan snatched the ancient alchemy methods, which were thicker than 2 bricks. Yi Chen sneered, of course, testing me is no problem, but you've wasted my time, so I want to add a condition. If I answer your questions correctly, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Tang Shuashan smiled confidently, alright. He casually flipped to a page, his eyes darting. When and where did Qiu Chuji write the alchemical masterpiece De Dan Jiji? Yi Chen replied coldly, the ancient alchemy methods don't record the time and place at all, you're trying to trick me. But I can say something else. De Dan Jiji is also known as Qiu Zu's secret transmission of De Dan Jiji, divided into the external Dan volume and the internal Dan volume, but the latter has been lost. The external Dan volume explains. Yi Chen began to speak, flowing smoothly. Mo Danqing and Tang Shuashan both stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The young Tang Danqing beside them also widened his eyes, his small face gradually showing admiration. He had long heard his grandfather say that the ancient alchemy methods were a masterpiece of contemporary ancient methods, obscure and profound, and that anyone who could finish reading them was very impressive. But the older brother in front of him was not only extremely skilled but had also integrated much of the knowledge. I was indeed showing off in front of the experts. No wonder he just now looked down on my honor. Alright, I give in. Tang Shuashan pinched his nose to stop, his face full of resentment. Just tell me your conditions. I'm willing to bet and accept defeat. You only accept it verbally, not in your heart, Yi Chen said, then directly walked to the beast pill furnace. My request is simple, I want to refine pills now, and you will be my assistant. Tang Shuashan was stunned for a moment, nearly exploding with rage. How could I, a renowned alchemist in Hanzhou, be reduced to being your assistant? If this gets out, won't I lose all my face? Yi Chen sneered. Oh? So the renowned alchemist of Hanjing City is such a dishonest person, I'll remember that. Tang Xueshan cursed inwardly. Fine. I want to see what you can refine. Sandworm, 2 tails. Bear gull, 3 tails. Sparrow catching grass, 4 tails. Yi Chen was already spouting out the names of materials one after another. Tang Xueshan, with a face full of frustration, ground and fetched the herbs. Alright, I'll help too. Mo Danqing couldn't help but smile and came over to assist. Yi Chen nodded. It was time to start refining the pills, no more delays. Tang Danqing, the little friend, sat on the sofa shivering, because he saw that the 2 highly respected old men in the alchemy world, except for the first few minutes, were excited from start to finish. His own grandfather, who was initially more proud than anyone, later became more excited than anyone. What? Sandworm and bear gall can actually be paired like this? This is the 5 shocks method for removing impurities? Is this referencing the formula for the flesh regeneration pill? What an imaginative idea. Wow, you actually added flame lotus? Are you planning to use high temperatures to activate flesh and accelerate its growth? The 2 elderly men, over 60, were like children, their faces flushed as they shouted and cheered. Finally, Yi Chen took a deep breath and opened the furnace lid. A strange fragrance instantly burst out of the pill furnace, lingering at everyone's nostrils. This pill fragrance was peculiar, making one feel as if the muscles in their limbs were stirring restlessly. It worked! The 2 old men stared at the blood-red pill, their faces filled with excitement. Yi Chen, this is your self-created pill, you have the right to name it, Mo Danqing said, suppressing his excitement seriously. Yi Chen nodded. From now on, it shall be called Vitality Pill. Great! If this formula can be published, you, my student, could even rank among the top alchemists. Tang Xueshan couldn't help but say. Mo Danqing chuckled. Now you know to praise? Where were you just now? Tang Xueshan cleared his throat. I tend to speak bluntly, little Yi, don't take it to heart. Danqing, come over and greet brother Yi Chen, you should learn from him more in the future. Tang Danqing hurried over and bowed respectfully to Yi Chen. Mo Danqing laughed heartily, the faint resentment in his heart washed away completely. Alright, gentlemen, I still need to take this pill to save someone, so I'll take my leave, Yi Chen said, greeting them as he hurried away. Tang Xueshan gazed at Yi Chen's back and suddenly sighed. Old Mo, sometimes I really envy you, I didn't expect you to take in such a talented alchemist. Mo Danqing chuckled. Alright, we should be going too, the next time we meet will be at the alchemy competition. Tang Xueshan instructed Tang Danqing to bring the ancient alchemy methods, but I won't hold back. However, I delayed him from saving someone, that's my fault. I need to apologize, Tang Xueshan said seriously. Mo Danqing nodded earnestly, watching the 2 leave. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. His student was just too outstanding. When the formula for the vitality pill is published later, he must carefully consider the wording. It must be made clear that Yi Chen contributed, but he shouldn't be immediately regarded as the main contributor to the life restoration pill. Otherwise, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Yi Chen. Sigh. I didn't expect that at my age, I still have to seriously write papers. On the other side, Yi Chen rushed to the infirmary. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback. Outside the infirmary, luxury cars were parked everywhere, and as he walked into the corridor, he saw imposing figures of black-clad men standing on both sides, looking fierce and intimidating. Inside the innermost room, Yi Chen's extraordinary hearing could still catch the angry scolding of an old man, but he couldn't see clearly the person standing beside him who was being reprimanded. The shadows obscured his view. The host attempts to see through the crowd. Basic vision upgrades to extraordinary vision, automatically maxed out. His vision immediately cleared, revealing Dean Yangyan. Upon seeing Yi Chen approach, a leading man barked, "Stop! What do you want?" Yi Chen replied solemnly, "I came to deliver medicine to Lu Shaoan. I can help her legs recover." The man was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing it was related to the young lady, he dared not stop him and directly brought him before the 2. "Yi Chen, what are you doing here?" Yang Yan asked in astonishment. He had already learned from Shiyu Hu about Yi Chen's talent, but he didn't find it strange. After the revival of spiritual energy, there were encounters happening every day. However, seeing Yi Chen manage to control himself and still work hard at his studies was what truly pleased him, and he regarded Yi Chen as a hope for the upcoming martial arts conference. Who is this person? An old man in red, with a pipe in his mouth, frowned. Before Yang Yan could speak, Yi Chen directly said, "I refined a pill that can stimulate the growth of flesh and blood in Lu Shaowan's legs." The old man snorted coldly, unleashing his oppressive aura like a storm. "I'm talking to Yang Yan. What are you butting in for?" The host is subjected to the pressure of a master of internal energy. Pressure resistance upgrades to indestructible body, automatically maxed out. Indestructible body, ignores any pressure from the master of internal energy realm, and any internal energy pressure will accelerate the host's internal energy growth. The violent pressure surged forth, causing even Yang Yan to grunt and take a few steps back, but Yi Chen remained unfazed, standing his ground. "Oh, this is interesting," the old man sneered, preparing to increase the pressure further. Yi Chen interrupted him without hesitation. "Old Lu, you wouldn't want your granddaughter to have only one leg for the rest of her life, would you?" He guessed at a glance that this irritable old man was Lu Xiaowan's grandfather, Lu Yunshan. Lu Yunshan impatiently said, "Even the best doctors in my group can't treat her. What are you?" Yang Yan couldn't help but interject, "Old Lu, it was Yi Chen who saved your granddaughter." Only then did Lu Yunshan's expression soften. Yang Yan added quietly, "Old Lu, Yi Chen is also a student of Old Mo." Lu Yunshan's expression showed a hint of surprise. "Old Mo? Although I have deep grievances with him, I still recognize his alchemy skills. You're his student and saved Xiaowan's life." Lu Yunshan sighed, "You can go in and try. If you really succeed, I'll be willing to do anything you ask. But if you can't succeed..." Lu Yunshan's expression suddenly turned fierce. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving me?" Yi Chen met his gaze fearlessly. "Do you know the consequences of missing the best treatment time?" If this irritable old man continued to waste time, Lu Xiaowan would miss her best chance for treatment. Without waiting for a response, Yi Chen pushed the door open and entered. "You!" Seeing Yi Chen push the door open, Lu Yunshan exploded with rage. "Old Lu, don't worry," Yang Yan coughed lightly. It was a bit embarrassing that his cautious demeanor had been seen by his student. "Humph, if this kid were in my group, I would definitely throw him into the beast cave on Nanping Mountain for a day and a night. How dare he defy me?" Lu Yunshan was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. Yi Chen pushed the door open, and inside were two people, one old and one young. On the hospital bed, Lu Xiaowan was weak as a thread, her leg pain keeping her in a state between consciousness and unconsciousness. "What kind of stray cat or dog is running in here?" The middle-aged man, Zhang Jishir, frowned and said coldly. Yi Chen straightforwardly took out a pill. "I have refined a pill that can stimulate flesh and blood growth. While the best treatment time hasn't passed, hurry and feed it to her. Otherwise, she will never regain her leg." Zhang Jishir's brows furrowed deeply, clearly displeased with Yi Chen's words. The young man beside him laughed exaggeratedly. "A pill that stimulates flesh and blood growth? TSK, do you think you're a god? There's no such miraculous pill in today's alchemy world. Brother, hurry back to the mental hospital, don't come out and harm others." Zhang Jishir took a deep breath, his brows still tightly knitted. "This classmate, I am doing my utmost to save Miss Lu's leg. At such a critical moment, could you please step outside? If you keep spouting nonsense and delay Miss Lu, I will definitely report you to Director Yang and ensure you receive the harshest punishment. I, Zhang Jishir, always keep my word." Zhang Jishir's gaze was exceptionally cold. He was a great doctor, proficient in both alchemy and medicine, having mastered both. In the entire capital city, he believed the only person who could surpass him in alchemy was Mo Danqing. As for medicine, he was the best. Zhang Jishir was very confident in himself, but he could only barely preserve the part of Lu Xiaowan above her knee. This kid who barged in actually claimed to have refined a pill that could restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg. It should be known that a pill that stimulates flesh and blood growth simply does not exist in today's alchemy world. What else could this be but nonsense? If this were in the Lu group, Zhang Jishir would have long since had someone throw Yi Chen out. Yi Chen frowned repeatedly, wondering why he had encountered another blindly confident old stick. "Xiao Lu, throw him out," Zhang Jishir said without courtesy. The young man sneered and rolled up his sleeves, ready to grab Yi Chen's shoulder. Xiao Lu was very confident. He followed Zhang Jishir closely, often able to consume pills, and had thus reached the peak of the body-refining realm, a 9th-tier warrior. Students at the Capital Academy generally only reached the 4th or 5th tier. The student before him looked even younger, at most a 3rd-tier warrior. Throwing him out would be effortless. Then he realized he was wrong, completely mistaken. What he grasped felt like a hill made of steel, utterly immovable. "Step aside." Yi Chen's expression also turned cold as he directly pushed him away. Then he quickly walked to Zhang Jishir's side and unceremoniously pulled him away as well. Zhang Jishir pointed at Yi Chen in disbelief. "You." On the hospital bed, the weak Lu Xiaowan said intermittently, "Mr. Zhang. It was him who saved me on the mountain." Zhang Jishir's expression softened slightly. "But even if he saved you on Spirit Beast Hill, it doesn't mean he can act recklessly. What does a student know? Stop it. Stop it right now. What kind of pill is it that you just fed to Xiaowan? If something goes wrong, who will be responsible, you or me?" Yi Chen turned back and smiled lightly. What if this pill really can stimulate flesh and blood growth? Zhang Jishur adjusted his glasses, laughing in anger. If this pill really can stimulate flesh and blood growth, I, Zhang Jishur, will acknowledge you as my teacher on the spot. Yi Chen replied calmly, alright, then wait for your chance to call me teacher. He had already fed her the vitality pill, and next he took out many beast blood pills and fed those as well. The vitality pill could only stimulate the flesh to grow faster, but wound healing and the regeneration of flesh required a large amount of nutrients. The beast blood pill provided those nutrients. Alright, just sit back and watch. Yi Chen let out a breath and lay down on the sofa in the medical room. The host has saved someone with medical skills for the first time, unlocking the branch skill, Miraculous Revival Technique, from Basic Alchemy, automatically reaching max level. Miraculous Revival Technique, ordinary ailments can be easily dispelled, while difficult conditions can be alleviated significantly. Is that it? Zhang Jishur looked at Yi Chen, who appeared relaxed, with wide eyes. Yi Chen shrugged, take a look. Zhang Jishur turned to see and was immediately shocked. The flesh on Lu Xiaowan's right leg was visibly growing at an astonishing speed. First the thigh, then slowly reaching the knee, and finally the calf, with every toe being covered. The skin was pink, resembling that of a newborn baby. Zhang Jishur was stunned, and the nameless ordinary youth, Xiao Lu, was also astonished. Incredible! Amazing! Zhang Jishur forcibly suppressed the urge to push aside Lu Xiaowan's thigh to take a closer look, redirecting his astonished gaze to Yi Chen. Who is this kid? How can he produce pills that stimulate flesh growth? Damn it! Where is that little brat? I must crush him. At that moment, the door to the medical room was suddenly kicked open by Lu Yunshan. This irritable old man stormed in, cursing as he walked. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. You're just a student. What kind of pills can you refine to stimulate flesh growth? Even if you saved Xiaowan, that doesn't matter. You must be doing this on purpose. Tell me, which faction sent you? Lu Yunshan blared without reservation. The violent pressure of his internal energy erupted, causing papers to fly around the entire medical room, and bottles and jars shattered on the floor. Yi Chen, however, remained still, casually sipping tea with his legs crossed. The tea didn't taste good, not even comparable to the Da Hong Pao from Mo Danju. He curled his lips, completely ignoring Lu Yunshan's internal energy pressure. But the others were different. Zhang Jishur was okay, his face just turned pale, but Xiaolu directly went weak in the knees and knelt down. Damn it, you still don't take me seriously. I'll chop you. Seeing Yi Chen like this, Lu Yunshan was even more furious and swung a punch at him. Yi Chen appeared unflustered, but inside he was almost laughing out loud. Yes, hit me. If you don't hit me, how can I level up my skills? Hurry up and hit me. Yi Chen's golden bell shield could now ignore the ordinary attacks of internal energy warriors, and the only way to level up the skill was to let an internal energy master strike him. Coincidentally, Lu Yunshan was an internal energy master. Come on, old Lu, if you're too scared to hit me, you don't deserve to be Lu Xiaowan's grandfather. Yi Chen smiled maliciously. His smile made Lu Yunshan grit his teeth in anger. Lu Yunshan threw a punch, internal energy like a dragon. Grandpa! A soft and weak voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yunshan's fist still landed on Yi Chen, but it was so soft that it was ineffective, naturally unable to level up the skill. Yi Chen looked at the irritable old man with a helpless expression. The irritable old man had already rushed to Lu Xiaowan's bedside, completely forgetting about everything else. Yang Yan also rushed in, and upon seeing that Yi Chen was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw Lu Xiaowan's right leg, which had already recovered from stark white bones to its original even and fair appearance, even this usually composed dean of the Inheritance Academy couldn't help but gasp in shock. Mr. Zhang is indeed a great talent. Yang Yan's first reaction was that Zhang Jishur had succeeded. He successfully combined alchemy and medicine, restoring Lu Xiaowan's right leg in a short time. Yang Yan did not believe it was Yi Chen's doing. He completely thought that a second-year student could not achieve what even great doctors could not. Lu Yunshan also exclaimed excitedly, quickly shaking Zhang Jishur's hand with a face full of enthusiasm, "Old Zhang, you really are amazing. No need to say anything else, when we get back, your cultivation resources will double." Zhang Jishur, feeling helpless, said, "Old Lu, doubling the cultivation resources is indeed very tempting, but no merit, no reward. I can't accept this reward." "Oh, why are you being so polite with me? Who else could do it besides you? You just know how to be modest." Lu Yunshan laughed. Zhang Jishur, feeling quite helpless, said, "Old Lu, it really wasn't me who healed her, it was him." He was pointing at Yi Chen, who was leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed. In the small infirmary, everyone was momentarily stunned. After several seconds, Yang Yan cautiously asked, "Mr. Zhang, You're not joking, are you? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. What kind of person was Zhang Jishir? Why would he joke? If it was his achievement, he would never decline. If it wasn't, he wouldn't take a single cent. Since Zhang Jishir said it was Yi Chen's doing, then it was indeed Yi Chen's doing. Lu Yunshan turned around and carefully looked Yi Chen up and down. Zhang Jishir knew they had doubts in their hearts and continued, this little classmate fed Xiaowan a pill that can stimulate the growth of flesh and blood, supplemented with a large amount of beast blood pills, which is how she was able to fully recover her right leg in such a short time. But I practice both medicine and alchemy, and I've never heard of a pill that can stimulate the growth of flesh and blood. I wonder how this little classmate obtained it. Kid, do you have more of this pill? I'm willing to buy them all at 500,000 each. Zhang Jishir looked at Yi Chen seriously. Yang Yan was taken aback for a moment. Yi Chen is a student of Old Mo. Perhaps this pill was concocted by Old Mo. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Mo Danqing held absolute authority in the alchemy world of the capital. If he was the one who concocted this pill, then everything that followed would not be surprising at all. I see, then I need to go find Old Mo to buy this pill. Zhang Jishir nodded as well. Clearly, no one believed that Yi Chen, a second-year student, could concoct such an unprecedented pill. Yi Chen smiled faintly. After all, it was about saving a person, and it didn't matter who concocted the pill. Moreover, although this vitality pill was novel, at most it was a fourth-tier pill, which Yi Chen did not take seriously. At that moment, a hearty voice with a hint of apology suddenly rang out from outside the infirmary. Old Lu, I didn't expect the person to be saved was Xiaowan. This is all my fault. I was careless at Old Mo's place and delayed Xiaoyi, almost missing the best time for treatment. Old Tang, what brings you here? Lu Yunshan was taken aback for a moment, then showed a look of reunion with an old friend, and the two embraced warmly. Old Tang, what you just said, what does it mean? Lu Yunshan asked hesitantly. Tang Shuashan smiled apologetically and recounted everything that happened at Mo Dan's place without any concealment. It's my fault for being too reckless. At that time, I thought Xiaoyu was just bragging. I didn't expect he really wanted to save someone, and it was your granddaughter, Old Lu. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a major mistake, Tang Shuashan said with a sigh at the end. In the infirmary, only his voice remained, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the young man. This pill was indeed concocted by him. Zhang Jishir's gaze towards Yi Chen suddenly became incredulous. I underestimated this young man from the very beginning. Tang Shuashan's face turned red with shame. You might not believe it, but I brought my grandson to the capital this time to show off in front of Old Mo. I originally thought Old Mo didn't have any students with good qualifications, so I was sure of victory this time. But I really didn't expect that Old Mo actually has a student like Yi Chen, who is extraordinarily talented, almost a prodigy. He actually combined the ancient alchemy methods written by Old Mo with the idea of bringing the dead back to life, along with his own imaginative techniques, to create a pill that can generate flesh and blood. The Vitality Pill. Tang Shuashan shook his head. I'm almost 70 years old, but this is the first time I've seen a child so young create a pill formula on their own. He had one more thing to say, even he himself had not been able to create a pill formula yet. After Tang Shuashan finished speaking, the entire medical room fell into silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Chen, who was still sipping tea. Lu Xiaowan tilted her head, studying him, her face once again flushed. Twice in despair, it was Yi Chen who pulled her back from the abyss. On the peak of Ling Beast Hill, in a moment of life and death, he saved her. Now, facing the despair of having her right leg amputated, it was he who restored her leg. Tang Shuashan was someone she recognized, a big shot in the alchemy world of Hanjing City, almost on par with Mo Dancheng. Even such a person praised Yi Chen highly. Lu Xiaowan suddenly felt that this young man had an extraordinary attraction to her. At that moment, Zhang Jishir suddenly clasped his hands into fists and deeply bowed to Yi Chen. Old Zhang misjudged you, I must fulfill my promise. Master Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seemed that Zhang Jishir was indeed a person of true character, actually keeping his verbal promise to call him master. At this moment, Lu Yunshan let out a long sigh and approached Yi Chen. Young friend Yi Chen, I wronged you earlier, you are my granddaughter's benefactor. My Lu group owes you a favor. As long as you speak, old Lu will definitely make it happen. Yan Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. Lu Yunshan was a big shot in the upper echelons of the capital, with business interests spanning most of Hangzhou. For such a person to owe Yi Chen a favor meant that he could walk with confidence in the capital in the future. Yi Chen waved his hand. I just didn't want to see Xiaowan suffer from the pain of her right leg. There's no need for you to do this, old Lu. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he strode out. The host's words have made Lu Shaoan develop a good impression, activating, basic flirting, automatically maxed out. Ha! It can work like this? Old Imo really has a good student. I wish I had such a student too, Zhang Jishir sighed. Xiao Lu pouted but didn't dare to speak. With a student like Yi Chun who has such alchemical talent, the competition among the 4 prestigious schools in the future shouldn't be a difficult task, Lu Yunshan suddenly said, addressing Yang Yan. From the current state of the capital academy, it seemed that there was almost no hope for the title of prestigious school. Yi Chen's sudden rise, however, brought a glimmer of hope. Yang Yan smiled knowingly. If one were to exaggerate a bit, Yi Chen was indeed a lucky star. Before long, it was the weekend, and Yi Chen took the bus alone to the welfare home in the southern district of the city. Today, he had arranged to meet Su Qingyan to visit the old director of the welfare home. Besides that, Yi Chen had another purpose. If he guessed correctly, there should be a spiritual vein hidden beneath the welfare home. Because although the welfare home was very poor, the staff and children here hardly ever got sick. This was the power of spiritual energy, silently nourishing the body, free from ailments. If he cultivated on the spiritual vein, Yi Chen's accumulation of internal energy would greatly accelerate. But Yi Chen did not intend to take the spiritual vein. It belonged to the welfare home, and it could protect the children of the welfare home to grow up healthily. What he valued was the treasure deep within the spiritual vein. Previously, Shi Yuhu had given him the nurturing jade, which could only form deep within a small spiritual vein. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Is this Mr. Yang Yi? This is Yen Chengqing, a deep and serious male voice said. Yi Chen almost blurted out, I'm Yi Chen, you have the wrong person. Damn, it had been so long since he had changed his appearance that he almost forgot the name Yang Yi. He switched his tone, it's me. What can I do for you, Director Yen? Regarding the upcoming martial arts competition in the capital, Yen Chengqing said, please tell me the address, and Xiao Hong and I will come to find you. Yi Chen nodded, I will be at the welfare home in the South City district soon, let's meet there. Okay. On the other end, at the welfare home in the South City district, Su Qingyan had arrived early. She had always been someone who valued gratitude, and whenever she had time, she would come back to help clean the welfare home. But this time, as soon as she returned, she sensed a gloomy atmosphere in the welfare home. Aunt Zhao, what happened? Where's the old director? Su Qingyan asked someone. It's all Chen Guanping's doing. He wants to sell the land of the welfare home, and old Zhao was so angry he collapsed, and he's still in the hospital, Aunt Zhao said with a look of sorrow. He even told us to hurry up and leave, so we wouldn't delay his making money. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan's anger flared. She knew that Chen Guanping. It was said that he had grown up in the welfare home and later returned as the vice director. But this person was inherently mean and snobbish. He had never regarded them as human beings, and now he was actually eyeing the land of the welfare home. Moreover, she had heard Director Yang mention that deep underground in the welfare home, there might be a spiritual vein, which was very precious and could protect the children from all diseases. She immediately realized that Chen Guanping was definitely after this spiritual vein. Where's Chen Guanping? I want to confront him, Su Qingyan said angrily. Aunt Zhao sighed, if I'm not mistaken, Chen Guanping has probably brought a group of thugs to drive us out. The elderly and the children are all going to be kicked out. What he wants is money. Qingyan, you should go back. Those thugs call themselves the Black Clothes Sect, and each of them is a 5th or 6th tier martial artist. You can't fight them. Among the children from the welfare home, you're the most promising. Don't suffer such physical pain for us. Aunt Zhao patted Su Qingyan's shoulder, earnestly advising her. Su Qingyan wanted to say that the most promising one wasn't her, but Yi Chen. But before she could speak, uninvited guests arrived. Leading the way was Chen Guanping, the vice director of the welfare home. He was in his 30s, tall, and even somewhat handsome, but his lips looked harsh. Behind him followed 6 young men, all dressed in black. Aunt Zhao, why are you still here? Didn't I already tell you to leave the welfare home? Chen Guanping smiled upon seeing Aunt Zhao. Oh, Qingyan? Why did you come back from the academy? Want to see the old director? He's sick, so you can't see him for now. Chen Guanping noticed Su Qingyan and smiled warmly. Su Qingyan quietly looked at him, and she could see the malice hidden beneath that warm facade. A student from the capital academy? The leader of the Black Clothes Sect frowned. Director Chen, you didn't mention this. Chen Guanping laughed heartily. Shi Wei, just an ordinary student, no big deal. If she gets in the way, just drive her out. Just don't leave any obvious scars. Shi Wei nodded. He had been in this line of work for a long time and had done this many times without leaving scars. Get out of the way, or I'll hit you too. He walked straight up to Su Qingyan, looking down at her. Su Qingyan met his gaze without fear, even though this young man's body refinement cultivation far exceeded her own 7th tier. Interesting, you won't let it go, huh? Chi Wei chuckled, raising his hand to strike. Stop it, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see a thin figure in a security uniform emerging from the booth, pointing a cane at them and shouting with all his might. Oldly, at your age, do you still plan to get involved? Chen Guanping glanced at him coldly. Ungrateful wretch. I shouldn't have let old Zhao raise you. Old Li shouted. After his outburst, he immediately broke into a fit of violent coughing. Clearly his health was very poor. Hey, Old Li, if you're not feeling well, don't shout. If you collapse from anger, won't I have to cover your medical expenses? Chen Guanping laughed heartily. Chi Wei, hurry up and make your move, don't waste time. He continued. Chi Wei nodded and ruthlessly reached for Su Qingyan's shoulder. Su Qingyan was startled and quickly stepped back, but her speed was no match for a 7th-tier martial artist. Her shoulder was immediately grabbed, and a tremendous force surged through her. Get away! Chi Wei snorted coldly, about to throw Su Qingyan aside. Stop! A voice suddenly called out, and it was naturally Yi Chen. However, he had changed his appearance to that of Yang Yi. Su Qingyan looked in the direction of the voice and exclaimed, Mr. Yang, who are you? Chi Wei did not let go, staring intently at Yi Chen and speaking in a low voice. He sensed a hint of danger from this young man but was unsure of his cultivation level and did not want to stir up trouble. My name is Yang Yi, and I have a brief acquaintance with this girl. Yi Chen pointed at Su Qingyan and said lightly, then take her away. Chi Wei stared at Yi Chen for a moment before releasing Su Qingyan. He was being paid to do a job and did not want to attract more trouble. Su Qingyan anxiously said, Mr. Yang, please save this welfare home. Damn it, you're looking for death. Chi Wei shouted angrily. Yang, I don't know who you are, but I get paid to do a job, and I advise you not to get involved. Chi Wei turned to Yi Chen and glared fiercely. Yi Chen smiled, I also have a brief acquaintance with this welfare home. Are you looking for death too? Chi Wei growled. Yi Chen waved his hand, looking for death? No, it's you who are looking for death. Ha! You dare to speak to us from the Black Cloak sect like that? You've got some guts. Chi Wei laughed in anger. May I ask what your cultivation level is? Saying it might scare you to death, Yi Chen replied seriously, I am an internal energy martial artist. Su Qingyan's face swelled with pride at that moment. Yes, Mr. Yang is an internal energy martial artist. I advise you to leave quickly to avoid suffering bodily harm. The 6 members of the Black Cloak sect were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, an internal energy martial artist, so young and yet an internal energy what? Ha ha ha, what are you pretending to be? Do you even know what internal energy is? Our Black Cloak sect's leader, brother who, only stepped into the realm of internal energy at 40, what are you even worth? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. If he's an internal energy martial artist, then I must be a master of internal energy. Chen Guanping also laughed mockingly, Mr. Yang, don't overdo it with the pretense, it could get you killed. Chi Wei, hands on his hips, laughed, I was skeptical at first, but now, I think you're just putting on a big show. Yi Chen had no reaction, but Su Qingyan's face was already flushed. Mr. Yang really is an internal energy martial artist. You all. Even Anqiao came over. Qingyan, this person isn't a fraud, is he? Old Li coughed lightly and said to Yi Chen, Kid, if you want to help us, I appreciate it, but you should take Qingyan and leave quickly. It's too late. The thing I hate most is when others put on a show in front of me. Chi Wei let out a cold laugh. Brothers, give him a beating. The 6 members of the Black Cloak sect shouted in unison and were about to rush over. Yi Chen frowned. He had originally planned to visit the old director and donate some money to the orphanage to repair the facilities, but now his mood was ruined. Fighting with these people might even damage the orphanage's property. It was really annoying. The figures of the 6 members of the Black Cloak sect rapidly enlarged in his vision, and Yi Chen stood with his hands hanging down, too lazy to even defend himself. Bang bang bang! 6 fists struck various parts of Yi Chen's body in succession. Everyone, including Chi Wei, felt the tremendous recoil in their arms. It was as if they had struck a steel plate. What kind of monster is this? Are you done? It's my turn now. As the 6 men clutched their hands and were about to rub them, they suddenly heard Yi Chen's cold voice. Bang bang bang! 5 figures were simultaneously sent flying, all spitting out a mouthful of blood and instantly becoming limp. Chi Wei was not sent flying, because Yi Chen had directly grabbed his wrist. It was as if he was caught in a vice. Let go of me! Chi Wei exclaimed in terror. Oh, I'll let go. Yi Chen swung Chi Wei around in a full circle and threw him directly into the orphanage's pool. Chi Wei plunged in like a javelin, not even causing a splash. Silence. Su Qingyan looked at him with admiration, Aunt Zhao and Old Li were dumbfounded, and Chen Guanping was wide-eyed. Chen Guanping knew very well what level of cultivation the 6 members of the Black Cloak sect had. One was at the 7th level, and the rest were all at the 6th level. Even a 9th level martial artist would suffer losses. But in front of this young man, they had no ability to resist at all. Could it be that he wasn't bragging before? He really was an internal energy martial artist? Chen Guanping seemed to remember something and quickly dialed a number. Shi Wei, don't be afraid, I've already called Brother Hu over. After nodding a few times to the person on the other end of the line, Chen Guanping put away his phone and sneered. Shi Wei jumped up. Right. I still have Brother Hu backing me up. Yi Chen frowned. Who is Brother Hu? Shi Wei walked up to Yi Chen and laughed heartily. Now you're scared, huh? I admit, you're strong, but you're so young. At most, you're just a beginner in internal energy. But our Brother Hu has already mastered internal energy to a small extent. You won't last 10 rounds against him. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Internal energy to a small extent? His 9 turns breathing technique had been continuously converting his breath into internal energy, and he had already reached the great success stage that morning. Plus, he also had Golden Bell Shield and 8 trigrams palm, so internal energy to a small extent in front of him should not last even a round. Yi Chen nodded and said lightly, your boss is impressive, but that doesn't mean you are. What are you pretending for in front of me? Shi Wei. It seemed he had nothing to say. Yi Chen picked him up and placed him under his backside. A human chair feels pretty good, Yi Chen said as he weighed Shi Wei and nodded slightly. Xiao Su, do you want to give it a try? He cleared his throat and invited Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan's face turned red, but she still stepped forward to try. Shi Wei, being used as a chair, wore a face full of humiliation. When Brother Hu arrives, I will definitely kill you, I will definitely kill you. 10 minutes later, a flashy Hummer drove directly into the orphanage. A man with a cigarette jumped down. He looked to be just over 30, wearing a tight military green tank top that perfectly showcased his muscular physique. Brother Hu! Shi Wei, being used as a human chair, cried out miserably. Brother Hu, you finally came! Chen Guanping exclaimed excitedly. His voice was filled with grievance and sorrow, almost like a modern-day Dou. Brother Hu did not go to see Shi Wei, but instead looked at Yi Chen seriously and then blew out a smoke ring. Kid, you're not from the capital, are you? Brother Hu said coldly, if you come to the capital, you have to follow the rules here. Chen Guanping also sneered, those who don't follow the rules either roll away or die. Yi Chen smiled faintly, I just arrived and haven't heard of any rules. Why don't you tell me what the rules are? Brother Hu frowned, thinking, are you pretending to be confused while knowing full well? In the entire South District, apart from Master Lu Hang and Master Yen Chengqing, my word is the rule. Brother Hu waved his hand, and a little brother ran over holding a cigar box, also handing over a Zippo lighter. If you don't understand, I'll make you understand. After saying that, he lit the cigar, heated it for a while, and then used a cigar cutter to trim the cap. I've said it this clearly, this guy should understand, right? It's better to do business peacefully, why resort to fighting and killing? I'm Pei Hu, over 40 years old, wanting to make money and enjoy my old age, not to fight. I bought the welfare home with money for this spiritual vein, for the enjoyment of my later years. Of course, if this guy doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, I wouldn't mind letting him experience what a small level of internal strength feels like. Pei Hu nodded in satisfaction and began to enjoy the smoke. Yi Chen frowned, so you have 2 above your head? It seems you're not that impressive. Cough cough cough. Pei Hu let out a violent cough. Damn it, kid, do you dare to say that again? The little brother in black who handed over the cigar was furious. Pei Hu's face darkened, gesturing for him to be quiet, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Yi Chen. I, Pei Hu, haven't fought in a long time. You're good, you've made me want to fight again. Yi Chen waved his hand, you're called Pei Hu, right? Since I'm here, the rules of the South District need to change. Pei Hu laughed in anger. Oh? I'm curious to hear what rules you have. Yi Chen touched his fist. You see, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. That's my new rule. Pei Hu stared at him for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing. Good. I like this new rule. I'll tell you right now, whose fist is bigger? Pei Hu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and threw a punch. The punch came out like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, domineering and powerful. Shi Wei shouted excitedly, this is Brother Pei Hu's tiger form fist. Yang Yi, you're dead. Chen Guanping also wore a cold smile. Back then, Pei Hu had defeated the leader of another gang in the South District with the tiger form fist, stepping into the realm of internal strength warriors in that battle. This was Pei Hu's ultimate move. Clearly, he was enraged by this Yang Yi, wanting to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. However, Yi Chen remained motionless, as if he were stunned by the punch. Pei Hu's face showed even more pride. It seemed this kid was really just a beginner in internal strength, he had only slightly revealed his power and had completely intimidated him. Old Li, Aunt Zhao, and the staff of the welfare home couldn't bear to watch. A half-grown child couldn't help but ask, "Why doesn't that big brother block it?" Old Li sighed but couldn't find the words. Su Qingyan showed an anxious expression, even wanting to step forward to help. "Mr. Yang, quickly dodge." But Yi Chen turned around instead, smiling slightly. "Dodge? He can't hurt me at all. Kid, are you still trying to show off in front of the women when death is imminent?" Pei Hu's face was filled with cold laughter. In an instant, the domineering and powerful fist was already upon him. Shi Wei, Chen Guanping, and the 5 little brothers in black who had been beaten to the point of spitting blood by Yi Chen all showed sinister smiles. It was as if they could already see Yi Chen spitting out 3 liters of blood, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But they were wrong. Yi Chen also threw a punch, arriving first in the blink of an eye. Bang! The 2 fists collided suddenly. In the next moment, Pei Hu was sent flying, his entire right arm limp in mid-air, clearly rendered useless. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Yi Chen wiped his fist on Shi Wei and smiled. "My fist is bigger, I have the final say, got it?" The venue fell silent, no one dared to speak. Pei Hu flipped over and stood up, his face pale, cold sweat dripping down. "This guy is just too terrifying." Shi Wei gaped, looking up at Yi Chen, unable to utter a word. Chen Guanping wished he could slap himself. If even the leader of the Black Clothes sect, Pei Hu, was defeated, who could possibly stand against this guy? "Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You are ultimately an outsider. The South City District does not welcome outsiders. So what if you're stronger than me? Lu Hong and Yan Chengqing are even stronger. They will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Pei Hu took a deep breath, his gaze cold, regaining the imposing aura of the Black Clothes sect leader. "Someone, go invite the 2 masters. Let this outsider know the heights of heaven and depths of earth." "Yes," said a subordinate with a cigar box. "No need, I'm right here." A deep and serious voice sounded from outside the Welfare Institute. Pei Hu's face lit up. How could he not recognize that voice? It was the master of the Wing Chun martial arts school, Yan Chengqing. Before Pei Hu even became an internal strength practitioner, Yan Chengqing had already made a name for himself, dominating the South City. According to some rumors, Yan Chengqing's cultivation had even reached the peak of internal strength. Meanwhile, Pei Hu, in his 40s, had barely managed to reach the minor success of internal strength. He estimated that he had little hope of advancing further. But someone at the peak of internal strength could easily crush him. Pei Hu hurriedly stepped forward to Yan Chengqing. "Master Yan, you are one of the strongest in our area, you must help me out here. I, the Black Clothes sect, charge for our services." And then suddenly a Chang Yaojin appears out of nowhere. Not only did he beat up my men, but he also declared he would change the rules here, saying whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. I was furious upon hearing this. What kind of talk is that? How can such voices exist in a good society? I immediately went up to reason with him, but ended up losing. "Master Yan, you must take action and severely suppress this kid's arrogance." Yi Chen, sitting beside Shi Wei, smiled faintly. However, Su Qingyan was displeased. "What do you mean by ended up losing? Clearly, you were crushed by Mr. Yang, okay? This person is truly shameless." Yan Chengqing, hearing Pei Hu's words, did not respond. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he strode towards him. Pei Hu, seeing this, laughed wildly. "Master Yan truly understands righteousness. Someone who doesn't know the rules must be properly dealt with. We cannot allow someone like him to tarnish the reputation of our South City district." Pei Hu hurriedly followed. "Master Yan." Su Qingyan looked up at Yan Chengqing and timidly called out. Pei Hu was taken aback. "Master Yan, this child knows you?" "I knew it. This girl looks beautiful and has good talent. She must be someone special." He secretly wiped his sweat, thankful he hadn't acted against this girl. Director Li and the staff couldn't help but take a step back. This was the master of the peak internal strength martial arts school. Even just standing there, he exuded immense pressure. Chen Guanping steeled himself and stepped forward, coldly saying, "Master Yan, this kid has beaten up members of the Black Clothes sect for no reason and maliciously damaged the facilities of our welfare institute. Please uphold justice for us." Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened upon hearing this. Chen Guanping's accusation was truly a set piece. Yan Chengqing stared at Yi Chen, then nodded. He casually swung out a slap. "Pa!" Chen Guanping, a mere 4th or 5th tier martial artist, couldn't withstand such force. His body was directly flung out and crashed to the ground, a large tooth flying from his mouth. Even half sitting up, he saw stars dancing before his eyes. Pei Hu inhaled sharply, cautiously saying, "Master Yan, what is this?" Yan Chengqing glanced back at him, his gaze icy. "Old Pei, don't provoke those you shouldn't. Mr. Yang has already reached the pinnacle of internal strength. You can't afford to offend him." After Yan Chengqing finished speaking, Pei Hu felt a chill run through him. The pinnacle of internal strength. No wonder this kid had been so nonchalant and fearless from the beginning. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Pei Hu secretly glanced at Yi Chen and quickly put on a smiling face. Mr. Yang, please don't hold my past mistakes against me. Yi Chen looked at him with a half-smile. Then you need to show some real action. Pei Hu gritted his teeth and said, we won't take the money for the welfare home. Not only that, but we will also be responsible for renovating the damaged facilities. Yi Chen remained expressionless. What else? Pei Hu gritted his teeth again. The safety of the welfare home will be guaranteed by us, and from now on, the welfare home will be maintained entirely by my Black Clothes sect. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you know how to be sensible. Haha, Mr. Yang is joking. This is what little Hu should do, Pei Hu said, bowing and scraping. Yi Chen looked at him with a strange expression. This guy was over 40 yet still called himself Little Hu in front of him. Old Li and the other staff nearby were dumbfounded. What? Does this mean our city south welfare home is out of crisis? Who is this Mr. Yang? He's incredible. Mr. Yang, please allow me to bow to you. Old Li trembled as he approached Yi Chen, about to bow. Yi Chen quickly helped Old Li up, insisting he abandoned the idea of bowing. Mr. Yang, please follow me, we can discuss in the car. Yan Chengqing saw the two finish talking and stepped forward sincerely. Yi Chen nodded and got into the car. The matter Yan Chengqing wanted to discuss with Yi Chen was simple, an invitation to participate in the upcoming martial arts competition in a few days. All the major martial arts schools in the capital would gather in the martial arts street of the city South District. This competition would determine the top 10 martial arts schools in the capital. It was an honor, much like the 4 prestigious schools in Huagua, and a golden signboard. Although competing for this title was exhausting, it had to be done every few years. However, this year, the Wing Chun school really couldn't produce anyone, so they could only invite Yi Chen to step in. Yi Chen initially refused, but when Yan Chengqing pulled out a bank card with 300,000, Yi Chen nodded, accepted it, and promised to help him secure the title of the top martial arts school in the capital. Yi Chen wasn't lying. He would soon reach the peak of internal strength, enough to look down on the vast majority of martial artists. What he lacked most now was money, as upgrading anything required a large amount of funds. Yan Chengqing smiled wryly, thinking Yi Chen was joking. He just hoped to keep this title. Their conversation lasted just over 20 minutes, after which Yan Chengqing drove away. When Yi Chen came down, Pei Hu approached him again, showering him with concern before finally leaving. With the boss having softened, his little brother Chi Wei had nothing to say and could only honestly apologize to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, adopting the demeanor of an elder, nodded and didn't return to the welfare home, instead leaving quickly. He wasn't truly leaving, he just took a different route, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. In the welfare home, only security guard Old Li, the staff, Chen Guanping, and Su Qingyan remained. Su Qingyan was tidying up while muttering to herself. That guy Yi Chen still hadn't shown up. It was infuriating. Chen Guanping sat alone on the ground, suddenly bursting into loud, harsh laughter. Aunt Xiao, let's throw him out. Su Qingyan frowned. I am the vice president of the City South Welfare Institute. Chen Guanping suppressed his laughter and stared hard at the two. What right do you have to throw me out? Su Qingyan replied bluntly, you sold out the interests of the Welfare Institute for your own selfish reasons. Just based on that, you are unworthy of being the vice president. Chen Guanping sneered, that's right, I am unworthy. But who are you? Who can fire me? Su Qingyan was at a loss for words. Chen Guanping indeed did not deserve to continue as vice president, but after Su Qingyan left the Welfare Institute, she became an outsider and had no right to dictate to Chen Guanping. My Old Li is a person from the Welfare Institute, and I will fire you right here. Old Li pointed at his nose and scolded. Chen Guanping laughed heartily, you, a security guard, what are you talking about? And even if you were the director, firing me would be fine, but when we signed the contract back then, the old director said my salary was 7,000 a month, so even if you fire me, you have to pay my salary in full, right? I've already calculated it, a total of 186,900 huabi, rounding off, the Welfare Institute only needs to pay me 180,000. Old Li nearly fainted upon hearing that number. Su Qingyan also shouted angrily, 180,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chen Guanping brushed the dust off his clothes and smiled. I, Chen Guanping, am now following legal procedures. No matter who comes, I have reason and evidence. Don't forget, the strongest in Huagui is not any martial arts school or gang, but the government, the political department. I give you 10 days, if you can't pay back this 180,000, then we'll see each other in court. He had one more thing to say. The spiritual vein beneath the Welfare Institute was destined to be his. Chen Guanping returned to his initial confident demeanor. Yes, he had indeed failed. But he had long prepared an escape route, taking advantage of the old director's anger to steal that contract. No one knew better than him how much money was still on the Welfare Institute's books. This number was the last straw that would break the City South Welfare Institute. Chen Guanping, you are scum. You waited until Mr. Yang and the others left before speaking up. You are a coward who bullies the weak. Su Qingyan was beyond furious. Chen Guanping laughed. That's right, I, Chen Guanping, am indeed a coward who bullies the weak. But what can you do to me? Su Qingyan rushed up, wanting to hit him. I advise you to be rational. Any violence against me will be seen as a violation of the political department's rules. Martial artists cannot harm ordinary people. You, a student, should know this better than I do, Chen Guanping said coldly. Su Qingyan forcefully stopped her fist. Ha ha ha. I'll be back in 10 days, either give me 180,000 huabi, or get out of the City South Welfare Institute. Chen Guanping waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait! A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chen? Su Qingyan initially thought it was Mr. Yang returning, but upon seeing it was Yi Chen, she pouted. His arrival wouldn't change anything. Little Yi, you're back? The old director forced a smile. I heard everything, Yi Chen said coldly as he set down his bulging backpack. Chen Guanping crossed his arms and smiled. Oh? You, a bottom feeder from Jingjing Academy, want to get involved? What are you even worth? A poor loser? He laughed heartily. Yi Chen calmly looked at that mean face. You, Chen Guanping, are obsessed with money, right? Then I will smash you with money. Yi Chen said coldly, I represent the Welfare Institute, and today I am firing you. Chen Guanping was stunned for a moment, then clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes dramatically. This guy, arriving late at a critical moment, is here now but only spouting nonsense. Old Li helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had almost watched Yi Chen grow up. This kid Yi Chen is good at everything, except he sometimes speaks without thinking. Yi Chen, I really want to know, who gave you the courage to say such things? Liang Jing. Before Chen Guanping could finish, Yi Chen directly opened his backpack and slammed stacks of cash, totaling 200,000, onto his face. This stack is for the time when you deliberately knocked over my bowl of rice when I was 4. Bang! This stack is for the time when you tore up my painting when I was 7. Bang! This stack. Yi Chen's strength was immense, even a stack of 10,000 yuan hitting his face hurt like hell. In total, it's 200,000. The extra 20,000 is my charity to you. Yi Chen coldly looked at the bruised Chen Guanping. Now, get lost. Chen Guanping felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, completely chilled to the bone. His escape route had been cut off, severed by a poor, useless kid from an orphanage. How could he possibly come up with 200,000? Chen Guanping took a deep breath and began to pick up the money, stack by stack. Yi Chen, I will come back. This spiritual vein, I must have it. Yi Chen frowned. Xingyan, beat him. Chen Guanping's face changed, and he turned to leave. He left without a shred of dignity. Yi Chen turned around. Old Li, Su Qingyan, the staff, and the children from the orphanage all looked at him with shock and curiosity. Little Yi, where did you get so much money? Please don't do anything illegal, Old Li said after a long silence, tentatively. Su Qingyan's expression was complicated. Grandpa Li, Yi Chen can refine pills now, but I didn't expect he could take out so much money at once. It's nothing, if he dares to come again, I'll keep throwing money at him, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. Pfft, who believes that? You can only refine beast blood pills now, you're not some great alchemist. To celebrate the orphanage getting through this tough time, I'm treating everyone to a good meal. Yi Chen smiled at the children. Oh, brother Yi Chen is the best. Wow, delicious. I want to eat roast duck from Yendu. I also want to eat crystal pork knuckles, I want to. The children got excited at the mention of food. But before that, I need to go pick up the old director, Yi Chen said seriously. As soon as he mentioned the old director, everyone else immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. Old Zhao might not last a month, Old Li said after a long pause. Aunt Zhao's eyes dimmed, after being angered by Chen Guanping, all his old ailments have flared up again, Old Zhao. Yi Chen frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go, to the hospital now. Su Qingyan turned and wiped away her tears, quickly saying, I'll go with you. Grandpa Li, you and everyone else stay here to look after the orphanage, in case that scum Chen Guanping comes back to cause trouble. Old Li nodded seriously. Yi Chen and Su Qingyan rushed to the city hospital at lightning speed. Yi Chen was truly anxious. The old director had been his greatest benefactor for the past decade. Without him, he might not even have been able to enter the gates of Jingjing Academy. This time returning to the orphanage with so much money, Yi-chen wanted the old director to know that he was no longer the useless little kid he once was. He could also contribute to the orphanage. Su Qingyan occasionally stole glances at his face, her expression complex and inexplicable. Ever since the assessment in the 2nd grade, Yi-chen had become increasingly powerful to the point of being unapproachable. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Su Qingyan felt a bit feverish. But Mr. Yang Yi seemed even more handsome and powerful. The host has gained the favor of a woman, basic flirting, and basic disguise, have merged and upgraded to 1,000 Faces technique, automatically maxed out. 1,000 Faces technique greatly increases attractiveness and allows for arbitrary changes in appearance, making it hard to be recognized. An anxious Yi-chen unexpectedly heard this. What's going on? He glanced at Su Qingyan beside him, his expression strange. Su Qingyan also glanced at Yi-chen, a blush rising on her face. Why does he seem so much more handsome than before? Is it just an illusion? After paying an extra 100 yuan, the two arrived at the City People's Hospital more than 10 minutes early. Yi-chen, what can you do about a disease that even the doctors can't cure? Su Qingyan had actually wanted to ask this for a long time, and now she finally couldn't help but speak. Yi-chen shook his head. When I was young, I saw the old director fall ill several times, and back then I felt that the old director wasn't really sick. Now that I've learned many things, I've finally realized that the symptoms the old director shows are all illusions. In fact, he is being parasitized by some dirty things. Parasitized? Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened. Having studied beast-rearing knowledge, she naturally understood a lot about spirit beasts. The revival of spiritual energy has led to biological mutations. Many parasites would naturally undergo changes as well. Yi-chen's words made her think of this, and combining her knowledge to carefully speculate, it seemed that the old director really was parasitized. With the revival of spiritual energy, modern medicine has gradually become ineffective. If the hospital's doctors continue to treat the old director using Western medicine methods, not only will they be unable to eliminate the symptoms, but they might even provoke that thing. By then, even Yi-chen took a deep breath. Let's go, we need to find the old director right away. Okay. Su Qingyan's small face was serious. Meanwhile, in front of the old director Zhao Weigu's hospital room, 3 nurses surrounded a young and handsome doctor as they walked in. Along with them came a television reporter and a photographer holding a microphone. The beautiful reporter spoke to the camera. Today we are fortunate to meet the youngest attending physician at the City People's Hospital, Dr. Zhou Shihao. This Dr. Zhou has returned from studying in the United States, and at just 25 years old, he has already been nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award, hailed as a rising star in the medical field of Huagua. It is said that his expertise in internal medicine has already surpassed that of his mentor. Recently, the City People's Hospital has also seen an elderly patient with a suspected complex illness, leaving many veteran doctors at a loss. Perhaps today we will witness Dr. Zhou's miraculous healing. The reporter clearly admired Dr. Zhou, her tone filled with respect. The small hospital room was almost packed with people, but everyone consciously made space for Zhou Zhihao. Dr. Zhou, it is said that this elderly patient's condition has left many top doctors helpless. How do you plan to handle it this time? The reporter squeezed in front of Zhou Zhihao, speaking in a delicate voice. Zhou Zhihao's expression was stern. He was handsome and had long been accustomed to such gazes from women. The patient is 72 years old, with a history of gastric atrophy, renal failure, and many other ailments. This time, the condition is severe, clinically presenting as fever, lethargy, vomiting, severe muscle weakness, and generalized lymphadenopathy, so I believe the cause of the patient's illness should be the recently rampant type A epidemic virus. This virus is troublesome to deal with, but my mentor has handled similar cases in the United States and has developed a new drug, so I can guarantee that this patient's condition will not worsen. Zhou Zhihao said seriously. The nurses clapped their hands. Dr. Zhou is amazing. Wow, I didn't expect that the United States has already developed a targeted new drug. The reporter exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Zhou Zhihao nodded. All right, please step outside. I need to administer medication to this patient, and it involves confidentiality, so no filming. The reporters expressed their understanding. After all, this was a new drug just developed in the United States. If you use that medication, you'll truly be harming him. Yi-chen pushed through the crowd and said coldly. Zhou Zhihao frowned, his attractive brows knitting together. Who are you? Before Yi-chen could respond, the nurses began chattering. Who are you? How can you speak to Dr. Zhou like that? This is a new drug developed by Dr. Zhou's mentor. How could it possibly harm this elderly man? Yes, sir, Please do not disturb the normal medical process, alright? Otherwise, if a medical accident occurs, you will be held responsible. The nurses were somewhat considerate of Yi Chen, not directly cursing at him. This elderly man is Zhao Weigua, the director of the Welfare Institute. I watched him grow up, Yi Chen said coldly. I came here to save him, so please step aside immediately and do not delay the best treatment time. Once that parasite enters deep into the body, things will become very difficult. He was anxious inside, because he had already seen the movement of that three-corpse worm. Host perceives the subtle, extraordinary vision, upgrades to Heavenly Eye, automatically maxed out. Heavenly Eye can see inside the body up close and observe 1,000 miles away. As this voice appeared, Yi Chen's vision blurred. He immediately saw every vein, every muscle, and every bone of the old director. He could see the resonance of the internal organs, the pulsation of the blood. He could also see the three-corpse worm constantly swimming within the blood vessels. After the revival of spiritual energy, even parasites had become sentient. Wasn't it said that after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become sentient? Zhou Zhihao, furious to the point of laughter, said, "Parasite? It's best for outsiders not to speak carelessly. This is clearly a type of viral epidemic invading the brain. Let me tell you, if you delay for a few more minutes, the patient's brain will be completely invaded by the virus. At that point, no medication will be effective. What is wrong with you? Dr. Zhou is arguably the best doctor in our hospital. He knows exactly how to treat this. Even if you have a close relationship with this patient, you cannot interfere with the normal treatment process. Dr. Zhou is a top graduate from a prestigious American university and has even been nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award. You can rest assured he will be able to treat this elderly man. You better step aside quickly, or I will call for help." The nurses also began to shout, puffing out their chests to block Yi Chen. Yi Chen was anxious too. He didn't care if you were a top graduate from the United States or what medical research awards you had. After the revival of spiritual energy, this world had undergone a great change. Yet in the field of medicine, many people still clung to outdated conventions, and a group represented by modern Western medicine looked down entirely on traditional Chinese medicine. Clearly, this Dr. Zhou Zhihao, who graduated from a prestigious American school, was one of them. "Step aside." Yi Chen unceremoniously reached in with both hands and directly pushed the two young nurses aside. "Are you going to step aside or not?" he said coldly. "Fine. I won't care anymore." Zhou Zhihao sneered and crossed his arms, stepping back. "I want to see what you can do." Zhou Zhihao was evidently provoked. He was exceptionally gifted and had always had things go smoothly. Who dared to speak to him like this? "Fine, since you insist on doing it yourself, then go ahead. If someone dies, it has nothing to do with me." Zhou Zhihao. Yi Chen walked straight up to Zhao Weigua and said in a deep voice, "Disinfecting forceps." Su Qingyan grabbed the disinfecting forceps from the nurse's tray and handed them over. Just as the young nurse was about to stop him, Zhou Zhihao coldly waved his hand. "But Dr. Zhou, this won't cause a medical accident, will it?" The young nurse hesitated. Zhou Zhihao pointed to the surveillance camera in the corner. "This person is a relative of the patient. He insisted on coming himself. We can't be blamed for that. I, Zhou Zhihao, am most annoyed by those who like to overstep their bounds." He sneered coldly. Yi Chen activated his heavenly eye and immediately saw the three corpse worms still swimming within the blood vessels, currently moving rapidly from the thigh meridian towards the heart. Yi Chen's movements were extremely quick. He plunged the disinfecting forceps deep into the old director's thigh, and blood immediately gushed out. The young nurse gasped in shock. Having worked in the hospital for several years, she recognized at a glance that Yi Chen had directly hit the femoral artery. Are you crazy? This much bleeding will kill someone. Quickly give the patient a blood transfusion." Yi Chen said calmly, "Feed the director the beast blood pill." Su Qingyan hurriedly took out the beast blood pill that Yi Chen had given her earlier and fed it to the old director. The effect of the beast blood pill was to stimulate the body's vital energy in blood. Then everyone saw the blood spray even more violently. The reporter from the television station was almost dumbfounded. Is this murder or saving a life? The scene is a bit out of control. The patient's relative, perhaps eager to save him, even picked up the disinfecting forceps himself, and he also fed the patient a pill, which should be the beast blood pill worth 10,000 wabik on the market. The female reporter took several deep breaths before reorganizing her words. Zhou Zhihao raised an eyebrow. As a proponent of modern Western medicine, he naturally knew about pills like the beast blood pill. However, he looked down on such things. In his view, these were just high-end health products that modern medicine could replicate. Moreover, he knew that his mentor was participating in an important project in America and would soon launch similar medications. But with this much blood loss, I want to see how you end this. Zhou Zhihao crossed his arms and sneered, "What parasites? I see you are the one delaying treatment. At this rate of blood loss, in at most 10 minutes, the patient will suffer total organ failure and die." Yi Chen suddenly stopped. "What if it really is a parasite?" Zhou Zhihao coldly replied, "If the cause of the disease really is a parasite, Zhou Zhihao, will resign on the spot." The female reporter then spoke up. Dr. Zhou is very confident in his medical skills, firmly believing the cause is a type A epidemic virus, but this young man insists the cause is a parasite. Is he just showing off in front of the experts? Come, let's ask the cameraman who he is willing to believe. The cameraman smiled. One is a top student from a prestigious American university, nominated for a medical research award. The other, sorry, he seems to be wearing a uniform from the Capital Academy, so there's really no comparison. Ha, it seems our cameraman is also very honest. Just as the female reporter was about to continue, a sudden gasp came from behind. It really is a worm. Wow, so disgusting. Everyone saw Yi Chen's forceps stab fiercely, pulling out a 5-centimeter long, grotesque 3-corpse worm. "Dr. Zhou, please resign right now," Yi Chen said coldly. Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. It was the first time they had seen such a large parasite. Some even felt the urge to vomit. But Zhou Zhihao had dealt with parasites before. The best subject he had studied in his American university courses was parasitology. To him, these things were no different from the lab mice and rabbits used in medical experiments. This is toxoplasma? But why has it grown so large? Zhou Zhihao was momentarily stunned. With abundant spiritual energy, humans are becoming stronger, and parasites will naturally change as well. Yi Chen had Su Qingyan feed the old dean another hemostatic pill, while he crushed another one into powder and sprinkled it on the wound. Soon, the spurting blood was stopped. Speaking of which, Dr. Zhou, shouldn't you fulfill the promise you made a few minutes ago? Yi Chen said with a half-smile. Zhou Zhihao, a top student, showed a slight change in expression and said, "Parasites can exist in the human body, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are the cause of the illness. The new medicine my mentor gave me is definitely effective. Even without you, this patient's condition would be resolved quickly." Yi Chen sneered. The ordinary 3-corpse worms are on a micrometer scale, but this one had multiplied 1,000 times. How can you still say the cause isn't it? And that the new medicine would cure the illness? I have the heavenly eye, I can see the composition of your worthless medicine at a glance. This stuff not only can't suppress the 3-corpse worm but will instead greatly stimulate it. Yi Chen said lightly, "Alright, then you use the new medicine on this worm and see what happens." Zhou Zhihao raised an eyebrow. "Okay." After saying that, he picked up the brown glass bottle containing the medicine and carefully poured it over the 3-corpse worm. Under everyone's gaze, the cameraman also moved the camera a bit closer. The following content may cause discomfort to our audience. The female reporter took a deep breath and smiled helplessly. The 3-corpse worm suddenly writhed in pain, curling into a ball and secreting a large amount of mucus. Zhou Zhihao's face showed joy. Indeed, the new medicine from his mentor lived up to its name. "Don't rush," Yi Chen said coldly. The next moment, the 3-corpse worm actually stopped rolling. Its body suddenly swelled, and a hard keratin layer appeared on its head. This bottle of new medicine not only failed to kill the 3-corpse worm but made it even more ferocious. The 3-corpse worm shook its head and was about to escape. It had already been stimulated by spiritual energy, flesh, and the new medicine, and could completely survive outside the human body. Yi Chen casually flicked his wrist, and the disinfecting clamp firmly pinned the 3-corpse worm to the treatment tray. The host has thrown out the disinfecting clamp, activating basic archery, automatically reaching max level. Dr. Zhou, your new medicine is truly impressive. If the old dean had really taken it, you should have seen what would happen, right? Yi Chen said coldly. Zhou Zhihao's cheeks flushed, and he had nothing to say. The female reporter, cameraman, and a group of nurses all looked stunned. Yi Chen was right. If Zhou Zhihao had really used this medicine, it would have caused an extremely serious medical accident, and his future would be ruined. Little Yi, what are you doing here? What happened to me? The old dean slowly woke up, surprised to see Yi Chen. Yi Chen comfortingly patted the old dean. "Old dean, you should rest. I have completely resolved your illness." Zhao Weigui nodded, half convinced. "Director Zhao, let's go. It's time for us to eat," Su Qingyan said as she ran over to support Zhao Weigui. The three of them left directly. The female reporter looked at Yi Chen's back, her eyes sparkling with interest. An astonishing development has occurred. A second-year student from Shinjing Academy not only pinpointed the patient's cause of illness but also successfully performed a surgery using pills. Meanwhile, the new medicine brought by Dr. Joe from the United States had the opposite effect. This makes us ponder deeply, after the revival of spiritual energy, which will truly stand at the pinnacle of the era, medical skills or pill techniques. Let's wait and see. The female reporter glanced at the gloomy Zhou Zhihao, sighed softly, and left with the cameraman. The nurses also didn't want to disturb Zhou Zhihao any longer, leaving him alone in the ward. Zhou Zhihao took a deep breath, pulled out his phone. "Butler, help me check who the top students in pill techniques at Shinjing Academy are, and also, let my mentor know that his new medicine has major issues." After finishing these matters, Zhou Zhihao slowly regained his expression. "No matter who you are, we will meet again. I will strive to prove that medicine will never become outdated. Blindly reverting to ancient alchemy is the real waste." On the other side, Yi Chen and the others quickly returned to the welfare home. "Director Zhao. Director Zhao is back. Director, how is your health? Is it serious?" As soon as the three returned, everyone surrounded them, with staff and children coming up to express their concern. Although Zhao Weiguo's complexion still looked a bit pale, the cause of his illness had been eradicated by Yi Chen, and he only needed to take a beast blood pill each day for his health to improve. As for the beast blood pills, Yi Chen had plenty. "My health is fine, but the important thing is the welfare home. What about the Black Cloak sect? Did they come to cause trouble? And what about Chen Guanping? Has that guy?" Zhao Weiguo's mouth twitched slightly at the mention of Chen Guanping. The latter was one of the children he valued the most back then, yet Chen Guanping not only failed to benefit the welfare home but also wanted to seize its assets. Old Li laughed heartily. "Old Zhao, you can secretly rejoice now. Our welfare home has already weathered this crisis." Not only that, the leader of the Black Cloak sect, Pei Hu, even patted his chest to guarantee the safety of the welfare home, saying that all future infrastructure work for the welfare home would be handled by him. Hiss. Zhao Weiguo was a bit taken aback. How could a prominent figure, a martial artist with inner strength, protect a welfare home? What about Chen Guanping? He probably will threaten the welfare home with his salary, Zhao Weiguo added. Old Li laughed even harder. "Don't even mention Chen Guanping. That guy demanded 180,000 huabi from the welfare home, or he would report us to the authorities." And what happened? He was met with a 200,000 huabi slap in the face from Little Yi. Stacks of money, bam, bam, it was so satisfying to watch. Zhao Weiguo almost couldn't catch his breath after hearing that. Throwing money in someone's face? That kind of idea probably only Yi Chen could come up with. "Little Yi, it's not easy for you to earn money. Don't spend it so recklessly in the future," Zhao Weiguo sighed. Yi Chen chuckled. "Old director, I am already an alchemist now. This amount of money is just a small matter. From now on, I will give you a beast blood pill every day. After you take it, your health will gradually improve. Alright, since the old director is back, let's go eat. Let's celebrate this victory for the welfare home." Yi Chen smiled at everyone. "Okay." The children jumped up excitedly. Zhao Weiguo was first stunned, then couldn't help but feel gratified. Yi Chen had really grown up. Su Qingyan watched this scene, her eyes suddenly becoming a bit moist. A few hours later, the group from the welfare home arrived at the Taifeng restaurant in the southern city, one of the most upscale restaurants in the capital. Everyone sat down at a large round table, and Yi Chen directly called for the waiter. "Crystal pork knuckle, yendu roast duck, West Lake vinegar fish, flying dragon soup, dongpa pork, steamed preserved meat. And all of these, order them all." Yi Chen pointed at the menu, completely unconcerned. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly said, "Little Yi, don't order anything too expensive." Yi Chen waved his hand. "It's fine, today I'm treating, so you all eat as much as you want." The waiter smiled and noted all the requests. The children cheered because all the dishes Yi Chen mentioned were their favorites. "Brother Yi Chen, when I grow up, I will definitely marry you." A little girl, adorned in delicate makeup, mustered her courage to say. Yi Chen touched his nose and laughed heartily. Soon, fragrant dishes steaming with heat were served one after another. "Wow, they look so delicious," the little girl who had confessed her love exclaimed. "Waitress, what is this dish called?" the little girl asked, pointing at a dish. The waiter smiled kindly and said, "This dish is flying dragon soup, very nourishing for the body." Flying dragon soup? That's amazing. So, Brother Yi Chen, do you know how flying dragon soup is made? Why is it called flying dragon soup? The little girl asked Yi Chen again. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. "I need to taste it to know. I can guess the ingredients and cooking process of any dish in this world with just one bite." Although the waiter still smiled on the surface, he couldn't help but curl his lip inwardly. "Only in front of children can you boast like that? Flying dragon soup is made by the best chef in our restaurant, and this is his secret recipe, completely different from the traditional flying dragon soup recipe. But this isn't really a bad thing, the waiter just wanted to vent a little. However, some people didn't think so. Heh, you think you can tell the ingredients and process of flying dragon soup with just one bite? Keep dreaming. A beautiful woman in her 20s suddenly spoke up. This flying dragon soup is personally cooked by Chef Zhang, the top chef at Typhoon Restaurant. We've eaten our way through the north and south, even had flying dragon soup for a whole month, and we still can't figure out its flavor. You, on the other hand. Oof. The woman spoke without holding back. Stop talking. The young man sitting across from her gently chided, then closed his eyes slightly, still savoring that bite of flying dragon soup, but his tone was filled with arrogance. Oh, who are you? Yi Chen asked with a faint smile. We are the Yendu foodies, famous food bloggers. He is my boyfriend Wang Jin, and I am Lu Jing. The woman raised her head and said loudly. Wow, they are actually the Yendu foodies? They are very famous food bloggers on the Old Wave platform. They have over 3 million fans. Upon hearing this, a young man gasped and said softly, is it really the Yendu foodies? I followed them on Old Wave, but they haven't posted for a long time. I didn't expect to see them drinking flying dragon soup in our capital. Quick, let's take a picture. The young men and women were a bit excited and rushed over to take photos. I must say, the two from Yendu foodies are a perfect match, both possessing good looks, which has attracted quite a few fans. After signing a few business cards for the excited fans, Lu Jing glanced over at Yi Chen and chuckled, this friend, why don't you give it a try? We are also very curious if you have your own understanding of flying dragon soup. Her tone sounded friendly, but in reality, she wanted Yi Chen to embarrass himself in front of so many people. They were food bloggers who had eaten their way across the country and couldn't even describe the essence of flying dragon soup. What could an unknown person like Yi Chen do? Yi Chen smiled faintly and took a sip of the soup. This soup is very fresh. Aside from that, he couldn't feel much else. He couldn't even immediately tell if it was seafood or poultry. Host tastes the food, basic tasting, upgrades to the branch skill, great foodie, automatically maxed out. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about culinary arts and nutrition from ancient and modern times flooded Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen took another sip. This time, it was different. Flying dragon soup, the main ingredient is chicken, but what's different is that this bowl of flying dragon soup uses very selective ingredients, all from 1-month-old chicks. Flying dragon soup emphasizes not adding any condiments, but this soup goes against the grain and includes many unusual spices. Yi Chen spoke eloquently, exuding the demeanor of a foodie. Wow, is what he said true? Is flying dragon soup really made with these ingredients? How come I can't taste it at all? A diner exclaimed excitedly. Unclear but impressive. Quick, take a picture, we must have encountered a big shot today. Wow, first we meet a food enthusiast from Yendu, and now we encounter someone with a high level of culinary research. What a lucky day. The diners began taking photos. Lu Jing couldn't help but frown. This guy actually said something of substance. Who knows if what you said is true? Why not invite Chef Zhang out to judge? She suddenly laughed. The waiter nodded. Chef Zhang once said that if a guest reveals the technique of the flying dragon soup, he would definitely come out to thank them. Soon, a tall and rugged-faced Chef Zhang walked out. He initially looked pleased, but when he realized that the one revealing the technique of the flying dragon soup was actually the student Yi Chen, he felt a bit disappointed. It's true, but I thought it was a fellow connoisseur. I didn't expect it to be a student. Chef Zhang said, disappointed. Yi Chen frowned. The Chef Zhang seemed a bit arrogant, looking down on students. However, he couldn't be bothered. He wasn't here specifically to discuss cuisine with this chef. This flying dragon soup is very nourishing. I want to order another serving for the old dean, Yi Chen said casually. Chef Zhang waved his hand. Sorry, only one serving is provided per table. After saying that, he was about to leave. Yi Chen frowned. Didn't that couple from Yendu have 2 servings of flying dragon soup on their table? Xiaoyi, it's fine, it's just a flying dragon soup. I eat a beast blood pill you refine every day, so it's the same, Zhao Weiguo quickly said. Lu Jing pouted, you guys are really wealthy, eating a beast blood pill every day, huh? Although Wang Jin didn't speak, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Pills are quite expensive, not everyone can afford them. Not just them, many people in the restaurant shook their heads upon hearing this, thinking Zhao Weiguo was just bragging to flatter Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered, this flying dragon soup is of poor quality, tastes like chewing wax. I'll make you something much better when I get back. He wasn't wrong. After upgrading the skill, great foodie, this bowl of flying dragon soup tasted like chewing wax in his mouth. Once the taste level rises, it becomes spoiled. Zhao Weiguai nodded in appreciation. After everything that had happened, he believed whatever Yi Chen said. But this statement fell on the ears of other diners like a deep water bomb. What? You say the flying dragon soup tastes like chewing wax? This is the top dish at Typhoon restaurant. This kid is really arrogant. How dare he say such a thing, truly unaware of his own limitations. Humph, do you know who supports Typhoon restaurant? It's Mr. Zhang from the Lu group. I guess Mr. Zhang will be here soon. If you have the ability, don't leave. The diners angrily retorted, with a few even threatening him. They often drank flying dragon soup here and had posted many praises online. Yi Chen saying the flying dragon soup was bad was like a slap in their faces. Chef Shang's expression darkened instantly. The flying dragon soup is my specialty, definitely a top delicacy. How dare you say it tastes like chewing wax? This is an insult to a chef who has immersed himself in culinary arts for decades. Yi Chen, however, looked puzzled. Mr. Zhang from the Lu group? Could it be such a coincidence? Oh, it's so lively here today. A refined figure strode in, smiling. Xiao Zhang, I'm in a good mood today. One serving of flying dragon soup isn't enough. I want two. It really is Mr. Zhang. Wow, Mr. Zhang from the Lu group, he really came to drink flying dragon soup. The diners perked up. Zhang Jishir, a master of both alchemy and medicine, also had his own insights into culinary arts, and with his refined and handsome appearance, he was a top socialite in the capital. Many people recognized him. The couple from Yendu couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Chef Zhang felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face showed a troubled expression. Mr. Zhang, I don't want to make the flying dragon soup today. Everyone, please go back. Why? Zhang Jishir was taken aback. Many diners frowned, and some who had just entered the Typhoon restaurant were even more displeased. I just got here, and you want me to go back? Chef Zhang sighed deeply and remained silent. Lu Jing pretended to sigh as well. Oh, isn't it because this classmate hurt Chef Zhang's feelings? What did he say? That the flying dragon soup tastes like chewing wax, and that he could make something better when he goes back? Everyone thinks the flying dragon soup is delicious, but you think it tastes like chewing wax. You're so impressive. Lu Jing pointed at Yi Chen and sneered. Zhang Jishir frowned. Due to the angle, he didn't realize it was Yi Chen. This classmate, Chef Zhang, has immersed himself in culinary arts for many years, and his pride is the flying dragon soup. To call this dish a delicacy is not an exaggeration at all. Zhang Jishir said seriously, why do you say it tastes like chewing wax? Yi Chen turned around and said, saying it tastes like chewing wax is already giving it too much credit. If I were to speak the truth, I fear Chef Zhang wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhang Jishir recognized his face and was momentarily speechless. Wang Jin suddenly stood up. Shut up. I won't allow someone like you to casually slander such a delicacy. The Zhang family's flying dragon soup is not only popular in the capital but is also well known in Hanzhou. Everyone in Hanzhou recognizes the flying dragon soup, and Mr. Zhang Jishir has given it high praise. If you speak nonsense, isn't that slander? Wang Jin sneered. The culinary world has become chaotic because of people like you. The diners nodded in agreement, feeling quite displeased with Yi Chen's words but too lazy to voice it. Now that Wang Jin had spoken up, they naturally supported him. Lu Jing coldly said, let's not talk about anything else. We, the diners from Yendu, have always regarded Mr. Zhang Jishir as a big figure in the culinary world. Is there something wrong with his taste? To put it bluntly, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to comment on the Zhang family's flying dragon soup? You even said you were an alchemist, claiming you had to refine a pill for this old man beside you every day. I just want to say, having such an ambition is good, but let's not even mention your age and what accomplishments you could have in alchemy. As far as I know, many alchemists often can't successfully refine a single pill in a day. Ultimately, you're just bragging. Your comments on the flying dragon soup are all nonsense. Lu Jing didn't believe that such a young boy could be an alchemist. Although she didn't know much about the alchemy world, all the powerful alchemists she had encountered were old men with white hair. As for those young alchemists, their success rates were almost appallingly low. For a moment, the entire Typhoon restaurant was in an uproar, all targeting Yi Chen alone. Su Qingyan was a bit flustered, unsure of what to do. At that moment, everyone heard Zhang Jishir speak, Master Yi. Yi Chen did not look around but calmly accepted Zhang Jishir's greeting. Zhang Jishir was a man of his word. He had said he would recognize Yi Chen as his teacher, and he would always refer to him as Master Yi. What did Mr. Zhang just say? I must have misheard. Wow, Zhang Jishir calls this boy Master Yi? He considers him a teacher? Those who heard these words showed expressions of disbelief. Wang Jin and Lu Jing were even more stunned. Zhang Jishir actually referred to Yi Chen as Master Yi? Could it be that Yi Chen really had a high status? Zhang Jishir continued seriously, Master Yi, I wonder if the vitality pill is still available. On behalf of the Lu family group, I am willing to purchase it at a price of 500,000 huabi per pill. Hiss, in the restaurant, a series of gasps echoed. The eyes of two diners from Yendu instantly turned red. 500,000 huabi. Although prices had risen significantly after the revival of spiritual energy, 500,000 huabi was still a huge sum. Who would have thought that Zhang Jishir would actually spend 500,000 to buy a pill? This young man is really that impressive? At this moment, many people looked at Yi Chen with changed expressions. The staff from the Welfare Institute widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhao Weigua clutched his chest, his face filled with incredulity. It turned out that what Yi Chen had said before was true. He really was a pill master, and he seemed to be quite formidable. His expression softened. This child had truly grown up. There's no rush regarding the life-enhancing pill, Yi Chen said lightly. Zhang Jishir nodded and asked, then why did Master Yi say that Zhang's flying dragon soup tastes like chewing wax? Personally, I think it's quite delicious and deserves the title of delicacy. Yi Chen shook his head. A so-called delicacy should be rich in spiritual energy, fragrant on the lips, and leave a lingering aftertaste. Zhang's flying dragon soup has none of these qualities. Chef Zhang's expression was on the verge of breaking. Mr. Yi, your skills in alchemy may be high, perhaps even impressive, but this is culinary art, you have no right to judge. Chef Zhang said sternly. Every word Yi Chen said about the flying dragon soup was a slap to his face, and he could no longer hold back. Yi Chen replied coldly, the flying dragon soup is indeed nourishing, but those who drink it long-term will actually feel lethargic, and excessive consumption can harm the body. If I'm not mistaken, you often experience abdominal pain and blood in your urine? Chef Zhang, who was about to throw Yi Chen out, was suddenly taken aback, his face showing embarrassment. Because what Yi Chen said matched his symptoms perfectly. The diners were all astonished. What? Drinking flying dragon soup could actually cause health issues? Yi Chen waved his hand, I'm referring to those who drink more than 3 large bowls a day. Chef Zhang is a chef, he has to taste a large amount of flying dragon soup every day, so his consumption is very high. The diners finally calmed down, relieved that it wasn't a problem for them. Chef Zhang gritted his teeth, Mr. Yi, I apologize for my previous words. Can you help me? If this continues, I might never be able to cook again. He had to retract his earlier statements. Compared to face, his health and future were far more important. Zhang Jishir also perked up, curious about Yi Chen. Having witnessed Yi Chen's terrifying skills in alchemy a few days ago, he was now eager to see his culinary prowess. This young man was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Helping you is naturally simple, but I really don't like the two people who spoke just now, Yi Chen said indifferently. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's expressions changed immediately. They weren't fools, Yi Chen was clearly referring to them. Wang Jin said in a deep voice, Chef Zhang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Flying dragon soup is a delicacy, how could it cause health issues from overconsumption? Chef Zhang took a deep breath. Security, please escort these two out. The two fifth-tier martial artists standing at the restaurant entrance immediately stepped forward, expressionless, and invited the two out. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's faces turned ashen. They had lost all face this time. We'll expose what happened here later. Zhang's flying dragon soup is just a name for fame. Lu Jing took a deep breath and threw down a harsh remark. Yi Chen replied lightly, of course, you can expose it, but the consequences are something you absolutely cannot bear. In no more than 5 hours, your fans will unfollow you in droves, and you will lose a significant number of promotional articles for the restaurant. Your reputation will plummet to freezing point. Wang Jin's expression stiffened. The words this guy spoke were truly heart-wrenching. Lu Jing was so furious that she laughed. With our fans unfollowing in droves, you just keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zhan, just wait, soon the reputation of your Typhoon restaurant will completely collapse. After they finished speaking, they left directly. Chef Chang felt a surge of anxiety. Yi Chen said, you can go chase them back. Chef Chang's expression stiffened. He detected the coldness in Yi Chen's tone and quickly replied, those two are deliberately slandering Mr. Yi. How could I possibly invite them back? I'm just worried about the reputation of my dishes. Bring out the stove, Yi Chen waved his hand, your worries are unnecessary. Soon, a space was cleared in the center of Typhoon restaurant, the stove was brought out, and the ingredients were all prepared. Diners surrounded the area in layers, all curious about how such a young boy could make a better flying dragon soup. The people from the welfare home also gathered around, each feeling a bit anxious, especially the old director Zhao Weigua. After all, Yi Chen was facing so much trouble just to give him an extra bowl of flying dragon soup. This guy can't be pretending, right? To be honest, when I was his age, I couldn't even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I don't think so. Even Zhang Jisher respectfully calls him Master Yi. This young man is quite confident. Chef Zhang cautiously approached Zhang Jisher. Mr. Zhang, is this Mr. Yi really? Zhang Jisher shrugged. Master Yi indeed has high attainments in alchemy, even able to create his own formulas, but as for his culinary skills, I really haven't seen them. Chef Zhang sighed deeply and fell silent. This Yi Chen, being called Master Yi by Zhang Jisher, would surely achieve great things in the future. He couldn't afford to offend him. He decided to pretend that everything that happened today never occurred. Hey, the diners from Yendu really posted online, harshly condemning the Zhang family's flying dragon soup from Typhoon restaurant. They almost wrote that it was something even pigs and dogs wouldn't eat. Wow, fans turning from supporters to haters. I didn't expect them to fight back like this, utterly inhumane. Tisk TSK, the fans of Yendu diners have started to rally and attack Typhoon restaurant. The popularity of Zhang's flying dragon soup suddenly skyrocketed, but it's mostly insults. One comment says, I will never eat at Typhoon restaurant again, what a joke. Followed by a bunch of comments basically saying they will never go to Typhoon restaurant again. Many people habitually scrolled through the old trends, and after a moment, they came across the Yendu diners post. These two clearly didn't like to hold grudges overnight. They posted as soon as they left. The fans of Yendu diners were also quite formidable. Some even found Typhoon restaurant's online shop and directly brought the rating from 9.8 down to the low 4s. Not only that, Wang Jin and Lu Jing, fearing that the online public opinion from this incident wasn't big enough, even spent money to hire a large number of internet trolls specifically to attack the reputation of Zhang's flying dragon soup, frantically posting negative reviews. Chef Zhang heard these voices, his mouth twitching, but he remained silent, his heart bleeding. This was the reputation he had built over more than a decade, to collapse so quickly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen approached the ingredients, glanced at them, and frowned. Host selects ingredients, basic appreciation, upgrades to branch skill, herbology, beast and birdology, automatically maxed out. In an instant, all the ingredients were laid bare before him. Freshness, spiritual energy content. Yi Chen frowned again. The spiritual energy of these ingredients was shockingly low. Forget it, let's make do with it. Yi Chen picked the ingredients with the least spiritual energy loss and directly put them into the pot. Host begins cooking spiritual energy flying dragon soup. Basic cooking, upgrades to 5-star chef, automatically maxed out. The host uses a kitchen knife to handle the ingredients, activating basic knife skills, automatically reaching max level. The host ignites a flame, upgrading fire affinity to fire spiritual root, automatically reaching max level. Everyone present found it hard to forget what they had witnessed. The clean and precise knife skills, the fluid and graceful tossing of the pan, and that subtle, tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air, stirring the appetite. They were stunned. Wow, quick, take a picture. This is amazing. Incredible, this chef's knife skills are so fast, I've never seen anything like it in my life. The diners hurriedly snapped photos and posted them on social media. But this was not the end. The moment Yi Chen lifted the pot lid, the mouth-watering scent of meat enveloped everyone. Instantly intoxicated, Yi Chen smiled faintly. These spiritual dishes were inherently richer in spiritual energy than ordinary meals. It would be strange if they weren't appealing. If one were to compare, spiritual dishes were like traditional Chinese paintings in an art gallery, high-end and elegant, while ordinary meals were like poorly made comic books, even the printing was flawed. Mr. Yi, if possible, may I have the first taste? Chef Zhang's voice trembled slightly. The moment Yi Chen showcased his exceptional knife skills, he knew he was wrong. Yi Chen's culinary skills were undoubtedly high. And when that enticing aroma appeared, Chef Zhang understood he had completely lost. This flying dragon soup was leagues beyond his own. If it were to be compared, his flying dragon soup was fit only for dogs. What a disgrace. Yi Chen nodded. Chef Zhang took a deep breath, forcing his trembling arm to steady as he scooped a spoonful of flying dragon soup and gently tasted it. Hiss. A feast on the tongue, a celebration in the throat, even the soul felt like it was floating. After finishing that spoonful of flying dragon soup, Chef Zhang actually shed tears, covering his face as he collapsed to the ground. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to Mr. Yi like that. I, Zhang Tsong, am unworthy to be a chef. Everyone's eyes widened, rushing forward, eager to have a taste of this exquisite flying dragon soup. Many quickly took photos and uploaded them to social media platforms to share the culinary delight. A culinary god has visited Typhoon restaurant, creating the exquisite flying dragon soup. Exquisite flying dragon soup, a feeling of floating in the air, come quickly. Incredible, the knife skills and tossing are all exceptional. this flying dragon soup is simply the best in the world." A flood of blog posts instantly overshadowed the previous posts from the diners in Yen City. Zheng Song was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply. "From now on, Mr. Yi, you are my reborn mentor. Tai Fung Restaurant will honor you as our supreme VIP guest, forever free of charge. Mr. Yi, if you have any requests, please feel free to command me. Since the flying dragon soup is ready, I should take my leave." Yi Chen waved his hand, not caring about that. "Regarding your hidden ailment, it is actually caused by toxins entering the body. The culinary path and the alchemical path are similar at the beginning, but ultimately lead to the same destination. Tasting dishes can also be seen as tasting elixirs. Consuming elixirs can lead to elixir toxins, and the same goes for dishes. According to my formula, you will soon be free of troubles. I will also give you the recipe for this exquisite flying dragon soup." Yi Chen waved his hand. "Mr. Ye's great kindness, I will never forget." Zhang Tsong took a deep breath, extremely respectful. Yi Chen nodded and left Tai Fung Restaurant with the group from the welfare home. It wasn't until Yi Chen's figure disappeared into the vast sea of people on the street that Zhang Jishir suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. "I was so enchanted by this exquisite flying dragon soup that I completely forgot to mention the life-reviving pill to Mr. Yi," Zhang Jishir said, somewhat regretfully. Zhang Tsong expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, since Mr. Yi left behind the recipe for the exquisite flying dragon soup, how about I make a pot for you to taste?" "That sounds good," Zhang Jishir nodded. The diners couldn't help but feel their appetites stir. The numerous blog posts on the old wave had drawn many passers-by. Some came after seeing the blog posts from the diners in Yendu, wanting to see if the Tai Fung Restaurant was as disappointing as the posts suggested. Others, having seen the enthusiastic praises from other diners, also wanted to come and try a bite. The foot traffic at Tai Fung Restaurant not only didn't decrease but instead skyrocketed. Meanwhile, on the other side, after posting a blog inciting fans to purchase fake reviews to attack Tai Fung Restaurant, Wang Jin and Lu Jing sat down in a cafe. Especially Lu Jing, who wore a malicious smile on her face. "Ajin, with our number of fans, plus the $1,000 spent on fake reviews, ruining a Tai Fung Restaurant is a piece of cake, right? That Zhang Tsong dared to kick us out, he must bear the consequences," she said coldly while looking at her phone. A faint smile appeared on Wang Jin's face. The two comfortably ordered a latte. The feeling of manipulating public opinion and strategizing online was truly delightful. Tai Fung Restaurant had managed its reputation for at least 10 years, right? After 10 years, it had only achieved a rating of just over 9. And yet, in just one day, that rating could plummet below 5. This is the power of a big influencer. With just a few taps and a few lines of text, they could cause a restaurant's reputation to collapse in an instant. Lu Jing's lips curled into a smile. Just moments ago, she had secured another deal. 5 newly opened restaurants in Hanjiang City were all asking them to write an attractive blog post to draw in customers, with the highest offering 30,000 yuan. Lu Jing naturally accepted all of them. That's right, big influencers with many fans can act with impunity. "Our diners from Yendu came to taste the flying dragon soup without charging you, Zhang Song. We came purely for the food, yet you kicked us out. Since that's the case, don't blame me, Lu Jing, for being ruthless." Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and Wang Jin picked it up, frowning. "Xiao Jing, the deal from earlier was cancelled by the client." Lu Jing was taken aback. "Impossible." Before she could finish, her phone vibrated 4 more times. Wang Jin's expression suddenly darkened. "The other 4 deals have also been cancelled." Lu Jing's face turned pale. "Impossible, we have nearly 1 million fans, how could they?" Wang Jin opened the old wave, and a barrage of blog posts hit him. All of them condemned the diners from Yendu. The diners from Yendu resort to any means to attack Tai Fung Restaurant, inciting fans and purchasing fake reviews. Their behavior is extremely vile. Tai Fung Restaurant's exquisite flying dragon soup attracts a large number of customers, with peak foot traffic soaring to first place in Hangzhou. At the same time, a large number of fans were unfollowing and turning against them. "I didn't expect you to be such diners from Yendu, I've unfollowed. Ha, truly unscrupulous for money, 2 trash people, see you never." Their fan count plummeted from 1 million to only 700,000, and it continued to decrease. No wonder the 5 restaurants in Hanjiang City cancelled their orders. Those orders added up to over 100,000 yuan. Lu Jing fainted directly, while Wang Jin gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Chen. The next day, Yi Chen arrived at the academy on time. He was playing with a piece of ethereal crystal in his hand. This was something he had dug up from the underground of the welfare home last night. He initially thought it was already good to find a spirit jade for cultivation, but unexpectedly, he had dug up a piece of mustard ethereal crystal. This item was the main material for refining mustard treasures, and mustard treasures could open up a small personal space that could hold many items. However, refining this treasure would likely require upgrading to ancient method of refining. It seems I also need to prioritize the refining course and create my own mustard seed treasure as soon as possible. The morning class is about beast nurturing, and the incident with the spirit beast hill and the ferocious beasts has had a significant impact, so this class is being held indoors. Yi-Chen glanced around and noticed that Lu Quan was surprisingly sitting in his seat today without causing trouble, but beside him was a person wearing a mask, whose gaze appeared somewhat fierce. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a small character like Lu Quan. Settling into his seat, he began to hear others discussing. Some were talking about the ferocious beasts from the Spirit Beast Hill, and since the martial arts teachers from the academy had gone to hunt the beasts, the martial arts class would be suspended for a day or two. Others were discussing the events that had occurred on the Old Wave. Hey, did you guys watch the Old Wave yesterday? The Yendu foodies in Tai Fung restaurant got into a spat. Of course I watched. I used to be a fan of Yendu foodies, but I didn't expect them to be like this, inciting fans and even hiring water armies. I really feel like I was blind before. I also heard that Tai Fung restaurant has launched a premium dragon soup, limited to 100 servings a day, and once it's sold out, it's gone. They say it's really delicious. Should we go try it after school? No way. I've had Chef Shang's Zhang family dragon soup, and I thought it was just okay. You're behind the times. I heard that a master appeared at Tai Fung restaurant yesterday and made the premium dragon soup on the spot, stunning everyone. Even Zhang Jisher calls him teacher. What the hell? Zhang Jisher calls him teacher? This master must be really impressive. I have to try that premium dragon soup. The students were chatting excitedly. At this moment, Su Qingyan also came over, teasing with a smile. Aren't you going to tell them that the master is actually you? Yi Chen's expression was strange. If I say it, will they believe me? Su Qingyan paused for a moment, covering her mouth with a smile. Indeed, those who hadn't seen it with their own eyes would never believe it. Yi Chen was so young yet so skilled in culinary arts, able to create such earthly delicacies. I heard that Tang Sienna knows about your strength and is probably coming to class today. Su Qingyan suddenly bit her red lip lightly. She's definitely here to challenge you. Yi Chen chuckled. Fight me? I'm afraid she'll end up crying. Su Qingyan laughed. You can brag, but Tang Sienna is really impressive. They say she's already entered the realm of internal energy. Entering the realm of internal energy? Tang Sienna is only 18. Reaching this level is truly a rare talent. But Yi Chen was only thinking about one thing: to fight an internal energy master. Only then could his skills continue to upgrade. He really wasn't interested in Tang Sienna's strength. Lu Quan was watching this scene. He couldn't help but sneer. Yi Xiao is getting more and more impressive, even looking down on the goddess Tang Sienna. He deliberately raised his voice, causing everyone else to fall silent and quietly watch the drama unfold. Who doesn't like to watch the excitement? Yi Chen replied indifferently, only an internal energy master is qualified to make me take action. Lu Quan almost burst out laughing. The classmates in the class also frowned subtly. Are you really that pretentious? Lu Quan sneered. Oh? If that's the case, is my cousin Lu Wei also not qualified to make you take action? Yi Chen nodded. Entering the realm of internal energy really isn't worth my effort. He had previously asked Yin Chengqing about Lu Wei. He was 25 and still only at the entry level of internal energy. To be honest, this level of strength really didn't inspire much enthusiasm. Cousin, did you see that? This Yi Chen is so arrogant, he doesn't take you seriously at all. Lu Quan feigned righteous indignation, speaking to the masked person beside him. The young man slowly stood up, took off his mask, and removed his clothes. On his chest, a blue and white wave was embroidered. His physique was surprisingly robust, even his arms were thicker than the thighs of an average person. Blue and white waves. Songlong Martial Arts School. He must be Lu Quan's cousin, Lu Wei. Damn, he's actually sitting right next to him. Everyone exclaimed. At first, I thought it was normal for young people to bet and gamble. A blood chi pill, while precious, wasn't a big deal. But now I've changed my mind. I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. You don't even deserve to make a move. It seems you must be very strong, perhaps even stronger than my father. Lu Wei looked down at Yi Chen, speaking coldly. Su Qingyan shouted. The blood chi pill was what Lu Quan lost to Yi Chen in a bet. Do you really want to take it back? Are people from Sanglong Martial Arts School really this untrustworthy? Lu Wei smirked. I don't know what others are like, but I, Lu Wei, am exactly like this. And who said the original bet was a blood chi pill? It was clearly a chi-nourishing pill. He continued. Yi Chen forcibly took a third-tier pill from my cousin. As his older cousin, I must seek justice for him. Lu Wei sneered. Su Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. My God, there are really such arrogant and overbearing people in this world. The classmates in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone knew the bet was clearly for a second-tier blood chi pill, yet he insisted it was a third-tier chi nourishing pill. The chi nourishing pill can gradually cultivate internal energy. This thing is twice as expensive as the same grade fire control pill. Lu Wei's words clearly indicated his determination to tear a large piece of flesh from Yi Chen. You, Yi Chen, hit my cousin and took my blood chi pill, which is equivalent to slapping my face. If I, Lu Wei, don't retaliate and take back the pill, how can I continue to act recklessly in this South City district? Where would I put my face? Su Qingyan immediately retorted, Lu Wei, this is Shangjing Academy, not your Sanlong martial arts school. I warn you, don't act recklessly. Lu Wei pointed to his badge, open your eyes and take a good look. I am a temporary martial arts teacher invited by the academy. I'm just assessing student Yi Chen, where's the recklessness? After saying this, his expression suddenly turned fierce again. Besides, even if I were reckless, who could stop me? All the internal energy martial artists from Shangjing Academy have gone out to hunt that ferocious beast, right? Su Qingyan was instantly speechless. Yes, all the internal energy martial artists had left. Lu Wei might be the only one with internal energy in the academy. Under normal circumstances, he could easily beat all the students. After saying this, Lu Wei's expression became relaxed again. I'll give you one last chance. Take out 500,000 huabi and bow to me, and I'll spare you. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare say such things. As for you, you really don't have the qualifications to make me take action. Yi Chen was speaking the truth. Not to mention the complete suppression of internal energy. Even if Yi Chen were just a 9th-tier martial artist, he could still rely on his powerful physique and techniques to wear Lu Wei down. Rather than waste time fighting with such a person, it would be better to read more books on the 3 major subjects and level up skills. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. It seemed Yi Chen had recently taken a liking to boasting, but she always felt that Yi Chen wasn't just bragging, he seemed genuinely confident. As for the other classmates in the classroom, some scoffed while others sneered. They basically didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously, thinking he was just pretending to be mysterious to scare Lu Wei away. What did you say? Lu Wei's gaze sharpened, exuding a menacing aura. You, a mere student, have the right to say such things in front of me? I know you are already a 9th-tier martial artist, and perhaps you've learned a few techniques, but so what? In front of Tsunglong Fist, what do you count for? I won't hesitate to tell you that the Tsunglong Martial Arts School is so powerful because it has the backing of the Tang Group, a large conglomerate that spans several cities, just like the Shin and Lu families. Oh, someone as ignorant as you might not even know about the Tang family, right? Let me tell you, the Tang family has significant connections with the Tang dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion in Yendu. Tang Xianer is the young lady of the Tang Group. Now tell me, do you still dare to say such things? Lu Wei said, staring coldly into Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Lu Wei probably didn't want to cause a conflict at the academy. Using his own realm to suppress him wasn't enough, he had to bring up the Tsunglong Martial Arts School's backing as well. Yi Chen, let me tell you, unless Miss Tang Xianer personally says she wants to protect you today, no one can save you. Lu Quan sneered from the side. Yi Chen doesn't need my protection, but I don't want anyone using the Tang name to stir up trouble. A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Following that was a refreshing, faint fragrance, not overpowering, but with an intoxicating charm. The scent arrived before the person did. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. They all saw a graceful figure appear at the classroom door. Who else could it be but Tang Xianer, dressed in water blue garments, with long black hair and eyes as clear as water. A fairy. Truly a fairy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as a celestial being descending to earth. Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xianer, and an involuntary admiration rose in her heart. Tang Xianer's charm was so great that it made others feel ashamed, unable to even feel jealousy. Tang. Miss Tang. Lu Wei stuttered. The insults he was about to hurl at Yi Chen swallowed back. Tang Xianer took long strides and stood 3 meters in front of Lu Wei. She seemed to deliberately maintain a distance from everyone, neither cold nor overly familiar. Leave the academy now. I won't say it a second time. Tang Xianer glanced at him and said lightly. Lu Wei lowered his head, not daring to speak, but Lu Quan stubbornly said, but Miss Tang. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared behind Tang Xianer, and without anyone seeing what he did, Lu Quan was directly thrown out. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This figure was definitely a powerful master of internal energy, likely Tang Xianer's personal bodyguard. Lu Wei couldn't help but say, Miss Tang, is it really necessary to go this far for just one student? Tang Xianer replied indifferently, I'm here to spar with Yi Chen today. I don't care about your entanglement with him, but I don't want the Tang family's reputation to be tarnished by you. Lu Wei was no fool and immediately understood her meaning. Today, Yi Chen, you cannot be touched, I want to fight him. Alright, then I'll wait for you outside the academy, Miss Tang. Lu Wei nodded and left. Before he departed, he shot Yi Chen a glance. Humph, let you be proud for a little longer. I heard that during the assessment a few days ago, you scored 1,000 points, breaking the academy's record. Tang Xian'er looked directly at Yi Chen and smiled. Yi Chen nodded gently. I'm very pleased that my deskmate has changed so much. I will suppress my strength to the peak of the body refinement realm. Let's have a match and see. Tang Xian'er said seriously, your 1,000 points in the assessment prove that you are definitely not a bottom feeder. What do you say, do you agree? Yi Chen nodded, I can agree, but it can't be a free match, right? Tang Xian'er was taken aback for a moment, and after hearing this, her impression of Yi Chen dropped significantly. Do you want money, pills, or perhaps treasures and spirit beast cubs? She said. Yi Chen shook his head, pointing at the figure behind Tang Xian'er. I want to be punched by this internal energy master. Tang Xian'er, the internal energy master behind her, was even more confused. Young man, is your brain not functioning? When others make demands, they all ask for exorbitant prices, money, status, treasures. And you, surprisingly, want to ask for a beating? Is your brain broken? Tang Xian'er took a deep breath. Are you sure? Yi Chen confidently nodded. Of course. Aunt Ning, are you willing? She asked the internal energy master behind her. Sure. A similarly cold voice responded. Alright, let's go to the gym. The two quickly arrived at the gym. This sensational news soon spread throughout the entire academy. What? The goddess is coming to the academy? Shocked. Goddess Tang is actually sparring with Yi Chen from the second year? The gym, hurry to see. I don't care who Yi Chen is, I just want to see Goddess Tang. Almost 2/3 of the entire academy gathered at the gym, just to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Wow, the goddess is so beautiful. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 50 years. Come on, Tang Xian'er is a top talent in every aspect. How could she possibly look at you? Get real. Who is this Yi Chen? He looks a bit handsome. Ah, I remember now. This person seems to have made a martial artist vice instructor leave during the assessment, not sure if it's true. Nonsense, I heard this person scored 1,000 points in the assessment, and then that vice instructor made things difficult for him, and in the end, the head instructor came forward and directly dismissed that vice instructor on the spot. 1,000 points? You're kidding me, right? Is that even a score someone can achieve in an assessment? The gym was buzzing with voices, everyone was enthusiastically discussing. Most of the gazes were focused on Tang Xian'er, but there were also some who had heard rumors about Yi Chen, either through gossip or hearsay. In the center of the venue, Tang Xian'er had already changed into a water blue training outfit. I practiced the Lingyan step and the rounding finger softness in the body refinement realm, so be careful. Tang Xian'er gently bowed to show respect to her opponent. Yi Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. In the body refinement realm, I practice Farmer's Three Fists. Tang Xian'er was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. The name of that technique is quite amusing, then let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped lightly, her movements graceful, and a finger jabbed forward. Rounding finger softness. Like a colorful butterfly fluttering, amidst the ethereal and delicate, it concealed countless lethal threats. Even the toughest steel could not withstand the softness of the rounding finger. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and in his eyes, the approaching jade finger became increasingly clear. This finger technique seemed light, but it contained a multitude of variations. This type of martial arts was most effective against the most rigid and simplistic techniques. With just this one martial art, she could almost challenge opponents of a higher level. Wow, that's the rounding finger softness from the Tang family, right? It's said to be a very high-level martial art. Tisk TSK, we can only start learning martial arts when we reach the internal energy realm. Compared to that, someone like Tang Xian'er is a true powerhouse. She's already learning it in the body refinement realm. How could she not be strong? I also heard that Senior Wei Yihue once fought Tang Xian'er with peak body refinement strength, and he ended up losing to this rounding finger softness. Amazing martial arts, even the name is different. I think this Yi Chen is done for. Many knowledgeable or well-informed students exclaimed, their expressions excited. Yi Chen's expression also tightened, the vigorous farmer's three fists were no longer usable, and he immediately planned to use the 8 trigrams palm. The host observes high-level finger techniques, basic fist and palm, upgrades to the branch skill, countering rounding finger softness, automatically reaching max level. Soft as a finger, even the purest steel must transform into something soft. Effect, this technique is particularly effective against the straightforward and forceful martial arts, even masters of internal energy cannot escape its grasp. In Yi Chen's mind, dozens of variations of soft as a finger and methods to counter it suddenly appeared. Ha! He looked again, and soft as a finger remained the same, yet no longer concealed a turbulent undercurrent or hidden killing intent. Instead, it was laid bare, full of flaws. If one were to make a metaphor, the previous soft as a finger was like a top assassin. Amidst the crowd, he could kill you without you even sensing his murderous intent. Now, however, it resembled a clumsy ambusher, with the knife exposed. High-grade martial arts, can still be broken. Yi Chen smiled faintly and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, thrust his finger forward. Soft as a finger against the nameless finger technique. What the hell, is he crazy? He's actually going head-to-head? The most effective counter to soft as a finger is straightforward and forceful martial arts, and he dares to go head-to-head. Tisk tsk, Goddess Tang is still strong. The students couldn't help but boo. The next moment, everyone saw Tang Xiener's expression suddenly change. Soft as a finger shifted from offense to defense, protecting her chest. At the same time, Yi Chen's swift finger directly broke through her defense. Hiss! That's a slap in the face. What kind of monster is this guy? He can actually gain the upper hand at the same level? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. You can so easily break soft as a finger? For the first time, Tang Xiener looked at him seriously, suddenly smiling like a flower. Let's continue. Now, I will use my movement technique. Her steps suddenly became ethereal, as if a thin layer of mist rose with her movements, making it hard to grasp. Ling Yan Step. Host observes high-grade movement technique. Lingbo Weibu upgrades to Pyomyo Ling Yan Step, automatically max level. Pyomyo Ling Yan Step. Steps are ethereal, like mist. Effect, can greatly evade ordinary attacks from masters of internal energy and below. Yi Chen's expression was strange. It seemed he was openly stealing someone else's martial arts. Moreover, not only was he stealing, but he was also getting an upgrade. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Tang Xiener, in terms of movement techniques, you absolutely cannot compare to me, so let's not compete. Movement techniques are different from fist techniques, they hold nothing back. Once unleashed, they would astonish everyone. Tang Xiener frowned. In my entire life, very few have spoken to me like this. I don't believe it. The students who heard this nearly erupted. Did I hear that right? This kid said Goddess Tang can't compare to him? I know about the Lingyan step, it's even higher in grade than soft as a finger, a secret of the Lingyan pavilion of the great Tang and Yendu. This guy is really arrogant, he just got lucky in finger techniques against Tang Xiener, and now he dares to push further, claiming his movement technique is absolutely superior. A student, somewhat envious of Yi Chen, snorted coldly. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. Alright then. His footwork shifted, and in an instant, he left a residual shadow. With each step, faint mist rose layer upon layer. The difference was clear. Tang Xiener was stunned and stopped directly. I lost. Her tone was somewhat unwilling. All the students gasped. Not only had he broken soft as a finger with a nameless finger technique, but now he could also unleash a movement technique even more advanced than the Lingyan step. What kind of monster is Yi Chen? I will fulfill my promise. Aunt Ning, please strike him with a palm, but be sure not to hurt him, he might. Tang Xiener was afraid Aunt Ning wouldn't be gentle, and hurriedly said. Aunt Ning nodded. I understand this child's great use to the Tang family. But Yi Chen shook his head. Please, you must go all out. If Aunt Ning didn't go all out, it was very likely that the effectiveness couldn't be determined, and he would just be taking a beating for nothing. Aunt Ning was taken aback for a moment. Are you sure? I'm a master of the entry stage. With one palm strike, your life could be gone. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Don't mention a master of the entry stage, even a master of the inner strength stage's palm strike, I can barely withstand. Feel free to come. Aunt Ning frowned, truly arrogant. She directly struck her palm towards Yi Chen's chest. At the same time, Lu Wei and Lu Quan sneaked into the gym through the back door. Lu Wei was itching with impatience. He couldn't wait to teach Yi Chen a lesson. So, he immediately saw Aunt Ning's palm strike aimed at Yi Chen. Could it be that this kid provoked Tang Xiener's personal bodyguard? This is great. It would be best if she could just slap him to death. Kid, what's going on? He laughed heartily, casually pulling a student over to ask. It seems Yi Chen asked for it himself. He wants to be struck by that inner strength master. The student, who of course recognized the young master of the Tsanlong Martial Arts Hall, quickly replied in a low voice. There are actually people who seek death like this? It seems Yi Chen really is out of his mind. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Lu Quan coldly said, I think he can't bear the anger of his cousin and is deliberately letting Miss Tang's personal bodyguard hit him. Ideally, he would be seriously injured, so he can extort Miss Tang and avoid his cousin. Lu Wei suddenly understood. So that's it. this Yi-chan really has a good brain, ha ha ha. But the next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped, because he saw Yi-chan single-handedly receiving Ant Ning's palm strike, his body retreating 5 or 6 meters. The host has suffered an attack from a master of the entry stage. Diamond Shield, upgrades to Indestructible Body, automatically maxed out. Indestructible Body, body like diamond, strength like 9 bulls. Even a master of the transformation stage cannot harm the host in the slightest. Effect, increases strength by 10,000 kilograms, complete immunity to ordinary toxins, ignores ordinary attacks from masters of the transformation stage and below. The host is injured and bleeding. Basic self-healing, upgrades to Eternal Spring Technique, automatically maxed out. Eternal Spring Technique, Indestructible Eternal Spring, life endlessly continues. Effect, greatly increases blood and energy recovery, external injury recovery. Yi-chan raised an eyebrow, his physical body had finally upgraded, this trip was worth it. The upgrade of his self-healing ability was unexpected, but an upgrade is still a good thing. While Yi-chan was still immersed in the joy of his skill upgrade, everyone present was in shock. The instigator, Ant Ning, even touched her own hand, sensing her inner strength. That's right, she was a master of the entry stage, and she had just struck with all her might. How is this kid still lively and kicking? Moreover, he looked even more vigorous than before. And his wound, why is it so small? It's one thing for the wound to be small, but why is he recovering so quickly? Are you a monster? The students were all bewildered. What the hell? A 9th-tier martial artist directly withstood a palm strike from a master of inner strength, only coughing up a bit of blood, almost completely unharmed? What kind of competitor are you? Lu Quan swallowed hard. He indeed wanted to push Yi-chan out of the academy and truly hated Yi-chan for slapping him in the face repeatedly before. But he wasn't a fool. Yi-chan could actually withstand a palm strike from a master of inner strength. How strong was he really? Don't talk about being a 9th-tier martial artist. Do you think I'm Lu Quan an idiot? Cousin, this Yi-chan. Lu Quan's voice trembled slightly. Lu Wei also swallowed hard. Cousin, it's not that I don't want to help you, I can't afford to provoke someone like this. A chi blood pill is only 50 or 60,000, if we don't need it, then forget it. It's better to avoid someone like this. Even my dad wouldn't dare say he could take a palm strike from a master of inner strength head-on. Lu Wei completely dismissed any thoughts of targeting Yi-chan. If time could be reversed, he really wanted to go back half an hour and give that version of himself, who was throwing around harsh words, a few hard slaps. Damn it, what was he thinking, acting tough? This Yi-chan is so strong, why didn't he just say it earlier? Why pretend to be weak? Lu Wei said, frustrated. Lu Quan weakly replied, Cousin, even if he said it, you wouldn't believe him. Lu Wei was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Yes, he really wouldn't believe it. Let's go, let's go. A person like that, definitely don't provoke. The two came in with their heads held high but left with their tails between their legs. With Yi-chan's extraordinary vision, he could naturally see the two of them. However, a mere 9th-level body refiner was not worth his attention. He had never regarded Lu Wei as a strong opponent. Yi-chan, after graduation, can I invite you to work at the Tang Group? Tang Xian'er looked him over again, her smile radiant. The classmates in the gym erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Wow, the goddess actually extended an olive branch to a boy. Ant Ning was also slightly surprised. This was the first time she had seen Tang Xian'er show interest in recruiting someone else. Yi-chan chuckled and shook his head lightly. You underestimate me. Goodbye, Miss Tang. He didn't linger and left directly, leaving Tang Xian'er and Ant Ning exchanging glances. Miss Tang, this is the first time I've seen someone refuse you, Ant Ning said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Tang Xian'er also chuckled softly. Perhaps I underestimated him. But his martial arts skills are indeed very high. Maybe he can help with the restoration of the Lingyan step. After leaving the gym, Yi-chan avoided everyone and, with his black dog, headed straight to the Mo Dan residence. He had no mood for classes, only reading could help him adjust his mood. Mo Dan Ching had collected quite a few classics, and Yi-chan smoothly upgraded his refining skills to high-level refining. Earlier, the dog had been locked in a cage during gym class, but now that they were at Mo Dan residence, it was finally free to run around joyfully. However, it hadn't been long before it started barking at the door. 3 figures pushed the door open. Leading the way was the beast training teacher, Shuiwei, followed by a tall, handsome man with a very cold expression, and behind him was a slightly arrogant girl with delicate features. Shuiwei was holding a cage covered with a black cloth. Ah, Yi-chan, you really are here. Shuiwei's eyes lit up when she saw him. I have a 6th-level cub that has developed a strange illness. I want to ask you to take a look. After the incident with the jewel dog, she had already regarded Yi-chan as an expert in difficult cases. Junior sister, is this the expert you mentioned? The man frowned. I thought we came here to seek help from old Mo. The girl behind him scoffed. He doesn't look much older than me. How did he become a beast training expert? Shui Wei smiled apologetically. Yi Chen, this is my senior brother Sun Pingyu, and this is junior sister Zhang Yiwei. Senior brother Sun Yiwei, this is my student from the Beijing Academy. Yi Chen, she said to the two of them. What? He's my senior sister's student? Zhang Yiwei's expression became even more disdainful. Xiao Wei, this 6th level cub is very important to me. Don't treat it as a joke. Sun Pingyu frowned deeply. Their thoughts were simple. If a teacher couldn't solve the cub's illness, how could they hand it over to a student? Were they joking with them? Shui Wei quickly said, don't jump to conclusions right away. The jewel dog that master couldn't treat was saved by Yi Chen. Look, it's still lively and kicking now. In the alchemy room, the excited Jiao air dog, Xiao Hei, immediately barked a few times upon seeing Shui Wei and jumped into her arms, nuzzling against her ample chest. Shui Wei's face flushed red as she hurriedly pushed it away. The girl, Zhang Yue, pouted, I thought of that too, but Elder Shui is such a stubborn old man and won't listen to me. Sun Pingyu shot her a fierce glare, and the girl fell silent. He cleared his throat, organized his words, and said, perhaps your student is indeed quick-witted and can identify the symptoms of the Jiao air dog right away and prescribe the right medicine. But that doesn't mean he can spot the symptoms of this red-maned bear at a glance. After all, the Jiao air dog is only tier 4, while my little bear is tier 6. If it weren't for the sudden illness on the way, I wouldn't be in such a rush to find a cure. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well hurry back to Spirit Beast Mountain to find my master for a solution. After finishing, Sun Pingyu turned to leave. Yi Chen frowned but did not try to stop him. He had already studied high-tier beast rearing theory, and he could see the symptoms of the red-maned bear at a glance. Its right hind leg's muscles were atrophied, and if someone else were to treat it, they would definitely need a lot of medicine. But Yi Chen only needed a few vitality pills, combined with beast blood pills, to completely heal the red-maned bear. If Sun Pingyu had a better attitude, he might have offered some guidance. But with this attitude, he couldn't be bothered. After all, it wasn't his spirit beast. At that moment, a few figures pushed the door open, and the internal energy pressure that rushed in nearly scared the dog into peeing itself. Where's old Mo? Where's old Mo? Quickly, bring him out to treat teacher phone. A martial arts teacher rushed in, shouting anxiously. Following closely, Shi Yu, who carried an injured martial arts teacher inside. Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. Old Mo isn't here. He had seen a note left on the alchemy platform. Mo Danqing said he had gone to Yendu for a paper presentation. What do we do now? If he bleeds too much, Old Feng's arm will be ruined, the martial arts teacher said, frantic. At that moment, Yang Yan also rushed in. Old Mo isn't here, is Yi Chen? Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen? The martial arts teacher was taken aback. Yang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen, quickly, use your vitality pills to save Old Feng, he urged. Okay. Yi Chen nodded, instructing the others to lay teacher Feng on the bed in the lounge and immediately began to treat the wound. Dean, can this kid do it? The martial arts teacher from earlier asked, looking troubled. Yang Yan nodded confidently. Don't worry, Yi Chen is a genius in alchemy. The vitality pills he concocts will definitely help Old Feng recover. It's just a pity for our spirit beasts. Shui Wei quickly said, did something go wrong during the capture of the ferocious beast on Nanping Mountain? Yang Yan's expression turned pained. That ferocious beast is very cunning. It can hide its aura. In fact, it's tier 7. Our spirit beasts were sent out to track the ferocious beast, suffering heavy casualties, and the lone old Feng almost lost his life. Shui Wei's heart sank. Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yue's expressions also changed. Faced with such a situation, they felt embarrassed to leave directly. Dean Yang, we are disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Please bring the injured spirit beasts over, and we can treat them. That would be perfect. Yang Yan exclaimed with delight. However, when these spirit beasts were brought before the two, they immediately found themselves in a dilemma. These spirit beasts were almost all covered in blood, their flesh torn apart. If they were at Spirit Beast Mountain, such spirit beasts wouldn't even need treatment, as it would be more resource efficient to cultivate a new cub than to spend a lot of resources on healing. The two were at a loss. Shui Wei, however, was doing her best to alleviate the pain of these spirit beasts, which was all she could do. Yang Yan glanced at the two and suddenly shook his head. Alright. Are there any other injured teachers? Yi Chen crushed the vitality pills and applied them to teacher Feng's arm, then fed him a few blood-boosting pills, speaking directly. Is this really enough? Child, don't mislead people. Human life is more precious than anything. The martial arts teacher frowned at first. Shi Yu stepped directly in front of teacher Feng, and at a glance, he saw the visible speed of recovery on the latter's arm. If you don't believe Yi Chen, go check for yourself, Shi Yuhu said, tearing off his own clothes in a few swift motions, revealing his strong back. Yi Chen, help me with this. Yi Chen leaned in to take a look and was shocked to find over a dozen claw marks on his back. He quickly applied the vitality pills. Teachers, just crush the vitality pills and apply them to the wounds, then take a few blood-boosting pills, Yi Chen said, noticing that others also had varying degrees of injuries, and immediately distributed the vitality pills to everyone. Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yuwei stared in disbelief. Such large wounds, and they healed so quickly? What kind of miraculous medicine is this vitality pill? How come I've never heard of it before? Alright, I'll take care of these spirit beasts' injuries, Yi Chen said without pausing for a moment. His fingertips made direct contact with a spirit beast's wound, which was glowing green, clearly indicating poison. Yi Chen, be careful. Shi Yuhu's pupils constricted, and he quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Host touches corruption poison, activating corruption resistance, automatically max level. Shi Yuhu knew better than anyone the power of the corruption poison from that fierce beast's claws. If it were a body-refining martial artist like Yi Chen, his fingers would likely be completely corroded in just over a minute. What's wrong, Principal Shi? Yi Chen examined the green corruption poison on his fingertip, puzzled. Shi Yuhu shook off his hand and walked away expressionlessly. Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? Immune to all poisons? I worried for nothing. Yi Chen continued the process, crushing the vitality pills and applying them to the wounds of the spirit beasts, while also feeding them beast blood pills. For those spirit beasts that were more deeply poisoned, he even specially refined a batch of detoxification pills for them to take. Moments later, all the spirit beasts and all the martial arts teachers were healed, full of life. Hiss. Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yuwei both gasped in shock. In fact, they had been gasping since the vitality pills took effect. There was no way around it, this medicine was just too amazing. Have you ever seen such a visible recovery speed? This is no longer a 4th-tier pill, it's a 4th-tier divine medicine. By the way, we still don't know why the 2 spirit beasts came to the capital academy, Yang Yan said. Sun Pingyu quickly replied, Director Yang, we were sent by our sect to collect spirit beast samples in Hanzhou. We were originally going to Nanping Mountain, but halfway there, my red-maned bear suddenly had some issues, and He trailed off, unable to continue. They couldn't just say they looked down on Yi Chen and didn't let him treat the red-maned bear, could they? Damn it, why is this kid so powerful? A few pills and it healed so quickly. If I had known he was this capable, I would have definitely let him treat the little bear. Zhang Yuwei beside him was even more tongue-tied. Just a moment ago, she had looked down on Yi Chen the most. Who would have thought that right after she finished speaking, Yi Chen would heal so many people in front of them and also treat the spirit beasts? Yang Yan, being astute, immediately guessed what the two were hesitant to say. He snorted coldly, so you looked down on Yi Chen and didn't want him to treat them, huh? The two's faces turned even more awkward. Zhang Yuwei felt a bit embarrassed and retorted, who would have thought he was so young yet so skilled in alchemy and medicine? And besides, senior brother Sun was right, even if he can treat the Jiao air dog and so many spirit beasts, their highest grade is only 4th or 5th tier. But the red-maned bear is a 6th tier beast. I don't believe he can heal a 6th tier spirit beast. I guess the only way is to return to the sect and ask the elders for help. Zhang Yuwei pouted, turning her face to the side. Sun Pingyu showed a bitter smile. His junior sister, being the daughter of the Spirit Beast Mountain's master, had developed a proud temperament since childhood. The more Yang Yan said this, the less Zhang Yuwei was willing to admit that Yi Chen could heal the 6th-tier cub. Shui Wei also sighed inwardly. What if I can heal it? What would you say then? Would you say I can at most heal a 6th-tier beast and definitely can't heal a 7th-tier one? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Zhang Yuwei was momentarily speechless, her face flushed with anger. I am not that kind of person. If you really can heal it, I will give you this book. She finished speaking and pulled out an ancient book with a yellowed cover from her bosom. Sun Pingyu's expression changed drastically. Even when Yi Chen saved so many people and spirit beasts, his expression hadn't changed this much. Yue, you can't gamble with this book. Shui Wei was also taken aback, forcing a smile. Yue, if you really lose, the mountain master will probably spank you. Upon hearing Shui Wei's words, Zhang Yue's pert little backside twitched, but she still held her head high, saying, no way. I don't believe this guy can heal the little bear. Besides, even if I lose, so what? It's all in ancient text, he can't understand it, and our Spirit Beast Mountain's techniques won't be leaked. At most, my dad will give me a spanking, and then he'll take it back from this guy. In any case, I don't believe this guy can heal the little bear. Zhang Yuwei huffed angrily. So, Yi Chen, do you dare? Yi Chen smiled lightly. If you give me a technique for free, What is there for me to be afraid of? Wait. Yue has put up her stake. What about you? Sun Pingyu suddenly turned his eyes and said, I see you're still a student, probably don't have anything valuable, so how about we use the formula for the vitality pill as the stake? Yi Chen glanced at him, half smiling. The formula for the vitality pill? You think too highly of yourself. This is a self-created formula, not just in Hanzhou, but in the entire Huagua. Only Yi Chen can refine it. However, this no-risk, high-reward deal is indeed worth pursuing. Yang Yan, hearing Sun Pingyu's words, quickly signaled Yi Chen not to accept this bet. He knew all too well the value of the vitality pill. Mo Danqing went to Yendu for a paper release conference. One paper was on the improved formula for the beast blood pill, and the other was the formula for the vitality pill. These two papers could create a sensation in the entire alchemy world. If he applied for a patent from the Ministry of Politics, Yi Chen would almost have a protective talisman. This is a talisman sanctioned by the Ministry of Politics. He couldn't let Spirit Beast Mountain trick him. Yi Chen smiled confidently at him and then said, I'll take this bet. Yang Yan slapped his forehead. It's over. Sun Pingyu didn't expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward and nodded awkwardly. He naturally knew the value of a self-created formula. If it came down to it, the value of a self-created formula clearly surpassed that of the Spirit Beast Mountain's techniques. But since Yi Chen agreed, then they couldn't miss out on this opportunity. Then let's get started. If you can't completely heal the little bear in 3 hours, you lose, Zhang Yue said, crossing her arms. Yi Chen frowned. Zhang Yue thought he found the time too short and added, then let's make it 5 hours. No, 3 hours is too long. I only need half an hour, Yi Chen said lightly. Everyone surrounding them was. Yang Yan was shocked. Do you really have confidence or are you just pretending? Half an hour? What can you do in half an hour? Yi Chen directly opened the cage, and a small bear with red mane, about half a person tall, looked at him suspiciously. Its right hind leg showed signs of atrophy and necrosis, making it look like a miniature version compared to the left hind leg. I want to see how you plan to handle this first step of contacting the red-maned bear. Sun Pingyu crossed his arms and watched coldly. The red-maned bear is a spirit beast known for its violent temperament and strong desire to attack. If Yi Chen approached it directly, he could very well be attacked. Then he heard Yi Chen softly say, Little bear, be good, I'm here to help you heal. Everyone was stunned for a second. In their hearts, they were frantically mocking, are you trying to coax a child? Yang Yan even forced himself to hold back a laugh. Zhang Yue disdainfully curled her lips. If it were that easy, our Spirit Beast Mountain would have long become the #1 sect in the world. Then everyone saw the red-maned bear hesitate for a moment before extending its little paw to rest in Yi Chen's palm. Sun Pingyu? Zhang Yue? Could it be that Yi Chen really could communicate with spirit beasts? Communicate like coaxing a child? Sun Pingyu saw Yi Chen about to directly touch the red-maned bear's right hind leg and couldn't help but remind him, I advise you not to make direct contact. The little bear's leg has been poisoned by cold. The consequences of direct contact with toxins are terrifying. Sun Pingyu had to take several detoxification pills to alleviate his own situation back then. Yi Chen, however, seemed not to hear and directly picked up the right hind leg to examine it closely, slightly frowning. Host has come into contact with cold poison and depression poison, activating cold poison resistance, depression poison resistance, automatically maxed out. Sun Pingyu raised an eyebrow. What kind of constitution does this Yi Chen have? He can directly touch cold poison without any issues? Not just cold poison, but also depression poison. Yi Chen said without looking back, please help me fetch the roots of the red poplar, flame lily, and woodworm. Sun Pingyu was taken aback, then immediately realized with a dark expression that Yi Chen was ordering him around. Damn it, if you can't heal the little bear later, you'll be in for it. After Yi Chen got the medicinal materials, he slapped the Xuanwu furnace and directly began refining pills. Moments later, a pill emitting a strange fragrance was produced. What kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before. Yang Yan was momentarily stunned. It's my own creation, a universal detoxification pill. Yi Chen said casually, directly feeding it to the little bear, then giving it 2 vitality pills for oral and external application. Hiss. Another self-created pill? Yang Yan gasped. Zhang Yue scoffed, you can keep bragging, self-created pills, huh? Yi Chen chuckled lightly, alright, just wait. Sun Pingyu frowned, are you kidding me? Is this really enough? Yi Chen, please take the little bear seriously. If its condition worsens, I will not let you off lightly just because of Shui Shimi, he said sternly. Yi Chen picked up the kettle, brewed a pot of Dehong Pao, and called everyone over for tea, then leisurely said, are you blind? Sun Pingyu's eyes widened, you. He was about to get angry when his sleeve was tugged by Zhang Yue. Brother Yu, the little bear really seems to be recovering. Zhang Yui's voice was not only small but also on the verge of tears, because she had already seen that the red-maned bear's right hind leg was indeed recovering at a visibly rapid pace. This is outrageous. You can heal a 6th-tier spirit beast. If the techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain were to be spread, I would definitely get a beating when I go back. Thinking of this, Zhang Yue felt a twinge of pain in her little backside again. Miss Shang, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Yi Chen leisurely took a sip of De Hong Pao and smiled. Could it be that you want to breach the contract? Yan Yan noticed the awkwardness between the two and laughed. Spirit Beast Mountain is known for valuing promises and agreements in Huagua. I believe both of you would never breach the contract. Yan Yan and Yi Chen harmonized, instantly putting Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yue in a difficult position. Playing tricks? In this alchemy room, there are more than 10 internal strength martial artists. Do you dare to play tricks? Keep your promise? If you go back, you might lose all your performance points. Not only that, but Sun Pingyu also feared that he would receive the same treatment as Zhang Yue. A beating. At this moment, Zhang Yue let out a delicate hum. If I give it to you, then I give it to you. This young lady doesn't believe you can understand it. Just wait, soon my father will send someone to retrieve the technique. She viciously stuffed the Spirit Beast Mountain technique into Yi Chen's arms and turned to leave. Yi Chen smiled slightly and opened it directly. Host reads ancient texts, basic language, upgrades to ancient literature scholar, automatically max level. Beast taming true technique. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he murmured. Host reads ancient beast rearing texts, advanced beast rearing, upgrades to ancient method of beast rearing, automatically max level. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge about the evolution and mutation of ancient spirit beasts flooded into his mind. Just as Zhang Yue and her companion were about to leave, they nearly bumped into the door upon hearing the 4 words spoken by Yi Chen. He actually understands it. Zhang Yue looked as if she had seen a ghost. Sun Pingyu sighed. Yue, this time we've really gotten into big trouble, and I still can't get the technique back. Junior sister Yue, I hope to see you at the Spirit Beast ceremony at the mountain gate next time, he said, turning back. Shui Wei hesitated for a moment and nodded. The two of them carried the red-maned bear and left directly. Yi Chen shifted his gaze to the little black dog, Xiao Er, that was gnawing on the sofa, as if he wanted to see through its skin, veins, and bones. The dog whimpered, as if it had encountered a top predator in the food chain, immediately lying down and not daring to breathe. So that's it, just from this glance, I can actually see 3 or 4 evolution paths. Raising beasts is also a great path. Yi Chen murmured. Yang Yan noticed that he must have seen some insights from the Spirit Beast Mountain technique, so he didn't want to disturb him and was about to leave with the other martial artist teachers. However, these teachers did not leave immediately. Instead, they all came to Yi Chen. Classmate Yi Chen, my arm was saved by you. From now on in the capital, just give your orders. Despite the teacher-student relationship, Teacher Feng showed no airs of superiority and earnestly made a promise. The other teachers nodded in agreement, some of whom had been treated by Yi Chen even slightly bowing. Yang Yan watched this unfold. With this, Yi Chen's status among the teachers had almost reached a very high level, which was actually a good thing for him. Yi Chen accepted this gratitude calmly. After that, the teachers began to leave one by one. Senior brother, with the mountain master's temperament, will he make things difficult for Yi Chen? Shui Wei asked the last one to leave, Shi Yuhu. Shi Yuhu replied lightly, it's certain that he will make things difficult. It depends on whether Yi Chen can withstand it. After all, this technique was actually something Yi Chen deliberately gambled from Zhang Yue. Senior brother, don't you want to see the mountain master? Shui Wei asked again. Shi Yuhu left without a word. Yi Chen, thank you so much today. I owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, feel free to ask me, Shui Wei said to Yi Chen. She was already extremely beautiful, and at this moment, her smile was even more enchanting. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Really? Then I need quite a few unique materials for beast rearing. Shui Wei, asking for a favor on the spot? The names of various materials jumped out of his mouth, and Shui Wei showed a look of surprise. She had studied beast rearing for many years and successfully cultivated a large number of spirit beast cubs. Yi Chen casually mentioned it, and she realized he intended to cultivate this little black dog. But these materials were a bit too fantastical, and they were also too expensive, totaling over 300,000 huabei. Shui Wei couldn't help but say, Yi Chen, silver bellflowers are too cold in nature, not suitable for jewel dogs, and this would seed. Teacher Shui, do you believe I can directly promote Little Black to the 9th rank? Yi Chen suddenly said with a light laugh. Shui Wei was taken aback. Her first reaction was disbelief. But in Yi Chen's tone, there was an undeniable confidence, as if what he said was the simplest thing in the world. Alright, I'll go get it for you. I don't have many wood seeds left, but old Imo should have some. Shui Wei took a deep breath and said seriously. Moments later, all the materials were ready. The dog obediently sat on the alchemy platform according to Yi Chen's instructions, trembling slightly. 500 grams of silver bell flowers ground into powder. 600 grams of wood seeds burned at high temperature to remove the shell. 2 kilograms of giant phagocyte blood and flesh. 1 inner core of a 4th-rank spirit beast. Add water, distill. Yi Chen's hands moved swiftly, his gaze sharp as lightning, his expression meticulous. Having upgraded the ancient method of beast cultivation, he seemed to embody the essence of ancient beast masters and predecessors in that moment. He could see at a glance the flaws and strengths in the jewel dog's growth, and he could discern the path suitable for its development. He could even formulate the most perfectly tailored growth path based on the personality of each spirit beast. Ascending directly from the 4th rank to the 9th rank was not a difficult task. Shui Wei watched in astonishment. In a daze, she even mistook Yi Chen for her own master, Elder Shuefeng of Spirit Beast Mountain. This was truly the state of a beast master who had immersed themselves in the art of beast cultivation for many years. Have all of this eaten. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said seriously to Little Black. The dog barked twice, showing no doubt about Yi Chen's words, and gulped down everything he had prepared in a few bites. Ow ow. After eating, Little Black immediately howled, even rolling on the alchemy platform, as if it had swallowed a piece of eternal ice, or as if there was fire burning in its stomach. It was in great pain. Shui Wei suddenly panicked. It won't be in trouble, will it? Yi Chen said seriously to Little Black, hold on. Little Black whimpered a few times. It understood Yi Chen's words and tried to stifle its voice. Indeed, sound could reduce pain, but correspondingly, it would also dissipate power. More than 10 minutes later, the jewel dog lay limp on the alchemy platform, its shiny fur even soaked with sweat. However, the spiritual energy around it had risen several levels. Shui Wei took out a bead she carried with her and approached Little Black. The function of this bead was simple: to detect the spiritual energy level of spirit beasts. This was a special product made by Spirit Beast Mountain after the revival of spiritual energy, and basically, every beast cultivation teacher in the country had one. The bead flashed, and 5 sun-like marks quickly appeared on its surface. 5th rank. Shui Wei's eyes widened. The evolution isn't over yet. In at most 4 days, it will become 9th rank. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Shui Wei looked at the dog lost in sweet dreams, her face filled with disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, this jewel dog was still 4th rank. Now, it had actually become a 5th rank pup. Yi Chen, you must not let this matter leak out. In the future competition among the 4 prestigious schools, on the beast cultivation arena, Little Black will be our trump card. Shui Wei looked directly into Yi Chen's eyes and said seriously. Yi Chen nodded. He certainly wouldn't reveal this matter, because the 9th rank was not the limit he had planned for Little Black. However, the inner core of a high-rank spirit beast was not so easily obtained. Sometimes, even with money, it couldn't be bought. This matter had to be set aside for now. Alright, it's getting dark, I should head home, Shui Wei said as she picked up her bag and was about to leave when she seemed to remember something. You'd better not go to the area near Nanping Mountain. There's a fierce beast that got injured, and it might come down at night. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Right, there are fierce beasts on Nanping Mountain. The one that was heavily injured by Dean Yang and the others is a 7th-tier beast. Okay, Teacher Shui. Yi Chen's mind was already calculating how to deal with that 7th-tier beast. After leaving the school, Yi Chen hailed a taxi. Driver, to Nanping Mountain, he said directly. The middle-aged driver in the front seat shuddered. Kid, what are you going there for? I heard there's a fierce beast over there. I also heard that a family in Nanping community was completely eaten by the beast. It's terrifying. Driver, double the fare, Yi Chen said, handing over 200 yuan. Alright, let's go. The driver swallowed the rest of his words and immediately started the car. Kid, what are you going to do at Nanping Mountain at this late hour? I can take you there, but I have to tell you, it's really dangerous, the middle-aged driver couldn't help but say. Yi Chen held the dog in his arms, rubbing its belly to help it digest, and casually replied, I'm going to kill that fierce beast. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the driver's name tag reading Gugwoping. Gugwoping nearly lost control of the steering wheel upon hearing this. What the hell, you're a student from Jingjing Academy, and you say you're going to kill a fierce beast? Kid, I heard that the teachers from Jingjing Academy failed to encircle and kill the beast, and you're just a student. Gugwoping didn't say it too harshly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, non-committal. When he was refining medicine for the dog earlier, his internal energy had already smoothly broken through to its peak. If compared, it was equivalent to the level of a 7th-tier adult spirit beast, and that fierce beast had already been heavily injured by the academy's teachers. Yi Chen wasn't here to enjoy the scenery. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yi Chen, Gu Guoping shifted the topic to spirit beasts. That spirit beast of yours is a 4th-tier Jiao air dog, right? Gu Guoping asked. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. This driver actually knew? Gu Guoping noticed his surprise and said with a hint of pride, my daughter Gu Xiaoxiao just started school at the academy this year. Her favorite thing is raising spirit beasts, and she has already finished reading that high-tier theory. She talks about it every day, so I naturally understand a bit. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It's impressive for a first-year student to finish high-tier spirit beast theory. Gu Guoping continued, Xiaoxiao really admires that third-year student Shen Linfeng. She says Shen Linfeng might be the most talented person in spirit beast raising at the academy. Hey, little student, do you know Shen Linfeng? Shan Linfeng? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That guy hasn't come to trouble him recently. He didn't think Shen Linfeng had given up. On the contrary, Shen Linfeng was accumulating strength, waiting for the right moment, increasing his own capital. The next time he strikes, it will definitely be a storm-like attack. Shan Linfeng? I guess you could say we're sworn enemies, Yi Chen said lightly. Gu Guoping wiped the sweat from his right hand discreetly. Are kids nowadays so straightforward? 20 minutes later, Yi Chen got out of the car at the foot of Nanping Mountain. Just as he was about to step forward, Xiao He started barking at a nearby flower bed. A spirit beast is approaching. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Then he saw 3 massive wolves emerging from the bushes. Gu Guoping's soul nearly left his body at the sight, but he still shouted, get in the car. Get in the car. Yi Chen took a closer look at the leading wolf and suddenly smiled, walking towards the wolves. Gu Guoping's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell, is this kid trying to get himself killed? Gu Guoping gritted his teeth, got out of the car, and grabbed Yi Chen, wanting to run. But he couldn't move Yi Chen at all. The boy was like a small mountain. Not only could he not pull him, but he was also dragging him forward. Master Good, don't be afraid, I know this wolf, Yi Chen said with a light laugh. Gu Guoping cried out in despair, I believe you, you ghost. Let go of me. Let go of me. I shouldn't have come to save you. Ah! The blood-fawn wolf was almost pressed against his face, and Gu Guoping could even smell the blood on the giant wolf's breath. Xiaoxiao, I can't go back this time. You must study hard in school. My dear, actually, I've hidden some savings behind your back, just in my pair of unused leather shoes. He seemed to have given up resisting, his face pale, murmuring to himself, making arrangements for his aftermath. Gu Guoping had even closed his eyes, giving up the struggle. Then, nothing happened. He couldn't help but open his eyes and immediately saw the largest wolf whimpering, rubbing its head against Yi Chen, looking like a loyal dog waiting for praise. Gu Guoping. He was stunned for a moment before suddenly jumping up. I'm actually not scared. Master Gu said this while his legs were still trembling. Yi Chen found it amusing. Master Gu, could you please wait for me here for an hour? I'm afraid it will be too late to get a taxi. Yi Chen smiled. Gu Guoping's legs were still shaking, and he refused to stay, shaking his head immediately. No, Xiaoxiao is still waiting at home. Yi Chen handed over 100 yuan. I think I can wait a little longer. Master Gu was a bit tempted. Yi Chen handed over another 100 yuan. Master Gu climbed back into the car. I can wait for you here, but only for an hour. The South Ping district is really not safe. Besides the ferocious beasts, the public order is also not good. An hour is enough. Yi Chen gazed at South Ping Mountain, then followed the giant wolves into the night. Gu Guoping shrank his neck and rolled up the car window. 3 blood-fawn wolves ran ahead, followed closely by a small black wolf that was less than a third of their size, with Yi Chen trailing behind. In just a few minutes, Yi Chen had sprinted up to the halfway point of the mountain without even panting. His stamina had been enhanced to the point where he could tear apart tigers and leopards. Of course, this term had become outdated after the revival of spiritual energy. As humans grew stronger, tigers and leopards naturally became stronger too. Human blood? The largest blood-fawn wolf stopped in front of a pool of fresh blood, and Yi Chen sniffed, momentarily stunned. There's movement over there. Yi Chen carefully discerned the sounds in the night wind, quickly locked onto a direction, and swiftly pursued. Soon he saw a petite figure struggling to move forward. Zheng Yue? Yi Chen was taken aback. He quickened his pace to catch up. It's you? Zheng Yue also recognized him immediately. But after all, she had given him a genuine Spirit Beast Mountain manual, and her impression of Yi Chen was not good. At this moment, her tone was even colder. South Ping Mountain is very dangerous. Your strength is too weak. Hurry and leave. Zheng Yue's wound was still bleeding as she frowned. Yi Chen handed her a life restoration pill. Where's Sun Pingyu? Did you separate? Zheng Yue hesitated for a moment but still took it, crushing the life restoration pill to apply it to her wound. The flesh around the wound began to heal at a visible speed. Having experienced it herself, she truly realized the powerful medicinal effect of this pill. Upon hearing this, she suddenly lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault. I heard from my father that the blood of the violent tooth wolf is of the best quality at midnight, so as soon as I left the Beijing Academy, I urged senior brother Yu to come to South Ping Mountain to collect samples, but we were surrounded by a pack of violent tooth wolves. Senior brother Yu protected me and charged out, but we got separated along the way. Yichen couldn't help but frown. No one understood the habits of the ferocious beasts of Nanping Mountain better than he did. The violent tooth wolf and the blood tooth wolf were the two most common ferocious beasts in Nanping Mountain. However, the former preferred to fight alone, possessing greater individual strength, and they rarely hunted in packs like the blood tooth wolves. Ugh! The lead wolf approached Yi Chen and called out a few times. Zhang Yue's eyelids twitched in surprise, and she said, You actually tamed a blood tooth lead wolf. Yi Chen nodded. The lead wolf just told me that those violent tooth wolves are being controlled by the strongest ferocious beast in Nanping Mountain. Sun Pingyu is in grave danger. We must hurry to save him. Zhang Yue seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Save? With your head? I am going to save brother Yu, but I can't take you along as a burden. You just gave me a life essence pill, so I advise you to leave quickly. Zhang Yue scolded sharply. Yi Chen frowned. This woman was truly arrogant. I am at the peak of inner strength, Yi Chen said calmly. Zhang Yue seemed to find it amusing. Don't joke around. Brother Yu has mastered inner strength. You. Be careful. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, and his fist struck out fiercely. In the next moment, a violent tooth wolf that had pounced from the bushes was sent flying. Its skull was even strangely caved in, clearly dead. Zhang Yue was left speechless. No matter how one looked at it, the violent tooth wolf was a fourth-tier beast, and for Yi Chen to kill it so easily with a single punch indicated that his strength was certainly not low. Alright, then follow behind me, but don't try to show off. Zhang Yue said helplessly. Yi Chen found it amusing and gestured to the blood-tooth lead wolf, which whined softly and quickly left. Zhang Yue took a chipmunk out of her pocket. The little creature chirped a few times and ran ahead quickly. Keep up, she commanded. Yi Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. This chipmunk seemed exceptionally skilled at tracking scents, likely a spirit beast carefully cultivated by Spirit Beast Mountain. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a cave, where a giant tiger lay feigning sleep, not participating in the battle. Sun Pingyu was surrounded by over 20 violent tooth wolves, struggling to break free. He swung his sword to knock a violent tooth wolf away, silently lamenting. Coming to Nanping Mountain at this late hour to collect samples had indeed been a mistake. He had originally thought that the ferocious beasts would not move after being severely injured. With his mastery of inner strength, dealing with other spirit beasts should have been no problem. Who would have thought that this ferocious beast was so terrifying, and it commanded a large group of violent tooth wolves? The violent tooth wolves discovered the two of them and immediately surrounded them. The adult spirit beasts he had brought with him had almost no defensive capability and were quickly killed, and this ferocious beast was likely drawn out as well. At this moment, the ferocious beast looked at him as if he were food. The flesh and blood of a human infused with spiritual energy was a great supplement for such a beast. Unfortunately, it was still deep night, and there was no way to call for help. Was he really going to die here? But thankfully, Yue had escaped. Yi Chen stood atop a tree, surveying the battlefield. The knowledge of ancient beast cultivation began to stir in his mind, and he quickly learned about this ferocious beast. Suspended forehead golden-eyed tiger, 7th tier, not low in intelligence, immense strength. From the looks of it, it should have activated a certain ancestral bloodline under the tidal wave of spiritual energy and is controlling a large group of low-tier spirit beasts. Yi Chen stroked his chin and nodded. Mindless brute strength was not a problem. The most feared were those with brains. No wonder this creature could escape from the encirclement of the academy teachers. Sun Pingyu's stamina was clearly declining, and several violent tooth wolves seized the opportunity to pounce, aiming for his vital points. Zhang Yue gasped and drew her sword, ready to charge forward. Yi Chen threw it behind him, but instead of retreating, he charged forward. With a sudden stomp on the ground, his internal energy erupted, speeding towards them like a cannonball. Host has unleashed an extremely strong speed. Basic leg technique, upgraded to Yama's Ghost Foot, automatically maxed out. Yama's Ghost Foot, Yama calls you to die at midnight, never leaving anyone alive until dawn. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Come back. Zhang Yue was momentarily stunned and shouted. This is my business with the Spirit Beast Mountain, it has nothing to do with you, come back. In midair, Yi Chen still had time to turn back and smile, infuriating Zhang Yue to the point where her teeth itched. He executed the Yama's Ghost Foot, unleashing a tremendous force that directly crushed several bloodfang wolves. The stench of hot blood splattered all over Sun Pingyu. Sun Pingyu's eyes widened. Could it be that Yi Chen was this powerful? Zhang Yue was also dumbfounded. Yi Chen, could it be that he truly reached the peak of internal energy? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to be so formidable, killing several blood-fawn wolves with a single kick. Roar! Seeing more living beings join the battle and their companions being killed, the pack of blood-fawn wolves became even more agitated. The wolves surrounding Sun Pingyu split off more than 20 to attack Yi Chen together. The pressure on Sun Pingyu suddenly decreased, but the hearts of the two became even more tense. Yi Chen had entered the wolf pack to save them. If he died, they would feel guilty for a lifetime. Despite Zhang Yue's somewhat proud and willful nature, her heart was still kind. Gritting her teeth, she drew her sword and was about to rush over. Yi Chen shouted, "Don't come over and hold me back!" A metal pipe slipped from his sleeve, and every time he swung it, a rain of blood and a stench erupted, with each strike sending a blood-fawn wolf flying with a scream. Host wields the plumber's pipe wrench, activating basic Chi-Men, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen effortlessly beat down these blood-fawn wolves, and upon hearing this voice, he couldn't help but smirk. So this pipe wrench counts as a Chi-Men weapon. In the eyes of Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yue, Yi Chen seemed like a rock, while the pack of blood-fawn wolves surged like an ever-rising tide. The tide crashed countless times, howling fiercely, but the rock remained unyielding. Sun Pingyu's eyes even glistened with moisture. "Yi Chen, hurry and go!" He jolted back to his senses, casually slashing the blood-fawn wolves in front of him, breaking through the encirclement, and shouted. Zhang Yue also yelled, "Yi Chen, senior brother, you is safe now, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when that beast catches up." Yi Chen turned back, puzzled. "Leave? Why should we leave? I came here today to kill that beast." Zhang Yue was so furious at his words that her face turned red, unable to speak for a long time. Sun Pingyu sighed bitterly. "Yi Chen, stop joking. That beast is at the 7th rank, even if it's injured, it's not something we can handle. We should leave quickly while we can. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Roar! Just as Sun Pingyu was about to continue, the giant tiger suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that shook the mountains and startled a flock of birds. "It's over. The beast has awakened." Zhang Yue's face turned pale. "We've been ruined by this brainless guy." Sun Pingyu's expression grew more urgent. "The beast is coming. Yi Chen, retreat quickly." Yi Chen knocked down the last blood-fawn wolf and casually said, "There's a taxi waiting at the foot of the mountain, you two go first. I'll kill this golden-eyed tiger and catch up." After saying that, he boldly walked towards the cave entrance. Zhang Yue was so angry she stomped her feet. She had seen Yi Chen crush several blood-fawn wolves and rescue Sun Pingyu, and had developed some fondness for the latter. Now, all that fondness had vanished. Dead people don't deserve to be liked. In her eyes, Yi Chen had become someone with a bit of strength but who particularly liked to show off. Now, he was about to lose his life because of his stubborn nature. "Brother you, we." Zhang Yue bit her cherry lips. Sun Pingyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "No, Yi Chen saved me, I must go help him. But Yue, you are different from me. You are the daughter of the Mountain Master and the next successor of Spirit Beast Mountain. You cannot die here. Leave Nanping Mountain and go to the Capital Academy for help." Sun Pingyu drew his blood-stained sword, took a deep breath, and chased after Yi Chen's figure. Zhang Yue's eyes waged an internal battle several times before she finally decided to hurry to the Capital Academy for help. "Brother, you must hold on, I will be back soon." On the other side, Yi Chen had already arrived at the cave where the golden-eyed tiger was lurking. The massive beast glared at him with its fierce eyes, fixated on him. It must be said that a 7th-tier adult beast indeed had a significant visual impact. It stood over 2 meters tall and measured 5 meters in length. With a stomp of its heavy paw, its half-ton body lunged at him. That gaping maw was aimed directly at Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'm just afraid you won't dare to come." His steps suddenly became ghostly, and he executed the ethereal smoke step in an instant. This was a master-level movement technique, allowing him to evade the tiger's bite effortlessly. Immediately after, he flicked his wrist, striking the tiger's waist with 5 or 6 palm strikes. The 8 trigrams palm. The tiger, in pain, swung its tail violently, but it couldn't touch Yi Chen at all. This was also the essence of the 8 trigrams palm close combat against the enemy, like a maggot in the bone, impossible to shake off. "Your body is quite tough." Yi Chen delivered several strikes but couldn't help frowning. The tiger let out a furious roar and swiped its claws. Yi Chen dodged again, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he activated his Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye scanned the tiger's body but revealed few weaknesses. Host attempts to use the Heavenly Eye to observe the enemy's flaws. Heavenly Eye upgrades to Wisdom Eye, automatically maxed out. In an instant, the world transformed. It was as if everything became crystal clear. Now, looking at the tiger, all its weaknesses were exposed before Yi Chen's eyes. The left front leg was injured a year ago. The right ear was pecked by a giant bird. The abdomen was injured by Master Shi. The back was burned by Dean Yang with fire energy. Wherever his eyes landed, Yi Chen could immediately discern what injuries the giant tiger had suffered based on the growth patterns of its fur and the shapes of its scars. Right here. Yi Chen took a deep breath, angling his claw to pierce directly into the tiger's right hind leg knee. Roar! The tiger let out a miserable howl. This was the spot where it had been most severely injured by the academy teachers. Originally well hidden, it was now seen through by Yi Chen and shattered with a claw. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The tiger roared, using all its strength to pounce. At that moment, Sun Pingyu arrived just in time. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened in rage, and he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Yi Chen instinctively dodged. However, the tiger used this force to claw at a tree, leaping over 10 meters away, seemingly intending to escape. Sun Pingyu was stunned for a moment, wondering why a 7th-tier beast would run. But no matter what, this was a good thing. "Yi Chen, hurry, let's run while we can." Sun Pingyu rushed over and grabbed Yi Chen's hand to flee. Then he realized. He couldn't pull Yi Chen at all. "Run? Can you run?" Yi Chen ignored Sun Pingyu and instead let out a cold laugh, emitting a sharp whistle. His whistle seemed like a signal. Suddenly, the sounds of beasts galloping echoed through the surrounding forest. A whoa! A pack of wolves howled to the sky. In the Nanping Mountain area, the blood-toothed wolves were the most numerous, with over 100 of them. Sun Pingyu's face turned pale in an instant. Damn, the entire blood-fawn wolf pack from Nanping Mountain has come over. It's over. This beast can not only control the violent fawn wolves but also the blood-fawn wolves. I should have thought of this earlier. No, Yi Chen, stick with me. We must fight our way out. Sun Pingyu took a deep breath, turned his back to Yi Chen, and drew his sword, exuding a fierce killing intent. Yi Chen listened to him, his expression strange. The giant tiger is back. Sun Pingyu's expression stiffened. Sure enough, the giant tiger has returned. It came back with a large group of blood-fawn wolves. A particularly large blood-fawn wolf was walking straight towards Yi Chen, its eyes seeming to want to devour him. Sun Pingyu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly stepped in front of Yi Chen. He took a deep breath. "Yi Chen, you saved my life. I, Sun Pingyu, am not the kind of person who likes to owe favors. Now I will repay you." Yi Chen's strange expression deepened. In Sun Pingyu's tense and serious gaze, the blood-fawn wolf approached Yi Chen and rubbed its head against him, looking as if it was seeking praise. "Sun Pingyu." Yi Chen patted its head. "Well done, I'll give you a name later." The blood-fawn wolf became even more excited, its tail wagging like a small motor. "Brother Sun, actually, this blood-fawn wolf has already been tamed by me," Yi Chen said seriously. Sun Pingyu suddenly felt an urge to cover his face. Damn it, all the emotions I just built up were for nothing. Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, then he turned to the blood-fawn wolves and said, "Kill." Over 100 blood-fawn wolves roared and charged towards the giant tiger one after another. Even if they could only tear off a small piece of flesh from the giant tiger each time, with more than 100 of them attacking together, even if you were a giant dragon, I would still bite you. In the end, the giant tiger still died. Even though it was extremely cunning and had escaped from the encirclement of more than a dozen academy teachers. In its enormous tiger eyes, there was a reflection of deep unwillingness. If it could speak, it would surely howl to the sky. How did over 100 blood-fawn wolves from Nanping Mountain become your subordinates? Host has killed a 7th-tier fierce beast, unlocking, basic killing intent, automatically maxed out. Basic killing intent, intimidating aura, all beasts bow down. Effect, creates a significant deterrent to beings with lower strength. Yi Chen shook his head. The skill looks good but is useless. That 7th-tier inner core is much more practical. He took a few steps forward and dug out the inner core from the giant tiger's head, feeding its eyes to the newly named Lanya. "From now on, you are the boss of Nanping Mountain. Don't harm others, understand?" Yi Chen patted Lanya's head. Lanya obediently nodded, its tail wagging even faster, making Yi Chen suspect it could fly if it had a propeller attached. Sun Pingyu, a disciple of the inner gate of Spirit Beast Mountain, seriously doubted whether he had fallen into an illusion. But the enormous skeleton on the ground, which was left with only its head and had been split open, reminded him that all of this was real. A 7th-tier fierce beast, the giant tiger, comparable to a peak inner strength beast, had just died at the hands of a second-year student from the academy. Just a few minutes ago, he had been shouting loudly to protect him, to repay this favor on the spot. Sun Pingyu's face turned red. To be honest, he had never blushed this much when his master introduced him to a partner. "Let's just wait here. It's late at night, and I doubt we can get a taxi in the Nanping area. Yi Chen casually found a rock to sit on. The more than 100 blood-fawn wolves dispersed and merged into the forest. From then on, without this 7th-tier fierce beast, Lanya became the boss of Nanping Mountain. Although its rank was a bit shabby, Sun Pingyu found a stone stool to sit on and fell silent. He wanted to say something, but not even a word came out. The shock that Yi Chen brought to him was immense. As an inner disciple of the prestigious Spirit Beast Mountain, the #1 sect in Hanzhou, he found himself trapped in a siege by a pack of ferocious wolves. Yet here was a second-year student from the capital academy who not only single-handedly defeated the entire pack but also summoned the bloodthirsty wolves from Nanping Mountain, taking down the former overlord of Nanping Mountain. If Yi Chen were a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, such an achievement would likely earn him an immediate promotion to a true disciple, with the sect leader personally imparting the complete sect's true techniques. You are at the peak of inner strength? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Pingyu couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. Sun Pingyu fell silent again. Comparing oneself to others was truly disheartening. He was already 26 and had only just reached the great completion of inner strength, while this kid looked barely of age and had already reached the peak. Such a speed of cultivation, he felt he couldn't even catch up. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere fell back into awkwardness. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long, as Yi Chen soon heard the sound of many people rushing over. Senior brother, I brought the teachers from the academy. Where are you? Zhang Yue's anxious voice echoed through the forest. Sun Pingyu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly shouted back. Soon, the academy teachers arrived as well. It was already 2 in the morning, the teachers had all been asleep, but upon hearing that Yi Chen had put himself in danger to save Sun Pingyu, they all got up. Not to mention Yi Chen's talent, just considering the favor he had done for them by healing their injuries not long ago, they had to come. Shi Yuhu was at the front, and he was genuinely panicked. Especially when he saw the gruesome corpses of the ferocious wolves along the way, his anxiety only grew. These giant wolves had died in various ways, some crushed by fists, some kicked to death, and others bludgeoned to death. Most importantly, they all died with a single blow. This was very strange. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, aside from cultivating beast taming, primarily practiced sword techniques. Yet Yi Chen had only demonstrated his fist techniques and body techniques so far. Could it be that a super expert had infiltrated Nanping Mountain? Thus, Shi Yuhu was very anxious. He was less worried about the ferocious beasts and more concerned about that unknown person targeting Yi Chen. Because of this, when he was the first to see Yi Chen, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed and slapped him hard on the back. It's good that you're okay. Yeah, it's fine. That ferocious beast must have sensed our presence and ran away. Teacher Feng nodded, about to continue speaking. Then he saw the massive skeleton in the center of the clearing, and that huge, menacing tiger head. Dead. Yang Yan, who arrived right after, was also stunned. He clearly remembered every inch of fur and every pattern on this golden-eyed tiger. But now, this 7th-tier ferocious beast, comparable to a peak inner strength warrior, lay quietly before him, and it was reduced to just a skeleton. Zhang Yue also gasped in shock. How could it be dead? Yan Yan tentatively asked, Sun Pingyu, did you kill this giant tiger? Sun Pingyu sighed inwardly and helplessly replied, it was Yi Chen who killed it. Hiss. Although everyone had this suspicion in their hearts, hearing it come from Sun Pingyu's mouth still felt somewhat unreal. Shi Yuhu was very clear about Yi Chen's cultivation level because he had recently given Yi Chen a piece of Qi nurturing jade, hoping that he would soon find his Qi perception and cultivate inner strength. But now it seemed that this student not only had inner strength but was likely at an extremely high level. Honestly tell me, what is your current cultivation level? Shi Yuhu asked seriously. Peak inner strength. Hiss. Another round of gasps filled the air. They had no doubts. If Yi Chen did not possess a cultivation level on par with the golden-eyed tiger, it would have been impossible for him to kill it. The teachers had seen geniuses before, but a genius as impressive and extraordinary as this was truly a first. You even kept it from me. Shi Yuhu complained a bit. Great. Awesome. I have hope for the Capital Academy. Yang Yan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. It had been a long time since he had laughed so joyfully. If Yi Chen's creation of the life-reviving pill at Mo Danju had brought him a glimmer of hope, then the strength Yi Chen was now displaying made him see the hope of victory. Becoming a peak inner strength master in the 2nd year. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, which student from any academy could match it? Let's go, down the mountain. Shi Yuhu laughed heartily, putting his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder, looking less like a teacher and student and more like 2 close friends. Zhang Yuwei and Sun Pingyu exchanged smiles and followed along. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Master Ji's taxi was surprisingly still there. This middle-aged man was evidently very trustworthy. Even with just over 2 minutes left until their 1-hour appointment, he had not left early. Seeing a large group of people coming down, Gu Guoping hurried over. Upon seeing Yi Chen safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Gu Guoping, noticing the academy's teachers were also present, couldn't help but show a bit of elder authority. What were you thinking, child? Why did you insist on saying you wanted to kill that ferocious beast? Fortunately, you didn't lose your own life. Otherwise, wouldn't your family be heartbroken? Look at these teachers from the academy, all here to save you, making such a fuss in the middle of the night for just one student. Don't you feel ashamed? And you wanted to kill a ferocious beast? It's a miracle it didn't eat you. The more Gu Guoping spoke, the angrier he became, as if he were treating Yi Chen like his own son. He truly disapproved of such a disregard for life. But the more Gu Guoping spoke, the stranger the expressions of everyone present became. Finally, it was Shi Yuhu who lightly coughed to break the deadlock. Master, I know there are still goods to be transported at this time. Could you please help us call a small truck to transport the skeleton of that ferocious beast back? I'll give you an extra 500. After finishing, Shi Yuhu pointed behind him. Gu Guoping nodded, instinctively looking back. Hiss! He was so startled that his legs almost gave way. What on earth was that? Wasn't it the ferocious beast that had been rampaging through Nanping Mountain and eating people? The teachers are really impressive. They actually killed this ferocious beast. Incredible, this has eliminated a major threat for the Nanping district. Gu Guoping was a bit excited again. Previously, his neighbor's family had been taken away by this ferocious beast at night. His home was in the Nanping district, and with the beast dead, his family could finally feel at ease. Shi Yuhu lightly coughed again. Master, you got it wrong. Actually, this ferocious beast was killed by Yi Chen, this little student here. Gu Guoping was stunned for a moment. You can't be serious? How could a ferocious beast that eats people be killed by a student? Really? Gu Guoping hesitated. Shi Yuhu couldn't help but laugh. What benefit would I have from lying to you? Hiss! Gu Guoping gasped. Yang Yan pulled Shi Yuhu to a corner. Yuhu, tomorrow in the 3rd class, I'm going to teach the martial arts lesson, Yang Yan said directly. Shi Yuhu immediately guessed his intention. I understand, Director Yang, you plan to give Yi Chen some special guidance, right? Teach him about inner strength attributes? Exactly. Yang Yan's face showed a look of satisfaction. Shi Yuhu also sighed. I'm afraid this kid will soon be promoted to inner strength master, even faster than I did. Ha, Yuhu, don't underestimate yourself. It's just that Yi Chen's talent is too extraordinary, even we teachers are envious. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Chen returned to his rented room. The dog kept biting at the corner of his clothes, wanting to eat that 7th grade inner pill. Yi Chen rubbed his chin, pondering a question. This inner elixir. I can also upgrade it using the talent of turning stone into gold, right? The host attempts to upgrade the 7th grade inner elixir. The required amount of money is 110,000 Hua coins. Yi Chen silently extinguished this thought. It seems I really am short on money. Don't be anxious. Once the medicinal power in your body is fully activated, I'll feed you this inner elixir, Yi Chen said, stroking the dog's chin with a smile. The next day, it was the alarm clock that woke him up. I slept so comfortably. Yi Chen stretched lazily. Today was the day of the martial arts conference that Yen Chengqing had mentioned, and thinking of this made him a bit excited. If a master of inner strength appeared at the conference, then his skills could be upgraded again. I should head to school first. Yi Chen hurried to Shangjing Academy, casually checking his inner strength along the way. After reaching the peak of inner strength, the 9 turns breathing technique had also slowed down. Relying solely on this skill to break through to a master of inner strength would take at least 10 days. Therefore, Yi Chen felt he must find an opportunity to observe the methods of a master of inner strength. If I remember correctly, there should be a martial arts theory class this morning, and according to the curriculum, it should be time to discuss finding the sense of qi. Yi Chen nodded slightly as he walked into the classroom. Inside the classroom, discussions were fervent, completely unaware of Yi Chen's approach. The Martial Arts Conference. This is a grand event in Shangjing City. After the martial arts theory class, let's go watch it together. An excited boy with freckles exclaimed. I heard the level of the martial arts schools this time is very high. It should be a fierce competition, very eye-catching. Yeah, the recently rising Chongping Martial Arts School is also very strong. This martial arts conference is definitely worth watching. I think we can skip the lower school competition and wait for the upper school competition. The skill level will be higher then. At that moment, Lu Quan, who had just entered the classroom, suddenly interjected upon hearing their conversation. What is the lower school competition and what is the upper school competition? A girl couldn't help but ask, and not just her, some boys also showed puzzled expressions. Brother Quan, your cousin is from the Tsanglong martial arts school, he must know more, tell us about it, a boy said. Lu Quan cleared his throat, looking somewhat proud. There are over 50 martial arts schools in Shangjing City. If they all fought together, how long would that take? So, the Ministry of Politics issued such a regulation. First, each district determines its first place. This is the lower school competition. Then, the first place martial arts schools from all districts start a round-robin competition, and only the 10 schools with the highest scores can earn the title of the top 10 martial arts schools in Shangjing. Wow, so the competition system is that complicated? Brother Quan is amazing, the boy exclaimed. Lu Quan feigned modesty but was actually very pleased, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over to Yi Chen, wanting to see his reaction. But he was disappointed. Yi Chen had a blank expression, showing no reaction at all. Lu Quan sneered inwardly. After returning home yesterday, his cousin Lu Wei had told his father Lu Hong about this matter. Lu Hong immediately stated that a second-year student could never withstand a punch from a master of inner strength. Yi Chen must be carrying some powerful protective treasure. At this point, Lu Heng's expression even changed slightly. What kind of grade of protective treasure could allow a 9th-grade martial artist to withstand a master of inner strength's palm? At least Lu Hong, as the head of the Tsanglong martial arts school, did not possess such a protective treasure. Why would Yi Chen have it? Lu Quan felt a mix of envy and schadenfreude. That protective treasure of Yi Chen's had already caught Lu Heng's eye. This kid won't be bouncing around for long. Alright, class is starting, everyone. A figure suddenly entered the classroom quickly, voice deep and commanding. Everyone was stunned for a second because this voice was completely different from Shi Yuhu's. Yi Chen was also slightly taken aback. The person who had come was actually Vice Dean Yang Yan. Yang Yan chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on Yi Chen for a moment, pretending to scold. Can't I come to give you a martial arts lecture? You only like listening to President Shi teach? In this class, we will focus on finding the sense of Qi, and by the way, I will talk to you about cultivating internal energy and the changes in its attributes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled knowingly. He had already guessed Yang Yan's intentions. Yang Yan was a master of internal energy, and to step from the peak of internal energy into the ranks of the masters required not only a vast amount of internal energy but also the emergence of attributes in his internal energy. For example, Yang Yan himself had a body that was more attuned to fire attribute spiritual energy, so his internal energy was born with the fire attribute, known as fire energy. Fire energy is one of the 5 elemental internal energies. Aside from these 5, there are also some naturally peculiar attributes, such as ice energy, thunder energy, dark energy, poison energy, and so on. For the other students, discussing internal energy attributes was merely to broaden their knowledge in advance, but for Yi Chen, this was the path to becoming a master of internal energy. Close your eyes, adjust your breathing, 3 long and 1 short. After continuing for hundreds of times, your body will be emptied, and at that moment, the glowing little dots around you are the sense of Qi you can find. Everyone can try it themselves. After recounting the history following the revival of spiritual energy, Yang Yan returned to the main topic. The students all closed their eyes and began to search. The 3 long and 1 short breathing method was not precious. This method, called Tana method, was developed by a master from the political department, and many people could access it. The search for the sense of Qi could occur at any stage of the body refining realm. Some wealthy families even help their children find the sense of Qi as soon as they are born, leading to greater achievements in the future. I felt it, dozens of glowing little dots. Hey, I only have a few. I can't feel anything at all. Some found the sense of Qi, while others were worried. Lu Quan suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha, I found over 100 senses of Qi. Immediately, many envious gazes were cast upon him. The sense of Qi was equivalent to the aptitude for internal energy. The better the aptitude, the higher the future achievements. Yang Yan nodded slightly. Although Lu Quan's character was not good, his cultivation aptitude was still decent. Su Qingyan, what about you? Did you find the sense of Qi? He walked over to Su Qingyan and asked warmly. Su Qingyan bit her lip. Dean Yang, there are too many, I can't count them. Hiss. Her voice was very soft, but the people around could still hear it. Those few classmates who couldn't even sense a whiff of Qi felt like crying. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. Lu Quan's laughter abruptly stopped. Compared to someone who couldn't even count, he felt very low. Yang Yan was quite pleased. If the sense of Qi was like sesame seeds, densely packed, Su Qingyan could reach the realm of internal energy master without any obstacles in the future. Yi Chen, how about you? Yang Yan walked over to Yi Chen and asked softly. Yi Chen blinked, about the same as Su Qingyan. TCH. Yang Yan's authority was present, and no one dared to directly mock him. However, many still showed disdainful expressions. Your body refining realm is high, but physical aptitude and internal energy aptitude are not the same thing. High body refining does not mean high future achievements in internal energy. Su Qingyan couldn't even count her sense of qi, and you couldn't either. How could you think you were exceptional? Can two geniuses appear in the same class at the same time? Yi Chen actually didn't tell the truth. His sense of qi was like a myriad of stars, each sense radiating dazzling light, as if illuminating the entire universe. However, he was too lazy to argue. Having reached the peak of internal energy, these people haven't even cultivated their internal energy yet. There's no need to compete with them over whose internal energy talent is greater. Next, I will talk to everyone about the attributes of internal energy. Humans are the spirits of all things, and when the body comes into contact with various spiritual energies, it naturally develops a preference for the energies of the 5 elements. For example, I have a body that leans towards fire attribute energy, so when I advanced to the master level, my internal energy transformed into fire energy. To achieve this, a large amount of elixirs is needed, such as fire control pills and water control pills. Let me demonstrate for everyone. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged and activated his internal energy. His clothes began to flutter, and a sudden gust of wind formed. The host observes the internal energy master cultivating 9 turns breathing technique upgrades to innate 1 Qi method, automatically reaching max level. Innate 1 Qi method, innate 1 Qi, the reversal of heaven and earth. Effect, each breath forms a portion of internal energy. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately felt that the speed at which internal energy formed within him had increased by more than 10 times. Originally, it took 9 breaths to form 1 portion of internal energy, but now, each breath could form 1 portion. He roughly calculated that in just over half a day, his internal energy content would be enough to rival a newly promoted master. Yang Yan let out a low shout, and his hands suddenly came together at the center. In an instant, a crimson flame flower appeared. Wow! The students below exclaimed in surprise. The host observes the operation of fire energy, innate 1 Qi method upgrades branch skill primordial 1 energy, automatically reaching max level. Primordial 1 energy, tempering primordial internal energy, becoming a supreme spiritual body. Effect, merging the 5 elemental internal energies into primordial internal energy, greatly enhancing its power. A look of joy rose on Yi Chen's face. Indeed, the system never disappoints me. However, the cost of refining primordial internal energy is also frighteningly high. Yi Chen needs to refine all 5 types of fire control pills and upgrade them to level 5 or above. Only after consuming them can he forge a portion of primordial internal energy. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang. That's all for this lesson. Yang Yan chuckled lightly. The martial arts street is about to start the competition for the martial arts gathering. Everyone can go and take a look. It's beneficial and harmless. Su Qingyan immediately walked over. Yi Chen, shall we go together? I've always supported Master Yan of the Wing Chun martial arts school. Sure. Yi Chen nodded. Soon, the students of class 2 to 3 arrived one after another at the martial arts street. This place was already bustling with activity, and today it was even more crowded. In the center square of the martial arts street, several square arenas had been temporarily set up. The largest arena was in the center, behind which sat the prominent figures of the capital. On the smaller arenas, some men had already begun to compete, showcasing various techniques and moves, earning rounds of applause. The students had never seen such a passionate scene and gasped in amazement each time. Yi Chen lost interest after just a short while. Flowery punches and embroidered legs were not worth mentioning. Are these people famous martial artists in the capital, and Yi Xiao doesn't even look at them? Lu Quan sneered as he noticed Yi Chen's actions. Yi Chen frowned slightly. How could this guy start again? Wasn't the last shock enough? He shot Lu Quan a cold glance. Get lost. Lu Quan's face turned angry, ready to retort, but suddenly met Yi Chen's gaze and felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, losing all his temper. Humph, wait until my uncle arrives, just you wait. Lu Quan quickly stepped back a few paces, sneering from the gaps in the crowd. Wow, they're here. A sudden exclamation rang out. Immediately, Yi Chen saw a large group of imposing figures walk onto the arena and take their seats. Yang Yan, as a master of internal energy, was among them. TSK, even the Minister of the Department of Politics, Li Xuanjun, is here. It seems this competition is indeed a fierce battle. Someone beside Yi Chen remarked. Yi Chen squinted slightly, focusing on the person sitting in the center of the stands. He appeared refined and somewhat scholarly, yet he confidently occupied the central position. This person must be the Minister of the Department of Politics. And there's old Master Lu Yunshan from the Lu Group. Chairman Shin Guangqing from the Shin Group, and Tang Chui Shui, the head of the Tang family. Tisk TSK, these are all big shots whose slightest move could shake the capital. The others seemed extremely excited, speaking fervently. Yi Chen was also quite thrilled. If these people showed off even a bit of their skills in front of him, his own strength could soar in no time. But at the level of a master, techniques are not easily revealed, otherwise, what if enemies find a flaw? Yi Chen, the people from the martial arts school are here. Su Qingyan seemed to notice something and pointed in a direction. Yi Chen followed her gaze. 3 imposing masters walked briskly, followed by the elite members of their respective martial arts schools. Besides Tsanglang and Wing Chun in the South City district, there was also a newly risen Chongping martial arts school, which was here to compete for the first place. How about a bet? Wing Chun will definitely lose this time. Lu Quan chimed in with a sneer. He knew that his uncle had spent a lot of money to invite a peak internal strength martial artist from another province for this victory, while in contrast, Yan Chengqing from Wing Chun was only at the level of great internal strength. So, Wing Chun was bound to lose. He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone around could hear, but few disagreed, because they thought the same way. Wing Chun's strength was indeed not on par with Sanglong. Moreover, Sanglong Fist was known for its ferocity, and Wing Chun was likely to be completely defeated, losing all 3 matches. This bet was actually meaningless. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Was this guy planning to hand him a treasure? What if Wing Chun wins? He said lightly. Lu Quan sneered. If Wing Chun wins, I'll kneel down and slap myself 10 times in front of everyone. But if Wing Chun loses, his eyes glinted with greed. You'll give me that spirit beast cub beside you. The value of a 4th-tier spirit beast cub was astonishing. Su Qingyan was afraid Yi Chen would get angry and quickly said, Yi Chen, don't agree to him. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Alright, I agree. 10 slaps, make sure they are crisp and loud. Qingyan, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he walked straight away from the crowd. Lu Quan sneered, but for some reason, seeing Yi Chen agree so readily made him feel a bit flustered. It shouldn't be. Why was he feeling anxious about such a sure thing? Yi Chen was a fool for actually agreeing. Thinking about how he could effortlessly obtain a 4th-tier cub, Lu Quan was so excited he could almost jump up, and that bit of anxiety flew out of his mind. Yi Chen circled around a few times, reached a deserted spot, casually wiped his face, transforming into Yang Ye's appearance, and strode back into the crowd. Wing Chun Martial Arts School, why aren't your people here yet? Lu Yunshan on the stands frowned. Yan Chengqing gritted his teeth and said, perhaps they were delayed by traffic. Lu Hong laughed heartily. Could it be that they are scared and don't dare to come? Shin Guangqing took a sip of poor tea and chuckled. Master Yan, such things must not happen again, otherwise, I have the right to directly declare Wing Chun Martial Arts School to forfeit. Lu Yunshan slammed the armrest. Nonsense, you have no such authority, this requires a vote from all of us. Shin Guangqing chuckled lightly. Old Master Lu, don't be so irritable. On the arena, Lu Hong suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. Yan Chengqing, let me tell you the truth. I have already broken through to the peak of internal strength. Yan Chengqing's pupils constricted. Moreover, I have also invited an external aid from Jiangzhou, who is also at the peak of internal strength. Master Yan, you are a smart man. Do you still want to continue fighting? If we really continue, losing an arm or a leg would be a minor issue. I'm afraid your Wing Chun Martial Arts School might end up with a few casualties. Lu Heng's gaze suddenly turned cruel. Yan Chengqing trembled with anger. You, ha ha ha. Master Yan really can't take a joke. Lu Heng suddenly laughed again, stepping forward to pat Yan Chengqing on the shoulder. We have a good relationship. How could I possibly go all out? In the audience area of the Wing Chun Martial Arts School, Su Qingyan was astonished at how Yi Chen had disappeared after just going to the restroom and came over here. She curiously asked, Sister Hong, where's the external aid Master Yan invited? Hasn't he arrived yet? The serious little girl Yan Zichong clenched her small fists. That Yang Yi is really unreliable. Is he scared? What a jerk. Sister Hong sighed. Mr. Yang doesn't seem like a timid person. Perhaps something really happened on the way. The first match is between Sanlong and Chongping. It should still be able to delay a bit. In the stands, Li Xuanjin slowly stood up and said, 3 martial arts schools, 2 against 2, 3 matches. According to the previous draw, the first match is Sanlong Martial Arts School against Chongping Martial Arts School. After he finished speaking, he sat down. The audience below rubbed their fists in anticipation. The strength of Chongping Martial Arts School was also quite impressive. Although it couldn't compare to Sanlong, it was still worth watching. Especially the head of Chongping, Li Chongxiao. This bald man was quite a fierce character. Back when he was only a 9th-tier martial artist, he went to Nanping Mountain alone without any food and stayed for 10 days and nights. When he came out, he had already entered the ranks of internal strength practitioners. Such bravery and talent were beyond the reach of many. Even if this character was slightly inferior to Lu Hong, it would surely lead to an exciting battle. A total of 6 people jumped onto the arena together, each performing the martial artist's salute. Lu Hong had a deep meaning in his eyes and smiled slightly. Li Chongxiao also revealed a big white smile. Then, the referee blew the whistle. I, Shangping, concede. Li Chongxiao grinned widely, directly cupping his hands and leading his people off the stage. The audience below was stunned. What the hell? The expressions of the various big shots in the stands were different. Lu Yunshan was astonished, then immediately furious. Shen Guangqing maintained a faint smile on his face. Tang Chueyue, an old man, had a blank expression. Li Xuanjin squinted his eyes, his gaze wandering over the 3 people in front. He knew this was a game among the 3. Below the arena, Yan Shangqing looked astonished, but he quickly reacted. Sun Long and Changping had already colluded together. The next match would be Changping against Wing Chun. Sun Long already had an overwhelming advantage, but they still found it not secure enough and wanted to use Changping Martial Arts School to wear down Wing Chun's stamina. Such a ruthless scheme. And Mr. Yang had yet to arrive. When he thought of the big shots standing behind each school, Yan Shengqing understood even more. He had originally found it strange how Changping, which was previously unknown, could rise to prominence in just a month or two. Now it seemed that it was a move by the Shen and Tang families to jointly target the Lu family. The first match made the audience below itch with anticipation. Shouting loudly was useless, they could only hold greater expectations for the second match. However, the Wing Chun Martial Arts School was still slow to take the stage. As time passed, the voices of doubt from the audience grew louder. What's going on with the Wing Chun Martial Arts School? Why hasn't the third person arrived yet? Is this tournament still going to happen? Hey, you probably don't know, but the third person is usually an invited outsider, but it seems that the outsider on Yan Xingqing's side is probably scared. That's true, facing 2 peak internal strength fighters, who wouldn't be afraid? Even Pei Hu, standing behind Yan Shengqing, couldn't help but say, Master Yan, Mr. Yang. Yan Shengqing scolded softly, Mr. Yang will definitely come. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the stands, Li Xuanjin, who had been silent, suddenly stood up, about to announce that Wing Chun would concede. A lithe figure suddenly leaped onto the stage. I'm here. Yi Chen said. Mr. Yang is here. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up. He's here. Hong Jie was also invigorated. Yan Zicheng pouted, saying nothing. Second match, Changping vs. Wing Chun. The audience below was in an uproar, but the big shots didn't care about that. The 3 from Changping jumped onto the stage together, and the Wing Chun side was about to go up, but Yi Chen held them back. Wait, Yi Chen suddenly said. What do you want? The referee asked impatiently. If I fight 3, is that a violation? Yi Chen said. The referee was stunned, not just him, almost everyone was taken aback. Li Chongxiao, the master from Changping, was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, kid, are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha. The audience below showed expressions of mockery, disdain, and confusion. Is this guy out of his mind? He wants to fight 3? Damn, I've never seen someone so full of themselves. Doesn't he realize who he's up against? That's Li Chongxiao, who has been at Nanping Mountain for 10 days and nights. Yan Zicheng also frowned her pretty little face. This Yang Yi. Hong Jie frowned but said nothing. Not just them, the stands were also in a state of confusion. Shen Guangqing was stunned for a while before laughing. Old Lu, should we let your Zhang Jisher show this kid what it means to be out of his mind? Ha ha ha. Tang Chueyue spoke for the first time. I've never seen someone so unaware of their own limits. Old Lu, you're really lucky. Lu Yunshan's face was filled with anger, but he couldn't say a word. However, his eyes were almost spitting fire. Damn, where did Yan Shengqing find this idiot? After this match, I'll definitely crush you. Yan Shengqing hurried to stop Yi Chen. Mr. Yang, don't. The referee sneered. Of course, you can. Good. Then I fully represent the Wing Chun Martial Arts School to challenge the 3 of them. Yi Chen walked step by step onto the stage, looking even more inferior compared to the 3 from Changping who performed a beautiful flip onto the stage. Master Yan, I understand. You must want to concede but are afraid of losing face, so you let this kid come up alone, right? Li Chongxiao laughed heartily at this moment. Don't worry, Master Yan, I will definitely leave you some face. I won't kill this kid. He rubbed his bald head and laughed heartily. Yet, beneath the laughter, there was a hint of cruelty. Yan Xingqing's mouth twitched, ready to rush onto the stage. But the referee deliberately blocked him. Master Yan, Yang Yi has already represented Wing Chun on the stage. You don't need to go up. Just stay here and watch. It's over, What's there to watch? 1 against 3? Does he think he's Superman? I've never seen someone so eager to court death. This match really has no highlights, let's go. The audience immediately lost interest, one by one wanting to leave. This was already a match without suspense, with no points of interest. Next, how do you want to die? Li Chongxiao rubbed his fists, sneering. Yi Chen said, it's reversed. It's you who wants to die in whatever way. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Damn, you're really asking for it. The young man standing beside Li Chongxiao couldn't help but throw a punch. The punch shot out like a dragon, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who is this guy? He looks pretty fierce, a short and stocky youth asked from below the arena. Li Chongxiao's son, Liang. It's said that when he was a 9th-tier martial artist, he was also thrown into Nanping Mountain by Li Chongxiao, and he stayed there even longer than his father, a full 14 days. His friend, a bespectacled youth, replied. Tsk tisk, I'm afraid this boastful guy can't even beat Li Chongxiao's son. Let's go. The short and stocky youth waved his hand and turned to leave. Put. Then he heard a sound of someone spitting blood, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. That Yang Yi couldn't even block a single punch? Looks like I overestimated him. The short and stocky youth shook his head without turning around. Hey, aren't you leaving? He saw his friend beside him with a look of disbelief and couldn't help but ask, what's so surprising about Yang Yi being defeated by a punch? No, it's Liang. He was knocked off the stage with one punch and spat blood. The bespectacled youth looked horrified. The short and stocky youth. All the spectators saw it. Li Chongxiao's son, Liang, who had mastered his internal energy, collided fists with Yang Yi. The next moment, the former flew out like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Damn, this Yang Yi really has some strength. The bespectacled youth nodded. He probably has great mastery of internal energy. The short and stocky youth snapped back to reality. It was just a surprise attack. He will still lose, and this Yang Yi still has to face the furious Li Chongxiao. On the stage, Li Chongxiao looked deeply at Yi Chen. You really aren't a fool. You still have a few tricks up your sleeve, right? He sneered. Yi Chen replied calmly, you two can come at me together. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Li Chongxiao laughed in anger, arrogant. My son losing to you is due to his lack of skill, but if you hurt him, you will have to repay it 10-fold, 100-fold. Li Chongxiao roared, taking a fierce step forward and throwing a punch. His steps were like a dragon's stride, and his punch roared like a dragon and tiger, creating waves of energy. The audience gasped. Finally, they saw real skill. The short and stocky youth became smug. Li Chongxiao's 2 sets of martial arts are truly exceptional. It said he found them in a cave under a cliff in Nanping Mountain back in the day. With these 2 sets of martial arts, he even fought and killed a 5th-tier adult spirit beast with just the basics of internal energy. The bespectacled youth's eyes widened. So powerful? He surpassed a tier. Of course. Otherwise, how could Li Chongxiao carve out a piece of the pie in the South City district and establish the Changping Martial Arts School? The short and stocky youth boasted, as if he were Li Chongxiao himself. On the stage, facing Li Chongxiao's violent and domineering attack, akin to a dragon pouncing on a tiger, Yi Chen remained motionless. Look, that guy is probably scared silly. Indeed, the son lacks skill, but the father is still formidable. The short and stocky youth was even more pleased. Some spectators had even covered their eyes, as if they could already see Yi Chen's tragic fate. Then everyone saw Yi Chen raise his palm. With a delayed reaction, he caught Li Chongxiao's fist. Li Chongxiao's eyes widened. Yi Chen's movement was too fast for him to even catch. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and his wrist suddenly twisted. Crack, crack. The sound of fabric tearing echoed from Li Chongxiao's wrist all the way to his shoulder. When everyone looked again, Li Chongxiao's entire right sleeve had completely burst, revealing a bloody arm beneath. Intense pain instantly enveloped the man. Get lost. The King of Hell's kick. Yi Chen delivered a direct kick to Li Chongxiao's chest, unleashing over 20,000 kilograms of force, sending the latter tumbling off the stage. Li Chongxiao's figure rolled out far, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath weak. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Are you still going to fight? Yi Chen pointed at the last person. The man's face changed between red and white, ultimately clasping his fists and stepping down. He was just an external aide invited by Changping, and there was no need to risk serious injury. Yongchan, thank you for your kindness, Yi Chen said to the referee. The entire venue fell silent. Truly, 1 against 3. Ha ha ha. This Yang Yi does seem quite strong. Lu Yunshan laughed heartily from the stands. Shin Guangqing's face was clouded. Old Lu played a good hand. Even I was deceived. Tang Chueyue said nothing, but the tightly gripped armrest left deep imprints. Below the ring, Yan Changqing and Pei Hu were overjoyed, laughing. Yang Yi was indeed that powerful. Yan Shengqing had not misjudged him. Let's start the third match directly. My time is precious. Yi Chen glanced at the referee, who didn't know what to say, and said. The referee took a deep breath and said helplessly, third match, Yongchun vs. Tsanglong. Lu Hong and the other two jumped onto the ring. Yang, I must admit, you have greatly exceeded my expectations. Lu Hong scrutinized Yi Chen several times, as if trying to see through him inside and out, before. Yi Chen smiled without speaking. But everything will stop here. Lu Heng's expression turned cold, because I have not two peak internal strength fighters, but 3. The last person, who had been draped in a cloak, suddenly threw it off, unleashing his internal strength. Lu Hong and the master from Jiangzhou also activated their internal strength. 3 peak internal strength auras stirred up waves of energy. Yan Qingqing's pupils constricted. It's you. The audience below the stage erupted in exclamations. After all, it was not common to see 3 peak internal strength fighters appear simultaneously. Isn't that Zhao Hao? He actually came all the way from Jiangzhou to support them? Hong Jie exclaimed from below the ring. Zhao Hao. Yan Zichun's small face showed extreme disgust. Who is Zhao Hao? Su Qingyan asked curiously. Hong Jie sighed. Zhao Hao was originally in Yongchun. He is a genius. The hall master even entrusted him with the secret martial arts of Yongchun. After mastering them, he directly defected to Tsanglong. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened, astonished at such shamelessness. But Zhao Hao is indeed a genius. In less than a year, he learned all of Tsanglong's secret martial arts. A few months ago, he was sent to Tianyahage in Jiangzhou by Lu Hong, which is Lu Heng's sect. I didn't expect Lu Heng would call him over for this match. Even more unexpected, in just a few months, Zhao Hao has actually reached the peak of internal strength. Hong Jie did not hide her shock. The Yongchun martial arts school was naturally unwilling to be outdone. Yan Chengqing and Pei Hu fully activated their internal strength, one at the peak and the other at a lesser level. But compared to the 3, they seemed much weaker. Lu Hong suddenly laughed. Master Yan, fighting to the death is meaningless. Why not add some stakes? Oh, do tell? Yan Chengqing said coldly. I just obtained 7 or 8 pieces of Qi nurturing jade, and a precious 4th grade withered tree heart. How about I use these as stakes? Lu Hong chuckled. I remember your Yongchuan's martial arts attribute is wood, right? Yan Chengqing's breath immediately quickened. Yes, he was tempted. Although Qi nurturing jade was useless to him, it was invaluable to peak body refinement warriors, as it could enhance their ability to sense energy. The 4th grade withered tree heart was a treasure Yan Chengqing had searched for in the capital but could not find. With this item, there would be no obstacles in stepping into the master realm in the future. But he could not accept this stake. The combined value of these items is enough to buy the entire Wing Chun martial arts school. Yan Chengqing was about to refuse outright. Hey, Master Yan, don't be so hasty, Lu Hong chuckled. What I want, you Yan Chengqing don't have, but he does. Lu Hong pointed at Yi Chen and then glanced at Zhao Hao. I want the South City Welfare Institute. Zhao Hao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Yi Chen frowned. Could this guy possibly know that there was a spiritual vein beneath the Welfare Institute? His gaze swept over to the area of the Tsanglong Martial Arts School. Sure enough, Chen Guanping was wearing a sycophantic expression, serving tea and water to Lu Wei. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Chen Guanping sneered and retorted without any restraint. Yi Chen sneered back. Indeed, letting him go that day had only nurtured a future calamity. This Chen Guanping had to be dealt with. Yan Chengqing frowned. He was not a fool. Zhao Hao wanting the Welfare Institute naturally meant that it represented greater interests. He was about to refuse for Yi Chen, but Yi Chen smiled faintly. I agree. Lu Hong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Refreshing. I was waiting for you to say that. Then let's get started. I can't wait. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen shook his head. Wait, if I take on 3 of you and defeat you, what then? A flash of disdain and ruthlessness crossed Lu Heng's eyes. Just a young punk, at most at the peak of internal strength, dared to say he could take on 3? If you win against 3, the bonus I promised will triple. But the 4th tier withered tree heart isn't cabbage. I can only convert it into an equivalent value of nourishing jade. Lu Hong said coldly. Good. A hint of joy rose on Yi Chen's face. He needed a large number of first-tier treasures. If you gave him high-tier items, he wouldn't be pleased. As long as he had good luck, with his talent for turning stone into gold, a first-tier treasure could directly rise to the 9th tier. In comparison, the upgrade cost for high-tier treasures was far too expensive. Mr. Yang, are you really going to do this? Yan Chengqing sighed deeply, wanting to dissuade him. Yi Chen waved his hand. 3 at the peak of internal strength. I don't take them seriously. Lu Hong and the others naturally heard the conversation and snorted coldly, thinking it was just bravado before death. Then Chengqing wishes Mr. Yang a victorious start. Yan Chengqing and Pei Hu both bowed deeply. The bonus is quite interesting. On the stands, Lu Yunshan sneered. Old Lu, should we also play for a bonus? Shin Guangqing suddenly laughed. Let's hear it. Lu Yunshan said coldly. The 2 iron mines in the Sifang district. Tang Chueyue said directly. The 100 acres of spiritual fields in the Yutian district. Shen Guangqing spoke up simultaneously. Lu Yunshan's eyes widened. Goodness, is this a bonus? They're pulling out their trump cards for a gamble. The 2 iron mines in Sifang, 100 meters deep, had already produced profound iron and fine steel. In the future, they would definitely be the first choice for martial artists' weapons. The 100 acres of spiritual fields in Yutian had been managed by the Shin family for over a decade, rich in spiritual energy, specifically for internal strength martial artists' consumption, with income accounting for almost a quarter of the Shin family's total. Lu Yunshan suppressed his rapid breathing and asked, What do you want? The operating rights of Spirit Beast Mountain in the capital. My Shin family and the Tang family also want a share. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Lu Yunshan's mouth twitched. He hesitated. A few years ago, he was an elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, which allowed him to easily obtain the exclusive operating rights in the capital. Holding this power, the Spirit Beast trade in the capital was all in his hands. But he was also envious of the 2 iron mines in Sifang and the 100 acres of spiritual fields in Yutian. Old Lu, you're not afraid, are you? Shin Guangqing, knowing Lu Yunshan's temperament, said deliberately. Lu Yunshan immediately exploded with rage. Who says I'm afraid? It's just operating rights. I was also an elder of Spirit Beast Mountain back then. Even if I let it go, I can still get it back. Let's gamble. He slammed the armrest fiercely. Shin Guangqing and Tang Chueyue exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Li Shuanjin observed coldly. As the head of the Ministry of Politics, he held a detached role in the capital, only needing to maintain the overall situation. Yi Chen nodded slightly and strode onto the stage. The referee, having obtained the consent of both parties, blew the whistle. Attack! Almost simultaneously, Lu Hong shouted, and the 3 of them surged forward, clearly not wanting to give Yi Chen a single chance. At the forefront was Lu Hong, who unleashed 6 punches in the blink of an eye, the air seemingly resonating with the sound of waves crashing against rocks, and a gentle breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean. To the left was a master from Jiangzhou, who delivered an ordinary palm strike, yet it was imbued with an unavoidable, unstoppable force. If the momentum continued to build, even a hill before me would be shattered. To the right was Zhao Hao, who had borne the name of a genius for over a decade. He was also the only one wielding a weapon, a blunt heavy sword in his hand, yet he struck 3 times in the blink of an eye. Each of these 3 strikes was more formidable than the last, like the surging waves pushing the preceding ones, threatening to create a tsunami. The 3 of them unleashed their attacks, enveloping all of Yi Chen's vital points. It was as if mercury had spilled across the ground. Lu Heng's big disciple is impressive. That's the 6th level of the Tsanlong sword technique, right? He actually learned it. Shin Guangqing chuckled. That person from Jiangzhou isn't bad either. His understanding of palm techniques is nearly unparalleled. If he practices for another decade or so, he could become a master of martial arts, Tang Chueyue remarked lightly. Lu Yunshan remained silent. As Yi Chen had not made a single move, he couldn't just fabricate a boast. Do you really have confidence, or is it just a facade? Lu Yunshan stared intently at Yi Chen, murmuring, Is this really your trump card? On the stage, facing the 3 sharp and cunning attacks, Yi Chen merely glanced casually, frowning. Such attacks can't even breach my defenses. Humph, arrogant brat. Lu Hong snorted coldly, about to mock him further. Then he felt as if his fist had struck the hardest alloy steel plate, rebounding forcefully. The Jiangzhou master felt as if he had hit the towering Mount Tai, unable to budge it an inch. Zhao Hao felt it the most deeply. None of his 3 Tsanglong strikes could break through Yi Chen's defenses, and instead, his sword-wielding hand was left trembling. Hiss! The audience below collectively gasped. What was happening? 3 peak inner strength fighters attacking one person, and yet he remained completely unscathed? What kind of monster was this Yang Yi? In the stands, Li Shuanjin narrowed his eyes, glancing at Shin Guangqing and Tang Chueyue, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Things seem to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Since you're done, it's my turn now. Yi Chen surveyed the 3 of them and suddenly moved. A layer of ethereal mist seemed to rise between his feet, and in an instant, his figure left behind afterimages. Smoke from both feet. This is an anomaly only seen in martial arts of the 8th level or above. Lu Yunshan suddenly slammed the armrest, astonished. Shin Guangqing's face darkened. Tang Chueyue observed carefully, feeling a strange familiarity with this movement technique. The Jiangzhou master hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly felt a pair of fists striking his waist, like an unending tide, each blow containing immense power. In his panic, he could only barely defend. But with each block, his internal energy surged more violently, and after receiving the fifth strike, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At this moment, Lu Hong finally reacted and unleashed the sixth punch of Sanlong. The violent inner strength erupted. Kogang, soft as a finger. Yi Chen pointed a finger, which seemed to transform into a flexible ribbon, dissolving that Sanlong fist into nothingness. In the next moment, a finger struck Lu Hang's chest like a bolt of lightning. The latter was instantly sent flying, spewing a large mouthful of fresh blood. The audience below gasped in shock. In just a few blinks, both Lu Hong and that Jiangzhou master were actually knocked away. This Yang Yi was terrifying. It seems that Master Lu underestimated you, but everything should end here, Zhao Hao suddenly said in a low voice. I must obtain that spiritual vein at the city's South Welfare Institute. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword fiercely, unleashing a shocking sword energy. Sanlong's sword technique, opening the sea style. With one sword, he opened the sea. On the stands, many big shots stood up. Li Xuanjin said solemnly, this opening the sea style is a secret sword move of the Tianya Hage, and it is said to be the starting move of the long-lost Tianya Sea sword technique. Back then, the founder of Tianya Hage fought by the North Sea, and with one sword, he stirred up a 100-meter tsunami. Lu Yunshan also spoke solemnly. Shin Guanqing clicked his tongue in amazement. This Zhao Hao kid is impressive. No wonder he is called a genius that appears once in 100 years in the capital. Lu Hong also knows how to make choices. Such a genius should be sent to Tianya Hage, not buried in his small martial arts school. Tang Chuixue nodded in agreement. The big shots were all shocked, and the audience below the ring gasped, not daring to make a sound. They feared that their voices would attract the murderous intent of that tsunami sword energy. The Wing Chun martial arts school was like mourning a loss. Yan Chengqing couldn't help but lower his eyelids. He couldn't bear to look anymore. Mr. Young. Su Qingyan clenched her fists tightly. Yang Yi had taught her several moves, making him a half-teacher to her, yet she could only stand below the stage, helplessly watching her teacher face immense danger, the feeling of powerlessness growing stronger in her heart. Host observes high-level sword techniques, basic swordsmanship, upgrades to Tianya Sea sword technique, automatically maxed out. Tianya Sea sword technique, I have one sword that can open rivers, lakes, and seas. I have one sword that can move the heavens and the universe. Effect, one sword is stronger than another, one sword is heavier than another. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. His palm met the sword energy head-on. Is this guy crazy? Using his palm to block a weapon? Wow, he really is tired of living. It's over, the next scene is not suitable for children, everyone should look away. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen's palm suddenly grasped the sword. Zhao Hao, my poised and powerful sword was actually caught by you? Host uses his palm to seize the opponent's weapon, floating 8 trigrams palm, upgrades to Star Plucking and Moon Grasping Hand, automatically maxed out. Star Plucking and Moon Grasping Hand, pluck the stars from the azure sky above, grasp the moon from the waters below. Effect, after use, there is a high probability of seizing the opponent's weapon. Yi Chen's palm exerted force, instantly snatching the Wufeng heavy sword from Zhao Hao's hand. With keen insight, he immediately obtained all the information about this heavy sword. 8th tier treasure, one of the top 10 famous swords from the Tianya Hage's sword washing pool. Effect, deals greater damage to opponents with less strength than itself, greatly enhances domineering and fierce martial arts. What a good item! Yi Chen felt a slight joy. Zhao Hao, furious and embarrassed, shouted, give me back the Wufeng. Yi Chen smiled lightly, a famous sword chooses its master. Zhao Hao was almost so angry he spat blood, choose a master. Choose your mother's master. This is my thing. After saying that, he was about to snatch it back. Yi Chen casually swung a sword, the blade striking directly at Zhao Hao's chest. With over 30,000 kilograms of force suddenly unleashed, the latter flew over 20 meters, leaving a long mark on the ground. This Wufeng directly enhanced over 10,000 kilograms of strength. The entire venue fell silent. Ha ha ha, Yang Yi did well. The Wing Chun martial arts school is amazing. Lu Yunshan laughed heartily, not caring at all about the expressions of Shin and Tang, his loud voice echoing throughout the square. Shin Guanqing and Tang Chuixue's faces instantly darkened, as if they were about to drip water. The referee's lips trembled, and he didn't dare to speak. Even though he didn't know what Zhao Hao's sword move was called, he was close enough to feel that it was incredibly powerful. It was as if he was facing a tsunami dozens of meters high all alone. What was even more terrifying was that this sword energy had not fully taken shape yet. Once it fully formed, no matter who you were, it would be a single strike to cut you down. But the situation was simply astonishing. This Yang Yi had single-handedly seized the unsharpened heavy sword, directly taking it away, and this terrifying sword move naturally dissipated into nothingness. Announce the result, Yi Chen said, casually glancing at the referee. The latter's legs trembled, and upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, he inexplicably felt a sense of panic. In the third match, Wing Chun vs. Tsanglong, Wing Chun wins. He took several deep breaths before managing to say this sentence completely. Yang Yi is amazing. No one on the field spoke, but the little girl Yan Zicheng suddenly shouted, her small face flushed. Hong Jie shot a disapproving glance at the little girl, but the joy in her eyes was hard to conceal. Yan Chengqing looked at Yi Chen, and even now, disbelief lingered in his eyes. A situation that was supposed to be a certain defeat had turned into a victory? Yi Chen strode confidently to Lu Hong. Master Lu, as the head of Songlong Martial Arts Hall, renowned in the area, I believe you won't go back on your word, right? He used his internal energy, and his voice sounded like it had been amplified by a loudspeaker. Lu Hong clutched his chest, his mouth twitching. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. The items will be delivered to the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall in a few days. But, Lu Heng's gaze suddenly turned sharp. An innocent man suffers for having a treasure. Do you think the secret of the spiritual vein beneath the City South Welfare Institute can be hidden for long? His voice was loud, echoing throughout the square. What is a spiritual vein? Ordinary people might not have much of a concept, but the big shots in the stands all stood up abruptly. Especially Li Xuanjin, who had remained composed when Zhao Hao unleashed his big move, but this time, he lost his composure. Spiritual vein. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. And, you injured Zhao Hao and took his sword. Do you think you can count your money in peace? Don't dream. The Tianya Hage will come looking for you. They are not a group that likes to reason, rest assured. Lu Hong laughed heartily. Chen Guanping, who had been pouring tea and water, was initially flustered, but upon hearing Lu Heng's words, he calmed down. Ha ha ha, Yang Yi, I told you long ago, that spiritual vein is something you, a mere peak internal energy practitioner, cannot protect. You are destined to suffer a terrible defeat. Yi Chen's icy gaze turned towards him, and Chen Guanping felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized that this Yang Yi was someone who could take on 3 opponents and defeat the 3 peak internal energy practitioners of Songlong in an instant. Chen Guanping immediately lowered his head, eyes on his nose on his heart, more obedient than a turtle. Ministerly, if I remember correctly, a master of internal energy can possess a spiritual vein, right? Yi Chen suddenly looked up at the stands. Li Xuanjin was momentarily stunned, then nodded. This was a rule set by the Ministry of Politics. A master of internal energy could indeed establish a sect and naturally possess a spiritual vein. If any internal energy master opened a sect and ended up without even the most inferior spiritual vein, they would be laughed at. I have the property certificate for the City South Welfare Institute. Moreover, I am a master of internal energy. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he completely unleashed his internal energy without any concealment. A milky white internal energy rolled out, spreading for 100 steps. External release of internal energy. He really is a master of internal energy. Lu Yunshan slammed the armrest. Shen Guangqing and Tang Chueyue's expressions darkened even further. Li Xuanjin's face also changed. Even if this Yang Yi did not have the attributes of internal energy and was just a newly promoted master, he was ultimately a master of internal energy. And becoming a master of internal energy meant that this Yang Yi had already reached the pinnacle of power in the capital. Am I qualified enough to possess a spiritual vein? Yi Chen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire square. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the 4 individuals on the platform. Although he was looking up, Li Xuanjin felt as if the other party was looking down on him from a height. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Governance, plus you have the property certificate from the welfare home, Master Yang, you are qualified. No one is allowed to unjustly seize the property of an internal energy master, otherwise, it would be akin to declaring war on the Ministry of Governance. Li Xuanjin said solemnly. He spoke these words to dispel the thoughts of the Shin and Tang families. Good. In the future, when I go to the capital, I will add another master. Old Master Lu was overjoyed. After all, the Wing Chun martial arts school was part of his lineage, and Yi Chen becoming an internal energy master meant the Lu family's strength would grow once again. I announced that the Wing Chun martial arts school has won first place and will represent the South City district at the upper school conference. Li Xuanjin took a deep breath, his voice echoing through the entire martial arts street. The audience below the stage erupted in thunderous applause. The matches today were truly spectacular. The last 2 matches were all 1 against 3, and all were comebacks against everyone's expectations. This was exactly what the audience loved to see. Hey, the Wing Chun martial arts school won. Hey, where is everyone? The bespectacled youth cheered excitedly, wanting to pull his friends to celebrate, only to find that the short and sturdy youth had already slipped away. Among the crowd from the Capital Academy, Lu Quan wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Damn it, that Yang Yi actually turned the tide in one. Just thinking about the bold words he had spoken not long ago made his face turn pale, and he immediately planned to sneak away while no one was paying attention. Lu Quan, what's wrong with you? Don't you understand the principle of betting and losing? Su Qingyan deliberately called out loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Quan lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, this Su Qingyan is indeed in cahoots with Yi Chen. She's deliberately trying to mess with me. On the stage, Yi Chen also noticed the commotion and couldn't help but smile faintly. He declined Yan Qingqing's kind offer, as well as the dinner invitations from Li Xuanjun and Lu Yunshan, finding a casual excuse to leave. He didn't like such insincere gatherings. What he preferred was the nourishing jade that Lu Han was about to send him. On Martial Arts Street, discussions about Master Yang Yi were fervent and lively, but this Master Yang had already returned to his rented room, sound asleep. Since old Mo had just finished a thesis release conference and probably wouldn't be back in time, Yi Chen headed straight to the classroom as soon as he got up the next day. He couldn't miss today's weapon refining class. That seed-like ethereal crystal was still quietly lying in his pocket. Yi Chen couldn't wait to turn it into a treasure. He glanced around the classroom and noticed that Lu Quan didn't even dare to come to school, probably out of fear. Hey, did you watch the upper school conference yesterday? That Yang Yi from the Wing Chun martial arts school is amazing. Yeah. He fought 3 opponents at once twice, single-handedly taking down Changping and Sunglong, and even dared to snatch Xiaohao's weapon. It's simply incredible. What's more critical is that he hasn't even shown his full strength. Because at the last moment, he only released his internal energy, demonstrating his newly attained master level. Such a person is truly impressive. Even though the events had happened yesterday, the students who arrived early at the classroom couldn't contain their excitement and began discussing in groups. As they got into it, they even gestured animatedly, wishing they could put themselves in Yang Yi's shoes and explode 2 martial arts schools on the stage. Yi Chen found it amusing and did not join in. Instead, he was contemplating methods for refining the seed treasure in his mind. Su Qingyan walked over, frowning prettily. Yi Chen, what happened to you yesterday? You weren't there at all. And you didn't even participate in their discussion about Master Yang. Do you look down on Master Yang? Su Qingyan huffed. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Do I look down on myself? Alright, class, quiet down. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly walked in. Yi Chen frowned. Wasn't this the equipment refining class? Why was Qian Ming from the alchemy department here? And why was Shen Linfeng following him? Facing the students' confusion, Shen Ming smiled kindly. Teacher Dong from the equipment refining department is ill and can't come to class. Unfortunately, the dean is here to observe today, so I had to step in. Of course, you don't need to doubt my equipment refining skills, because besides being a 5th-tier alchemist, I am also a 4th-tier equipment refiner. This one here, I believe everyone knows, is Shen Linfeng from the 3rd year. He is here to hone his equipment refining abilities in preparation for the upcoming equipment refining competition. Shen Linfeng, say hello to everyone. Shen Linfeng showed a warm smile. Hello, everyone. Wow, it's young Master Shen. Tisk TSK, having such talent is impressive, even the teacher keeps him close. The students chattered, not hiding their envy. Qian Ming was clearly quite proud of this. With both alchemy and equipment refining skills at a high level, this was Qian Ming's unique talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught Mo Danqing's eye and been taken under his wing. Moreover, being able to teach a genius student like Shen Linfeng was something to be proud of as well. Qian Ming casually glanced and noticed Yi Chen in the corner, frowning involuntarily. He remembered this student well. Back at Mo Danju, Yi Chen had successfully refined a fire control pill, taking away a spot for the alchemy competition, which still annoyed him. Good alchemy talent, huh? A genius in alchemy, right? No problem, one person can't excel in everything. A person with high IQ might not have high EQ. A good alchemist might not be good at equipment refining. Mo Danqing was a perfect example. His talent in alchemy was exceptional, but his social skills were a complete mess. Today, in this equipment refining class, I will make you convinced. No, my student Shen Linfeng will make you convinced. Qian Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Teacher Dong has already talked to you about the refining of 1st-tier treasures. Today, I will do something different. Let's talk about the refining of 2nd-tier treasures. I believe if you master the refining of 2nd-tier treasures, 1st-tier ones will be a piece of cake for you in the future. Equipment refining, the most important part is the formation. Qian Ming quickly drew a formation on the blackboard. Who can tell me what this formation is? No one in the classroom could answer. After all, this was a 2nd-tier formation. Yi Chen just glanced at it and then looked away. He already had the skills for high-tier equipment refining. To him, formations below the 6th tier were as simple as elementary school problems. Qian Ming deliberately shook his head. Shen Linfeng, tell us your understanding of this formation. Shen Linfeng nodded. This is a 2nd-tier formation, the Divine Movement Formation. This formation can be split into 3 1st-tier formations, namely the Spirit Guiding Formation and 2 Wind-Generating Formations. The function of the Spirit Guiding Formation is, he explained while pointing it out on the blackboard. Oh, I see. I thought it looked familiar but couldn't quite place it. A student exclaimed in realization. No wonder it's the all-rounder academic genius Shen Linfeng. He's really impressive, explaining it so thoroughly. The students nodded in agreement. Qian Ming nodded in satisfaction, but when he caught sight of Yi Chen in the corner still looking absent-minded, he couldn't help but feel angry. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Not paying attention in class? Do you even respect the teacher? He shouted loudly. Shen Linfeng pressed his lips together to suppress a smile. Su Qingyan put down her pen, frowning. This teacher Qian Ming seemed to have a grudge against Yi Chen. Yi Chen snapped back to reality from the design of the mustard seed treasure, glanced at the formation on the blackboard, and frowned. This formation is too simple, he said. The classmates were all stunned. Yi Chen, what are you talking about? Too simple? Is it too simple that no one in the entire class knows it? This is a formation that even the top student Su Qingyan doesn't know. Shen Linfeng smiled without speaking. Qian Ming sneered and said, you think a 2nd-tier formation is too simple? Fine, I'll write you a difficult one, and I want to see if you can handle it. After he finished speaking, he immediately began to write an incredibly complex formation on the blackboard, taking up half of it. This was the most difficult formation among the 3rd-tier ones, containing 4 2nd-tier formations and 10 1st-tier formations. Come on, tell me, what formation is this? Qian Ming raised his voice and shouted. Young man, don't be too restless. Don't think that just because you've made some achievements in other areas, you can be arrogant. You're not omnipotent, you just have a slight talent in alchemy. In terms of weapon refining, you need to study earnestly and honestly. To put it bluntly, you can't even reach 1/10 of Shen Linfeng's level in weapon refining. Do you know? Shen Linfeng just obtained his 3rd-tier weapon refiner certificate 3 days ago. The more Qian Ming spoke, the more pleased he became. Shen Linfeng also had a hint of smugness on his face. Now that he was a 3rd-tier weapon refiner, when the competition among prestigious schools and the weapon refining conference came, he would surely amaze everyone. This is Shen Linfeng. Alchemy, weapon refining, beast nurturing, martial arts. All-rounder. What kind of garbage formation is this? The Thunder Strike formation in the lower left corner should be removed and replaced with an electric guiding formation. This way, the overall power of the Thunder Summoning formation will only decrease by half, but the safety will be greatly enhanced, making it almost impossible for any electric leakage. Yi Chen frowned and spoke. A stunning remark. The students exclaimed in surprise. What the hell, you actually said this is a garbage formation? You have to know that the formations written in the textbooks are those that have been proven by powerful weapon refiners over many years. These formations are the most concise and optimized representations. Now Yi Chen actually says this formation is garbage. Do you look down on those powerful weapon refiners? The smile on Shen Linfeng's face grew wider. He was very pleased to see Yi Chen being so arrogant. The more arrogant he was, the harder he would fall. Qian Ming was about to reprimand him but instinctively went over Yi Chen's statement in his mind. But it seemed really feasible. A hint of excitement rose on his face, but he quickly concealed it. No one knew better than him what kind of situation would arise after this formation's improvement proposal was put forward. Qian Ming's current emotions were the same as Mo Danqing's back then, the only difference being that he wanted to seize Yi Chen's achievements. Shut up! You dare to question the formations in the textbook. Do you still have those weapon refining predecessors who have paved the way through hardships in your eyes? Qian Ming reprimanded sternly. Yi Chen frowned. Teacher Qian Ming, if you don't have profound knowledge to share, I'll just go to the library to read. He didn't take the improvement of this 3rd-tier formation to heart. What he cared more about was whether Qian Ming could talk about some profound weapon refining knowledge. Going to the library was a last resort because the most profound knowledge would never be found in a library. Truly arrogant. Shen Linfeng finally couldn't help but mock. Su Qingyan also frowned slightly, but for some reason, she felt that Yi Chen's words were filled with confidence. As if in his eyes, those powerful weapon refiners could be caught up with in the blink of an eye. The students, however, were not pleased. Who do you think you are, Yi Chen? So arrogant to the extreme. Aren't you just a 9th-tier body refiner? Aren't you just favored by Mo Danqing and became his disciple? What are you so proud of? What's going on? I just came a little late, how did it turn into this? A serious voice suddenly rang out at the classroom door. It was a middle-aged man in a suit, around 40 years old. His gaze was very sharp. Xian Ming immediately put on a smile. Director Wu, you finally made it. I don't know either. This child entered Old Mo's alchemy room and seems to have become a bit too proud, not taking my class seriously, Xian Ming said insincerely. To be honest, as a teacher reaching this point, I feel like a failure. As a teacher, if you can't inspire students' interest in learning, Director Wu, I think I should just skip this class. He lowered his head, as if truly feeling ashamed of himself. If you don't teach, who will? Should I? Wu Jingyu shot him a cold glance. He had just returned from a business trip to Jiangzhou and was not very clear about the happenings in the academy. Xian Ming was his direct subordinate, and he came to attend the class to find out what had been happening recently in the academy. This student was favored by Mo Danqing and brought into the alchemy room? Quite interesting. Wu Jingyu carefully scrutinized Yi Chen a few times before saying lightly, as a student, respect for knowledge should come first. Teachers are the ones who impart knowledge, so you shouldn't disrespect them. You think what Teacher Chen teaches in class is too simple and want to hear something profound, but can you honestly say you understand those advanced concepts? Young man, when your foundational knowledge isn't solid, don't aim too high, or you'll fall hard. You haven't fully mastered the basic and advanced alchemy theories. To put it bluntly, you aren't qualified to grasp more profound knowledge right now. Yi Chen frowned. I've already integrated the advanced alchemy theory at Mo Danju. I just want to see something deeper. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Wu Jingyu's brows immediately knitted together. Xian Ming sneered at this. Of course there is profound knowledge, but I'm afraid it might scare you. Director Wu previously attended an alchemy seminar in Hangzhou, discussing various ancient alchemy methods. If we're talking about alchemy skills, no one in the entire academy is stronger than Director Wu. Yi Chen scoffed. Oh? I don't think so. Wu Jingyu was also provoked by a hint of anger. This student is really too arrogant. He completely disregards me, the dean. If a mere student can ride on my head, how will I, Wu Jingyu, stand in the alchemy world in the future? Mo Danqing, oh Mo Danqing, I can't touch you, but can I not deal with your student? Wu Jingyu directly pulled out a thick book from his briefcase, the cover even forged from metal, gleaming with a bronze luster. This book is called The Classic of 100 Refinements and 1,000 Strikes. It was compiled by Dean Ji Yang of the Alchemy Institute of Yendu University in collaboration with alchemy masters from more than a dozen key universities nationwide. The book meticulously records a large number of ancient alchemy sects, experiments, formulas, and hypotheses. This is one of the foremost classics in ancient alchemy. When you graduate from the academy and enter university, this will be one of the most profound pieces of knowledge. Even I can't fully understand it. If you really have the ability, read and comprehend this book within a month. Otherwise, just obediently attend the alchemy class. Apologize to Teacher Qian. Wu Jingyu said coldly, hands behind his back. Read through this book in a month? Even the most gifted alchemy prodigy couldn't do that. The recognized genius from the neighboring Hanjing Academy, who entered the ranks of 6th-tier alchemists in his 3rd year, is almost at the peak of the youth alchemy scene in Huagua. He's impressive, right? But he admitted that it would take at least half a year to fully integrate this classic. You are just an ordinary 2nd-grade student. What qualifications do you have to read through it in a month? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He strode to the podium, opened the 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers, and began reading directly. His speed of flipping through the pages was incredibly fast, like a fleeting glance to others. Wu Jingyu, extremely angry, laughed instead. Yi Chen, I mean to read through it, not just finish it. You need to take this book seriously. This is the blood and sweat of countless weapon masters in Huagua. Yi Chen completely ignored his voice. He had a keen eye, and his reading speed was even faster than before. Even skimming 10 lines at a glance was a very low-level metaphor now. In just over a minute, Yi Chen reached the last page. Host reads the 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers, high-level weapon refining upgraded to ancient method of weapon refining, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had finally learned the skill of ancient method of weapon refining. He pondered slightly, and immediately conceived 5 or 6 plans for refining mustard seed treasures in his mind. Yi Chen put the book down and was about to leave. Wu Jingyu was almost beside himself with rage. What do you mean? I asked you to read through this book in a month, and you finished it in front of me in a minute. Are you skipping class right in front of me? Do you even regard me, the dean, in your eyes? Stop right there. Wu Jingyu, furious, unleashed his internal energy, intending to block Yi Chen. He could hold the position of dean because he had his own strength. Wu Jingyu was also a master of internal energy. Yi Chen frowned. He was in a hurry to refine mustard seed treasures and had no time to waste with boring people here. You may be a master of internal energy, but you are not qualified to stop me. Stop! Wu Jingyu, what do you want to do to my student? An old, resolute voice suddenly rang out. Mo Danqing rushed over to stand in front of Yi Chen, glaring at Wu Jingyu. His head of gray hair billowed, resembling an angry old lion. Wu Jingyu's expression changed several times before he suddenly laughed, retracting his internal energy. Oh, Mo Lao, you've already rushed back from Yendu? Didn't you rest on the way? Don't hurt your health. Mo Danqing sneered, if I delay, wouldn't that allow Yi Chen to be bullied by you? Xian Ming shouted from the side, bullied? Mo Lao, you can't be biased towards Yi Chen. He clearly disrespected the class first, then ignored Dean Wu, skipping class right in front of him. If such a student is not properly educated, what will happen to the academic atmosphere at the Jing Academy? At this moment, Shen Linfeng also pretended to be heartbroken. Mo Lao, we cannot sit idly by while the academic atmosphere is so ruined. Dean Wu is just too angry, but he is also considering that Yi Chen is your student, which is why he resorted to such measures. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. How come I never noticed before that these people were such good actors? Each one of them was skilled at flattering others. Mo Danqing did not turn back to question Yi Chen but directly said, Yi Chen would not do such a thing, and I do not allow you to lay hands on him. He had just returned from Yendu, and Yang Yan had not yet had the chance to tell him that Yi Chen was already at the peak of internal energy. But even if Mo Danqing knew Yi Chen's cultivation level, he would still unconditionally protect him. Yi Chen's heart trembled slightly, but he remained silent. Alright, I didn't see what happened before, and I won't interfere, but how do you explain flipping through the 100 refinements and 1,000 hammers in a minute like it was nothing, then skipping class right in front of me? Wu Jingyu said sternly. Yi Chen replied calmly, I have finished reading this book and am ready to go to the refining room to start refining. Ha ha ha, good, good. The more Wu Jingyu listened, the angrier he became, yet he laughed in rage. You finished the painstaking work of dozens of weapon masters in just a minute. You, Yi Chen, are indeed an extraordinary talent. Xian Ming, go bring a refining platform over here. I want to see this classmate refine something on the spot. Wu Jingyu's voice was filled with anger. Xian Ming was about to go get the refining platform when Yi Chen said, wait, are you planning to admit your mistake? Wu Jingyu narrowed his eyes. I need 2 kilograms of Xian iron, 1 kilogram of black sandstone. Yi Chen ignored him, a long list of materials spilling from his mouth. Xian Ming was increasingly shocked. Damn, these materials must be worth over 1,000,000 huabei. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Wu Jingyu. Wu Jingyu said in a deep voice, what exactly are you playing at? This is the Academy's refining room, not your family's warehouse. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Didn't Dean Wu just say that I could take materials freely? Wu Jingyu took a deep breath. Materials worth over 1,000,000 cannot be treated as a joke. If you don't refine a treasure of at least the 3rd tier today, the Academy won't take that million either. I want you to withdraw from the Academy on your own. Wu Jingyu's sharp gaze bore down on him. Since this Yi Chen is a student of Mo Danqing, I won't care if you're a genius or a fool, I'll just cut through the chaos and kick you out of the Academy. Mo Danqing immediately showed anger. Wu Jingyu, you. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, but what if I refine a 3rd tier treasure, or even something higher? Wu Jingyu sneered, then I will use my own credibility to guarantee that all the Academy's material warehouses will be unconditionally open to you. You can use whatever materials you want. After saying this, he even took out a black card. This black card represented the access pass to all the Academy's warehouses. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, I accept. Xian Ming, go get the materials, Wu Jingyu said coldly. Xian Ming nodded, and moments later, the refining platform and materials appeared in the 3rd class's classroom. Just as Yi Chen was about to step forward, Mo Danqing grabbed his arm and whispered, Yi Chen, can you really do it? If not, I'll bring out my trump card. I have an honorary medal issued by the Ministry of Politics. He wouldn't dare challenge me. The old man's voice was filled with concern. Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart and said seriously, Old Mo, just wait here to see a good show. Mo Danqing looked at him deeply. Good. The refining platform was placed in the center of the classroom, with students all around, each stretching their necks to look inside. Do you think Yi Chen really understood that book, The 100 Refinements Classic? Can he refine? A freckled girl asked curiously. Come on, didn't you see Yi Chen's actions when he flipped through the book? He can't possibly understand it. I estimate this guy is already in a bind. Thinking about how to admit his mistake, a boy with a deliberately left ponytail scoffed. Hey, Yi Chen is actually quite nice, he just loves to show off too much. If he hadn't said that the formation was too simple, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. A girl with glasses sighed. Hey, Xing Yan, what do you think? Su Qingyan snapped back to reality. I think he can do it. She now felt that Yi Chen had a strange charm about him. Everything he said was true. Although Su Qingyan knew this was absolutely unbelievable, she really felt that Yi Chen had completely mastered the 100 Refinements classic in that short amount of time. A person without confidence couldn't possibly remain so calm throughout. Yi Chen stood in front of the refining platform, methodically and patiently checking the materials and instruments. This was a necessary step to prevent certain people with ulterior motives from deliberately sabotaging the materials. Dean Wu, what exactly is Yi Chen going to refine? Xian Ming asked in a low voice. He asked for these materials, which are of different natures. If I were to make a metaphor, it would be like the scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, vinegar, and salt in a dish. None of them can serve as the main ingredient, Wu Jingyu said. As an 8th-tier artifact refiner, he still had his own discernment. So, he must have a main material. What treasure could a mere second-year student possibly have? Xian Ming was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. Don't underestimate him, after all, he is from Lao Mo's circle, Wu Jingyu said coldly. Then everyone saw Yi Chen take out a crystal from his bosom, radiating a soft white light. This crystal looked very peculiar, as if it were constantly changing shape. One moment it was a cube, the next a tetrahedron, and then it morphed into a chaotic polyhedron. What was even stranger was that when one looked at it, it felt as if they were being drawn in, only able to recover after a moment. Is this the mustard seed ethereal crystal? Wu Jingyu's previously calm demeanor suddenly changed. He couldn't help but turn pale. The mustard seed ethereal crystal, as the main material for refining mustard seed treasures, only appears in large spiritual veins, making it extremely rare in the artifact refining world. Moreover, the piece Yi Chen held, about the size of a fist, was simply unimaginable. In the entire Hanzhou, there were probably no more than 10 people who owned mustard seed artifacts. Most of them had pieces the size of a pinky or even a fingernail. What kind of virtue or ability does this kid possess to have such a large piece? Wu Jingyu maintained a calm exterior, but inside he was already calculating how to seize this mustard seed ethereal crystal. Such a treasure in the hands of a student was simply a waste. Only a top-tier artifact refiner like me could bring out its full potential. Then everyone saw Yi Chen begin to move. From that moment on, no one could close their mouths. What a skillful, flowing operation this was. It was simply amazing. So amazing that it made people feel ashamed. Just look at how he controlled the heat. Look at the timing of his material additions. Even Wu Jingyu felt a bit dazed. He felt as if he were not watching a second-year student refining artifacts, but rather his own teacher at work. Yi Chen's current state resembled those artifact refining masters who had immersed themselves in the craft for decades. Ha! Yi Chen lifted the furnace lid and glanced at the stone at the bottom of the furnace. The stone was hexagonal overall, adorned with ancient patterns, and in the center was a mustard seed ethereal crystal that was constantly changing shape. Yi Chen's expression held a hint of regret. He had promised Mo Danqing not to use the vibration method to remove impurities when there were many people around, otherwise, he could have raised the grate a bit more. But it didn't matter, he could remelt it later when no one was around. Let me see what grade of treasure this is. Old Mo was the most excited, pulling out a crystal bead. This was a device developed by the Ministry of Politics to detect the spiritual energy level of items. Many martial artists with some spare cash would buy one. It is worth mentioning that the bead used to detect the grade of spiritual beasts in the Spirit Beast Mountain was modeled after this device. The closer it got, the more dazzling the light on the bead's surface became. As Mo Danqing approached the dull stone, 6 golden suns directly rose on the surface of the bead. 6th-tier treasure. The entire place fell silent. To independently refine a 6th-tier treasure, in a sense, Yi Chen had already become a 6th-tier artifact refiner. Wu Jingyu's voice suddenly became hoarse. Let me test it again. He took out the spirit testing bead, unwilling to give up, and tested it again. But the result did not change. This thing was indeed a 6th-tier treasure. The bloody truth was right before their eyes, unchangeable. Wu Jingyu fell silent. A few seconds later, he directly tossed down the black card and suddenly chuckled. Very well, you really have refined a treasure beyond the 3rd rank. It seems that the Jing Capital Academy has produced another genius in artifact crafting. However, I still stand by what I said. The Jing Capital Academy is not your family's warehouse. It won't provide you with materials for free. The 1 million cost for refining this 6th-rank treasure must come from you. Wu Jingyu said coldly. Mo Danqing was slightly taken aback. You've already given the black card to Yi Chen, and you still want material fees? The warehouse is unconditionally open to him, but that's a matter for the future. I didn't say that the over 1 million material fees would be provided unconditionally by the Academy. Of course, if you can't come up with the material fees, you can choose to hand over the 6th-ranked treasure to the Academy. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Over 1 million is nothing to me. Mo Lao, how much is the bonus from the Ministry of Politics after the 2 papers are published? He casually asked. Mo Danqing laughed heartily, 2,600,000, and the ministry even reimbursed the travel expenses. Did you hear that, Director Wu? Do you have anything else to say? Yi Chen said lightly. Wu Jingyu's eyes widened, then quickly returned to calm. That's Mo Danqing's money, not yours. Mo Danqing laughed heartily. Director Wu, you're mistaken. I went to Yendu to attend the paper release, but the formulas recorded in those 2 papers were all proposed by Yi Chen alone. I only played a guiding role. Mo Danqing paused, which means this 2,600,000 is our joint bonus. Yi Chen can naturally use it as he pleases. Wu Jingyu clenched his fists tightly, and after a long while, slowly relaxed. He said nothing and turned to leave. Old Wu, take care. Remember to call me next time there's such a good thing. Mo Danqing laughed like an old rascal. With the support gone, Xian Ming naturally didn't dare to linger and hurriedly chased after him. Shen Linfeng gave Yi Chen a deep look and quickly left as well. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, well done. You truly are my student. Mo Danqing said excitedly, his old face slightly flushed. In the past, he had hardly ever won against Wu Jingyu, but now he had finally turned the tables. Let's go back to Mo Danju and have a good chat. Those old guys in Yendu are nowhere near as interesting as you, ha. Mo Danqing hooked his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder and left directly. The old and the young created a lively atmosphere like a pair of old friends. Until they had all left, the classroom of class 2 to 3 was still filled with a group of stupefied students. What had happened today was completely beyond their comprehension. The 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers Classic, the Seed of Emptiness Crystal, the Seed Treasures, the Access Pass to all the Academy's warehouses, and a full 2,600,000 in bonuses from the Ministry of Politics. One by one, all of these had fallen onto Yi Chen alone. Mo Danqing was full of excitement, eagerly sharing his experiences from Yendu with Yi Chen, while also pulling out a large pile of ancient alchemy texts. However, at that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. Is this Master Yang? I am Zhang Jisher from the Lu Group. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Chen changed his tone. What's the matter? Mo Danqing looked at him strangely, wondering if his student had a problem with his head. Why was he suddenly speaking in a different tone? Zhang Jisher respectfully said, Ling Beast Mountain has sent a batch of spirit beasts, so our Lu Group is going to hold a spirit beast auction. We hope you can grace us with your presence and bring a spirit beast. Yi Chen frowned. What was the point of attending such an event? He was about to refuse immediately. The master of Ling Beast Mountain even specially sent a rare spirit beast, hoping someone could design an evolution path for it. The best designer can choose any book from the Ling Beast Mountain's collection. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. If there were books involved, he should have said so earlier. Alright, what time and where? Zhang Jisher quickly replied, Pion Mountain Villa on the outskirts of the city, at 5 in the afternoon. Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away. Yi Chen shook his head. No need, I'll go by myself. Zhang Jisher was a well-known figure in the capital. If he came over, wouldn't the students at the academy go crazy? Mo Danqing looked regretful, wanting to say a lot to Yi Chen, but who was on the other end of the phone, so clueless? Yi Chen greeted Mo Danqing and then patted his backside and left. Piyun Mountain Villa was located on the outskirts of the capital, in a very quiet environment, but of course, it was also quite far. Yi Chen took a taxi and arrived after more than 2 hours. The square outside the villa was already filled with luxury cars. BMWs and Autos were relatively few, Porsches and Lamborghinis were the most common models. He even spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate numbered from 1 to 8 in sequence. The Liu family had invited almost all the upper-class figures from the capital for this spirit beast auction, and quite a few from the neighboring Hanjiang city had also come. Yi Chen casually glanced around. These wealthy tycoons each had a spirit beast with them, including tigers and lions, making it look like a zoo at first glance. The security guard at the entrance was clearly well experienced and remained calm in the face of such ferocious beasts. After reporting Zhang Jisher's name to the security guard, Yi Chen was respectfully invited into Piyun Mountain Villa. The interior of the villa was luxuriously decorated, with many areas showcasing master-level craftsmanship. Looking around, the hall was brightly lit, filled with well-dressed celebrities in suits. In addition, there were some young people, brought by their parents to broaden their horizons, who mostly knew each other and had formed a small circle. However, it was rare to see someone like Yi Chen, dressed in casual clothes and accompanied by a small black dog, entering a spirit beast auction, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Although no one spoke, they couldn't help but glance down at Yi Chen. Everyone was in formal attire, while he was in casual wear. Everyone had impressive spirit beasts like tigers and lions, while he had a small black dog. Who else could they look down on if not him? Yi Chen was quite relaxed. He hadn't eaten dinner yet, so he grabbed a tray and started looking for food. Just as he was about to dig into a dish of Ima's caviar, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Is that Master Yang Yi? Such a soft and adorable voice seemed to belong only to the little lowly Yan Zicheng. Yi Chen looked at the delighted Yan Zicheng and couldn't help but smile. If you can come, why can't I? The little lowly quickly waved her hands. No, no. Xiao Qiong, come over and drink with me, a deep male voice called out, and soon a tall, handsome young man walked over. Wang Pan, I don't drink. Stop following me. If you keep this up, I'll call someone. Yan Zicheng huffed angrily, raising her voice. The surrounding gazes immediately converged on them. Wang Pan's expression changed instantly. Xiao Qiong, I really like you. Look, you don't have a boyfriend, can't you consider me? Yan Zicheng rolled her eyes and immediately hugged Yi Chen's arm. Who says I don't have a boyfriend? Yang Yi is my boyfriend. Yi Chen touched his nose, realizing he was being used as a shield. Wang Pan scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe, his expression shifting from confusion to disdain. His entire outfit combined isn't even as expensive as my pair of leather shoes. Xiao Qiong, dating someone like him isn't worth it. And that little black dog at his feet, TSK, that's just a typical mutt, probably doesn't even have a rank. The little black dog barked twice at Wang Pan, seemingly looking down on him. Wang Pan laughed. Just take a look at my little eagle, raised in the Gobi Desert, soaring all its life. This is a 5th-tier spirit beast my dad specially bought for me from Spirit Beast Mountain. Stick with me, and this little eagle is yours. What do you think? Yi Chen glanced at the eagle perched on his shoulder. Although his gaze was sharp, it revealed exhaustion. The spirit beast was a good spirit beast, but it had the misfortune of having the wrong master. Grown in the desert? Then is this eagle called a sand eagle? Yi Chen suddenly said. Yan Zicheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Sand eagle, ha ha ha. From now on, you are the Sand Eagle King Pan. The little girl laughed without restraint. Wang Pan's expression suddenly turned very ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Kid, do you know who you've offended? My dad is the head of the Ding Department in the Han River Political Bureau. I am an operative in the Ding Department of the Han River Political Bureau. Just by mentioning my name, Wang Pan, there isn't a single person in the Han River Circle who doesn't know me. You dare to insult me? The commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. Who is that guy? He actually angered the little tyrant of Han River, Wang Pan? TSK, he's in for it. A girl giggled. Even the little president of the Han River Ancient Martial Association has to bow to Wang Pan's tyranny. What's this kid? Daring to offend Wang Pan like this, he's really asking for trouble. Another young man laughed maliciously. Yan Zicheng made a face. What are you? You, a Han River person, come to the capital to flaunt your power? Let me tell you, my boyfriend is Master Yang Yi from the capital. In front of a master of internal strength, you're nothing. Yan Zicheng said angrily. Wang Pan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. What did you just say? Master of internal strength? So young, a master of internal strength? Xiao Qiong, even if you don't want to be with me, don't deceive me with such lies, okay? If he's a master of internal strength, then I must be a grand master, ha ha. Wang Pan's unrestrained laughter suddenly rang out. Security, come here quickly. I seriously suspect this person doesn't have an invitation to the auction. How did someone like him get in? Where's the manager of the Piyun Mountain Villa? Call him over. Wang Pan suddenly shouted. Soon, the plump manager Pang rushed over, and upon seeing Wang Pan, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This man was notorious, and he had heard much about him. Sir, please show your invitation. Manager Pang had no choice but to say to Yi Chen with a bitter face. Yi Chen frowned. I was invited by Zhang Jisher. I don't have an invitation. Invited by Zhang Jisher? Ha, then I was invited by old master Lu Yunshan. Wang Pan scoffed at Yi Chen's words, more convinced that Yi Chen was just putting on a show. Yan Zicheng said coldly, my dad is Yan Chengqing. I can guarantee he is Master Yang Yi. Aren't you afraid of losing your position by doing this? Manager Pang was even more dismissive. Compared to Wang Pan, Yan Chengqing was nothing. To put it bluntly, Yan Chengqing was just a martial artist, and your Wing Chun martial arts school was still affiliated with the Lu family's influence. But Wang Pan's father was the branch chief of the Han River Political Bureau. That was a world apart. Sir, if you don't have an invitation, please leave. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I want to see who dares to kick Master Yang out. At that moment, Lu Yunshan walked down the stairs, his voice cold. He was genuinely angry this time. Yang Yi had helped Wing Chun win a spot in the lower house, which brought face to the Lu family. That was one. Lu Yunshan had also gambled 2 pieces of mysterious iron ore and 100 acres of spiritual fields from the Shin and Tang families through Yang Yi's fight. That was 2. Finally, Yang Yi had showcased his newly acquired master status. Any master of internal strength would be a valuable asset. That was 3. With these 3 points, Lu Yunshan had more than enough reason to treat Yi Chen as an honored guest. Yet you blind fools wanted to drive Master Yang away. Master Yang is my esteemed guest. What exactly do you want by checking his invitation and chasing him away? Lu Yunshan's old face seemed capable of scraping off frost. Manager Pang's corpulent body involuntarily shivered, and his complexion changed completely. This kid is actually a distinguished guest of Old Master Lu. How is that possible? The people Old Master Lu usually meets are all social elites, all dressed in suits. How could he know a poor student dressed in street vendor clothes? Manager Pang tried to defend himself. I didn't know this gentleman was invited by you. I won't dare again. Lu Yunshan remained unmoved. Instead, he gently bowed to Yi Chen. Mr. Yang, it's the old man's fault. I arrived late. I didn't expect the subordinates of Piyun Mountain Villa to be so inconsiderate, to let things get to this point. Old Zhang, take his name tag off and throw it out. Lu Yunshan said coldly to Zhang Jishir beside him. Zhang Jishir nodded, and the attendant guarding the door immediately rushed up, ready to drag the manager away. Manager Pang's eyes widened. His position as manager came with a monthly salary of 30,000. Now, because of a few wrong words, he was about to be thrown out? Chairman Lu, I was wrong. Please let me explain. Lu Yunshan said coldly, no need to explain. I will report your actions truthfully to the second master and suggest that he directly dismiss you. The second master of the Lu family, Lu Hongyuan, was the visible owner of Piyun Mountain Villa and Manager Pang's direct superior. Lu Yunshan's casual words sent Manager Pang's heart plummeting into the abyss. He knew that Old Master Lu's words would be unconditionally obeyed by his boss. At this moment, he could only look at Wang Pan pleadingly, hoping that this young Master Wang could help him out for his earlier efforts. Little did he know that Wang Pan was also feeling a bit intimidated. After all, Lu Yunshan was a former elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, and he had deep connections with many in the Ministry of Politics. Even if Wang Pan's father were here, he would have to wear a smiling face. What was he, Wang Pan, in front of Old Master Lu? But if he backed down in front of everyone, he might be looked down upon in the future. Just look at that Wang Pan, unable to even protect those who helped him. What a coward. Wang Pan could only brace himself and step forward. Grandpa Lu. Lu Yunshan turned to him, coldly saying, do you have something to explain as well? You think I don't know your character? Upon hearing this, Wang Pan couldn't suppress his anger. My Hanjiang Wang family has deep ties with your Lu family in the capital. Why are you so biased against this Yang Yi? Wang Pan retorted, but it was this kid who first snatched the Zichong. Shut up. Lu Yunshan's face was icy as he reprimanded sharply. There was a hint of disappointment in his gaze. I originally thought that old Wang sending you to the Ministry of Politics would help you shed your spoiled habits, but I didn't expect you to become even worse. Mr. Yang is such an easygoing person, yet you have pushed him to this extent. It shows how unruly you are on a daily basis. I will personally discuss this matter with old Wang. After finishing, Lu Yunshan no longer paid attention to the pale-faced Wang Pan and turned to Yi Chen, saying, Master Yang, the auction is about to start. Let me take you to see those spirit beasts. Sure, I'm very interested in the Mountain Lord spirit beasts. Yi Chen nodded. After saying this, he glanced back at Wang Pan with a faint smile before turning to leave. Grandpa Lu, can I go see too? Yan Zichong looked at him with longing. Of course, come along with Master Yang, Lu Yunshan replied with a light smile. Oh, great. The little girl linked her arm with Yi Chen's, not forgetting to turn back and make a victory face at Wang Pan. Manager Pang could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, his face pale, allowing the 2 security guards to drag him away. Wang Pan lowered his head even further, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Yi Chen's last glance was like a sharp sword, piercing through his once lofty pride. The gazes of those around him felt like mockery. He could no longer stay and had to leave in disgrace. On the other side, Yi Chen and Yan Zichong entered the garden of Piyun Mountain Villa. Some adorable little beasts were chasing and playing on the lush green grass, and Xiao Hei immediately joined in the fun, its aura so rich that the little beasts gathered around it. Yan Zichong exclaimed and began to rub the bellies of these little creatures. Master Yang, please wait here. I will have someone bring the Mountain Master's spirit beast over, Lu Yunshan said apologetically. Yi Chen nodded and began to appreciate the scenery in the garden. Hey, who are you? How did you get into the garden? A questioning voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chen turned to look and saw a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure, whose facial features bore some resemblance to Lu Yunshan. Beside him stood a tall and upright young man, with a lively little monkey perched on his shoulder. Yi Chen replied indifferently, I am Yang Yi. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man should be Lu Hongyuan, the second son of the Lu family. By stating his name, he naturally knew who he was. Yang Yi? Who is Yang Yi? Lu Hongyuan was taken aback for a moment and immediately instructed the attendant beside him, call manager Pang over to check this person's invitation. Brother Hongyuan, why make such a fuss? Just kick out the idle people. The young man glanced at Yi Chen with disdain and said, I'm in a hurry to see that Mountain Master's Spirit Beast. The secret techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain are something I, Chen Shua, must obtain. Yi Chen sneered. This young man was so arrogant, completely looking down on others. Lu Er, I suggest you call your father and ask who I am, he said coldly. Lu Hongyuan was initially furious, thinking, damn it, a little punk dares to call me Lu Er, looking for death? But upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, he was stunned and quickly dialed Lu Yunshan's number. No need to call. Lu Yunshan's furious voice echoed from not far away, damn you, unfilial son. If I hadn't rushed over in time, you would have caused trouble for me again. Lu Yunshan felt genuinely exhausted. In the hall, there was one Lang Pan and one manager Pang. Two fools almost drove Master Yang away. Now, his own son was about to do the same. How blind could they be? Did they not think that an ordinary person could bypass the security network of PN Mountain Villa and stand here enjoying the scenery? Although Lu Hongyuan was not diligent, he was not stupid and quickly realized that this young man was likely a distinguished guest of his father. However, he did not apologize immediately but pointed at the young man beside him, saying, Dad, this is a genius master I met at Han River. He came specifically for that mountain master's spirit beast. Hello, Mr. Lu, my name is Chen Shua, a 6th-tier beast trainer, a disciple of teacher Guan Qinghan from Han River Academy, the young man beside Lu Hongyuan said, proud yet polite. Lu Yunshan suppressed his urge to curse, his eyes wide open. This guy is a student of Guan Qinghan? No wonder he was so arrogant. Lu Yunshan not only knew Guan Qinghan but also admired him greatly. Back when Lu Yunshan served as an elder at Spirit Beast Mountain, the mountain master had tried several times to recruit Guan Qinghan, which showed how high his achievements in beast training were. However, this person was very stubborn and only wanted to stay at the academy to teach, so the matter was eventually dropped. Lu Hongyuan patted his chest, Dad, you always say I'm not diligent, always say I haven't learned well from my elder brother. But this time, for the Spirit Beast auction our family is hosting, I've put in a lot of effort. I specifically invited Master Chen, who is a prodigy from Han River Academy. If I hadn't mentioned the Mountain Lord's Spirit Beast, Master Chen probably wouldn't have come. Chen Shuahong laughed heartily, Mr. Hongyuan is joking. I'm just more interested in the deeper knowledge of beast cultivation. Where is that Mountain Lord's Spirit Beast? Can I go see it? Lu Yunshan glanced at Yi Chen beside him, feeling troubled. I'm really sorry, Master Chen, but I've already promised Master Yang that he could see the Mountain Lord's Spirit Beast first, he said apologetically. Chen Shuahong subtly frowned, especially when he saw Yi Chen's little black dog, his frown deepening. He didn't speak, but Lu Hongyuan understood his thoughts. Dad, who is this Master Yang? I've never heard of him? Lu Hongyuan said with a half-smile, is that little black dog his spirit beast? It doesn't seem very high in rank. Lu Yunshan shot him a fierce glare. You ran off to the Han River during the last banquet, so of course you wouldn't know. I'll tell you about Master Yang's achievements later. You just need to know that this Master Yang is a distinguished guest of our Lu family. At this moment, Chen Shuahong sneered, clasping his fists and pretending to be respectful. Then, may I ask what rank of beast cultivator this Master Yang is? Yi Chen glanced at the little black dog, whose spiritual energy had reached the 8th rank, and said, 8th rank. Impossible. Chen Shuahong couldn't help but scoff. My mentor, Guan Qinghan, is only 8th rank. To put it bluntly, what are you to be considered an 8th rank beast cultivator? Do you have a beast cultivator certificate? Show me your certificate, otherwise you're just talking nonsense. Chen Shuahong sneered again. Yi Chen smiled faintly, I can cultivate an 8th rank spirit beast, so I am an 8th rank beast cultivator. Do I still need a beast cultivator certificate? Chen Shuahong was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, in the end, you're just talking nonsense. People like you really have no shame. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Not only did he not take the exams for beast cultivation, but he also didn't take the exams for alchemy and artifact forging. Those things were merely proof of one's own strength. If one truly had strength, why would they need proof? If you don't believe, I'll make you believe. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Yunshan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He only knew that this Yang Yi was a master of internal energy, and nothing else. Could it be that Yang Yi was really an 8th rank beast cultivator? That was an 8th rank beast cultivator, a level only achievable by those who had immersed themselves in beast cultivation for decades. Back then, Lu Yunshan himself was only a 7th rank beast cultivator, and later retired from Spirit Beast Mountain. You say you can cultivate an 8th rank spirit beast, then tell me, where is the 8th rank spirit beast? Qin Shuahong, having laughed enough, finally asked. Yi Chen pointed to the little black dog playing and frolicking among the small beasts. There, that dog is my 8th rank spirit beast. Qin Shuahong scoffed. That's a 4th rank spirit beast, the Jiao Air dog. Do you think I can't tell? Master Yang, right? Remember to draft your lies before you deceive others. Deceiving like this is really disrespectful to others' intelligence. I have a spirit testing orb on me right now. If it tests out to be a genuine 4th rank, let's see what you do. Chen Shuahong directly took out the spirit testing orb. This explosive fire monkey of mine is a solid 6th rank, just watch. He brought the spirit testing orb close to the little monkey, and immediately, 6 bright red sun-like marks flickered on its surface. Yi Chen nodded. The explosive fire monkey was born as a 3rd rank spirit beast, and for Qin Shuahong to cultivate it to 6th rank showed that his beast cultivation talent was quite impressive. If that Jiao Air dog of yours is in 8th rank, I hope you leave Piyun Mountain Manor immediately. Having someone like you around for even a second is a stain on me, Qin Shuahong said disdainfully. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Then what if it is 8th rank? Qin Shuahong took out a classic text and casually said, this is the Panlong Juhu Dian given to me by my mentor, a precious ancient text from the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. If it really is 8th rank, I'll lose this ancient book to you. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Ancient texts were valuable treasures. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Qin Shuahong sneered, looks like you're not too bad. You even know the value of this item. But don't get your hopes up. I just can't come up with a good wager at the moment, so I brought this out. There's no way I'll lose to you. People like you should just roll out early. Qin Shuahong didn't even want to get close to Xiao Hei and directly threw the spirit testing pearl over. Before the spirit testing pearl could reach Xiao Hei in midair, it lit up with 4 sun-like marks. Ha, I told you, this is undoubtedly a 4th rank spirit beast, Qin Shuahong laughed heartily. Then the spirit testing pearl fell to the ground, slowly rolling to Xiao Hei's side. Zing! The surface of the pearl suddenly lit up with 3 sun marks. Qin Shuahong's smile instantly froze on his face. Next to him, Lu Hongyuan looked as if he had swallowed a light bulb. Don't rush, it's not 8th rank yet. Our bet is for 8th rank. Qin Shuahong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly as he saw the 7 sun marks show no further change. The dog seemed to sense something strange about the pearl and curiously walked over. Then everyone saw the 8th sun mark suddenly begin to glow. Don't. Qin Shuahong's heart leaped to his throat. In the next moment, the dog bit the spirit testing pearl and ran to Yi Chen's side, wagging its tail as if to say, look how amazing I am, master. At the same time, the 8th sun mark suddenly lit up. Yi Chen squatted down, patted the dog's head, and chuckled, well done, go play. Receiving his master's approval, the dog immediately dashed out, playing with the other small beasts. The 3 were left in stunned silence. After a long while, Qin Shuahong finally squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. You actually are 8th rank. What should one's reaction be when encountering a beast trainer of a higher rank? Didn't the mentor teach you? Yi Chen said casually, hands behind his back. A flicker of humiliation crossed Qin Shuahong's face, but he had to slightly bow and grit his teeth. Hello, teacher. Respecting those stronger than oneself is an unspoken rule. Hand over the ancient text, Yi Chen said indifferently. Qin Shuahong's eyes were filled with pain, but he could only present it with both hands. Yi Chen nodded lightly, about to flip through it. Qin Shuahong said with a half-smile, Master Yang, this Panlong Juhu Jian is written in ancient script, you might not be able to. Yi Chen shot him a glance and then opened his mouth. In ancient times, Sang Jia observed the world and created characters. I, Zhang Longhu, observe all beasts and create a classic. Chapter 1, Dragon. Qin Shuahong's eyes widened, his tongue tied. He actually had no trouble reading the ancient text. What kind of divine figure is this? Even his own teacher couldn't do this. Qin Shuahong actually carried a Chinese translation of the Panlong Juhu Dian with him. He had intentionally handed over the original, hoping to embarrass Yi Chen. You can't even understand ancient text, having this book is useless. But now, he realized he was wrong, completely wrong. This Master Yang is truly a divine figure. Yi Chen quickly finished reading the Panlong Juhu Dian. Host reads Panlong Juhu Dian, ancient method of beast raising, upgrade branch skill, Longhu Kaihai Gong, automatically reaches max level. Longhu Kaihai Gong, wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon, gather the breath of wind and clouds, expand the sea of the Dantian. Max level effect, Wherever there is wind and cloud, one can automatically gain the righteous energy of the dragon and tiger, thereby expanding the ocean of the Dantian. Yi Chen operated the dragon and tiger vitality technique and immediately felt a domineering aura seeping into his pores from the heavens and the earth. The aura flowed throughout his body, finally arriving at his Dantian, circling around the ocean of his Dantian before disappearing. Suddenly, the ocean of his Dantian trembled violently, expanding visibly. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. The innate chi method combined with the dragon and tiger vitality technique allowed him to generate a massive amount of internal energy every day. Not only that, but the dragon and tiger vitality technique also expanded his Dantian's capacity. This meant that at the same level, Yi Chen's total internal energy would be several times, even dozens of times, that of others. Immersed in joy, Yi Chen was oblivious to the embarrassment on Chen Hongyuan's face. It was one thing for him to look down on others, but even his father had said that Master Yang was a distinguished guest, yet he had ignored Master Yang and even mocked that little black dog. Damn, that was an 8th-tier spirit beast. In his life, he had only seen 8th-tier spirit beasts a few times when he was a child on Spirit Beast Mountain. Lu Yunshan shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to apologize quickly. Lu Hongyuan, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly said respectfully, "Master Yang, I was wrong." After saying that, he lowered his head like a primary school student, gripping his pants tightly, feeling anxious inside. Yi Chen's smile faded as he said lightly, "In the future, recognize people with sincerity." After that, he clasped his hands behind his back. "Old Lu, let's go see the Mountain Master's spirit beast." "Alright, Master Yang, this way please." Lu Yunshan wore a beaming smile. He had completely regarded Yi Chen as a benefactor of the Lu family. Aside from being a newly promoted master, he was also a deeply hidden 8th-tier beast trainer. With such an identity, he would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Lu Yunshan even felt fortunate that the Wing Chun martial arts school had an eye for talent, and that his Lu family was destined to have a connection with Yang Yi. "What are you all standing there for? Follow along." He turned back and glared, speaking sternly. "Yes." Lu Hongyuan hesitated for a moment, then pulled Chen Shuahong along to follow. "Master Chen, don't be discouraged. Who would have thought this person would be a deeply hidden 8th-tier beast trainer?" Lu Hongyuan saw Chen Shuahong's dim expression and immediately comforted him. Chen Shuahong looked up at Yi Chen's back. "He's even younger than me. There's something fishy about this. Maybe that little Jiao air dog was given to him by his master after training. In any case, everything will be tested in front of the Mountain Master's spirit beast. I absolutely do not believe that this person could become an 8th-tier beast trainer at such a young age." Chen Shuahan's confidence reignited in his eyes. The four quickly arrived deep in the garden, where the little lowly was still playing with the little beasts. On both sides of the road, spirit beasts strolled leisurely, displaying calm and relaxed demeanor. From the lowest first tier to the 6th tier, everything was present here. Along the way, the four also saw other people. These were the main participants of today's Spirit Beast auction, and they smiled and greeted Lu Yunshan. Finally, the four reached the end of the road. There was a huge metal cage, forged from dark iron, very sturdy. Inside the cage was a centipede over 3 meters long. It lay lazily at the bottom of the cage, its shell a glossy black, with a deep purple head. It looked somewhat frightening but showed no aggression. Next to the cage stood an old man. He was wearing the elder robe of Spirit Beast Mountain. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered around the cage, discussing heatedly. The old man was only focused on drinking, dismissing their proposals with disdain. "Old Lu, you finally arrived. The people you invited to this Spirit Beast auction are all just a bunch of nobodies." The old man finally lifted his gaze upon seeing Lu Yunshan, but his words showed no respect for the people present. The beast trainers' faces flushed, but they could not refute. After all, the other party was an elder from Spirit Beast Mountain, and a 7th-tier beast trainer at that. The purple-headed blackback centipede, this is an 8th-tier spirit beast. As soon as Chen Shuahong saw the lazily sprawled centipede, he immediately rushed over, as if the creature was not a terrifying 8th-tier spirit beast, but a beautiful woman lying there. The large centipede was startled, revealing a pair of sharp mandibles, looking not fierce, but rather a bit cute. "Hey, young man, what are you doing? Don't scare Zidian." The old man who was drinking immediately scolded. Zidian, of course, was the name of this purple-headed blackback centipede. Chen Shuahong quickly said, "Elder, I can evolve Zidian to 8th tier." He spoke directly. 3 kilograms of Thunderstruck would burn to ash. 4 liters of Engrave grass juice. 10 kilograms of flesh and blood from a 7th-tier spirit beast. The spirit beast cultivated this way will possess the ability to control thunder and can also spray toxic mist. Its combat power will be extremely strong. The elder initially had a disdainful expression, but the more he listened, the more excited he became. Having immersed himself in the art of beast training for many years, he could naturally tell that Chen Shuahong's proposal was very feasible. In the end, he jumped down and grabbed Chen Shuahong. "Your plan is excellent. Although it can only raise one tier, it's better than not being able to improve at all. The mountain master will definitely be very pleased." The beast trainers below looked on with envy. With so many people on their side, they had pondered for a long time and couldn't even come up with a decent plan. Occasionally, when someone did propose one, it was instantly rejected by the elder and they would be harshly scolded. This guy just appeared and proposed an evolution plan that made the elder nod. Truly an impressive figure. Being praised by the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Chen Shuahong's confidence immediately returned. "Young man, you are very good. What is your name, and who is your master?" the elder asked with a smile. Chen Shuahong humbly replied, "I am Chen Shuahong, and my mentor is Guan Qinghan from Hanjiang Academy." The elder of Spirit Beast Mountain widened his eyes. "So you are Guan Qinghan's disciple, no wonder." "No wonder." The beast trainers gasped in amazement. A student of Guan Qinghan, no wonder he could be so impressive. Chen Shuahong's lips curled into a proud smile, and he glanced at the frowning Yi Chen, forcing a warm smile. "I am just a novice, barely able to advance one tier, but that Master Yang is an 8th tier beast trainer. He will definitely be able to propose a better plan." Everyone turned to look, their eyes widening. "Are you kidding? How could such a young man possibly be an 8th tier beast trainer?" The elder frowned. "I am still a 7th tier myself. How could that young man be 8th tier? According to the mountain master's words, you are the best among all the proposals. This secret manual will be given to you." Excitement rose on Chen Shuahong's face. He glanced at Yi Chen again, seeing that he still had no reaction, his disdain even greater. "It seems you really are pretending to be impressive with spirit beasts cultivated by others." I said, "How could there be such a young 8th tier beast trainer? I, Chen Shuahong, am still the youngest beast training genius. If you use this plan, I dare guarantee that within 3 days, this purple-headed blackback centipede will die suddenly." At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke coldly. Everyone fell silent. The elder of Spirit Beast Mountain suddenly cast a cold gaze. "Are you cursing the mountain master's spirit beast to die? Do you think that because I sell spirit beasts at Spirit Beast Mountain, I wouldn't kill?" His voice was filled with coldness. If Yi Chen couldn't provide an explanation, he would take action. Yi Chen scoffed. "Look at the tips of the 15th pair of legs of this large centipede. Is there a yellow spot under the shell? Do you think, why has this large centipede become lazy? Do you think, why has this large centipede become fearful? As long as those thunderstruck woods go down, this large centipede will die suddenly due to attribute conflict. If all the people in Spirit Beast Mountain are as unworthy as you, I'm afraid that in 2 or 3 years, Spirit Beast Mountain will completely decline." Yi Chen spoke without any politeness, completely disregarding Spirit Beast Mountain. The elder's face turned pale with anger, his rage almost causing smoke to come out of his 7 orifices. Damn it, being scolded for being unworthy by a junior? He was a 7th tier beast cultivator, the 4th-ranked elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, and had personally nurtured several 6th and 7th tier spirit beasts, at least a handful. Not to mention others, even the mountain master wouldn't dare to reprimand him lightly. What kind of brat is this, daring to scold him in front of so many people? Seeing that the elder was about to explode, Lu Yunshan quickly said, "Elder Chu, Master Yang is a distinguished guest I invited. He wouldn't speak without reason. I suggest you check the condition of the purple-headed blackback centipede. If that 15th pair of legs is indeed yellowing, it would prove that Master Yang's words are correct." Elder Chu snorted coldly. "Kid, for old Lu's sake, I won't hold this against you for now. But if you were just talking nonsense, I will tear my face and bring you back to Spirit Beast Mountain, letting the mountain master deal with you." He flicked his sleeves and angrily went to check the purple-headed blackback centipede. The other young beast cultivators were discussing among themselves, their eyes sweeping over Yi Chen's youthful face. Is this guy really an 8th tier beast cultivator? He sounded very confident just now. I don't know, but I always feel like he's just putting on a show. Just wait, he's probably about to drop the stone on his own foot. Although Spirit Beast Mountain is mainly about selling spirit beasts, their fierce reputation is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Chen Shuahong burst into laughter. "Yang Yi, let's not talk about anything else. Your ability to bluff is indeed impressive. After using the Thunder Strike Wood, the purple-headed blackback centipede will die within 3 days? You should take a look at what you really are. If I'm not mistaken, that little black dog of yours was raised by someone else, right? Carrying an 8th tier spirit beast, and you think you're an 8th tier beast cultivator? You should take a good look at yourself." I was foolish too. I was actually fooled by you outside the garden just now. But you will soon be finished. Although Spirit Beast Mountain is famous for beast cultivation in Huagua, their punishments are equally cruel. Do you want to enter the venomous snake pit, or the crocodile swamp? Or perhaps, the 5 poisons pool? Ha ha ha, Chen Shuahong mocked without restraint. If what I said is correct, what will you do? Yi Chen said lightly. Chen Shuahong was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. If what you said is correct, in the future, wherever I, Chen Shuahong, meet you, I will immediately bow down and call you Master Yang. If you were just talking nonsense, I wouldn't need you to do anything, because your life might not even be spared. Ha ha. He sneered a few times. So, Elder Chu, can we take this person back to Spirit Beast Mountain now? Chen Shuahong asked when he saw that Elder Chu had no reaction. Elder Chu walked back, having naturally heard Chen Shuahong's words, and gave him a deep look. Elder Chu took a deep breath and slowly walked up to Yi Chen. Chen Shuahong's face even turned a bit red. He knew that Elder Chu would definitely scold Yang Yi harshly next and then capture him instantly. Damn you, you bastard Yang, pretending to be an 8th-tier beast cultivator with someone else's spirit beast, and even stealing my Panlong Juhu classic, this is your retribution. Chen Shuahong felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Even when he stood out from over 1,000 people and was publicly accepted as a student by Guan Qinghan, he had never felt as pleased as he did today. The next moment, he saw Elder Chu deeply bowing to Yi Chen. With an extremely respectful tone, he said, Master Yang, I was wrong, please scold me. Everyone present gasped in shock. What's going on? Why did the plot twist so quickly and so dramatically? Yi Chen nodded lightly. It's good that you realize your mistake. Master Yang, I have a question to ask. Elder Chu didn't even lift his head, as that would be disrespectful. Ask away. You've never approached the cage within 10 meters, and that yellow spot on the 15th pair of legs is only the size of a fingernail, hidden beneath the shell, making it extremely difficult to notice. How did you see it? The Mountain Master and all the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain couldn't even see it. The more Elder Chu spoke, the more puzzled he became. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He had keen eyes, able to see far and near, and could even peer into the internal organs and limbs. A mere 20 meters of distance, a mere shell covering, what did that matter? I have keen eyes, he stated directly. Keen eyes? Elder Chu was momentarily stunned, then his eyes widened. Could it be the divine vision recorded in ancient texts? It said that initially, it's only slightly stronger than the naked eye, but at a profound level, it's as terrifying as the 1,000-mile eye in myths. As an elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, he naturally had access to many ancient secret histories. Yi Chen smiled without speaking. The secrets of cultivation are not for outsiders to know. The respect on Elder Chu's face deepened. This was Master Yang's martial arts secret, not to be questioned. Lu Yunshan also put back the words he had almost blurted out, his face filled with joy. Master Yang was indeed a true 8th-tier beast trainer. The power of the Lu family could rise another level. Impossible! Impossible! At this moment, Chen Shuahong screamed, like a wronged little wife. I absolutely do not believe there is a yellow spot on the 15th pair of legs. He must be bluffing. His face showed humiliation as he turned to run towards the cage. Perhaps he was too loud, scaring the purple-headed blackback centipede, which immediately curled up in fright. Elder Chu's expression darkened instantly. The purple-headed blackback centipede couldn't handle being startled after falling ill. Chen Shuahong had already frightened the giant centipede once, and now it was the second time. You've schemed to scare the purple lightning and proposed such a plan. Speak, are you sent by a competitor of Spirit Beast Mountain? He shouted angrily, did you propose this plan intending to deliberately harm this purple-headed blackback centipede? If you don't speak, you can choose from the venomous snake pool, crocodile swamp, or 5 poisons pond. Chen Shuahong was on the verge of tears. What I just said to Yang Yi, you all returned to me. The elders of Spirit Beast Mountain changed their faces faster than a Sichuan opera. Yi Chen said lightly, one must be trustworthy. Didn't everyone just hear what Chen Shuahong said? The beast trainers nodded vigorously. Chen Shuahong lowered his head, his face twisted with snot and tears, filled with humiliation. You must bow down in respect and address Master Yang properly, Elder Chu said coldly. I heard it clearly. You can be untrustworthy yourself, but you must not let your mentor wear this hat too. Chen Shuahong slowly bent down, his forehead, hands, and feet touching the ground, gritting his teeth to squeeze out 2 words, Yang. Master Yang, alright, get lost. Next time, strengthen your beast training ability before trying to learn from others. Elder Chu snorted coldly, directly issuing an eviction order on behalf of Lu Yunshan. Lu Hongyuan hesitated for a moment, but under his old man's stern gaze, he didn't dare to see him off. The beast trainers fell silent, with only a few daring to watch Chen Shuahong leave in humiliation. Master Yang, please propose a new plan, Elder Chu said respectfully. Yi Chen replied lightly, my plan has a 10% chance of advancing 1 tier, and 80% chance of advancing 2 tiers, and can also cure yellow foot syndrome. Yellow foot syndrome naturally referred to the yellow spots on the legs. Elder Chu's eyes widened in surprise. An 80% chance to elevate by 2 ranks? Zidian is currently at the 7th rank, and with an additional 2 ranks, it would reach the 9th rank. A 9th rank spirit beast is almost at the pinnacle of spirit beasts. It's important to know that a 9th rank spirit beast is comparable to a master in the entry-level realm, and above that, yellow rank spirit beasts are nearly impossible to cultivate. After all, transitioning from a master in the entry-level realm to a master in the transcendent realm is a significant hurdle. Moving from a 9th rank spirit beast to a yellow rank spirit beast is also a huge transformation. What he doesn't know is that Yi Chen already has a method to cultivate a yellow rank spirit beast, it's just that the materials are insufficient. The Thunderstrike won't do, replace it with the weaker Thunder attribute Lei Shuzi, half a kilogram. For the yellow foot syndrome, a large amount of turtle shell powder is needed, and it must be from turtles of the 3rd rank or above. In addition, infant grass, solid spirit root, and skeleton flower require 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms, and 4 kilograms respectively, all ground into powder. A large amount of spirit beast blood and flesh is also needed, mixing all the previous materials and feeding it to them. Or, we could change the method, keep everything else the same, but replace the final spirit beast blood and flesh with spirit rice. This way, the Zidian cultivated will be more docile, though its desire to attack will also decrease a bit. Yi Chen finished explaining the evolution plan in one breath. Elder Chu became more and more excited as he listened, to the point where his legs trembled, almost making him kneel before Yi Chen. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to someone speak. Because he's just that impressive. The evolution plan came out so easily. After finishing, he felt it wasn't enough and casually mentioned another one. He could even predict the results of each plan. What else could this be but the genius of beast cultivation? What else could this be but a master of beast cultivation? Elder Chu trembled as he took out the secret manual, respectfully presenting it with both hands. Master Yang, this illustrated compendium of all beasts is entrusted to you. If there's ever a chance in the future, please do come to Spirit Beast Mountain for a meeting. We will definitely prepare a grand welcome. Elder Chu bowed deeply. He understood better than anyone the value of an 8th rank beast master. Yi Chen nodded lightly and turned to leave. He had come to this spirit beast auction for the ancient texts, and now that he had obtained them, there was no need to stay any longer. Master Yang, let me see you off. Lu Yunshan hurriedly chased after him. The group of young beast masters remained dumbfounded. With their limited imagination, they couldn't fathom it. That young man turned out to be an 8th rank beast master, and even Elder Chu from Spirit Beast Mountain had to bow to him, treating him with utmost respect. Yi Chen quickly left Piyun Mountain Villa because on the other side, Yan Chengqing had already sent over a large number of chi-nourishing jade, a total of 50 pieces. Back in his little nest, Yi Chen began to use the point stone to gold technique on these chi-nourishing jades one by one. Each chi-nourishing jade was worth 50,000 Hua coins, and after leveling them all up, Yi Chen spent a total of 2.5 million Hua coins, for which he even borrowed some money from old Mo. However, the returns were substantial. Not to mention the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranks. This time Yi Chen directly upgraded one to an 8th rank chi-nourishing jade. The spiritual energy on its surface could even be described as liquid. If left in one place for too long, it would even produce dew. Such a chi-nourishing jade, if put up for auction, would fetch at least 2 million. The profit from these 50 chi-nourishing jades exceeded 3 million directly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, momentarily free from financial worries. However, if he wasn't mistaken, the master of Spirit Beast Mountain would soon come looking for trouble. After all, he had taken the true transmission method from their Spirit Beast Mountain. Meanwhile, at the Beijing International Airport, a stooped old man stepped off a private plane. At the reception area, the Tang family from Beijing had all arrived, and a glance revealed Tang Chuishui and Tang Xianair. However, judging by their positions, Tang Xianair stood at the forefront, clearly the highest-ranking person in the Tang family, and Tang Chuishui showed no resentment, instead standing respectfully behind her. The Tang family members saw the old man walk down from the plane and immediately bowed in unison. "Good day, 5th elder." The old man nodded slightly, showing no change in expression even as he passed by Tang Chuishui, who was of the same age, until he reached Tang Xianair, where a smile finally appeared on his face. "5th grandpa, you didn't need to come personally," Tang Xianair said earnestly. The elderly man in a blue and white robe grinned. "It's not every day I encounter a martial arts prodigy who can restore the Ling Yin step of our great Tang's Ling Yin pavilion. How could I not come in person? If my subordinates make a mistake and anger that person, I would regret it for the rest of my life." "Tang Jing, is everything ready?" Do you think we can impress that martial arts master? A tall, handsome young man stepped out of the plane. Hearing the old man's words, he raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but say, "Fifth grandpa, are we really going to give this away?" From what Xian Er said, that so-called martial arts master is just a second-year student from the capital academy. Tang Xian Er snorted coldly. "Tang Jing, are you questioning my decision?" Tang Jing retorted, "I just don't agree with using such a precious item to restore a martial art that's almost irreparably broken." "Enough! Everyone shut up!" Fifth Grandpa Tang Yang Hao slammed his cane down and spoke in a deep voice. "Since we've arrived in the capital, I must go see this Master Yi." He strode into the waiting stretch limousine. The Lingyan step is the true secret manual of our great Tang's Lingyan pavilion. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope for restoration, we must give it our all. At that moment, the Master Yi they spoke of was stepping into a first-year classroom. Shui Wei valued Yi Chen's talent for beast cultivation greatly, so she always kept him by her side, hoping he could learn some skills not found in textbooks. Yi Chen certainly wasn't learning much, but compared to sitting in a classroom listening to boring beast cultivation lessons, it was better to follow Shui Wei to class. Hey, are we going to see young Master Shin again today? I missed young Master Shin after not seeing him for a day. Today's beast cultivation class is the only time to see him. I'm looking forward to it. Gu Xiao Xiao, if young Master Shin comes, you must show him the red-beaked pigeon you cultivated. That's our bet. You can't go back on it. A girl suddenly chuckled. The girl in the center of the classroom blushed but puffed out her small chest. Of course I know. Do I need you to tell me? Humph. The teacher is here. Someone called out, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Classmates, today we will examine the cultivation results of the red-beaked pigeon. Shui Wei smiled and introduced. This is Yi Chun from the second year, and he will be my teaching assistant today. The red-beaked pigeon is a first-tier spirit beast cultivated from Spirit Beast Mountain. This type of avian spirit beast has a gentle temperament, almost no aggression, making it very suitable as a pet. However, a large group of girls in the audience were not pleased. We came to see Shin Lin Feng. This person, while looking somewhat handsome, is completely overshadowed by young Master Shin's brilliance. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Gu Xiao Xiao immediately raised her hand. Gu Xiao Xiao, what is it? Shui Wei nodded. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Gu Xiao Xiao, isn't she the daughter of that driver, Gu Guoping? What a coincidence. Teacher Shui, why did you change the teaching assistant? This second-year senior is definitely not as capable as senior Shin Lin Feng. We want senior Shin Lin Feng to be the teaching assistant. The girl's small face was tightly scrunched. She was Shin Lin Feng's #1 supporter, naturally backing him. Gu Xiao Xiao continued, Senior Shin is the most talented in beast cultivation. He already obtained the 4th-tier Beast Master certificate a few days ago, and he will also represent our capital academy in the prestigious school competition. Senior Shin is the one most qualified to be the teaching assistant. She stared directly at Yi Chen, clearly perceiving this first-grade little girl as a villain trying to seize the teaching assistant position. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. He is just a 4th-tier Beast Master, but I am an 8th tier. After saying this, Yi Chen picked up the little black dog and placed it on the podium, pointing at it seriously. This is an 8th-tier spirit beast. The dog, clearly not used to being stared at by so many people, immediately burrowed into Shui Wei's chest in fright. Ha ha ha. An 8th-tier spirit beast, how funny. If this little mutt is an 8th-tier spirit beast, then my red-billed pigeon must be a 9th-tier spirit beast. A girl laughed out loud. Senior, I hope you won't be so brazen. Senior Shin has obtained the certification for a 4th-tier Beast Master. He has a certificate. You claim to be an 8th tier, but do you have a certificate? Gu Xiao Xiao reprimanded without holding back. If you don't have a certificate, then you're just talking nonsense. Someone like you is even less worthy of being Teacher Shui's assistant. Teacher Shui, please don't be deceived by this big liar. Shui Wei was both amused and exasperated. She knew that Gu Xiao Xiao was Shin Linfeng's #1 supporter. However, she never expected the fanaticism to reach this level. A few days ago, Shin Linfeng went to the Ministry of Politics and obtained 4 certificates in one go: 3rd-tier Alchemist, 3rd-tier Artifact Master, 4th-tier Beast Master, and a minor achievement in Internal Energy Warrior. She was aware of this. But Yi Chen was far more extraordinary than Shin Linfeng. Yet, she couldn't say it. Shui Wei smiled helplessly. But this smile, in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, only solidified the idea that Yi Chen was deceiving the teacher with his empty claims. Senior Shin also obtained the Spirit Beast Mountain's secret techniques through other channels to become a 4th-tier Beast Master. What qualifications do you have to claim to be an 8th tier? Senior, you probably haven't even seen the Spirit Beast Mountain's secret techniques, have you? Humph. Gu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, about to speak when a pressure from an internal energy master descended upon the classroom like dark clouds. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. It had indeed come. The master of the entry realm, with an aura that even carried the sound of countless beasts roaring. It was undoubtedly the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Inside the classroom, the powerful pressure sent the students into chaos. Shuiwei's expression changed drastically. How could she not recognize the mountain lord's aura? At the same time, in the administrative building of the academy, two auras of internal energy masters soared into the sky. I am the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain, Zheng Tianxiong. I have come to the capital academy to demand the true transmission secret techniques of my Spirit Beast Mountain. A deep, resonant voice thundered outside the classroom. Its sound was like a lion or tiger roaring, shaking the mountains and forests. Zheng Tianxiong, the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain, a master of the entry realm. At that moment, the entire teaching building was in an uproar. Wow, that is the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the Spirit Beast Mountain has almost done business in every household in Hanzhou, and the name of the mountain lord Zheng Tianxiong has spread throughout Hanzhou. Perhaps some people do not know who the governor of Hanzhou is, but they definitely know who the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain is. Why is the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain here to demand the true transmission secret techniques from our school? What's going on? A girl asked curiously. Could it be that someone from our academy stole the true transmission secret techniques from the Spirit Beast Mountain? A boy adjusted his glasses, but he didn't even believe his own words. How much power does the Spirit Beast Mountain have? If one were to compare, the Spirit Beast Mountain is like the companies that dominated the gaming industry in Huagua decades ago, such as Goose Factory, Pig Factory, or foreign groups like Blizzard. The Capital Academy is merely a public academy under the Ministry of Politics. The two are not even on the same level. Shui Wei looked at Yi Chen with concern. In the entire academy, very few knew who the mountain lord of the Spirit Beast Mountain had come for, and she was one of them. Yi Chen won the beast taming true technique from Zhang Yuwei, which, if exaggerated, could be seen as Yi Chen maliciously seizing the true teachings of Spirit Beast Mountain. According to the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain, he would have to be taken back to face punishment. But if downplayed, it was merely a contest among juniors, not worth mentioning. The choice lay solely in the hands of the mountain master, Zheng Tianxiong. He came for me, Yi Chen said, then strode confidently towards the three inner strength masters. The first-year students stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Does that senior not want to live anymore? He dares to approach the clash of inner strength masters? Came for him? Who is this guy? Why would the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain come for him? This is hilarious. Among the students, there were sarcastic remarks, sympathy, and some who wanted to pull him back. Gu Xiaoxiao scoffed. He really thinks of himself as someone important, coming for you? Oh, I get it. I just said you haven't even touched the techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain, and then you deliberately act big, saying the mountain master came for you? That's just too funny. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sneer. Yi Chen ignored everyone and walked on indifferently. Not far away, Yang Yan and Wu Jingyu arrived, their faces dark. Doesn't Zhang Mountain Master fear being blamed by the political department for releasing his master pressure so recklessly in the academy? Yang Yan said coldly. Zheng Tianxiong smiled coldly. Even if the political department sends someone, so what? The true teachings of Spirit Beast Mountain cannot be lost outside. Today, I must take the true teachings back. I hope you hand over that student, otherwise, Spirit Beast Mountain can do many things. For example, cut off the supply of Spirit Beast cubs to the academy. At this point, Yang Yan and Wu Jingyu's expressions changed drastically. Wu Jingyu immediately asked, "Who is that student?" Yang Yan remained silent. Zheng Tianxiong waved his hand. Behind him, Zhang Yuwei stepped forward and said loudly, "Second-year student, Yi Chen." Yi Chen? Wu Jingyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Then hand him over. For the peace of the academy, we must sacrifice some unruly students. Yang Yan exclaimed in disbelief, "Wu Jingyu, you." Among the onlooking students, Shen Linfeng heard this name and immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. Why did Yi Chen have to provoke someone? He actually offended Spirit Beast Mountain and even snatched their true teachings. What a death wish. It seemed he no longer needed to trip him up. He was about to be taken to Spirit Beast Mountain for punishment, right? TSK, the poison snake pool, crocodile swamp, 5 poisons pond, those experiences must be quite exhilarating, right? In the first-year classroom, Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback upon hearing the name, then looked towards the figure of the young man. If she remembered correctly, wasn't his name Yi Chen? Among the second-year students, Su Qingyan spotted Yi Chen at once. A look of anxiety immediately appeared on her delicate face as she leaped down from the second floor and hurried towards him. The three inner strength masters released their full pressure, and the wind created by their clash was immense. She braved the chaotic wind and reached Yi Chen's side, grabbing him. Yi Chen, don't go. The mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain isn't looking for you. Yi Chen turned his head and shook off her arm. Xing Yan, it's a small matter, not worth worrying about. With that, he continued striding towards the core of the intertwined pressure of the three inner strength masters. To everyone, Yi Chen seemed strange. Clearly in a zone of intertwined pressure, yet his robes and even his hair were not disheveled in the slightest. What they didn't know was that within this pressure, Yi Chen's inner strength was growing at an exaggerated speed. With the innate One Chi technique, combined with the dragon and tiger opening sea skill, plus the 1,000 tempering body, in the time of a single breath, 3 portions of inner strength were formed. The 3 masters of internal energy were like 3 million-watt engines, continuously emitting energy without pause. Such opportunities were rare. Yi Chen chuckled lightly and deliberately slowed his pace. To the onlookers, it seemed as if he was encountering immense resistance and could not move forward. For some reason, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. How could a mere second-year student withstand the pressure from 3 masters of internal energy? In the end, he would be unable to take even a step forward, trembling in the increasingly chaotic storm. Shen Linfeng's expression turned cold and stern again. It seems your physical body has indeed been tempered well, humph, but this is the end. The master of Spirit Beast Mountain has personally come. How could he leave empty-handed? Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen's speed indeed slowed down as they had predicted, until finally, he almost came to a stop. Just wait, he won't be able to hold on much longer. Shen Linfeng laughed heartily. Lu Quan, the sycophant beside him, also showed a genuine sense of satisfaction on his face. What could be more exhilarating than seeing an enemy suffer such pain? Yi Chen. Su Qingyan clenched her fists, feeling for the first time how significant Yi Chen had become in her heart. She didn't know when it had happened, but this boy had completely entered her heart. I want to save you. Su Qingyan gathered her strength and was about to rush in. Yi Chen seemed to sense something, turned back, winked at her, and moved his lips a few times. Don't come. Tears suddenly flowed back into the corners of Su Qingyan's eyes, because she clearly saw that this guy was smiling. Everyone was a bit stunned. This kid was in the midst of the pressure from 3 masters of internal energy, and not only was he not in pain, but he was also smiling. Zheng Tianxiong, the master of Spirit Beast Mountain who originally intended to intimidate Yi Chen, also felt something was off. This kid didn't show the slightest expression of pain. Moreover, he had a feeling that if this continued, even if his internal energy was exhausted, this kid could still act as if nothing had happened. The 3 exchanged glances and, in perfect harmony, simultaneously withdrew their internal energy. The rampant pressure that had weighed on everyone's chest instantly vanished without a trace. Everyone collectively let out a sigh of relief. After all, the gap between them and the masters of internal energy was too great. It felt as if a giant hammer was constantly pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. But Yi Chen smacked his lips. Why did they stop? This is really boring, you people. Wu Jingyu felt a bit frantic. What was with that expression of yours, as if you were still wanting more? Could it be that being pressed by a giant hammer on your chest felt good? What kind of monster was this student, Mo Danqing? You are Yi Chen? Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath, regaining his usual serious and imposing demeanor, and said sternly, you deliberately deceived Yue into a bet, seizing the true transmission techniques of my Spirit Beast Mountain. Now, the master of this mountain is here to reclaim it. Zheng Tianxiong's brows furrowed together, exuding a fierce aura. Yi Chen sneered, realizing that Spirit Beast Mountain truly did not want to lose face at all. It was clearly your daughter who insisted on betting with me and insisted on using the true transmission techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain as the wager. Now you come to demand the techniques, and everything is being pushed onto me? At this moment, Zhang Yue added, Dad, he knows classical literature and has already read the beast taming true technique. Zheng Tianxiong's expression darkened further. According to the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain, any non-disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain is not allowed to learn the true transmission techniques. Anyone who violates this rule will be hunted down across the world, bound back to Spirit Beast Mountain, and await punishment. For a sect, the loss or theft of true transmission techniques was undoubtedly a significant loss of face. The next steps were very simple, either kill that person or let him become a disciple of Ling Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong was essentially someone who valued talent, so this time he came with the idea of binding Yi Chen back to Ling Beast Mountain and turning him into a disciple. But others couldn't understand that. Lu Quan was grinning from ear to ear. This kid is dead for sure. Ha ha ha, this is just too satisfying. He could have done anything, but he had to go and steal the true teachings of Ling Beast Mountain. This is the highest level of self-destruction. Gu Xiaoxiao, among the first-year crowd, remained silent, her perspective was different from the others. Just a few minutes ago, she had been mocking Yi Chen for being uneducated, suggesting he might not have even seen the common techniques of Ling Beast Mountain. And what happened? Not only did he possess a true teaching manual from Ling Beast Mountain, but he had also finished reading the ancient text version of the true teachings. Shen Linfeng's book was merely the beast taming technique for outer disciples. Yet Yi Chen's was a true beast taming technique that was even higher than what inner disciples could learn. Her cheeks flushed red, feeling utterly ashamed. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her face with her hands, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The reactions of others were merely side notes. At the very center of the entire Jing Capital Academy's energy was 3 inner strength masters and a second-year student. Yi Chen's next response would completely change Zheng Tianxiang's attitude. Under the domineering aura of the master of Ling Beast Mountain, an inner room master, Yi Chen raised his head and coldly laughed. "If I don't go to Ling Beast Mountain, what can you do?" The words fell, and the entire place fell silent. Truly arrogant. Truly unaware of the danger. Do you know who stands before you? That is the master of Ling Beast Mountain. An inner room master. Regardless of which identity, Zheng Tianxiang had the capital to become a top boss in Hangzhou. You, a mere second-year student, dare to act tough in front of such a big shot? Do you know how to write the word death? Shen Linfeng's mouth dropped open, then he sneered, "He's dead for sure." Lu Quan laughed maliciously, "A person like this, it's hard not to die." Yang Yan's expression also changed immediately. "Yi Chen, you must not speak to Master Zhang like that." He valued Yi Chen highly. In the future, Yi Chen was the hope for Jing Capital Academy to maintain its prestigious reputation. Wu Jingyu, however, narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Yi Chen, you are disrespectful to your elders. How dare you be so rude to Master Zhang? A student like you does not deserve to continue at Jing Capital Academy. If this continues, won't the respect for teachers and the way of learning at Jing Capital Academy completely decline? I think it would be better for you to be taken to Ling Beast Mountain by Master Zhang. I kindly ask Master Zhang to refine this child's character for our Jing Capital Academy. I, Wu Jingyu, am deeply grateful on behalf of Yi Chen." Wu Jingyu wore an expression of concern and anger for Yi Chen's lack of ambition. If it weren't for his deep understanding of this person's character, Yang Yan felt he might have been deceived. Zheng Tianxiang's face was nearly filled with rage. "Yi Chen, you are quite impressive. You actually dared to say such things to me? In all of Hangzhou, there are only a handful of people who would dare to speak to me like this. Are you even worthy? Do you think that just because I, Zheng Tianxiang, have held a high position for a long time, my former ferocity has been worn away?" Zheng Tianxiang said sternly. He was genuinely angry. For someone of his stature, face was very important. "So I came to Jing Capital Academy to demand the true teachings in a dignified manner. It wasn't Zhang Yue who sent it out, but you, Yi Chen, who maliciously seized it. Therefore, I will take you to Ling Beast Mountain to face punishment. Even if you grit your teeth, you must accept it." But not only did you refuse, you even pushed back. If a little brat like you can step on my head and urinate, what face will Ling Beast Mountain have in the future? Zheng Tianxiang's inner strength pressure suddenly erupted, forcefully pressing down on Yi Chen. "Then I wonder if this old man's words can make Master Zhang stop?" A voice, old yet remarkably resilient, suddenly rang out. As the voice emerged, a gentle yet powerful aura swept through the academy like a spring breeze, washing away the oppressive atmosphere. The students felt little, but the 3 inner strength masters all changed their expressions simultaneously. Only the strong understood how terrifying this aura was. It was an aura that surpassed the entry-level realm. Yi Chen also turned to look in the direction of the voice. Amidst the hearty laughter, a hunched figure slowly appeared, initially at a great distance, but in just a few blinks, he was already before Yi Chen. Behind him followed Tang Xiener, Tang Jing, and a group from the Tang family of the capital. "Young friend Yi Chen, this old man is Tang Yanghao. I hope you are well." "Ha!" The old man laughed heartily, his spirit vigorous. Tang Xiener suddenly looked over, playfully winking. Tang Jing, seeing this scene, felt even more displeased, but with Tang Yanghao present, he couldn't express his anger. "Wow, it's the goddess Tang Xiener. She hardly ever comes to school. Why is she here today? And she brought so many people. Isn't that the head of the Tang family from the capital, Tang Chui Shui? Why is he here too? Who is this old man? Why do I feel he is the most formidable one here?" The students were momentarily stunned before they began to chatter. Shen Linfeng's breathing suddenly changed. Lu Quan struggled to speak. "Young Master Shen, who is that old man?" The moment he spoke, even the master of Spirit Beast Mountain stopped, and he seemed a bit hesitant. Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. He had accompanied his father on several business trips to Yendu, and he had interacted with most of the prominent families there. This old man almost held half of the financial power of the Tang family's Lingyan Pavilion. How could he not know? Yendu, the Tang family's Lingyan Pavilion, Elder Tang Yanhao. Lu Quan gasped in shock. It turned out to be the elder of the Tang family's Lingyan Pavilion in Yendu. Yendu is the capital of Huagua. Although the capital is prosperous and holds a name in Hanzhou, it is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of a national capital. The families in Yendu, with their centuries-old legacies, are terrifying, containing enough power to overturn some small countries in the western regions. The Tang family's Lingyan Pavilion is among the best of these families. No wonder Master Zhang looked so hesitant. He simply couldn't afford to offend this elder. Elder, what brings you here? Wu Jingyu asked cautiously, a hint of flattery appearing on his face. The elder of the Tang family's Lingyan Pavilion. If one could curry favor with such a super big shot, it would be a road to greatness. Tang Yanghao laughed heartily. Xianer has sparred with young friend Yi. She discovered that he has an exceptional understanding of martial arts and might be able to restore the Lingyan steps of my Lingyan Pavilion, so I came to take a look. Master Zhang, I will take charge of this matter. Let it go, shall we? After speaking, he turned to Zhang Tianxiong. His tone was not one of negotiation but of command, a condescending tone. Zhang Tianxiong lowered his head, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn, this year has really been unlucky. He hadn't come out of the mountains for years, and this time he came out to reclaim the true transmission of the secret technique, thinking he could take on a talented disciple, but now he had to embarrass himself in front of so many people. He raised his head, about to follow Tang Yanghao's lead. Suddenly, Tang Jing stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Wait. I think Master Zhang's actions are not without reason. Perhaps this Yi Chen really did something disgraceful." He smirked slightly, speaking lightly. Zhang Tianxiong was a clever man and immediately understood Tang Jing's meaning. This one seemed to be on his side. Tang Xianer frowned and coldly said, "Tang Jing, watch your words. Yi Chen can restore the Lingyan step for my Lingyan Pavilion. He is a distinguished guest of my Lingyan Pavilion." Tang Yanghao frowned as well. Tang Jing suddenly smiled. "I just received news that my second granduncle has already invited that master from the Han River. We no longer need to exchange such a precious treasure for a vague restoration that may not even succeed. Besides, I absolutely do not believe that a mere second-year student from the Capital Academy can restore my Lingyan step. Aren't my granduncle and second granduncle both masters in the divine realm? If they cannot restore it, what can a student do? Sister Xianer, I seriously doubt whether you have been bewitched by him. Perhaps it was you who were dazzled back then," Tang Jing said coldly. As soon as he spoke, many people's expressions changed. Those who held grudges against Yi Chen and had been scheming to bring him down were suddenly overjoyed. Meanwhile, those who had a good relationship with Yi Chen felt their hearts sink to the bottom. Originally, the appearance of this elder from Yendu had completely reversed the situation. Even the master of Spirit Beast Mountain had to bow his head. But Tang Jing's words completely changed the landscape. Since someone could restore the Lingyan step with 100% certainty, Yi Chen had become a tasteless chicken rib. Moreover, they would have to spend a precious treasure for this chicken rib. Every action of Tang Yanghao was for the consideration of Lingyan Pavilion. If this matter held no value, he would never do it. When Tang Jing received the news, he also got the information. At the first moment, he abandoned the idea of continuing to help Yi Chen out of trouble. No matter how weak Spirit Beast Mountain was, it was still a giant in Hanzhou. No matter how strong Lingyan Pavilion was, it needed such a force to maintain its strength. In other words, Yi Chen's matter was not as good as selling Spirit Beast Mountain a good relationship, and it could even gain the favor of Zhang Tianxiong. As for Yi Chen himself, he had already lost all value. Tang Xianer became anxious. She had once competed with Yi Chen in body techniques. What she saw was not just the complete Lingyan step, but a higher level technique that surpassed the Lingyan step. That technique, derived from the Lingyan step, far exceeded it. Yi Chen had clearly mastered it. If Lingyan Pavilion missed this opportunity, they would never be able to obtain such an exquisite body technique again in the future. Yi Chen, please demonstrate your body technique, and my Lingyan Pavilion is willing to reward you with a precious treasure. Tang Xianer decisively bowed deeply to Yi Chen, revealing a perfect curve of her waist and hips. Everyone was stunned. How cold and proud Tang Xianer was. She actually bowed to Yi Chen. The boys all pounded their chests and stomped their feet, wishing they could put themselves in Yi Chen's shoes. Tang Jing's pupils constricted. He was very angry. He had always regarded Tang Xianer as his own possession. How could she bow to such a lowly person? Indeed, in his eyes, Yi Chen was a lowly person. His Tang Lingyan Pavilion had a heritage of 100 years, a noble bloodline, and countless talents. Therefore, they were inherently superior to these ordinary people. Why would you bow to such a person? Tang Yanghao's expression also slightly cooled. Since the second brother had already invited that martial arts master from the Han River, there was no need to waste a treasure on such a student. Precious treasure? I don't believe you can offer the treasure I need. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. To be honest, he did not regard any precious treasure with high esteem. As long as he needed it, he could mass-produce precious treasures. In this world, knowledge was the most important. Obtaining deeper ancient texts and upgrading stronger skills was what Yi Chen truly needed. Tang Xian'er was taken aback and suddenly remembered some information she had investigated earlier. This Yi Chen seemed to have a great fondness for ancient texts. This treasure is the fist intent left by a master of the 8 extreme sects 70 years ago. Tang Xian'er immediately said. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Tang Xian'er nodded. Good. Then I will demonstrate the Lingyan step for you. Yi Chen said. Tang Jing could no longer hold back and coldly said, What are you? Do you think you are worthy to demonstrate the body technique for us? Standing before you are all masters of internal energy and above. What cultivation level do you have? I fear you haven't even cultivated internal energy yet? Yi Chen said, Miss Tang, I believe this person is not worthy of learning my body technique. Would it be alright for him to close his eyes? You! Tang Jing shouted angrily. Tang Jing, close your eyes. If the body technique Yi Chen demonstrates is not a complete Lingyan step, or a body technique of a higher level than the Lingyan step, then that spot will belong to you. Tang Xian'er said without hesitation. Upon hearing that spot, Tang Jing fell silent for a moment, then coldly snorted, Fine, I will close my eyes. I want to see how long you can keep up this charade. Tang Yanghao said painfully, Xian'er, you don't have to sacrifice so much for this person. Tang Xian'er said seriously, Fifth uncle, you will soon understand that everything I do is for the Lingyan Pavilion. Zheng Tianxiong watched coldly from the side, remaining silent. Then, everyone saw Yi Chen move. With each step, smoke rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of steps away. His figure was like a ghost, elusive and shadowless, his steps as ethereal as mist. Smoke rising from both feet, this is yellow rank. Yellow rank. Tang Yanghao initially had a casual attitude, but when he saw the smoke, he was instantly shocked. No one understood better than him the value of a high-grade martial art. The Lingyan step was originally a 9th-grade martial art, passed down for 100 years, surviving wars, natural disasters, and man-made calamities. Now only half a volume remains, but even so, it can still rank among the 7th-grade martial arts. With this incomplete Lingyan step, the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion could even stand tall as a prominent family. One can imagine that if they could obtain this yellow rank body technique, the overall strength of the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion would surely soar. Who exactly is this person? Not only has he mastered the Lingyan step, but he has also restored it. Not only has he restored the Lingyan step, but he has also taken a step beyond what generations of martial arts masters could achieve. 9 is the limit of numbers. Transitioning from 9th grade to yellow rank is something only a supermaster with great fortune and ability can accomplish. Yet Yi Chen, a mere second-year student, has done it. What kind of monster is he? Tang Yanghao naturally did not know that Yi Chen had a system that automatically maxed out learning skills. By secretly learning Tang Xian'er's Lingyan step, it not only reached max level automatically but also perfected the flaws in the technique, giving birth to the ethereal Lingyan step. It wasn't just Tang Yanghao who was shocked, everyone who understood the power of martial arts was astonished. Yang Yan, Wu Jingyu, and Zheng Tianxiong all wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. In modern times, spiritual energy has collapsed, and the inheritance has nearly been severed. Although spiritual energy has begun to revive now, many super martial arts and treasures have already disappeared. 9th grade martial arts are already treasures that major sects and prominent families keep hidden. Have you not seen how the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion can stand at the pinnacle of families with just the incomplete Lingyan step and other martial arts? And now you, Yi Chen, not only restored the Lingyan step but also demonstrated a body technique even more impressive than the original Lingyan step. This is a yellow rank martial art. Compared to yellow rank warriors, 9th grade is nothing, just trash, alright? Wu Jingyu and Zhang Tianxiong's eyes immediately glinted with a hint of greed. Yang Yan, however, felt immense joy at Yi Chen's martial arts comprehension ability, and in his delight, he quickly stood in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, he discreetly sent a signal with his phone, and all the internal energy teachers received the signal and rushed over from various locations in the academy. The internal energy masters began to calculate in their hearts. Should they win over Yi Chen, suppress him, or perhaps kill him? The entire venue was silent, and no one dared to speak to break the deadlock. Tang Jing, who had been keeping his eyes closed, impatiently said, What's going on? Has Yi Chen managed to demonstrate the Lingyan step? I think he's just been putting on a show. If he really can replicate the Lingyan step, I, Tang Jing, will livestream in women's clothing. Yi Chen's smile looked a bit strange. Tang Jing's peculiar preference was quite unusual. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures of internal energy teachers gathered from various places in the Capital Academy, their gazes sharp. The atmosphere became tense. Tang Jing finally couldn't help but take off his eye mask. Tang Yanghao sighed deeply. Sinner, tell second brother, there's no need to invite that martial arts master from the Han River. I have restored the Lingyan step of our Tang dynasty's Lingyan pavilion. Not only restored, but it's even stronger than the original. Young friend Yi, no, Master Yi, please forgive my previous attitude. After saying this, Tang Yanghao deeply bowed to Yi Chen in front of everyone. Tang Jing's eyes widened in shock and anger. Fifth granduncle, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to someone like him? Tang Yanghao turned back and gave him a deep look, then raised his hand and slapped him hard. Slap! The crisp sound echoed. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on Tang Jing's fair face. He covered his face, a mix of shock and anger. Tang Yanghao's expression was emotionless. This slap is a punishment for your disrespect towards Master Yi. Master Yi, in addition to that martial arts master's fist intent, our Lingyan pavilion will also present another grand gift as an apology. Furthermore, the entire capital, the Tang family will treat you as an esteemed guest, enjoying the best treatment. Brother Cui Shui, from now on, when you see Master Yi, treat him as if you were seeing the pavilion elder, understand? Tang Yanghao then turned to the similarly white-haired Tang Cui Shui. The latter's mouth twitched, but he could only bow respectfully. Yes, from now on, Master Yi will be a guest of our Tang family. Tang Yanghao took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to prioritize the interests of the Lingyan pavilion. He had previously abandoned Yi Chen, and now he treated Yi Chen as an esteemed guest. Tang Jing understood Tang Yanghao's thoughts and fell silent, but his eyes revealed madness. That stone, which contained the master's fist intent, was originally his capital to break through to the internal energy master level. Now, it was handed over to an inconspicuous second-year student, a lowly person. Zhang Shanju, regarding Master Yi. Tang Yanghao spoke again to Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong smiled bitterly. The Lingyan pavilion's attitude had changed so quickly. He could only say, I, Ling Beast Mountain, am willing to honor Master Yi as an honorary elder. Good, Master Yi, if you have any matters in the future, just find Sienner, and our Lingyan pavilion will do our utmost to assist you, Tang Yanghao said earnestly to Yi Chen. After saying this, he left with Tang Jing and the others. Yi Chen nodded and quickly disappeared as well. He couldn't wait to comprehend the master's fist intent within that stone. All the students remained deeply shocked and unable to extricate themselves. Shen Linfeng was silent for a long time. Previously, he had only regarded Yi Chen as an ant that could be easily crushed. Even if that ant was a student of Mo Danqing, it was just a slightly larger ant. But now, this ant had actually attached itself to a force like the Tang dynasty's Lingyan pavilion in Yendu. What skill is it for Yi Chen to cling to others? In this world, the most important thing is always one's own martial arts realm. Shen Linfeng suddenly exhaled, sneering. Lu Quan immediately agreed. Young Master Shen is right. Relying on others is always living under someone else's roof. One's own strength is the eternal truth. Aren't you going to represent the Capital Academy in the prestigious school competition? You must make a grand showing and humiliate this kid severely. Shen Linfeng nodded knowingly. His confidence and pride had returned. Yes, Shen Linfeng was a four-sport all-rounder. At the upcoming prestigious school competition, he will undoubtedly emerge as the champion, completely becoming the revered deity in the hearts of all students at the Beijing Academy. This is the true embodiment of an all-powerful expert. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to Mo Dan residence, refining pills that enhance spiritual affinity while comprehending the masterful fist intent within the stones. Overbearing, fierce, and ruthless. A single punch can shatter lungs and break hearts. The host comprehends the master fist intent, basic fist techniques, upgrades to crushing organs fist techniques, automatically reaching max level. Crushing organs fist techniques, comprehending master fist intent enhances fist martial arts. Max level effect, all fist martial arts automatically gain the crushing organs fist intent bonus, inflicting external injuries while also causing significant damage to the enemy's internal organs. Yi Chen's expression brightened. All his fist techniques could now possess this fist intent, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities in the future. At the same time, the 5 elements spirit pill was also completed. Yi Chen then used his talent of turning stone into gold to upgrade it, swallowing it whole. The host consumes the water spirit pill, water affinity, upgrades to water spiritual root, automatically reaching max level. The host consumes the gold spirit pill. 4 consecutive voices rang out, elevating all 5 elemental attributes from affinity level to spiritual root level. As for the fire spiritual root, it had inexplicably been achieved earlier while cooking at Typhoon restaurant, perhaps due to its high level. Consuming the fire spirit pill had no effect. After all 5 elemental attributes attained spiritual roots, Yi Chen immediately closed his eyes. The surrounding world was filled with various spiritual energies, which he had previously been unable to see, but now he could see them clearly. At the same time, the speed at which the innate chi technique gained internal energy also doubled. With each breath, he could acquire 2 portions of internal energy. This was the unique advantage of having a spiritual root. I'm also looking forward to the internal energy of the Hunyuan attribute. Yi Chen smiled slightly, directing the spiritual energies of the 5 attributes towards his 5 organs. The liver belongs to wood, the heart to fire, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. Countless external spiritual energies surged wildly into Yi Chen's 5 organs, and finally, within the dantian, a milky white internal energy was born. It takes 5 portions of internal energy to produce 1 portion of Hunyuan internal energy. Although the quantity was small, it was incredibly pure. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted. Master of the entry stage. Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes and clenched his fist. The Hunyuan internal energy circulated through his meridians, initially as thin as a hair, but eventually roaring and boiling like a rushing river. The breathing technique was becoming stronger. It was truly remarkable. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Next up was the martial arts gathering. If he remembered correctly, the top martial arts school in Beijing would receive a reward of 1 day's access to the Ministry of Politics collection of books. He was very interested. The martial arts gathering arrived as scheduled. The city of Beijing was once again buzzing with excitement. Today, the Beijing Academy even took a day off, and all the students gathered at the martial arts street square. Besides these students who yearned for martial arts, warriors from surrounding cities also rushed over. After all, the top martial arts school in Beijing would later compete with other cities in Hangzhou for the title of Hangzhou's best. Ziheo, what's so great about this martial arts gathering? The level in Beijing is only average in Hangzhou. Among the crowd, a youthful and beautiful girl clung to a boy's arm, acting coyly. With that time, you might as well stay home and binge-watch some shows. I heard Bunny Girl Senpai is really good. Wei Ziheo replied helplessly, I heard a very young new master has emerged from the Beijing Academy, someone named Yang Yi. Of course, we need to come and see his strength, know ourselves and our enemies, my dear. Oh, isn't that your cousin? Wei Ziheo suddenly pointed in a direction. The girl paused for a moment and then exclaimed, it really is Qingyan. Come on, let's go say hello to her. Wei Ziheo laughed. They were naturally talking about Yi Chen and Su Qingyan. Qingyan, is this your boyfriend? The girl approached, glanced at Yi Chen's cheap clothes, frowned slightly, and said indifferently. Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed upon hearing this. Cousin Su Jing? What brings you to the capital? I heard there was a gathering in the capital, so I came by to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you, Su Jing said helplessly. You still haven't answered me. Is this your boyfriend? Su Qingyan's cheeks instantly turned crimson. No way. Su Jing's expression immediately turned cold. Qingyan, it's not that I look down on your little boyfriend, but you should at least find someone from a good family, right? You know your own background. Yi Chen frowned instantly. He actually knew about Su Qingyan's family situation. Her mother remarried when she was young, her father became an alcoholic and abusive, and eventually, Su Qingyan was sent to an orphanage by a neighbor. This was a childhood past that Su Qingyan found hard to look back on, but wasn't this woman her cousin? Why bring it up now? Su Qingyan's expression also turned cold. Cousin, my relationship with Yi Chen is none of your business. Su Jing's brows furrowed even more. Qingyan, our childhood experiences are actually quite similar, but I found my true love, Ziheo. Ziheo treats me very well, and he's an outstanding student at Hanjiang Academy, so I hope you can also find someone who truly loves you and won't make you suffer in the future. Wei Ziheo looked Yi Chen up and down, his disdain evident. Su Qingyan, I remember your cousin said before that you used to like Shen Linfeng, right? That guy is definitely a young talent in the capital, and I have a good relationship with him. If you want, I can help you two get together. With someone like this around you, it's better not to mix together. It's fine to play around, but don't get serious. Poor people can't give you the life you want. Wei Ziheo didn't hide his contempt for Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen smiled coldly. Shen Linfeng is not worthy of my Qingyan. Su Qingyan's heart trembled upon hearing this. Wei Ziheo was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Kid, your envy of the rich is too strong. The Shin family is one of the three major families in the capital, a food giant, and Shin Linfeng is exceptionally talented. It's said that he has already mastered internal strength. How is he not worthy of Su Qingyan? Wei Zihao said with a half smile. As for you, what are you even? How dare you say Shin Linfeng isn't worthy? Do you know that Shin Linfeng is my brother? His gaze turned dangerous. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent. If it came to blows, there were hardly a few in the entire capital who could match him. Why would he fear a student from Hanjiang Academy? Su Qingyan and Su Jing quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, as your cousin, I've said all I can. I still hope you think more about the future. Don't you want to become an alchemist? As far as I know, being an alchemist is very costly. Your little boyfriend really can't provide you with the life you want. Su Jing sighed, tightened her grip on Wei Zihao's arm, and said sweetly, Zihao, let's go to the audience. Okay, let's go. Wei Zihao took a few steps, then turned back coldly. Kid, don't let me see you next to Qingyan again, or I'll hit you every time I see you. The two slowly left, their backs appearing affectionate. Yi Chen, don't be angry. My cousin just has that kind of temper. I know that Wei Zihao, he's the young master of the Wei family in Hanjiang. It's better for us not to provoke him. After a long silence, Su Qingyan comforted Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly. If it weren't for Su Qingyan being present, those two would have already been thrown into the capital river by him. Let's go. Many martial arts schools have already arrived in the capital. Today is the real battle of dragons and tigers, Yi Chen said with a smile. Yeah, but you can't disappear like last time. I will definitely hold on to you from start to finish, not letting you run away. Su Qingyan said, showing her small fist as if to demonstrate. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Alright. The stands were still filled with those big shots, but this time, a few more chairs had been added. In addition to Wu Jingyu, another master of internal energy from the same city, the empty chair was reserved for the newly promoted master, Yang Yi. Logically speaking, the Wing Chun martial arts school in the southern district, having a newly promoted master who had defeated 6 opponents and destroyed 2 martial arts schools, was definitely a favorite to win. However, this time, the Wing Chun school faced a formidable opponent. The Xingyi martial arts school from Yutian district, led by its master Tian Yue, had been dormant at the peak of internal energy for many years, but suddenly erupted and stepped into the realm of a new master. Moreover, as soon as he entered the master realm, he faced off against 2 other martial arts schools in Yutian district, with 6 peak internal energy warriors. No one knew the outcome of that battle, but the next day, at the martial arts meeting in Yutian district, both schools simultaneously withdrew, and the Xingyi school directly claimed the title of first in Yutian district. This alone was not enough to make the Xingyi school a super dark horse. The key was the Xingyi martial arts itself. This is an ancient martial art, more widely spread and more renowned than Wing Chun. When masters of the same level spar, those with higher level martial arts naturally win. Thus, the Xingyi school became a favorite to win this time, and its momentum even surpassed that of the Wing Chun school. As a result, many people were generally pessimistic about the Wing Chun school, and the odds for the Wing Chun school reached 3-1. In the rest area of the Wing Chun school, Su Qingyan sensed the anxious atmosphere and couldn't help but ask, has Master Yang not arrived yet? Yan Chengqing sighed, yeah, Master Yang is late again. Yan Ziqiang puffed her cheeks in anger. Every time there's a major event, that bad brother is always late. Sister Hong also sighed, Master Yang really makes people anxious. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, he will show up when it's time. Yan Chengqing said helplessly, I hope so. But even if Master Yang comes, I don't have an optimistic attitude about this martial arts meeting. Even old Master Lu thinks we should take the good and leave. There's no need to fight for the title of the top martial arts school in the capital. Honestly, I would already be satisfied if we could take first in the southern district. Yi Chen frowned. You don't want to be the top martial arts school in the capital, but I do. If we can't become the top martial arts school, we won't even be able to enter the Ministry of Politics library. Yi Chen immediately interrupted him. No, Master Yan, you want to. Yan Chengqing, the city lord of the capital, Li Shuinjin from the Ministry of Politics, came out to say a few formal words, and the martial arts meeting quickly began. It was unclear whether it was the overwhelming presence of Wing Chun and Xingyi that made these ordinary martial arts schools seem dull, but in any case, it was quite boring to watch. Next match, Xingyi against Hurricane. The referee activated his internal energy and shouted loudly. The entire venue, which seemed to be asleep, instantly boiled over. Finally, it was Xingyi's turn to compete. In the stands, Lu Yunshan adjusted his sitting posture. The Hurricane Martial Arts School was also a martial arts school invested in by the Lu family, but its strength was not comparable to the current Wing Chun, so Lu Yunshan merely regarded it as a spare piece in the game. The Hurricane side was on high alert, sending out their strongest 3 fighters, all of whom were eager to adjust to their best level. However, the Xingyi school only sent one person, the master, Tian Yue. What does Xingyi mean? Do they also want to learn from Master Yang and take on 3 at once? Lu Yunshan glanced at Shin Guangqing and snorted coldly. He certainly knew that the Shin family had invested in the Xingyi martial arts school, and that Master Tian's ability to accumulate strength and step into the realm of a master was greatly related to the training resources provided by the Shin family all along. Shin Guangqing chuckled lightly. Old Lu, you mustn't let Master Tian hear such words, his temperament is even more volatile than yours. As for Master Yang, today his undefeated legend is about to come to an end. Lu Yunshan snorted coldly and remained silent. On the arena, the faces of the 3 members of the Hurricane Martial Arts School turned ashen. What do you mean? Do you look down on us? Tian Yue cruelly smiled. You 3 have all signed the martial artist contract, right? The so-called martial artist contract is one that absolves responsibility for injuries or deaths. In martial artist duels, injuries and fatalities are inevitable. Therefore, the government has explicitly stated that any injuries or deaths resulting from open conflicts are not the responsibility of the attacker and do not require any compensation. The faces of the 3 members of the Hurricane Martial Arts School changed. Previously, they felt humiliation, now, they felt fear. What Tian Yue meant was simple. You all signed the contract, right? Well then, if I accidentally kill you, it has nothing to do with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yue struck with a thunderous force. He was already extremely hefty, weighing 200 kilograms. At this moment, he moved, and it was as if a mountain was crashing down. Bang! With a punch, the first person at the front of the Hurricane Martial Arts School had no way to dodge and could only cross his arms to defend. Crack! Those close to the arena heard a crisp sound. The next moment, that person was violently sent flying, his arms even crushed into his chest, his eyes bulging, and he quickly lost consciousness. I remember you are the master of the Hurricane Martial Arts School, right? Tian Yue threw another punch. The second person from the Hurricane Martial Arts School turned pale, pushing his movement to the limit, desperately trying to evade. A cruel smile appeared on Tian Yue's face, and his massive frame quickly cornered the master of the Hurricane School. The next moment, he embraced the master tightly and exerted force with his arms. Crack, crack. By the time he threw the master out of the arena, the latter had already become like a noodle, his bones crushed by Tian Yue. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. Tian Yue then turned his gaze to the third person. The third person was the master of the Hurricane School's nephew, who had originally been full of ambition, but after witnessing such horrifying scenes twice, he no longer dared to fight, instantly wetting himself and immediately admitting defeat. Tian Yue snorted, expelling 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils, retracting his fan-like palm. Humph, you called it quickly. Tian Yue coldly snorted, seemingly still displeased for not having tortured the third person. He glanced at the rest area of the Wing Chun martial arts school and suddenly laughed cruelly. Wing Chun, do you dare to challenge? Wing Chun, do you dare to challenge? Wing Chun, do you dare to challenge? The rest area of the Xingyi martial arts school erupted with a roar, shaking the heavens. The entire venue fell silent. One person, challenging an entire martial arts school. In the blink of an eye, 1 dead, 1 injured, and the last one scared to death. This is a bit absurdly strong, isn't it? In the stands, the city lord of the capital, Li Xuanjin, had a somewhat grim expression. Although martial artists had signed contracts that absolved responsibility for injuries and deaths, to kill someone in front of you was a blatant disregard for the government, wasn't it? Shin Guangqing noticed his expression and chuckled lightly. City lordly, Master Tian's temperament is just like that. Coupled with his training in the bloodthirsty body of the giant, he has become even more warlike and bloodthirsty. Do not blame him. 6th tier martial arts bloodthirsty body of the giant? Your Shin family is truly generous. Lu Yunshan's expression changed dramatically. If this were the ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant, this bloodthirsty body of the giant would be considered a sinister martial art, one that would be hunted down by righteous practitioners. But now, such martial arts are rare. Generally, only the dead soldiers raised by great families would use such techniques, and the government turns a blind eye. Shin Guangqing's face was filled with self-satisfaction. For victory, such sacrifices are certainly worth it. I wonder if you from Wing Chun still dare to accept the challenge. The faces of the Wing Chun martial arts school turned ashen. Anyone provoked like this would not have a good expression. Yet, it was precisely because Tian Yue came with the might of having defeated the Hurricane martial arts school that his cruel and violent gaze made many lower their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Too terrifying. Too frightening. In the past, everyone had been friendly during competitions, but Tian Yue was the only one who struck hard, and he was incredibly strong, they couldn't even fight back. In the audience, Yan Chengqing clenched his fists tightly. He was the master of a school, yet he was being provoked like this. He didn't need to look, he knew the surrounding gazes were slowly turning to disdain. Even though everyone knew the Xingyi martial arts school was formidable, if you from Wing Chun dared not accept the challenge, don't blame us for looking down on you. Yan Chengqing took a deep breath. Master Yang has not yet arrived, so we from Wing Chun will postpone the competition. Tian Yue sneered, not here? Are you afraid after hearing my name, Tian Yue? Or is it that he was just among the crowd, saw the fate of the Hurricane Martial Arts School, and didn't even dare to show his face? Tian Yue's tone grew increasingly contemptuous. He truly looked down on Yang Yi. Tian Yue had accumulated strength for 40 years, relying on the support of the Shen family, desperately increasing his foundation, all for today's explosion. He, Tian Yue, was the trump card of the Shen family. The trump card is meant to crush everything. With the bloodthirsty body of a troll, he feared no one. Even if he was just a newly promoted master, he could still fight against a master of the entry stage. That was his confidence. I don't care who you are, Yang Yi, as long as you dare to come up, I will crush you all. Yang Yi, coward, come fight me, Tian Yue roared. In the rest area of the Xingyi martial arts school, all the disciples immediately echoed, Yang Yi, coward, come fight me. Gradually, as if influenced by this atmosphere, under the lead of a few with ulterior motives, the audience began to shout, Yang Yi, coward, come fight me. In the stands, Lu Yunshan tightly gripped the ornate armrest, his knuckles turning white. The waves of sound from below mocked Yang Yi, but weren't they also striking at his chest? After all, Yang Yi was a guest elder of the Wing Chun martial arts school, and he was also a guest elder of the Lu group. Where is Master Yang? Little girl Yang Ziqiang bit her lip, her face dark. If it really doesn't work, then I'll go up, Hong Jie sighed. Yan Chengqing grabbed her hand but could only remain silent. Without Yang Yi, the strength of the Wing Chun martial arts school would shrink by more than 80%. If Hong Jie went up, it would be no different from sending her to her death. So what exactly is going on with Yang Yi? He doesn't even dare to show his face, he truly is a coward. Su Qingyan also bit her lip. Yang Yi had imparted knowledge to her, making him half a teacher. She couldn't believe her teacher would flee at a critical moment, would shrink in fear to such an extent. But all the facts were proving, Yang Yi was a coward who didn't even dare to show his face. She suddenly caught sight of Yi Chen walking step by step towards the arena. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Su Qingyan exclaimed. Below the arena, Wei Zihao sneered. Truly a case of name not matching reality, I should have known not to come today. It's much more comfortable staying at home watching shows. Su Jing also frowned, deliberately rubbing her chest against his arm, acting coy. Wei Zihao was stirred up by Su Jing's teasing and was about to climb the Jade Peak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure walking towards the arena. What does that kid want? Wei Zihao said incredulously, is he going up there to seek death? Su Jing furrowed her brows. Although this kid was a poor wretch, he was still her cousin's current boyfriend. If he were to die just like that, it might deal a heavy blow to Su Qingyan. She hesitated for a moment and quickly shouted, don't go any further. That person on stage will kill you. The people around also noticed Yi Chen's strange behavior, and some kind-hearted individuals hurriedly advised, kid, the master of the arena is calling for that coward Yang Yi, not you. Yi Chen ignored everything and continued to step forward, pausing with each step as he walked onto the stage. Tian Yue had clearly noticed this young man. He frowned as he looked at Yi Chen. From this youth, he sensed not a trace of internal energy. In the stands, Lu Yunshan suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. Yi Chen had saved his granddaughter twice. This was a tremendous favor to the Lu family, and Lu Yunshan was not someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. Moreover, Yi Chen had profound skills in alchemy, and he intended to establish a deep cooperation with Yi Chen regarding life-prolonging pills. With these 2 points, he absolutely could not just watch this kid throw his life away. Yi Chen, get down now. Master Tian won't hold it against you. Lu Yunshan whispered, his voice filled with irritation. Damn it, you little brat, what are you meddling in? Shen Guangqing squinted at the mention of this name. It seemed that Lin Feng had brought up this name before. This student named Yi Chen had gradually become a stumbling block on Shen Lingfeng's path. Perhaps he should take this opportunity to remove him, or smash him. Tang Chui Shui from the Tang family was also staring at Yi Chen, stunned. How dare this kid step onto the stage? The voice of the fifth elder from the Yin family still echoed in his ears, and he dared not forget it. The branch family was ingrained with obedience to the main family. Tang Chui Shui would definitely obey Tang Yanghao's wishes and treat Yi Chen as an honored guest. But you only asked me to treat him as an honored guest, not to protect him. If Yi Chen wants to throw his life away, can I be blamed? Thinking of this, Tang Chui Shui narrowed his eyes, pretending to be asleep, as if he saw nothing. Then let him die, he deserves it. The main family is already stepping on my head, and the old man doesn't have many years left. I don't want this young man stepping on me too. Facing everyone's doubts, mockery, and discouragement, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Aren't you looking for Yang Yi? I am he. His voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Tian Yue was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Kid, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The tone of the latter half of his sentence instantly filled with cruelty and ferocity. Wei Zihao in the audience also slapped his thigh and cursed, damn, is this kid out of his mind? He is Yang Yi? What a joke! A mere second-year student, if he were a master of internal energy, I, Wei Zihao, guarantee I won't touch a woman for a month. Su Jing looked at him with a hint of sorrow. Forget it, this has nothing to do with us. Since he wants to throw his life away, let him go. The resting area of the Wing Chun martial arts school erupted in chaos. Su Qingyan's eyes immediately filled with hot tears. Yi Chen, come back. She realized she had truly fallen for this boy who had come out of the orphanage with her. She couldn't bear to watch the person she liked die before her eyes. Master Yang, where are you? Come out. Su Qingyan squatted down, crying silently. Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, I am Yi Chen. Then he wiped his face, instantly changing his appearance, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, I am also Yang Yi. The entire venue gradually quieted down. No one expected that a student who seemed to be courting death was actually the Yang Yi who had recently defeated 2 martial arts schools, Master Yang. Yi Chen. Yang Yi, yes. I should have thought of that earlier. Lu Yunshan suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming in surprise, his face once again filled with joy. In contrast, Shen Guangqing's expression darkened instantly. The old man Tang Chui Shui, who had been pretending to sleep, also changed his expression. This kid Yi Chen, besides being a martial arts genius, actually possessed the identity of Yang Yi. He was, surprisingly, a master of internal energy. Yan Chengqing, Pei Hu, Yan Ziqian, Hong Jia, and Su Qingyan were first shocked, then overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Below the stage, Wei Zihao and Su Jing gaped as if they had swallowed a whole light bulb. How could anyone handle such a plot twist? Yi Chen, a second-year student at the Jingjing Academy. Yang Yi, a newly promoted master, a guest elder of the Lu family. These two identities were worlds apart. But it was indeed so unbelievable. Yi Chen was Yang Yi. On the arena, Tian Yue was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha, interesting. This disguise ability, you must have obtained it from ancient texts, right? A look of keen interest appeared on his face. Playing 2 roles at once, how fascinating. But you still have to die. Tian Yue suddenly revealed a cruel grin. No matter if you are Yi Chen or Yang Yi. Yi Chen smiled faintly and extended a finger. 1. Do you think you can last a minute? Tian Yue was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. Yi Chen gently shook his head. 1 move, you die. Tian Yue immediately erupted into loud laughter. I, Tian Yue, have lived to this age, and no one has dared to speak to me like that. You are good. You make me want to kill you even more. No, I will crush every bone in your body, pull out your teeth one by one, and I will smash your descendants. A string of vulgar words burst from Tian Yue's mouth. Just when everyone thought he would continue to curse, Tian Yue suddenly threw a punch. The sound of the punch whistled through the air, and a faint roar of a tiger echoed. This was the tiger form of Xingyi Iquan. This Tian Yue is too despicable. Everyone thought he would keep cursing, but who knew he would brazenly strike? There was a stir in the audience. Can Yi Chen withstand this punch? The tiger form of Xingyi Iquan is known for its fierce and domineering power. Su Qingyan couldn't help but grip Hong Jia's arm tightly, her heart racing. Hong Jia couldn't find the words, only patting her shoulder to comfort her. Yan Chengqing appeared calm on the surface but secretly clenched his fists. The tiger form was Tian Yue's signature move, said to be able to punch through 10 centimeters of steel. If Yi Chen could block it, he would not be without the strength to fight back. In the next moment, everyone saw that fist, as large as Yi Chen's head, smash down onto his chest. However, the sound that followed was not the dull thud of flesh. Instead, it was the sound of metal clashing. A faint dark golden sheen flickered across Yi Chen's skin. The indestructible body that ignored the attack of a master of internal energy displayed its power. This punch, capable of piercing steel, was forcefully rebounded. Host observes the tiger form, comprehends, 12 forms fist, automatically reaches max level. 12 forms fist, one of the 3 major parts of the heart intense 6 harmonies fist, automatically comprehended after mastering, 3 body stance, and 5 elements fist. Max level effect, Using this fist technique will deal extremely strong damage to beast and bird-type spirit beasts. This scene, seen by everyone, turned into Tian Yue throwing a punch, only to stagger back a few steps, while Yi Chen stood firm. Everyone's gaze changed instantly. On the arena, Tian Yue also wore a ghostly expression. What the hell? Is this guy's body made of steel? Why can't even my nearly 20,000 kilogram punch break through his body? Even that rebounding force made the blood and energy within me surge restlessly. You're done with your punch, now it's my turn. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward, his aura soaring. The milky white internal energy surged outward for 10 meters. The amount of internal energy is almost comparable to that of a master in the Ascendant Realm. He is a newly promoted master. How did he achieve this? Lu Yunshan was the first to stand up, exclaiming in surprise. Just 10 meters. Tian Yue, unwilling to be outdone, also released his internal energy. He practiced the heavy and vast earth energy, which he now projected a full 30 meters. This was the benefit of accumulating strength over time. But then, his expression turned grim. Because as soon as his earth energy came into contact with Yi Chen's internal energy, it retreated like a mouse facing a cat, and melted away like a snowman under the blazing sun. 30 meters of internal energy was actually overpowered by 10 meters of internal energy? Who would believe that if it were said out loud? But everything was laid bare before their eyes. All the internal energy practitioners among the audience gasped in shock. What kind of terrifying internal energy was this? How could 10 meters suppress 30 meters? It was too frightening. Next, you can go die. Yi Chen spoke, but it sounded like a great bell, pronouncing Tian Yue's death sentence. He threw a punch. The fist moved slowly, so slowly that it seemed one could easily dodge it with a sidestep. The fist was also very ordinary, just a simple straight punch. Yet Tian Yue's pupils suddenly constricted. He was in the midst of it all, so he could see things differently. In his eyes, this fist seemed to transform into a ferocious golden-eyed tiger charging at him, its gaping maw wide open, as if it intended to swallow him whole. The fist rubbed against the air, faintly echoing the roar of the king of beasts. This sound, this light and shadow, was familiar to the extreme. Wasn't this the tiger form fist he had practiced for over 40 years? Why was it that with just one glance, this kid had managed to steal his technique? Moreover, why was his tiger form fist even more exquisite and profound than his own, honed over 4 decades? Tian Yue, well aware of the ferocity of the tiger form fist, couldn't afford to think too much. He roared, unleashing all his earth energy. A layer of yellowish light immediately appeared on the surface of his body. But he still felt it wasn't enough. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Bloodthirsty giant body. A layer of blood color immediately covered Tian Yue's skin. After doing all this, Tian Yue finally let out a breath, his frenzied eyes fixed on Yi Chen. I want to see how you will break my defense. Below the stage, those who witnessed Tian Yue's actions were in an uproar. What the hell? This is the first time in decades that Tian Yue has stacked defenses for himself. Yeah, Master Tian earned the title of Brood Demon because he never cared for his own body, preferring to exchange injuries for injuries. His opponents often fell into a disadvantage due to his fearless aura. But now, everyone found it hard to believe. They couldn't imagine that the seemingly indomitable Tian Yue would choose complete defense in front of a young junior. Tian Yue paid no mind to the voices from the outside, he just stared intently at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen merely said, too weak. In the next moment, the tiger form fist tore through the yellow and bloodlight in an instant, smashing hard into Tian Yue's chest. Crack! Everyone heard the sound of ribs breaking and the chest caving in. At the same time, Tian Yue's hefty body was sent flying, his muscular chest pierced through. Not only that, but with this punch, imbued with the intent of a master to crush organs, Tian Yue's insides had already turned into a puddle of mush. Thus, in midair, Tian Yue was already dead. The only thing he could do was widen his eyes like copper bells, staring fixedly at Yi Chen, as if he wanted to engrave this person into his mind. The master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School, a newly promoted master with 40 years of experience, single-handedly defeated Tian Yue of the Hurricane Martial Arts School. With one move, he was killed. He became a master, but only had one day before he completely perished. The mastermind behind all this was Master Yang Yi, or rather, second-year student Yi Chen from the Capital Academy. The audience below was left speechless. Incredible. Too incredible. Tian Yue was notorious for his brutality and ferocity. Previously, he had caused 1 death and 1 injury at the Hurricane Martial Arts School. Yet Yi Chen nonchalantly took a hit from the tiger form fist and then, with an even more ferocious tiger form fist, directly obliterated Tian Yue. This was a crushing defeat. An absolute crushing defeat. The entire venue fell silent. After a long moment, Lu Yunshan was the first to stand up and clap vigorously. His voice seemed to signal the complete explosion of the atmosphere. Master Yi is invincible. Yongchun Martial Arts School is the best in the capital. The audience was filled with fervor. Wasn't this the kind of battle they wanted to see? Full of bloody, violent aesthetics. No matter how humanity changes, the fighting spirit of our ancestors remains unchanged. Such a frenzied battle is exactly what the audience is eager to witness. And Yi Chen, the young master who had successively defeated the Changping, Sanglong, and Xingyi martial arts schools, had almost trampled the entire martial arts circle of the capital underfoot with his own strength. They worshipped the strong. So, they cheered for Yi Chen with fervor. Wei Zihao and Su Jing were also among the crowd, but they wished they could sink into the ground. Especially Wei Zihao, who had previously said that Yi Chen was nothing. Now Yi Chen had slapped him hard in the face. He was already a newly promoted master, having one foot in the upper echelons of power in the entire capital. How could one say he was nothing? How could one say he was inferior to Shen Linfeng? How could one say he was unworthy of Su Qingyan? Wei Zihao's mouth turned even more bitter. Zihao, let's just go, Su Jing said with a wry smile. Alright, let's tell the teachers at the academy about Yi Chen. The capital academy has truly produced an extraordinary figure this time. A hint of satisfaction suddenly appeared on Wei Zihao's face. But no matter how strong he is, it won't matter. In the upcoming martial arts competition, Hanjiang Academy will definitely win. Su Jing asked, puzzled, is there someone even stronger at Hanjiang Academy? You haven't seen Senior Jiangli in action. He's already a master at the entry level in his 4th year. Wei Zihao grinned widely. This Yi Chen is just showing off in the capital. When he gets to Hanjiang, he'll be just average. The two did not linger and quickly left. In the rest area of the Yongchun Martial Arts School, everyone was stunned. Su Qingyan was still immersed in the realization that Yi Chen was Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was Yi Chen, that Yang Yi was her half-teacher, and that she had learned many techniques from Yang Yi but always wanted to challenge Yi Chen. Challenging Yi Chen was like challenging Yang Yi, all tangled up in her thoughts. Yan Chengqing suddenly slammed his fist down, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Little lowly Yan Zicheng puffed out her small chest, raised her little head, and hoarsely shouted, Master Yi is amazing. Then she was sharply flicked on the forehead by Hong Jia. Announced the results. On the stage, Yi Chen turned his gaze to the referee, who seemed completely stunned, and said. The referee took a deep breath and nodded. Yongchun vs. Xingyi, Yongchun wins. With this, the martial arts competition in the capital came to a complete close. The Yongchun Martial Arts School, with its absolute advantage, overshadowed all other martial arts schools, becoming the undisputed #1 martial arts school in the capital. And all of this was thanks to that incredibly young person, Yi Chen. Master Yi, as the lord of the capital, I present you with a prize, Li Shuinjin said with a kind smile. He took out a piece of spirit jade the size of a baby's head and handed it to Yi Chen. This is a 4th-tier treasure, the Foundation Spirit Jade. Yi Chen absent-mindedly nodded and casually handed it to the excited Yan Zicheng. To him, this thing was as useless as trash. Li Shuinjin was a bit puzzled. This piece of foundational spirit jade was worth a full 2 million in the market. Did Master Yi have such high standards? He thought for a moment and took out the second prize. This is a 5th-tier token from Spirit Beast Mountain. With this token, Master Yi can exchange it for a 5th-tier cub at Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Chen perfunctorily accepted it and passed it to Yan Zicheng. He thought to himself, another piece of junk. Li Shuinjin casually handed Yi Chen the key to the archives of the Ministry of Politics in the capital, but before he could say anything, it was snatched away by the latter. Li Shuinjin awkwardly smiled. Master Yi really has different tastes from others. Yi Chen curled his lips. For him, only profound knowledge was a priceless treasure. Everything else was garbage. I have one day, right? Yi Chen said casually. Yes. Good, then I'll go to the archives now. Please take me there, Lordly, Yi Chen said earnestly. Li Shuinjin. To be honest, among these 3 prizes, the reward of one day in the archives was actually the least valuable, because ordinary people simply couldn't comprehend a profound ancient text in a single day. So many people were after the foundational spirit jade and the 5th-tier cub. Who would have thought that this Master Yi was different? What he wanted was the ancient texts in the archives. Soon, Yi Chen was led by a young girl to the largest ancient book storage place in the capital, the Ministry of Politics Archives. Before he even stepped into the archive, Yi Chen heard a panicked voice. Tang Liuxiang has fainted, hurry and take her to the hospital. Immediately after, 2 people hurriedly carried a familiar figure out. Yi Chen was taken aback. Wasn't that his alchemy teacher, Tang Liuxiang? He had always wondered why he hadn't seen Teacher Tang for such a long time, and he didn't expect to encounter her here. Moreover, Teacher Tang had actually fainted? Yi Chen frowned and quickly pushed forward, but the crowd was too overwhelming, and he had no choice but to activate his insight to see what was happening. Her complexion still looks rosy, but the toxins in her body have already accumulated to this extent: corrosive poison, stagnant poison, fierce poison, red poison, cold poison, illusion poison. Why has Teacher Tang been poisoned by so many toxins? His expression turned serious, and he immediately prepared to save her. With so many toxins invading at once, even a master of internal energy wouldn't last an hour. Wait, I'm a doctor, I can help Teacher Tang. Isn't there a medical room over at the archives? Let's hurry over. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Ah, it's Dr. Zhou Zhihao from the People's Hospital. Quick, 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 Tang Liuxiang is saved. Everyone immediately scrambled to carry Tang Liuxiang to the medical room. There was no other way. Tang Liuxiang was too heavy, and it took several people to lift her. Zhou Zhihao was also busy, pulling out a stethoscope to diagnose her condition. He then checked her pulse, breathing, and pupils, and sighed. It should be shock caused by overexertion. Everyone, don't panic. Fortunately, I brought some medicine with me. After saying that, he was about to give Tang Liuxiang the medicine. Yi Chen looked at the ingredients of the medicine with his insight and immediately shouted, "Stop, don't give her the medicine." The people around instantly changed their expressions. Young man, what do you mean? At such a critical moment, you actually tell the doctor not to give her medicine? Do you know this is murder? Everyone turned to see who this heartless person was. Then they all fell silent. Although they didn't know who this young man was, the chill in his eyes was something that couldn't be ignored. In fact, ever since Yi Chen gained his insight, very few dared to meet his gaze. No matter who locked eyes with him, there would be a feeling of being seen through completely. You again? Zhou Zhihao glanced at Yi Chen, momentarily stunned, then frowned. This young man was still fresh in his memory. Back at the People's Hospital, during a television interview, he happened to encounter a patient with corresponding symptoms. He had intended to experiment with his mentor's new drug, but who would have thought that the cause of the patient's condition was actually a parasite? That incident had left Zhou Zhihao feeling lost about his medical skills. However, soon after, the new universal medicine invented by his mentor restored his confidence. Zhou Zhihao had personally tested it. Aside from various toxins, it had miraculous effects on almost all ailments. After that, Zhou Zhihao's medical skills seemed to diminish rather than improve, and at the Beijing People's Hospital, he had become a hot new star. This time he came to the library at his mentor's request to fetch an ancient text. Who would have thought he would encounter such a situation again, and even run into that young man who had once made him grit his teeth in anger? Zhou Zhihao had already checked. This young man named Yi Chen was just an ordinary second-year student. It was likely just a stroke of luck that led him to discover the cause of the symptoms was a parasite. Teacher Tang has been poisoned by a mixed toxin. Your medicine has no effect on the toxin and will only exacerbate the reaction. Yi Chen said sharply without holding back. Zhou Zhihao sneered, poisoned? Then tell me, which symptom of this patient indicates she has been poisoned? Her pupils, lips, and tongue show no changes. How could it possibly be a damn mixed toxin? And to be honest, my medicine was sent from a mentor in the United States, who has already won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. It is a miraculous drug recognized by all researchers. It can almost cure any disease. Stop making baseless accusations here and endangering others' lives. Zhou Zhihao retorted just as bluntly. He had always been in his own circle and had never interacted with the martial arts community. Moreover, Yi Chen's recent help in the Wing Chun martial arts school winning first place in Beijing had only just happened. Subconsciously, Zhou Zhihao still viewed Yi Chen as just an ordinary second-year student at Beijing Academy. In contrast, he was a graduate of a prestigious medical school in the United States, a student of a Nobel laureate. To put it bluntly, one was in the sky, the other underground. At that moment, the girl sent by Li Xuanjin to guide Yi Chen finally squeezed in, her face flushed as she said, "Dr. Zhou, Master Yi is a distinguished guest of Lord Li." Zhou Zhihao was taken aback. Master Yi? Was she referring to the Yi Chen before him? He recognized the girl. She was Li Xuanjin's distant niece, named Li Lingyu. Li Xuanjin was the lord sent by the Ministry of Politics to guard the capital, a master in the entry realm, said to be just a step away from the divine realm. First entering the hall, then the room, and finally achieving the divine state that was the realm of a master. Even if Zhou Zhihao did not interact with the martial arts community, he still knew this basic knowledge. How could he possibly be Lord Li's distinguished guest? Ridiculous. Zhou Zhihao sneered, still unwilling to let Yi Chen pass. Yi Chen frowned. He could clearly see that the mixed toxins in Tang Liuxiang's body had begun to gather and attack her heart. In at most 20 minutes, she would suffer a toxic attack on her heart. Get out of the way. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked into Zhou Zihao's eyes. The latter was instantly frozen in place, goosebumps rising all over his skin, his mind going blank for a brief moment. It wasn't until Yi Chen walked past him that he snapped back to reality. Zhou Zihao's gaze on Yi Chen's retreating figure was filled with shame and even a hint of fear. What kind of monster was this young man? Why was his aura so heavy? Why did just a glance make him tremble all over? Zhou Zihao could even feel a warmth rising between his legs. Yi Chen's keen eyes swept over Tang Liuxian's body once more. The toxins were flowing faster now. However, he noticed something even more unusual. Tang Liuxian's body was inherently strange. He had always found it odd that, despite being an alchemist, she couldn't expel impurities through refining pills to improve her physique. Now he understood that the reason Tang Liuxian had become overweight was that her body automatically absorbed the toxins floating in the air. Those toxins could not be expelled in time and could only be stored in her body through accumulation. Now, after years of buildup, the toxins had reached a level her body could no longer withstand. If this were in the ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant, a body like Tang Liuxian's would have made those sects skilled in poison and toxic attacks ecstatic. Once such a natural toxic body appeared, it would be directly regarded as a true disciple. But now, it had become a life-threatening burden. Yi Chen frowned. He could only temporarily alleviate the toxins in Tang Liuxian's body but could not eradicate them. To completely eliminate them, he would have to fully mobilize her body. A natural toxic body, of course, was not afraid of toxins. Those ancient super poison masters and the 5 poisons great saints treated the world's rare poisons as food. Zhou Zihao saw him frown and thought he was at a loss, immediately sneering, "I thought you could, like last time, continue to stumble upon a solution. It seems now that you are indeed just putting on an act. Since you can't do anything, get out of the way and don't delay the patient's treatment." At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. A strong voice suddenly rang out. "Little Tang, I just went to have a cup of tea, how did you faint?" An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face rushed in, his voice filled with sorrow. "Old Shi, you finally came." Zhou Zihao's face showed joy. He immediately pointed at Yi Chen and said, "I have the new medicine developed by my mentor, which can definitely wake Miss Tang up immediately, but this kid refuses to let me treat her." The old man's face suddenly turned angry. "What are your intentions? Why are you delaying little Tang's treatment?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "You must be another teacher of Teacher Tang, Shi Shangyun, right? And you are also the guardian of the Ministry of Politics Library. You should have noticed that Teacher Tang is a natural toxic body." After Yi Chen finished speaking, Shi Shangyun was immediately stunned. The anger vanished, replaced by shock. "You? How could you tell at a glance that little Tang is a natural toxic body?" Shi Shangyun's eyes suddenly widened. "Who are you? Can you save her?" Shi Shangyun's tone even carried a hint of pleading. Zhou Zihao beside him was taken aback. Why the sudden reversal? This Yi Chen had delayed Tang Liuxian's treatment, yet old Shi wasn't angry? What was this natural toxic body? He had never even heard of it. Yi Chen replied lightly, "I am Teacher Tang's student. I can temporarily remove the toxins from Teacher Tang's body, but ultimately it is only a temporary solution." Shi Shangyun sighed deeply and lowered his head. "Indeed, there are no miracles. Temporarily removing them is useless. Since the toxins entered little Tang's body at the age of 1, her life was destined to end at 27. Previously, little Tang said that old Mo found a good child to be the successor, and she felt at ease to resign from the capital academy and came to the library to find a way to treat herself. What a pity! Methods to treat such a natural toxic body are not so easily found. Life will eventually wither. Shi Shangyun seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his figure becoming even more hunched. Yi Chen frowned. "Bring me the ancient text's 5 poison secret manual and white jade skill. I have only a few minutes left to treat Teacher Tang, don't waste any more time." His tone was somewhat cold. Was it okay to save the emotional words for after the person was rescued? Shi Shangyun was momentarily stunned, but then, without a word of doubt, he directly dove into the library. A minute later, he returned with 2 yellowed ancient books. Even he didn't know why he suddenly felt such immense confidence in this young man he had never met before. Yi Chen took the ancient texts and quickly flipped through them. Zhou Zihao beside him frowned. Was this the medical version of sharpening a knife just before cutting meat? What are you still looking at? By the time you finish, the patient will have fainted. He scolded sharply. The onlookers, not understanding the situation, began to curse as well. Yi Chen, however, paid no attention to anything. Host reads 5 Poison Secret Manual, Basic Secret Technique, upgrades to 5 Poison Secret Technique, automatically max level. 5 Poison Secret Technique, no poison, no man, small quantity, true gentleman. Max level effect, all attacks automatically carry poison energy. Host reads White Jade Skill, Miraculous Recovery Technique, upgrades to Holy Recovery Technique, automatically max level. Holy Recovery Technique, naturally gifted, saving the world and helping people. Max level effect, by calling upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, most diseases and toxins can be eliminated. After finishing both books, he spent another 2 minutes. Only then did Ji Chen take a deep breath and methodically begin to treat Tang Liuxiang. With one cut, he pierced a blood vessel and released toxic blood. With one needle, he cleared the meridians and allowed internal energy to flow, like flowing clouds and flowing water. It was completely natural. Even the movements carried an incredible beauty, as if the most perfect truth in the world was just like this. Yi Chen finally pried open Tang Liuxiang's mouth and stuffed in a universal detox pill. Alright, next teacher Tang will start detoxifying. This room will smell very bad, everyone should leave. After he finished speaking, he was the first to walk out. Qi Shangyun hesitated for a moment and then followed him out. Humph, who believes that? I'm staying right here. Zhou Zhihao sneered. Some other skeptics stood with him. Soon, they smelled an incredibly foul odor emanating from Tang Liuxiang. That smell was like a concentrated extraction of all the foul odors in the world. It was enough to suffocate a person. Thus, those who had shouted that they wanted to watch couldn't even stay for a minute before running out. Zhou Zhihao was no exception. Moments later, Yi Chen and Qi Shangyun went back in. The stench had mostly dissipated through the windows. At this time, everyone finally saw that Tang Liuxiang's body had actually developed a colorful layer of filth. Getting close to smell it made one immediately dizzy. These can't really be toxins, right? Damn, just smelling it and I got poisoned? Master, save me! The person exclaimed in panic. Yi Chen frowned and flicked a universal detox pill over. Trace amounts of toxins aren't fatal. Take it back, dissolve it in water, and drink it in 3 doses, you'll be fine. Thank you, Master. The person ran off with a delighted expression. Zhou Zhihao at this moment looked as if he had swallowed a light bulb. Could it really be toxins? Even more incredible was that everyone could see that Tang Liuxiang's figure had obviously slimmed down a lot. Although it couldn't yet reach the slender waist of a water snake, it was far from the previous barrel waist. No major issues remain. Yi Chen checked Tang Liuxiang's internal toxins again and nodded. Please have someone from the Qi family clean her up. Her vitality has been overly consumed, and she won't wake up for a while. Qi Shangyun let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't blind and could certainly see that Tang Liuxiang's breathing had become even and prolonged. You saved Xiao Tang. Please allow this old man to respectfully address you as Mr. Yi. He once again scrutinized Yi Chen seriously, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. Hiss. The onlookers were stunned. Wow, Xi Lao, what is your status? You actually refer to a little brat as Mr. Yi? Zhou Zhihao was the first to object, immediately saying, Xi Lao, I think this person has been putting on airs all along. Teacher Tang Liuxiang has yet to awaken. I suspect he can't treat her at all. Only modern medicine can save her. What he says about toxins and heart attacks is complete nonsense. I've conducted hundreds of clinical practices in the United States, received a nomination for the Lasker Medical Research Award, and I'm a student of a Nobel Prize winner. I'm more capable of treating Tang Liuxiang than he is. He had the ability to question in front of Qi Shangyun because his mentor was a senior brother of Qi Shangyun back in the day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to so easily come to the library to seek books. Shut up! Qi Shangyun shot him a cold glance and said sternly. Are you still obsessed with modern medicine at this point? So what if you're a top student from a medical school in the United States? What you studied are medical texts from before the revival of spiritual energy. They're outdated. You have hundreds of clinical practices in the United States, so what? The people you practiced on were all ordinary people, while Xiao Tang is a body-refining martial artist. You can't treat her. You have a nomination for the Lasker Medical Research Award, so what? That award has gradually become harder to win in recent years because, after the revival of spiritual energy, modern medicine can no longer meet society's needs. Your mentor has repeatedly told you he developed a new drug that can cure most ailments. Haven't you realized it yet? What modern medicine is so omnipotent? You've been relying on your mentor's new spiritual energy drugs to enhance your reputation while still insisting on modern medicine. I originally thought that sending you to Huagua would change your stubborn views. Now it seems I was wrong. I will tell him everything as it is. Qi Shangyun couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on his face. He had a high regard for his student's talent. He even knew that his mentor planned to cultivate Zhou Zhihao as a successor. But Zhou Zhihao couldn't keep up with the times. It had been decades since the revival of spiritual energy, and he still stubbornly insisted on using modern medicine to solve problems. Alchemy and elixirs were the true paths to salvation for Huagua's medical practitioners. After hearing this, Zhou Shihao's face turned pale. Shi Shangyun's words seemed to drain all his former prestige and confidence. The gazes from those around him seemed filled with mockery and disdain. In the end, Zhou Zhihao could only leave in shame. Just as Qi Shangyun said, he couldn't stay in Huagua any longer. He might as well return to the United States and study with his mentor for a few more years. Mr. Yi, thank you so much today. Qi Shangyun bowed deeply once more. Yi Chen waved his hand. I came to the library to read ancient texts. Li Lingyu hurried over, handing a certificate written by Li Xuanjin himself. Qi Lao, this is the certificate written by my uncle. After reading it, Qi Shangyun's gaze towards Yi Chen changed even more. Previously, he had only felt gratitude towards Yi Chen. Now, he felt more shock and admiration. It seems I underestimated you, Qi Shangyun said with a self-deprecating smile. Master Yi, I truly cannot imagine how you could reach the level of a master at such a young age. Please follow me. Qi Shangyun pushed open the heavy door of the library, and a decayed smell rushed out. The girl smelled it, her face flushed, and she began to cough violently. Yi Chen frowned, slightly releasing his internal energy to clear the dust around Li Lingyu. Thank you, Master Yi, the girl said gratefully. Qi Shangyun was taken aback to see Yi Chen wielding his internal energy so skillfully. Could he really be a newly emerged master? Why was the proficiency of this young man's internal energy nearly on par with that of a master in the entry-level realm? There are countless ancient sects, and the major sects require spiritual energy to sustain themselves. Once that energy collapses, they fall even faster. Those that have survived are mostly small sects of little renown. The capital's library houses all the texts from the ancient capital region's sects. Master Yi is free to read and browse at will. As soon as Qi Shangyun finished speaking, Yi Chen's eyes fell upon a particular book. This book was not on any shelf but was placed on Qi Shangyun's desk. Under his discerning gaze, the book stood out remarkably. The other ancient texts merely emitted a faint glow, while this book radiated a strong brilliance, almost like a small sun. Amidst the sunlight glow, countless twisted characters flew out, and just a glance made one feel restless. Yi Chen directly picked up the book. Qi Shangyun's expression changed immediately. Whatever you do, don't open that book. It's very strange and will bring misfortune to any martial artist. Moreover, this book is written in ancient script, and you won't be able to understand it. Even a cursory glance will fill your ears with strange sounds and whispers, and if you look longer, you'll lose your sanity. Some who were lucky enough to grasp the basics of internal energy from it have become complete idiots because of practicing this martial art. He hurried over, intending to take the book away. Yi Chen ignored him and opened it. The characters seemed perfectly normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, whispers echoed in his ears. I'm so tired. Maybe it would be better to just die. Every day being oppressed. What's the point of living like this? Why can't I be born into a wealthy family? Why don't I have a spiritual root? Why? Countless worries and desires invaded his mind. Host reads ancient script, ancient scholar, upgrades to Great Master of Ancient Literature, automatically reaches max level. Max level effect, can read ancient texts without hindrance. Host reads the Sutra of 3000 Worries, comprehends 3000 Worries method, automatically reaches max level. 3000 Worries method, the world has countless desires and worries, I swallow them all in one bite. Max level effect, when those around the host experience negative emotions, the host's internal energy speed increases. The moment he comprehended the 3000 Worries method, all the whispers vanished instantly. Yi Chen looked inward at his dantian and immediately felt the formation speed of his internal energy accelerate once more. With the enhancements from the innate chi method, Dragon Tiger opening the sea technique, 5-element spiritual roots, and this 3000 Worries method, Yi Chen's internal energy cultivation speed had nearly reached over 20 times that of an ordinary internal energy master. If it weren't for the expansion of his dantian from the Dragon Tiger opening the sea technique, this multiplier would have been even more terrifying. At this rate, in just 2 or 3 days, he would be able to advance further and step into the realm of a master in the entry level. However, Qi Shangyun, who was about to pull Yi Chen away, was stunned. He had just seen the confusion in Yi Chen's eyes and immediately realized that he had been ensnared by the overwhelming worries within the Sutra of 3000 Worries. This state was extremely dangerous. One misstep could lead to idiocy. But the next moment, Yi Chen's gaze returned, even more piercing and vibrant than before. The Sutra of 3000 Worries truly lives up to its reputation as the authentic martial art of the ancient sect Tongtian Temple. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Qi Shangyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this is the martial art of Tongtian Temple? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I have some knowledge of ancient literature. Shi Shangyun took a deep breath. Master Yi, do you know that 10 years ago, an ancient sect relic was discovered at the junction of the capital and the Han River? His tone grew increasingly reverent. He saw Yi Chen silent and continued, the political department has sent many teams to explore and has obtained a large number of Buddhist scriptures and techniques. It is initially speculated that it should be the ruins of Tong Tian Temple. However, when they explored deeper, they were all blocked by extremely complicated formations. According to Lord Li, those formations are all written in ancient characters. Now, there are still formation experts trying to crack the formations of Tong Tian Temple's ruins, but they have not made any progress. Perhaps Master Yi can provide some assistance to the political department. Shi Shangyun said seriously. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Ancient ruins represent ancient texts. He naturally had to go to the ruins of Tong Tian Temple. I will inform Lord Li about this matter. Master Yi, rest assured, the ruins of Tong Tian Temple are currently affected by the spiritual energy tide and will not open for the time being. Shi Shangyun laughed, seeing his excitement. Yi Chen nodded. Li Lingyu joyfully ran over. Old Qi, Master Yi. Teacher Tang has woken up. Before the two could take a step towards the infirmary, a slender figure appeared in their line of sight. Her body clearly displayed the aura of peak internal energy. Yi Chen's eyes revealed understanding. As expected, his approach was correct. He had removed all the low-level toxins from Tang Liuxiang's body through methods like detoxification and bloodletting, preserving the purest part of the toxins. After absorbing those toxins, Tang Liuxiang's innate poisonous body converted them all into internal energy in her dantian. This allowed her to leap from a body-refining martial artist to the entry-level, small success, great success, and finally peak. Tears welled up in Tang Liuxiang's eyes. She hugged Yi Chen tightly and whispered in his ear, Yi Chen. Thank you, really. Thank you. The increase in strength was secondary to her becoming slim and delicate, which was the greatest gift for her. After all, which woman doesn't love beauty? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. It's a small matter, nothing to mention. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Chen left the library. However, he had not taken a few steps when Su Qingyan called. Yi Chen, my dad ran over from the Han River to see me, and he brought a person with a very strong aura. They said that such a high-quality spiritual vein is actually unowned, and then they want to drive away the staff and children of the welfare home. They also said the welfare home belongs to them now, and the spiritual vein beneath the welfare home also belongs to them. At worst, they would just supplement a document from the political department later. Grandpa Li was furious and argued with them, and he was directly beaten down and spat blood. You should come and take a look. The call was from Su Qingyan, her voice trembling, and Yi Chen could still hear the extremely arrogant words from the other end of the line. I want to see what powerful figures you can call. In this capital, Li Shuanjin is my uncle, and with the political department backing me, who else dares to oppose the political department? Yi Chen frowned. How dare they have ideas about the spiritual vein beneath the welfare home and want to claim it as their own? Soon, he arrived at the city's South Welfare Home. At the entrance of the welfare home, 5 luxury cars were parked, the front one being an extremely luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, rarer and more expensive than the Wraith. No matter who this young man was, the financial power he could wield must be significant. On both sides of the welfare home stood 6 big men in black suits and sunglasses, all quietly standing in place. They showed no fluctuations of internal energy, but judging by the bulging suits, one could guess that these men had definitely tempered their bodies to a very strong level, capable of easily defeating all body-refining martial artists. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the 6 big men turned their gazes towards him, looking into Yi Chen's eyes. Their eyes were filled with a heavy killing intent, clearly indicating they had killed on the battlefield before. Therefore, ordinary people would not dare to meet their gaze, they would be scared to death. But this time, they had kicked a steel plate. No, it should be said a spiked steel plate, because the murderous aura in Yi Chen's eyes was heavier and colder than theirs. Like an ancient ferocious beast at the top of the food chain, choosing its prey. The 6 men in black were so frightened that their bodies tensed up, not daring to move an inch. They almost watched Yi Chen walk into the welfare home, but not a single sound dared to escape their lips. Old Su, I really didn't expect this. I just came by to see Uncle Li Shuanjin, and I ended up stumbling upon such a big opportunity. This is a top-grade spiritual vein. Look at this spiritual energy index, level 7. This vein could easily sell for 20 million. Ha ha ha. If I can make such a huge sum of money, when I return to Yendu, those guys won't dare to mock me as a spendthrift anymore. I would have made 20 million with no investment at all. A young, arrogant voice echoed in the welfare home. Hee, of course, young Master Li has great fortune. Young Master Li is just that kind of natural nobleman. Wherever he goes, good things happen. We poor folks can't compare. The middle-aged man beside him, Su-hee, who was Su Qingyan's father, bent down to flatter him, but it was obvious he was just buttering him up. Who are you? How did you get in here? Su-hee sternly reprimanded upon seeing Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you finally came. Su Qingyan's expression changed from sorrow to joy. Yi Chen remained silent, walking straight to the old man Li's side, checking his injuries, and then feeding him a vitality pill, his expression finally softening. Hee, this old man won't die. I specifically held back my strength. Oh, I see, you're the big shot this girl was talking about? The young man looked down at Yi Chen, sneering. Hey, you're about my age, but with that shabby appearance, you don't look like someone from any family. The young man scrutinized Yi Chen with disdain. But no matter which family you come from in the capital, you wouldn't dare to provoke me, because my uncle is Li Xuanjing, the city lord of the capital. The young man's face was full of arrogance. Yi Chen said indifferently, What's your name? The young man laughed heartily, Good question. I am Li Tianzi, from the Li family in Yendu. My dad is Li Xuanli, the head of the first section of the political department in Yendu, and my mom is Ji Yun, the general manager of the Ji family in Yendu. My uncle, well, he is the city lord of the political department in the capital, I. Li Tianzi placed his hands on his hips, his face full of pride. Yi Chen coldly replied, You really know how to embarrass these people. Li Tianzi was taken aback, his eyes turning dangerous. Beside him, Su-hee immediately fulfilled his role as a sycophant, loudly scolding, What did you say? You dare to speak to young Master Li like that? It seems the Li family's upbringing isn't very good, raising a wastrel like you. Yi Chen said, hands behind his back, in a cold voice. The Li family's upbringing has nothing to do with you, but I don't like what you said, Li Tianzi sneered, Get him. According to past situations, as soon as he finished speaking, 6 bodyguards would have rushed out to pin this young man to the ground. But this time, the 6 men in black sunglasses all shrank back, not daring to step forward. Boss, this person is very strong, probably a master above the inner strength great completion level. We can't take him, the leading bodyguard whispered. Li Tianzi was slightly taken aback, then laughed. No wonder this girl treats you like a savior. Turns out you're an inner strength martial artist. But I've seen at least 800 of them. A mere inner strength great completion, what's that worth? My uncle, Li Xuanjing, is a master of inner strength, just one step away from entering the transcendence realm. At that time, he will be recalled to Yendu, taking full control. And you, as an inner strength martial artist in the capital, shouldn't you be obediently following the rules of the political department? Aren't you afraid that with a single phone call, the political department will send someone to arrest you? I'll repeat it again, my uncle is Li Xuanjing. Li Tianzi sneered. He was not afraid of martial artists at all. Not a single martial artist dared to provoke the Li family of Yendu. Not even an internal energy master could do so. Yi Chen smiled faintly, You can call Li Xuanjing and ask who I am. If he guessed correctly, Qi Shangyun should have already told Li Xuanjing about the matter of the 3000 Troubles Sutra. The government was very enthusiastic about exploring ancient relics, and the Tongtian temple relics had been delayed for 10 years. At this moment, a great ancient scholar had appeared. How could Li Xuanjing not be overjoyed? In this era where ancient sects had lost their inheritance and were just beginning to rise, the value of a great ancient scholar was far greater than many imagined. Li Tianzi sneered, Hat, what are you even worth? With your lowly background, do you think I would believe your words? Pretending to be mysterious, putting on airs. How could my uncle possibly know someone as despicable as you? Those who enter the city lord's mansion are all social elites, sect leaders, and wealthy families. What kind of person are you? The more I look at you, the more you seem like a student from the academy. Let me guess, you must still be a student from the Shangjing Academy, right? Li Tianzi saw Su Qingyan's expression change and laughed heartily. Su nodded, yes, young Master Li, I heard Qingyan mention the name Yi Chen before. It seems he is a classmate of hers. This kid is at most just a senior student from the Shangjing Academy. Daring to act tough in front of young Master Li, he really is seeking death. Li Tianzi took out his phone and directly dialed Li Xuanjing's number. Although I can't deal with you, with just one call, I can reach my uncle's phone. In less than 10 minutes, my uncle will send someone over. At that time, don't blame me. I still say, you all get out of here now, this welfare institute is mine. I can still give you over 100,000 huabi to enjoy yourselves. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for turning hostile. Li Tianzi sneered as he connected the call, even putting it on speaker. The beeping sound was particularly jarring in the dead silence. The staff and children of the Welfare Institute widened their eyes, their hearts and their throats. However, the other end of the line was met with a busy signal. Li Tianzi frowned. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He looked at it, smiled. It was just Li Shuanjin. "Hello, City Lord Li, about the Tongtian Temple relics, you want to meet to discuss?" "Sure, I'm right here at the City South Welfare Institute." "Oh, you also want to introduce your nephew to me?" Yi Chen sneered. "You have quite a good nephew." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Li Tianzi on the other end was momentarily stunned, then snorted coldly, "To scare me, you even went as far as to connect a fake call? You seem quite skilled at this. Kid, it seems besides being a student from the Shangjing Academy, you must also have the identity of a con artist, ha ha ha." The Welfare Institute was filled with Li Tianzi's arrogant laughter. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Li Shuanjin was anxious. His position as a city lord proved he was no ordinary person. Just by slightly pondering Yi Chen's tone, he realized that his wayward nephew had caused trouble. Why did he have to provoke Yi Chen of all people? Previously, Yi Chen had seemed like someone he must befriend, or at the very least, someone he should never offend. There was no particular reason. This person was just too extraordinary. It wasn't until these two identities merged into one that Li Shuanjin checked Yi Chen's information and discovered how terrifying this person was. His identities were too numerous. Although he was only a 4th-tier alchemist, he had improved the beast blood pill formula and created his own vitality pill formula. Li Shuanjin suspected he could already refine pills of 7th tier or above. Moreover, he was a 6th-tier alchemist, and under the gaze of the crowd, he successfully refined a 6th-tier mustard seed treasure. Besides that, the dog by his side was an 8th-tier spirit beast, which meant he was also an 8th-tier beast tamer. Most importantly, he was a master of internal energy. An internal energy master under 20 years old, his future was absolutely limitless. Furthermore, he had quietly gathered a large number of forces around him. He was a distinguished guest of the Tang dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion. He was an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. He was the lifesaver of the Lu family's granddaughter. He was a guest of honor at the Tang family. He was also a genius student at the Capital Academy. Just a few minutes ago, the old man from the library, who had followed the senior Qi Shangyun, a big shot from the political department, came to tell him that Yi Chen might also be an ancient literary master. No, not just a literary master, but an ancient literary master. Upon hearing this news, Li Shuanjin almost slid off his office chair. Yi Chen's status in his heart suddenly skyrocketed countless times. With such a person, how could he not make friends and build a good relationship early on? In fact, in the future, Li Shuanjin's position in the political department might very well be closely related to Yi Chen. As a result, his nephew, who had come from Yendu, actually got into trouble with him. Without needing to guess, Li Shuanjin had already figured it out. The source of the conflict was the underground spiritual vein at the South City Welfare Institute. He quickly drafted a document regarding the ownership of the spiritual vein at the South City Welfare Institute, then took some people and drove straight to the Welfare Institute. "Tianzi, you must not do anything foolish, otherwise, even I, your uncle, won't be able to save you." He even hurriedly sent a text message to Yi Chen. "Master Yi, just a light punishment will suffice, do not harm his life, I will come personally to apologize." Meanwhile, inside the Welfare Institute, Yi Chen saw the text and chuckled softly. "Your uncle is still begging me not to harm your life." Li Tianzi scoffed. "Come on, my uncle is the lord of the capital city, how could he be so humble to you? You're just acting. Let me tell you, I absolutely need this spiritual vein. You should just get lost early, stop putting on airs here." Li Tianzi sneered. "And this Su Qingyan is your little girlfriend, right?" "Humph, old Su has already decided to marry Su Qingyan to me. This girl looks quite charming, and her talent is decent, just barely suitable to be my Li family's wife." As soon as he said this, Yi Chen frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Su Qingyan was even more incredulous. "Su He, are you still my dad? You actually want to marry me off to such a scumbag? You wish. I am not your accessory, who I follow is none of your business." Su Qingyan was now filled with disgust towards Su He. She had originally thought that this drunken father had returned this time with a change of heart, wanting to live a good life. But what happened? He actually wanted to marry her off to such a scumbag for money and status. Su He was immediately anxious. "Qingyan, how can you say that? Can't you see your father's good intentions? Young Master Li is young and wealthy, and he is from the prestigious Li family of Yendu. If you follow him, you'll have everything you want, enjoying the best of everything. What could be wrong with that? Do you think that if you follow this poor loser, you'll be able to live a good life?" Su He spoke earnestly, as if he was truly thinking about his daughter's future. "Didn't you always say when you were young that you wanted to be an alchemist? Being an alchemist costs a lot of money. If you follow that kid, you might not even be able to afford the materials for alchemy in the future. But if you just follow young Master Li, A whole alchemy room group will be at your disposal. Dozens of alchemy apprentices will help you out. I've already checked it out. Young Master Lee specifically bought a piece of land in Yendu just to build the alchemy room you wanted. A man like that, aren't you even a little moved? Li Tianzi, upon hearing this, touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Right. Yes. As long as you like it, I can even buy a small alchemy sect to assist you. As long as you like it, the entire Li family's material warehouse is unconditionally open to you. Take whatever you want. To be honest, I, Li Tianzi, have never truly liked any woman from childhood to now. Those women were just fleeting pleasures, mere games. But when I saw old Su take out your photo, I was captivated by you. Su Qingyan, you are destined to be mine. Not just you, the spiritual vein is also destined to be mine. Li Tianzi laughed heartily, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with disgust. What do you mean other women were just fleeting pleasures? You're toying with feelings, you scum. The next moment, Yichen slapped him hard, sending him flying. After hitting the ground, Li Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his two front teeth were nowhere to be found, his face swollen like a pig's head. Sui was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Who is this person? So arrogant? He even dares to hit someone from the Li family of Yendu? Yichen continued to walk towards Li Tianzi, unhurried, but each step felt like it was crushing his heart. Don't come over! Don't come over! Li Tianzi was terrified, like a little chick. This internal energy martial artist actually dared to hit him, and he had no one to protect him. Old Su! You! Hurry and stop him! Sui hesitated for a moment, but before he could even stand in front of Li Tianzi, Yichen directly lifted him with one hand and threw him out. The next moment, this middle-aged man, who sold his daughter for glory, was headfirst in the lotus pond of the Welfare Institute. Li Tianzi was horrified. This person is too terrifying. He can single-handedly spear someone into a pond. Please don't spear me. At that moment, a loud car horn suddenly sounded. It was the distinctive sound of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice's convoy had arrived. One by one, capable and serious officials got out of the cars, standing on both sides of the road. Pedestrians quickly dispersed, but the gazes directed at the Ministry of Justice officials were filled with respect and admiration. Some children even pointed at the officials, proudly saying, "I want to be like them when I grow up." Because the Ministry of Justice represents the maintenance of peace and the protection of order, they are beloved by the people. Inside the Welfare Institute, however, Li Tianzi's eyes widened in surprise. His expression also turned arrogant. Truly, the front was respectful while the back was haughty, taken to the extreme. The Ministry of Justice people have arrived. You're finished. No matter who you are, you're done for. Let me tell you, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, when the Ministry of Justice takes you back to prison later, you'll be in for it. And in prison, I will make sure to deal with you properly. Li Tianzi laughed heartily. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. How dare you make me lose face like this? If I, Li Tianzi, can't make you feel despair, how can I still call myself the #1 playboy in Yendu? How can I establish myself in the playboy circle in the future? If this gets out, won't I be laughed at by other playboys? The old director was anxious and immediately said, "Young Master Lee, our Welfare Institute was wrong. 100,000, the Welfare Institute is yours. I beg you, please don't send Yichen to prison. He is the most promising child of the Welfare Institute. If he gets sent to prison, the others in the Welfare Institute will be finished." Li Tianzi laughed heartily. Too late. You didn't agree when I made my offer. Where were you earlier? Su Qingyan, I want the spiritual vein. I want it. You poor little brat. I want you to rot in jail for 10 years. 20 years. I will make sure you never get out for the rest of your life. Just thinking about how the political department was about to back him up, Li Tianzi's face was filled with uncontainable arrogance. When the first person walked in, he was even more ecstatic. This person was none other than his uncle, Li Xuanjun. He never expected that his uncle would not only send someone but would come in person. It seemed that he was still very important in his uncle's eyes. Li Tianzi immediately rushed over, not forgetting to play the victim at that moment. "Uncle, this person is too despicable. Not only did he beat me up, but he also attacked my subordinates. He even disdains our Li family from Yendu and looks down on our political department. Uncle, you must bring this person to justice." Li Tianzi looked at Li Xuanjun's face, filled with sorrow, as if he had truly been oppressed by Yichen to such an extent. But turning around, his face was once again filled with a sinister smile. Chapter 164, Master Yi, I was wrong. The Lord of the Capital has come. Aren't you scared? Are your legs shaking, so much that you're about to wet your pants? Slap. What awaited him was a resounding slap from Li Xuanjun, who was filled with disappointment. The lord of the capital swung his arm wide, making the sound particularly sharp and loud. In the welfare home, everyone except Su Qingyan was stunned. What was going on? Why was the lord of the capital about to hit his own nephew? Aren't they family? Could it be that Yi Chen is truly an impressive figure? Li Tianzi was also stunned by the slap. Yes, uncle, I am your own nephew. Why are you helping an outsider instead of me? Not only are you not helping me, but you're also hitting me? Li Xuanjun ignored him and walked straight to Yi Chen, clasping his fists and bowing slightly. Master Yi, I apologize on behalf of Tianzi. Additionally, this is the document regarding the ownership of the spiritual vein of the welfare home. From now on, this spiritual vein will completely belong to Master Yi Chen. Li Xuanjun's voice showed no hint of negligence. Yi Chen nodded and accepted the document. Li Tianzi's face was filled with disbelief. Why? Why can that poor kid take this spiritual vein? He immediately shouted in anger, Uncle, do you know the value of this spiritual vein? Selling it would be 20 million. Slap. Li Xuanjun turned around and slapped him again. Now both sides of his face bore bright red handprints. Quickly apologize to Master Yi. Master Yi is not someone you can provoke. The Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion treats him as an esteemed guest. Compared to the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion, what are you? Li Xuanjun shouted sternly. Li Tianzi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No way? This person can be treated as a guest of honor by the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion? Just because of this poor kid? The rage and humiliation made Li Tianzi selectively filter out his uncle's title for Yi Chen. I don't believe it. He laughed maniacally. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Lordly, if the child is disobedient, just give him a beating. A leg, perhaps. As he spoke the latter half of the sentence, a murderous intent overflowed from Yi Chen's eyes. Li Xuanjun looked into his eyes and inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. What was going on? Why was I intimidated by the gaze of a young junior? But the murderous intent in his eyes was truly overwhelming. It was as if the person standing beside me was not a human, but a fierce tiger roaring through the mountains. Li Xuanjun gritted his teeth, his golden energy surging in his hand, and then he struck down hard. Ah! Li Tianzi's pupils suddenly constricted, and the intense pain made him sweat profusely from his forehead. After a moment, he clutched his right leg and began to howl like a slaughtered pig. Apologize to Master Yi. Li Xuanjun took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. He was genuinely angry. In the past, although his nephew was a wastrel, he was still obedient. Today, he actually embarrassed him in front of outsiders. Fear reflected in Li Tianzi's eyes. He finally realized that his uncle, Li Xuanjun, was not on his side. He has always been a lonely outcast. Li Tianzi trembled as he stood up and deeply bowed to Yi Chen. Yi, Master Yi, I was wrong. Tears fell from his eyes, indistinguishable between humiliation and regret. Take him back. Li Sun's heart tightened. Although he was a good-for-nothing troublemaker, he was still his nephew. The city lord's mansion was equipped with a large supply of elixirs. Even with a broken leg, it could still be reattached without any defects. Chapter 165, The Supreme Spiritual Vein Beneath the Welfare Institute. Meanwhile, the staff and children at the Welfare Institute all widened their eyes in curiosity. This was the city lord of the entire capital, a figure they rarely saw. Today, he had personally come to the Welfare Institute and even referred to Yi Chen as Master Yi. Yi Chen was the most promising child from the Welfare Institute. To the children, Yi Chen was an all-around big brother. Master Yi, let's find a quiet place to talk, Li Sun said succinctly. The opening time for the Tongtian Temple ruins should be around the time of the prestigious school competition. Since the ruins were located at the junction of the capital and the Han River, martial artists from the Han River would also come. Because the Tongtian Temple was extremely peculiar, Li Sun suggested that Yi Chen visit the Xiangshan Temple in Xiangshan District. After the Tongtian Temple was obliterated, Xiangshan Temple inherited the most legacies from it. Before leaving, Li Sun kindly informed him that the people from Tianya Hage were already on their way. They might come looking for trouble soon. Yi Chen nodded, watching the convoy from the Ministry of Politics depart. Xiangshan Temple inherited many legacies from the Tongtian Temple? Then this temple should also have stored many ancient Buddhist texts, right? However, before that, Yi Chen planned to provide some self-defense measures for the people at the Welfare Institute. Otherwise, with such a high-quality spiritual vein, there would always be those with dark thoughts. Yi Chen selected a few exceptionally talented children and even unexpectedly discovered one or two with spiritual roots. It seemed the nourishment from the spiritual vein was indeed extraordinary. He then taught them martial arts such as fist techniques, swordplay, and leg techniques according to their roots and preferences. As for the old director and Oldly, he decided to go back and create some protective treasures for them. Yi Chen, there's something I need to tell you, Su Qingyan couldn't help but say. It seems there has been some unusual activity next to Chen Guanping's grave. Many spiritual herbs have grown there. Yi Chen was taken aback and hurried to the small hill behind the Welfare Institute, where Chen Guanping's grave was buried. As for how Chen Guanping died, the elderly at the Welfare Institute might have guessed a bit, but everyone knew that someone like Chen Guanping deserved to die. Spiritual grave grass has actually grown? Yi Chen was slightly surprised after just a glance. He continued walking forward. The closer he got to the small hill, the more abundant the spiritual grave grass became, swaying in the wind like a small skull. This spiritual energy is so rich. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed he had underestimated it. The spiritual vein beneath the City South Welfare Institute was probably not just high quality, but supreme. This place was very suitable to be used as a medicinal field. Yes, a medicinal field, not the kind of spiritual field for planting spiritual rice and vegetables like in the Shin family's Yutian district, because spiritual herbs have extremely high requirements for spiritual energy. Old director, you should have someone cordon off this area. I will use it as a medicinal field for cultivation in the future. In a few days, I will set up a formation to protect it. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat serious. The old director nodded heavily. After the revival of spiritual energy, many people recognized the importance of spiritual herbs, and he naturally did too. Moreover, he knew that Yi Chen was a powerful alchemist. Spiritual herbs in his hands could definitely yield 300% of their effectiveness. At that time, these children from the welfare home would definitely have a bright future, especially those with excellent qualifications. Next, I need to prepare for the competition among prestigious schools. Xing Yan, you must protect the people from the welfare home, Yi Chen said seriously. Chapter 166, Prayers at Xiangshan Temple. Su Qingyan nodded. I will. I am also a member of the welfare home. Yi Chen quickly left. Perhaps it was because the day of the prestigious school competition was approaching. The atmosphere at Jingjing Academy began to grow tense. In contrast, Yi Chen was like Yang Yi, and his assistance in helping the Wing Chun martial arts school secure the top position in Jingjing had quietly faded into the background. Yi Chen had no thoughts about the empty title, but he knew that once Jingjing Academy defeated Hanjiang Academy, as a participant, he could choose an ancient book from the opponent's library. However, before that, Jingjing Academy organized a routine autumn outing. The destination was Xiangshan Temple, serving both as a regular autumn outing and a prayer for the upcoming competition among prestigious schools. After all, aside from a few who knew the inside story, the other teachers were not optimistic about the competition. After all, Hanjiang Academy next door was too strong. This generation of Hanjiang Academy could be described as exceptionally talented without exaggeration. In terms of martial arts, they had Jiang Li, who, coming from the Jiang family of Yendu, had already reached the master level in the 4th grade. His accomplishments in martial arts were equally profound. Having read through the collections of the Hanjiang Political Department in the Hanjiang Academy Library, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a once-in-a-century genius. In alchemy, they had Tang Danxin, the grandson of the renowned alchemist Tang Shuashan, who, at 15, was already a 3rd-tier alchemist. Now, after more than a month of vigorous progress in alchemy, he had reached the level of a 4th-tier alchemist. In weapon forging, they had Wei Zihao, the eldest son of the Wei family from Hanjiang, whose martial talent was not weak, already at the peak of internal strength, and his talent in weapon forging was top-notch, having become a 4th-tier weapon forger. In beast training, they had Chen Shuahong, who studied under the renowned beast trainer Guan Qinghan and was a young prodigy in beast training. After graduating, he did not leave the academy but stayed back for an extra year due to insufficient credits, still in the 4th grade, which meant he could still represent Hanjiang Academy in the competition. Some said that Hanjiang Academy had intentionally held back. After all, Chen Shuahong was a 6th-tier beast trainer, not to mention the students of Jingjing Academy. Even among the teachers, he could sweep through a large number. Moreover, this was just the most outstanding talent in 4 fields. According to the rules, 3 participants were required from each field, and Hanjiang Academy had many in the 2nd tier as well. In contrast, at Jingjing Academy, aside from Shen Linfeng, Su Qingyan, Yi Chen, and Lu Xiaowan, there were hardly any notable students. Tang Xiener was an exception. She was a transfer student from Yendu Academy and could not participate in the competition among prestigious schools. Not to mention that 2 more participants were needed from each field. Although one person could participate in competitions across 4 fields, it was exhausting, and almost no one could manage it. So everyone came to Xiangshan Temple to pay their respects and pray. essentially seeking some psychological comfort. But Yi Chen was different. He originally planned to visit Shangshan Temple, as it inherited a wealth of ancient Buddhist texts from Tongtian Temple. Soon, the students of Jingjing Academy, led by their teachers, arrived at the foot of Shangshan Mountain. From here, looking up, one could see a long staircase leading directly to the mountain's peak, with pilgrims and visitors continuously ascending. However, strangely, only the stairs on both sides had people, while the middle path was deserted. Shangshan Temple was built halfway up the mountain, and the stupa at the mountain's peak was the resting place of the temple's past abbots and housed the scriptures, a place where generally no one dared to disturb. Chapter 167, The Thousand-Step Staircase at the Foot of the Mountain. A little monk from Shangshan Temple had already come to greet them. Dear benefactors, this is the 1,000 steps of Shangshan Temple, exactly 1,000 steps, no more, no less, said a young monk, around 15 years old, with a kind smile. On both sides of the 1,000 steps are regular steps, but the middle is a special treasure step refined by our founding abbot. The further you go up, the greater the resistance. This is also a place where the monks of Shangshan Temple train their bodies, so you might as well give it a try. The teacher leading class 3 of year 2, Shui Wei, glanced at Yi Chen beside her and smiled. Yi Chen, why don't you give it a try? Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Chen. Even if they hadn't witnessed the scene at the upper hall meeting, they had heard from other rumors that Yi Chen was already a master of internal energy. However, hearsay is ultimately illusory. They wanted to see Yi Chen unleash his abilities with their own eyes. Yi Chen glanced at it with interest and then shook his head. This was just a simple gravity formation, albeit slightly enlarged. One had to admit that the founding abbot was quite creative to come up with this method to temper his disciples' bodies. But this method of tempering was useless to Yi Chen. He consumed blood energy pills like beans every day and had long pushed his physical strength to 50,000 kilograms. This was also the limit of his physical body. If he couldn't refine his bones and nourish his meridians next, his physical body wouldn't continue to grow. The young monk thought he was afraid and laughed heartily. There's no need to be scared, benefactor. Look, there are senior brothers guarding both sides. You won't be bounced off and fall down. Yi Chen replied indifferently, this method of tempering is useless to me. The young monk's face stiffened, and his expression became unnatural. He had no idea about Yi Chen's background and thought he was just boasting. Moreover, saying this method was useless seemed to belittle Shangshan Temple and the founding abbot. The students frowned as well. They hadn't seen Yi Chen unleash his internal energy, and at this moment, seeing him unwilling to ascend the 1,000 steps, they couldn't help but feel contempt and disdain. What kind of internal energy master are you? You won't even dare to go up the 1,000 steps? The young monk chuckled lightly. Then is there no one willing to give it a try? Shui Wei's expression froze. The young monk was being a bit excessive. If he didn't want to go up, then so be it. Why did he have to tie it to courage? I'll do it. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and it was indeed the third-year team. The one who spoke was none other than Shen Linfeng. Isn't this Shen Linfeng? I heard he went to Tianya Hage to study. I didn't expect him to come back. Isn't that right? I also heard that Shen Linfeng had an adventure at Tianya Hage. He was directly accepted as an inner disciple by an elder. Not only that, do you know what Shen Linfeng did first after returning? He went to the Ministry of Politics and passed the assessments for 5th level alchemy, 5th level artifact crafting, 5th level beast nurturing, and peak internal energy all in one go. What? A girl's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Young Master Shen is amazing. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. No wonder he hadn't seen Shen Linfeng at the grand meeting earlier. It turned out this guy had gone to Tianya Hage to study. And it seemed he had a significant adventure, otherwise, he wouldn't have become so confident. Yi Chen, after returning from Tianya Hage, I heard from my dad that you are an internal energy master. Shen Linfeng didn't directly walk up the 1,000 steps but came to Yi Chen and sneered. I seriously doubt the authenticity of your title as an internal energy master, considering you won't even dare to go up the 1,000 steps? It seems that even if you've become a newly promoted master, you're still the weakest kind, huh? But I'm different now. During my time at Tianya Hage, I'm no longer the old Shen Linfeng. In just a month, I too can step into the realm of internal energy masters. And you know what? I have already been accepted as an inner disciple of Tianya Hage, so I am practicing sword energy, and the sword energy of Tianya Hage is almost invincible among those of the same realm. I want to see how you can fight me a month from now. In the upcoming competition among prestigious schools, I will also represent Shangjing Academy, leading everyone. Shen Linfeng sneered and no longer glanced at Yi Chen, instead striding confidently up the 1,000 steps. His steps were incredibly steady, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as flying. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped over 200 steps. The martial monks standing at every 100 steps showed no change in expression but nodded in silent approval. The onlookers on both sides gasped in amazement. Climbing the 1,000 steps is surprisingly effortless. This physical realm must be refined to an extremely high level. An elderly woman exclaimed, "If only my child could do the same." A middle-aged man in a suit patted his son's shoulder. "Look, this big brother is your role model. Just look at how he strides, his physical training must be very solid." The child nodded earnestly and pointed to the foot of the mountain. "Dad, what about that big brother?" The man followed his finger and saw another young man leisurely walking up the 1,000 steps. "This speed is too slow. I estimate he can only manage about 300 steps. You should learn from the big brother at the front." The man shook his head. This person was, of course, Yi Chen. He had carefully observed the formation and noticed something amiss. The abbot of Xiangshan Temple seemed to have great expertise in formations. At first glance, he thought it was just a low-level formation, but now he realized that this formation was self-enhancing. In other words, 100 steps became a first-level formation, 200 steps became a second-level formation. By the time he reached 1,000 steps, it would be a yellow-level formation above the 9th level. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected such a top-notch formation to be right under his nose. Had he been careless earlier, he would have missed it. Yi Chen walked up, observing the formation's evolution as he went, marveling at it. That abbot was truly a genius in formations. "Yi Chen, wait for me," Lu Shaoan called out, her face flushed as she hurried after him. Since being injured by the hanging-eyed golden tiger last time, she had been nursing her wounds, and the greater injury was, of course, psychological, only recovering now. Yi Chen paused. "Yi Chen, thank you." Lu Shaoan approached him, mustering her courage to peck his cheek like a dragonfly touching water. Even so, her face turned completely red. She had long known everything from Lu Yunshan. The hanging-eyed golden tiger that had harmed Nanping Mountain had been killed by Yi Chen, and its bones had been sent to the Lu family by Shangjing Academy, where Lu Yunshan had turned them into a statue, alleviating much of Lu Shaoan's psychological trauma. Host gains Lu Shaoan's favor, 1,000 Faces skill, upgrades to 1,000 Faces in Myriad Forms skill, automatically maxed out. Chapter 169, Treading the 1,000 Steps as if on level ground. 1,000 Faces in Myriad Forms skill, 1,000 Faces in Myriad Forms, nothing cannot change. Max level effect, the host can freely change into the appearance and voice of others, and the host's words and gaze will have a high charm towards the opposite sex. It's a small matter. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly. "Would you like to climb the 1,000 steps with me?" Lu Shaoan's heart raced, and she nodded obediently, "Sure." The students at the foot of the 1,000 steps felt a wave of imbalance in their hearts. "Damn! You have to show off even in this situation." "No way, I have to surpass you. I want to experience the goddess's charm too." Immediately, a large group of students rushed forward. The crowd surged, all striding as swiftly as Shen Linfeng, quickly overtaking Yi Chen and Lu Shaoan. Some students who admired Lu Shaoan even turned back to cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen. "Inner strength master? You're nothing but a joke of an inner strength master." Which inner strength master would be left behind by a body refining martial artist? It seems Shen Linfeng was right. "You, this newly promoted master, are all show and no substance." Lu Shaoan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "They actually look down on you." Yi Chen smiled lightly, shook his head without speaking, and continued to ascend slowly while observing the formation. Soon, the group of students who charged the hardest were exhausted. The monks quickly rushed up to take them to the sides. However, Yi Chen was still steadily making his way up. It wasn't until he reached the 400th step that the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host observes the 4-step formation, basic formation, upgraded to advanced formation, automatically maxed out. As for the basic formation skill, Yi Chen had already learned it while browsing through the ancient texts at Mo Danju. Hearing this voice, a faint joy rose on Yi Chen's face. Just as he was about to continue upward, Lu Shaoan could no longer hold on. Her little face flushed, hands on her hips, struggling to catch her breath. Yi Chen frowned, took her delicate hand, and infused a bit of mixed yuan inner strength into her. "Come on, I'll take you up 1,000 steps." Yi Chen smiled lightly and moved forward at a leisurely pace. Lu Shaoan's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head, responding with a small Yi Chen's speed was slow, yet he quickly surpassed the others. The other students were unwilling but helpless, as they had already exhausted their strength. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the 700th step. Host observes the 7-step formation, advanced formation, upgraded to high-level formation, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen smiled faintly and continued forward. At the 952nd step, Shen Linfeng stopped. He let out a breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, and suddenly chuckled. There was no one around. The mountain gate of Xiangshan Temple was right ahead. Shen Linfeng could even see the kind and admiring smiles of the resident monks. Surely, even the monks of Xiangshan Temple must admire him. However, he had reached his limit. He could only take a few more steps before he would collapse and reveal an embarrassing state. Shen Linfeng did not want that. How could someone as graceful as him appear so disheveled? He wanted to maintain his composure from start to finish, to be elegant, to be a gentleman. But surely, the scenery behind him must be beautiful? He turned around, taking in the magnificent landscape. In the distance, another towering peak was naturally Nanping Mountain. Shen Linfeng suddenly saw Yi Chen pulling Lu Xiaowan, brushing past him, calm and unhurried, effortlessly. Not even a hint of redness in his face or breathlessness. As if, walking on flat ground. Chapter 170, the Xianhuang Ancient Formation. On the right staircase, a middle-aged man in a suit was dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could swallow a light bulb. Dad, which big brother should I learn from? That one looks like he's stronger. The little boy tugged at his father's shirt. The man rubbed his forehead. Son, it seems I underestimated people. He bent down helplessly. Why can you surpass me? Shen Linfeng shouted in disbelief. Yi Chen ignored him, pulling Lu Xiaowan toward the 1,000 steps. Shen Linfeng was so furious he was nearly steaming from his ears. He took a deep breath and was about to step up again. However, the violent rebound force beneath his feet caused him to lose balance, and he was about to fall. A monk beside him quickly reached out to pull him back. Shen Linfeng's composure was gone, and the joy of reaching the 900 steps vanished completely. All of this was because of Yi Chen. Why could he surpass him? And he was even holding Lu Xiaowan's hand. Shen Linfeng lowered his face, gritting his teeth in hatred. After realizing the huge gap between himself and Tang Xiener, he no longer set his sights on the former, but instead targeted Lu Xiaowan, whose beauty was equally unmatched. In his eyes, the downfall of the Lu family was destined to happen soon. Lu Xiaowan was also his to possess. Now, she had actually been defiled by Yi Chen. However, after taking a deep breath, his expression gradually returned to normal. Trying to steal my woman, huh? No rush, let's calculate the time. Your master should be arriving soon. This account of you seizing the famous sword from Tianya Hage should also be settled. In the face of the colossal Tianya Hage, you, Yi Chen, are but a solitary tree. Shen Linfeng sneered. On the other side, Yi Chen and Lu Xiaowan, hand in hand, arrived at the 1,000-step staircase amidst the astonished gazes of the temple monks. The host observes the yellow level formation, upgrading, high level formation, to Xianhuang Ancient Formation, automatically reaching max level. Xianhuang Ancient Formation, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, the path of formations, the beginning. Max level effect, mastery of all yellow and Xian level formations, and the ability to inscribe Xianhuang formations. Yi Chen's expression brightened, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Indeed, this 1,000-step staircase was not walked in vain. Formations and refining were complementary skills. The reason the Jingjing Academy did not offer formation courses was that such courses were typically taught at the university level. At advanced levels, refining and formations were inseparable. However, Yi Chen now possessed the ability to inscribe the Xianhuang Ancient Formation, which would greatly enhance his skills in refining. Benefactor, impressive. The honest temple monk had held back for a long time and finally managed to say just one word, impressive. The little monk who had mocked Yi Chen at the foot of the mountain also ran up at this moment, and upon seeing him, immediately bowed his head in apology. Benefactor, forgive my thoughtless words earlier. Yi Chen waved his hand, considering the matter settled. But benefactor, you are truly amazing. No one from our Xiangshan temple has completely walked down the 1,000-step staircase in decades, the little monk exclaimed excitedly. I wonder if I may enter your temple's scripture pavilion for a look. Yi Chen suddenly smiled. The little monk was taken aback and fell silent. The temple monk said, since the benefactor has walked the 1,000-step staircase, you should be allowed to enter the scripture pavilion, but there have been strange occurrences at the relic tower recently, so it would be better for the benefactor not to go in. How about this, Jueshin, you take these two benefactors to the main hall to find the abbot, the temple monk said. This matter should be decided by the abbot. Chapter 171, Buddhist Master, Troubles Invade the Body. Meanwhile, other students also arrived at the Xiangshan temple gate via the sides of the 1,000-step staircase. They had also heard the conversation between Yi Chen and the temple monk. Strange occurrences at the relic tower? Is that really true? The bespectacled boy exclaimed. What strange occurrences? Come on, tell us. Some curious students couldn't help but ask. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses and whispered, this is what my mom told me. Last time she came to worship with a few colleagues, after they finished, they were chatting while walking down the steps, and suddenly, an ant just disappeared. Everyone went to look for her and found she was actually walking up the mountain, and at a fast pace. My mom immediately got the monks from the temple to chase after her, and they finally found that aunt sitting in front of the relic tower, mumbling to herself, looking dazed, with drool and snot all over her face. She kept saying things like, "Why is life so hard? Why does my husband earn so little? Why is my son not smart at all? Why is everything so unsatisfactory?" After returning, her symptoms improved a lot, but she's still left with a psychological shadow. Everyone says that in that relic tower in Xiangshan, there must be a demon living there. The more the bespectacled boy spoke, the scarier it became, and by the end, he nearly scared some girls to tears. Yi Chen's expression shifted. The woman's murmured words in his mouth were not the same as the whispers he heard that day while browsing the 3,000 troubles in the library. All of this was trouble. It seemed that the stupa at Xiangshan Temple indeed possessed many ancient legacies of Tongtian Temple. Soon, the group arrived at the main hall. However, today, the main hall of Xiangshan Temple was quite different. All the pilgrims and tourists had not entered the hall but were craning their necks to watch from outside. Inside the hall, the scent of incense wafted through the air, and even from such a distance, the booming sound of chanting could be heard. Thus I have heard, at one time, the Buddha was in the country of Shrubasthi, in the Jita Grove, at the garden of Anathapindika. The host listens to the recitation of the Diamond Sutra, basic appreciation, upgrades the branch skill, Buddhist master, automatically reaching max level. Yi Chen immediately frowned. This scripture had the effect of subduing demons and vanquishing monsters, and it would not be easily used. But why was it being chanted in the main hall? He immediately activated his insight. Inside the hall, 3 old monks sat on 3 cushions, reciting Buddhist scriptures and striking wooden fish with their hands. In the center was an old monk with white hair and beard, looking emaciated, dressed in the abbot's robe, presumably the abbot of Xiangshan Temple. However, now his hands and feet were bound, his face contorted in pain, and his ears were a bloody mess, with scratch marks on his temples. With his insight, Yi Chen quickly saw the crux of the matter. Inside this person, there were 2 distinct auras. One was the grand and righteous aura of Buddhism, while the other was a gray-black, ever-changing mist that occasionally emitted a fierce roar. The latter was far more powerful than the former, almost completely suppressing it to a negligible level. Trouble. Indeed, it was trouble. Yet, the chanting of these 3 old monks not only had no effect but also exacerbated the growth of the trouble. At this rate, the abbot of Xiangshan Temple would completely become a mindless puppet. Yi Chen took a deep breath and shouted, "Do not chant." His voice contained a primordial inner strength, instantly dispersing the atmosphere in the hall. The chanting ceased, and the abbot's expression slightly softened, calming down, though he still murmured. Chapter 172. I am the one saving him. The 3 old monks trembled in unison, opening their murky old eyes, and they all saw the anger in each other's eyes. "Who are you? Why do you want to harm Abbot Shixiang?" The young monk widened his eyes, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. "What are you doing? They are saving the abbot. Why are you harming him?" The pilgrims also pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, "What kind of heart of a snake and scorpion do you have? Why do you want to poison Abbot Hui Yuan?" Shen Linfeng in the crowd sneered and shouted, "This person is extremely vicious, able to strike hard against his classmates, and on the arena, he even directly killed his opponent. Such a person should not appear in Xiangshan Temple. We should drive him out." The crowd was stirred up. Some patrolling warrior monks even rushed over with sticks, their faces filled with indignation. Lu Xiaowan bit her red lip. Even if no one believed Yi Chen, she would always stand by his side. "I am the one saving him." Yi Chen sneered. "What nonsense are you talking? If it weren't for us suppressing him with the Diamond Sutra, the abbot would have long since turned into a demon. You interrupted our chanting, which harmed Abbot Shixiang." The 3 old monks shouted angrily. Yi Chen coldly smiled. "I thought the Hui generation of Xiangshan Temple had some ability. Now it seems, it truly lives up to its name." "What did you say?" The most robust of the warrior monks shouted, swinging his stick down. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, blocking the stick, then flicked it, sending the man flying. The warrior monks fell into dead silence. This was the strongest senior brother. In front of this young man, he actually had no strength to strike. It seems that the calamity of Xiangshan Temple has come. An old monk suddenly stood up straight and sighed deeply. "Brothers, continue reciting the Buddhist scriptures. I will hold this thief back." His eyes revealed a generous spirit. Yi Chen took a deep breath. "Are these bald donkeys also thick-headed?" He said in a deep voice. "Hui Yuan is being invaded by troubles. Reciting the Diamond Sutra will only exacerbate his afflictions. If I don't interrupt, in at most half an hour, Hui Yuan will completely lose his mind." The 3 old monks were taken aback. Xiangshan Temple has inherited the teachings of Tongtian Temple for decades without ever passing on any martial arts. How does this child know about troubles? Yi Chen was too lazy to waste words with them and directly said, "The world is filled with countless desires and myriad troubles. I will swallow them all in one bite." The three old monks looked at him in disbelief. The Sutra of 3,000 Afflictions. This is the preface of the Sutra of 3,000 Afflictions. No wonder this child knows about troubles. It turns out he has read the Sutra of 3,000 Afflictions. This is the most orthodox martial art of Tongtian Temple. Moreover, since he can see that the abbot is being invaded by troubles, he must be able to cure the abbot. The old monk who had just said he would hold back the thief immediately put his hands together and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. "Please forgive us for our rudeness just now." The other two also bowed deeply, their faces full of shame. Yi Chen waved his hand, impatiently saying, "Clear the area, I will save him." The three old monks immediately nodded, shooing the others out of the main hall, and then the heavy doors closed with a thud. Outside the hall, a crowd stood dumbfounded. What is happening? How did the plot twist so quickly? The senior martial monk even got up from the ground, kneeling at the hall's door, reciting Buddhist scriptures and repenting. If he had really struck Yi Chen just now, he would be the sinner responsible for the abbot's death. So, he needed to repent. Chapter 173, The Chi Cultivating Jade of Affliction. With the senior monk as an example, the other monks and young novices who had spoken angrily to Yi Chen also knelt down to repent. The pilgrims looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Among the students, Shen Linfeng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Why? Why can you always turn danger into safety? Why do you always gain the favor of these people? Lu Xiaowan stared at the hall door, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She indeed did not misjudge him. Yi Chen is destined to be a dragon among men. Inside the hall, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in front of Hui Yuan, the elderly abbot, who was still murmuring in a daze. Almost in an instant, he felt that the speed of inner strength formation in his dantian had increased by more than 5 times. It should be noted that previously, just walking among the crowd, he could hear complaints and troubles, so the speed of inner strength formation had already accelerated significantly. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Next, he would pull out that mass of troubles. In the mundane world, desires are complex, and troubles abound. He recited the Sutra of 3,000 Afflictions while taking out silver needles to pierce the abbot's major acupoints. Host uses silver needles, basic archery, upgrades to 100 flower needle technique, automatically reaching max level. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. After upgrading this skill, he was more stable in his control of the silver needles, and in just a few minutes, he had pierced all the needles into the acupoints. Reciting the Sutra of 3,000 Afflictions trapped the troubles, preventing them from expanding further, while the silver needles compressed the space of the troubles, forcing them to leave the body. In fact, he could have directly used brute force to eliminate the troubles. But since Yi Chen felt the speed of inner strength formation accelerating, he had another hypothesis. What would happen if he drew out the troubles? Yi Chen casually took out a chi cultivating jade from the mustard seed treasure on his chest, preparing to use it as a medium. The three old monks widened their eyes. They had no idea where Yi Chen had obtained this chi cultivating jade. "May I ask where the chi nourishing jade of the benefactor comes from?" the most mature monk respectfully inquired. Yi Chen glanced at him and replied lightly, "It's a treasure I refined myself." Hiss! The three old monks collectively gasped. A treasure of such caliber? They never expected to witness such a precious item in their twilight years. Their gazes towards Yi Chen instantly changed. Initially filled with skepticism, they now held complete trust. This benefactor appeared young, yet possessed a treasure of such significance. His origins must be extraordinary. If he claimed he could heal the abbot, then he surely could. "Everyone, step aside." Yi Chen's expression tightened. That mass of troubles was about to emerge. It couldn't latch onto anyone else, or he would have to start all over again. The three quickly moved aside. A cloud of black smoke immediately surged out, clawing and flailing as if to pounce, but the monks, having recited Buddhist scriptures for years, possessed a naturally righteous and robust aura. If it weren't for Hui Yuan being injured, this mass of troubles wouldn't have been able to invade his body so easily. In the end, the black smoke could only obediently enter the chi-nourishing jade under Yi Chen's primordial internal force. Yi Chen sensed the speed at which his internal force was forming and revealed a knowing expression. His guess was indeed correct. Wearing this mass of troubles as a jade pendant was akin to being constantly beside Hui Yuan. His internal force formation speed remained above 5 times. During that brief moment, his primordial internal force had accumulated to a peak. Chapter 174. I want to enter the relic tower. Yi Chen's internal force gradually transformed from its original milky white to a grayish hue. Black and white mixed to form gray, embodying the principles of darkness and yin-yang. The primordial internal force suddenly surged outward, extending 20 meters. Outside the main hall, all insects, birds, and beasts fell silent. Yi Chen had officially stepped into the room realm. The three old monks trembled in unison, their faces immediately revealing awe. They recited Buddhist scriptures day and night, forming some Buddhist energy within themselves, roughly at the level of great internal force. Although their Buddhist energy was considered formidable within the same realm, it was utterly incomparable to Yi Chen's primordial internal force. Where am I? On the meditation cushion, Hui Yuan, freed from his troubles, gradually awakened. Brother, you have finally recovered. That's wonderful. Brother, on that day at the Relic Tower, you were invaded by troubles. We three were originally suppressing the troubles with the Diamond Sutra, almost making a grave mistake. Fortunately, this benefactor possesses great abilities and has thoroughly studied the 3000 Troubles Sutras, completely expelling the troubles from your body, the most senior monk said with shame. Hui Yuan's pupils constricted, and he quickly bowed deeply to Yi Chen. I do not know the benefactor's name, but I, Hui Yuan, will remember this great kindness in my heart. Yi Chen. Benefactor Yi, such a great kindness cannot go unthanked, but I would like to confirm, have you truly studied the 3000 Troubles Sutras in depth? Hui Yuan asked earnestly. Then how do you think the troubles in your body were removed? Yi Chen shook the now black chi nourishing jade in his hand. The four monks changed color in unison and quickly retreated. They did not wish to endure the inhuman and ghostly state that came after being invaded by troubles. Benefactor's great kindness, we cannot repay. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Hui Yuan said respectfully. Yi Chen replied lightly, there are still many troubles in the Relic Tower, right? I want to enter the Relic Tower. Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback but revealed a troubled expression. Benefactor Yi has thoroughly read the 3000 Troubles Sutras and can surely dispel troubles, but the key to enter the Relic Tower is in my master's hands. He is a very stubborn person and does not allow anyone to enter the Relic Tower because it is too dangerous. 20 to 30 years ago, several eminent monks from the western regions came from afar, all of whom had profound Buddhist teachings and wished to enter the Relic Tower for a look. My master could not refuse them, so he let them in. The result was that they were all invaded by troubles, losing their minds and becoming mere walking corpses. I was also forced to read ancient texts out of necessity, which led me to the stupa, but before I could enter, I was already overwhelmed by troubles. My old master's uncle would never allow you to enter, Hui Yuan said helplessly. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I'm different from them, and I have one condition. I want to read all the ancient texts in the stupa at will, he said calmly. Hui Yuan was taken aback. Is that the only condition? He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Ye benefactor, I can not only meet this condition, but I can also promise you that once your troubles are eliminated, Xiangshan Temple will honor you as the honorary abbot. Yi Chen waved his hand, uninterested in such empty titles. Take me there. The ancient texts of Tongtian Temple were what truly mattered. The sandalwood doors of the main hall were suddenly pushed open. Four old monks surrounded Yi Chen as they came out. All four wore expressions of unreserved respect. Abbot, you have finally recovered. The novices and martial monks were in tears. All right, everyone be quiet. Although Hui Yuan had just recovered, his Buddhist strength was high, and his body was very robust. Thanks to Yi Benefactor, I am safe and sound. In the future, when you see Yi Benefactor, it will be like seeing me. Chapter 175 Yi Chen, Elder of Xiangshan Temple. Yi Chen Benefactor, from now on, you will be the secular abbot of Xiangshan Temple. The monks had no doubts and shouted in unison, yes. Hiss. The onlooking tourists gasped in shock. What was going on? After just one visit, this young man had become the secular abbot of Xiangshan Temple? This was more bizarre than winning the lottery. Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled. She had always thought Yi Chen was handsome. Now she thought he was even more so. Indeed, a capable man looks good from any angle. Grandpa, your judgment is as sharp as ever. Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. His nails had even embedded into his palms, blood dripping to the ground, yet he remained unaware. Why? Why is this happening? Among everyone present, no one understood better than him how high the status of a secular abbot at Xiangshan Temple was. It was known that Xiangshan Temple received over 100,000 in incense money every day. With such a status, Yi Chen could earn hundreds of thousands in incense money every month. Moreover, he could enjoy the treatment of a high monk in any temple. This was the identity his father had long sought. Xin Guangqing had sought the Buddha for many years, donating nearly 5 million huabei, yet the old abbot of Xiangshan Temple had never been willing to grant him this title of secular elder. Shen Linfeng stared intently at Yi Chen, who was surrounded in the center of the crowd. I didn't want to reach this point. Yi Chen, you forced my hand. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Is this teacher Lu from Hanjing Academy? I've agreed to your conditions. Alright, bring the enrollment procedures over, and let me join Hanjing Academy as soon as possible. After hanging up, Shen Linfeng let out a sigh. He took one last look at Yi Chen before turning to leave. Yi Chen, you won't be proud for long. Without me, the Beijing Academy has no chance in the competition among prestigious schools. At that time, all I need to do is say one word on the competition stage, and you will be persuaded to withdraw from the academy. With you, there's no me, with me, there's no you. Yi Chen frowned inexplicably. Why did Shen Linfeng just turn and leave? Did he have some bad idea in mind again? Forget it, someone like him wasn't worth wasting time on. Yi Chen strode towards the stupa at the mountain's peak. The 4 old monks followed closely behind. The tourists and students widened their eyes, curiously following along. At the top of Shangshan Mountain stood a stupa, and in front of the stupa was a stone table with 2 stone benches, where a frail old man was deep in thought over a chessboard. Yi Chen glanced at him and was about to step directly into the relic tower. Young one, don't go in, it's very dangerous inside, the old man frowned and said sternly. Master Uncle, this Yi benefactor has thoroughly read the 3000 Troubles Sutra and has eradicated the troubles within me. Hui Yuan, the abbot of Shangshan Temple, said respectfully, not daring to act recklessly in front of the old man. So I took the liberty to invite him to suppress the troubles within the tower. 3000 Troubles Sutra? Ha, I don't believe it. The old man sneered, the last person who said that has already lost his mind. After I killed him, I buried him in the bamboo forest. Those who heard this gasped in shock. Was this strange old man telling the truth? Had he really killed someone? Hui Yuan felt a bit awkward. The tower guardian had no intention of giving him any face. Young one, go back where you came from. The evil spirits in the relic tower are not something you can eradicate. Chapter 176, when seeking help, one must have the tone of a seeker. You extinguished the troubles on Hui Yuan, which indeed shows some skill, but that was just a very weak little trouble. The ones in the tower are all great evils, nourished for countless years, great troubles. The old man's gaze remained fixed, coldly sneering. This tone was equivalent to an eviction order. The faces of the 4 old monks turned a bit pale. Yi Chen, however, walked straight to the old man and glanced at the chessboard. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I'll take action. The old man was growing impatient. Host observed the ancient Go endgame, basic appreciation, upgraded to branch skill, Go master, automatically maxed out. Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. This chessboard was not ordinary. Black wins in the middle game, he said. The old man scoffed. Anyone with a bit of Go knowledge can see that black wins in the middle game. What nonsense are you talking? Yi Chen continued, troubles are black, formations are white. The black stones in the middle game can all be lifted empty. If they break through the upper right corner, the white stones lose. This formation of the relic tower will break in at most another year, right? The more Yi Chen spoke, the worse the old man's expression became. By the last sentence, the old man's face turned ashen. You can see the darkness of the chessboard and the formation of the relic tower? He stood up directly, speaking harshly. Yi Chen, when seeking help, one must have the tone of a seeker. He felt a bit disgusted with this tower guardian. I come to help you dispel the troubles of the relic tower. Yet you speak to me with such harsh words? That's too much. The old man's expression suddenly changed. Seek? You actually want me to seek you? I've never sought anyone in my life. I don't care who you are, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Yi Chen frowned. This person was Master Hui Yuan's uncle, yet he had no monk's demeanor at all. Calling himself old man and acting arrogantly. He opened his wise eyes and carefully examined the man's body, sneering, of course, I can leave. But can your body, corroded by troubles, last another year? If you die, the formation of the relic tower will break, and under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? The old man widened his eyes, incredulous. How do you know? What I said will not be repeated a second time, Yi Chen said impatiently. The old man was taken aback. Could it be that this young one really has thoroughly read the 3000 Troubles Sutra? I'm not doing this for my own life, but for the younger generation of Shangshan Temple. If you want to enter, then enter. If you die, don't blame me. The old man waved his hand irritably. Over the decades, at least a dozen high monks and several internal strength masters had entered the relic tower, but in the end, he had to carry their corpses out. He had long since lost hope. A young one like Yi Chen could not create a miracle. The relic tower was destined to collapse. Yi Chen strode confidently into the relic tower. Can Yi benefactor really do it? We won't harm him, will we? The old monk said with his hands clasped, sighing deeply. Hui Yuan closed his eyes and recited the sutra. I hope Master Yi is safe. He saved me, I cannot harm him. If it really comes to it, I will don Master's cassock and rush into the relic tower. His eyes sparkled with determination. Humph, wearing Miaojian's cassock won't help. If it's meant to die, it will die, the old man sneered, still focused on his chess game. Hearing their conversation, he coldly remarked, that young one will definitely go in standing and come out lying down. Among the crowd, those close to Yi-Chen all frowned with worry for him. Lu Xiaowan furrowed her brows even more. She didn't know what trouble was, but she felt this time was particularly dangerous. Chapter 177, Yi-Chen reaches the 7th level of the pagoda. An unprecedented achievement. Shui Wei sighed deeply, regretting not having stopped Yi-Chen earlier. At such a critical moment before the prestigious school competition, Yi-Chen must not encounter any mishap. Meanwhile, those who held grudges against Yi-Chen or envied him wished nothing more than for him to perish inside. Good riddance. He deserves to die. Lu Quan thought to himself, grinning widely. He had heard his uncle Lu Hang speak of the secrets of the relic tower. In ancient times, when the great sect of Tongtian Temple collapsed, the founding abbot of Xiangshan Temple was just a minor monk. He was tasked by his master to carry ancient texts away and inadvertently came into contact with the things suppressed by Tongtian Temple. After that, every abbot of Xiangshan Temple who died would condense a relic to suppress it. Lu Quan could hardly contain his laughter. Even those great figures of ancient times lost their minds before these filthy things, becoming puppets. What was Yi-Chen compared to that? Fate had been sealed from the very beginning. Yi-Chen walking in was a certain death. Moments later, a faint light suddenly illuminated the tip of the 2nd level of the relic tower, causing an uproar among the crowd. That young one actually made it to the 2nd level? The old man frowned. Master Yi is indeed impressive. He cleared the 1st level's troubles in just 10 minutes. The senior monk Juekong exclaimed sincerely. Humph, clearing the 1st level's troubles is nothing. Even Hui Yuan and Miaojian's cassock could do that, the old man scoffed. Hui Yuan. His master Fushuan was truly despairing of the relic tower. What should have been a good thing was dismissed as trivial by him. Lu Quan sneered. Yes, just as that strange old man said, removing the troubles of the 1st level was not an achievement. Yi-Chen was destined not to come out. 7 minutes later, the 3rd level also glowed faintly, indicating that Yi-Chen had eradicated the troubles of the 2nd level and reached the 3rd level. Fushuan remained dismissive, continuing to study the chessboard, searching for a 1 in a million chance to repair the formation. Eradicating troubles was impossible, only suppression was the sole path. Next, the 4th, 5th, 6th levels. All the way to the 7th level, the highest level. Because the highest tower in Buddhism is the 7-level pagoda. Fushuan's expression grew increasingly stiff. The onlookers, monks, worshippers, and students gaped in disbelief. Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen actually reached the 7th level. The students exclaimed. Master Yi is incredible. We monks can only look up to him. Hui Yuan's face flushed with shame. Master Yi is invincible. Even the troubles that Uncle Fushuan couldn't eradicate, he managed to kill 6 levels and reach the 7th. Juekong excitedly stomped his monk's staff. At that moment, Fushuan also stood up, trembling. He never expected this. He truly did not expect that such an ordinary young one could continuously eradicate the troubles of 6 levels and directly arrive at the 7th level. If he took one more step, he could eradicate all the troubles of the relic tower, achieving an unprecedented feat. Such an accomplishment in exorcising evil would be equivalent to creating a 7-level pagoda in Buddhism. Fushuan suddenly slumped back down. Had he known, he would have risked his life to enter with that young one. The 7th level could only be entered by those with pure hearts. Those whose hearts are impure will inevitably generate troubles that can never be completely eradicated. Is it Yi-Chen? It's me. I harmed you. Had I known, I would have gone in with you. Don't worry, after you die, I will erect a grand monument for you, inscribing your achievements. You are not a junior, not a younger generation, you are a young man of great courage and wisdom. Chapter 178, All troubles eradicated. Fu Xian felt it was a pity to lose such a promising young junior. And this junior was too proud. If he practiced the 3000 Troubles Sutra for a few more years, his understanding of Buddhism would surely surpass his own, and at that time, suppressing the relic tower would be as easy as pie. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. Fu Xian wept bitterly. Among the crowd of students, Lu Quan sneered coldly. Yi-Chen is going to die? Good. He would feel relieved only if Yi-Chen died. The stronger Yi-Chen became, the more anxious he felt, fearing that if Yi-Chen was ever displeased, he might just slap him to death. Lu Quan even wanted to find a secluded place to laugh heartily, only then could he vent the exhilaration in his heart. Then, everyone saw the wooden door of the relic tower creak open. A young figure stepped out calmly, his expression as still as a deep well. Everyone took a step back in unison. Those who came out of the relic tower were mostly people plagued by troubles. Could it be that Yi Chen had already lost his mind? Troubles, all eradicated. Yi Chen shook the chi-nourishing jade in his hand. The originally crystal-clear chi-nourishing jade had absorbed all the troubles of the relic tower and had completely turned black. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a piece of black jade. The black mist was so thick it seemed like it could drip. If one got close enough, they could even hear the irritating whispers. However, these troubles were bound by Yi Chen within the chi-nourishing jade using a formation, unable to invade anyone's mind with their whispers. As Yi Chen's voice fell, the entire place fell silent. He did it? He really did it. Fu Xian swept the chessboard, and all the black pieces had vanished. It was all white pieces. So bright, so joyous. He was so shocked he almost bit his own tongue. Tears and snot still hung on his cheeks, yet his face revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy. Hui Yuan clasped his hands together, his eyes wide open. Buddha above, oh my! Yi Benefactor actually eradicated all the troubles of the relic tower. The monks of Xiangshan Temple were overjoyed to the point of tears. However, a voice of utter shock rang out from the crowd. Yi Chen, how come you didn't die? Everyone turned to look, and it was Lu Quan, covering his mouth in terror. He had been too anxious and blurted it out. The monks of Xiangshan Temple immediately changed their expressions upon looking at him. What? You dare to curse our secular abbot to death? You dare to curse the great benefactor who saved our Xiangshan Temple to death? You're finished. Fu Xian's face turned furious. He already felt guilty towards Yi Chen and was looking for a way to vent. Fu Xian took a few strides and directly approached Lu Quan, slapping him hard. Crack! Two of Lu Quan's front teeth were knocked out. Lu Quan was slapped so hard that stars danced before his eyes. Teachers of the Capital Academy, listen well. My Xiangshan Temple will not allow this person to enter in the future. If I see him again, I will kill him on the spot. Fu Xian said sternly. Shui Wei quickly nodded, instructing a few students to carry Lu Quan out. Lu Quan's lowered eyes were filled with resentment, but he did not dare to look up and could only let others carry him away. Alright, the troubles of the relic tower have been dealt with, and I have finished reading the ancient texts of the Tongtian Temple inside the tower. I'm leaving now. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. To him, Lu Quan was merely a clown. The purpose of this trip had been achieved, and it was time to go back and organize the things he had obtained, and he also needed to refine a few protective treasures for the elderly in the welfare home. Others were puzzled, but several old monks from Xiangshan Temple and Fu Xian gasped in shock. Chapter 179, The Wrath of the Diamond, the thunderous sound of heaven. It turned out that he had also read through the ancient texts in the relic tower along the way. My god! Yi Chen spent only half an hour in the relic tower. To eradicate all worries, did he not exert any effort at all? Fu Xian, feeling delighted, couldn't help but quickly say, wait, young friend Yi Chen, do you have a master? If you don't mind, I can be your master. Don't look at me like this. I was once a master in the transformation realm, a top-notch expert. After saying this, he even adjusted his collar, trying hard to present himself as a mentor. Unfortunately, his monk robe had several holes, and his hair and beard were quite disheveled, making him look nothing like a mentor. Yi Chen glanced at him and said flatly, I don't like hot-tempered people, and your current strength is only at the level of a newly promoted master. After saying this, he walked directly through the crowd. Fu Xian, the elder, was left in disarray in the wind. I was once a top expert in the Buddhist sect, a master in the transformation realm. How could you look down on me? Fu Xian sighed deeply and instructed Hui Yuan, the relic tower must be completely suppressed. I should go and repair my own body. Humph, this kid looks down on me. Once I recover, I will make him beg me to be his master. Fu Xian sneered and floated away. Lu Shaowan suppressed a laugh. Why was that Fu Xian elder so proud just now? On the other side, Yi Chen hurried back to his rented room and immediately began to organize his gains. This time, he had reaped a lot in the relic tower. First was the worry-nourishing jade, which absorbed the essence of nearly 100 worry demons, significantly increasing Yi Chen's internal energy formation speed to 20 times his usual rate. At this rate, it would take at most a month for his cultivation to reach the divine realm. However, reaching the divine realm in total internal energy was just the beginning. Other conditions were needed to formally step into that realm. Next were the ancient texts from Tongtian Temple. After reading through the 7-story relic tower, he obtained 3 skills: Diamond Wrath, Buddha Artifact Forging Technique, and Tongtian Thunder Sound Technique. Diamond Wrath, Bodhisattva with lowered brows, Buddha size. Max level effect, increases the defensive effect of indestructible body by 50%. All attacks carry Buddhist energy, causing great damage to evil spirits and shadow demons. Tongtian Thunder Sound Technique, the physical body connects to heaven, attracting thunder to temper the body. Max level effect can trigger thunder strikes on the body, can absorb all thunder, and after absorbing thunder, the internal energy formation speed increases. The former allows Yi Chen to be unafraid of evil spirits and shadow demons, while the latter gives him another way to accelerate internal energy formation. However, attracting the thunder of heaven and earth to temper the body was still beyond his current capabilities. Yi Chen could only withstand the voltage from household electricity for now. Next, Yi Chen used the Buddha artifact forging technique to refine several protective treasures. The Buddhist aura was upright and rich, making the protective treasures even stronger. The next day, after sending these items to the welfare home, Yi Chen returned to Xiangshan Temple. Yes, the competition between the prestigious schools of Jingjing Academy and Hanjing Academy was taking place at Xiangshan Temple. So, it made sense for the academy to organize students to pay respects and make wishes. However, this time, as soon as he reached the foot of Xiangshan Mountain, he saw a large group of students gathered together. Most of them were students from Hanjing Academy, loudly shouting that Jingjing Academy was weak, openly mocking the students from Jingjing Academy. And at the forefront of the mockery was none other than Su Qingyan. Chapter 180, I won't allow you to speak ill of her. Jingjing Academy is too weak. Really, you might as well just hand over the reputation of the 4 prestigious schools. Alchemy, we have Danxin, my brother, and for weapon forging, we have Wei Zihao, the big brother. For beast nurturing, we have Senior Qin Shuahong, and when it comes to martial arts, we have Senior Jiangli. Oh, come on, what does the Shangjing Academy have to compete with our Hanjing Academy? A boy with a ponytail laughed arrogantly. Alright, Zhang Han, don't go too far, a kind-hearted girl whispered to him. The students of Hanjing Academy burst into laughter. In contrast, the Shangjing Academy was much more miserable, yet they had nothing to say. After all, what the other side said was the truth. Hanjing Academy indeed had a wealth of talent. Let's go, Su Qingyan, I can't stand this. A girl from Shangjing Academy trembled with anger and turned to leave. However, Su Qingyan couldn't help but speak up. Why leave? Our academy is not weaker than theirs. Su Qingyan turned to face Hanjing Academy, puffed out her chest, and proudly declared, to tell you the truth, Yi Chen is very powerful, and our Shangjing Academy will definitely win this time. Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen? I've never heard of him. I remember the more impressive ones from Shangjing Academy are Wei Yihui and Shen Linfeng, right? Who is Yi Chen? Zhang Han scoffed even more. Little girl, your name is Su Qingyan, right? I know you're a pill-refining contestant from Shangjing Academy, but you're still very weak. Your talent doesn't compare to Tang Danxin, let alone to Senior Lu Changfeng, who is stronger than Danxin's brother. As for that Yi Chen, who I haven't even heard of, you should just go somewhere cool and stay there. What is he even worth? The arrogant boy waved his hand and sneered. You! Su Qingyan's face turned cold. She couldn't stand others speaking ill of Yi Chen. Yi Chen is indeed a bit powerful, but we can't rely solely on him. Sigh. A few students beside her had seen Yi Chen face the master of Spirit Beast Mountain without fear and admired him a bit, but even if Yi Chen's realm was high, he was only strong in martial arts. One person's strength was ultimately not enough. 4 fields, 3 people needed from each field. It was too difficult for Shangjing Academy to gather so many outstanding students. If that Yi Chen is really that powerful, I'd be willing to run naked. The truly powerful ones are in our Hanjing Academy. The arrogant boy was very dismissive. You want to run naked? I can make that happen. A faint voice suddenly came from the crowd. Yi Chen walked through the crowd and stood beside Su Qingyan. Little Su works very hard in alchemy and has great skill. I won't allow you to speak ill of her. Su Qingyan's face turned red upon hearing this, her heart racing. He actually praised me in front of so many people. So shy. The arrogant boy looked Yi Chen up and down and sneered. So you're the Yi Chen she mentioned? So if I speak ill of her, what can you do to me? I'm Zhang Han, the second contestant in the martial arts competition of Hanjing Academy, with great internal strength. Please enlighten me. Are you too scared to make a move after hearing about my great internal strength? Are you trembling in fear? The strongest in your Shangjing is probably just Wei Yihui at the peak of internal strength, right? What about you? Are you a body-refining martial artist? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, Senior Jiangli is a newly promoted master, and he can easily crush all of you. The arrogant boy mercilessly mocked Yi Chen. Chapter 181. Just throw him out. Slap. Yi Chen swung his arm and directly slapped him hard. The arrogant boy named Zhang Han was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing into the crowd of Hanjing Academy, causing a gasp of surprise. After getting up, his face was filled with shock and humiliation. You can't handle my teachings, Yi Chen said coldly. You dared to hit me in front of so many people. Zheng Han was both shocked and angry. So what if I hit you? Little Su works so hard in alchemy, and you just dismissed her with one sentence. Do you even deserve that? Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Damn it, everyone, let's go together and beat this bastard to death. Zheng Han, filled with shame and anger, decided against any gentlemanly duel and gathered a few fellow internal strength practitioners from Hanjiang Academy to surround him. What are you doing? No fighting allowed within the grounds of Shangshan Temple. A shout from a monk suddenly rang out from the edge of the crowd. Zheng Han's eyes lit up. Right, there are monks maintaining order. It was clearly Yi Chen who struck me first. I need to seek justice from the people of Shangshan Temple. Master Monk, this person from Shinjing Academy beat me up without any reason. Such a person has disturbed the holy ground of Buddhism and should be expelled immediately. Zheng Han exclaimed. He even covered his cheek, putting on a look of shame and indignation, making anyone who saw him think he was the victim. Yes, this person from Shinjing Academy is being unreasonable. He just attacked someone. The students from Hanjiang Academy expressed their righteous anger. Do not worry, benefactor. Shanshan Temple will handle this matter fairly and give you justice. The tall and robust senior monk Zhu Kong pushed through the crowd and entered, chanting something, but upon seeing Yi Chen, he was immediately stunned. Zheng Han thought Zhu Kong was contemplating a solution that both sides could accept. After all, both academies had invested money to host this prestigious competition. He felt even more pleased. Fighting in public is one thing, but this is the sacred ground of Buddhism. What if we disturb the Bodhisattva and the Vajra? And if this gets out, people will definitely say that Shangshan Temple is chaotic, and they might not come to pay their respects in the future. Master Monk, you must handle this carefully. Tourists also gathered around, pointing at Yi Chen. Just throw him out, Yi Chen said indifferently. Zhu Kong clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Yi Chen, his attitude extremely respectful. Master Yi, you are within the grounds of Shangshan Temple, as if the abbot himself were present. Your words are the words of the abbot. Zhu Kong takes command. Come, throw out this person who spoke ill of Master Yi. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 monks immediately rushed over, lifting the stunned Zheng Han and sprinting over 100 meters before tossing him onto the street. All the onlookers widened their eyes, utterly bewildered. Master Yi, are you satisfied? Zhu Kong asked respectfully. It's fine, Yi Chen replied with a slight nod. Then, Master Yi, let me take you to the resting place of Shangjing Academy, Zhu Kong said, wiping his hands and smiling kindly. All right. Yi Chen took Su Qingyan and directly left the foot of the mountain. The crowd left behind still hadn't processed what had just happened. Why did that seemingly powerful monk call that student from Shangjing? Master Yi? Zheng Han's furious voice came from 100 meters away. Let me through. I'm a contestant in this grand competition. Chapter 182, Shen Linfeng, cutting off the fuel. Damn Yi Chen. I will definitely kill you. Dare to disrespect Master Yi. Attack. The monks raised their eyebrows. Master Yi spared you, yet you still dared to speak arrogantly. How shameless. If we can't teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Yi, we won't feel satisfied. The monks targeted the painful spots, avoiding vital areas, and Zheng Han's screams immediately echoed like a pig being slaughtered. To host this prestigious competition between Shangjing and Hanjiang, Shangshan Temple had specially cleared a large square, fully equipped for alchemy, weapon forging, and beast nurturing. At this moment, the high stands were gradually filling up with important figures from both academies. The vice presidents of Hanjiang Academy and Shangjing Academy, along with their respective experts in alchemy, weapon forging, and beast nurturing, were present. Mo Danqing was chatting and laughing with Tang Shuashan. Yang Yan sat quietly beside them, feeling that today was unusual. His colleagues from Hanjiang seemed overly confident. It was no longer just a sure win. They even began discussing how to build the brand of Han River Academy after gaining honors from prestigious schools. Coincidentally, that guy Wu Jingyu was chatting with them animatedly, as if he were the vice president of Han River Academy. The alchemy competition is coming up soon, right? Which students from Shangjing Academy do you plan to send to compete? Director Su of Han River Academy chuckled. Wu Jingyu feigned helplessness. Who else could it be? Shen Linfeng, Su Qingyan, and Yi Chen. I know Shen Linfeng and Su Qingyan, but who is this Yi Chen? I've never heard of him, Su said. A new student taken in by old Mo. To make room for him, they even kicked out a fourth-year student and forced him in, Wu Jingyu sneered, casting a glance at Mo Dancheng. TSK, old Mo actually does such things? Director Su laughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Dancheng's expression turned cold. Yang Yan stood up and walked away. He couldn't listen any longer. His own academy's director was actually speaking up for an outsider. 6 alchemy platforms had already been set up in the arena. On the other side, Tang Danqin and the other two had already stepped onto the stage, while from Shangjing Academy, there were only Yi Chen and Su Qingyan. Where's Shen Linfeng? Yang Yan instinctively sensed something was off. At that moment, Wu Jingyu slapped his forehead and pretended to laugh. Oh, look at my memory, Shen Linfeng really didn't come today. He told me last night that since Yi Chen was participating, he didn't want to come. And he also said that if Yi Chen continued to compete, he would transfer to Han River Academy. Ah, that kid has such great talent. It's a real loss for Shangjing Academy to let him slip away just because of Yi Chen. Wu Jingyu feigned a sigh. Director Su exaggerated. Oh? Such a thing happened? I've heard of Shen Linfeng. He came back from studying at Tianya Hage and has deep attainments in all 4 fields. He actually wants to transfer to our Han River Academy? Hey, old Yang, how is it that Shangjing Academy doesn't take care of the student's mental state? I've never even heard of Yi Chen. You can't just force him into the competition because of Mo Danqing's reputation. It's really not worth losing a genius student over such a low-level student. Director Su sighed and lamented, as if it were Han River Academy that had lost Shen Linfeng. Yan Yan's eyes widened, and Mo Danqing's eyes also widened. Their faces were filled with astonishment. He immediately realized that Wu Jingyu had deliberately not told him. Wu Jingyu, you are going too far. Yang Yan shouted angrily. You can't blame me. Who told you to favor Yi Chen and ignore Shen Linfeng? Wu Jingyu feigned grievance. Chapter 183, A Joke. Yi Chen is a connection. Yang Yan was both shocked and furious. Initially, he thought that the relationship between Shen Linfeng and Yi Chen was just a reasonable competitive one, and since Shen Linfeng had good talent, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seemed that Shen Linfeng's move to undermine him was truly vicious. At this critical moment, it was forcing Yang Yan to choose one, just as Shen Linfeng had said that day. With him, there's no me, with me, there's no him. At that moment, Shen Linfeng, wearing a mask, was in the crowd watching. He stared at Yang Yan's expression, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He actually knew Yang Yan's choice. More importantly, the conditions proposed by Han River Academy were too good for the Shen family to refuse. But I, Shen Linfeng, not only want to leave but also want to ruin your Shangjing Academy's reputation. Meanwhile, under the leadership of some concerned individuals, the crowd began to spread the word. Shen Linfeng isn't coming. I heard that Shangjing Academy favored Yi Chen and ignored him, so he doesn't plan to participate in the competition. Ha? Giving up Shen Linfeng for an unknown person? Have the teachers at Shangjing Academy gone mad? TCH, you don't know, do you? That Yi Chen is a student of Mo Danqing. A privileged connection. The audience buzzed with discussions, the majority expressing disdain for Yi Chen and sympathy for Shen Linfeng. Many people didn't know Yi Chen, even those who had seen him only knew that his martial arts talent was quite high, seemingly at the level of a master, but that didn't mean he had high accomplishments in other fields. However, when it came to Shen Linfeng, almost everyone was familiar with him. The most outstanding son of the Shen family, an inner disciple of the Tianya Hage, now at the peak of internal strength, a 4th-tier beast trainer, a 4th-tier alchemist, and a 4th-tier artifact master. To sum it up in one word, he was versatile. Why would you choose someone like him over a seriously specialized privileged connection? Are the leaders of the Jingjing Academy blind? This is a battle for the fate of the Jingjing Academy, and you actually favor a privileged connection? It's truly rotten to the core. Many people thought this way in their hearts. In the stands, Wu Jingyu cried out in despair, Old Yang, there is still a chance to salvage this. If you expel Yi Chen on the spot, I can call Shen Linfeng and see if he can change his mind. You really can't favor a privileged connection, right? Next to him, Mo Danqing was so angry he was about to explode. But deep down, he knew that Yi Chen far surpassed Shen Linfeng. Wu Jingyu also knew that Yang Yan would never be able to salvage Shen Linfeng. But he wanted to say this to stir public opinion. He wanted to tarnish the reputation of the Jingjing Academy. Everyone was watching. The Jingjing Academy actually disregarded the versatile Shen Linfeng for a privileged connection. What reason is there to stay in such an academy? At this moment, the third contestant from Hanjiang Academy couldn't help but show a mocking expression. You must be Yi Chen, the privileged connection that Mo Danqing forced in? He sneered. I think that even without Senior Lu Changfeng and Tang Danqing, I alone could defeat you all, right? The Jingjing Academy is really too weak, rotten to the core. A privileged connection can just be shoved in like this in such a grand competition. Tang Danqing's small face turned cold. Shut up. Brother Yi Chen has high alchemy skills. She then looked at Yi Chen, raising her small head and said, Brother Yi, after I returned last time, I thoroughly studied the ancient methods of alchemy and have already grasped them. This time I want to challenge you and defeat you. Chapter 184, This alchemy furnace can withstand 9 shocks to remove impurities. Hanjiang Academy will lose very badly this time, Yi Chen said. putting his hands behind his back, speaking. The tall Lu Changfeng sneered, Danshin, you say he's very impressive? I really can't see where he's strong. You'll know soon enough, Yi Chen replied. Referee, we are short one person on our side. Can I refine his portion at the same time? The referee was taken aback for a moment. Of course you can. But I need to refine 2 portions of pills simultaneously within the stipulated time. I understand the rules, Yi Chen, but I need to select the alchemy furnace. This one won't do. Alright, the referee nodded. Soon, Yi Chen selected the alchemy furnace he needed from the many furnaces on the stage. Lu Changfeng raised an eyebrow. The furnaces provided for the competition are the best. Choosing your own will only backfire. Look at the 2 Shengang furnaces you picked. The bottom is too thick, the walls are too thin, and the capacity is too large. It will take half again as long to refine the pills. If you're planning to find a way out for yourself this way, I think you might as well admit defeat now. Lu Changfeng said disdainfully. Tang Danshin also looked puzzled, not understanding why Yi Chen wanted to choose the alchemy furnace. Yi Chen smiled, the shock furnace method to remove impurities. I wonder if you've heard of it. Lu Changfeng was taken aback and replied without thinking, of course I've heard of it, but what does that have to do with the alchemy furnace? The method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities is one of the most advanced ancient techniques in the alchemy world. Many alchemists are aware of it and greatly envy those powerful alchemists who can employ this method. Ordinary alchemy furnaces cannot withstand the force of the shaking furnace. Even high-quality dark iron will reach its limit at 6 shakes. But Xian steel is precisely the most resilient type. It can endure 9 shakes. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he directly set down the alchemy furnace. 9 shakes? Lu Changfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying that you want to use the shaking furnace method to remove impurities and achieve 9 shakes? Exactly, Yi Chen replied calmly. Lu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly sneered. 9 shakes? Do you know how many shakes my teacher, Master Tang Shuashan, can achieve? He scoffed. Even my mentor can only manage 4 shakes. What kind of nonsense are you spouting here? Tang Danshin also frowned slightly. He had witnessed Yi Chen's alchemy skills but found it hard to believe that Yi Chen could perform 9 shakes. That was incredibly difficult. To exaggerate a bit, there might not be anyone in the entire alchemy world capable of such a feat. Perhaps only those ancient alchemy masters could accomplish it. Below the stage, some alchemists immediately gasped, clarifying for the other spectators. Soon, the entire square erupted in an uproar. The top figures in the alchemy world could at most manage 4 or 5 shakes. How could a second-year student from the Capital Academy claim to achieve 9 shakes? In the end, weren't you just looking for a way to back down? This Yi Chen truly had no shame. In the stands, the deans and big shots from both academies frowned as well. Dean Su chuckled, this kid is going a bit too far. He can achieve 9 shakes? Wu Jingyu said coldly, he's probably still dreaming. The teachers from Hanjiang Academy burst into laughter. This kid was truly overestimating himself. Yang Yan, however, was anxious. Old Mo, can Yi Chen really perform 9 shakes? You must tell me the truth. This competition is crucial for the fate of the Capital Academy. There can be no carelessness. Chapter 185, Su Qingyan is about to blow the furnace. Yi Chen saves the day. Mo Danqing wore a worried expression. Yi Chen had only demonstrated 6 shakes in front of him. He had never performed 9 shakes. Moreover, it was unimaginable what kind of divine elixir could be produced after 9 shakes. Have you ever seen a pill with no impurities? I, Mo Danqing, have never seen one. He also felt that Yi Chen was just boasting, deliberately trying to intimidate his opponent. Let's just watch for now. I have confidence in Yi Chen, Mo Danqing said with a light cough. Tang Shuashan snorted coldly, don't even talk about 9 shakes. I doubt he can even produce 2 elixirs within the allotted time. I acknowledge this kid's talent. He's not as hopeless as they say. He can manage to refine 1 elixir by himself, but if he insists on multitasking to refine 2, in the end, he'll probably lose everything. Things will not go as planned. The situation for your alchemy this time is far from optimistic. On the stage, Su Qingyan also showed a nervous expression. Yi Chen, can you win? Yi Chen smiled lightly. Winning is easier than ever. Little Su, just focus on refining your own, just like in your usual alchemy class. Su Qingyan nodded, wiping the sweat from her palms. Both sides draw their formulas. Each side took away 2 formulas. 4th tier water control pill, nothing simpler. Lu Changfeng glanced at his formula, confident of victory. 5th tier spirit cultivation pill, Yi Chen said. Drawing a 5th tier, you're really unlucky, Lu Changfeng said gleefully. The stands were also in an uproar. Refining lower tier pills is always easier than higher tier ones. Su Qingyan's palms were sweaty. She had only seen the steps for refining the peeling dan in books and had never done it herself. making her even more nervous at this moment. Top school competition. Alchemy competition, 1 hour, countdown begins. The judge announced loudly. Both sides immediately began to methodically dry, clean, and refine their materials. Wow, look at Lu Changfeng. This technique, this movement, this level of skill. Truly an elite alchemist. The minimum standard is over 5,000 furnaces. Tang Danxin is also impressive. At such a young age, her technique is already so proficient. Just wait and see what she'll achieve in the future. But soon, all their attention was drawn to Yi Chen. Incredible. This was truly an impressive display. Compared to him, what were Lu Changfeng and Tang Danxin doing? Every move he made was like that of a master alchemist. To put it even more dramatically, it was textbook material. Lu Changfeng glanced at Yi Chen, his expression suddenly serious. This demeanor was strikingly similar to his teacher, Tang Xueshan, when he was passionately refining alchemy. No wonder Danxin regarded him as her greatest rival. There was indeed a reason for it. However, skill alone does not determine everything. The final product, the elixir produced, is the fundamental basis for victory or defeat. If the final refinement fails, no matter how well you operate, it's all for naught. Lu Changfeng sneered, no longer looking at him, and focused intently on refining his water control dan. Yi Chen worked with both hands, methodically, drawing a wave of admiration. The audience gasped. This young man truly had some strength. Oh no! Suddenly, a cry came from Su Qingyan's side, and a series of popping sounds erupted from the alchemy furnace. Mo Danqing, Yang Yan, Tang Liuxiang. All those from the Shangjing Academy turned pale. This was a sign of a furnace explosion. Unexpectedly, the problem did not lie with Yi Chen, but with Su Qingyan. But this couldn't be blamed on her. After all, the Shangjing Academy had drawn the short straw by having to refine a 5th-tier elixir. It's fine, prepare for the next small competition. Alchemy is only a quarter of it, it won't decide the overall outcome. Yang Yan forced a smile and said weakly. Chapter 186, Forced 5 Shocks, Everyone Shocked. Mo Dancheng and Tang Liuxiang both sighed deeply, their expressions sorrowful. Had they really lost the alchemy competition so easily? It was too frustrating, far too frustrating. In contrast, the people from Hanjiang Academy were all smiles. Su Qingyan's furnace explosion was inevitable, and this was the most basic kind of failure in an alchemy competition. Regardless of the quality of the elixir produced in the end, at least they managed to complete the refinement, while you had a furnace explosion halfway through. Doesn't this just show that your Shangjing Academy has no talent? Even the seed player you sent out had a furnace explosion. One could imagine how lacking in talent your Shangjing Academy was in the field of alchemy. Such an academy would struggle to retain people. Shin Linfeng's lips curled into a smile. Victory came even faster than expected. On the stage, Su Qingyan's face was flustered, at a loss for what to do. At a critical moment, Yi Chen shouted loudly, "Channel 5,000 kilograms of force, strike the furnace's ear. Channel 6,000 kilograms of force, strike the furnace's belly. Add water, add the second material." In her panic, Yi Chen's commanding words forcefully occupied Su Qingyan's mind. She hurriedly followed Yi Chen's instructions to deal with the furnace explosion. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. The pre-explosion sounds, the popping noises, gradually disappeared. The swaying furnace actually quieted down. This furnace explosion crisis was unexpectedly extinguished in the blink of Yi Chen's few words. So powerful. How could one person be this strong? Everyone's eyes widened, all attention drawn to Yi Chen. Almost no one was paying attention to Lu Changfeng and Tang Danxin anymore. They all wanted to see how Yi Chen would save the day. The furnace was suppressed, but with you adding materials twice, the quality of the elixir is bound to decline. How will you cope with that? This kind of plot, where one tries to turn the tide and support a collapsing structure, is truly captivating. Yi Chen. This child's abilities are too great, Tang Liuxiang sighed. Indeed, but the quality of Su Qingyan's batch will definitely decline, and the outcome remains uncertain, Mo Danqing lamented. On the stage, Yi Chen said solemnly, "Little Su, your alchemy furnace is not good. I can only manage 5 vibrations, and the final quality is not high. But for a small alchemy competition, it should be enough." The audience below erupted in an uproar. What are you talking about? That's too arrogant. 5 vibrations? Do you know that the big names in alchemy can only manage 4 or 5 vibrations? Not high quality? After 5 vibrations, impurities will be reduced by half, and the price will increase 5-fold. A 5th-grade elixir has a retail price of 500,000, multiplied by 5. That's 2,500,000. Enough for a middle-class family to live happily for over a decade. The alchemy masters present, aside from Mo Danqing, frowned upon hearing this. Are you looking down on us? Managing 5 vibrations and still looking down on the quality of 5 vibration elixirs? Are you saying that the elixirs we usually refine are all trash, fit only for feeding dogs? They were even more displeased with Yi Chen, some even showing expressions of disgust. Anyone can talk big, but to boast in such a public setting, under everyone's gaze, is too much. The next moment, everyone was stunned, because they heard 5 dull thuds. Bang! 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 Each sound louder and heavier than the last, resonating in everyone's hearts. If one had good hearing, they might even catch the sound of impurities falling amidst the noise. This was the method of vibration to remove impurities. 5 vibrations. The entire venue was in shock. Chapter 187, 9 Vibrations to Remove Impurities, an unprecedented achievement in alchemy. How terrifying. What kind of monster are you? You actually managed 5 vibrations. The group of big names in the alchemy world present could only manage 4 or 5 vibrations. Could it be that you, Yi Chen, are actually a hidden master? In the stands, Tang Xueshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Mo, he really can actually manage 5 vibrations. Mo Danqing's old face showed delight, grinning widely. Yi Chen could manage 6 vibrations back then. What's 5 vibrations? The 3 alchemy masters invited by the 2 academies stood up, their eyes and mouths wide open in disbelief. Does this child have a mentor? I want to take him as my disciple. Don't fight with me, I want this child. The 3 alchemy masters argued, their faces flushed, almost ready to brawl. Mo Danqing lightly coughed and said proudly, Yi Chen is my student. You all should just roll away as far as you can. Sigh, old Mo got to him first. That's really frustrating, the 3 lamented in unison. Below the stage, Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. He actually managed to perform 5 vibrations to remove impurities. This guy, Yi Chen said calmly, open the furnace, produce the elixir. Su Qingyan quickly nodded. The rich spiritual energy immediately rippled out, filling the air with fragrance. The 5th grade spirit cultivating elixir was completed. Impurities, nearly none remained. The quality of this spirit cultivating elixir alone completely overshadowed the 3 from Hanjiang Academy. Even Lu Changfeng, no matter how focused he was on his own alchemy platform, was slightly shaken by this spirit cultivating elixir. This was an elixir that had undergone 5 vibrations. Even his mentor, Tang Xueshan, would find it difficult to achieve. Yet the Yi Chen he had previously mocked managed to do it. His face turned red and pale in turns. But this was not the end. Yi Chen's 2 batches of elixirs were about to be completed as well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he struck the heavy, scorching Xiangang furnace with both hands simultaneously. Bang! 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 9 perfectly synchronized sounds echoed throughout the venue. The final sound transcended the original dullness, becoming exceptionally crisp, shattering the heavens. Buzz! In an instant, the world became clear, and the winds and clouds ceased. All the alchemy masters were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping. This was the limit of the furnace vibration method, 9 vibrations. The sound of alchemy. Could it be anything other than the sound of alchemy? Our Huagua alchemy can finally take another step forward. The limit of the furnace vibration method, which had been impossible to break through, was sought after by countless alchemy experts, and even the great masters could only deduce it to 7 vibrations. Today, at the alchemy competition between the Beijing Academy and the Han River Academy, it was shattered by a second-year student. With his own strength, he pushed the furnace vibration method from 7 vibrations to 9 vibrations. An unprecedented achievement. This child has established an unparalleled feat in the world of alchemy. The 3 alchemy masters went crazy. Mo Danqing, Tang Xueshan, Tang Liuxiang, and a group of alchemy masters were all beside themselves. Completely disregarding their dignified status, they rushed down from the stands to Yi Chen's side. Open the furnace, quickly open the furnace, let us see what a perfect pill without impurities looks like. Mo Danqing was the most excited and proud, because Yi Chen was his student. Yi Chen gently nodded and lifted the furnace lid. Buzz! A rich and overwhelming spiritual energy instantly swept through the entire venue. What a pure and rich spiritual energy! Even a single breath made one feel light and airy, as if every limb and bone had been baptized, and the soul had been sublimated. The flowers that had just sprouted in the flower bed instantly bloomed in a riot of colors. The little tree that Master Brother Zhu Kong had planted a few days ago grew into a towering tree in just a few breaths. Chapter 188, the referee for the weapon refining is from Tianya Hage. It was too rich. So rich that it left people speechless. And then there were these 2 pills. My goodness. Perfect. The term exquisite craftsmanship is meant to describe these 2 pills. Only pills that are completely free of impurities after 9 vibrations can bear such a title. The three alchemy masters couldn't help but hold up the pills, glancing at each other, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. "Child, can you sell me these 2 pills? 2 pills, 20 million, asked the elderly 8th-tier alchemist. "Sell them to me, I'll offer double the price." Another shouted, "Nonsense! 40 million for 2 perfect pills? Don't even think about it. These are the only 2 impurity-free pills in today's alchemy world." The third person, disregarding any dignified demeanor, shouted angrily. Everyone was stunned. "Wow, this is still an alchemy competition, and you 3 judges are arguing in front of so many people? Don't you have any sense of dignity left?" On the other side, Lu Changfeng and his companions had long since failed in their alchemy attempts. With so many people around chattering excitedly and shouting, how could they not fail? The 3 stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was surrounded by the masters. 9 vibrations to remove impurities. 40 million. Perfect pills. The third contestant from Han River Academy was blushing, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. He had actually mocked Yi Chen earlier. And what happened? He got slapped in the face on the spot. Can you refine the perfect pills that even the great masters of the alchemy world marvel at? You can't even refine them, yet you dared to talk back to Yi Chen? Lu Chongfen's expression was very complicated. He could no longer tell whether it was jealousy, envy, or admiration. Tang Danxin, on the other hand, had completely changed her demeanor. Unconcealed admiration and worship. "Brother Yi Chen, you are amazing. I really didn't misjudge you. It's just 9 vibrations, not that valuable." With so many people crowding around, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable and frowned. The limit of the furnace vibration method is far from just 9 vibrations. The most mature alchemist's gaze was even deeper. "This child is truly too humble. Such a good child, why isn't he my disciple? Child, are you really not going to acknowledge me as your mentor? Whatever you want, I can give you." The seasoned alchemist said earnestly. "Please announce the results of the competition." Mo Danqing glared at him and shouted. "Damn it, stealing my student right in front of me, how shameless can you be?" The referee finally reacted, giving a wry smile as he said, "In the alchemy competition, the results for the 3 pills from the Jing Capital Academy are as follows: 2 perfect, 1 semi-perfect. The Jing Capital Academy wins by an absolute advantage." The entire venue was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a frenzy. Absolute advantage. A complete crushing. Yi Chen is strong, invincible. Among the cheering crowd, only Shen Linfeng clenched his fists tightly. How did things change like this? That damned guy, how could he perform the 9 shocks to remove impurities? This is a limit that even the top alchemists cannot achieve. That person, what gives him the right? But Shen Linfeng took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Alchemy is just one aspect. In the upcoming weapon forging and beast nurturing competitions, I want to see Yi Chen lose utterly. Even if it means breaking the rules, I want to see you suffer a miserable defeat. Yi Chen, you probably don't even know who the judges for the weapon forging competition are, right? The 3 weapon forging masters are all top-tier craftsmen from the Tianya Sea Pavilion, one of whom is the master of Zhaohao, the one whose famous sword you took. Do you think he will just sit back and watch you win? The Jing capital's miserable defeat is destined, and no one can change that. Chapter 189, Both Sides Forfeit. Yi Chen faces 3 alone in weapon forging. The turmoil on the stage gradually calmed down after a long while. The 3 alchemy big shots kept looking back at Yi Chen's 9 shocks to remove impurities, even promising that Yi Chen could change his mind and become their disciple at any time. Just this alone made Lu Changfeng so jealous and envious that he felt like his heart would explode. He had never experienced the feeling of being cherished and protected by alchemy big shots, afraid of neglecting him. Next, the weapon forging competition. Please have the contestants come to the stage. The referee wiped the sweat from his forehead and called out loudly. From the Hanjiang Academy, Wei Zihao and 2 others walked up with dark expressions. Wei Zihao's face was the most unpleasant. He had come to the Jing capital to observe the competition before. He was intimidated by Yi Chen's status as a master of internal energy. Unexpectedly, shortly after, Yi Chen became his opponent in the weapon forging competition, and he was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. For ordinary people, there is actually no difference between an internal energy warrior and a master of internal energy. Both are very powerful warriors, but only Wei Zihao knew that a master of internal energy against an internal energy warrior is a crushing situation. Yi Chen is a shadow in his heart. Under such a shadow, he couldn't focus on weapon forging at all. However, a change occurred on the Jing Capital Academy side. Besides Yi Chen, the other 2 fourth-year students directly announced their forfeit. Their reason was the same as Shen Linfeng's. They couldn't stand the Academy's favoritism towards connections and strongly demanded Shen Linfeng return to the competition, or else they would forfeit in protest. In the stands, Yang Yan was already filled with raging anger. Shin Linfeng, you really are a good student. I once valued you so much. Is this how you repay the Jing Capital Academy? It's one thing to forfeit yourself, but to coerce and entice others to forfeit as well? Yang Yan could already imagine the upcoming situation. In beast nurturing and martial discussions, there would likely be more forfeits. Even worse, they would all use the excuse of not being able to stand the Jing Capital Academy's favoritism towards connections to forfeit. Originally thinking that the crushing victory in alchemy would bring hope, but in weapon forging, they would ultimately lose. Yang Yan knew that Yi Chen had once refined a 6th-tier mustard seed treasure, but Wei Zihao was no pushover either. He came from the Wei family of the Han River, a prestigious family that had always spared no effort in nurturing talent. From the information he had gathered, Wei Zihao was also a 6th-tier artifact refiner, and not only that, his talent in formations was exceptional. The formation master from the Han River held him in high regard. Let Yi Chen go up alone, even if he loses, he can't forfeit. Yang Yan waved his hand, slumping weakly in his chair. Thus, on the arena of the Jing Capital Academy, only Yi Chen stood alone. Wei Zihao was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Lose? Shadow? To hell with that. 3 against 1 in artifact refining. If he still couldn't win, Wei Zihao might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head against. So what if Yi Chen was impressive at alchemy, able to eliminate impurities with 9 vibrations? How was that relevant? 9 vibrations couldn't be applied to artifact refining. Artifact refining was entirely different. The most crucial aspect was the mastery of formations. The higher the mastery of formations, the more impressive the treasures produced. Yi Chen, you can't do it. No one is an all-round genius. You, Yi Chen, are no exception. Although I, Wei Zihao, may not compare to you in martial arts, my talent in artifact refining and formations is truly exceptional. Among my peers, no one has ever made me lose in artifact refining. You, likewise, cannot. In this artifact refining competition, our Han River Academy will surely win. Chapter 190, The Dilemma of the Artifact Refining Competition in the stands. The 3 artifact refining judges had also arrived. Yang Yan frowned tightly. The Jing Capital Academy had invited many artifact refining big shots from Jiangzhou, but they all made excuses to decline. In the end, only 3 elders from the Tianya Hage agreed to come as judges. Of course, these 3 were all invited by the Han River Academy. The 3 judges were Tan Haoping, Wang Mingyang, and Tang Suojie. Wang Mingyang was the most impartial of them. He would definitely judge fairly. Tan Haoping was somewhat ambiguous, while Tang Suojie, being Zhao Hao's master, was likely to make things difficult for Yi Chen. It was expected that he would twist the truth, turning black into white and white into black. Yi Chen, I'm sorry for you. If it really doesn't work out, just admit defeat. Our Jing Capital Academy can afford to lose. Yang Yan looked at the solitary figure on the arena with concern in his eyes. Yi Chen, it's still not too late to surrender, Wei Zihao sneered from the arena. You can't win this artifact refining competition. How would I know if I don't try? Yi Chen replied calmly. Wei Zihao chuckled. It seems you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let me analyze it for you. First, you are alone against 3, time is not on your side. In the end, the most likely outcome is that all 3 of your treasures are still in a semi-finished state, leading to an automatic loss. Second, I know you have refined a 6th-tier mustard seed treasure, but coincidentally, I have 2, and my mastery of formations far exceeds your imagination. I've nearly finished studying the university's formation textbooks, can you say the same? Third, to put it bluntly, among the 3 judges, 2 will definitely side with our Han River Academy. Look at that stern-faced old man, he is Zhao Hao's master. I was shocked when I heard you dared to snatch the Tianya Hage's famous sword. You are truly impressive, even daring to provoke the people of Tianya Hage. The elders of Tianya Hage are notorious for protecting their own. Do you think that old man will judge fairly? Think carefully, do you have even a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning? The more Wei Zihao spoke, the more pleased he became, the more excited he felt. In his view, the artifact refining competition was a guaranteed victory. If he could still lose, he might as well go home and raise pigs. What was the point of being an artifact refiner? It would be embarrassing. Yi Chen smiled faintly, in the face of absolute strength. Does the underhandedness matter? Heh, putting on airs. Wei Zihao sneered. The match begins. The referee announced. Yi Chen controlled 3 furnaces by himself. The furnaces for crafting weapons were much larger than those for alchemy, and the 6 furnaces nearly occupied half of the arena. He still chose the Xian steel furnace. Who said the shock furnace method for removing impurities couldn't be used in weapon crafting? Those stubborn people are the truly ignorant ones. Yi Chen directly tossed 3 portions of materials into the 3 furnaces and cranked the heat up to maximum. A wave of heat surged forth. Is this guy crazy? At this rate, the furnaces are bound to explode. Wang Mingyang frowned. Facing 3 opponents alone, even if he's not crazy, he's not far from it. He probably wants to give himself a way out with this method, Tan Haoping said with a faint smile. Humph, he's making it easy for me. I can't even mock him properly now, Tong Suojie, who had been wearing a stern expression, sneered. Wang Mingyang frowned. He valued fairness, but Yi Chen had snatched Zhao Hao's famous sword, which was akin to slapping Tong Suojie's face hard, so Tong Suojie would naturally want to retaliate. After thinking it over, he chose to remain silent. If others were unfair, so be it. Besides, this kid had nothing to do with him, and he held no value. If he lost, he lost. Chapter 191, Wei Ziheo's panic, directly steps down. Just as Wang Mingyang had this thought, a gasp arose from the crowd below the arena. Everyone immediately turned to look. They saw Yi Chen standing in front of the 3 Xian steel furnaces, raising his palm as if preparing to use the shock method. Is he planning to apply the shock method from alchemy to weapon crafting? Wang Mingyang frowned. Tan Haoping squinted his eyes and remained silent. Tong Suojie let out a cold laugh. Oh, how imaginative. I heard this kid has a high level of skill in alchemy, able to produce 9 shocks. He probably thinks weapon crafting is similar to alchemy, so he's trying to apply the same principles. This could be a good thing, he said, laughing as he spoke. Wang Mingyang frowned. He understood why Tong Suojie was laughing. There had been powerful figures who were proficient in both alchemy and weapon crafting who tried to apply similar methods, but that powerful figure couldn't withstand the immense backlash from the furnace during the 4th shock and was turned into a bloody mess. He died on the spot. When his disciple checked afterward, they found his internal organs had been turned to blood foam. Since then, no one dared to attempt such a thing again. It was too dangerous. Without a sufficiently strong and solid body, no one would dare to practice again. This is seeking death. Wang Mingyang sighed, holding his forehead. Wu Jingyu, an 8th-tier weapon craftsman, naturally knew this as well. However, a strange sense of exhilaration appeared on his face. Good. Yi Chen, you're doing great. This is a sure way to court death. If you die, Mo Danqing will be left without a successor, and I'll be overjoyed. On the arena, Wei Ziheo, who was crafting weapons opposite Yi Chen, saw this scene and his expression changed. He quickly shouted, "Retreat! He's going to use the shock method to remove the impurities from the treasure. The furnace is going to explode. Get away!" The 3 of them changed their expressions simultaneously, disregarding the treasures in the furnaces, and jumped off the arena. Clearly, their own lives were more important than the match. Bang! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen remained expressionless and struck down hard on the 3 furnaces in quick succession. The sound was much heavier than that of the alchemy furnace. In fact, the first strike of the alchemy shock method only required about 5,000 kilograms of force. However, for the weapon furnace, it required 10,000 kilograms. The backlash force was also 10,000 kilograms. Yi Chen could even feel the blood and energy within him churning. This guy is insane. Insane. Wei Ziheo stared at Yi Chen, his eyes wide, muttering to himself, "Quick, request a pause in the match. You'll die." Su Qingyan shouted, nearly in tears from anxiety. "Yi Chen, don't do anything foolish, get down now." Tang Liuxiang shouted impatiently. Mo Danqing was more direct, heading straight to the referee to demand a halt to the match. "Hey, Lao Mo, why are you in such a hurry? A student's actions must be borne by themselves. We absolutely cannot interfere." Wu Jingyu chuckled, holding Mo Danqing back. "Let go of me." Mo Danqing's face darkened. "What if I say I won't let go?" Wu Jingyu sneered. He was a master of internal energy, while Mo Danqing had only achieved minor success. If he didn't let go, the latter truly had no way to deal with him. Yang Yin shouted, "Referee, I request a pause in the match for the Jing Academy." Director Su of Hanjiang Academy immediately stood up. "I, Hanjiang Academy, do not agree." "Right. I also disagree. He must take responsibility for his actions. The academy cannot bear the consequences for him." From the judging panel, Tong Suojie stood up directly, speaking sternly. Chapter 192, 30,000 kilograms of rebound. Indestructible longevity technique. Those worried about Yi Chen were anxious, fearing for his life and wanting him to give up the match. Others either watched coldly or reveled in his misfortune, with some even hoping to see Yi Chen die on the spot. The stands were in chaos. Dozens of shouts infused with internal energy left the referee bewildered. On one side, there were calls for applause, while on the other, there was firm opposition. The judging panel also stood up in disagreement. So, do I agree or disagree? At that moment, 3 loud bangs suddenly echoed. Then more bangs. Bang! Bang! In the midst of everyone's complex gazes, the sounds continued, one after another. Finally, each furnace endured 8 shocks, just a step away from the final blow. Yet each furnace swayed incessantly, emitting dull explosive sounds, with the lids being blown off by steam. It seemed as if they would explode at any moment. The referee swallowed hard, deliberating, and retreated 10 meters. The crowd below the stage instinctively stepped back, clearing a large space. My goodness! This is terrifying. Why did I come to watch the match today? Those 3 furnaces on the stage are like ticking time bombs. Many knowledgeable spectators held their breath at this moment. They had originally thought the furnaces would explode after 3 or 4 shocks. Instead, they were forced by each end to the 8th shock. Of course, after the 8th shock, the explosive power of the furnaces had nearly tripled. The 3 furnaces now were no less than small artillery shells. He actually really dragged it to the 8th shock. Wang Mingyang was somewhat shocked. Look at him, blood is seeping from every pore. He clearly can't withstand the rebound force. Tan Haoping shook his head inside. Hurry, the 9th shock. If you hit it, you'll set a record. Yi Chen, I have high hopes for you. Tang Suojia laughed heartily, feeling an uncontrollable joy inside. Blow up, it would be best if it killed him. Daring to take my disciple's famous sword, this is retribution. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen struck down the 9th shock. 30,000 kilograms of rebound force surged through his body, and blood immediately seeped from his pores. The host suffers from extreme rebound force leading to bleeding. Changchun technique upgrades to indestructible longevity technique, automatically reaching max level. Indestructible longevity technique, a hereditary technique of the Green Emperor, glimpsing the path to longevity. Max level effect extends lifespan by 50 years, reduces susceptibility to illness, and greatly accelerates recovery from injuries. The blood that had just seeped out immediately stopped. The body, slightly damaged by the 30,000 kilograms of rebound force, quickly repaired itself. Yi Chen immediately felt a life-sustaining power rippling through his limbs and bones. 9 shocks eliminate impurities. Perfect treasure. Yi Chen laughed loudly, striking 3 times. The furnace exploded with a thunderous roar. Milky white steam filled the air, and shockwaves swept out. The fragments of the furnace were all turned to powder by Yi Chen's primordial internal energy. 3 treasures radiating perfect brilliance fell before him. The spirit testing orb on the stage immediately lit up with 6 rainbow-colored marks. 6th rank. Perfect. Treasure. Wang Mingyang was the first to stand up, his breath somewhat disordered. Mo Danqing, Yang Yan, and a crowd of others all widened their eyes. My goodness. Yi Chen actually did it. He's too monstrous, isn't he? Something that countless alchemists and artifact refiners couldn't achieve, he actually accomplished. And it's a 9 tremors, a flawless treasure without any impurities. If this news gets out, countless martial artists will go crazy. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face, his robes not even torn in the slightest. Judge, announced the results of the match. Wait, I have doubts about the results of the match. Tang Suojia stood up with a dark expression, speaking sternly. Chapter 193, the 6th grade formation is too trashy, not worthy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze converged on him. I suspect that Yi Chen's actions were deliberately meant to scare away the students of Hanjiang Academy. He used this underhanded method to maliciously intimidate his opponents, forcing them to abandon the match due to life-threatening danger, which is extremely unethical. I demand a rematch. Tang Suojia's voice, infused with inner strength, immediately spread to every corner of the square. Many people were momentarily stunned, then began to whisper among themselves. They hadn't reacted until Tang Suojia spoke, as if the situation really was like that. Yi Chen deliberately made the furnace look this way to scare off the 3 contestants from Hanjiang Academy, forcing them to give up the match. Such behavior is truly despicable. Yi Chen is shameless, the match should be restarted. Some with ulterior motives immediately shouted. Yi Chen is shameless, the match should be restarted. Wei Zihao also sneered. His artifact refining had reached a critical point, but because Yi Chen's 3 furnaces looked too terrifying, he had to give up midway. Moreover, he didn't believe that Yi Chen could achieve a perfect 9 tremors without impurities. Although you refined a 6th grade perfect treasure, I can also refine it. Give me another chance, who wins or loses is still uncertain. Wei Zihao sneered. Yi Chen said lightly, which of your eyes saw that this is 6th grade? Wei Zihao scoffed disdainfully, about to point at the spirit testing pearl, when suddenly he seemed to remember something, and his face turned pale. The contestant next to him suddenly widened his eyes. The formation, he hasn't inscribed the formation yet. A furnace body without an inscribed formation is already 6th grade. If he inscribes the formation, wouldn't it reach? He didn't dare to say it. saying it would only add to his own and Hanjiang Academy's troubles. A 6th grade furnace body, as long as the formation is also 6th grade, combined, it would be a 7th grade treasure. Yi Chen had actually already won. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can inscribe a 6th grade formation. Wei Zihao took a deep breath and sneered. 6th grade formation? Yi Chen gently shook his head. Everyone thought he was shaking his head in acknowledgement that he couldn't inscribe a 6th grade formation, and Wei Zihao showed a mocking expression. The next moment Yi Chen said, 6th grade is too trashy, it's not worthy, I want to inscribe a 9th grade. The entire venue was stunned. Wei Zihao was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Haha, Yi Chen, you really know how to boast, 9th grade? Do you know that in the entire Hanzhou, there is only one expert in 9th grade formations? What are you even worth to claim you can inscribe a 9th grade formation? Wei Zihao's eyes were filled with disdain. In the stands, Tang Suojie also sneered and sat down directly. In his view, Yi Chen had already reached a desperate situation. Saying he could inscribe a 9th grade formation was just another lie. In the end, he would only find it hard to back down. 9th grade formation? What is Yi Chen thinking? How could he possibly know 9th grade formations? Mo Danqing was anxious. That Tang Suojie is deliberately making things difficult for Yi Chen. If a 6th grade perfect treasure can't win, then what quality can win? Tang Liuxiang said indignantly. But many people feel that the 3 students from Hanjiang Academy jumped off the stage because they were harmed by Yi Chen's artifact furnace. If it hadn't looked like it was about to explode, they wouldn't have given up the competition midway. Yang Yen sighed, we really have no justification. Let's see how Yi Chen responds. Mo Danqing sighed towards the sky, will a miracle happen once again? Chapter 194, 3 random 9-tier spirit artifacts. In Yi Chen's view, the 6-tier formation was really too weak. Its defensive capability was like that of paper, easily pierced. He felt uneasy handing such treasures to the people at the Welfare Institute. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen picked up the diamond carving pen and began to inscribe the 9-tier formation. The formation corresponds to the curves and lines of spiritual energy fluctuations, which is why it can unleash various powers. The higher the tier of the formation, the more complicated it becomes, as it needs to correspond to a large number of spiritual energy fluctuation patterns. The 3 diamond evil suppression formations that Yi Chen inscribed had the effects of diamond protection and evil suppression, with a staggering total of 1,302 lines. Every single line had to be perfect, any mistake would lead to total failure. Therefore, inscribing formations is an extremely physically demanding task that ordinary people cannot handle. Even some who lack martial arts talent but are gifted in artifact crafting often have to give up inscribing formations due to their bodies not being able to withstand the strain. But Yi Chen was different. His body could withstand a recoil force of 30,000 kilograms. From start to finish, he didn't even break a sweat. It was completely effortless. A true master at work. One completed, he moved on to the next, and in just over 10 minutes, all 3 treasures were inscribed. The moment the inscriptions were completed, the spirit testing orb on the stage suddenly flashed. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, 3 rainbow marks emerged once again. 9-tier spirit artifacts. There was no doubt that what Yi Chen had crafted were indeed 9-tier spirit artifacts. If these 3 artifacts were placed on the black market, combined with the diamond evil suppression formation, they would make even inner strength masters fight over them. Without 30 to 40 million in price, one couldn't even think of acquiring them. Of course, for masters at the divine realm, they were no longer bound by money, they would exchange them for extremely rare spirit stones or even barter. To those at the top of the pyramid, money was no different from dirt. When the 9 rainbow marks lit up, the entire venue gasped in shock. Wei Zihao's vision went dark, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Wu Jingyu, Dean Su, and Elder Tong widened their eyes, gritting their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, those like Mo Danqing who were worried about Yi Chen all breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, they were also very excited. Yi Chen was incredible. He really did it. He could actually inscribe a 9-tier formation. In Hanzhou, there was only one master of 9-tier formations, named Feng Shanhe. This master was almost described in terms of status and honor in Hanzhou. No one dared to provoke him, and everyone wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Even the political department had to be cautious when inviting him to the Tongtian temple ruins to decipher formations. Now, a second master of 9-tier formations had emerged. His name was Yi Chen, a terrifyingly young man with limitless potential. Elder Tong, do you have any objections? Hanjiang Academy, is there anyone else who wants to come up? Yi Chen played with the 3 9-tier spirit artifacts in his hands, sneering. Elder Tong supported his forehead with his hand, remaining silent. The other two elders from Tianyahage also had complex expressions, not knowing what to think. The students of Hanjiang Academy dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze, all lowering their heads. Damn it, casually producing 3 9-tier spirit artifacts, who would dare to compete with you? The artifact crafting competition, Beijing Academy, complete victory. Seeing that the judging panel had no objections, the judge trembled as he announced the result of the competition. Applause suddenly erupted from somewhere. In an instant, the applause thundered. Chapter 195, Beast Raising Competition, Deadlock among the crowd, Shen Linfeng's fists clenched tighter. Why? Why is your talent, Yi Chen, so monstrous? Why can you master alchemy and artifact forging, and even inscribe 9th-tier formations? You, a poor kid from an orphanage, what right do you have? But it doesn't matter. In the upcoming Beast Raising Competition, you absolutely cannot win. You don't know who the judges of the Beast Raising Competition are, do you? The first elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Shuefeng. The fourth elder, Xu Yixiao, and teacher Guan Qinghan from Hanjiang Academy. The elders of Spirit Beast Mountain have long held a grudge against you. You, Yi Chen, are not even a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, yet you have studied their true transmission secret manuals. This is a crime. Even if you are valued by the Lingyan Pavilion of the Great Tang, even if Zheng Tianxiong is forced to acknowledge you as an honorary elder, none of this can change the elder's disdain for you. No elder wants to see a nobody become an elder of their sect. If you can be an elder, then the title loses its value. Yi Chen, you will not pass this round of the Beast Raising Competition. Among the crowd, Shen Linfeng seemed to regain that calm and unhurried demeanor. Next, the break between the two matches was directly eliminated by Hanjiang Academy. Since everyone has revealed their true intentions, there's no need to hide anything. I want you to have no time to rest, to exhaust you physically and mentally. What can you do then? Soon, the three arrived at the judging platform. Shuefeng, Xu Yixiao, Guan Qinghan. Master, can you please not target Yi Chen? He is truly a gifted child, Shui Wei pleaded earnestly. No, I cannot allow a wet behind-the-ears child to become an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. He is unworthy. Shuefeng, still beautiful in her 40s, said with an extremely cold expression. He has stolen the true transmission secret manual of our sect, which has long violated the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain. If it weren't for the people from the Great Tang Lingyan Pavilion, this child would have already been captured and taken back to Spirit Beast Mountain for punishment. The old man, Xu Yixiao, who was drinking nearby, sneered. Shui Wei's expression fell. She didn't expect her master to not stand by her side. The Spirit Beast ceremony is about to begin. Talk to Shi Yuhu and have him return to Spirit Beast Mountain for the ceremony. Shuefeng glanced at her and said coldly, "This is the Mountain Master's order." Yes. Shui Wei responded softly and quickly left. Is this really okay? After all, she is your little daughter. Xu Yixiao couldn't help but say. Shuefeng scoffed, her talent is too poor, I don't even want to acknowledge her as my daughter. If it weren't for her, how could such a thing have happened at the Spirit Beast ceremony back then? Less talk. Once the prestigious school competition is over, capture this child and find an excuse to strip him of the honorary elder title. Our focus should still be on the Spirit Beast ceremony. The talents of our sect have withered, and no one can stand alone. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even bother to find Shi Yuhu. Shuefeng's tone carried an uncomfortable arrogance. Xu Yixiao forced a bitter smile and fell silent. On the arena, Chen Shuohong, as the vanguard of Hanjiang Academy's Beast Raising, the strongest among the three, stepped onto the stage. A deep frown marred his brow. Even now, he could not forget the scene at the Piyun Mountain Villa. The fourth elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Xu Yixiao, had publicly reprimanded him and even referred to that Yang Yi as Master Yang. It was a humiliation, a great humiliation. But his mentor, Guan Qinghan, had personally said that Yang Ye's actions were correct, and he indeed was inferior. Chapter 196, Choose That Red-Beaked Dove. It has an 8th-tier bloodline for more than half a month. He had tirelessly and frantically studied ancient beast-raising texts, all to surpass that Yang Yi. Now, he was about to prove himself in front of Xu Yixiao and everyone. In comparison, what is Yi Chen? Not to mention that he has been buried in ancient texts for more than half a month. Just his identity as a 6th-tier beast tamer can completely crush him. To be honest, when the mentor first sent him here, he was quite disdainful. For the sake of a mere alchemy competition, he actually had to delay his graduation and retake the 4th-year courses. However, Hanjiang Academy promised him an ancient text on beast taming, and after much thought, Chen Shuohong accepted. The competition among prestigious schools would feature many big names in the field of beast taming, and on such a stage, he could showcase his abilities. At worst, he could treat the others as mere background. Thus, Chen Shuohong arrived just in time, and the previous two matches were not worth his attention. Because of this, he didn't even take a careful look at Yi Chen, but directly chose a 6th tier spirit beast cub to observe closely and think about the breeding route. The other two followed suit, each selecting spirit beast cubs within their capabilities to start breeding. On Yi Chen's side, besides him, there was another first-year student, Gu Xiao. This also showed how much talent was lacking at Jing Capital Academy. Even first-year students had to take the stage, exposing their talents early. The other person didn't even bother to protest against Jing Capital Academy or reveal the favoritism towards Yi Chen. He simply announced his withdrawal. Since everyone had already torn off the facade, there was no need for pleasantries. During the previous 2 matches, Gu Xiao watched the entire time, and her attitude towards Yi Chen had greatly changed. As for Shen Lin Feng, she felt nothing but disgust. He actually gave up the competition for his own selfish reasons. It was disgraceful. Gu Xiao cautiously glanced at Yi Chen and sincerely said, "Senior, I was rude to you before, I'm sorry." "It's fine," Yi Chen waved his hand. "So, how should I choose a spirit beast?" she asked softly. Yi Chen glanced at the cages. "Take that red-beaked pigeon." As soon as he said this, Chen Shuahong and the others were stunned. Chen Shuahong almost laughed out loud. "What? A red-beaked pigeon? This thing is actually kept here as reserve food for some carnivorous spirit beasts. You actually want Gu Xiao to breed a red-beaked pigeon? That's like a bullfighting competition where everyone chooses strong, proud bulls, and you pick a leisurely beef cow outside the arena. Choosing it would be tantamount to admitting defeat, right?" On the judging panel, the 3 8th-tier beast tamers frowned. "This kid is completely talking nonsense. Choosing a red-beaked pigeon? Absurd!" Xue Feng said coldly. Shui Xiao took a sip of wine and chuckled. Guan Changhan frowned, carefully observing the red-beaked pigeon, his eyes flashing with light. He instinctively felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what. Gu Xiao tilted her head. "Huh? She hadn't reacted yet. Choose a damn red-beaked pigeon? Senior, are you asking me to give up the competition?" This red-beaked pigeon contains a trace of the bloodline of the 8th-tier fierce bird, Flame King Kite. That's why its crown is particularly large, and the red beak is exceptionally bright, with a high temperature. Yi Chen continued, 100 grams of red poplar root, ground into powder. 15 dried flame ling flowers, ground into powder. 100 grams of snow mountain ice, distilled into rootless water. Yi Chen didn't bother with the others' comments and directly explained the breeding method of the red-beaked pigeon in detail. Chapter 197, The Limit of 9th-tier Spirit Beasts. The more Gu Xiao listened, the more excited she became. She had a high level of expertise in beast taming, and while others were still confused, she completely understood Yi Chen's breeding route. Senior Yi Chen is indeed a great talent. How foolish she had been to admire Shen Lin Feng before. Compared to Senior Yi Chen, he wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Senior Yi Chen is the most impressive. Gu Xiao was very excited and immediately began to cultivate the red-beaked pigeon. On the judging panel, Wan Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed. It really could work. This kid is a great talent. Shuefeng and Shui Xiao frowned, still unable to understand Yi Chen's cultivation method. Shuefeng sneered even more, playing tricks, nonsense. It's completely chaotic. If it really contained the bloodline of the Flame King Kite, how could it be cultivated with rootless water? I thought this kid had some level, but now it seems completely absurd. Chen Shua and the others shook their heads, too lazy to care about Yi Chen's nonsense, and continued to focus on cultivating their spirit beasts. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen did not choose a spirit beast cub but instead picked up the little black dog that had been following him. When he picked up the little black dog, many people were stunned, and some even exclaimed in disbelief. What? Is he going to use the little black dog as the subject for this beast cultivation competition? That dog looks like it doesn't even have any spiritual energy. It can't just be an ordinary mutt, right? A young beast cultivator questioned. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a 4th-tier juvenile jewel dog, but why doesn't the spirit measuring orb show anything? Another elder, who had a deeper understanding of beast cultivation, pondered. At this moment, everyone was suddenly shocked. Yes. Why doesn't the spirit measuring orb on the stage show the spiritual energy level of that little black dog? It might really just be an ordinary mutt. Could it be that Yi Chen really intends to cultivate a completely spiritless mutt? The difficulty would be immense. The little black dog stood on the cultivation platform, raising its small head. Having just stepped into the 9th-tier spirit beast realm a day ago, it had already begun to awaken its spiritual intelligence. It could naturally discern the questioning, disdainful, and contemptuous gazes from the people below the stage. The little black dog snorted lightly, too lazy to pay attention. Upon reaching the 9th-tier spirit beast level, it awakened a bloodline ability of the jewel dog, concealment. For now, it could only hide its spiritual energy level, but in the future, it could even conceal itself in the shadows and strike to kill. That would be the true shadow assassin, the king of the night. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Next, he would help the little black dog step into the yellow tier spirit beast level. In the future, the little black dog would have infinite potential for growth. Yi Chen wasted no time, gathering a large amount of precious materials, and of course, the most important one was the 7th tier inner core that had been stored in the mustard seed treasure talisman for a long time. The little black dog was still just a 9th tier cub, so the spiritual energy contained in this 7th tier adult spirit beast inner core was definitely enough for it to advance. Next, let's get started. Yi Chen smiled faintly, completely ignoring the people around him. Infant bone bud, take flower stamens, pollen, and petals for backup. Shattered bone root, extract juice and filter to obtain the upper clear solution, 1 liter. Mature fallen spirit energy fruit, peel off the aging pulp, take the seeds, 10 pieces. In Yi Chen's mind, messages flashed by like lightning, and his fingers moved swiftly. On the cultivation platform, every second a pile of materials would disappear, producing a new pile of materials. The audience below the stage was dumbfounded. What kind of divine operation is this? Just this method alone is not something an ordinary person can compare to. In the past 10 minutes, Yi Chen's workload was almost equivalent to that of 10 beast cultivators of the same level. Chapter 198, If the path is blocked, I will clear it. This guy is truly a monster. Not only the audience, but the big shots in the stands were also stunned. This guy really has something. Just based on this, he is qualified to enter a top-tier beast cultivation sect as an inner disciple, and he could even be the type of assistant that many beast masters urgently need. A person like this, who can match the work of 10 assistants, who wouldn't want him? Xuefeng and Shu Yixio had a slightly changed view of him, but the former remained very indifferent, just a bit nimble with his hands. That's a small talent, not worth mentioning. If it were at my spirit beast mountain, I could just throw it to the 9th brother to be a firewood boy. She spoke without any restraint, her voice loud enough to attract the angry glares of the teachers from the capital academy. Shu Yixio could only smile awkwardly. This senior sister Xuefeng was too domineering and lacked consideration for others, often offending people. On the arena, Yi Chen continued his work. In the end, he poured all the materials into a large basin of rootless water, stirring it evenly until the color gradually turned murky. If one looked closely, they could see the dark energy dissipating on the water's surface. What is he trying to do? Is he going to drink such a large basin? The elderly beast-taming master pondered. Drink? That little mutt couldn't possibly drink that much. Old man, are you kidding me? A young beast-taming master scoffed. Currently, the majority of beast-taming methods involved concocting pills for food for spirit beasts to consume. Thus, they assumed that Yi Chen's large basin was meant for the little black dog to drink. In the stands, Wan Qinghan also frowned. Drink? That can't be right. Even a spirit beast of the 4th or 5th rank couldn't drink that much. And this method consumes a lot of materials, it can't possibly be for drinking. Next, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen patted the little black dog's head. The latter licked Yi Chen's fingers, then strutted confidently into the large basin. Before fully submerging, it disdainfully glanced around the arena. The concoction prepared by my master is for bathing. A bunch of ignorant fools. Guan Qinghan slammed the table, a bit too excited. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He actually thought of using it for bathing and body tempering. Us old folks, though experienced, are often bound by our previous methods. Indeed, the ideas of the young are endless. Xuefeng and Shu Yixio were also momentarily stunned. They never expected it to be for bathing and body tempering. The method of consuming for body tempering had been proven feasible by countless powerful beings, thus becoming mainstream in the path of beast taming. In fact, Spirit Beast Mountain had also tried the bathing and body tempering method before, but each time it consumed a massive amount of materials and ended in failure. This approach was too material-intensive and inefficient. Many great beast-taming masters had tried it, and without exception, they all failed. The two truly did not expect to witness the bathing and body tempering method in such a small beast-taming competition. After a moment, Xuefeng regained her composure and coldly snorted, "This is just wishful thinking, this path is not viable. He's just a student and cannot succeed. He will definitely lose." Shu Yixio could only nod in agreement. If senior sister said Yi Chen would lose, then he would lose. As the 4th brother, he could just follow along. Shu Yixio felt a bit regretful. He had actually planned to find Master Yang for a discussion, but the latter seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him with no choice but to give up. Chapter 199, Master Yang, where are you? I miss you so much. The path of bathing and body tempering is not viable, just wash and sleep. Shu Yixiao suddenly felt a bit drowsy. He glanced around sneakily, then took out his phone and secretly sent a text message. The contact's name was prominently displayed, Yang Yi, Master Yang. He had gotten Yang Yi's phone number when he specifically asked Lu Yunshan for it after the Spirit Beast auction ended. Master Yang, I'm in the capital and look forward to sitting down with you to exchange beast taming experiences. In the days that followed, Shu Yixiao sent dozens of similar messages, but all were met with silence, as if they had sunk into the sea. Master Yang, why are you ignoring me? Master Yang, where are you? Shu Yixiao, miss you so much. Back at the Piyun Mountain Villa, Yang Yi had left a deep impression on him, so much so that when Yang Yi later departed, he hardly reacted. He felt that Master Yang Yi had completely surpassed everyone of the same age. No, it wasn't just those of the same age, at least he felt that he could never compare to Master Yang Yi, and even senior sister Xuefeng probably couldn't match him. In the entire Spirit Beast Mountain, perhaps only the Mountain Lord, Zheng Tianxiong, could compete with Master Yang Yi. If only they could invite him back to Spirit Beast Mountain to serve as a guest elder, they could exchange beast-rearing experiences often. Alas, what a pity. Shu Yixiao felt drowsy, and then suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. He perked up slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. On the arena, Gu Xiaoxiao looked at the red-beaked pigeon in her arms with an expression of extreme shock. No, it shouldn't be called a red-beaked pigeon anymore. Have you ever seen a creature 3 times larger than its kind, with a red crest growing on its head, a sharp beak, and the ability to exhale faint flames with each breath? It should be called the Flame King Kite. It's hard to imagine that a red-beaked pigeon, considered a delicious meat dish, could grow to this extent after awakening its bloodline. There was no need for the audience below to guess its spiritual energy grade. The spirit testing pearl had already honestly revealed it. 5 red sun marks, with 3 more faintly visible behind them. This was an 8th-tier spirit beast. Because the cultivation of spirit beasts is different from alchemy and artifact refining, cultivation requires time. The 3 red sun marks that had not yet appeared indicated that this Flame King Kite still needed a little time to replenish its spiritual energy and grow into a true 8th-tier spirit beast. But it already had the foundation of an 8th-tier spirit beast, so it was indeed a genuine 8th tier. No one could refute that. The entire venue was in shock. It was terrifying. Really terrifying. They were shocked by this 8th-tier Flame King Kite and also by Yi Chen. To outsiders, Yi Chen was simply a prodigy. He casually pointed out a red-beaked pigeon and casually said a few words, and that girl managed to cultivate an 8th-tier spirit beast. To beast cultivators, Yi Chen was like an extraordinary beast-rearing master. So strong. With just a glance, he could see the potential and bloodline of the spirit beast, and in a few seconds, he could devise a cultivation route to awaken the bloodline. He truly was a capable person. In the stands, Mo Danqing, Yang Yan, and others clenched their fists, revealing excited expressions. Beautiful. So beautiful. In contrast, Wu Jingyu, Dean Su, and others had less pleasant expressions. This was an 8th-tier spirit beast. A first-year student actually cultivated an 8th-tier spirit beast. It was absurd. Although Chen Shuahong was powerful, he was only a 6th-tier beast cultivator, and trying to cultivate an 8th-tier spirit beast was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But there was no need to panic. Yi Chen's path of body cleansing and bathing was bound to fail. Countless beast-rearing masters had already proven that this path was unfeasible, yet he stubbornly insisted on showing off. In this way, the Capital Academy would only have 1 8th tier, while the Han River would most likely have 1 6th tier and 2 4th tiers. With a numerical advantage, this was also a great victory. Chapter 200, The Spirit Testing Pearl Explodes, a shocking emergence. We just need to sit here and watch that stubborn guy lose. Wu Jingyu and Dean Su exchanged smiles. Then, in the next moment, they heard a series of faint explosions. What was that sound? The sound hadn't stopped. 1 followed by 2, 2 followed by 3. Now, everyone below the arena reacted. It was the spirit testing pearl. The spirit testing pearl had cracked. Under everyone's gaze, the 8 spirit testing pearls embedded at the 8 positions of the arena suddenly shattered into powder. A deathly silence. What happened? Why did the spirit testing pearl crack? Immediately after, a strong aura of Yin energy began to boil from the large basin. The intensity of this Yin energy was so strong that even many of the monks maintaining order felt uncomfortable. The audience below the arena widened their eyes. My God! What kind of unparalleled ferocious beast is about to emerge? Just the dispersing Yin energy was bone-chilling and oppressive. The audience closest to the arena collectively took a few steps back. Damn, if this continues, my heart is going to have problems. It's better for me to watch from a distance. On the other side, the spirit beasts in front of Chen Shuahong and the other 2 began to stir restlessly. Why were they restless? It wasn't because they had met a worthy opponent or a talented general. It was great fear, immense pressure. Soon, the fourth-tier spirit beast was the first to succumb to the fear, its legs stretching out as it let out a stream of excrement. This was not the end, as the other two also lost control, and the arena was suddenly filled with a foul stench. The spirit beasts lurking beneath the water had yet to show themselves, but they were already displaying all sorts of embarrassing behaviors out of fright. The breeding of the beasts had, of course, failed. For the first time, Chen Shuahan lifted his gaze from the breeding platform, gritting his teeth. He wanted to see what kind of monster was in that basin. Why had it scared his spirit beasts into losing control? The Flame King kite in Gu Xiaoxiao's arms was also restless, burrowing its head into her embrace. As Gu Xiaoxiao comforted the Flame King kite, she widened her eyes, staring at the murky water's surface. What kind of monster had Senior Yi Chen cultivated that little black dog into? There was the release of dark energy, the explosion of the spirit measuring pearl, the wailing of spirit beasts, and even the 8th-tier Flame King kite was filled with fear. Could it be a 9th tier? That was impossible. Gu Xiaoxiao dared not think further. In the next moment, everyone heard a low whimpering sound. It was as if a low growl was coming from the depths of the underworld. It was also like the howling of the endless abyss's cold wind. It sent chills down their spines. Everyone braced themselves. What followed would surely be an incredibly domineering roar. Woof! A lithe black lightning bolt leaped out of the large basin and directly jumped into Yi Chen's arms. The crowd. What the hell is this? This is what the thunderous sound and heavy rain were all about, right? Why did it make such a grand entrance with background music, only to reveal that it was that little black dog? The little black dog licked Yi Chen's cheek, its eyes growing more intelligent. It surveyed the crowd and barked once. A bunch of fools. Yi Chen smiled faintly. 9th tier entering the yellow tier, this was it. On the judging platform, the 3 judges stood up in unison. Surprise, disbelief, incredulity, envy, jealousy, excitement. A myriad of complex emotions appeared on their faces. Others might not know, but how could they not see it? The uncontrollable release of dark energy that frightened the other spirit beasts into losing control, and most importantly, the explosion of the spirit measuring pearl. This was the overwhelming pressure of a superior being. It was the spirit energy level too dense to measure. This beast was extraordinary. Chapter 201, Cleverly Seizing and Plundering. Everyone wants to take Yi Chen's spirit beast. The spirit measuring pearl exploded. Could it be that this beast is above the 9th tier? Shuefeng questioned suspiciously. It seemed she was trying to convince herself, or perhaps others. Shu Yixiao was breathing rapidly. Guan Xinghan's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It was likely that anyone in this world knew the value of a 9th tier spirit beast. Tens of millions of huabi might not even be enough to measure it. It could be metaphorically described as priceless. And for beast breeders, the value of spirit beasts above the 9th tier was even greater. This was faith, the ultimate pursuit. Suddenly, Shuefeng's expression turned stern. This Yi Chen is using the pressure of high-tier spirit beasts to suppress the spirit beasts of Hanjiang Academy, interrupting their breeding process. This act is utterly shameless. I propose that this child's competition results be cancelled and that he be stripped of all rights to this spirit beast. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the vast majority of people in the stands changed. Some were angry, some were complex, and some squinted their eyes, calculating their own interests. What Shuefeng meant was quite simple. If we take this child's spirit beast, we can distribute it among ourselves. This was a 9th tier spirit beast. In the entire Hanzhou, only the master of Spirit Beast Mountain, Zhang Tianxiong, owned one. And that was the mountain's guardian spirit beast. Everyone was well aware of the victory in this match and naturally dismissed Shuefeng's words. But if one could share in this benefit, why not give it a try? I support Elder Shuefeng. Yi Chen's actions are truly disgraceful. I suggest we disqualify him from the competition. Director Su said coldly, his eyes filled with greed. I feel heartbroken. As the vice president of the Shangjing Academy, I should stand by my institution, but Yi Chen's behavior in the competition is simply unacceptable. Winning through such dishonorable means will surely bring shame to Shangjing Academy in the eyes of our peers. At this moment, Wu Jingyu clutched his chest, expressing his deep sorrow. For the sake of Shangjing Academy's reputation, even if we lose the competition, I think that would be acceptable. I also support Elder Shuefeng's proposal. Let's cancel Yi Chen's competition results. Tears even welled up in the corners of his eyes, as if he truly felt pain for Yi Chen's actions. As these words were spoken, a chorus of agreement erupted from the Hanjiang Academy side. Each one stood on the side of righteousness, as if they were agents of justice, just short of pointing fingers at Yi Chen and cursing him. Yang Yan and the others glared at Wu Jingyu, seeing through the ugly faces of these people, yet feeling helpless. Their hearts were filled with extreme sorrow. Even the director of Shinjing Academy was turning against them. It was truly pathetic. Standing opposite Yi Chen, Chen Shuahong suddenly revealed a malicious smile. So it's Yi Chen, huh? I remember your name. To cultivate a 9th-tier spirit beast is quite impressive. But this is where it ends. Your spirit beast will be taken from you, and your competition results will be nullified. In the end, it will all be for nothing. Blame yourself for not having enough strength and status. What right does a mere second-year student have to possess a 9th-tier spirit beast? Chen Shuahong sneered coldly. Among the crowd, Shen Linfeng's tightly clenched fists also relaxed. Although the situation had deviated somewhat, it ultimately returned to the right path. He hadn't expected Yi Chen's beast-raising talent to be so high. But it didn't matter. These big shots were ruthless. Once they set their sights on your 9th-tier spirit beast, there was no reason for you to take it back. Shen Linfeng smirked, feeling pleased. Chapter 202, This is how Spirit Beast Mountain repays kindness. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Are you all done speaking? His voice, infused with inner strength, echoed throughout every corner of the square. Everyone's voices faltered. The smile on Xuefeng's face also faded. Just now, she had been a bit too pleased with herself. But it didn't matter. After all, what could a mere student do? How could he compete with Spirit Beast Mountain? Xuefeng had long since investigated the matters of the Lingyan Pavilion thoroughly. Yi Chen had restored the true martial art of Lingyan Step for the Lingyan Pavilion, and in return, they had gifted him a precious treasure containing the essence of a master's fist technique, and even verbally promised to treat him as an honored guest. But that was all there was to it. You, Yi Chen, have restored the Lingyan Step, and I have given you an equivalent treasure. Our bond ends here. Moreover, you no longer hold any value for the Lingyan Pavilion. The profit-seeking hearts of these people far outweigh her own. Was it necessary to offend the number 1 sect in Hanzhou, Spirit Beast Mountain, for someone of no value? The answer was no. Therefore, the Lingyan Pavilion would not seek justice for Yi Chen, nor would they even send someone to show up. It was precisely because she had come to this realization that Xuefeng aimed to accomplish what Zheng Tianxiong could not, to retrieve the ancient texts of true transmission, capture Yi Chen, strip him of his elder status, and punish him according to the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain. I have done a favor for Spirit Beast Mountain, yet I never expected the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain to repay me like this. Yi Chen directly locked eyes with Xuefeng, shaking his head with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Xuefeng chuckled lightly. You have a debt of gratitude to my Spirit Beast Mountain? How come I didn't know? You foolish boy, you might as well go home and dream. Everything exists in dreams. The others smiled faintly, not expecting the cold beauty, Elder Xuefeng, to joke. In the midst of their banter, they looked down on Yi Chen a bit. Was this kid out of his mind? A debt of gratitude to Spirit Beast Mountain? They were all well-known figures, none daring to claim such a thing. Spirit Beast Mountain was the largest sect in Hanzhou. What could he possibly have done to owe it anything? You, a mere student, how could you have any merit with Spirit Beast Mountain? Dean Su scoffed. Old Wu, this kid from your Jing Academy might have some issues upstairs. After the competition, take him to the hospital for a checkup. I hear Dr. Zhou Zhihao at the People's Hospital has quite good medical skills. Don't let this kid's future be delayed. Wu Jingyu displayed a fatherly smile. Our Jing Academy follows the principle of treating students like family. If a student has a mental issue, as their teacher, I naturally have a duty to help. Dean Su feigned surprise. Old Wu, you really treat your students like your own children. I've been in this position for decades and can't do that. I need to learn from you. Ha, I don't deserve such praise. Yang Yan watched the two flatter each other with cold eyes, as if observing a wolf and a dog mingling together. What to do next? These people were dead set on taking Yi Chen's 9th-tier spirit beast. Should he call the Grand Dean back? A distant water can't quench a nearby fire. As for Yi Chen claiming he had a debt of gratitude to Spirit Beast Mountain, that was conveniently ignored. Mo Danqing, Tang Liuxian, Shui Wei, Su Qingyan, and others showed expressions of indignation. Especially Shui Wei, whose face was a mix of sorrow and difficulty. It should be known that Xuefeng was both her master and her mother. Yet her own mother was actually trying to take her student's spirit beast. For her, nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Such a selfish, cold, and unfeeling mother, she truly did not want. Yi Chen, can you still create miracles? Shui Wei raised her beautiful eyes, looking at Yi Chen like everyone else. Chapter 203, Open your eyes and see clearly. Kid, tell me, what debt of gratitude do you owe my Spirit Beast Mountain? After Chu Yixiao finished speaking, he picked up a wine gourd and was about to take a swig. Yi Chen replied calmly, You remember the purple-headed black-backed centipede, right? That 7th tier spirit beast was upgraded by me. Shu Yixiao nearly spat out his drink. You're talking nonsense. That was clearly upgraded by Master Yang Yi, and Master Yang also cured the Purple Lightning's Yellowfoot syndrome. Master Yang has great merit with my spirit beast mountain. I won't allow you to impersonate Master Yang Yi to swindle. Shu Yixiao pointed at Yi Chen with a cold voice. Xuefeng also nodded slightly. She had heard a bit about Yang Yi. When Lu Yunshan held the spirit beast auction, Shu Yixiao brought the Purple Lightning to oversee it, hoping that a talented individual could propose a method to enhance the Purple Lightning's potential. Yang Yi was that talented individual. It was his proposal that allowed Spirit Beast Mountain to have its first 9th tier spirit beast since its establishment. Speaking of which, Xuefeng had some fondness for this Yang Yi, whom she had never met. This was Spirit Beast Mountain's first 9th tier spirit beast. With this, Spirit Beast Mountain gained considerable confidence against the two sects from Liangzhou and Jiangzhou, no longer having to watch their peers flaunt their 9th tier spirit beasts at every spirit beast ceremony. Even at the subsequent Three Mountains martial arts event, Spirit Beast Mountain now had the strength to fight. All of this was thanks to Master Yang. He brought hope to the weakest Spirit Beast Mountain among the 3 mountains. Kid, it's not too late to admit your mistake now. Otherwise, in a few days, I will capture you back to Spirit Beast Mountain, and you will have another charge against you, impersonating Master Yang Yi. Shu Yixiao's voice was cold and stern. How could he allow a nameless person to impersonate Master Yang Yi, whom he admired so much? This was absolutely unacceptable. On the other side of the stands, Mo Dancheng and the others immediately showed strange expressions. Some who had attended the previous meeting let out a soft gasp. Yang Yi, isn't that just Yi Chen? Wu Jingyu's face also turned cold in an instant. What was going on? Yi Chen had previously done great favors for Spirit Beast Mountain under the identity of Yang Yi. This was bad. The situation that had seemed secure now had a fatal flaw. Yi Chen raised his gaze to look at Shu Yixiao. Shu Yixiao, open your eyes and see clearly. I am Yang Yi. He waved his hand, slightly adjusting his features, instantly transforming into Yang Ye's appearance, then quickly changing back. You sent me dozens of messages these past few days, and I couldn't be bothered to reply. Now it seems, there's no need to respond. Your Spirit Beast Mountain's conduct disgusts me. Yi Chen said coldly. Shu Yixiao was stunned. Xuefeng was taken aback. On the stage, Chen Shuahong, standing opposite Yi Chen, widened his eyes, his legs suddenly going weak, losing balance and collapsing to the ground. The turn of events was too rapid, so fast that his mind couldn't accept it. Yi Chen was Yang Yi? You might as well strike me dead with a bolt of lightning to make me accept this fact. He had been humiliated once in front of so many people at Piyun Mountain Villa. Now, he was again making a fool of himself in front of so many people. What was the point of me, Chen Shuahong, still being alive? His face turned pale and flushed, and he simply jumped off the stage, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Guan Qinghan sighed deeply. This student had great talent but a terrible personality. On the path of beast cultivation, he probably wouldn't go far. Compared to Chen Shuahong, he was more interested in Yi Chen. This kid was a great talent. Chapter 204, Shu Yixiao admits mistake. Xuefeng admits mistake. On the judging platform, Shu Yixiao's forehead was suddenly covered in cold sweat. It's over. Yi Chen was actually Master Yang, and I actually said such things to him. There was no way to salvage this. What about inviting him to share beast cultivation experiences? What about us all being elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, working together to contribute to it? It was all completely ruined. Shu Yixiao took a deep breath and rushed directly from the judging platform to the stage. In front of everyone, he deeply bowed to Yi Chen. Master Yang. No, Master Yi, please forgive my rashness. I was just too in awe of you, which is why I was so furious about what just happened. If you had said earlier that you were Master Yang Yi, Spirit Beast Mountain would have certainly honored you as a guest of honor. Shu Yixiao was completely bowing his head. He didn't dare to look up, fearing he might offend Master Yi. A fine layer of cold sweat covered his chest and back. He was scared. Scared of being unable to win back Master Yi's favor. Yi Chen had raised the Purple Lightning by 2 levels and also cured its yellow-footed condition. This was truly an unparalleled favor for Spirit Beast Mountain. Yet Xuefeng and Shu Yixiao, as elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, still wanted to take away the Spirit Beast of this great benefactor. If this got out, the reputation that Spirit Beast Mountain had painstakingly built over the years would be ruined in an instant. Shu Yixiao's sudden action left everyone speechless. You are the 4th elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, yet you are so humble before a student? What on earth did he do to earn such respect from you? On the judging platform, Xuefeng was even more shocked. Her beautiful face stiffened. Oh my, why is this happening? She only wanted to take away Yi Chen's 9th level spirit beast for the benefit of the sect. Originally, I thought Yi Chen was just a small student. If he was robbed, so be it. It wasn't a big deal. If she didn't take it, others would. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. But Yi Chen's identity flipped too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an unknown student into Master Yang Yi, who had great favor with Spirit Beast Mountain. And this favor was absolutely significant. Xuefeng didn't doubt that Yi Chen was impersonating Yang Yi. Xu Yixiao's attitude had already proven everything. The fourth elder would never show such respect to a student. A bitter taste rose in Xuefeng's mouth. She regretted her earlier actions. Xuefeng, now you should know who I am, right? Now tell me, do I have great favor with your Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Chen ignored the deeply bowing Xu Yixiao and instead shot a cold glance at Xuefeng. Suddenly, Xuefeng stood up from the judge's seat and slowly walked to the arena. Then, just like Xu Yixiao, she deeply bowed to Yi Chen. Feng was wrong. Master Yi has an unparalleled favor with our Spirit Beast Mountain. After returning to Spirit Beast Mountain, I will personally apologize to the Mountain Master and self-punish for 10 days in the 5 Poisons Pond. I sincerely ask Master Yi to forgive Xuefeng's offense. Everything Xuefeng did has nothing to do with Spirit Beast Mountain. Even if Master Yi is angry, please do not harbor any ill thoughts towards Spirit Beast Mountain. Xuefeng also bowed at a 90-degree angle, sincerely admitting her mistake. But Yi Chen remained silent. She could only maintain her bowing position, her loose robe tightly clinging to her, revealing her graceful waist and hip curves, which was quite embarrassing. The entire audience was stunned. Just a few minutes ago, the predicament of Yi Chen's spirit beast being forcibly taken, initiated by Xuefeng, was instantly resolved by him. Not only that, but the 2 elders of Spirit Beast Mountain also bowed at 90 degrees to apologize, almost prostrating themselves. Chapter 205. Let Zheng Tianxiong personally come to apologize. No one dared to speak. In such a dead silence, everyone was staring at the 3 people on the stage, or rather, at Yi Chen. Incredible. As a student, he made the 2 elders of the largest sect in Hanzhou bow their heads in apology. If it were me up there, I would probably be floating in the air by now, right? This Yi Chen is truly composed, unfazed in the face of change. Everyone continued to stare at Yi Chen, wanting to see what he would say next. The 2 elders had already bowed and admitted their mistakes. Shouldn't he take the opportunity to stop? Yi Chen's expression was emotionless. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. Go back and tell Zheng Tianxiong to come personally to apologize. Now all of you get lost. Xu Yixiao sighed inwardly, feeling relieved at the same time. If Yi Chen really took the opportunity to stop, he would actually look down on him a bit. As a master who could cultivate 9th-tier spirit beasts, where wouldn't he be respected? How could he look up to a Spirit Beast Mountain? It was like the relationship between talent and enterprise. Top talents wouldn't regard a sect limited to Hanzhou like Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Chen's words, in his view, had actually given them a way out. Would Zheng Tianxiong come to apologize? He definitely would. Yi Chen's ability to cultivate 9th-tier spirit beasts made him a talent among talents for all beast cultivation sects. Even if they couldn't win him over, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Xu Yixiao bowed to Yi Chen again and quickly pulled Xuefeng away. He was already calculating how to persuade Zheng Tianxiong to make a significant concession. Yes, to apologize and to impress a top beast cultivation master like Yi Chen, it was absolutely necessary to present truly sincere treasures. Xuefeng's expression was complex, and she didn't even dare to look back at Yi Chen again. Until the 2 left for a long time, everyone present still couldn't react. Too arrogant. Too powerful. The 2 elders of Spirit Beast Mountain bowed at 90 degrees to admit their mistakes to you, and you, Yi Chen, not only didn't take the opportunity to stop but even boldly declared that Zheng Tianxiong should personally come to apologize. Xuefeng and Xu Yixiao, on the other hand, didn't even dare to refute, and when told to leave, they actually did. Is this really the elder of the esteemed Spirit Beast Mountain? No one would believe it if it were said out loud. A student reprimanded the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain to his face, even demanding an apology from the mountain's master, and in the end, made the 2 elders leave in a hurry. And they really left. Below the arena, blood dripped from the gaps between Xin Linfeng's tightly clenched fingers, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Why? Why does Yi Chen get such honor, making the 2 elders of Spirit Beast Mountain bow their heads in apology, trembling with fear? And more importantly, this beast-raising competition was won by the Jingjing Academy. The pain in Xin Linfeng's heart was even more intense. I went through so much trouble, first giving up the competition, then having the judges target you, and in the end, it all failed. What was the point of my initial sacrifice? In the end, didn't I just become a laughingstock? At that moment, a couple nearby suddenly whispered, "Honey, the referee has left. Can this competition still go on? So who won?" Hearing this, Shen Linfeng's eyes widened, and he let out a breath, immediately pulling out his phone to text Wu Jingyu. In the stands, Wu Jingyu was also at a loss. Yi Chen had already displayed an overwhelmingly terrifying strength. Even if he wanted to do something, he had no way to start. At that moment, the text from Shen Linfeng suddenly brightened his eyes. "So vicious. So shameless. Shen Linfeng, I really didn't misjudge you. Ha ha ha." Chapter 206, Jingjing Academy willing to admit defeat. "Alright, referee, it's time to announce the results of the competition, right?" Yang Yan revealed a confident smile. The referee by the arena nodded and was about to speak. At that moment, Wu Jingyu suddenly said, "Announce the results? What results? The referee has left. I think this competition can be declared void." As soon as he said this, the teachers from Hanjiang Academy squinted their eyes, while Yang Yan, Mo Danqing, and others glared at him in anger. Our Jingjing Academy cannot take advantage of others' misfortunes. Even if the results of the beast raising competition were excellent, without the referee present, the results are invalid. Wu Jingyu sighed, "I am the director of Jingjing Academy. I cannot stand by and let Jingjing Academy do such a thing. Director Su, do you think I'm right?" He turned to ask. Director Su was taken aback for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Yes, the referee has left, and without a referee, the results must be declared void." Guan Qinghan suddenly stood up and said sternly, "Am I not the referee? I declare that Yi Chen wins." Director Su frowned. "Guan Qinghan, no matter how you say it, you are still a reputable teacher of Hanjiang Academy. How can you help an outsider?" Wu Jingyu shook his head. "Old Guan, the other two have left. Your words alone naturally hold no weight. Please go back as well. In this competition, our Jingjing Academy has no merit in winning." He put on a righteous demeanor, as if he truly looked down on the victory of this beast-raising competition. "In that case, let's consider the beast-raising competition a draw." Director Su was about to continue. Wu Jingyu immediately interrupted him. "How can it be considered a draw? Yi Chen's spirit beast released pressure, causing your Hanjiang Academy's cultivation to be interrupted, which itself is a violation of the rules. Our Jingjing Academy is willing to admit defeat," he declared with righteousness. "What?" Yang Yan was furious. "I absolutely disagree. In this competition, Yi Chen clearly won with an overwhelming advantage. Everyone saw it clearly." Wu Jingyu feigned a heartbroken expression. "Old Yang, are you out of your mind? This is a victory obtained through violation of the rules. Everyone can see it clearly. Once this spreads, our Jingjing Academy will surely be scorned by everyone. For the reputation of the Shangjing Academy, we cannot win this match. We must concede victory to our brother academy," Wu Jingyu declared emphatically. Below the stage, voices of agreement immediately arose. Director Wu is right. Yi Chen's reckless release of his spirit beast's pressure is indeed a violation. Yes, we at Shangjing Academy cannot condone such behavior. Even if we win, it would be an unworthy victory. We are willing to concede. For the reputation of Shangjing Academy, we are willing to concede this match. With these meaningful voices leading the way, the audience gradually began to echo their sentiments. In an instant, the call for Shangjing Academy to concede grew increasingly loud. Yang Yan was so furious he felt like he might explode. He was filled with hatred. Why was someone like Wu Jingyu able to become the director of the teaching institute? Shangjing Academy was so close to victory, yet this person had pulled them back down. Wu Jingyu felt pleased in his heart, yet still pretended to be heartbroken on the surface. "Alright, since this is the trend of the moment, I announce that for the beast raising competition, Shangjing Academy concedes." "Yi Chen, do you agree with my statement?" In his delight, Wu Jingyu looked down at Yi Chen. Yi Chen suddenly raised his head and met his gaze directly. Chapter 207, If I win the martial arts debate, you will resign on the spot. Wu Jingyu, I can concede, but if I win the upcoming martial arts debate, I want you to resign on the spot, Yi Chen said coldly. Wu Jingyu was taken aback, then immediately showed a look of wild joy. "You think you can win in martial arts? Dream on." In the Hanjiang Academy, only one person can win in martial arts debates. Jiang Li. To exaggerate a bit, this person is a legend in Hanjiang Academy. One level per year. After 9 years, he became a 9th level martial artist, refining his body for 9 years, with an extremely deep foundation. At 10, he developed internal energy and became an internal energy martial artist. At 11, he entered the realm of internal energy. At 12, he achieved minor success. At 13, he reached great success. At 14, he peaked in internal energy. After that, he could have continued to break through, but he accumulated for 3 years, only stepping into the realm of a newly advanced master at 17. His cultivation process can only be described in 4 words: water flows naturally. It truly is water flowing naturally. It was as if the bottlenecks, hardships, and obstacles that others faced completely did not exist for him. While others needed to meditate, cultivate, and fight to improve their internal energy, he was different. He improved while drinking water and eating. This year, Zhongli is 18, yet he has already challenged every martial arts school in Hanjiang City, taking on every internal energy master. Everyone marvels at his talent. The Zhang family of Hanjiang, if one must compare, is actually quite similar to the Tang family of Shangjing, both being branches of the Yin capital. The Zhang family of Yin capital is a prestigious family, while the Zhang family of Hanjiang can only be considered a notable family, not even a wealthy family. From such a notable family, a dragon like Zhongli emerged. The Zhang family of Yin capital was overjoyed and sent a large amount of cultivation resources and techniques, offering him anything he wanted. Zhongli can be said to have grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. To debate martial arts with someone like him and expect to win, you must be out of your mind. Wu Jingyu sneered, "Alright, I accept. If you win the martial arts debate, I, Wu Jingyu, will resign on the spot." Yang Yan's expression immediately changed. Yi Chen was still being reckless. Zhongli was too strong, so strong that Yang Yan had initially regarded the martial arts debate as a certain loss. Although Yi Chen was also a newly advanced master, he was still far behind Zhongli. This match was likely to be a loss. Not just him, everyone who had heard of Zhongli's reputation began to whisper, harboring little hope for Yi Chen. This little guy is really foolish, actually thinking he can compete with Zhongli in martial arts, and even saying that if he wins, old Wu will resign, ha. Director Su chuckled softly, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, if we lost the beast raising competition, it would really be irretrievable, he continued. Wu Jingyu waved his hand. This was all Shen Linfeng's idea. We owe it to him. This kid has a good head on his shoulders. I like him. When he comes to Hanjiang Academy, I will definitely nurture him well. Ha ha. Dean Su nodded and laughed. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Zhongli is here. He's here. Senior Jiangli has arrived. The crowd parted to make way, and at the end of the path stood a tall, well-proportioned young man. His appearance was not handsome, even somewhat ordinary. He carried a peculiar weapon on his back, something that resembled neither a sword nor a knife. His eyes were fixed solely on Yi Chen in the arena. His thoughts were straightforward, and his purpose was clear. The academy sent him to participate in the martial arts discussion, so he came to participate. The academy wanted him to win, so he would win. Aside from becoming stronger, there was nothing else in his life. If he had to be described in 2 words, it would be martial arts fanatic. Chapter 208, 100% empty-handed against a blade under the gaze of the crowd, Zhongli stepped onto the arena one step at a time. You can't win against me. Zhongli glanced at him a few times and said seriously. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. It's you who can't win against me. Then let's begin. Zhongli nodded, drawing the weapon from his back and thrusting it toward the center. The weapon started off slow, but quickly gained speed, and after rubbing against the air, its surface even glowed red. Those close to the arena were stunned. In their eyes, this was no ordinary weapon. It was clearly a meteor tearing through the atmosphere, a shooting star streaking across the sky. The overwhelming ferocity seemed as if it would crush the world into ruins. What a powerful momentum! This is the true secret technique of the Zhang family from Yendu, meteor chasing the moon. I heard the true secret technique of the Zhang family is quite strange. It's just one move, but it contains immense power that martial artists of the same realm cannot withstand. Do you think Yi Chen can block this sword? I heard Yi Chen once killed Tian Yue with a single punch. Although Tian Yue is absolutely no match for Zhongli, Yi Chen might still be able to hold his own against Zhongli. One person suddenly laughed. Hold his own? Ha, brother, you overestimate that reckless Tian Yue. If it weren't for his bloodthirsty giant physique and the training resources from the Shin family, how could he possibly reach the level of an internal energy master? Another person sneered. It's too difficult for Yi Chen to compete with Zhongli. After all, Zhongli's reputation is too great. He is hailed as the most terrifying genius of the Hanjiang in a century. Even we from the capital know how formidable he is. Yi Chen can't compare to him, and that's really nothing. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion, all holding a pessimistic view of Yi Chen. In the stands, Mo Danqing, Yang Yan, and Tang Liuxiang all sighed slightly. Su Qingyan's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. If she were also an internal energy master, she could step onto the arena to share some of the pressure with Yi Chen. She bit her lip, determined to become stronger. If it really doesn't work, I'll go explore the cave beneath the welfare home. If I'm not mistaken, that should also be a relic of an ancient sect. Su Qingyan took one last deep look at Yi Chen before turning to leave. She needed to become stronger, to grow into a powerful being on par with Yi Chen, so that she could always be by his side. On the arena, Zhang Li's thrust was already upon him. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Under his keen sight, no move could escape detection. The host observes the remnants of the yellow rank secret technique and comprehends, meteor chasing the moon, automatically reaching maximum level. Meteor chasing the moon, chasing the lightning and the wind, meteors chasing the moon. Maximum level effect, doubles agility and movement speed, increases the power of agile martial arts by 50%. Special effects, after simultaneously comprehending the chasing the wind and rushing the moon techniques, the 9,000 thunder movements will be unlocked. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Yi Chen's face. He had waited so long for a worthy opponent, and finally, he had found someone with the strength to fight. Just the rushing the moon technique alone was enough to make up for the time lost in the competition among prestigious schools. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Li's weapon was almost upon Yi Chen. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen had given up resisting, he struck. With a grasp of his right hand, he acted first. Star plucking in moon grasping technique. He directly snatched the opponent's weapon, interrupting their move. In front of everyone, Yi Chen caught Zhang Li's weapon with one hand. A gasp of cold air rose from the audience. Could it be that this is the legendary empty-handed catch of a blade? Chapter 209, Visualizing the Stars, The Clash of Fist Intent. Those who had witnessed the previous match were even more shocked. This person had once snatched the sword of Zhao Hao, a disciple of the Tianya Hage, during the last match. Now, he was going to empty-handedly take Zhang Li's weapon? What kind of martial arts was he practicing? Not to mention being impervious to blades and spears, he even had the ability to catch a blade with bare hands. The teachers from the Capital Academy were eager to learn. On the stage, Zhang Li's expression changed slightly. He directly activated his internal energy. A brilliant star radiance shone from his dantian, as if the stars were exploding. This was the true transmission of the Zhang family's internal energy martial arts. Star energy. Yi Chen constantly operated his insightful eye, even able to see invisible starlight from the sky rapidly pouring into his body. Host observes high-grade internal energy martial arts, comprehends star constellation visualization, automatically reaches max level. Star constellation visualization, observe the stars in the sky, nurture the energy of the stars. Max level effect, increases internal energy by 1 during the day, and by 5 at night, with the increase depending on the number of stars visualized. The moment he comprehended this skill, Yi Chen felt that the internal energy, which was already forming rapidly within him, accelerated again. At the same time, he vaguely sensed that in the distant sky, countless vast consciousnesses seemed to be waiting for him to communicate. Yi Chen chose the grandest star as the first one to visualize. Z-Wei. In an instant, Yi Chen even felt a purple radiance pouring into his body from the endless vastness. Internal energy surged again. He was not far from the ethereal realm. Yi Chen suddenly clenched his fist and smiled faintly. All of this seemed slow to describe, but in reality, it was very fast. By the time Yi Chen visualized the Z-Wei star, Zhang Li had fully activated his star energy, directly sending his weapon flying, making it impossible for Yi Chen to snatch it away. Then, Zhang Li did not use any flashy moves, but instead threw a straight punch. How to describe the brilliance of this punch? The fist rubbed against the air, as if starlight was bursting. Those close to the ring could even feel a sense of breaking through the army. Unyielding, fearless of death. In the stands, everyone suddenly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Fist intent. Yes, this was fist intent, and it was the intent of a master. The master of the Zhang family perhaps had a connection with the breaking army star, and after years of cultivation, his fist intent had been tainted with a hint of breaking army intent. Zhang Li was not lacking in fortune. The Yendu Zhang family had sent a stone tablet containing the master's fist imprint for him to comprehend, and the next day, he fully grasped the master's fist intent. This was also Zhang Li's trump card. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Host observes master fist intent, comprehends breaking army fist intent, automatically reaches max level. Breaking army fist intent, unyielding, fearless of death. Max level effect, when attacking with a fist, it triggers the breaking army fist intent, causing great intimidation to the enemy, with a high chance of instant kill against moderately injured foes. Yi Chen laughed, this is good. He also threw a punch. Unlike the unstoppable momentum of Pajun, Yi Chen's punch intent was sinister and vicious, as if he intended to turn his enemy into minced meat with a single blow. This was the intent of the crushing organs and breaking viscera fist. Everyone in the stands was once again left speechless. Damn, seeing one person comprehend the master's fist intent was enough, but now there's another. Are you young people going to let the older generation live or not? Chapter 210, on the great victory of martial arts, Yi Chen defeats Jiang Li. Below the arena, Wei Hui, Lu Shaoan, Su Qingyan, and others all showed expressions of shock. Especially Wei Hui, who had initially felt a bit resentful that Yi Chen had taken the glory that belonged to him, but now he had completely abandoned that thought. Yi Chen was truly strong, this honor should belong to him. Ordinary people could not comprehend the Master's Fist intent, only legendary talents like Jiang Li could. Yet, Yi Chen also unleashed the Master's Fist intent. This duel was truly spectacular. The onlookers gasped in amazement. Even if they didn't understand martial arts or what the Master's Fist intent was, they could see the overwhelming momentum. It was completely beyond what normal humans could touch. This kind of duel was exhilarating. Under the gaze of everyone, the two fists suddenly collided. Boom! The arena, paved with the hardest granite, could not withstand such a tremendous impact, and in an instant, it was reduced to dust under the forces of the two internal energy masters and the Master's Fist intent. Dust filled every corner of the arena, obscuring the situation within. Who would win? Everyone's hearts tightened. Originally, Hanjiang Academy was confident of victory. How strong was Jiang Li? The Jiang family of Yendu had spared no effort in cultivating him, with both stellar internal energy and Master's Fist intent. Such a legendary genius could easily crush all his peers in Huagua. To exaggerate a bit, he was born to defeat others. But what happened? First, he was forced to be disarmed, and then he unleashed his ultimate Master's Fist intent. This Yi Chen was terrifying. What kind of monster was he? Even a legendary genius like Jiang Li could not surpass him. In the stands, Dean Su suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. How could he not be anxious? Hanjiang Academy had been striving for years, finally welcoming such a good era. Hanjiang Academy was full of talent, while Jingjing Academy was withering. This was the best time to seize the title of a prestigious school. But what happened? Defeated by a mere second-year student, a single person saving the day? No, absolutely not. If this got out, wouldn't Hanjiang Academy lose face? Everyone would say that Jingjing Academy only produced one person and defeated Hanjiang Academy, and it was a complete sweep in all four categories. It was truly a total defeat. Oh dear, Hanjiang Academy was really embarrassing, too embarrassing. In the future, we should not send our children to Hanjiang Academy. It would be better to send them to Jingjing Academy instead. Wu Jingyu frowned even more. The means that could be put on the table, the underhanded tactics, had all been exhausted. He could only pin his hopes on Jiang Li, truly living up to his title of legendary genius. He must not lose to Yi Chen. In an instant, the dust settled. Everyone's gaze converged on the arena. Two figures stood on the stage. The difference was that Yi Chen was unscathed, even his clothes were not torn. While Jiang Li, on the other hand, was covered in blood, his clothes in tatters. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Jiang Li actually lost. Yi Chen won. I lost. Jiang Li looked deeply at Yi Chen, and his body suddenly collapsed. When he fell, Dean Su's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Although losing was hard to accept, it had become a reality, but Jiang Li absolutely could not be harmed. If anything happened to Jiang Li, the Jiang family in Yendu would definitely not let him off. Chapter 211, Wu Jingyu, get down here. Seeing Jiang Li fall, Wu Jingyu's thoughts were quite different from Dean Su's. He rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, Yi Chen, why is your heart so venomous? Even if you are opponents, Jiang Li is a classmate from the Brother Academy. How can you lay such a vicious hand on him? If this continues, who would dare to enter my Shangjing Academy? Yi Chen remained expressionless, too lazy to respond to him, and walked straight to Jiang Li's side. Dean Su was about to help Jiang Li up when Yi Chen immediately said, don't touch him. His internal organs are already very fragile, he cannot be touched any further. Yi Chen said calmly. Dean Su's legs trembled, internal organ damage? Is there still hope? Of course there is hope. I can give him a few vitality pills to save his life. After that, he just needs to be sent to the hospital for proper care. Yi Chen squatted down, pried open Jiang Li's mouth, and was about to feed him a few vitality pills. He had a slight fondness for this person and decided to save him. Dean Su was skeptical, but since Yi Chen had shown abilities far beyond his age, he no longer doubted him. However, Wu Jingyu in the stands shouted, stop. Are you trying to harm Jiang Li? I won't allow you to feed him pills. Who knows if what you have is poison? Wu Jingyu put on a look of urgency, as if he regarded Jiang Li as his own family. His thoughts were simple. Even if I can't win, I will still put a label on you. A label of poisoning your opponent. Hearing Wu Jingyu's words, Dean Su hesitated a bit. Yi Chen immediately grew impatient, forcibly prying open Jiang Li's mouth and stuffing in 2 vitality pills. Then he stood up and pointed at Wu Jingyu in the stands, saying, "Wu Jingyu, get down here." The entire venue was shocked. "Damn, you Yi-Chen have already defeated Jianli, and now you want to challenge Wu Jingyu? Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Although Jianli was a once-in-a-century super genius, he was still a newly promoted master due to his short cultivation time. On the other hand, Wu Jingyu had already stepped into the master level for over 40 years, with his internal energy refined to perfection, and his internal energy was a rare ice energy. Even someone slightly higher in realm would find him quite tricky. Wu Jingyu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "Good. You actually want to challenge me. Courageous, but foolish. Humph, I am a master at the entry level, and I am just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the next level. What do you have to fight me with? Talent does not represent everything. Even if my talent is not on par with Jian Li's legendary genius, do you think my 40 years of cultivation have been for nothing? I, Wu Jingyu, have climbed to this position. Is my strength fake? Yi-Chen, you are courting death." Wu Jingyu laughed heartily and directly stepped onto the arena, while Dean Su had already quickly carried Jian Li away. "Since a student wants to challenge me, as the dean, I am of course happy to give some guidance. However, blades and guns are blind. If I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me." Wu Jingyu sneered coldly. When he said the latter part, ordinary people couldn't hear it, but those who were worried about Yi-Chen all changed their expressions. Wu Jingyu intended to cripple Yi-Chen. Yang Yan immediately shouted, "I don't agree to this duel, Yi-Chen, get down here." Mo Danqing shouted even louder, "Yi-Chen, you little brat, get down here." Wu Jingyu coldly laughed, too late. As soon as his words fell, he threw a fierce punch. Chapter 212, Ice Force, is it useful? Wu Jingyu was not a newly promoted master, but a genuine strong practitioner at the entry level. His punch, without any restraint and momentum, unleashed a sudden explosion of ice-blue internal energy. Within 10 meters of him, the cold was bone-chilling, and within 5 meters, the icy air was pervasive. Those worried about Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel anxious. They thought it was a mistake for Yi-Chen to arrogantly challenge Wu Jingyu. How could a student possibly defeat a teacher? And this was no ordinary teacher. The position of the dean was not something just anyone could hold. "Yi-Chen, you mustn't come to harm." Lu Xiaowan clasped her hands together, unable to do anything but pray. In the crowd, Shen Linfeng revealed a malicious smile. What a twist of fate, full of ups and downs. The competition among prestigious schools had already ended in failure. But it was fine. Yi-Chen was audacious enough to challenge Wu Jingyu. He was truly courting death. Could he not sense Wu Jingyu's malice towards him? "You are a student of Mo Danqing, with such great talent. If Wu Jingyu doesn't cripple you, he would never be satisfied. Ha, this is just too delightful. Watching the enemy get crippled is such a satisfying feeling." Everyone's gaze was focused here. How would Yi-Chen withstand the punch of a practitioner at the entry level? "Under my ice force, your speed will be reduced countless times. I know your martial arts skills are of a very high level, but it won't matter. The ice force will slow you down, and you will have nowhere to hide." Wu Jingyu revealed a cruel smile, his fist already closing in. Ice force sounds a bit impressive, but is it useful? Yi-Chen smiled faintly and suddenly activated his internal energy. The dark and chaotic internal energy surged forth, extending outward. 30 meters. The chaotic internal energy crashed forward like a rising tsunami, overwhelming the ice-blue ice force. The latter seemed like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Wu Jingyu's pupils suddenly constricted. My God, what is he seeing? The 30 meters of internal energy already possessed internal energy attributes. Moreover, his internal energy attributes were neither of the 5 elements nor any known type, yet they were unexpectedly powerful. No, they were terrifying. No internal energy could present an overwhelming crush against another internal energy. Not to mention that the ice force, being a mutated internal energy, had a certain advantage over the 5-element internal energy. Yi-Chen, what kind of monstrous internal energy is within you? The bone-chilling cold was instantly swallowed by the chaotic internal energy, and the ice-blue aura vanished without a trace. Wu Jingyu was completely engulfed by the chaotic internal energy, and his fist had entirely lost the support of internal energy. His gaze turned cold. Since that's the case, then I'll explode you with pure strength. Wu Jingyu exerted force again midway, his right arm's muscles bulging as he struck down hard. When it hit Yi-Chen, it was reduced to a pure force of 28,000 kilograms. This should be fatal, right? The physical body of an ordinary entry-level master couldn't even withstand 20,000 kilograms. How could you, Yi-Chen, possibly have that? In the next moment, a severe backlash pain shot through his arm. It felt as if he had struck a steel plate with sharp spikes. Hiss! Wu Jingyu gasped in pain. It's my turn. Before he could retreat, Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward, grabbing his arm and swinging him around. Like smashing a sandbag, he slammed him down on the stage. Left punch, boom. Right punch, boom. The audience below watched in a daze. My god, is Yi Chen a natural monster with extraordinary arm strength? Chapter 213, Exploding Wu Jingyu's Dantian. In the final blow, Yi Chen even punched directly into Wu Jingyu's lower abdomen. Puff. Those with keen hearing might have caught a sound like a balloon deflating. Yang Yan's eyes trembled. Yi Chen's previous punch had directly shattered Wu Jingyu's Dantian. His internal energy began to dissipate completely. Even if he could cultivate it back, he would never reach the level of a master again. Wu Jingyu wanted to cripple Yi Chen, but in the end, he was the one who got crippled by Yi Chen. For some reason, Yang Yan suddenly wanted to shout out loud. Good. Yi Chen, well done. You accomplished what I always wanted to do but dared not. Until Yi Chen threw Wu Jingyu out like a sandbag, no one in the audience dared to speak. It was shocking. Absolutely shocking. A student actually smashed the dean of the academy. Moreover, he also crippled the dean. You have harmed and slandered me time and again, this is your end. Yi Chen looked down at Wu Jingyu coldly. At this moment, Wu Jingyu no longer had the slightest semblance of composure. His hair, now drenched with styling spray, was disheveled, and tears and snot mixed together. He was a complete mess. What was shattered was not just his dantian, but even more so, his heart. How could a dignified ascendant realm be smashed by a newly promoted master? No, Yi Chen was definitely not a newly promoted master. 30 meters of externalized internal energy. If that were a newly promoted master, others might as well just die. This amount of internal energy could only be achieved by a master in the entry realm. He was in the entry realm. Yi Chen kicked Wu Jingyu aside like a dead dog and walked straight to another dean of Hanjiang Academy. According to the rules, your Hanjiang Academy is supposed to provide the Shangjing Academy with an ancient text, right? The dean nodded bitterly and quickly said, I will send someone to deliver the ancient text soon. Good. Yi Chen glanced at the referee again. Referee, announce the results. Only then did the referee seem to wake up from a dream, nodding and using his internal energy to announce loudly, in the martial arts competition, Shangjing Academy wins. In 4 competitions, Shangjing Academy wins all. According to the regulations, Shangjing Academy can continue to hold the title of prestigious school. Yang Yan was the first to applaud. Following him were Mo Danqing, Tang Liusheng. Soon, the entire venue erupted in applause. They looked at Yi Chen with eyes filled with admiration. So strong. Too strong. This person, is he even human? Is he an alien? He can no longer be measured by common sense. Who else could achieve this? Among the crowd, Shen Linfeng's expression darkened. Lost again. Lost again. Yi Chen, how do you deserve so many honors? How do you get to this point? Shen Linfeng took a deep breath. He had originally thought that after becoming an inner disciple of Tianya Hage, the gap between him and Yi Chen would narrow. Now it seemed, it had only widened. Since I can't defeat you with absolute strength, I will use absolute financial power to crush you. Starting with the Lu family. Shen Linfeng sneered, pulling out his phone to call his father, Shen Guangqing. Dad, our Shen Group's alchemy plan can begin. We must make the Lu family suffer a crushing defeat. After hanging up, Shen Linfeng stared at the figure on the stage, muttering to himself, Yi Chen, I can see that both Lu Xiaowan and Su Qingyan like you. Don't worry, I will personally take them away from you. I want you to taste the flavor of pain. Chapter 214, Orphanage. The ruins of the Undying Puppet sect. The competition among prestigious schools ended quickly. However, for those who watched this competition, it was extremely exciting. Yi Chen alone, excelling in all 4 events, saved Shangjing Academy from disaster. The audience was still fervently discussing Yi Chen, but he had already returned to the orphanage. Currently, his internal energy had reached the peak of the entry realm. He only needed an opportunity to step into the transcendence realm. However, as soon as he returned to the orphanage, he felt something was off. The Yin energy was too strong. It was so dense that even Xiao He felt comfortable enough to call out. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and immediately realized. It must be that the spiritual vein beneath the Welfare Institute has encountered a problem. Such a precious spiritual vein could not coincidentally appear beneath the Welfare Institute. The most likely scenario is that this spiritual vein connects to an underground sect's ruins. Because only those ancient sects like to build their mountain gates on top of precious spiritual veins. And for Yi Chen, ruins represent ancient texts. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked into the Welfare Institute. The scene suddenly changed, the air was filled with a chilling aura, and the 2 pomegranate trees in the yard had completely transformed, their branches laden not with pomegranates, but with large human heads. The features of the heads were blurred, making it impossible to discern their faces, but they occasionally murmured words. "Help me! Why do you want to kill me?" These voices sounded like the dying wails of humanity, turning the Welfare Institute into a ghostly realm. The host is confused by the illusion. Basic will, upgrade branch skill, illusion resistance, automatically reaches maximum level. Yi Chen was not swayed by such illusions and strode purposefully toward the back mountain of the Welfare Institute. The further he walked, the louder the mournful voices became, followed by cries of despair, wails, and screams, creating a cacophony of ghostly howls. Let me think, among the ancient sects, the only ones capable of this are the Undying Puppet sect and the Burning Heartbone sect. Which sect's remnant are you? Yi Chen stopped and smiled faintly. The voices abruptly ceased. Die, 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 die. The countless heads on the 2 pomegranate trees instantly transformed into the old director, Aunt Zhao, Grandpa Li, and others, their faces twisted as they flew toward Yi Chen, as if they wanted to devour him whole. However, Yi Chen ignored these heads and turned to look at a deep cave entrance. At the same time, a graceful figure emerged from the cave. It was Su Qingyan. However, at this moment, black gas was emanating from her 7 orifices, and her every movement was incredibly stiff. You actually know about my Undying Puppet sect, not bad. But it's useless, you are about to die. Ha 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 ha, truly, heaven is helping me. Look at this perfect spiritual root talent, this handsome appearance. You are simply the perfect vessel for me. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. I don't care what you are, get out of Xiaosu's body. Is this girl your beloved? Her talent is average. I naturally want to leave her body, but in exchange, I want to occupy yours. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tremor from the worry-nurturing jade in his chest. It seemed to have a strong desire for the black gas on Su Qingyan, wanting to devour it. His expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. All right, as long as you leave Xiaosu's body, I will give you my own body. Ha ha ha, no matter how many years have passed, humans are still so naive. A stream of black gas surged directly from Su Qingyan, transforming into a green-faced, fanged figure, ready to rush into Yi Chen's body. Su Qingyan's expression suddenly cleared, and she immediately shouted, Yi Chen, don't! Chapter 215, The Worrying Evil Spirit Swallows Whole. Su Qingyan hated herself at this moment. Why did she take the risk to enter the underground? If she hadn't gone underground, she wouldn't have been possessed by this black gas, and she wouldn't have harmed Yi Chen. Now it was all over. If Yi Chen was truly occupied by this black gas, she really wouldn't know what to do. Su Qingyan could only shout, Yi Chen, hurry and leave. Absolutely do not let the black gas touch your body. People from the Ministry of Politics are about to arrive. We just need to delay. The black gas flew rapidly, covering a short distance, as if it would invade Yi Chen's body the next moment. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, it cackled, too late. This body, I have decided to take. This is simply a gift from the heavens to me. This perfect talent, and these 5 elemental roots. If it were a few hundred years ago, I would be a true disciple coveted by all the major sects. And now it belongs to me. I never expected that as soon as I awakened, I would obtain such a perfect body. Truly, heaven is aiding me. The dark energy laughed sinisterly, as if treating Yi Chen as a perfect work of art. Yi Chen smiled softly at Su Qingyan. Don't worry, he can't devour my soul. I will turn the tables and devour his instead. The dark energy paused for a moment, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world, and burst into laughter. This is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. You, a mere mortal without even a trace of true energy, dare to be so arrogant and claim you will devour my soul? I'll tell you this, not just you, but everyone in this courtyard, I will leave none alive. It's been hundreds of years. I haven't tasted a soul in hundreds of years. The dark energy felt as if it had reached the pinnacle of life. It was just a step away from entering Yi Chen's body, successfully occupying his mind, and consuming his soul. It had even devised a plan for the future. Rampaging through the world, devouring souls, then rampaging again, and devouring souls once more. What a concise and straightforward plan. The dark energy even felt a sense of comfort and casually used its ability to inspect Yi Chen's body. Upon confirming again, yes, this was indeed a mortal. But wait, what is this strange dark energy in his chest? The dark energy froze for a moment, then, sensing a great crisis and immense fear, it retreated rapidly. If the dark energy had a physical form, its current state would be akin to a cat with its fur standing on end. Yi Chen smirked coldly, only just realizing it? Too late. He tore off the worry-nurturing jade hanging from his neck and crushed it in one swift motion. In the next moment, a wave of dark energy, 100 times denser than the previous one, surged forth. Like a starving wolf or tiger that had been imprisoned for 100 years, the worry dark energy expanded into a massive tentacle, instantly enveloping the dark energy within. The dark energy was filled with terror, and the last word it managed to utter was, demon. Then, it was completely devoured and assimilated by the worry. After finishing, the worry even let out a very human-like burp. Yi Chen could feel that the volume of the worry had instantly doubled. Whispers re-emerged, causing irritation. The massive worry dark energy in midair stirred restlessly. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. He knew this worry wanted to escape. Do you want to hear the 3000 Worries Sutra again? Yi Chen said coldly. The worry dark energy had no independent will, only a chaotic consciousness. After Yi Chen uttered the 5 words of the 3000 Worries Sutra, the worry dark energy trembled involuntarily, then immediately gathered into a ball and returned to another worry nurturing jade in Yi Chen's hand, which was now a size larger. Chapter 216, Entering the Ruins Alone, Lord Li's Terror Xiao Su, are you okay? Yi Chen put away the worry-nurturing jade and walked over to Su Qingyan, concerned. Su Qingyan looked at him with a face full of horror. Yi Chen, what on earth did you do? How did you so easily deal with that ghostly thing? Yi Chen laughed heartily, using poison to counter poison. You'll understand in the future. But you have to tell me, is there a sex ruins beneath the Welfare Institute? Su Qingyan nodded with a bitter expression. I should have told you earlier. Then, she meticulously recounted every detail to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Fortunately, the people in the Welfare Institute had protective spiritual artifacts, which spared them from disaster. He instructed Su Qingyan not to let anyone in, then prepared to enter the undying puppet sex ruins alone. Su Qingyan immediately became anxious. Don't go in, it's very dangerous down there. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. For me, this is a great opportunity. After saying that, he strode into the darkness, followed closely by the little black shadow. Once Yi Chen entered, the Ministry of Politics convoy rushed over in a flurry. Yes, Su Qingyan had called for help from the Ministry of Politics when she was still conscious. Li Xuanjin, as the city lord, was the first to charge in. Child, are you alright? He asked when he saw Su Qingyan's dazed expression. Su Qingyan quickly replied, City Lord Li, I'm fine, but Yi Chen. Yi Chen he. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. What happened to Master Yi? Su Qingyan was on the verge of tears. Yi Chen went alone to the underground ruins. The more Su Qingyan thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. The Ministry of Politics was extremely cautious about ruins. The previous Tongtian Temple ruins took 10 years to explore thoroughly, yet Yi Chen was going in alone. Wasn't that asking for death? Li Xuanjin's heart sank. This was bad. He had long known that Yi Chen had a great love for ancient texts. This time, it was likely that Yi Chen couldn't wait to enter the ruins to explore for the sake of ancient texts. Li Xuanjin carefully observed the architectural style of the cave entrance and felt another pang of dread. It was over. If he wasn't mistaken, this was either the Burning Heart Refining Bone sect or the Undying Puppet sect. The former was somewhat acceptable, but the latter could hardly be described with any words of cruelty and evil. Although the Tongtian Temple ruins were difficult to explore, the formations set up there wouldn't kill people. But these two evil sects were notorious for devouring people and using the living as materials. Who knew how many puppets and zombies were buried in these ruins? In Huagua, there had been several instances of such evil sect ruins emerging, each time causing great losses. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Ministry of Politics, there would have been countless casualties. Li Xuanjin took a deep breath, instructing the Ministry of Politics personnel to completely seal off the area around the orphanage while discussing countermeasures with others. The terror deep within the ruins was something even he, a peak entry-level expert, dared not explore. Until a countermeasure was devised, he could only hope that Yi Chen was lucky enough to survive. My Master Yi, please don't die down there. Li Xuanjin sighed deeply. Meanwhile, at the Shin family villa, Lin Feng, I've received news that arrogant kid Yi Chen actually entered the underground ruins of the orphanage in the southern city alone. The Ministry of Politics has sent people over, and even Li Xuanjin doesn't dare to go down. He is undoubtedly doomed, Shin Guangqing said, puffing on a cigar with a faint smile. Chapter 217, Undying Puppet Sect, Bone Storage. Shin Linfeng chuckled lightly and shook his head. Yi Chen is indeed very capable, but he has a fatal flaw. Too greedy. He isn't greedy for money, nor for power, but he has a great love for ancient texts, the older the better. If I'm not mistaken, he must have gone down to explore for the ancient texts in the ruins. A person like that will eventually die because of his greed. Shin Linfeng sneered, I feel a bit regretful. If he dies, we won't get to see the grand show we're putting on, will we? Shin Guangqing laughed heartily. Lin Feng, I still feel like I'm dreaming. How did you crack the formula for the vitality pill? With a son like you, I, Shin Guangqing, would laugh myself awake in my dreams. The effects of this pill are simply incredible. Once we open sales, the entire pill industry in the capital will be completely monopolized by my Shin Group in just one day. Shen Linfeng chuckled lightly. Dad, no matter how you put it, I'm still a 5th-tier alchemist, and I have a master helping me at Tianya Hage. Cracking the formula for this 3rd-tier vitality pill is not difficult at all. Let's rename this vitality pill to the Flesh Regeneration and Blood Vitalization Pill. My Shen family's grand plan for alchemy is about to begin. Shen Guangqing laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the South City Welfare Institute. Uncle, look at this stone tablet. Li Lingyu pointed at a stone tablet buried near the cave entrance, speaking to Li Xuanjin. Many operatives from the Ministry of Politics had gathered around. The location of this stone tablet was excellent. No one else had noticed it, except for Li Lingyu. Song, Gu, Tang? Li Xuanjin struggled to decipher the 3 characters, and then was suddenly alarmed. These ancient sects were extraordinarily large, so besides the main sect, they would also establish branch halls. The Tsanggu Tang was the most cruel and evil branch of the Undying Shadow Puppet sect. The purpose of this branch was to separate the bones of living beings and turn them into skeletal magical tools and skeletal armor. Moreover, they preferred to use living people for bone separation. It was the epitome of inhuman evil. Yi Chen had entered the most terrifying Tsanggu Tang of the Undying Shadow Puppet sect. It was an understatement to say he was in grave danger. 9 deaths and 1 life was the most appropriate metaphor. Could this be the map of the Tsanggu Tang? Li Lingyu curiously glanced a few more times and suddenly pointed at a glowing dot. Li Xuanjin looked in the direction of her voice and indeed saw a glowing dot. Moreover, that dot was moving. Li Xuanjin was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. If I'm not mistaken, this glowing dot represents Master Yi. He is still alive. And he has entered the 2nd level of the Tsanggu Tang. As he spoke the latter half of the sentence, Li Xuanjin was astonished himself. He had actually entered the 2nd level? The Blood Demon Hall, another branch of the Undying Shadow Puppet sect, had once appeared on the outskirts of Yendu City, where the then city lord led operatives from the Ministry of Politics to investigate. 9 out of 10 would die. In the end, that city lord escaped with only 2 people, both of whom died within an hour. The city lord had only reached the 2nd level, and he described most of the situation in the Blood Demon Hall, soon after which he also perished. After confirmation from the highest organization of the Ministry of Politics, the 12 members confirmed that the city lord had been corroded by extreme and violent decay poison, a poison so extreme it could even corrode masters in the Transcendence realm. Since then, Li Xuanjin had kept a respectful distance from such evil relics. He did not want to die at the hands of something so obscure and dangerous. Chapter 218. The heart of a small man, however, if even a predecessor like the city lord of Yendu, who was in the Transcendence realm, stopped at the 2nd level of the Blood Demon Hall, how could you, Yi Chen, not only enter the Tsanggu Tang, which is even more cruel and evil than the Blood Demon Hall, but also reach the 2nd level? Yi Chen, what kind of deity are you? I really can't understand you more and more. Li Xuanjin looked at the glowing dot and sighed skyward. But just as he sighed, he widened his eyes again. Because the glowing dot representing Yi Chen flickered and entered the next level. The 3rd level of the Tsanggu Tang. The operatives of the Ministry of Politics gasped in shock. City Lordly, you said before that Master Yi is formidable. I didn't quite believe it, but now I do. Who else would dare to explore the relics of an evil sect alone and directly descend to the 3rd level? A young man with a ponytail couldn't help but praise. Yeah, I unilaterally declare that from now on, Master Yi is my idol. No rebuttals allowed. Another girl exclaimed excitedly, her face flushed. You haven't even been to the Tsanggu Tang. You have no idea what the situation is down there. Maybe there's not even a hint of danger below. At that moment, a dismissive voice suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned. The owner of that voice was none other than Li Xuanjin's nephew, Li Tianzi. In fact, Li Tianzi had come to the capital to find Li Xuanjin because of Li Xuanli, who was Li Xuanjin's brother, forcing him to come. Li Xuanli wanted Li Tianzi to enter the Ministry of Politics in the capital, undergo some training, and completely wash away his playboy tendencies. Previously, after Li Xuanjin broke his legs and treated him, Li Tianzi indeed behaved well for a while, but unexpectedly, he has now reverted to his true nature. Tianzi, what did you say? A dangerous glint rose in Li Xuanjin's eyes. Li Tianzi braced himself and said, It's just the truth, I'm merely stating my guess. None of us have ever entered the Bone Hall ruins, and ancient sect ruins aren't necessarily fraught with danger. Our 6th granduncle from the Li family entered a ruin filled with treasures, otherwise, how could the Li family? Li Xuanjin shouted, Shut up! Li Tianzi quickly fell silent. What he had just said touched upon some secrets regarding the rise of the Li family in Yendu. But it's possible that there are indeed treasures everywhere down there, and Yi Chen went down alone. If he hoards the treasures for himself and tells us there's nothing inside, wouldn't our Ministry of Governance be at a loss? This is the relic of the Undying Puppet sect, a first-rate sect back in the day. The treasures inside are worth their weight in gold. We can't rely on one person's self-imposed moral constraints. Li Tianzi glanced at the expressions of those around him and couldn't help but speak again. As soon as he said this, many people's faces changed. In Huagua, any exploration of ruins must involve the Ministry of Governance. The treasures inside must also be shared with the Ministry. The Ministry has been guarding Huagua for a long time, and without the support of these treasures, it would have long lost its ability to protect the country. Powerful treasures would certainly be handed over layer by layer to the 12 members located in Yendu. Ordinary treasures would be given to the prominent city lords based on their military achievements, and common treasures would be awarded to the Ministry's personnel according to their merits. If Yi Chen were to hoard those treasures for himself, it would mean that all the treasures the Ministry's personnel could have received would be gone. Chapter 219, Human Weakness, the giant bone puppet of the divine realm. At this point, many people's thoughts became lively. No matter how they had previously praised Master Yi or regarded him as their idol, it all had to be based on the premise that Yi Chen would not infringe upon their vested interests. Once Yi Chen encroached on their interests, it wouldn't matter who he was. It was like decades ago when some people might have admired the business tycoons and wanted to become like them, but if those people started taking money from them, they would definitely change their views immediately. This is the weakness of human nature. What Li Tianzi said hit the nail on the head for these people. Suddenly, many personnel began to whisper among themselves. They no longer referred to him as the esteemed Master Yi but directly called him Yi Chen. Sitting nearby, Su Qingyan, who was taking care of others in the welfare home, glared angrily at the instigator, Li Tianzi. She couldn't imagine how such a scoundrel could become a member of the Ministry of Governance. Li Xuanjin frowned slightly. As the city lord, he naturally had a much longer-term perspective. A person like Yi Chen wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. Ultimately, the treasures would still benefit these people. To some extent, the Ministry of Governance actually benefited from Yi Chen's presence. After all, the relic of the Undying Puppet sect's bone hall was located beneath the city's southern welfare home. According to the regulations issued by the Ministry of Governance, the private property of inner strength masters is inviolable. If they did not take action, they would absolutely not be able to share even a bit of the treasures. He couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, shut up! Master Yi is not as unworthy as you say. If our Ministry of Governance can obtain treasures this time, it is also because Master Yi deliberately left them for us. You will have to thank him in the future. Now, do what you need to do. Don't poke others' backs in private." Li Xuanjin's face showed a hint of anger. "Look, Master Yi has reached the 4th level," Li Lingyu suddenly exclaimed. Li Xuanjin turned around, incredulously seeing that Yi Chen had indeed entered the 4th level. Could it be that this relic was truly filled with treasures and devoid of danger? Otherwise, Yi Chen couldn't have made it so quickly. Even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of greed. Li Xuanjin shook his head violently, casting aside these distracting thoughts. Yi Chen was someone he must befriend. It was best not to develop any feelings beyond goodwill towards him. "What is that red dot?" Li Lingyu suddenly asked again. Li Xuanjin focused on a huge red dot behind the light point, pondering for a long time without clarity. He took a picture and sent it to the most knowledgeable person in the Li family of Yendu, Old Master Li Qi. After Li Xuanjin briefly explained the situation, Old Master Li Qi on the other end of the video immediately showed an extremely serious expression. "Xuanjin, if I'm not mistaken, that red light point should be a type of giant bone puppet from the bone hiding hall. Moreover, based on the size of this light point, the strength of this giant bone puppet should have reached the peak of the Transcendence realm. The young friend Yi Chen you mentioned should be at the entry realm, right? So the final outcome is obvious: 10 deaths, no life." Until Old Master Li Qi ended the video, Li Xuanjin still couldn't react. Yi Chen, 10 deaths, no life? Even after witnessing several miracles created by Yi Chen, Li Xuanjin still couldn't believe that someone at the entry realm could escape from the hands of a Transcendence realm being. Chapter 220, Malicious Words, Seal the Cave. Is the strength of the Transcendence realm very high? Yes, it is very high. In the vast Huagua, there aren't many masters of internal energy, but in every city, there are at least 10. However, there are no more than 20 in the entire Huagua who are above the Transcendence realm. Because stepping from the entry realm into the Transcendence realm is incredibly difficult. Li Xuanjin is already at the peak of the entry realm, but even after staying in this realm for 5 years, he has no intention of stepping into the Transcendence realm. The biggest difference between the entry and Transcendence realms is that the former can only project internal energy outward, while the latter can already transform internal energy into other forms for attack. The gap between them cannot be measured in mere numbers. Yi Chen, with only entry realm strength, wants to compete with the giant bone puppet of the Transcendence realm. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Rather than hoping that Yi Chen can defeat the giant bone puppet, it would be better to consider how to quickly kill it if it charges to the surface, preventing it from wreaking havoc and bringing disaster to the surrounding residents. At that moment, Li Lingyu suddenly saw the two light points abruptly overlap. They're fighting! They're fighting! Yi Chen is undoubtedly doomed. Li Tianzi laughed heartily, showing no concern whatsoever. He had heard every word of the conversation between Old Master Li Qi and Li Xuanjin clearly. Who is Old Master Li Qi? He is the most knowledgeable elder of the Li family in Yendu, a person who has entered relics multiple times and has a high level of expertise in ancient texts. If he says Yi Chen is 10 deaths, no life, then it is 10 deaths, no life. With this, Li Tianzi no longer had to fear Yi Chen every day. Fear a dying person? Ha, I might as well be dead. Li Xuanjin shot him a sidelong glance, gritting his teeth in anger, but this was his own nephew. Hitting him in front of others would only diminish his authority. Yes, City Lordly, we should carefully consider how to deal with the giant bone puppet. Once this monster escapes to the surface, we absolutely won't be able to withstand it, the young man with a ponytail earnestly suggested. Then tell me, what are your thoughts? Li Xuanjin asked, looking irritated. I have a suggestion. We can completely seal the cave entrance using that pure metal sent from Yendu. It would greatly restrain a sinister creature like the giant bone puppet. The young man with a ponytail spoke very seriously. Then we will go to Yendu and invite the senior from the godly realm to kill him. Su Qingyan, who was on the outskirts of the crowd, almost jumped up upon hearing this. What? Yi Chen is still down there, and you actually want to seal the entrance? Do you want him to die down there? Are you even human? Li Xuanjin fell silent. From the perspective of the greater good, what the young man with the ponytail just said was clearly a perfect course of action. Only, it required sacrificing Yi Chen. Before he could speak, Li Tianzi was the first to shout, I support his opinion. We cannot disregard the lives of the surrounding residents for the sake of Yi Chen alone. If that monster from the godly realm escapes, this entire area will be plunged into misery. At that time, I'm afraid even you, uncle, won't be able to bear the consequences. The last sentence made Li Xuanjin's scalp tingle. If this matter was not handled well, he would definitely be the first to be dismissed. Seeing him show hesitation, Li Tianzi was instantly delighted and pressed on, Uncle, don't hesitate. Quickly seal the entrance. If we waste any more time, that monster will break through to the surface. Who wants to seal the entrance? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance, cold and piercing. Chapter 221, let's break the left leg this time. As soon as the voice sounded, the delighted Li Tianzi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The voice was too familiar. He wished he could tear apart the owner of that voice 1,000 times in his dreams. It couldn't be anyone else but Yi Chen, right? Everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance. Yi Chen walked out from the ruins, unhurried. He was unharmed, not even a tear in his clothes. Behind him followed a little black dog. At this moment, the little black dog had a bulging belly and let out a few adorable burps as it walked a few steps. But no one dared to laugh, because the murderous aura emanating from Yi Chen was too heavy. Heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. The young man with the ponytail widened his eyes, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone in the ascending realm could walk out unscathed in front of someone in the godly realm. Li Xuanjin was also dumbfounded. He never expected this. Really never expected it. Yi Chen, are you truly a reincarnated deity? Even my Li family's Lord Li Qi asserted that you would be dead without a doubt, yet you still created a miracle. Moreover, after coming out, you were completely unharmed. Not even a tear in your clothes. What on earth did you encounter in the ruins? Who wants to seal the entrance? Yi Chen saw that no one was speaking and suddenly stepped forward, coldly shouting. This step was like an ancient ferocious beast pouncing forward, the chill emanating from him dropping the air temperature significantly. The young man with the ponytail, standing directly in front of him, stumbled back in fear, almost collapsing to the ground. Li Tianzi, however, forced himself to stand tall, staring directly at Yi Chen, and coldly said, Yi Chen, don't think we don't know, you must have hoarded all the treasures from the ruins. Hand them over quickly, or you will face sanctions from the government. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, not even glancing at him, but turned to Li Xuanjin. Lordly, last time it was the right leg that was broken, this time, let's go for the left leg. And besides Li Tianzi, this one too. Yi Chen's voice carried an undeniable authority. Li Xuanjin sighed softly. Tianzi, don't blame me. Blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. I hope you can remember this in the future. Even if the other party seems to be in a predicament, don't be so smug. Because you never know if they will pull out an unacceptable trump card when they are cornered. Li Tianzi's pupils suddenly dilated, reflecting the figure of Li Shuanjin walking step by step towards him. Uncle! No! Don't break my leg again! I was wrong! Li Tianzi was so frightened that he knelt down, clutching Li Shuanjin's pant leg and weeping bitterly. Li Shuanjin's mouth twitched, and the golden energy in his hand suddenly shone brightly. Then, he struck down hard. Ah! In the Shernan Welfare Institute, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. The young man with the ponytail was no exception, having his leg broken as well. This was the price of speaking carelessly. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at the remaining officials from the Ministry of Politics, and only when they all shrank back and lowered their heads did he satisfyingly withdraw his gaze. Li Shuanjin observed everything, only able to sigh inwardly. Look at Yi Chen, when it comes to real age, he is even younger than you all. Yet, here you are, unable to hold your heads high in front of him. Next, Yi Chen took out a mustard seed treasure talisman and shook it. A large pile of glowing artifacts fell down. Swords, long knives, small shields, bronze mirrors, blood trough spikes, execution axes. All were spiritual artifacts of 6th rank or above. Everyone gasped in shock. Chapter 222 Now, I won't give it. Master Yi. Master Yi is amazing. Which major sect did you rob, or which aristocratic family did you steal from? So many 6th rank spiritual artifacts, they could blind a person's eyes. Even Li Tianzi and the ponytailed youth were momentarily captivated by the treasure's glow, halting their cries of despair. What does a 6th rank spiritual artifact mean? It signifies greater combat power, a status above others. To put it more simply, this is worth 10 million wabik. Even Li Shuanjin, who was accustomed to treasures, was startled by Yi Chen's sudden display of wealth. What he had seen in the Li family of Yendu were only individual spiritual artifacts. How could it compare to this pile used as a unit of measurement? Yi Chen surveyed everyone, sneering. Originally, I intended to give these spiritual artifacts to the Ministry of Politics. Now, I won't. He said coldly, Xiaosu, take all these things. Yi Chen casually took out an ancient hand ring, activated his internal energy, and all the dazzling spiritual artifacts on the ground were absorbed into it. Li Shuanjin was once again taken aback. Mustard seed treasures. This is a mustard seed treasure. Su Qingyan walked over, carefully placing the hand ring in her bosom, feeling sweeter than eating honey. Then Yi Chen took out another spiritual artifact and handed it to the young girl Li Lingyu beside him. This is for you, keep it. The young girl Li Lingyu was bewildered, taking a while to react before hurriedly saying, Thank you, Master Yi. This girl was the only one standing on his side, not forgetting to say a word for him. Instantly, many gazes turned towards her, filled with jealousy and envy. Lordly, I know the rules of the Ministry of Politics. The spiritual artifact belongs to you. Yi Chen kicked the last remaining spiritual artifact, the one with the weakest glow, and said coldly. Li Shuanjin smiled wryly but felt helpless. What could he say? Should he reprimand Yi Chen for being too greedy? According to the regulations, if one encounters such ruins and the Ministry of Politics does not provide necessary assistance, the owner of the ruins only needs to provide 5% of the profits to the ministry. Yi Chen took out 2 spiritual artifacts, which was already giving face to the ministry. Li Tianzi clenched his fists in secret but dared not say a word. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Chen, fearing that Yi Chen would get angry and have Li Shuanjin break his other leg. Lordly, the ruins below are now completely safe. Please return. Yi Chen unceremoniously issued the eviction order. Li Shuanjin sighed deeply, clasped his fists, and led everyone away. Throughout, he did not ask Yi Chen how he had defeated the giant bone puppet of the divine realm. But without a doubt, Yi Chen had become even more unfathomable in his eyes. Even if Yi Chen's surface strength was still at the entry realm, in Li Shuanjin's view, this young man had already stood on the same level as him. Yi Chen watched them leave, a faint smile on his lips. Those officials from the Ministry of Politics were merely clowns, not worth mentioning. The most important thing was that he had gained tremendous benefits within the ruins. Were the ruins dangerous? Indeed, as Li Shuanjin and the others had said, it was very dangerous. Because it was filled with numerous malevolent spirits, evil entities, foul demons, and zombies. But that was for ordinary masters. Was Yi Chen an ordinary person? No. The troublesome black energy in the chi-nourishing jade was precisely what these malevolent beings craved. Therefore, from the moment he stepped into the ruins, Yi Chen crushed the chi-nourishing jade again, allowing the troublesome black energy to continuously devour. Chapter 223, The Undying Bone Concealment Technique. The path of bone tempering the troublesome black energy truly lived up to its nickname of Evil Demon. After all, this was the super evil demon that even Shangshan Temple and Tontian Temple were suppressing. How could these ordinary malevolent beings withstand it? In front of the troublesome black energy, these evil spirits and demons were like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of the knife. Yi Chen almost encountered no obstacles as he reached the 5th underground level. Along the way, he indeed saw quite a few ancient texts, but their quality was not high, so he simply stuffed them all into the mustard seed treasure talisman, until he arrived at the 5th level. The giant bone puppet in the out-of-body realm was indeed very strong. Coupled with its body full of corruption, fierce poison, and red poison, it was not something an ordinary master could withstand. Even if a master from the out-of-body realm came, there was a high chance they would die on the spot. But Yi Chen was different. His true strength was at the peak of the entry realm. Moreover, Yi Chen was completely resistant to this series of mainstream toxins. Not only that, but the various toxins on the giant bone puppet also helped Yi Chen unlock a new skill. Immunity to all poisons, max level effect. Completely immune to all types of toxins. With this skill, it could be said that, apart from those rare and unique toxins, Yi Chen could almost live in toxins every day, just like those ancient super poison lords and 5 poisons great saints, relying on poison for sustenance. And once he encountered more powerful toxins, with his robust physique, Yi Chen could endure for a long time. That time would be enough for the system to analyze this strange poison and unlock the corresponding poison resistance skill. In addition, Yi Chen's internal energy contained Buddhist energy, which had a great restraining effect on evil spirits and demons, and he was surrounded by troublesome black energy. The giant bone puppet in the out-of-body realm met a humiliating end. In the end, its bones were completely gnawed clean by the little black dog. If this yellow-tier little black dog could fully digest the energy of the giant bone puppet, it might be able to advance further. Yi Chen also discovered what he wanted on this 5th level. Ancient texts. Undying bone concealment technique, max level effect, greatly enhances the body's resistance, the toughness of bones, and allows for the strengthening of one's own bones by consuming the bone powder of powerful creatures. This skill greatly satisfied Yi Chen, because his physique had long reached a bottleneck. Now, the undying bone concealment technique opened up a new world for him, bone tempering. Bones are the support of the body. With tougher bones, the body would naturally become stronger. Next, Yi Chen could ask the Lu family to help acquire some powerful spirit beast bone powder. With the Lu family's resources, finding these things would be a piece of cake. This undying bone concealment technique should also be the highest martial art of the bone concealment hall. Originally, Yi Chen had also discovered a new passage leading to other ruins, but fearing that Su Qingyan and the others would get anxious and chase after him, he simply returned to the surface. In the following time, Yi Chen spent time setting up various formations around the ruins to ensure that the people from the orphanage would not accidentally wander in. Additionally, he also improved the medicinal field, planting many rare herbs, some of which he had even discovered inside the ruins. After finishing these tasks, Yi Chen took out his phone and was about to call Zhang Jisher. However, just as the phone rang, it was Zhang Jisher calling him. Yi Chen grinned and immediately answered the phone, but Zhang Jisher's anxious voice came through. Master Yi, the Shin Group has developed the Vitality Pill and has already seized a large portion of the market for alchemy in the capital. Our Lu family sent someone to check, and that Vitality Pill is almost identical to the Vitality Pill you created. We suspect the Shin family has stolen your Vitality Pill formula. Chapter 224, The Lu Family in Deep Trouble. Yi Chen is ready to act. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Oh, the Vitality Pill? He didn't think much of the pill he had created. After all, as long as he was around, there would be more formulas of his own in the future. So, a mere Vitality Pill wasn't something he valued highly. But how dare the Shin family use my pill to profit for themselves? That was unacceptable. Please come to Piyun Mountain Villa for a discussion. Old Master Lu originally planned to sign a contract with you for the agency of the Vitality Pill sales, but with the Shin family stirring things up, that plan has cooled significantly. Zhang Jisher's voice trembled slightly. How could he not tremble? The Lu family had spent a lot of money promoting the unique effects of the Vitality Pill and had directly purchased a prime location in the city center to use as a sales shop for the Vitality Pill. Now, with the Shin family launching this Vitality Pill, they had directly taken away a large portion of potential customers. Just think, if people already had the Vitality Pill, would they still come to buy your Vitality Pill? If this matter isn't handled properly, the Lu family would at least lose half of the pill market. Yi Chen nodded, and soon Zhang Jisher personally drove over to take him to Piyun Mountain Villa. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the main hall of Piyun Mountain Villa. In the center of the hall stood the skeleton of a giant tiger, its fierce presence unmistakable. It was the infamous golden-eyed tiger that had terrorized Nanping Mountain. Around the long table in the hall sat a circle of people. Lu Yunshan, Lu Hongji, Lu Hongyuan, and even Lu Shaowan were present. The faces of the four were serious. Master Yi, you finally arrived. I couldn't wait any longer. Lu Yunshan exclaimed, rushing forward to grab his hand and warmly usher him to the main seat. Dad, is this the Master Yi you mentioned? Lu Hongji asked suspiciously. Brother, you must show respect to Master Yi, Lu Hongyuan said sternly. Lu Yunshan's expression turned cold as he softly reprimanded, Hongji, you just returned from studying abroad, so I won't blame you for not knowing Master Yi's reputation, but you must respect him as you respect me, understand? Lu Hongji could only nod, but he still held a hint of disdain for Yi Chen in his heart. In order for the Lu family to make significant progress in various fields, they had been flourishing in many areas. Lu Xiaowan had been diligently studying beast cultivation and would inherit that field in the future. Although Lu Hongyuan seemed carefree, he had a wide social circle and could bring various talents to the Lu family. Lu Hongji had set aside his work to study alchemy and metallurgy overseas. If it weren't for the Lu family's crisis, he wouldn't have rushed back so urgently. Unlike Huagua, alchemy abroad encompassed a vast array of knowledge. Lu Hongji had apprenticed under a master alchemist and studied hard for 10 years, achieving considerable success in alchemy. He didn't believe that someone who looked so young could save the Lu family from peril. Rather than entrust the family's fate to an unrelated person, he would prefer to take matters into his own hands. Master Yi, the Shen family's move clearly results from long-term accumulation. I've received news that Shen Linfeng and his master from Tianya H have cracked your vitality pill formula and modified it to create the current vitality pill, Lu Yunshan said with a furrowed brow. Is it Tianya H again? Sooner or later, I will storm their mountain gate. Yi Chen frowned upon hearing that name. During the previous weapon refining competition, this top sect of Jiangzhou had sent an elder to deliberately obstruct his match. Now, with the matter of stealing the formula for the vitality pill, it seems that Tianya Hage is also involved. Chapter 225, Suppression, it must be thorough. This sect truly does not know when to quit. Do they really want to be enemies with me, Yi Chen? Next to him, Lu Hongji couldn't help but snorted Yi Chen's words. Attacking the mountain gate of Tianya Hage? What a ridiculous joke. Do you know how much power Tianya Hage possesses? It is the largest sect in Jiangzhou, and Jiangzhou is far wealthier than Hanzhou. As the largest sect in their respective provinces, Ling Beast Mountain has never been able to hold its head high in front of Tianya Hage. Moreover, Ling Beast Mountain made its fortune through the spirit beast business, and business people, of course, value harmony to make money. But Tianya Hage is not like that. This sect originally thrived on killing and smuggling. Even in today's civilized society, Tianya Hage's ferocity remains undiminished. Furthermore, in the minds of young people from several nearby provinces, Tianya Hage is the most formidable. Why? Because the internal energy of Tianya Hage is incredibly powerful. Sword energy. Just listen to that name, it sounds incredibly impressive. Moreover, the sword energy of Tianya Hage is almost invincible among its peers. As long as one becomes an inner disciple of Tianya Hage, they can practice sword energy, and the threshold is quite low. Thus, young people flock to Tianya Hage. Not to mention, the numerous guest elders of Tianya Hage are all exceptionally capable individuals. You, a mere young man, dare to claim you will attack the mountain gate of Tianya Hage. May I ask, are you tired of living? Lu Hongji remained outwardly calm, but his opinion of Yi Chen dropped a few notches. This person is too arrogant. The current plan is to launch a pill far more powerful than the vitality pill to reclaim potential customers, Zhang Jishir said from the side. Lu Yunshan nodded, rubbing his palms together, smiling like a cunning old fox. Master Yi, I wonder if your improved beast blood pill and universal detox pill can allow my Lu family to act as agents for sales? Of course, the profits won't be less for you, you'll get 50%. How about that? Old Fox Lu completely reined in his usual temper, chuckling. Yi Chen glanced at him with a half-smile. This old fellow, Lu Yunshan, is quite shrewd, actually thinking of the beast blood pill and universal detox pill. But that's fine, if someone with ulterior motives were to crack my formula in the future, that would be a huge loss. Rather than that, it's better to authorize the Lu family to sell it early. No, Yi Chen replied flatly. This response made Lu Yunshan's heart skip a beat. Not only will I hand over these 2 pills to you for agency, but I also want to upgrade the vitality pill. Since we are going to suppress the Shen family, let's do it thoroughly and ensure the Shen family is completely destroyed. Hearing this, a chill rose in Lu Yunshan's heart. Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. He certainly had the confidence for this. The original vitality pill was hastily conceived to save Lu Xiaowan, and in the rush, its quality was not high, and the formula was not the optimal solution. But now he had enough time to improve the vitality pill. This pill has great potential, and Yi Chen is very confident that he can directly elevate it to the 6th tier. Lu Hongji finally couldn't hold back. Master Yi, I am very curious about how you plan to upgrade the vitality pill. I have never heard of a pill being upgraded, he said, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. If that's the case, I might as well make some alchemical products, perhaps I could even surpass the vitality pill. He felt that Yi Chen was just boasting. Lu Yunshan frowned, pointing at Lu Hongji, ready to scold him. Chapter 226, Start, Advanced Alchemy. Yi Chen waved his hand. If I'm not mistaken, you should have studied alchemy, right? I'm quite curious about alchemy. How about Mr. Hongji demonstrates some alchemical products on the spot? Lu Hongji smiled proudly. Of course, but what if my alchemical products surpass Master Yi's vitality pill? Yi Chen chuckled. Lu Yunshan frowned even more. Was his son really foolish enough to think that any alchemical product could surpass Master Yi's vitality pill? He had never seen the wonders of the vitality pill. His daughter, Lu Shaowan, had her right leg reshaped by the vitality pill. What alchemical product from the western regions could possibly surpass that? Yi Chen smiled lightly. If your alchemical products can truly surpass the vitality pill, then I, Yi Chen, will take no commission on the sales of the improved beast blood pill and the universal detox pill. With that casual remark, the four of them were stunned. No commission at all. As expected of Master Yi, his words were grand. Lu Yunshan, a shrewd businessman, could immediately see the immense value contained in the improved beast blood pill and the universal detox pill. Once production began and sales started, a 50% share would make Yi Chen one of the wealthiest individuals in the capital within a day. But Yi Chen said he didn't want any. This was truly treating money like dirt. However, with Yi Chen's words, Lu Yunshan found himself hoping that Lu Hongji's alchemical products could surpass the vitality pill. Because if they did, it would mean 100% profit for the Lu family group. Of course, even if they won, Lu Yunshan wouldn't go too far. He would still give Yi Chen 1 or 2%. Then I'll begin, Lu Hongji said, a hint of pride rising on his face. For the sake of his family's ambition to rise to the ranks of the wealthy, he had been wandering for nearly 10 years, studying under a famous alchemist in the western regions, and had finally made some progress. Now that the family was in dire straits, wasn't it the perfect time for him to take a gamble? He took out his alchemical equipment and the corresponding metals, starting to refine in an orderly manner. One had to admit, his alchemy skills were indeed superb. Host observes alchemical production, activating, basic alchemy, automatically maxed out. Host observes alchemical production, basic alchemy, upgraded to, advanced alchemy, automatically maxed out. Two voices slowly echoed in Yi Chen's mind. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. As expected, it aligned with his thoughts. The alchemy of the western regions was clearly a powerful force that stood alongside pill refining and weapon crafting. Learning an additional skill was always beneficial. Seeing Lu Hongji's next move, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. He had added too much mercury. This amount was enough to vaporize into mercury vapor. Although the human body had strengthened significantly after the recovery of spiritual energy, it would still cause some harm. Moreover, excessive mercury would react with the materials he was about to add, leading to an explosion. Yi Chen immediately shouted, "Stop! If you add any more mercury, it will explode." Lu Hongji couldn't help but pout. "Yi Chen, I'm only showing you a bit of respect because of Dad. I hope you don't take advantage of that. You don't understand alchemy at all, so stop giving orders here." While saying this, he continued to add mercury. Yi Chen's eyelid twitched, and he directly grabbed Lu Yunshan and the others, throwing them out, while instructing Xiao He to tackle Lu Hongji. The next moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, leaving the alchemical platform in disarray. Chapter 227, Casual Improvement. Creation of the vitality pill. Lu Yunshan and the others were left speechless. Lu Hongji was dumbfounded. How could this happen? This was clearly the alchemy I had studied for nearly 10 years under my teacher. How could there be a mistake at this moment? Yi Chen took a few light sniffs and said lightly, "The concentration of spiritual energy in the western regions is different from that in Huagua, which will affect the success of alchemy. You need to familiarize yourself with this more. In fact, alchemy is also linked to spiritual energy. Any change in spiritual energy can lead to the failure of alchemy." Lu Hongji was momentarily stunned. He seemed to have heard this from his teacher before. However, since the spiritual energy in the western regions was relatively stable, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. No wonder his first attempt at alchemy after returning to Huagua had failed. Ultimately, it was due to his unfamiliarity with the local spiritual energy. "Master Yi, I was wrong." Lu Hongji was not a fool. Although he didn't know where Yi Chen's profound understanding of alchemy came from, it didn't hinder his admiration for him. There was indeed a reason why his father respected Yi Chen so much. "Alright, next I'll casually upgrade and improve the vitality pill." Yi Chen waved his hand, indicating that this matter was settled. The upgrade and improvement of the vitality pill was very simple. In just over 10 minutes, Yi Chen's improved vitality pill was perfectly completed. Even just catching a whiff of the pill's fragrance made all four of them feel their muscles stirring with energy. Lu Yunshan felt it most intensely. It was as if he had returned to his youth, with every inch of his body brimming with vitality, as if he were growing with every moment. He couldn't wait to take out the spirit testing pearl. 6 sun-like marks suddenly appeared. 6th grade pill. In that instant, Lu Yunshan felt as if he had been completely captured by happiness. My goodness, he actually obtained the agency sales rights for a 6th grade pill. Truly, heaven was helping the Lu family rise. The effects of this pill, without Yi Chen saying anything, he already knew. It had all the effects of the vitality pill. Moreover, it probably also had the effect of prolonging life. You guessed it right, this pill can extend life by about a year. Of course, taking too many won't have any effect, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Lu Hongji, who was nearby, nearly stumbled over his own tongue. Extend life by a year? My goodness! The teacher he had in the western regions had been tirelessly pursuing the creation of such a treasure for so many years. Now, Lu Hongji had actually witnessed the birth of this divine object with his own eyes. Yes, this was definitely a divine object. Once sold, it would surely shock the entire elite circle of the capital. No! Perhaps not just the elite circle of the capital, the entire elite circle of Huaguo would be stirred. Because before this pill, there were almost no longevity pills available for mass sale. Even if there were, their side effects were significant, either harming the kidneys or leading to physical weakness. Only this pill had no side effects at all. In front of this pill, any muscle-reviving pill was utterly crushed. Master Yi, please, name the pill. Lu Yunshan said respectfully. Let's call it, the Creation Vitality Pill. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and smiled. Great! Creation Vitality Pill. My Lu family's grand plan to rise to prominence is about to begin. Lu Yunshan laughed heartily, while also methodically issuing orders. Old Zhang, those shops in our prime location can open now. Put up a banner and make sure to write out the features of the Creation Vitality Pill. We need to completely crush the Shin family's muscle reviving pill. Chapter 228. The competition begins at this moment. In the prime location of the capital city, at Silver Plaza, it was already a sea of people. There were even long lines snaking like a greedy snake, all there for the Shin family's muscle reviving pill. As soon as this muscle reviving pill appeared, it nearly ignited the entire capital. Because this pill was so impressive, so versatile. Men who took it felt invigorated, while women who took it experienced beauty and rejuvenation. When injured, taking it immediately stops bleeding and promotes tissue regeneration. When taken regularly, it strengthens the body. With such a pill, how could it not be popular? The first batch of free users greatly expanded the market for the muscle regeneration pill, attracting many customers. Coupled with its pricing, which is just right for a high-tier pill, worthy of its effects, many families, even if they had to temporarily forego other expenses, gritted their teeth to buy one. After all, this thing can solidify the foundation and enhance vitality in daily life, and in critical moments, it can quickly stop bleeding and regenerate tissue. It is an absolute essential product. To exaggerate a bit, if an ordinary family buys one, their child will immediately surpass peers. If a martial artist buys one, their chances of winning in battle increase significantly. In the capital, people even began to express gratitude towards the creator of the muscle regeneration pill. Some elderly individuals, after taking the pill, completely improved their muscle atrophy symptoms and even sent banners of appreciation. This further invisibly boosted the sales of the muscle regeneration pill. 1,000, 3,000, 10,000. Besides buying for themselves, they also bought for friends, colleagues, and bosses. The Shin family was truly raking in profits. Many people even held Shin Linfeng in high esteem, even reverence. Because Shin Linfeng is amazing. He actually managed to refine such a pill that benefits the masses. Shouldn't he be admired? In contrast, the Lu family shop across from the Shin family shop had a dismal flow of customers, with some people coming over just to inquire about the pills for sale, shaking their heads and heading over to queue at the Shin family's side. There was no way around it. The Lu family shop couldn't even display the vitality pill for sale. Because once it was displayed, the Shin family would immediately release news claiming that the Lu family's vitality pill was made by stealing the formula for their muscle regeneration pill. At that point, not only would they not make any money, but their reputation would also be ruined. Manager Wang of the Lu family shop wore a worried frown, nearly on the verge of tears. At that moment, Yi Chen and his group arrived at Yinzu Plaza. Manager Wang hurried out to greet them. Lu Yunshan waved his hand, instructing Zhang Jisher to go over and explain the situation immediately. With the pill formula provided by Yi Chen, the alchemist supported by the Lu family shop could start refining right away. Meanwhile, the Lu family shop hung up a very eye-catching banner. Creation Vitality Pill, a superior pill compared to the muscle regeneration pill. Yes, it was a direct face-off in competition. When the people in line across saw this, they thought, not bad, a pill superior to the muscle regeneration pill, I want to check it out. But only a few at the end of the line had such thoughts. Most people remained in line, unwilling to give up the muscle regeneration pill they were about to obtain for the elusive Creation Vitality Pill. Shen Linfeng on the second floor of the Shen family shop naturally saw everything. He couldn't help but sneer. The Lu family is really using every means to snatch potential customers. Heh, I'm not afraid of them using tricks. Since they are foolish enough to challenge us, I, Shen Linfeng, naturally can't let old Lu lose face. Pass it down, the muscle regeneration pill is 10% off for the entire venue. Chapter 229, a loss-making deal, the Lu family turns the tide. After the Shen family shop spread this news, the number of people in line increased by another 50%. 10% off. Even with a 10% discount, it saves over 2,000. Some families that weren't very wealthy were almost ready to express their gratitude to Shen Linfeng. What a good person. This is an exceptionally good person. Just look at the other wealthy individuals, also unkind, yet only Shen Linfeng of the Shen group is so warm-hearted, offering such a convenient price for the benefit of the people. In no time, the news of the Shen family pharmacy's price reduction spread throughout the capital. Even some tourists visiting the capital were unconsciously drawn over, wanting to bring back a few bottles of the muscle regeneration pill for their families. At the beginning, those who intended to come to the Lu family pharmacy were still hesitating. The manager in charge of the Shen family pharmacy saw this and picked up a loudspeaker, saying loudly, "Dear customers, due to high sales, the stock of the muscle growth and blood vitality pill is running low, but we will do our best to get them all to you." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became anxious. Damn, the sales are so good that they are about to sell out. They quickly abandoned their plan to go to the Lu family pharmacy and returned to the long queue. Manager Wang of the Lu family pharmacy immediately frowned. It was hard to get a few customers, but with the disturbance from the opposite side, they would rather stand in a long line than stay at the Lu family. Lu Yunshan also wore a worried expression. Truly, even the finest wine fears a deep alley. These customers were stubborn, preferring to queue rather than come over to try. As everyone wore a frown, they looked towards Yi Chen, hoping this omnipotent Master Yi could come up with a solution. Yi Chen smiled faintly, changed the banner. Moments later, a new banner was hung up. 6th grade Creation Vitality Pill, take it for 10,000. Purchase 1 Creation Vitality Pill, randomly receive 2 Improved Beast Blood Pills or 1 Universal Detox Pill. After hearing this, Lu Yunshan frowned even more. Master Yi, do we really have to do this? Do you not mind losing so many pills? Yes, according to Yi Chen's method, there would definitely be significant losses in the early stages. Yi Chen waved his hand, the lost part will be deducted from my profits. This little money, I don't care about. On the contrary, I think your Lu family's alchemists need to be prepared. Yi Chen smiled faintly, because those at the end of the queue, upon seeing the slogan from the Lu family pharmacy, rushed over directly. 10,000 bucks for a 6th grade pill, 2 improved 1st grade pills, or 1 2nd grade pill. Is there anything more affordable in the world? If I don't buy it, I'd be a fool. The Lu family pharmacy wouldn't be stupid enough to ruin its own reputation. In an instant, dozens of customers appeared in front of the Lu family pharmacy. Selling these pills at a loss immediately earned them unanimous praise. Lu family pharmacy is selling at a loss. Sisters, hurry over. Wow, this Creation Vitality Pill is really amazing. I want to buy another. Sorry, ma'am, limited to 1 per person per day, Manager Wang chuckled. Soon, the flow of people at the Lu family pharmacy became abundant, gradually starting to stand toe-to-toe with the Shen family. Seeing this situation, Shen Linfeng couldn't help but frown. Is it really better than the muscle growth and blood vitality pill? Send a few people to stir things up. Dare to open up under my nose, I have countless ways to make you fail miserably. With Shen Linfeng's order, several employees immediately disguised themselves as passers-by and mixed into the crowd buying from the Lu family pharmacy. Chapter 230, Shen Linfeng's poisonous scheme, Lu family's reputation takes a hit. Yi Chen, who had been keeping an eye on the movements of the Shen family pharmacy, couldn't help but smile faintly. As expected, Shen Linfeng couldn't hold back and planned to stir up trouble. Old Lu, the horn of counterattack is about to sound, Yi Chen said with a smile. Lu Yunshan still looked confused and bewildered. The next moment, a customer who had purchased a universal detox pill collapsed directly to the ground. While convulsing, he was foaming at the mouth, as if he had been poisoned. His friends nearby immediately shouted, "The Lu family is really unscrupulous for profit. What kind of bullshit universal detox pill is this? Why did he get poisoned after taking it?" As soon as the commotion broke out, the surrounding customers immediately stepped back several paces. No one knew if the person who looked poisoned was contagious, but this immediately blocked those who wanted to come over to buy pills. The sales of the Lu family pharmacy came to a complete halt. On the second floor of the Shin family's pharmacy, Shin Linfeng couldn't help but sneer at the scene before him. "Humph, old Lu, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me. In business, sometimes you have to be unscrupulous. What's wrong with being a little dark? As long as it weakens the enemy, even the most ruthless methods can be employed." With the pride of a victor, Shin Linfeng shook his head lightly and no longer paid attention to the situation at the Lu family's pharmacy. The issue with the quality of the elixirs was a huge problem. If this matter wasn't handled properly, the flow of customers coming to buy elixirs would plummet. Even if it was resolved, the Lu family's sales would stagnate for a long time. During that time, others would have already bought Shin family's elixirs, who would still spend money on the Lu family's? The Lu family's downfall was just a matter of time. The fate of the weak was no longer worth watching. In front of the Lu family's pharmacy, the crowd gathered to watch the commotion grew larger. Of course, upon seeing someone poisoned by the elixirs, they would never consider buying from the Lu family. Moreover, as more people gathered, others who wanted to buy couldn't even squeeze in. Lu Yunshan was frantic. It couldn't be. The formula provided by Master Yi and the elixirs refined by the Lu family's alchemists couldn't possibly have problems. The most likely possibility was that the Shin family was sabotaging them. Lu Yunshan was truly furious. With his temperament, he wished he could jump over to the Shin family's pharmacy and slap that bastard Shin Linfeng to death. But he couldn't. If he did, the Lu family would be finished. What to do? What to do? In this urgent moment, Lu Yunshan truly realized that he was utterly helpless. The Lu family's poisonous elixirs are a scheme to harm lives for profit. Get out of the capital. Lu family, get out of the alchemy world, get out of the capital. With the encouragement of some malicious individuals, calls for the Lu family to leave the capital grew louder. It was as if the Lu family had truly become a rat in the street. If this continued, the gathered crowd would only see the scenes the Shin family wanted them to see. They would instinctively believe that the Lu family was responsible for creating poisonous elixirs to harm lives for profit. The Lu family's reputation was truly at risk of being destroyed in an instant. At that moment, Yichen stepped forward, pointing at the person on the ground who was convulsing and foaming at the mouth, loudly questioning, "Tell me, did the Shin family send you here? Are you really poisoned, or are you deliberately trying to frame the Lu family's pharmacy?" All the onlookers failed to notice a dark energy flowing from the chi-nurturing jade on Yichen's chest, reaching his feet, and then quietly entering the body of the person on the ground. Chapter 231, Troubles Bring Out the Truth, the situation reverses. The friend of the person on the ground immediately sneered, "You're the alchemist from the Lu family, right? Ha, you caused problems with your own elixirs and still want to shift the blame to the Shin family across the street. How shameless. Look at the Shin family's pharmacy, they would rather forego profits to maintain a good reputation, while your Lu family resorts to unscrupulous means for money, even going so far as to refine poisonous elixirs. At this rate, who would dare buy elixirs from the Lu family?" The person even put on an extremely pained expression. "My friend was already weak and intended to buy your elixir just in case. And this is how you treat your customers? My friend is still an annual member of your Lu family. Look, there's the annual card." After saying this, he deliberately pulled out a golden VIP annual card. Shin Linfeng had made ample preparations to target the Lu family. He had plenty of these annual cards. When the surrounding people saw this, it further solidified the suspicion that the Lu family was harming lives for profit. After all, this person was an annual card member of the Lu family. Why would he want to frame them when he had a card worth thousands? It was definitely the Lu family that had the problem. Don't come to the Lu family to buy elixirs anymore. Many people pretended to leave. The man couldn't help but reveal a hint of a cold smile. Yichen looked at him and smiled gently. "Your words are useless. It has to be your poisoned friend who speaks. He's poisoned, how can he talk?" Before the man finished speaking, he saw his friend, who had been foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground, suddenly sit up. His muscles stopped twitching, and he wasn't foaming anymore. He looked even more normal than usual. He held his head and sighed repeatedly. "Why hasn't Boss Shin given me a raise yet? I've been working at Shin's pharmacy for 3 years, and I'm still just a counter clerk. Sigh, my family is urging me for money again. After this matter is settled, Boss Shin should advance me a few months' salary, right? I can't believe I have to act like a poisoned person and convulse all over. It's so embarrassing." His voice was like a whisper, but Yi Chen deliberately transmitted a hint of mixed-element internal energy, amplifying his volume by more than 10 times, and the people around immediately heard him clearly. Yi Chen smiled faintly, using the dark energy was truly effortless. Not only that, but even those waiting in line at Shen's pharmacy could hear it clearly. Many people immediately widened their eyes. The few who were actually employees of Shen's pharmacy changed their expressions instantly. It's over, has this little brother gone mad? How could he expose such things? I didn't expect Shen's pharmacy to do such things, it's really dark. Luckily, I didn't go there to buy elixirs. An ant suddenly exclaimed angrily. To undermine competitors, they really stop at nothing. A pharmacy like this must not be good. A middle-aged office worker sneered. Compared to the Shen family, the Lu family is so much better. We should take advantage of the opening and buy more elixirs while it's still affordable. A girl rushed to the counter and shouted, "Quick, give me an order." Manager Wang's fat face trembled, and he hurriedly presented an order. Damn, how is this girl so terrifying, like a T-Rex? With some people leading the way, and the word of mouth spreading, the foot traffic at Lu's pharmacy suddenly skyrocketed by dozens of times. In an instant, the situation reversed. The long line originally at Shen's pharmacy all rushed over to Lu's side. So much so that when Shen Linfeng came downstairs and saw only a few people at the counter, he was nearly shocked speechless. Chapter 232, Trying to cut losses, impossible, how could this happen? Shen Linfeng roared madly, smashing things around. But he knew that everything was already beyond repair. That employee didn't know what kind of magic had possessed him to spill everything. Now, the reputation of Shen's pharmacy would plummet in an instant. Unless they made significant concessions, no one would come to buy elixirs anymore. But if they couldn't sell, the more than 10,000 healing elixirs in the warehouse would gradually lose their spiritual energy, and their value would decrease day by day. The only thing Shen Linfeng could do was to lower the price of the healing elixirs again, to a point where everyone could buy them at an extremely low price. His heart was bleeding, but at least this way, he could cut his losses in time. But would Yi Chen let him cut his losses? No. Since he wanted to suppress, he would suppress to the end. Just as Shen Linfeng was about to grit his teeth and announce a 50% discount, Yi Chen and a group from the Lu family arrived. Their actions also attracted the attention of many passers-by in the Silver Plaza. What is Lu's pharmacy planning to do? Stirring up trouble? I don't know, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying the show. Let's go, let's see. Shen Linfeng saw Yi Chen at the forefront and immediately gritted his teeth. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Want to see me tie myself up? Yi Chen smiled mockingly. A small person like you, are you even qualified? Shen Linfeng's eyes widened, and he felt like he was about to explode with anger. He had always been the one to humiliate others. How could he have ever been humiliated like this? What a tremendous disgrace. It was simply a tremendous disgrace. Everyone, I have come here to announce something. The Shen family's blood-activating pill is entirely a copy of my vitality pill. I have the original formula for the vitality pill here, along with a document issued by the Ministry of Justice. Yi Chen displayed the certificate in his hand. This was the document that Mo Danqing had received after attending a paper release conference in Yendu, specifically issued by the Ministry of Justice. This document was equivalent to a patent certificate. It proved that the formula for the vitality pill belonged to Yi Chen. Any actions to sell or modify the vitality pill would require Yi Chen's approval. Shen Linfeng sneered. What does that have to do with my blood-activating pill? My formula is completely different from yours. Yi Chen, if you came here just to flaunt your patent certificate, I can ask you to leave and not block me from doing business. Since Shen Linfeng dared to completely copy the formula for the vitality pill, he had his own confidence. After extensive experimentation, he had specifically added 2 attribute-less herbs to the blood-activating pill and replaced one of the herbs. This greatly enhanced the effect, and of course, the cost increased significantly. Yi Chen took a step forward, a faint smile on his face. A wisp of black energy traveled from his fingertips to his feet, silently invading Shen Linfeng's body along the ground. Oh, may I ask under what circumstances you came up with the formula for the blood-activating pill? A flash of inspiration? Or did you see something in ancient texts that inspired you? Yi Chen smiled lightly. Shen Linfeng sneered. He had long guessed that Yi Chen would ask this question and had prepared his response. But just as he was about to use his prepared words to answer, a sudden dizziness struck his mind, as if his consciousness was being stripped away. Then he saw himself slowly squatting down, holding his head, muttering to himself. Yi Chen is truly despicable, how can I defeat him? Chapter 233, Shen Linfeng loses his soul, Shen family's reputation plummets. This fool actually doesn't value the vitality pill at all. This is something my Shen family must secure, but how can I change the formula so that it doesn't resemble the vitality pill? Damn employees, why did they let this slip? Damn Yi-chen, why is it that even after I altered the formula for the vitality pill, I still can't compete with you? Shen Linfeng sat on the ground, crying bitterly, sometimes pounding his chest and stomping his feet, as if he had gathered all negative emotions. His voice was not loud, but Yi-chen used the same trick again, channeling a wisp of primordial internal energy to amplify his voice directly. The onlookers' eyes widened in shock. The employees of the Shen family pharmacy also stared wide-eyed, their hearts crying out that it was all over. What was happening lately? Why was it that when one colleague had a problem, even the boss had a problem? Could this be the legendary soul loss syndrome? Did everyone hear that? It was Shen Linfeng who maliciously seized my vitality pill formula and modified it to create the blood-activating pill. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Justice, he has acted without my consent, and as the aggrieved party, I have the right to sue him. Moreover, the minimum compensation amount is 5 million, and based on the sales amount, it will be doubled for recovery. I hope everyone will refrain from purchasing the blood-activating pill from the Shen family pharmacy. The vitality pill is made by me, and the Lu family pharmacy's enhanced vitality pill is an upgraded version of the vitality pill, and the current price is still very low. I welcome everyone to come and buy. Yi-chen said with a calm smile. As soon as he spoke, coupled with the genuine and valuable patent documents in his hand, even Shen Linfeng knelt on the ground, looking as if he had lost his soul, confessing his crimes. Everyone understood the truth of the matter. Shen Linfeng was shameless, truly shameless. He actually seized Yi-chen's formula for the vitality pill, and to avoid being discovered, he even altered several of the ingredients, raising the cost while increasing the selling price. When the Lu family pharmacy planned to sell the vitality pill, Shen Linfeng even sent employees disguised as customers, attempting to forge a toxic pill and completely ruin the Lu family's reputation. This person was truly vicious. Such a person deserved to die. The old man who had presented the banner rushed forward without a word, tearing it down and throwing it on the ground, stomping on it fiercely. I really misjudged your Shen family pharmacy, a bunch of shameless, rotten-to-the-core scoundrels. The old man left in anger. So shameless, and I was actually deceived by them into buying a vitality pill. No, I need to go to the Lu family and buy a better one, a white-collar woman said indignantly. Thank goodness I didn't get in line earlier. I didn't expect the Shen family pharmacy to be so shameless. Let's go to the Lu family pharmacy across the street, a young man said, pulling his girlfriend away. The Shen family pharmacy is truly self-destructive. Shen Linfeng is rotten to the core. Everyone, stop buying pills from the Shen family pharmacy. More and more people turned to leave. In front of the Shen family pharmacy's counter, there had at least been a few dozen people. After this incident, there was no one left. Not only that, but the news spread widely online. A store's reputation had been ruined to such an extent that no one would come to buy pills anymore. Yi-chen smiled faintly, leading the 4 members of the Lu family back to their pharmacy. The suppression of the Shen family was a resounding victory. With an overwhelming force, a complete triumph. Chapter 234, Today, the Shen family will go bankrupt. Until they returned to the Lu family pharmacy, Lu Yunshan couldn't recover from his ecstasy. Lu Xiaowan's face was flushed, as if she were drunk, unable to regain her composure for a long time. So powerful. So impressive. Not only had he instantly turned the situation around from Shen Linfeng's malicious framing, but he had also dealt a blow to the Shen family. Although he didn't know why that employee from the Shen family pharmacy and Shen Linfeng suddenly knelt down to confess. But, as long as they were defeated, it was a great thing. Lu Hongji's gaze towards Yi-chen gradually changed. No wonder his daughter had secretly admired him, no wonder his second brother respected him so much, and no wonder his father held him in such high regard. With a master like Yi, who wouldn't respect and admire him? Lu Hongji even set aside his thoughts of being the best in alchemy. Although Western alchemy was strong, it still had its limitations compared to the alchemy of their homeland. If he were to take over Lu Yunshan's position in the future and lead the Lu family to rise, he couldn't be obsessed with alchemy but should integrate alchemy, merging East and West. Yi-chen was the direction for his future studies in alchemy. The wrinkles on Lu Yunshan's old face relaxed, filled with emotion. This battle between the Lu family and the Shen family had been too easy, too simple. So easy that Lu Yunshan felt he hadn't even exerted his full strength, and the Shen family had already lost. But this feeling was exhilarating, so comfortable. The opponent had put in so much effort, racking their brains, devising countless schemes, yet they couldn't harm him in the slightest. His side had only used a slight tactic, and the opponent was utterly defeated. So satisfying. So wonderful. Of course, Lu Yunshan did not forget that all of this was brought about by Yi-chen. Because of Yi-chen's presence, the Lu family pharmacy could achieve this step. After experiencing this failure, the Shin family would undoubtedly suffer a great loss of vitality. In the upcoming competition for the elixir, the Lu family held a significant advantage. This advantage was brought about solely by Yi Chen. Master Yi, old Lu, will never let you down with the tremendous advantage you've provided. From now on, I will systematically suppress the Shin family. If everything goes well, I can guarantee that it will take at most a year. Lu Yunshan pounded his chest, his old face flushed with excitement. Yi Chen frowned. A year? Lu Yunshan thought he found it too long, gritting his teeth and saying, then, 9 months, it can't be any shorter. Shin Guangqing is also an old fox. He probably has some rescue measures in place. Yi Chen shook his head. Haven't I said it before? To suppress, you must suppress thoroughly. One step to the end, leaving no future troubles. Today, the Shin family will be completely bankrupt. His tone was extremely calm, as if he were declaring a death sentence on a prestigious family, as tranquil as eating or drinking. Lu Yunshan could hardly believe his ears. Has he gone mad? To bankrupt the Shin family in a day? Master Yi is too fanciful. Beside him, Lu Hongji and Lu Hongyuan also frowned. They felt that Master Yi was being a bit too arrogant. After all, the Shin family was a prestigious clan, wielding immense financial power. They had invested a lot of energy and money into the Shin family's pharmacy but had suffered a setback. However, that did not mean the Shin family was on the brink of bankruptcy. At most, it was just a significant blow to their vitality. Only Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled. In her eyes, Yi Chen had become synonymous with omnipotence. She unwaveringly believed whatever Yi Chen said. Chapter 235, I'll protect the Shin family, you can go back. Master Yi, how are you going to make the Shin family go bankrupt? Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Rather than doing it this way, it's better to take it step by step, steadily and cautiously. Lu Yunshan said cautiously. Lu Hongji and Lu Hongyuan also carefully advised Yi Chen to abandon this idea. Lu Xiaowan chuckled at the side. Grandpa usually had a fiery temper and would scold people when he was unhappy. Yet, in front of Yi Chen, he was particularly cautious, afraid of angering him. How amusing. Yi Chen raised the document from the Ministry of Justice in his hand. They must return everything that infringes on my interests. Plus, regarding the framing of the Lu family's pharmacy, if they don't come up with 10 to 20 million, this matter cannot be resolved. Yi Chen smiled lightly. I said I would make the Shin family completely bankrupt today, so it must happen today. I already made the call. Lord Li has sent someone over to take over this matter. We just need to wait. After hearing this, Lu Yunshan trembled with excitement. Right. He had been in business for many years and had forgotten about the existence of the Ministry of Justice as an external force. But this was not entirely his fault. There had been almost no precedent for seizing formulas and claiming them as one's own after modification. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice held a very transcendent position and generally did not participate in the competition between factions, so he hadn't thought of involving them to resolve the issue at first. Soon, the convoy from the Ministry of Justice arrived. Since the matter involved Master Yi, Li Shuinjin thought for a moment and decided to come personally. He also brought along Li Lingyu, the little girl who had received a spiritual artifact from Yi Chen. After all, the last time there was a small misunderstanding regarding the underground ruins of the South City Welfare Institute, bringing along Li Lingyu, who had a good impression of Master Yi, and personally resolving the matter might ease the relationship between both parties. When Lu Yunshan saw Li Shuinjin, he quickly prepared to salute. From both a strength and status perspective, Li Shuinjin was indeed an upper-class figure. However, the latter quickly stepped forward a few steps and directly helped Lu Yunshan up. Since old Lu was a friend of Master Yi, then you are my friend, Li Shuinjin. There's no need for formalities, let's just call each other friends. Li Shuinjin laughed heartily and even shook hands directly. Lu Yunshan was taken aback. The previous Li Shuinjin was not like this at all. People from the Li family in Yendu, even if they appeared humble, polite, and approachable, were inherently proud and indifferent. Now, was Li Shuinjin being so friendly because of Yi Chen? If it weren't in front of Li Shuinjin, Lu Yunshan would have wanted to find a place to shout. Damn it! This feels too good. The greatest opportunity in my life is meeting Master Yi. Without Master Yi, how could the current situation of the Lu family be so favorable? Li Shuinjin greeted Yi Chen and directly led everyone to the Shin family's pharmacy. The young girl Li Lingyu took a deep breath, holding the huge government decree, and channeled her inner strength. Shen Linfeng seized Yi Chen's formula for the vitality pill, deliberately modified it, renamed it the muscle and blood revitalizing pill, and also illegally profited from it. Shen Linfeng's actions violate Article 102, and I hereby impose a fine. Before she could finish, a cold, aged voice interrupted her directly. Li Shuinjin, I will protect the Shin family, you can go back. Immediately, Shin Guoqing and Shin Linfeng stepped out together. Between the two of them stood a tall, youthful-looking old man with white hair. Chapter 236, the first of the Han River Array Masters, Feng Shanhe. Yi Chen frowned. Who is this person, when did he appear, and why is he protecting the Shin family? However, Li Xuanjun showed an extremely shocked expression. The young girl Li Lingyu still didn't understand what was happening, and Li Xuanjun directly told her to put away the decree, then strode up to the old man. He bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Senior Feng, what brings you here?" Lu Yunshan was first stunned, then his expression changed dramatically. The surname Feng, and being able to have Li Xuanjun greet him in such a manner indicated the other party's high status. Even if Lu Yunshan were a fool, he would immediately realize. Feng Shanhe. This old man before him was definitely the 9th-tier array master of the Han River. Feng Shanhe. My god, why is he protecting the Shin family? This old senior has always been aloof, not getting involved in such trivial matters, right? Li Xuanjun took a few steps forward, puzzled. Senior Feng, why are you intervening to protect the Shin family? Please give us an explanation. Feng Shanhe couldn't help but avoid eye contact. He knew that the Shin family was in the wrong in this matter, but he had to step in, because he, Feng Shanhe, owed the Shin family a favor. Back then, I was only a 3rd-tier array master, and Shin Guoqing's father showed me kindness. If it weren't for him, I might never have had the chance to shine. I made a promise to the Shin family back then that if they ever faced difficulties, I, Feng Shanhe, would definitely help, no matter what. I hope City Lord Li can consider my old bones and let the Shin family go this time. Moreover, regarding the losses of the Lu family, I am willing to compensate with a 9th-tier spiritual artifact. By the end, Feng Shanhe even abandoned his stern demeanor and slightly bowed to Li Xuanjun. This bow carried significant weight, because Feng Shanhe was almost the foremost figure in the field of arrays in the entire Hanzhou. Hanzhou, which encompassed more than a dozen large cities, including the capital and Han River, and countless small towns, supported nearly 500 million people. And among these 500 million, there had only been one 9th-tier array master in nearly a century, Feng Shanhe. His words held such authority that no one dared to refute them. Let alone the capital city Lord Li Xuanjun, even the governor of Hanzhou would likely only comply with Feng Shanhe's wishes and temporarily set aside the punishment for the Shin family. It should be noted that selling a favor to Feng Shanhe at this time could yield returns 1,000-fold. Li Xuanjun fell silent. Reason told him to sell a favor to Feng Shanhe, but doing so would offend Yi Chen. Yi Chen was like a supernova rising slowly, absolutely someone who could not be offended. Li Xuanjun found himself in a difficult position. If he had known, he wouldn't have shown up this time. On the other side, Lu Yunshan was engulfed in ecstasy. A 9th-tier spiritual artifact. And it was personally crafted by Feng Shanhe. This item could definitely become the Lu family's heirloom. To put it exaggeratively, it was a rare treasure that could be passed down for 100 years. A voice in his heart kept shouting, "Agree to him! Agree to him!" But Lu Yunshan suppressed this impulse. He wanted to see how Yi Chen would act. He had already realized that if the Lu family wanted to rise and prosper, they must follow Yi Chen's lead. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 members of the Lu family, Yi Chen stepped forward and said lightly, "Oh? A 9th-tier spiritual artifact, a 9th-tier formation master, is that impressive? I don't want this 9th-tier spiritual artifact, and I don't need your favor as a 9th-tier formation master. What I want is for the Shin family to completely go bankrupt today." Yi Chen's voice, on this early autumn day, carried a bone-chilling coldness. Chapter 237, Do I Care About Your Favor? As soon as Yi Chen spoke, the atmosphere in the venue changed immediately. The 2 brothers, Lu Hongji and Lu Hongyuan, wore expressions of disbelief. Master Yi, truly arrogant. No matter who stood before him, his attitude never changed. Even if you were Feng Shanhe, a respected figure in Hanzhou, Yi Chen's mind was made up, and it would not change. However, even though the brothers found Yi Chen arrogant, they couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Master Yi truly deserved his title. Even when facing such a big shot, he showed no signs of fear. Moreover, he didn't even regard the 9th-tier spiritual artifact or the favor of a 9th-tier formation master. Impressive. Really impressive. Li Xuanjun's expression changed immediately upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Master Yi was still a bit young and arrogant, overly pleased with himself. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of Feng Shanhe, the foremost formation master in Hanzhou? But perhaps it was for the best. If Elder Feng took action, it could temper Master Yi's sharpness, which might help his future growth. Shin Guangqing and Shin Linfeng, especially the latter, showed disdain on their faces. I admit, I, Shin Linfeng, am not as good as you. You, Yi Chen, can even create something like the soul loss syndrome, making people reveal the truth directly. That's truly impressive. But so what? In front of the foremost formation master in Hanzhou, what waves can a mere junior like you stir? To put it bluntly, you aren't even worthy of standing before Master Feng. Heh, still being arrogant here, speaking so shamelessly to Master Feng. Yi Chen, I really didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Shen Linfeng's face was filled with disdain. Feng Shanhe's wrinkles couldn't help but deepen. Who is this kid? Why is he so arrogant? Is it because he hasn't heard of my name, so he is ignorant and fearless? Thinking of this, his brows relaxed a bit, and he chuckled softly. Young friend, I am Feng Shanhe. By chance, at the age of 60, I stepped into the ranks of 9th-tier formation masters, and I am somewhat well known in Hanzhou. A favor from me, Feng Shanhe, is indeed of some value. At the very least, in Hanzhou, you can use my favor to accomplish many things you want to do but cannot. What Feng Shanhe said was very humble. He was far from just being somewhat well known. In the elite circles of Hanzhou, his name was thunderous. No one was unaware of Feng Shanhe's reputation. Countless people scrambled to give Feng Shanhe money, precious materials, spiritual artifacts, and rare treasures. They all wanted to make Feng Shanhe owe them a favor. But does Yi Chen care about this favor? Not at all. I've said what I needed to say, I don't want to repeat myself. A 9th grade spirit weapon? I can forge one with ease. A 9th grade formation? It's a piece of cake for me. As for the favor of a 9th grade formation master, I don't care for it either, because I am a 9th grade formation master myself. Yi Chen said impatiently. Yes, everything that Feng Shanhe promised, he didn't need at all, didn't care for, and even discarded like old shoes. As soon as he said this, Lu Yunshan, Lu Hongji, and Lu Hongyuan were stunned, and Li Xuanjin was shocked. Shin Linfeng, on the other hand, felt a surge of delight. Good, I wanted to see you act so arrogantly in front of Master Feng. Arrogant, yes, that's good. Before destruction comes the madness. Chapter 238, Yellow Grade Formation, 1000 Steps to Buddha Formation. Yi Chen, I know you have depicted a 9th grade formation, but so what? Standing before you is Feng Shanhe, who has been recognized as the foremost expert in Han River formations for 15 years. In front of him, you are absolutely a junior who can never stand tall. I really don't understand what you're being so arrogant about. Shen Linfeng was almost laughing out loud, while also feeling a bit of awe towards Feng Shanhe. It's fortunate that Grandpa has such a promise with Feng Shanhe, otherwise, today's matter would truly not end well. The Shen family would definitely suffer a great loss. Meanwhile, Feng Shanhe furrowed his brows deeply upon hearing Yi Chen's words. What is this junior talking about? 9th grade spirit weapon, 9th grade formation at his fingertips? You look down on my favor as a 9th grade formation master? You really are good at boasting. Humph, lordly, a person as arrogant and rebellious as this should be driven away quickly. Don't let him cause trouble here. Feng Shanhe coldly said, waving his sleeve towards Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin showed a helpless expression. Senior Feng, Master Yi, is the one I recommended for exploring the Tongtian Temple ruins. Without Master Ye's 3000 Troubles Sutra, we probably wouldn't be able to delve into the Tongtian Temple ruins. Moreover, Master Ye's attainments and formations are not trivial. Feng Shanhe sneered coldly. Oh, I remember now, the Master Yi you recommended is him? Ha, I didn't expect that the true transmission of the Tongtian Temple, the 3000 Troubles Sutra, would be learned by such an arrogant and rebellious person. What a waste! As for his attainments and formations, I think that even if he has touched a bit of formations, he should at least know my name. I suspect this person probably doesn't even know the basics of formations. Humph. Feng Shanhe was genuinely angry. Since becoming famous, he had been admired by countless people. To exaggerate a bit, he was even revered as a deity by many formation masters. Yet this junior before him dared to speak so arrogantly, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Yi Chen frowned impatiently and said lightly, Old man, stop with the nonsense. I'm worried that you will hold me back once we enter the Tongtian Temple ruins. As for whether I am a 9th grade formation master, you will know soon enough. Yi Chen casually reached into his chest pocket and took out a diamond carving pen, then pulled out a stone slab and began to carve. A hint of faint mockery appeared on Feng Shanhe's old face. Ha, carving a formation in front of me, how impressive. I want to see what abilities this junior truly has. Yi Chen's expression was as calm as water, and his carving pen moved like the wind. This time, he was carving the yellow grade formation of the 1000 Steps to Buddha from Xiangshan Temple. The 9th grade formation he carved last time on the weapon refining stage had over 1000 lines. This yellow grade formation had 10 times more lines than the 9th grade. A total of 18,420 lines. Even an ordinary 9th grade formation master would probably take over a month to carve these lines in a fragmented manner. But Yi Chen did not need that much time. In just 5 minutes, he had successfully carved all 10,000 lines. The formation was completed in an instant, and a brilliant Buddhist light burst forth. Magnificent, grand, unstoppable. It felt as if his very spirit was about to be overwhelmed by that resplendent Buddhist light. This was the yellow grade formation. The 1,000 Steps to Buddha Formation. Chapter 239. Do you remember what I said back then? The moment this formation appeared, Feng Shanhe felt as if his mind had momentarily gone blank. Even when he had delved deep into the ruins of the Tongtian Temple and witnessed the broken formations of those ancient sects, he had never felt such a daze. But today, facing a formation drawn in 5 minutes by an arrogant junior, he was indeed dazed. What was this? What kind of formation was this? Why was even I, a dignified 9th grade formation master, the foremost in Hanzhou, feeling dazed? Deep down, he already had the answer, but he was unwilling to admit it. Indeed, what kind of formation required the carving of over 10,000 spiritual lines? What kind of formation could leave so many people, even him, Feng Shanhe, in a state of confusion? What grade of formation is this? Feng Shanhe asked, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Chen shot him a cold glance. If you can't see it, then you might as well take off the title of 9th grade formation master as soon as possible. Feng Shanhe fell completely silent. His body began to tremble. It was ecstasy, excitement, and uncontrollable joy. How many years had it been? How many years? He could finally see the yellow grade formation. Thanks to this young friend Yi Chen, no, Master Yi. Otherwise, even if he returned to the earth, he would never have seen the legendary yellow grade formation, not even once. At this moment, Shen Linfeng and the others were just beginning to recover from their dazed state. Lu Yunshan marveled inwardly. What a terrifying formation this is. Master Yi is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened even more. Coming from the Li family of Yendu, he had known more than the average person since childhood, but he could only guess. This, perhaps, was the formation that, according to legend, had almost never been seen in the world today. A formation that surpassed the 9th grade. But how did Master Yi learn the yellow grade formation? He dared not think further. Only Shen Linfeng felt that Yi Chen was being deliberately mysterious, and seeing Feng Shanhe trembling, he was even more delighted. Why was Feng Shanhe trembling? It must be out of anger. Yi Chen, stop pretending there. I know exactly what level you are at. If you give up opposing my Shen family now, I might still spare your life. If you remain stubborn, not just me, even Elder Feng won't let you off easily. Humph. To openly disdain Elder Feng Shanhe and ignore the foremost formation master of Hanzhou, how is that any different from disrespecting the entire Hanzhou refining and formation community? If I spread this news, guess what will happen? The entire Hanzhou refining and formation community will be furious. You, Yi Chen, will become the target of everyone's scorn in an instant. Think carefully, Yi Chen, opposing my Shen family is irrational. Give up this idea early, and I might still spare your life. Just so you know, my master is an elder of the Tianya Sea Pavilion. Opposing me means opposing the Tianya Sea Pavilion. Shen Linfeng was smug, as if everything was under his control. Yi Chen wore a faint smile. Do you remember what I said back then? Oh, what did you say? Shen Linfeng chuckled lightly. I want you to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. Hee, don't worry, that scene will never happen to me, but soon, you will have to kneel and slap yourself. Shen Linfeng laughed maliciously, but his voice was directly interrupted by Feng Shanhe. Shut up! Chapter 240, The Young and the Junior, Feng Shanhe, has met with the Li Foray sect. Did you hear that? Senior Feng wants you to shut up. Shen Linfeng laughed heartily, knowing that with such a promise in place, Feng Shanhe would definitely stand by him. I told you to shut up, Shen family. Shen Linfeng. Feng Shanhe turned around, his eyes filled with coldness. Shen Linfeng was stunned. What happened? Why is it like this? Senior Feng, weren't you on my side? The others were also taken aback. What's going on? Master Feng, has your attitude changed so quickly? What did Yi Chen just depict that could make the foremost array master of Hanzhou lose composure like this, even turning against the Shen family? Li Xuanzhen's answer was becoming clearer in his heart. It couldn't be. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Shanhe took a step back and deeply bowed to Yi Chen. The young and junior Feng Shanhe has met with the Li Foray sect. Please forgive this kid for his earlier rudeness. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Shanhe and Yi Chen. The former bowed at a 90-degree angle, a hint of excitement flushing his old face. The latter, however, remained calm and composed, showing no change in expression whatsoever. As if being deeply bowed to by the foremost array master of Hanzhou was just as ordinary as eating or drinking. Yi Chen, you are truly impressive. Feng Shanhe bows to you, and you don't even acknowledge it. Everyone was puzzled as to why Feng Shanha's attitude had flipped so dramatically. They could only vaguely guess that it might be related to the array Yi Chen had just revealed. Only Li Xuanjun trembled with excitement. He had heard Feng Shanha's title for Yi Chen, Leaf Array Sect. The Array Sect refers to the Master of Arrays. It is well known that in every field, there are Masters and Grandmasters, and the field of Arrays is no exception. When one reaches the 7th, 8th, or 9th level of Arrays, they can be called an Array Master. If they surpass the 9th level and step into the yellow tier, then they are an Array Grandmaster. With that, it was understandable for Feng Shanha to refer to himself as a junior. An Array Master in front of an Array Grandmaster is indeed a junior, isn't it? As expected, my guess was correct. The array that Master Yi displayed just now was indeed a yellow tier array that surpassed the 9th level. Master Yi. No. From now on, he must be referred to as the Leaf Array Sect. Even Li Xuanjun couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Master Yi is too strong. So incredibly strong. He had almost watched Master Yi grow from a nobody to such a formidable and unfathomable figure. This rate of growth is truly rare in the world. Lu Yunshan also became excited. Although he didn't understand what that array was, he could see Feng Shanha's attitude towards Yi Chen. Even Feng Shanha had to refer to himself as a junior and show such respect to Yi Chen. What does the Shen family count for? Shen Linfeng, what are you still being arrogant about? Shen Linfeng was also stunned. What the hell? Why does the esteemed foremost array master of Hanzhou have to refer to himself as a junior in front of Yi Chen? Are you crazy? I don't really like these formalities. Facing Feng Shanha's grand gesture, Yi Chen merely waved his hand expressionlessly. Do you still want to protect the Shen family? Yi Chen paused and continued. Feng Shanha showed a hint of difficulty. He was a man of his word. But Yi Chen was an array grandmaster. He could learn many things from the Leaf Array Sect, and even if he died, he could be proud of this life. For your sake, I won't completely annihilate the Shen family. But punishment is necessary. Chapter 241, the Shen family surrenders all their assets and leaves their homeland. Leaf Array Sect, please speak. Any punishment you propose, I will unconditionally execute on behalf of the Shen family. Feng Shanha said earnestly. Shen Guangqing and Shen Linfeng both looked up in disbelief. What are you saying? Feng Lao, are you crazy? Why should my Shen family accept Yi Chen's punishment? Shen Linfeng immediately said, Damn Yi Chen, don't continue to incite Feng Lao. His words were left unfinished, because Feng Shanha turned around and slapped him directly. Slap. Crisp and pleasant. The name of the Yi Zhenzong is something a junior like you can call? Feng Shanha said coldly. He appeared indifferent, but in his heart, he was actually sighing. When Shen Linfeng was speaking just now, he had already sensed the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes. He had no doubt that if Shen Linfeng continued, Yi Chen would directly take action and send this person on his way. The Shen family had at least done a favor for Feng Shanha. Even if this Shen Linfeng was a troublemaker, he would do his utmost to save his life. After this, Feng Shanha would no longer wish to have any ties with the Shen family. My first punishment is what I just said. Shen Linfeng kneels down and slaps himself. Not too many, just 30. Yi Chen glanced at Shen Linfeng and said. Shen Linfeng's eyes widened. You wish. His last word was only half spoken when Feng Shanha kicked his knee directly. Shen Linfeng immediately knelt down. Then Feng Shanha took his left hand and slapped it hard. Slap. He picked up his right hand and slapped it hard again. Slap. Each hit was heavy. The entire place fell silent, and the sound of slapping was even more piercing. After a moment, when the 30 slaps were finished, Shen Linfeng's cheeks were red and swollen, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his elegant demeanor completely gone. Yi Zhenzong, what do you think? Feng Shanha said in a deep voice. Not bad. Yi Chen nodded expressionlessly. Then please, Yi Zhenzong, state the second punishment. Feng Shanha cupped his fists. The second punishment is for the Shen family to hand over all their assets and leave the capital, Yi Chen said with a half smile. As soon as these words came out, the place fell silent again. Lu Yunshan even gasped. Master Yi is truly ruthless. No, he is even more ruthless than a ruthless person. He said to kneel down and slap yourself, and you must kneel down and slap yourself. He said to go bankrupt that day, and you must go bankrupt that day. Not even a day later. Shen Guangqing trembled all over. He had completely understood. Everything was beyond redemption. Feng Shanha had actually done his utmost to help the Shen family. According to Yi Chen's thoughts, he would probably directly take action. Is it really going to be like this? Is it really going to be like this? He murmured. Stop stalling. Yi Chen said. After a long time, Shen Guangqing slumped to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained. My Shen family is willing to hand over all our assets. At the same time, my Shen family will completely leave. Leave the capital. Never to return. After Shin Guangqing finished speaking, he covered his face with his hands, tears and mucus flowing from between his fingers. He was unwilling. Really unwilling. The plan for their rise that had been prepared for over a decade was ruined in an instant. And it was truly ruined in an instant. This was no longer just a serious injury, it was complete destruction. The two of them, father and son, would even have to leave their homeland, unable to stay in the land that had nurtured them. Yi Chen. You are too ruthless, too ruthless. Chapter 242, The Ritual of Soul and Life, Yi Chen's Magical Artifact. The news of the Shin family's bankruptcy did not stir up any waves in the capital. Such news, far removed from the circles of ordinary people, was of no concern to anyone. As for who opened a new store or whose store closed, isn't that just a common occurrence? In the end, only the pedestrians on that day at Silver Plaza knew about this matter that had almost shaken the entire structure of the capital. The Liu family took over the Shin family's assets entirely, becoming a giant in the capital. The Tang family sent congratulatory gifts, acknowledging the Liu family's dominant position. The Shin father and son, carrying a meager amount of money, left their hometown and ventured overseas. This journey would have taken a long time, possibly leading to a commercial war lasting a year or two, but thanks to Yi Chen's swift intervention, it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Feng Shanha sought Yi Chen's guidance on formations for several days and then left with satisfaction. On the day of his departure, he exclaimed, Yi Zhenzong is truly a divine being. Until we meet again at the ruins of Tongtian Temple. Meanwhile, the powerful spirit beast bone powder that Yi Chen had asked the Liu family to find was also ready. On another front, Hanjiang Academy sent the best ancient texts. Yi Chen casually picked a type of bone powder from a 7th-tier spirit beast, soaked it in hot water, and drank it down like milk powder. He could feel that the bones within him seemed to have become much tougher and more resilient. However, the change was subtle and not easily noticeable. He then spread out the ancient text Ritual Soul Living Thought Classic sent by Hanjiang Academy and began to browse through it. Su Qingyan was beside him, brewing the bone powder cup by cup. It is worth mentioning that she had previously been possessed by the dark energy of the undying shadow puppet sect, but by chance, she learned many true martial arts from the sect. Now, Su Qingyan's realm had broken through to the great accomplishment of inner strength, far surpassing her peers. After drinking over a dozen packets of bone powder, Yi Chen finally felt that his body had become a bit stronger, roughly increasing by 2,000 kilograms. At the same time, he reached the end of the Ritual Soul Living Thought Classic. Host reads Ritual Soul Living Thought Classic, Ancient Method of Refining Tools, upgrades to Ritual Soul Living Thought Refining Method, automatically reaches max level. Ritual Soul Refining Method, sacrifice the soul of living beings to form the thought of a magical tool. Max level effect, after killing a living being, you can plunder its soul, allowing it to become the spirit of your magical tool. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. He had sensed while reading this ancient text that it might be the key to significantly enhancing his strength. As expected, it was just as he had anticipated. What is the thought of a treasure? A spiritual tool is an object without thought. If there is thought, it directly becomes a magical tool. This thought, to put it simply, is the spirit of the tool. The Ritual Soul Living Thought Classic provided the method for forging magical tools. However, the soul must be extremely powerful. Souls that meet the strength requirements recorded in the text are rare in the world. But the more Yi Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Powerful souls are indeed rare, but don't I have a powerful and distorted soul right here? That huge mass of trouble. Just right, this troublesome dark energy is a bit unruly, so I can take this opportunity to completely tame it. However, the materials needed for the refining process are very rare. Even if Yi Chen had the Liu family expend great effort to search, it took them over 10 days. In the end, it was still Li Xuanjin who made the decision to open the storage of the Ministry of Politics, which supplemented the most precious materials. Next, Yi Chen locked himself in the refining room of the city's South Welfare Institute. A day later, just before entering the ruins of Tongtian Temple, he successfully refined a magical tool that belonged solely to him. Yi Chen looked at the center of the formation with appreciation, at the heavy sword exuding extremely sinister dark energy, a faint smile rising on his face. Chapter 243, Half-Magical Tool Evil Wufeng. Arriving at the ruins of Tongtian Temple, this sword was originally the Wufeng heavy sword that Yi Chen had snatched from Zhaohao of Tianyahage. However, Yi Chen's physical strength was too strong. Anyone who disagreed would just be met with a punch, so the heavy sword had never found a place to be used. But after being refined with the Ritual Soul Living Thought Refining Method, Wufeng had completely changed. In his keen sight, its description had transformed into this evil Wufeng, yellow-tier half-magical tool, requires the absorption of a large amount of spiritual energy to continue growing. Effect, doubles the power of fierce martial arts, can inflict a troubled state on enemies upon hitting them, and can increase the power of the evil tool spirit by plundering living souls. Yi Chen looked at these three effects and couldn't help but feel satisfied. This half-magical tool had almost transcended all ordinary spiritual tools, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, as long as it absorbs enough spiritual energy, it can naturally become a true magical artifact. At the same time, the government convoy arrived once again at the South City Welfare Institute. The well-dressed and trained government officials got out of their cars, occupying both sides of the street. Passers-by speculated whether there had been another supernatural incident at the South City Welfare Institute. The previous incident with the shadow demons had nearly scared the surrounding residents half to death. Soon after, a tall figure stepped out. Li Xuanjun, the man who controlled the strongest power in the entire capital city. Old Zhao, why has Lord Li come to your welfare institute again? An elderly man, who had a good relationship with Zhao Weiguo, asked curiously. Zhao Weiguo smiled proudly. You might not believe it, but Lord Li is here to find our Yi Chen. I heard them say it seems to be related to some relic of the Tongtian temple. The old man scoffed. I know what kind of person that kid Yi is. I don't believe your nonsense. Come on, grandson, let's go to school. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanjun emerged with a group of elite officials, surrounding a young man, and then opened the car door for him. Only after he got in did Li Xuanjun enter the car himself. His attitude was extremely respectful. This young man looked very familiar. Yes, it was Yi Chen. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. Who exactly is this Yi kid from the Zhao family? How could he command such respect from Lord Li of the capital? Zhao wasn't bragging after all? Just as the old man was about to ask Zhao Weiguo a few more questions, the latter laughed heartily and playfully slipped away. Wow, that big brother is so amazing. I want to be like him. A little boy with a rainbow cat and blue rabbit backpack had stars in his eyes. An hour later, the government convoy from the capital had arrived at the site of the Tongtian temple relic, which was at the junction of the capital city and Hanjing city. The government officials from Hanjing had been waiting here for a long time. Li Xuanjun got out of the car, his expression serious. Although it was said that the Tongtian temple relic was a joint exploration by the government officials of the capital and Hanjing, in reality, it was a competition between the two sides every year. They compared who had more resources, more talents, and stronger abilities. The reason Li Xuanjun invited Yi Chen was not only because of the formations deep within the relic but also for another purpose. He wanted to achieve an unprecedented victory for the capital through Yi Chen. Because in the 6 years since he took office, the capital had never won even once. Seeing Li Xuanjun get out of the car, the Hanjing government lord, Wen Duojian, laughed heartily and directly approached him to exchange pleasantries. Brother Xuanjun, you're leading the team yourself again this year. Aren't you tired of losing so much in the past? Ha ha ha. Chapter 244, Familiar Face Wang Pan, Buddhist Acumen. Li Xuanjun smiled helplessly, gestured to Yi Chen, and walked to the side with Wen Duojian to discuss matters. Yi Chen nodded slightly and began to explore the remnants of the relic exposed on the surface with Xiao He. In this environment, Xiao He was quite listless, as it leaned towards the shadow demon attribute and was naturally restrained by the Buddhist aura. However, Yi Chen brought it along with an immature plan in mind. Perhaps it could absorb some Buddhist energy, which would mean Xiao He would have almost no weaknesses in the future. Yi Chen carefully observed the remnants on the surface. Once his keen eyes opened, nothing could hide from him. Host observes the remnants of the Tongtian temple, basic archaeology, upgraded to advanced archaeology, automatically maxed out. At the moment this skill upgraded, a wealth of related texts, history, and records about the Tongtian temple appeared in Yi Chen's mind, complementing what he had seen in the relic tower of Xiangshan temple. To put it exaggeratively, Yi Chen might now understand the Tongtian temple better than those ancient monks. So that's it. This is actually the demon suppression tower used by the Tongtian temple to imprison evil spirits. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Chen, you really came too. Yi Chen turned around and saw Wang Pan, an acquaintance he had met at the Pian Mountain Villa, standing next to a mature and charming woman. He squinted to take a closer look at her and nodded slightly. This woman's talent in formations was exceptionally high. Her future achievements would be no less than Feng Shanna's. When the woman noticed his gaze, a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed across her brow. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This woman must have mistaken him for one of those lecherous men. Wang Pan, seeing that Yi Chen even glanced at Feng Rao, felt even more envious. After returning that day, he had frantically searched for information about Yan Yi. Later, he discovered that this person had another identity, named Yi Chen. This person had taken away his beloved Yin Zichong right in front of him. This enmity was irreconcilable. Of course, this act of stealing love was his own interpretation. However, since then, Yi Chen had become his number one target of hatred. He truly wished he could devour his flesh and drink his blood. Ever since he heard that Yi Chen was going to participate in the exploration of the Tongtian Temple ruins, Wang Pan had been determined to completely trample Yi Chen underfoot in the ruins to avenge the love he had lost. It must be said that this person's talent and fortune were quite good. He had even inadvertently discovered a top-grade spiritual herb, and with the help of his father, Wang Kuan, he had reached the peak of internal strength in just over a month. Thus, he qualified for the exploration of the ruins. However, he really didn't expect to run into Yi Chen right after getting off the carriage, and moreover, this person was alone. Adding to that, there was such a stunning beauty by his side, how could he not show off a bit? Wang Pan had prepared a lot for this exploration of the Tongtian Temple ruins. Not to mention his own internal strength cultivation, nor the refinement of his physical body. Just the Buddhist scriptures from the Tongtian Temple, he had read no less than 500 books, and his understanding of the Tongtian Temple was even comparable to that of an ordinary monk. In fact, it was precisely because of his mastery of Buddhist texts that the Lord of Hanjing City, when Duo Jian, intended to include him in the exploration team. Now, he was going to use his knowledge of Buddhism to make Yi Chen lose face. Yi Chen, exploring the Tongtian Temple ruins is not that simple. Without sufficient knowledge of Buddhism, it's absolutely impossible. I think you will hold us back. Chapter 245, Grandpa Feng, you are so good to me. Yi Chen glanced at Feng Rao beside him and smiled faintly. If you want to compare Buddhist knowledge with me, I'm afraid you'll end up crying, he said lightly. Wang Pan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, while Feng Rao merely pouted and said nothing. Why was she following Wang Pan? It was designated by her grandfather, Feng Shanha, because Wang Pan's understanding of Buddhism was very high, far surpassing that of the others in the team. Although Feng Rao also disliked this person, she had to follow him due to her grandfather's orders. But it was undeniable that Wang Pan was indeed very strong in Buddhism. The understanding of Buddhism relies on enlightenment and innate talent. If one is not destined to connect with Buddhism, no matter how hard they try, they won't understand it. If one is destined, they can progress by leaps and bounds. Wang Pan belonged to the latter category, possessing extremely high talent in Buddhism and advancing rapidly. This time, to crack the formations deep within the Tongtian Temple ruins, Wang Pan's contribution was indispensable. This young man actually claimed he would make Wang Pan cry in front of him. He was truly boasting. Feng Rao couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with him. It was one thing to see others being lecherous, but he also loved to brag. How on earth was such a person chosen by the Lord of the Capital? You really are as arrogant as before. I'm afraid if I ask you a random question, you won't be able to answer. Wang Pan sneered coldly. Yi Chen remained non-committal. Then tell me, which area of the ruins does this belong to Tongtian Temple? Wang Pan sneered. Yi Chen replied lightly, this is the prison, the dungeon of Tongtian Temple. Wang Pan laughed heartily, nonsense. Is there really a prison in Tongtian Temple? Tongtian Temple is a prestigious sect. Why would they imprison criminals? I see you know nothing at all and are just talking nonsense here, Feng Rao frowned. It is well known that Tongtian Temple is one of the largest righteous sects in ancient times. How could such a sect possibly establish a prison to hold criminals? They rely more on Buddhist teachings to educate people. Of course, if education fails, it means you are an enemy of Buddhism, and they would simply kill you. Therefore, there is no need for a prison. Yi Chen glanced at him, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Who said prisons hold living people? Wang Pan was momentarily startled by his gaze. Feng Rao raised an eyebrow. Not holding living people? This is the Demon Suppression Tower of Tongtian Temple, which suppresses evil spirits and demons. Yi Chen pointed to the broken walls and ruins and said lightly. Feng Rao gasped. So those evil spirits really existed in ancient times. Wang Pan, furious and embarrassed, shouted, nonsense. How could this possibly be some ridiculous demon suppression tower? You're just trying to be mysterious. Before he could finish, the crowd suddenly stirred. The crowd parted, creating a path, at the end of which stood a tall, spirited old man. He was the highest-ranking person invited by the Han River Political Department. Feng Shanha. Wang Pan's eyes widened instantly. His father, Wang Kuan, had once been a student of Feng Shanha, but his talent in formations was limited, and he only reached the 6th level, unable to step into the realm of a master. Even so, Feng Shanha had a fondness for his father, Wang Kuan, and thus had some affection for Wang Pan as well. Now that elder Feng Shanha had arrived, did he still dare to act mysterious in front of me? Wang Pan immediately shouted, Grandpa Feng, you finally came. This person actually said this is the demon suppression tower of Tongtian Temple. It's truly absurd. Upon hearing his voice, Feng Shanha's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face as he quickly walked over. Wang Pan's eyes widened. Grandpa Feng, you were so good to me. You came over right away. Chapter 246, Hello, Grandpa Feng kid, did you see that? Even if Grandpa Feng is not my biological grandfather, he treats me like a real grandson. If you don't understand which part of the ruins this is from Tongtian Temple, I advise you to be cautious in your words and actions. Otherwise, if you anger Grandpa Feng, you're finished. Wang Pan sneered. Yi Qin showed a strange smile. This was the first time he had met someone willing to treat him like a grandson. Yi Chen, I know you are a newly promoted master, and perhaps that is why Lord Li summoned you into the ruins team. But I hope you don't become arrogant because of your cultivation level, because in front of me, you really don't count for much. I told you before, I am an officer in the Ding section of the Han River Political Department, and my dad, Wang Kuan, is the head of the Ding section. Moreover, the foremost formation master in Hanzhou, Elder Feng Shanha, has a very good personal relationship with my family. In this exploration of the ruins, my Buddhist studies are very profound, so I will be the main force going forward, while you can just be a bodyguard, serving as cannon fodder at critical moments. Wang Pan became more and more animated as he spoke, occasionally glancing at Feng Rao beside him, hoping to impress her with his substantial background. Feng Rao crossed her arms and turned her face away, her expression frosty. Such a person, connected to Buddhism? Buddhism must have been incredibly unfortunate. What Wang Pan displayed was something Feng Rao looked down upon entirely. She aspired to become a great formation master like Grandpa Feng Shanha. How could she be tainted by money and power? However, speaking of which, Grandpa mentioned to her last night that a very powerful formation master had appeared in the capital, one even stronger than Grandpa. Although Feng Rao felt this might just be Grandpa's modesty, she was also looking forward to the appearance of that formidable formation master. Perhaps it could elevate her own formation skills further. Hello, Grandpa Feng. As Feng Shanha drew closer, Wang Pan lightly coughed, straightened his clothes, adjusted his features, and made an effort to present himself as a capable young man. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Then, Feng Shanha brushed past him, grasping Yi Chen's arm respectfully, saying, Junior Feng Shanha, I have come to see Yizhen's. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I still have some confusion regarding the spiral curve in the thunder source array you provided earlier, and I would like to ask you about it again. Just look at that tone. It was as if a primary school student was facing their homeroom teacher, respectful and earnest. Yi Chen replied lightly, what you encountered was the spiritual energy line at the left lower corner of the thunder source array, numbered 3782. That line requires 3 spiral curves, and the last curve uses the self-created spiral curve of the 5 Absolutes Master from 100 years ago. It's normal not to know. Feng Shanha listened, entranced, his old face even turning red. I hadn't even said anything, and Yizhen's guessed the question I wanted to ask. So that's it, it's actually the self-created spiral curve of the 5 Absolutes Master. I happen to have a few ancient texts from the 5 Absolutes sect in my collection. I must study them carefully when I return. Wang Pan remained frozen in the position of extending his hand. Feng Rao gaped, speechless. The people from the political department in the capital were fine, but those from the Han River political department were all dumbfounded. Astonished. Is this really the master of formations, Feng Shanha? Why is he bowing his head to ask a young man for advice? And so, respectfully, Xiao Rao, you're here too, perfect. Let me introduce you. This is the formidable master of formations I mentioned before from the capital. Yi Chen, Yizhen's. Feng Shanha said with a smile as he caught a glimpse of Feng Rao from the corner of his eye. Chapter 247, Hearing More, Seeing Anger. As soon as he said this, both Wang Pan and Feng Rao were stunned. Yi Chen. Yi Chen is actually the super formidable master of formations that Feng Shanha mentioned? No, not just a master of formations, but a master of formations. Wang Pan's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Goodness. Did I just say such things to a master of formations? Moreover, I called Feng Shanha grandpa, and now Feng Shanha refers to himself as a junior in front of Yi Chen. So, in front of Yi Chen, doesn't that make me a disciple? Wang Pan felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. My God, what is happening in this world? Why would a mere young man, not yet 20, become a master of formations? It must be a joke. Yi Chen glanced at him with a half-smile, and before he could speak, Wang Pan immediately said, Greetings, ancestor. The expression on Wang Pan's face was filled with flattery and sycophancy. Feng Rao. At first, I thought you just liked to put on airs, but now I see you have a very low character. Feng Shanha laughed heartily upon hearing Wang Pan address Yi Chen this way. patting Wang Pan on the shoulder. Xiao Pan, addressing Yi Zhenzong like that is correct. Yi Zhenzong's attainments and formations are enough to establish a school of his own. In the future, you might learn a lot from Yi Zhenzong. Feng Shanhe then turned to Feng Rao. Xiao Rao, haven't you met Yi Zhenzong yet? However, Feng Rao coldly snorted and walked away. I don't believe someone like him is a master of formations. Grandpa, you really are getting old and confused. You child. A hint of anger rose on Feng Shanhe's face. Yi Chen smiled lightly. No worries. Since Master Feng is here, let's enter the Tongtian Temple ruins. Nearby, the city lord of the capital, Li Shuinjin, and the city lord of Han River, Wen Duojian, finished their discussion and walked over with smiles. Wen Duojian, having likely learned of Yi Chen's reputation from Li Shuinjin, immediately clasped his fists and said, Yi Zhenzong, it's better to see you in person than to hear about you. Yi Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging him. A shadow flickered in Wen Duojian's eyes. This young man is quite arrogant. As the lord of a city, I bow to you, at least you should return the gesture. Humph, it seems that those who achieve fame at a young age are mostly arrogant. But it doesn't matter, soon you won't be so proud anymore. When Duojian glanced at Wang Pan, feeling confident. No matter how skilled you are in formations, matters of Buddhism must be entrusted to Wang Pan. Since I need to rely on Wang Pan, it will be quite normal to ask for resources when the time comes. The capital truly lacks talent, they can't even find a few with high attainments in Buddhism. This time, the direction of exploring the ruins is still firmly in my hands. The group quickly passed through the previously excavated entrance and entered the deep underground passage. The passage was equipped with mining lamps. Although dim, it was sufficient for internal energy martial artists. Along the way, they could still see many broken architectural remains, but the style was unrecognizable. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road, which was also the endpoint of the previous exploration. To proceed further, they would need to rely on someone with high attainments in Buddhism to make a judgment. When Duojian immediately asked, Wang Pan, which way do you think we should go? Wang Pan pondered for a moment and said, the left side is marked with a sign of grass, while the right side has a boulder sign. I believe the left side should be where the spiritual plants are located, our harvest there should be significant. After saying this, he secretly glanced at Yi Chen. Chapter 248, If you want a court death, I don't mind. Even though he appeared respectful to Yi Chen on the surface, even calling him ancestor, Wang Pan still had his own thoughts. He didn't believe this place was some nonsense demon suppression tower. According to the records from the more than 500 Buddhist scriptures he had read, this place was most likely the spiritual plant hall, where Tongtian Temple cultivated rare herbs. If he could obtain a few ancient spiritual herbs, he would definitely become prosperous, and stepping into the master level would be just around the corner. Naturally, for his own benefit, he wanted to go to the spiritual plant hall. Since that's the case, let's head left. When Duojian nodded. However, Yi Chen frowned. He had realized early on that this place was actually the demon suppression tower. At the end of each passage was, in fact, a prison. The grass mark was not a spiritual plant hall but rather a demon formed from the essence of grass. The rock mark on the right was self-explanatory as well. Moreover, based on his sensory perception of various auras just now, Yi Chen could feel that the demonic energy in the right passage was much weaker. Clearly, that evil spirit was weak, making the right side a good choice. I think it's best not to go towards the grass mark, Yi Chen said lightly. When Duojian frowned upon hearing this, oh? What insights does Yi Zhenzong have? I've said it before, this is the demon suppression tower of Tongtian Temple, specifically used to suppress evil spirits. Each passage actually leads to an evil spirit. Furthermore, the left side is filled with dense demonic energy, which is evidently much stronger. Ordinary martial artists could easily die there, Yi Chen casually remarked. When Duojian laughed heartily, Yi Zhenzong is a master of formations, and this has been acknowledged by Elder Feng, so I won't say much more. But in terms of Buddhism, Wang Pan is definitely top-notch and will not make any mistakes. Please rest assured, Yi Zhenzong. Of course. Outside of formations, I hope Yi Zhenzong will not interfere. When Duojian said the last sentence with a clear warning tone, Yi Chen frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. Alright, if you want a court death, I don't mind. He truly didn't mind. No matter what kind of evil spirit it was, in front of Yi Chen, it was like a younger brother. Yi Chen's internal energy contained Buddhist scriptures, which had a great restraining effect on evil spirits. If he encountered a stronger evil spirit, Yi Chen also had the 3000 Troubles Sutra and the half-artifact Evil Wufeng. This demon suppression tower ruin was almost like a fish in water for Yi Chen. When Duojian's expression grew even colder upon hearing this. Are you cursing us to death? Wang Pan saw that Yi Chen had actually softened, and he couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. Yi Chen, I admit you are skilled in formations, but in Buddhism, you must yield. I am the absolute core of Buddhism in this team. Only I can choose the path forward. With this thought in mind, Wang Pan's demeanor became much prouder in front of Yi Chen, the previous fawning attitude gradually disappearing. After walking a few hundred meters, a colorful light gradually appeared, with the Buddha light occupying a significant portion. Feng Shanha, who was at the back of the team, changed his expression slightly. Be careful, the formations are starting to appear. Wang Kuan, Yi Zhenzong, let's work together to solve these formations. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose in the team nodded and moved to the left side of the group. Yi Chen also moved to the left. The three of them guarded three sides. Feng Shanha and Wang Kuan were the first to break down the formations, while Yi Chen remained calm, carefully observing before casually breaking them apart. He had discovered some interesting aspects within these small formations, perhaps able to supplement what he knew about Buddhist formations. His composed demeanor, however, made those nearby break out in a cold sweat. Wang Kuan watched coldly, further disliking this person. Chapter 249, The Great Formation of the Eight Bodhisattvas to Suppress Demons. Everyone was doing their best to break the formations, yet on your side, clearly a master of formations, you could break them at the fastest speed. But you insisted on taking your time, even deliberately missing a few several times, almost injuring my son. Wang Kuan was even more furious, but unlike Wang Pan, he was mature enough not to show his emotions on his face. Yi Chen paid no attention to the opinions of others. What he valued was his own interests. The host observes a part of the great formation of the eight bodhisattvas to suppress demons and comprehends the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva formation, automatically reaching max level. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva formation, Avalokiteshvara, observing self max level effect, great suppression effect on evil spirits of plant attributes special. After comprehending the other 7 bodhisattva formations, the great formation of the 8 bodhisattvas to suppress demons will be unlocked. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This name sounded powerful. If he guessed correctly, this great formation of the 8 bodhisattvas to suppress demons should be the core formation of the demon suppression tower. Its rank might have already reached the level of profound formations. Yi Chen looked at the various formations flying in the sky, even feeling a bit intoxicated. In his eyes, these formations were no longer obstacles but droplets of knowledge, each one waiting to be touched to comprehend a part of the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva formation. Thus, a stark contrast formed on both sides of the team. On the side Wang Kuan was responsible for, almost no formations approached. On Yi Chen's side, however, there were densely packed 5th and 6th tier attack formations, as if they would break through Yi Chen's defenses at any moment and charge directly into the advancing crowd. Right in front, a large number of formations with intense Buddha light appeared, and judging by their richness, they likely exceeded the 6th tier. Everything ahead is formations of 7th tier or above. Wang Kuan felt a bit of a headache. Feng Shanha couldn't help but frown. Although breaking formations didn't consume much internal energy, he had already used up nearly half by this point. If this continued, moving forward would become extremely difficult. However, Yi Chen was still leisurely breaking the formations. Just a little more, Yi Chen felt he was close to touching the core of this Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva formation. Yi Chen, Yi Zhenzong, can I ask you to take the lives of others seriously? We regard you as a master of formations, but you can't treat others as mere grass, can you? Wang Kuan couldn't help but coldly mock. Although the others were intimidated by the authority of the master of formations and dared not speak, the resentment on their faces was hard to hide. Wang Pan laughed even more at this scene. Yi Chen had quickly become the target of everyone's ire. Good, this is the outcome of opposing me, heh. Feng Shanha furrowed his brows, unsure whether to side with Wang Kuan or stand with Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at Wang Kuan and chuckled lightly. No need to rush, the formations coming up are completely harmless to us. Wang Kuan, furious, retorted with a sneer, Yi Zhenzong, don't spout nonsense. What follows are all 7th tier formations, each one equivalent to the attack power of a bullet against an ordinary person. Not to mention a whole group of 7th tier formations, this is practically a hail of bullets, and you dare say this is completely harmless to us? Yi Chen smiled faintly. I said it's harmless, then it is harmless. Do you think I could deceive you? As he spoke, he moved to the front of the group, facing the hundreds of 7th tier formations head-on. Li Xuanjun and Li Lingyu widened their eyes in shock. Li Lingyu even gasped, Master Yi, come back quickly. Chapter 250, Stop, collapse on your only Lingyu, the young girl, didn't even dare to look anymore. What would be the consequence of being bombarded by hundreds of 7th tier formations? It wouldn't just be injuries or wounds, it would be a direct transformation into a pile of minced meat. No martial artist with internal energy could withstand the assault of hundreds of 7th tier formations, just as no ordinary person could face a hail of bullets. Li Xuanjun was burning with anxiety. He even thought about rushing over to pull Yi Chen back into the group, but a voice in his heart kept telling him, "Trust Yi Chen. This young man has always been creating miracles. Perhaps this time, he could continue his miracle." The others, however, felt more shock and pity towards Yi Chen. They believed that Yi Chen was almost certainly doomed. Even the 9th tier formation master, Feng Shanhe, wouldn't dare to take such action. Because breaking formations takes time. At first, you might be able to break one, but when endless formations surge together, even the legendary Deluo Jinxian wouldn't escape unscathed. When Duo Jian's lips curled into a slight arc, this Yi Chen, was he really so easily provoked? To showcase his identity as a formation master, he was so recklessly trying to withstand hundreds of 7th tier formations alone. No, it wasn't recklessness. It would be better if he died. How could such a young formation master emerge from Shangjing, even making Elder Feng slightly convinced? Although I don't quite believe it, someone like you, the sooner you die, the better. Otherwise, wouldn't Shangjing rise on the back of my Hanjiang political department? Yi Zhenzong, Master Yi, you sacrificed yourself to withstand hundreds of 7th tier formations for our entire team. When Duo Jian, am deeply grateful. In the future, on every festival day, I will personally offer incense for you, so just rest easy and die, haha. When Duo Jian was almost laughing out loud, many others had similarly complex thoughts in their hearts, but without exception, they all believed Yi Chen was almost certainly doomed. In the next moment, Yi Chen extended his right hand, raised his palm, and calmly said to the hundreds of 7th tier formations, "Stop." Then, those hundreds of 7th tier formations really stopped. "Collapse on your own." Yi Chen waved his hand casually. As soon as his words fell, the formations trembled violently and then collapsed on their own. Hundreds of 7th tier formations emitted intense Buddhist light. Amidst the brilliant Buddhist light, Yi Chen's silhouette appeared exceptionally majestic. Everyone was shocked beyond measure. When Duo Jian, Wang Kuan, Wang Pan, and others nearly dropped their jaws, unable to close their mouths. My God, what did I just see? Why did those formations behave like obedient children in front of him, stopping when he said stop and collapsing when he said collapse? My goodness, what kind of deity am I witnessing? Among them, Feng Shanhe was the most excited. Yi Zhenzong truly lives up to its name, it really is that powerful. I was indeed mistaken about him earlier. Yi Zhenzong is not slacking off, he is clearly making the most of his time to study the formations within the ruins of the Tongtian Temple. This spirit of constant learning makes Feng Shanhe feel ashamed. The more he thinks about it, the more guilty he feels. Finally, he approaches Yi Chen and bows deeply, saying, "Please forgive me, Yi Zhenzong, for my disrespect." Feng Shanhe's bow is more earnest than that of the most obedient elementary school student. Yi Chen chuckles lightly, "Oh? In what way have I been disrespected?" Chapter 251, Yi Zhenzong is truly a model for the elderly. Just now, I actually thought Yi Zhenzong was slacking off, which is truly a sin. Now I realize how far-sighted Yi Zhenzong is. You are actually comprehending the formations within these ruins on the spot. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Zhenzong's presence just now, our team would have suffered significant casualties from those hundreds of 7th tier formations. Yi Zhenzong is truly a model for the elderly. The more Feng Shanhe spoke, the more respectful he became, even showing a hint of excitement in the end. He truly did not misjudge the person. Yi Zhenzong indeed possesses an extraordinary talent for formations that surpasses the vast majority. Following such a person, his own understanding of formations would surely make considerable progress in the future. Yi Chen nodded lightly. "It's good that you understand, let's continue moving forward." He waved his hand, calling over Shou Hei, who absorbed a bit of Buddhist aura. Finding that it was not harmed, he nodded and continued on. Feng Shanhe excitedly nodded and hurried after him, leaving a group of speechless onlookers behind. Feng Lao's attitude is too. Wang Kuan gritted his teeth. When Duo Jian patted his shoulder, pretending to praise him, but Feng Lao is right, if it weren't for Yi Zhenzong, our team would definitely have suffered losses. He said this, but inside, he was almost boiling with anger. Damn, this young man is terrifying. He casually broke through hundreds of formations. Feng Rao bit her lip, following behind the team, her eyes shining as she looked at Yi Chen's back. This person, perhaps truly deserves Grandpa's praise. Li Xuanjun recovered from his shock and laughed heartily. Yi Zhenzong, wait for me. The young girl Li Lingyu also blushed and chased after him. Wang Pan, however, stared intently at Yi Chen, lost in thought. After casually breaking through over 100 7th tier formations, many people began to hold respect for Yi Chen. Moreover, after such a commotion, there were almost no formations left in the entire passage. Anyone who approached would find their formations collapsing with just a wave of Yi Chen's hand. He had completely comprehended the Guanyin Bodhisattva formation. The formations in this passage, regardless of their tier or complexity, were essentially derived from the Guanyin Bodhisattva formation. Therefore, when Yi-Chin commanded them to stop, they would stop. When he commanded them to collapse, they would collapse. The journey ahead was safe and sound. The group quickly arrived at the room at the end of the passage. Or rather, a prison. Of course, the others did not see this as a prison at all. Looking around, it was a scene of lush greenery. Under the Buddhist light, some small grasses even swayed gently, exuding a pleasant green. This could hardly be called a prison. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a paradise. Even if the Tongtian temple wanted to suppress those evil beings, it would be impossible to give them such a beautiful environment. Although everyone respected Yi-Chen for casually breaking through hundreds of 7th-tier formations, they thought, "You clearly misspoke when you said this was the Demon Suppression Tower ruins." Wang Pan laughed heartily upon arriving here. "I knew it. I've read so many Buddhist scriptures, they cannot deceive me. This is indeed the Spirit Plant Hall." Wang Pan's eyes lit up when he saw a 5-leaf clover with purple tips, and he quietly moved toward it. If he guessed correctly, this spirit herb should be the powerful 8th-tier spirit herb recorded in the scriptures. The purple leaf immortal herb. If I quietly swallow it all by myself and leave the ruins, that would be a profit of up to 10 million. Converted into spirit stones, even at a conversion rate of 200,000 for one, that would be a full 50 spirit stones. Chapter 252, Stop, if you want to live, don't touch it. While everyone else was lost in the beauty of the scene, Wang Pan slowly crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces. In reality, his hand was already reaching for that purple-leafed immortal herb. Yi-Chen suddenly frowned. "Stop, if you want to live, don't touch it." His voice was loud, and immediately, everyone followed Yi-Chen's gaze to see Wang Pan about to pick the spirit herb. Wang Pan was furious and embarrassed. How could he not feel awkward with so many people watching? Damn it, I'm just secretly picking a spirit herb. This is something from the ruins, whoever sees it owns it. Who are you to interfere? Fueled by anger, he directly plucked the purple-leafed immortal herb. What's wrong? Is this spirit herb yours? Wang Pan stood up, retorting without courtesy. Yi-Chen shook his head lightly, revealing a mocking expression. Wang Kuan's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Son, run." After saying that, he unleashed his internal energy and charged towards Wang Pan. Wang Pan was momentarily stunned. What's going on? I'm just picking a spirit herb, right? Then he felt the ground beneath him shake. Immediately after, a gust of wind filled with the scent of grass and wood swept past. The arm still clutching the purple-leafed immortal herb suddenly felt cold. Wang Pan looked over and was horrified to discover that his entire right arm had been severed at the root, with a row of neat bite marks on his shoulder. In front of him, a massive green monster was staring at him intently. Wang Pan was filled with terror, scared to the point of losing control. The monster lunged down. Wang Kuan rushed over with all his might and threw out a yellow paper talisman. The talisman struck the monster's head like a small cannonball, suddenly exploding with a violent sound. Host observes yellow talisman, flame explosion talisman, activates, basic talisman, automatically reaches max level. When this voice echoed in his mind, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. This thing should be another major course in university, talismans. Talismans are somewhat similar to formations. However, the purpose of talismans is to create powerful, portable means of attack that can overwhelm the opponent with sheer numbers. Moreover, the yellow paper talisman thrown by Wang Kuan, also known as the yellow talisman, belongs to the second tier of talismans, 5 to 10 times stronger than the most ordinary white talisman. Such a talisman, even for someone like him who is a department head, is not easy to obtain. He never expected it to be used so readily. After the flame explosion talisman was thrown, it successfully suppressed the demon's pursuit. Wang Kuan pulled Wang Pan into the crowd, finally letting out a breath. But Wang Pan's entire right arm was already gone. His wailing sounded particularly chilling in this environment. "Stop howling, you've woken them up." Yi-Chen frowned. Everyone turned to look, and their scalps went numb. Oh my god. The ground beneath those small grass roots actually began to tremble. One by one, enormous creatures started to emerge from the ground. Those small grasses were merely decorations growing on top of them. Many people, while shocked, felt a glimmer of luck. Thankfully, they hadn't been greedy like Wang Pan, otherwise, they might have lost their lives. They didn't have a father like Wang Kuan who could casually throw out a yellow talisman to save them. Yi-Chen, if you had reminded me earlier, how could I have lost an arm? It's all your fault. Wang Pan glared at Yi-Chen with bloodshot eyes, crying out in despair. Yi-Chen smiled lightly. I said from the beginning, this is the Demon Suppression Tower relic of Tongtian Temple. Wang Pan was left speechless and could only shut his mouth. Chapter 253, Li Lingyu's Opportunity, Going with the Flow. Wangpan, stop being so unreasonable. You can still be treated after losing an arm, but if you lose your life, that's truly the end. Li Shuanjin frowned and said. Lord Li is right. The problem we face now is how to escape from the siege of so many evil spirits. When Duo Jian added, yes, we absolutely cannot let so many evil spirits surround us. Otherwise, not only will we be unable to delve deeper into the ruins, but we might also suffer significant casualties here. A section chief from the political department in the capital chimed in, looking grave. Right now, these evil spirits had only just awakened. Once they fully emerged from their long slumber, the abilities of these people would be completely insufficient against them. You must understand, if what Yi Chen said is true, then these evil spirits are the very ones suppressed by the Tongtian temple back in the day. If they could be killed, why bother suppressing them? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, most of those suppressed evil spirits have likely perished over the long years. What we see now are either spirit-born creatures or the faint remnants of ancient evil spirits, all of which are just small fry, not worth mentioning. Each evil spirit's strength is at most equivalent to a master of the entry stage, hardly worth noting. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison. Heh, just equivalent to the entry stage, huh? That sounds so easy to say. Looking around, there were probably hundreds or thousands of evil spirits in this prison, which means hundreds or thousands of entry stage masters. One must ask, Yi Zhenzong, how do you plan to deal with so many entry stage masters? Even a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, let alone hundreds or thousands of entry stage masters? When Duo Jian frowned even more, this Yi Chen really was speaking without feeling the pain. Everyone, retreat in an orderly manner. Li Shuanjin sighed and shook his head. He unconditionally believed in Yi Chen, but even so, he had to let the weaker ones leave. Otherwise, it would be a battle of gods, and innocent bystanders would suffer. Lord Li, let Lingyu come over, this is her opportunity. Yi Chen beckoned to Li Lingyu. Li Lingyu glanced at her uncle, who pondered for a moment before saying, Yi Zhenzong won't harm you. Even if something happens, he will protect you. Just go with confidence. The little girl nodded and bounced over to Yi Chen, facing the countless evil spirits that were about to awaken. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled slightly. He had long noticed Li Lingyu's special constitution. The gift of the spiritual artifact was merely a casual act, but since today happened to be her opportunity, he would help her a bit more. Lingyu, do you find these monsters scary? Li Lingyu stuck out her tongue. I actually think they have little grass growing on their heads, which is quite cute, a bit like that grass ball emoji. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Such pure-heartedness in a woman is truly rare in the world. Focus your energy, carefully feel the colors around you, and tell me what you see, he said with a gentle smile. Lots of green light spots, big and small. The little girl closed her eyes and exclaimed after a moment, pick up the larger ones to absorb, I will be by your side. The little girl nodded, closed her eyes, and walked forward, almost reaching the face of a giant monster. Seeing this scene, Li Shuanjin was terrified and shouted, be careful. Then, he saw the giant monster kneel down before Yi Chen, allowing Li Lingyu to place her palm on its head. Chapter 254, she shed real tears. Li Shuanjin fell silent. He felt that this world seemed a bit too absurd. Just now, Wang Koan had thrown out a yellow talisman and hadn't even managed to seriously injure it. This was enough to gauge the ferocity of these evil spirits. But why are the demons, comparable to the realm of entering the hall, so cowardly, so obedient in front of you, Yi Chen? Not just him, but some who were waiting to see Yi Chen's embarrassment were also left dumbfounded, frozen in place. One guy with a slightly longer reflex arc even had his right leg bitten off by a demon, lying on the ground and howling in agony. As the smell of blood grew stronger, time gradually passed. More and more demons awakened in the prison, and they began to follow their instincts, crazily hunting living beings. Fortunately, the retreat was timely, and only a few unfortunate souls were buried within. However, many others were left missing arms and legs, including several experts from the entering hall and inner chamber realms. Even top-tier experts like Li Shuanjing and Wen Duo Jian had to use their skills and reveal their trump cards to escape. Once back in the passage, no demons chased after them. The prison was their world, and they couldn't get out. But Yi Chen and Li Lingyu were still inside. Li Shuanjing suppressed his urge to rush in and save them, peering into the prison from the entrance. He knew that even if he went in, he wouldn't last a minute. Lord Li, no need to look anymore. Everyone has to die eventually. Since Yi Zhenzong insists on seeking death, we can't stop him, right? Wang Kuan sneered. He had completely forged a grudge against Yi Chen. If Yi Chen had warned him earlier, his son wouldn't have lost an arm. Li Shuanjing frowned. This was already a personal attack, directly cursing someone to death. Wang Pan showed no concealment of the resentment in his eyes. Yi Zhenzong, I admit his attainments in formations, but as for his character, I cannot agree. He clearly knew there was danger but refused to warn me. He must have done it on purpose. Feng Shanhai shouted sternly, "Alright, everyone shut up." As soon as he spoke, the others dared not continue the discussion. Feng Rao, who had been paying attention to the situation inside the prison, suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Look! Everyone turned their gaze in unison. They were all stunned. My goodness! What are we seeing? Those bloodthirsty, violent demons, why don't they dare to approach within 10 meters of Yi Chen and the others? Moreover, wherever Yi Chen went, the demons would immediately kneel down obediently, allowing Li Lingyu to take the little grass from their heads. After the little grass was taken, those demons would disintegrate within a breath or two. Even the slowest among them could guess that the little grass was something akin to an inner Dan for these demons. What kind of powerful deterrent could make these demons willing to give up their lives? Li Lingyu's strength. Feng Rao's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but say. Li Xuanjing's eyes widened. He had just clearly seen Li Lingyu releasing her internal energy. What was going on? Had she suddenly stepped into the master realm from the peak of internal energy, like taking an elevator? Thinking about how he had painstakingly honed and accumulated his skills, Li Xuanjing secretly shed real tears. Why hadn't he encountered a kind-hearted guide like Yi Zhenzong when he was still an internal energy martial artist? This was simply cheating. However, he also vaguely guessed the outcome. The family had long detected that Li Lingyu's body was somewhat unusual, perhaps an ancient innate spiritual body, but after all, the lineage had been severed, and no one could be sure. What Yi Chen had done might have been to stimulate Li Lingyu's extraordinary physique. Chapter 255, the follow-up, the Buddha Array of All Heavens. Li Xuanjing's gaze towards Yi Chen changed again. At first, he thought Yi Chen had great talent and might be a strong potential stock. Later, he realized that Yi Chen himself was a strong person, and he began to place Yi Chen on an equal footing, trying to befriend him. But now, he felt that he should correct his attitude. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to recognize talent with keen insight was something others couldn't achieve. The Li family of Yendu was a truly vast clan. However, the older generation of the Li family spent a great deal of time and still could not find a way to activate Li Lingyu's innate constitution. As a result, when it came to Yi Chen, it was resolved so easily, as simple as eating and drinking. Li Xuanjin had no doubt that when this news returned to Yendu, those elders would absolutely go mad. The innate constitution that had eluded the Li family for hundreds of years, and you activated it just like that? Li Xuanjin was left with nothing but pure admiration for Yi Chen. He knew that as long as the Li family maintained a good relationship with Yi Chen, what Yi Chen brought to the Li family would only be more. Even the things that slipped through Yi Chen's fingers could bring the Li family endless benefits. It was only after all the demons in the prison were subdued that Li Lingyu returned to the center, slowly opening her eyes. She blinked, and there was not a single demon left around. Master Yi, thank you. Li Lingyu was very clever. She immediately realized what had happened, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. It's nothing, this is your opportunity. Let's go back the way we came and head to another cage. Yi Chen waved his hand and smiled lightly. Li Lingyu's little face flushed red, and she immediately followed. As they reached the prison door, the crowd automatically parted, and no one dared to block Yi Chen's path. Why? Why didn't those demons attack him? Is he a demon? Once Yi Chen had walked far away, Wang Pan growled. Li Xuanjin did not hide the disgust in his eyes and said, Wang Kuan, keep your son's mouth in check. Wang Kuan's face darkened. The group slowly followed Yi Chen and Li Lingyu ahead. The lineup became subtly divided. At the front were Yi Chen and Li Lingyu, closely followed by Li Xuanjin, Feng Shanhe, and others who respected Yi Chen. At the back were the hostile individuals led by Wen Duojian and Wang Kuan. Next, Yi Chen swiftly broke through 7 cages in succession, and the journey could be described as smooth sailing, because at each location, he would first comprehend the formations within, and then those demons, intimidated by the power of the formations that had suppressed them for hundreds of years, did not dare to approach Yi Chen at all. As a result, Yi Chen obtained a massive amount of spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and spiritual artifacts. When Duo Jian and the others watched with increasing envy, but there was nothing they could do. After comprehending so many formations, Yi Chen finally got what he wished for. The host comprehends the Maitreya Bodhisattva formation, meets the conditions, directly activates the 8 Bodhisattvas suppressing demons great formation, automatically reaches max level. 8 Bodhisattvas suppressing demons great formation, 8 great Bodhisattvas suppressing evil demons. Max level effect, greatly restrains various attributes of demons and evil spirits, can communicate with the demon suppression tower. Special, after comprehending all Vajra and Bodhisattva formations, will directly unlock the Heavenly Buddha Great Formation. A rare look of satisfaction appeared on Yi Chen's face. Moreover, after the skill was activated, he could feel a faint connection emerging, as if he could control the entire Demon Suppression Tower ruins. Chapter 256, I will make you embarrass yourself in front of Feng Rao. This prison is the deepest one. There should be a small library nearby for the monks guarding it to study Buddhist scriptures. Based on the ancient studies in his mind, Yi Chen quickly found this library. Feng Shanha and the others were overjoyed and immediately began to study. When Duo Jian and Li Xuanjun let out a sigh of relief, Li Xuanjun directly asked, Yi Zhenzong, have all the evil demons in this Demon Suppression Tower ruins been driven out? Can we start exploring safely now? Yi Chen nodded. The powerful evil demons had almost all been killed by him alone. If there were any small fry that had miraculously survived, they would still be within the range that others could handle, causing no waves. Li Xuanjun clasped his fists and was about to lead the officials from the Ministry of Political Affairs to explore again, when Duo Jian turned his eyes and suddenly said, Old Li, are you interested in a little competition? What we will compare is quite simple, still the gains from exploring the ruins, how about that? Of course, the gains from Yi Zhenzong are not counted, as he is not one of your capital's Ministry of Politics. Li Xuanjun couldn't help but frown. What trick was this guy playing? However, with Li Lingyu's strength having increased so much, he might achieve significant results, so after thinking for a moment, he agreed. Alright, since that's the case, let's start exploring separately. When Duo Jian laughed heartily and led his team away, Yi Chen glanced at the direction they were leaving, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face. After mastering the 8 Bodhisattva's Demon Suppression Great Formation, within the ruins of the Demon Suppression Tower, Yi Chen was like a land god, an absolute ruler. Although when Duo Jian's exchange with his subordinates was subtle, Yi Chen heard it clearly. This guy actually wanted to deliberately send a few people to obstruct Li Lingyu's exploration of the ruins, thus allowing the Han River's Ministry of Politics to win. In my territory, dare to touch my people? Yi Chen smiled faintly. However, it was still early, so he directly began to read Buddhist scriptures in this small library. His keen insight activated, and he abandoned the idea of revealing the treasure light. Yi Chen's gaze shifted upward and was soon attracted by an ancient book embedded in the wall. Unfortunately, Wang Pan also had his eyes on this book. However, based on the Buddhist texts he had studied, books embedded in the wall were usually protected by powerful formations and shields. If forcibly touched, there was a high chance of injury. Wang Pan caught a glimpse of Yi Chen's gaze and immediately smiled darkly. Just then, Feng Rao was also present. He had to make Yi Chen embarrass himself in front of so many people. Yi Zhenzong, about what happened in the prison before, I've thought it through. I really don't blame Yi Zhenzong, Wang Pan said, cupping his fists. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Wang Pan pointed to the ancient book on the wall. I think this ancient book might contain profound knowledge, so I wanted to invite Yi Zhenzong to take a look. But my strength is not strong. I might not be able to take it down, so I need to ask Yi Zhenzong for help. After Wang Pan finished speaking, he lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. Inside, he was shouting loudly, hurry and touch that ancient book. Hurry! The more force you use to try to take it down, the greater the backlash will be. At that time, you will be thrown away completely. Ha ha ha, that scene would be so satisfying. Yi Chen stepped forward, gently pressed on the ancient book, and then over 30,000 kilograms of force suddenly erupted. A layer of majestic and solemn Buddhist light immediately illuminated the ancient book. It was as if a Vajra was glaring angrily. Feng Shanha beside him was astonished and immediately shouted, Yi Zhenzong, let go. Chapter 257, Backlash Formation. Facing Yi Chen, he coward. Feng Shanha understood better than anyone how powerful this backlash formation was. His master was also a 9th-tier formation master, having reached the pinnacle in mastering various formations. Yet even so, his master had once suffered a backlash during a ruin exploration, and his body was torn into countless pieces by the airflow. The Buddhist light that had just illuminated the ancient book was a precursor to the backlash of the formation. If Yi Chen did not stop, he would suffer a violent backlash. The more force he used to take the book, the more he would face several times, even 10 times the backlash. Let alone his palm, it would be difficult to keep his entire arm intact. For many formation masters, the right arm was almost life itself. Because they needed their right hand to draw formations, losing the right arm meant the end of their formation career. Not only Feng Shanha, but Feng Rao also covered her mouth in terror upon seeing this scene. Oh my god! Was Yi Zhenzong's formation career about to end like this? Once that backlash force appeared, Yi Chen's arm would almost be sentenced to death. Wang Pan stared intently at the scene, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha, you deliberately didn't remind me before, causing me to lose an arm. Now, you too shall lose an arm. This is the cycle of heaven's way, the retribution of cause and effect. Wang Pan seemed to envision Yi Chen's right arm severed at the shoulder, collapsing to the ground, howling in a pale-faced, wretched state. How satisfying. How exhilarating. It felt as if there were no regrets left in life. To see an enemy in such a state truly reached the pinnacle of existence. Yi Chen's wails were like the most beautiful celestial music. Under the gaze of the three, that brilliant Buddhist light suddenly expanded countless times, and the moment it touched Yi Chen, it shrank back at a speed far exceeding before. Feng Shanhe was stunned, Feng Rao was also stunned, and Wang Pan was left speechless. What the hell? Why did the prelude just begin, and the entire piece ended? Wang Pan felt as if his worldview was collapsing. What on earth was happening? That magnificent Buddhist light even made the little black dog beside Yi Chen whimper and crawl down, not daring to breathe. Clearly, it contained an enormous amount of energy. But why did it shrink back after touching Yi Chen? Yi Chen smiled faintly, and with a crack, he pulled the ancient text from the wall. Wang Pan's thoughts were clear to him. This person had a malicious intent, deliberately trying to provoke his greed, thus causing himself to suffer from the backlash of the formation. His thoughts were correct, and his actions were also right. Unfortunately, after Yi Chen activated the 8 Bodhisattva's Demon Suppression Great Formation, he had almost taken control of the entire Demon Suppression Tower ruins. Trying to use the ruins against Yi Chen was simply a fantasy. The backlash formation on the ancient text was merely a part of the ruins. Did it dare to act against the master of the Demon Suppression Tower? It did not dare, so it shrank back. Yi Chen glanced at Wang Pan with a smile that was not quite a smile, causing the latter to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, frantically flipping through a Buddhist scripture, not daring to let Yi Chen see his expression. Although Feng Shanhe and Feng Rao were astonished, they both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Zhenzong was fine. Yi Zhenzong, the book in your hand should be written in ancient script, right? Feng Shanhe glanced at the cover and said with a warm smile, rummaging in his pocket, I have an ancient script reference book here, you can read it alongside. Yi Chen waved his hand, I can understand ancient script, no need for a reference book. After saying that, he began to flip through the pages at an astonishing speed. Chapter 258, This is what I want to give to Yi Zhenzong. Feng Shanhe was taken aback. Wow, does Yi Zhenzong also have profound attainments in ancient script? But can you really grasp anything flipping through so quickly? Yi Chen's speed of flipping through the book was comparable to a gale, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet little library. Feng Rao frowned slightly at this scene. She had greatly changed her view of Yi Chen. However, this action of his, in an invisible way, detracted from her impression. Pretending to understand, skimming through, she felt that Yi Chen was still a young man, somewhat impetuous. Wang Pan's furtive glances were also filled with astonishment. He had also regarded Yi Chen as one of those people who flipped through books randomly. 2 minutes later, Yi Chen finally finished his study. The host has read the Sutra of the Bodhisattva's Lowbrow, Angry Vajra power, upgraded to Lowbrow Bodhisattva power, automatically maxed out. Lowbrow Bodhisattva power, Vajra with angry eyes, Bodhisattva with lowbrow, Buddha's eyes. Maxed out effect, greatly enhances the ability to restrain evil spirits and demons, causing crushing damage to ordinary attribute internal energy. Yi Chen nodded gently, slightly channeling his internal energy. Indeed, the internal energy now contained a more powerful Buddhist aura. Feng Shanhe beside him was stunned, his scalp tingling. Damn, Yi Zhenzong really could understand ancient script, and he actually finished reading that ancient text in just a few minutes. Otherwise, how could there be a Buddhist aura in his internal energy? The Leaf Array sect is indeed formidable. I underestimated him, and I feel ashamed. Next, Yi Chen browsed through all the slightly lower-level books of Treasure Light. Aside from upgrading the Buddha artifact forging technique to the Great Hero artifact forging technique, there were no other changes. He simply began to sketch the formation. Although he already possessed the skill of the Xian Huang ancient formation, Yi Chen had never created a yellow tier formation himself. Feng Shanhe respectfully asked, Yi Array sect, what are you doing? Yi Chen replied without looking up, I want to try drawing a yellow tier formation. Feng Shanhe, alright, go ahead and draw. Feng Rao scoffed, curling her lip, trying to draw a yellow tier formation, who do you think you're fooling? Halfway through his sketching, Yi Chen's mind suddenly stirred. Another scene immediately appeared before him. The officials from the capital and the Han River's political department were clearly in the final heated stage of resource snatching. The two groups eventually arrived at a prison, which was also the place with the most treasures. More importantly, the demons previously imprisoned here were also inclined towards the attributes of plants and trees, making Li Lingyu feel right at home. However, under the instructions of Wenduo Jian, the operatives from the Han River's political department intentionally or unintentionally surrounded Li Lingyu. Whenever she tried to take something, someone would always get there first and take it away. Some radical individuals even snatched the spiritual artifacts and treasures from Li Lingyu's arms. As a result, Li Lingyu almost lost her ability to obtain resources, and the capital lost its biggest resource acquisition point. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Li Sun was anxious in his heart. But the capital's political department was already at a numerical disadvantage and couldn't cope with Wenduo Jian's tactics. The young girl Li Lingyu was also anxious, her face flushed. She tightly held an ancient book in her arms, saying, "This ancient book is for Yi Ray sect, you can't take it." Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was actually thinking of him. However, as his keen eyes opened, he immediately noticed that the treasure light of this book was even stronger than that of the Bodhisattva Lowbrow Sutra. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 259, Li Lingyu, the Child of Fortune. Unexpectedly, Li Lingyu could still pick up a bargain. This girl truly had great fortune. Therefore, this book must not be allowed to be taken by the Han River's political department. With a thought, Yi Chen made the prison buzz and tremble. Immediately, countless demons the size of ordinary people rushed out from the corners, charging wildly. Under Yi Chen's control, these small demons charged straight towards the Han River's political department. Not only that, many treasures quietly approached Li Lingyu's side due to the mechanism's movements and the demons' unintentional collisions. The young girl was stunned because even if she reached out a hand, she could grab a dozen pills and several spiritual artifacts. The three operatives assigned by Wenduo Jian to watch over Li Lingyu were also dumbfounded. Goodness, what is happening? Even if you are the child of fortune, it shouldn't be like this, right? All the treasures are automatically gathering towards you? The three didn't believe in evil, after all. They were surrounded by treasures and casually tried to snatch a few. Bang! Just as one was about to reach out, a stick-like spiritual artifact flew in from nowhere and directly hit him on the head, causing him to faint. The second person found a dozen round thunderstones appearing silently under his feet, and as he stepped on them, he fell directly, hitting the back of his head on the rock and fainting. The third person, eyes wide in horror, dared not steal anymore and turned to run. The next moment, a demon's corpse flew in from a distance, directly knocking him away. In a short time, the three lost consciousness one after another. Yi Chen, who controlled everything, smiled faintly. This was the consequence of being completely rejected by the Demon Suppression Tower's ruins. Yi Chen was afraid that Li Lingyu couldn't fit so many treasures, so he deliberately let a mustard seed treasure be knocked away by a demon, which just happened to land in the little girl's hands. The little girl? The officials from the capital's political department nearby were dumbfounded. My goodness, this is too impressive. Whatever you want just comes to you. When things couldn't fit anymore, even the mustard seed treasure was delivered, and it was directly handed to her palm. My goodness, this little girl must really be the child of fortune. At this moment, Li Lingyu was still in a daze. She just needed to keep stuffing things into the mustard seed treasure. Even the demons passing by her deliberately avoided her as if they were seeing air. Because the demons were generally not strong, this farce quickly came to an end. No one from the capital's political department was injured. Almost no one from the Han River's political department died, but nearly everyone was injured. These little demons attacked recklessly as if they had no fear of death. It was simply like seeing a ghost. When Duo Jian was busy killing demons and didn't notice the spectacle on Li Lingyu's side. By the time the battle ended, the little girl had already stored all the treasures in the mustard seed spirit tool. When Duo Jian saw that there were almost no treasures around Li Lingyu, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Indeed, the three people he sent out, although they were dizzy, still managed to accomplish their task. Alright, old Li, since we've explored everything, let's take stock. He walked proudly in front of Li Shuinjin and said loudly. He was quite confident because Wang Kuan had obtained more than 20 spirit tools, over a dozen bottles of elixirs, and more than 10 talismans, which was even more than the previous maximum. If they couldn't win with this, it would be better to give up their position in the political department and go home to raise pigs. At this moment, Yi Chen and a few others also arrived at this prison from the small library. Li Shuinjin showed a strange expression. I'm afraid you can't handle it. When Duo Jin sneered, what's there to handle? Old Li, it seems you are quite confident? In that case, it's too dry to just compare numbers. Why not add some stakes? He suddenly said with a smile. Chapter 260, since we're betting, let's bet big. I think that ancient book the little girl got earlier is quite good. I won't be greedy. If my Han River political department wins, I want that ancient book. When Duo Jian said coldly. Li Lingyu immediately said, that's for the Yijin sect. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Lingyu, it's no problem. he can't win. However, I think betting just one ancient book is a bit too little. Since we're betting, let's bet something bigger. How about we use all the treasures obtained by both sides as the stakes? If the capital's political department wins, then all the treasures obtained by the Han River's political department will belong to the capital's political department, and vice versa. How about that? When Duo Jin was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. Is that true? Old Li, do you agree with what the Yijin sect said? Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Chen helplessly. Do we really want to play this big? I'm afraid Wen Duo Jian will go crazy. I certainly agree with what the Yijin sect said. In the end, Li Xuanjin could only nod helplessly. Wen Duo Jian laughed heartily, as if victory was already in his grasp. Hey, Yi Chen, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Oh, I see, you weren't even here just now, you were in the small library studying ancient books, right? You really don't feel a bit guilty using someone else's things as stakes. But since you all are so eager to give me treasures, then I, Wen Duo Jian, will certainly not be polite. Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Chen and sighed. Old one, let's agree in advance, everyone is a person of face. We absolutely cannot go back on our word. If you go back on your word, I will definitely report you to the governor. Wen Duo Jian laughed heartily. Go back on my word? I think it's you who shouldn't go back on your word. Old Li, a person indeed needs to have confidence, but sometimes too much confidence can really be a bad thing. Without that diamond, don't take on the porcelain work. What needs to be lost, must still be lost. Come on, everyone, show your gains so that our colleagues in the capital can have their eyes opened. As Wen Duo Jian's words fell, the officials from the Hanjiang Department of Governance began to display their spoils. Just from others, there were over 30 spirit artifacts, more than 20 bottles of elixirs, and over 40 talismans. And when Wang Kuan's gains were revealed, there was even more. Together, they piled up into a small mountain. Wang Pan was so excited that he couldn't help but shout, "Dad is awesome! The Hanjiang Department of Governance is bound to win!" He glanced at Yi Chen beside him, smiling with ill intent. Yi Chen, you impulsive guy. Moreover, you even used someone else's things as a bet. How generous of you. But it doesn't matter, you all will lose anyway. All those treasures will belong to us at the Hanjiang Department of Governance. Just thinking about how many treasures I can get when I return made Wang Pan tremble with excitement. When Duo Jian swept a glance at the mountain of treasures, laughing with satisfaction. Look at this layered brilliance of treasures. Just looking at it feels good. The expressions of those from the capital's Department of Governance must be dumbfounded, right? He casually glanced at Li Xuanjin and the others. Ha! Why are their faces expressionless? Why do they look a bit numb? What's going on? A mountain of treasures, and they look a bit numb? Humph, they must be trying to put on a show, pretending to be calm. They probably know they can't win, so they want to hold their ground in terms of momentum. Ha ha, our Hanjiang Department of Governance is indeed bound to win. Chapter 261, Treasures Pile Up, Crazy Shock. I'd shown everything on my side. It's your turn, Old Li, to show what you and the capital have. Let me see, I wonder how much you've gained. When Duo Jian laughed heartily, striking a victorious pose, Li Xuanjin helplessly rubbed his forehead. Old one, I really don't want to dampen your spirits. It's still not too late for you to admit defeat, he said seriously. When Duo Jian scoffed, admitting defeat is impossible. Li Xuanjin, stop pretending. Do you think you're Zhuge Liang, trying to pull a trick on me? Let me tell you, not a chance. Our Hanjiang Department of Governance is bound to win. When Duo Jian was full of confidence, Li Xuanjin sighed helplessly. All right, everyone, show your gains. The officials took out their spoils one after another. Basically, everyone had one or two items. Those who managed to get 10 were considered extremely lucky. Almost everyone had shown their gains, resulting in a small mound on the ground, which couldn't compare at all to the small hill from the Hanjiang Department of Governance. Seeing this scene, Wen Duo Jian felt even more assured. Alright, Old Li, losing is losing, don't wallow in self-pity. You'll have another chance to surpass me next time, he said with a confident grin. Li Xuanjin turned away. He no longer knew what expression to face Wen Duo Jian with. The more happy and confident Wen Duo Jian was now, the more miserable he would be when he lost later. And I still have something. Little girl Li Lingyu stepped forward seriously. When Duo Jian laughed heartily. Little girl, do you think I don't know how many treasures you can get? To be honest, this method is somewhat unsavory, but our Hanjiang Department of Governance is strong to begin with. If you have more people, you can certainly do the same. I think such behavior is understandable. Little girl, you should go back to your team. When Duo Jian's last words were not finished, because he saw Li Lingyu take out a mustard seed spirit artifact, his first reaction was that she was really lucky to have obtained a mustard seed spirit artifact. But the next moment, he was left speechless. Because the mustard seed treasure kept spitting out treasures. Spiritual tools, elixirs, talismans. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The treasures on the ground, from small mounds, gradually became small hills, and finally even reached the height of 3 or 4 people, almost touching the ceiling of the prison. The brilliance of the treasures layered upon each other, nearly blinding everyone's eyes. When Duo Jian fell silent, the Han River Political Department collectively fell silent. At first, they might have been dumbfounded, but as time went on, only numbness and silence remained. It was simply astonishing. It was truly shocking. When Duo Jian even felt an impulse to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just a moment ago, he had been so arrogant, so proud. Now his face was as red as a beet, his expression utterly awkward. Damn it, I've been in the position of the Han River City Lord for over a decade, explored 2 or 3 ruins, and I've never encountered such a situation. Did you empty the entire ruin of its treasures? Did you rob a super sect? Wang Pan was even more shocked, shouting, "This is absolutely impossible. This mustard seed treasure must have been brought in from outside the ruins." Yi Chen smiled faintly and casually picked up an ancient book, flipping it open. Use your big eyes to take a look at the words on this, the Buddhist aura on this. Is it something brought in from outside the ruins? Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. No one even dared to speak. The only sound was the swallowing of saliva. It was too shocking, shock beyond measure. Chapter 262, The Han River Political Department returns with full loads. Yes, how could things from outside contain such a rich Buddhist aura? Moreover, these books and treasures were all suffused with spiritual energy, clearly a manifestation accumulated over many years. All external signs were telling everyone one fact: this pile of treasures, nearly touching the ceiling of the prison, was truly obtained from within the ruins. Wang Kuan felt his vision darken and suddenly collapsed. When Duo Jian felt as if he had taken a hammer to the chest, unable to recover for a long time. It was truly too shocking. It was also too demoralizing. Now, the comparison of treasures between both sides was like comparing a rugby ball to a ping-pong ball. Li Xuanjin scratched the back of his head and said helplessly, "Old one, I told you earlier that you would be hit hard, but you didn't listen." When Duo Jian fell silent again, Li Xuanjin's words were clearly meant to comfort, but to him, they sounded no different from mockery. Just a moment ago, his confidence had soared high, and now it had crashed down just as hard. I, the Han River Political Department, keep my promises, willing to bet and lose. All these treasures belong to. Under everyone's gaze, when Duo Jian finally spoke slowly, his mouth full of bitterness. I refuse to accept this. Wang Pan, who had been silent, suddenly roared. Half of the treasures here were fought for by my dad with his life. Why should they be handed over to the Han River Political Department? Moreover, Yi Chen is not even a part of the Han River system. His words don't count. Wang Pan's eyes were red. Even if he couldn't win against the Han River, with his dad's haul, he could at least take home 3 to 5 treasures. Coupled with his previous savings, he might even reach the level of an internal energy master. But now, it was all gone. All over. As soon as he said this, many people's expressions changed. Wang Kuan turned around, not looking at Wang Pan, only sighing. Feng Shanha had a gloomy face, stepped forward, and slapped him hard, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The force of this slap was great. Wang Pan spun around on the spot, dazed. Feng Shanha said coldly, "You have repeatedly disrespected the Yi Formation sect. I originally thought it was just your stubborn character, believing that after seeing the Yi Formation sect's abilities, you would be convinced. It seems I was wrong. Now, you actually want Lord Wen to do something that goes against his promises and agreements. Are you trying to disgrace the Han River? By saying such things, your father and everyone in the Han River Political Department will have no face to stand on in the future?" Feng Shanha's words were deafening, causing not only Wang Pan but everyone else to lower their heads. Wang Pan's fists creaked as he clenched them. He never expected that even the most respected Grandpa Feng would not stand by his side. Apologize to the Yizhen Zone, apologize to everyone in the Shangjing Political Department. Feng Shanha said sternly. Wang Pan's face darkened, and in the end, he could only bow deeply, squeezing out the words "I'm sorry" from between his teeth. All right, this matter is settled. When Duo Jian could no longer bear to watch and waved his hand, he took a deep breath and walked straight to Yi Chen. If Yizhen Zone needs anything in the future, feel free to come to my Han River Political Department. When Duo Jian left with his people, the atmosphere was bleak and sorrowful. In contrast, everyone in the Shangjing Political Department looked at the treasures that reached the ceiling with shining eyes. Li Xuanjin looked at Yi Chen with even more respect. If it weren't for Yi Chen speaking up, when Duo Jian wouldn't have revealed all the treasures of the Han River. This time, returning with a full load, the one most grateful had to be Yi Zhenzong. Chapter 263, The Li Family of Yendu, Unwelcome Guests. Li Shuanjin even thought about hosting a banquet for Yi Chen at the Shangjing City Lord's mansion. However, Yi Chen refused. Rather than waste time on such matters, it was better to return to the Shernan Welfare Institute to continue his cultivation. Holding the ancient book sent by the young girl Li Lingyu, he had a premonition that after returning to the Welfare Institute, he might finally break through the bottleneck he had faced for days and step into the realm of transcendence. Li Shuanjin had no choice but to lead the group back to Shangjing City. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived at the Shernan Welfare Institute. Su Qingyan was meditating near the ruins when suddenly a loud, arrogant voice rang out from outside the gate. "Where's Yi Chen? Get out here now. This time, I, Li Tianzi, will take the Shernan Welfare Institute." The gate was kicked open, and the first to appear was the extremely arrogant Li Tianzi. Su Qingyan's pretty face was filled with frost. "Li Tianzi, are you here to get beaten again? Do you not take your uncle's words seriously? The political department's document has already stated that the Shernan Welfare Institute belongs to Yi Chen. This spiritual vein is also his. Don't harbor any delusions," Su Qingyan said coldly. Li Tianzi laughed loudly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. "Li Shuanjin? Ever since he broke my right leg for the first time, I no longer regard him as my uncle. Damn it! What kind of uncle would treat his own nephew like this? He doesn't deserve to be my uncle. As for the document from the Shangjing Political Department? Do you believe I can pull out a document from the Han Prefecture Political Department right now? Tell me, which is bigger, the Han Prefecture Political Department or the Shangjing Political Department?" Li Tianzi's face was filled with arrogance, and he even casually took out a prepared document, on which were the big characters, Han Prefecture Political Department. Su Qingyan's expression changed for the first time. How could Li Tianzi obtain a document from the Han Prefecture Political Department? If a higher-level document came down, then the document from the Shangjing Political Department would likely be invalidated. Hurry up and tell your old ghosts and young ghosts in the Welfare Institute to get out of here and stop getting in the way. Li Tianzi sneered, then turned around and opened the car door. "Fourth Grandpa, you finally arrived. I've missed you so much." An old man with white hair and a youthful face, hunched over, stepped down. His gaze was sharp, like that of an eagle, filled with a captivating light. He glanced around the Shernan Welfare Institute and couldn't help but nod. "Tianzi indeed has a good eye. This spiritual vein is not only large but also of high quality. Such spiritual veins are truly rare." Li Tianzi laughed heartily. "Fourth Grandpa, that's not all. You definitely can't imagine it, but beneath a small welfare home, there are actually the remains of the undying puppet sect's bone hall." Li Sai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? There are actually ruins here?" Li Tianzi replied loudly, "Is there any doubt? It's right over there. Come with me and you'll see." "All right, let's go take a look," Li Sai said, his tone somewhat excited. The presence of a large, high-quality spiritual vein was already quite unexpected, and now there were ruins of an evil sect. It was simply a windfall. "Stop. I won't allow you to go over there." Su Qingyan's face was almost frosted over with anger. These two were completely disregarding her, which was utterly infuriating. "Oh, Tianzi, is this the girl you have your eye on? Not bad in talent and cultivation, but her temper is too poor. You'll have to discipline her more when you get back." Li Sai glanced at her and said lightly. Chapter 264, Yi Chen had already planned everything. He, Fourth Grandpa, you're right. I'll definitely discipline her well in the future." Li Tianzi laughed proudly, his lewd gaze lingering on Su Qingyan without pause, as if he wanted to strip her bare through her clothes. Su Qingyan felt extremely uncomfortable under such a naked gaze. It was simply nauseating. "You're really disgusting. All of you from the Li family are equally disgusting." Su Qingyan took a deep breath and said coldly. Li Sai stopped. "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you know what the consequences of your words are?" He pointed his cane at Su Qingyan and sneered. Before she could respond, Li Sai slowly continued. 20 years ago, the strongest sect in Zhejiang, the Zhejiang Sword sect's leader, also insulted my Li family in Yendu. As a result, a year later, the Zhejiang Sword sect went bankrupt, with almost all its elders and true disciples dead. Inner disciples, outer disciples, those who died, those who fled, and those who were bought off, leading to disintegration. A large sect collapsed in just a year. How do you think this small welfare home compares to the number one sect in Zhejiang? Li Sai said coldly. Su Qingyan replied icily, "Are you threatening me? Though the welfare home is small, it won't easily give up the spiritual vein and the ruins. Everyone, come out," she said, addressing the people behind her. Immediately, a group of half-grown children ran out. The oldest was 16, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of inner strength, and his training speed was even faster than Su Qingyan's. Even the weakest among them had entered the realm of inner strength. Moreover, each of them had at least one spiritual artifact on them. Su Qingyan's lips curled slightly. This was the foundation that Yi Chen had brought to the children of the Shernan welfare home. These children would all at least become masters of inner strength in the future. So, the spiritual vein cannot be lost, and the ruins cannot be lost. Since Yi Chen had done this for the Shernan welfare home, I absolutely cannot let him down. Hee hee, how ridiculous, a bunch of wet behind the ears kids actually dare to stand in front of me. Li Sai laughed in anger. Do you believe that with one punch, you all would die? Li Tianzi smugly said, Fourth Grandpa was a master at battling in ruins back in the day. Your actions are no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid you won't even be able to take a step closer. Hee hee. I didn't expect a little girl to be so arrogant. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Li Sai shouted violently and suddenly threw a punch. Thunderous energy erupted around him, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Su Qingyan merely stood still, a mocking smile on her lips. Bang! In front of the owner of the Welfare Institute, a huge protective shield suddenly appeared, and when the electric snake struck, it only stirred up a small ripple. This is an 8th tier formation? Li Sai's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a master at the entry level, although that last strike was only at 50% strength. Only a high-tier formation could withstand his attack. Su Qingyan scoffed. This old ghost really had no insight. 8th tier? Was he underestimating Yi Chen too much? Had he never seen a yellow tier formation above the 9th tier? Moreover, this formation was powered by a spiritual vein. Without a divine realm expert, it couldn't be broken. This was precisely why Su Qingyan was so confident. Yi Chen had already calculated everything, and even if someone harbored ill intentions towards the Welfare Institute, she could still hold the fort for a while. Chapter 265, The Breaking Mirror, capable of shattering all formations below 9th tier. This kind of formation, how could a mere Welfare Institute possess it? Li Sai squinted, a glimmer of well-concealed greed flashing in his eyes. He knew that 8th and 9th tier formations were indeed very difficult to carve out. Feng Shanhe, the foremost expert in formations in Hanzhou, could go a year or two without producing a 9th tier formation if he was in poor condition. Therefore, he concluded that there must be a treasure of great significance within this Welfare Institute. Only an extraordinary treasure could generate a formation with such defensive capabilities. He had to have it. Ha! I didn't expect such good fortune to come one after another these past few days. First, Sunjin told me that the innate wood spirit body of Ling Yu was unlocked by a great figure. Then, Tianze, you told me that beneath the Welfare Institute, there is not only a large high-grade spiritual vein but also the ruins of an ancient sect. Now, there's even a treasure capable of producing such a formidable protective formation. This trip to the capital is truly worthwhile. Ha ha ha, Li Sai laughed heartily, his expression extremely satisfied. Li Tianzi looked surprised. Oh? Ling Yu's innate wood spirit body was actually unlocked? Wasn't that something that several grandfathers couldn't unlock? Who was so powerful that they could activate the innate wood spirit body? He was aware of this matter because Ling Yu, like him, was a child of the Li family in Yendu. Moreover, she had been tested as a child and found to possess a wood spirit body, but the elders of the Li family had racked their brains and still couldn't activate it, eventually giving up and letting Ling Yu work alongside Li Sunjin. But they all knew that once the wood spirit body was activated, her cultivation speed would be extraordinarily rapid, and Ling Yu would immediately step into the absolute core sequence of the Yendu Li family. Who was that great figure who activated the wood spirit body? To accomplish what so many elders could not was truly impressive. Li Tianzi had even thought about asking Ling Yu who that master was later. He definitely wanted to pay a visit. Such a person was worth befriending. The two chatted and laughed, completely disregarding Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan frowned, her brows knitted together in disgust. After cultivating the techniques of the Undying Puppet sect, her temperament had gradually developed a fair amount of killing intent, and encountering such people made her wish she could kill them directly. Alright, enough nonsense. I will break your formation now. Li Sai sneered, pulling out a mirror-like treasure from his bosom. Li Tianzi was slightly taken aback. Fourth grandfather, you actually brought the clan's breaking mirror with you? Li Sai smiled. Fortunately, I brought it. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to break this turtle shell of theirs. After all, it is an 8th tier formation. But the breaking mirror can shatter all formations below the 9th tier, so their formation is naturally as thin as a piece of window paper. He infused his internal energy into the breaking mirror, which immediately floated steadily in mid-air, then prepared to shoot a bright beam of light towards the protective shield. Who are you people? A cold voice appeared behind the two. It was Yi Chen, who had received the news and rushed over as quickly as possible. Li Xuanjing and the others couldn't keep up with him. Yi Chen, you finally came. Su Qingyan's spirit lifted. With Yi Chen here, she instantly felt a sense of security. I'm here, Yi Chen said coldly. Hee, so you are the Yi Chen that Tianzi mentioned? The one who forced Xuanjing to break his 2 legs? Old Master Li put down the bronze mirror, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 266, The Big Shot Stands Before You. Yi Chen glanced at the cowering Li Tianzi and said lightly, it seems breaking your legs didn't teach you a lesson. Don't worry, this time I will have Li Xuanjing break both your arms as well. Li Tianzi broke out in a cold sweat, only gaining some confidence when he realized Old Master Li was beside him. Yi Chen, don't be arrogant. With my Grandpa Li here, no one can touch a hair on me, he said, mustering his courage. Daring to threaten Tianzi in front of me? Young man, you may not understand the power of the Li family in Yindu, right? But I'm also a reasonable person. If you are willing to hand over the ownership documents of this welfare institute to me, I will let the matter between you and Tianzi go, and we can consider it settled. Old Master Li squinted his eyes. It's a pity to have this land in your hands. A large top-grade spiritual vein, the ruins of an ancient sect, TSK, and this treasure that generates the protective formation, each one is enough to shake other sects. If you hand it over to me, this land will become the foundation for the rise of the new branch of the Li family in Yindu. Old Master Li laughed heartily, full of spirit, as if he had already planned the next 10 or 20 years. Yi Chen watched coldly, like he was observing a clown. Get lost, he said lightly. Old Master Li's face stiffened, and his hands, which had been waving in the air sketching blueprints, stopped. Kid, you are too arrogant. You want me to get lost? Hee, you really don't know the power of the Li family in Yindu. Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. In the vast Hanzhou, the only people worthy of my respect are a few, including Feng Shanhe. Of course, recently there's one more, the big shot who activated the wood spirit body for Lingyu. After this matter is settled, I will pay him a visit. Such a person is the kind of big shot my Li family treats as a distinguished guest. Old Master Li sneered coldly, looking down on Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly, his expression strange. Then you don't need to look for him, because that person is standing right in front of you. Old Master Li was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Li Tianzi joined in, laughing heartily. Tianzi? Is this guy really a master of internal energy? Has he lost his mind? Ha. I've lived more than half my life and have never seen someone so funny. Kid, let me tell you, that big shot is currently exploring the ruins with the Ministry of Political Affairs in the capital. It's impossible for him to appear here. Even if you want to put on a show, at least understand the situation before you speak, right? The way you talk is really laughable. Ha. Old Master Li laughed until tears streamed down his face. Yi Chen shook his head gently. Do you think the Li family in Yindu is impressive in my eyes? It's just that you explore ruins more and acquire treasures more. Moreover, based on your character and conduct, I have lost a lot of goodwill towards the Li family in Yindu. Even if you invite me to the Li family in the future, I won't go. To put it bluntly, you can't even break the protective formation of the Welfare Institute. Yi Chen said coldly. This time, it was Li Tianzi's turn to laugh heartily. Hey, Grandpa Li, this guy is talking nonsense again. Do you know what kind of treasure our family's broken formation bronze mirror is? This thing can break any formation below the 9th rank, regardless of its grade, in the most domineering way. Is your formation really above the 9th rank? Ha. Li Tianzi laughed so hard he nearly tipped over. Chapter 267, My Li family can only befriend, not offend. You guessed correctly, it is indeed above the 9th rank, Yi Chen said. Li Sai and Li Tianzi exchanged glances, laughing even more exaggeratedly, tears almost streaming from their eyes. This guy is killing me with laughter, thinking it's above the 9th rank? Who does he think he is? Even the esteemed Feng Shanhe wouldn't dare say such a thing. Li Tianzi's cheeks flushed red from laughter. Well, then I shall play with you. Li Sai restrained his smile and picked up the formation-breaking copper mirror again. If the bubble bursts later, don't blame me for being heartless, hee. Yi Chen curled his lips, non-committal. The formation-breaking copper mirror shone with brilliant light, shooting straight towards him. Yi Chen could see the meaning of disintegration within this formation. The person who crafted this copper mirror was clearly a master of artifact refinement, having comprehended the disintegration formation and perfectly combined it with the artifact embryo. However, that was all there was to it. The disintegration formation was a type of 9th rank formation. Yi Chen had known this long ago. The light struck the protective shield, which rippled slightly before dissipating into nothingness. It was as if the power capable of disintegrating the formation had never existed. Li Tianzi was stunned, and so was Li Sai. He refused to believe it and once again infused his internal energy, shooting out the light of the disintegration formation. It was identical. It only stirred a faint ripple and then showed no further change. A layer of cold sweat suddenly covered Li Sai's forehead. Something was wrong. What was going on? The formation-breaking copper mirror was supposed to annihilate any formation below the 9th rank in an instant. There was no way any formation could evade the power of the formation-breaking copper mirror. Could it be? Could it really be as this young man said, that his formation is above the 9th rank? A yellow rank? Li Sai dared not think further, but the greed flickering in his eyes grew stronger. What a treasure capable of producing a yellow rank formation, what immense value it held. The value of an entire large high-grade spiritual vein could barely compare. You must know, there are hardly any yellow rank formations in the entire Hua country. Moreover, this is a protective formation. Possessing a yellow rank protective formation would make one invincible. Youth, 10 million, I want to buy the entire Welfare Institute. Moreover, you will gain the friendship of the Li family of Yendu. Whenever you face difficulties in the future, the Li family of Yendu will be the first to help. Additionally, I can offer 10 spiritual artifacts, 20 bottles of 4th to 6th rank elixirs, and 20 yellow talismans. What do you think? Li Sai said confidently. He believed no one could refuse such temptation. Li Tianzi beside him was dumbfounded. Damn, that's a lot of money. The people at the Welfare Institute were also stunned. Damn, is our Welfare Institute worth that much? Faced with such temptation, Yi Chen coldly smiled, get lost. No matter what you offer, it can't compare to even an inch of land from the Welfare Institute. Get lost before I decide to kill. Li Sai frowned. Is this going to turn ugly? Just as he was about to scold him harshly, a voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of the Welfare Institute, announcing the arrival of the government convoy. Li Shuinjin had finally led the team to arrive. Just in time. Shuinjin, I order you to drive all the people from this Welfare Institute out. This land belongs to my Li family. Li Sai slammed the government document from Hanzhou onto Li Shuinjin's face. Fourth uncle. Let's go, this Master Yi. Our Li family can only befriend, not offend. Li Shuinjin sighed softly and said in a low voice. Chapter 268, if there's a next time, you'll be fertilizer for the spirit field. What did you say? Li Sai widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Like Li Shuinli, Li Shuinjin had also grown up under his watch. But how could Li Shuinjin say such things? Ridiculous. Is there anyone in the Yen capital's Li family that we cannot offend? Just saying it would make the other noble families in Yen capital laugh their heads off. Any noble family has stood tall on the land of Huaguo for hundreds of years. Their foundation is so deep. How could they fear offending one person? Even if you, Yi Chen, are a master of internal strength, in front of the noble families, you are still no different from an ordinary person. Because every day, there are countless masters of internal strength wanting to become guest officials of the Li family. Lingyu, why don't you come over and talk to fourth uncle? Li Shuinjin sighed. He knew his fourth uncle's temperament, so he called Li Lingyu over and then stepped in front of Yi Chen, bowing deeply. Yi Zhenzong, please forgive my Li family's rudeness. For any wrongdoing, I am willing to take the punishment on their behalf, Li Shuinjin said sincerely. Yi Chen coldly replied, what they did has nothing to do with you. Li Shuinjin sighed deeply, knowing he could not persuade Yi Chen, so he stood beside him with his hands hanging down, showing his stance. Li Shuinjin, what are you doing? Are you actually siding with him? Li Sai said in disbelief. Fourth grandpa, the little girl Li Lingyu timidly spoke. Li Sai then changed to a kind expression, patting the little girl on the head. Lingyu, this is an adult matter, children shouldn't get involved. Wait until fourth grandpa handles things here, then we can have a good chat. I also want to meet that master who activated your wood spirit body. Such a person, my Li family would be eager to have. Yi Chen coldly laughed. Li family? Not worthy. Li Sai was furious. Kid, say that again? The little girl Li Lingyu tugged at his sleeve. Fourth grandpa, the one who helped me activate my physique is brother Yi Chen. Li Sai's eyes suddenly widened. What? I must have misheard. Li Lingyu, are you really not joking with me? This kid claimed he was that person before, and I didn't believe it. Could it be he was telling the truth? Shuinjin, is this true? Li Sai asked in disbelief. Li Shuinjin felt a bitterness rise in his mouth and nodded heavily. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt. If he had carefully informed his fourth uncle about Yi Chen's identity when he called, this scene would not have happened. After this, Yi Chen would inevitably harbor a negative impression of the Li family. This is something that no amount of treasure could make up for. After receiving Li Shuinjin's affirmative answer, Li Sai's pupils suddenly constricted. Clearly, he could not accept it for a moment. Li Tianzi felt the same way. Wealth was already within reach. Why had it suddenly become unattainable? Yi Chen, a student from the Capital Academy, how could he suddenly transform into a significant figure who activated the wood spirit body? This is impossible. I don't believe it. Li Tianzi's eyes were bloodshot. I told you, don't set your sights on the Shernan Welfare Institute again. The first time it was a leg, the second time it was 2 legs, this is the third time, 2 legs plus 2 arms. If there's a next time, I will directly kill you and use you as fertilizer for the spirit field. Yi Chen said. Lord Li, go ahead. If the child doesn't listen, just beat him a few more times. Li Xuanzhen's gaze sharpened as he walked step by step towards Li Tianzi, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. But, if it weren't for Li Tianzi's greed, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. He must be punished. Chapter 269, The Treasure Market at Sancha Street. Li Tianzi's miserable howls were something Yi Chen was too lazy to look at or listen to. So, a moment later, this dead dog was taken back to the Ministry of Politics, and Li Xuanzhen had already decided to have Li Sai take him back to Yin capital forever. Staying in the capital would still be a disaster. Master Li sighed deeply and bowed deeply to Yi Chen, knowing that he had caused a deep aversion in Yi Chen. However, the relationship between the Li family and Yi Chen could still be salvaged. Before leaving, Master Li promised to send many ancient books as an apology from the Li family to the Yizhen sect. Yizhen sect, I see that your internal energy is abundant, you must be on the verge of a breakthrough, right? Li Xuanjing couldn't help but say, if you break through, you'll reach the entry-level realm, and even in Yendu, you'll be a top expert. Yi Chen waved his hand, I am already at the peak of the entry-level realm. Li Xuanzheng, impossible, right? Mr. Yi is only 20 years old, and he has already reached the same realm as himself? Moreover, he is about to break through before him? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Yizhen sect, breaking through to the transcendent realm is no small matter. Here are the breakthrough records compiled by my Li family's elders, you might find them useful. After a moment of thought, Li Xuanjing took out a yellowed booklet. He felt that Yi Chen's breakthrough to the transcendent realm was likely true, as Yi Chen would not stoop to deceive others. This booklet was absolutely a treasure for practitioners at the peak of the entry-level realm. Yi Chen simply nodded, accepting this favor. Li Xuanzhen cupped his fists and bowed slightly. His nephew and fourth uncle had caused Yizhen sect to harbor ill feelings towards the Li family. He could only do what he could to ease the situation. Mr. Yi was truly someone to befriend, not to offend. Yi Chen flipped through the booklet briefly and quickly understood the matters regarding the breakthrough. As long as the relevant materials were prepared, he could break through to the transcendent realm, and it would be the strongest kind of transcendent realm. There are many things needed. Xiao Su, where has the treasure market in the capital moved to? Yi Chen casually asked. The Sancha Street Cultural Relics Market has now been renamed the Sancha Street Treasure Market, Su Qingyan replied. Good, let's go shopping and also buy some spiritual items for the children at the welfare home. Yi Chen nodded, maybe we can find some treasures. The children cheered in unison. But, Master Zhang Tianxiong contacted me this morning and wants to come and talk to you, Su Qingyan couldn't help but say. Zhang Tianxiong? Oh, he wants to come and apologize but calls it a chat? Yi Chen chuckled lightly, so afraid of losing face, what is there to apologize for? Old director, if Zhang Tianxiong comes, tell him we're at Sancha Street, he said loudly. Zhao Weigui nodded, alright. Moments later, Yi Chen and the others took a taxi to the Sancha Street Treasure Market. Even in late autumn, the treasure market was still bustling with business, with customers coming and going. Spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, ores, spiritual rice, whatever could be used, Yi Chen bought it all in one go. After all, the space within the mustard seed treasure talisman was still quite large, so there was no rush. After browsing around, Yi Chen went to the spiritual beast cub area, intending to buy some cubs with good potential for the children. Nearby stood a man and a woman, both martial artists, seemingly also planning to purchase spiritual beasts. Activating his discerning eye, without any unnecessary words, Yi Chen directly pointed out a dozen cubs based on their spiritual energy levels. Just as the shop owner was about to pack them into a special nurturing bag, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the side. Little brother, I had my eye on these cubs first, how about you let me have them? Although the words implied that Yi Chen should give way, the tone was quite arrogant. Yi Chen smiled faintly. What? You have poor taste and want to rob me? The young man was immediately choked by his own momentum. Yi Chen was right, he indeed had poor taste, otherwise, he wouldn't have stood there for half a day without being able to discern anything. As soon as Yi Chen appeared, he quickly pointed out a dozen spiritual beast cubs and was ready to pack up and leave. Clearly, it was impossible to be so decisive without a considerable level of discerning ability. So he planned to intercept them halfway. The young woman beside the young man curled her lip. Little brother, speak with some respect. We are inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Shopkeeper, are you going to sell to him, or are you going to sell to us? Before you answer, you must weigh your words carefully. The shopkeeper, who was packing goods, couldn't help but shudder. Are you really inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain? He asked cautiously. The young woman let out a cold laugh and pulled out the disciple badge of Spirit Beast Mountain from her pocket. A silver mountain peak, with a dragon coiling and a tiger crouching atop it. It was indeed the badge of an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, and the silver color represented inner disciples. The shopkeeper's facial muscles twitched. Damn it, usually, he only encounters 1 or 2 bronze outer disciples, but today he suddenly meets 2 inner disciples? Are the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain so free to come down and play around? After much deliberation, the shopkeeper clasped his fists towards Yi Chen and said, Little brother, I'm sorry, but Spirit Beast Mountain is too powerful. I can't afford to offend them. Please do me a favor. How about this? You choose other cubs, and I'll give you a 30% discount. The shopkeeper said sincerely. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Can the quality of a Spirit Beast cub be compensated with money? I want these Spirit Beast cubs. I'm not interested in the others. And you too, relying on your status as inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain to act recklessly outside? According to the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain, you are to be punished in the 5 Poisons Pond. The last 2 sentences were directed at the 2 disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. The 2 disciples couldn't help but shiver. How did this person know the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain? Shut up, humph. You probably heard it somewhere and are just trying to put on a show in front of us. The female disciple Zheng Qiong took a deep breath and sneered. Kid, I advise you not to argue. If I get really angry, you won't be able to leave this treasure market today. The male disciple Zhang Ji also sneered. Su Qingyan frowned involuntarily. These 2 are really despicable, acting tyrannically just because of their status as inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain? In the rules of Spirit Beast Mountain, there should also be a respect for elders, right? Standing in front of you is the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Su Qingyan said sternly. On that day at the Capital Academy, she had heard Zheng Tianxiong compromise and admit that Yi Chen was the honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Qiong and Zhang Ji exchanged glances and then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, an honorary elder, you're killing me. If you're an honorary elder, then am I not a true disciple? No, I should be at the level of Elder Xuefeng. Zhang Qiong laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, slightly restrained his laughter. Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be mediocre, but you sure know how to put on a show. I advise you to drop those Spirit Beast cubs and go down the mountain to train. I really don't want to make a move. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. Are you even worthy to fight me? Zhang Ji laughed in anger. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts? Yi Chen whistled, and the little black one, who was wandering around the treasure market, immediately shot over like a bolt of black lightning. Chapter 271, You can't even defeat my Spirit Beast. This is my Spirit Beast, Little Black. You 2 inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain can't even defeat my Spirit Beast. Yi Chen affectionately patted Little Black's head and said to the 2 of them indifferently. Zhang Ji's eyes widened. You brat, say that again if you have the guts. Can I take this as a provocation against Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Chen shook his head. You 2 are not qualified to represent Spirit Beast Mountain. Don't try to flaunt that old tiger skin in front of me. Are you from a prestigious family? Which sect are you a disciple of? Are you an operative from the political department? Zhang Qiong looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, firing off 3 questions in quick succession. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. Zhang Qiong, furious, laughed instead. You are nothing. Why do you dare to act tough in front of us? Who do you think you are? Senior brother, beat him. Zhang Ji grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles as he stepped closer. The commotion here also attracted the attention of those around. Many customers involuntarily turned their gazes, and some began to whisper among themselves. The shop owner, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire, hurriedly grabbed some valuable items and rushed into the crowd, looking uncertain. Old Lu, what's going on? Can you explain? Why are these 4 young people about to fight? Boss Lu forced a smile and recounted the events. Damn, are the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain really that impressive? They want to snatch something someone else has their eyes on in broad daylight? A bald man bellowed. Shut up. Be careful or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Do you think you can provoke Spirit Beast Mountain? They can cut off your path to survival in an instant. A middle-aged man quickly interjected. Well, it's also these 2 young people who are too ignorant of their own strength. They won't even give face to the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. An ant sympathized. Heh, my son is an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Let me tell you, Don't gossip behind their backs. Can you afford to slander Spirit Beast Mountain? A burly man sneered. Besides, these two young men are finished. I know how strict the assessments for inner disciples are. At the very least, they must have mastered their internal energy. These two look like they haven't even entered the threshold of internal energy, yet they want to fight with the inner disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. They really don't know how to live. The burly man pulled out a cigarette and lit it, his eyes filled with indifference. Isn't the owner of the treasure market on Sancha Street a retired elder from Spirit Beast Mountain? With Spirit Beast Mountain's disciples acting so arrogantly, isn't he going to do something about it? Someone suddenly shouted. Do something? The burly man exhaled a smoke ring. The owner of Sancha Street is Zhang Shendu, and he is the uncle of this female disciple. You fools! It's better if Boss Zhang doesn't come out. If he does, these two young men will have nowhere to run. Daring to fight his niece on his turf? Are they tired of living? Kid, your face is quite pretty, so let me help you open it up. Zhang Ji sneered, and in the next moment, his palm shot out like lightning. It even created a gust of wind. Yet Yi Chen did not dodge or evade, remaining indifferent to the slap. Zhang Ji let out a cold laugh, as if he could already see a fiery red palm print appearing on Yi Chen's face. A face whiter and more beautiful than a woman's, he really wanted to smash it to pieces. But the next moment, he was sent flying backward at a speed far greater than before, because Xiao He had charged into his arms like a cannonball. Chapter 272. Even Zhang Tianxiang can't save you. Puff! Zhang Ji flew out, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood midair, his breath instantly deflating. Xiao Hei's collision had directly shattered his internal energy. To recover his combat power, he would need at least 10 days to half a month of rest. The onlookers were instantly petrified. Shocked. What kind of little dog was that? Just a bump, and it sent an inner disciple with perfected internal energy flying. The burly man holding a cigarette nearly dropped it from shock. What kind of divine dog was that? So the young man was telling the truth. Zhang Ji really couldn't even defeat his spirit beast. Zhang Qiong was stunned for a moment before she screamed. You dare! You dare? You can't even speak properly. When you're out, are you just embarrassing Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Chen shook his head and said lightly. Zhang Qiong screamed, You're dead! You're dead! The owner of the Sancha Street treasure market is my uncle. You're dead! Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Oh? So there are still people above. No wonder you are so arrogant. Quick, go call Elder Zhang. In the crowd, a few security guards who were originally just watching panicked and hurried to summon Zhang Shendu to come and take control of the situation. Moments later, Zhang Shendu, with graying hair but still exuding the authority of his younger years, descended from the second floor of the market. His expression was extremely grim. The burly man with a cigarette also stopped trembling. As expected, Boss Zhang really showed up. This kid is undoubtedly doomed. He had witnessed Boss Zhang's methods, which were nothing short of brutal. He had replicated the punishment methods of Spirit Beast Mountain in the basement. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would face the mountain's rules. Moreover, they were even more severe. However, this kid's spirit beast was indeed impressive. He would find an opportunity to secretly acquire it later. Uncle Shendu. It's him. It's him who hurt Xiao Ji. He even spat blood. Zhang Qiong pointed at Yi Chen and shouted. I must make this kid suffer in the 5 Poisons Pond, Crocodile Swamp, and Venomous Snake Cave. I want him to experience the pain of being devoured by 100 poisons. Good kid, impressive, daring to hit my people on my territory? Zhang Shendu's face was sinister as he stared at Yi Chen, coldly saying. Yi Chen glanced at him and smiled faintly. A 6th-tier beast trainer, even more pathetic than I imagined. I'm afraid your status as an elder was only earned after decades of experience, right? Some talented inner disciples must rank above you, right? You couldn't stay at Spirit Beast Mountain, so you plan to retire and enjoy your old age here? With each word Yi Chen spoke, Zhang Shendu's expression darkened further. Clearly, every sentence struck a nerve. Bastard, shut your mouth. Even if I am just a 6th-tier beast trainer, I am still capable of holding down a territory. Get him. Capture this ignorant kid. I have also replicated the 5 Poisons Pond, Crocodile Swamp, and Venomous Snake Cave here. Don't worry, I will make sure you fully experience the pain of Spirit Beast Mountain's rules. Zhang Shendu laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and people in the distance widened their eyes, involuntarily parting to make way. But Zhang Shendu was too enraged and, having enjoyed a life of luxury in recent years, had become quite oblivious to the arrival of someone. Let me tell you, even if Zhang Tianxiang were here, he couldn't save you. What I, Zhang Shendu, want to do, very few can stop. Chapter 273, Zhang Tianxiang, furious to the point of laughter, desires to kill. Uncle Shendu. Don't say any more. Zhang Qiong's pupils suddenly constricted as she saw the figure approaching. Not say? How can I not say? Even at Spirit Beast Mountain, my words command respect from Zhang Tianxiong. And Shuefeng, Chu Yixiao, and the others, do they dare to breathe heavily in front of me? If I stomp my foot, the entire Spirit Beast Mountain will tremble. You little brat, let me tell you, you're dead. The more Zhang Shendu spoke, the more energized he became. As if before his retirement, he was not a lowly elder but the Grand Elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. As if his beast training skills were not 6th tier but above the 9th tier, enough to make the world blush. Yi Chen merely looked at him, as if observing a clown. Unbeknownst to them, everyone had fallen silent, because a person of high status had arrived. And he was very angry. Zhang Shendu, what did you just say? That I couldn't save someone? A deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out. But no matter who it was, they could hear the anger contained within that voice. Zhang Shendu's next words were forcibly swallowed in his throat. This voice. It couldn't be more familiar. Even though he had retired from Spirit Beast Mountain nearly 3 years ago. Even though he hadn't heard this voice for almost 3 years. But the moment that voice sounded, he instinctively bowed deeply in the direction of the sound. Greetings, Mountain Master. After the salute, he didn't dare to move, not even to glance at Zhang Tianxiong. A layer of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead in an instant. He had no doubt that his earlier words had been heard word for word by Zhang Tianxiong. Zhang Tianxiong stood right in front of him, with Zhang Yue and Sun Pingyu behind him. The Mountain Master of Spirit Beast Mountain took off his gloves. Slap! The gloves were harshly thrown onto Zhang Shendu's old face. Instantly, a red mark appeared on his face. Yet, Zhang Shendu still did not dare to resist. You are quite impressive. If you stomp your foot, Spirit Beast Mountain would tremble 3 times. Shuefeng and Chu Yixiao wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of you. I have to be respectful in your presence. You really are something. With each sentence, Zhang Tianxiong slapped him again with the gloves. Afterward, both of Zhang Shendu's cheeks were swollen. He had completely lost the imposing image of a Spirit Beast Mountain elder. Mountain Master, you jest. Those were just ramblings, just jokes, Zhang Shendu said, thick-skinned and respectful. You too, using the name of my Spirit Beast Mountain inner disciples, are running rampant, aren't you? Zhang Tianxiong shifted his gaze to Zhang Qiong and Zhang Ji. The latter looked dispirited, utterly defeated. Being knocked to the ground and spitting blood by an unremarkable little dog had already shattered his worldview. Zhang Qiong suddenly shouted, Mountain Master, it's this person. He clearly snatched the cub we had our eyes on. He slandered our Spirit Beast Mountain. He even allowed the Spirit Beast to injure Zhang Ji. Mountain Master, you must stand up for us. After saying this, she even began to cry loudly, every inch of her face filled with grievance, as if she were truly the victim. Zhang Tianxiong suddenly laughed, but Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yue felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Zhang Yue. She knew very well what kind of person her father was. When he was angry, it wasn't his true anger. When he laughed in fury, that was when he truly wanted to kill. This inner disciple, Zhang Xiong, had clearly touched Zhang Tianxiong's bottom line. Chapter 274, The Golden Mountain rises with dragons and tigers, the purple sun illuminates the sky. Zhang Yue couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen again. This peer had somehow distanced himself from her. Her father had even come specifically for him this time. What did you say? Say it again? Zhang Tianxiong said lightly. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, like a spring breeze. Zhang Shendu, standing in front of him, trembled inexplicably. He had spent decades in Spirit Beast Mountain and understood the Mountain Master's temperament very well. The more it came to this, the less Zhang Qiong could speak. If she really repeated her words, that would be the end. So Zhang Shendu gritted his teeth and shouted, Zhang Qiong, quickly apologize to the Mountain Master. Tell the whole story without a single lie. Zhang Qiong's body shook violently. She wasn't stupid. Her uncle's tone was clearly filled with warning. Zhang Qiong lowered her head, no longer daring to hide anything, and recounted the whole story. Only then did Zhang Tianxiong snort coldly. You too, as inner disciples, privately violated the mountain rules by going out. This is the first offense. Going out without bringing honor to Spirit Beast Mountain, but secretly plotting and forcibly seizing other Spirit Beast cubs, this is the second offense. Confronting the esteemed elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, and even wanting to fight with them, this is the third offense, a grave crime. Now, I announce the revocation of Zhang Qiong and Zhang Ji's inner disciple status, expelling them from Spirit Beast Mountain as a warning to others. Zhang Tianxiong spoke slowly, his tone cold and piercing. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. He actually stripped someone of their inner sect disciple status and kicked them off Spirit Beast Mountain? This punishment was too severe. Zhang Qiong, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Shendu were all taken aback. The first 2 points they could accept, but this third one, what was this nonsense about offending an honorary elder? Wasn't that an unfounded accusation? There were no honorary elders of Spirit Beast Mountain present. Zhang Qiong stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly pointed at Yi Chen and exclaimed, You really are an honorary elder? Hiss. As soon as she said this, all the onlookers gasped in shock. What was going on? How could such a young boy become the renowned honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Chen glanced at her and said, Xiao Su already said it, but you all didn't believe it. At that moment, Zhang Shendu's eyes were filled only with jealousy and hatred. Why? Why was that? He had toiled for over 20 years to finally earn the title of a low-ranking elder. Yet this person, who looked to be under 20, was already an honorary elder? Moreover, honorary elders were different from regular elders, they bore no responsibilities. Not only that, but Spirit Beast Mountain also paid honorary elders a salary based on the standards of regular elders every year. If one were to compare, it was like having a paid vacation every day, and even if the company faced major issues, it wouldn't affect him at all. It was simply infuriatingly enviable. Mountain Master, I refuse to accept this. Why does this person get to be an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain? Zhang Shendu took a deep breath and asked seriously. Even if Zhang Tianxiang was angry, he had to ask why. I knew someone would question it. Zhang Tianxiang simply exhaled, extending his hand. Yue. Zhang Yue stepped forward and carefully took out a small jade box. Inside the jade box was a badge. Golden mountains rising with dragons and tigers. A purple sun reflecting the vast sky. This was the badge of an honorary elder. Chapter 275, Presenting the Elder Badge. Zhang Tianxiang admits his mistake. Zhang Shendu's eyes widened as he stared at the badge. It was as if he were gazing at a beautiful woman in the nude. For him, this was almost everything he had pursued in the first half of his life. And now, it had been effortlessly taken away by a young man. Zhang Tianxiang held the badge with both hands and strode confidently to Yi Chen. In front of everyone, he bowed deeply. Elder Yi, help Spirit Beast Mountain cultivate 9th-tier Spirit Beasts and usher in the dawn of our rise. This honorary elder badge, though it pales in comparison to what Elder Yi has accomplished, I hope you will accept it. Zhang Tianxiang's tone was respectful, his robust figure bending down, completely unrecognizable from the imposing leader of Spirit Beast Mountain he usually was. He now resembled a junior standing before a great master. Admiration, respect. Everyone was instantly shocked. My goodness, what am I seeing? The leader of the first major sect in Hanzhou, Zhang Tianxiang of Spirit Beast Mountain, actually bowed to a young man who was not yet 20, performing such a grand gesture, presenting the honorary elder badge. Compared to this, what he said was less noteworthy. A 9th-tier beast master. No matter where he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. When Zhang Tianxiang uttered the words 9th tier, Zhang Shendu trembled all over, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. So that was it. So that was why. No wonder someone could hold the title of honorary elder at just 20. No wonder Zhang Tianxiang held him in such high regard. Who would dare offend a 9th-tier beast master? Who wouldn't rush to befriend him? Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen gently took the badge and pinned it to his chest. Golden mountains rising with dragons and tigers, a purple sun reflecting the vast sky. Yi Chen was now the official honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Qiong and Zhang Ji stared blankly at Yi Chen. The identities of the two and Yi Chen have undergone infinite reversals. Now, they are worlds apart. They have been stripped of their inner sect disciple status by Spirit Beast Mountain, while Yi Chen has become a highly esteemed honorary elder. Zhang Xiong couldn't help but feel a wave of self-mockery as she recalled her earlier attempt to rely on her uncle Zhang Shendu to intimidate Yi Chen. Intimidate him? Intimidate a 9th-tier beast cultivator? Intimidate an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain? She truly was oblivious to her own insignificance. In addition, I must apologize to you for the disrespect shown by Elders Xuefeng and Chu Yixiao during the prestigious school competition at Xiangshan Temple. Chu Yixiao was punished for 10 days for entering the 5 Poisons Pool, Crocodile Marsh, and Poison Snake Cave. Xuefeng was punished for a month for entering the Icefire Cave and the Abyss of Death. I wonder if Elder Yi is satisfied. Zhang Tianxiang continued. Please refrain from such actions in the future. Yi Chen nodded lightly. The onlookers were once again shocked. What had happened during the prestigious school competition? Zhang Tianxiang had actually punished Elders Xuefeng and Chu Yixiao because of him? How much did this mountain master value this young man? This news struck Zhang Shendu like a thunderclap. Who was Chu Yixiao? The 4th elder. Who was Xuefeng? The 1st elder. Some even said that Xuefeng had an unclear relationship with Zhang Tianxiang. and Zhang Tianxiong was willing to punish his own lover to win over this young man. Moreover, Xuefeng willingly accepted the punishment. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Zhang Shendu, you made a mistake and must be punished. This treasure market no longer belongs to you, someone else will take over in a few days. You can go to the Antique Street Treasure Market in Hanjiang, Zhang Tianxiong added. Zhang Shendu smiled bitterly and nodded. He knew that the Antique Street Treasure Market in Hanjiang was very poor, almost devoid of profit. This was like falling from heaven into hell. Chapter 276, Spirit Beast Ceremony, Three Mountains Martial Arts. This incident quickly became a topic of conversation among neighbors over tea and meals. The master of the first major sect in Hanzhou, Zhang Tianxiong of Spirit Beast Mountain, publicly apologized to a young man and even presented him with the badge of an honorary elder. Two inner sect disciples were stripped of their status and expelled from the mountain. Zhang Shendu, the owner of the treasure market on Sancha Street, also never appeared in the capital again. After leaving Sancha Street, Yi Chen and his group headed straight back to the City South Welfare Institute. Zhang Tianxiong and the others followed. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhang Tianxiong felt the overwhelming spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the richness of this spiritual energy was even greater than that of Spirit Beast Mountain. The constantly flowing lines of spiritual energy beneath his feet made his scalp tingle. With over 10,000 lines of spiritual energy, he dared not speculate on what level this was. Fortunately, after much contemplation, he decided to come and apologize. Otherwise, Zhang Tianxiong could not imagine the consequences of offending Yi Chen. Speak, what else do you need from me? Yi Chen took out items from the mustard seed treasure talisman and asked Su Qingyan to distribute them to the children. Speaking, Zhang Tianxiong rubbed his palms together and chuckled. It was hard to imagine that the usually hawk-eyed master of Spirit Beast Mountain would show such an expression. I wonder if you have heard of the ancient sect, the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect? Zhang Tianxiong hesitated for a moment and said, Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, he had obtained an ancient book from Chen Shuahong, which was from the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. To be honest, Spirit Beast Mountain is actually a branch of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. Alongside Spirit Beast Mountain, there are also Xuanwu Mountain in Yuzhou and Luojia Mountain in Haizhou. In a few days, the Spirit Beast ceremony will take place, and during the ceremony, the Three Mountains martial arts will be held. The top two of the Three Mountains martial arts will have the opportunity to explore the sect's relics of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. To be honest, our Spirit Beast Mountain has been at the bottom for over a decade, but this time, we have a 9th-tier Spirit Beast, and finally, there's a glimmer of hope for competing for second place. I heard that Elder Yi also has a 9th-tier Spirit Beast. I implore you to lend our Spirit Beast Mountain a helping hand. After Zhang Tianxiong finished speaking, he deeply bowed to Yi Chen, looking as if he wouldn't rise until he received an answer. Yi Chen frowned slightly. He had no interest in the Spirit Beast Festival or the Three Mountains martial arts competition. The only thing he was somewhat interested in was the ruins of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. But hearing Zhang Tianxiong say this, it seemed the ruins had been entered many times already. Zhang Tianxiong seemed to see his thoughts and quickly said, although the ruins have been entered multiple times, they are vast beyond measure. In our dozen explorations, we may have only explored 1/10. If Elder Yi enters, perhaps he can gain unexpected rewards. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I can represent your Spirit Beast Mountain in the Three Mountains martial arts competition. However, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, so you must wait until after my breakthrough. Zhang Tianxiong's face lit up with joy. As long as he agreed, it would be easy to discuss. Sun Pingyu showed a hint of complexity. In such a short time, was Yi Chen going to break through again? Last time he was at the peak of internal energy, and this time, if he broke through, he would enter the ranks of masters? Just thinking about being stuck at the peak of internal energy made Sun Pingyu feel ashamed. Zhang Yuwei also showed a glimmer of brilliance. To step into the ranks of masters at such a young age? He would surely have a bright future ahead. Zhang Tianxiong chuckled, Elder Yi is about to break through to the master level? I might have some experience that can help Elder Yi avoid some detours. Chapter 277. It is a great fortune for our sect to befriend you. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, Zhang Tianxiong continued, our Spirit Beast Mountain has been established for 100 years, with nearly 1,000 records of internal energy warriors breaking through to the Master Realm. If Elder Yi is willing to delay his breakthrough, I can immediately notify Spirit Beast Mountain to send the records. After all, stepping into the Master Realm is a very important matter, and it cannot be taken lightly. To put it exaggeratively, this is just the beginning for the strong. The foundation must be laid well. Fearing that Yi Chen would become impatient, Zhang Tianxiong deliberately used a gentle tone. Yi Chen showed a strange expression. Zhang Mountain Master, I am not breaking through to the Master Realm, he waved his hand. Zheng Tianxiong and the others were taken aback. Not breaking through to a newly promoted master? Could it be breaking through to the entry-level realm? Hiss, looking at it this way, Elder Yi is truly impressive. Sun Pingyu's expression grew even more complex. The Yi Chen from that day on Nanping Mountain was just a boy at the peak of internal energy, and now, after just a short separation, he had already stepped into the entry-level realm. If he were in Spirit Beast Mountain, even without looking at anything else, just based on his cultivation, he could become a typical elder. Zheng Yue's eyes brightened. A 19-year-old master at the entry-level realm is extremely rare. Among the young talents she knew, Yi Chen could definitely be considered a genius. He actually stepped into the entry-level realm? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, Zheng Tianxiong sighed. Yi Chen's expression became even stranger. It's not that I'm breaking through to the entry-level realm, it's, he said helplessly. Hiss, could it be that you've stepped into the room realm? My goodness, Zheng Tianxiong gasped. Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yue were both dumbfounded. A 19-year-old in the room realm. They had never seen that before. In Spirit Beast Mountain, being in the room realm would already place one among the strongest elders. Of course, Spirit Beast Mountain valued beast-raising ability more. The first elder, Xuefeng, as an 8th-tier beast-raising master, was merely in the room realm. To be so young and already step into the room realm. Elder Ye's talent is truly remarkable, Zheng Tianxiong couldn't help but exclaim. Such a monstrous talent might only be born in the ancient times recorded in Spirit Beast Mountain, where spiritual energy was abundant and talents emerged in droves. Yi Chen was starting to feel impatient. Why do you always interrupt me? Can't you let me finish? He shook his head and said, I'm at the peak of the entry realm, about to step into the transcendence realm. His voice was not loud, but it fell into the ears of the three like a thunderclap on a clear day. Transcendence realm? Impossible, right? Yi Chen, are you bragging? Zheng Tianxiong touched his nose, half believing, Elder Yi, you're not joking, are you? Yi Chen did not answer but directly released his internal energy. Buzz! The gray mixed primordial energy surged. It extended 100 meters. It enveloped all three of them. Zheng Tianxiong's breath suddenly stilled. He actually felt that he was somewhat suppressed within Yi Chen's released internal energy. Zhang Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. What level is the Transcendence Realm? The leader of the largest sect in Hanzhou, Zheng Tianxiong, had already reached the peak of the Transcendence Realm. Most of the other sects in Hanzhou, those that could be named, were mostly at the minor completion of the Transcendence Realm. Hanzhou had the political figure Lu Zhoubu, who was at the peak of the Transcendence Realm, firmly suppressing other Transcendence Realm experts in Hanzhou. Once Yi Chen stepped into the Transcendence Realm, he would almost be at the very top of the power pyramid in Hanzhou. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be astonished? Elder Yi, it is truly our sect's great fortune to have you as an honorary elder of Ling Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath and said respectfully. Chapter 278, The Southern Welfare Institute, A Land of Talents. Xiaosu, please attend to our three guests. I will go break through first. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked straight into the depths of the Undying Puppet sect ruins. The breakthrough to the Transcendence Realm was quite a spectacle. He didn't want others to know. 3, please have some tea. Su Qingyan's expression was cold as she handed over 3 cups of tea, then went to teach the children to cultivate. Sun Pingyu took a sip and exclaimed, this tea is even richer in spiritual energy than ours at Ling Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong's eyes widened as he took a sip. After drinking, he couldn't help but marvel, Elder Yi truly chose a treasure of a place. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a large high-grade spiritual vein here. Ah, but letting such a group of old, weak, and young ones stay here is a waste, isn't it? After saying that, he couldn't help but add. Zhang Yue shook her head. Dad, take a closer look at that girl's cultivation. Zheng Tianxiong was taken aback. Released internal energy. A newly advanced master. Moreover, the internal energy attribute on her seemed to be close to condensing. Stepping into the entry realm was just a matter of time. The internal energy attribute is cold and domineering. I heard that there seems to be a relic of an evil sect here, perhaps related to that relic. Sun Pingyu pondered for a moment and said. She must only be 19, right? Zhang Yue said bitterly. However, with Yi Chen's example before them, Su Qingyan being a newly advanced master was somewhat acceptable. Wait a minute. These children. Their qualifications are also very high. Zheng Tianxiong felt something was off and secretly used his internal energy to examine the children, his eyes widening in shock. The three of them carefully investigated again. They soon discovered, with faces full of horror, that in the entire Welfare Institute, all the children's physiques, if placed in Ling Beast Mountain, could basically be accepted as inner disciples. Elder Yi is terrifying. Where did he find so many exceptionally talented children? Zheng Tianxiong felt a chill all over. In just a few years, these children will grow into a generation of young powerhouses. At most in 10 years, the Small Welfare Institute will produce a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Zheng Yue analyzed coldly. It was too terrifying, too shocking. Everyone was desperately searching for talented seedlings. Yet here, you could grab a handful. Even the little kids lying on the ground watching ants, with snot bubbles, had enviable qualifications. How can anyone live with this? Zheng Tianxiong was the most overwhelmed. He had already estimated that if Yi Chen intended to establish a sect, relying solely on strength and not considering the foundation, it would take at most 10 years for the sect to rise above Spirit Beast Mountain. It was too disheartening. Our Spirit Beast Mountain has struggled for 100 years to achieve today's success, earning congratulations from all directions in Hanzhou. Yet you, Yi Chen, could accomplish it in just 10 years. Too strong. Sun Pingyu's mouth was also filled with bitterness. At first, he only felt that the distance between him and Yi Chen had widened significantly, but it was still something he could catch up to. Now he realized that Yi Chen had never regarded him as a rival. He had already begun to establish a sect. The gap between them was simply immeasurable. While the three were lost in their thoughts, the ground suddenly trembled. Zheng Tianxiong's expression turned serious. It should be Elder Yi starting to break through. The three looked up at the sky. Stepping from the entry realm into the godly realm was the first time a breakthrough had triggered an anomaly. Zheng Tianxiong also wanted to take this opportunity to see if this gifted prodigy, Elder Yi Chen, had the same monstrous talent and inner strength as he did in beast nurturing. Chapter 279, Buddha Strength, Poison Technique, Thunder Sound, Troubling Black Qi. When an ordinary person advances to the godly realm, they attract a large amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, a massive spiritual energy cloud appears above them. The inner strength attribute of the person will determine the color of this cloud. The person's inner strength quality will determine the size of the cloud. Zheng Tianxiong practiced the Spirit Beast Mountain's mountain strength, a variant of earth strength that focused more on attack power. His spiritual energy cloud eventually gathered into the shape of a small mountain, about 18 meters in size. Such talent allowed Zheng Tianxiong to stand out among his peers, inheriting the mantle and becoming the current mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain. But what about this Elder Yi Chen? As the three watched, a brilliant Buddha light suddenly rose, resplendent and grand, exuding an imposing righteousness. The spiritual energy cloud in midair slowly formed the shape of a small Buddha, adorably clumsy. It was about 10 meters in size. Zheng Tianxiong frowned. This was not right. Just now, Elder Ye's released inner strength was clearly gray, not Buddha strength. Then he saw a dark green light shoot up. Within the dark green, it seemed to twist with snakes, insects, mice, and ants, filled with a sinister and venomous aura. The small Buddha involuntarily shifted to the left, while the dark green light occupied the right side, ultimately forming the shape of a small green snake, also 10 meters in size. Zheng Tianxiong was left speechless. What? Is there someone who can cultivate two types of inner strength? Zhang Yue and Sun Pingyu were also shocked. What the hell? What kind of monster is this Yi Chen? He can actually accommodate two types of inner strength without exploding? But this was not the end. Because another wave of black qi surged up from the ground, rushing into the air. The black qi twisted and churned, and even from such a close distance, Zheng Tianxiong could hear a whispering sound like a brain-piercing demonic voice, filled with irritating malice. Finally, the black qi rose above the small Buddha and the small green snake, without any form, with a diameter of 20 meters. Buzz! It seemed to have reached a critical point. The spiritual energy around the South City Welfare Institute began to fluctuate wildly. At the same time, experts from the capital and its surroundings looked up at the sky over the South City district with uncertainty. The spiritual energy cloud. Which powerful person is about to break through to the godly realm? Oh my, is our capital about to gain another godly realm expert? Many experts rushed towards the South City district at the first opportunity. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Shuanjin also received the notification immediately. His first reaction was, Yi Chen. That's right. Only he could step into the godly realm at this point in time. Deploy all operatives, seal off the streets around the South City Welfare Institute. Anyone attempting to intrude will be arrested on the spot, and if they resist, they can be shot. Ling Yu, take the mountain river seal and come with me. Li Shuanjin issued orders methodically. Subsequently, using a specially crafted mountain and river seal from the Ministry of Politics, the anomalies of the South City Welfare Institute were suppressed to a level that could only be seen in the capital. Yi Chen was a strong guarantee for his future advancement, and he absolutely did not want to reveal this trump card prematurely. Yi Zhenzong, all I can help you with is just this. Li Shuinjin gazed towards the direction of the South City District, his tone serious. At the same time, Yi Chen's fourth power emerged. It was a bolt of lightning. Bursting from the ground, it instantly shot into the air, weaving between the small Buddha, the small green snake, and the troubling black mist. Finally, it formed a thunderbolt beside the small green snake, its entire body crackling with unquenchable arcs of electricity. This was the heavenly thunder sound technique. Yi Chen usually only absorbed a bit of low-voltage electricity, which is why the resulting spiritual energy cloud was only 10 meters. Chapter 280, 7 Powers, 100-meter cloud. Zheng Tianxiong and the others were numb. Since they had accepted the first 3 powers, they naturally could accept this fourth one as well. However, it was still not over, because the 5th power appeared again. This was a dragon and a tiger, 2 faint phantoms. The dragon and tiger intertwined and surged into the spiritual energy cloud, expanding it from 48 meters to 63 meters. Dragon and tiger phantoms. Zheng Tianxiong stared at the 2 phantoms in the air, somewhat dazed. Even if he had lost his memory, he would never forget the dragon and tiger phantoms, because this was the authentic symbol of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. Yi Chen had actually cultivated the orthodox techniques of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. His breathing even became rapid. From the very beginning, he knew that befriending Yi Chen was definitely a stroke of luck. But he really did not expect that Yi Chen actually possessed the orthodox techniques of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. Although Ling Beast Mountain, Xuanwu Mountain, and Luojiao Mountain were the 3 branches of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, in reality, Ling Beast Mountain was responsible for the breeding of spirit beasts, Xuanwu Mountain was in charge of refining standard weapons and equipment for disciples, and Luojiao Mountain was somewhat better, considered the disciples' punishment hall, thus always ranking first among the 3 mountains in strength. But ultimately, none of these 3 mountains were the orthodox sect. The true orthodoxy had long since dissipated into the annals of history with the changes of the world. Why could they only explore 1/10 of the ruins? The biggest reason was that they had not cultivated the orthodox techniques and could not enter the door. To put it more clearly, they lacked the authority. And Yi Chen, who had cultivated the orthodox techniques, was like a permission card. Wherever he wanted to go, he could go. As long as he followed Yi Chen, even traversing the entire ruins was possible. In that moment, Zheng Tianxiong even felt an impulse to cry. Yi Chen was truly a great benefactor of Ling Beast Mountain. Without Yi Chen, no matter how much of a hero he was, Ling Beast Mountain in his hands would still have to sink for over a decade or 2. After the appearance of the dragon and tiger phantoms, the 6th power followed closely. This time, it did not emerge from the ground but was projected from the infinitely distant sky. A beam of purple light, as if a celestial being had descended. This was the first star envisioned by Yi Chen through the star visualization technique. The purple microstar. As soon as the light of the purple microstar surged in, it immediately expanded the 63-meter spiritual energy cloud to 80 meters. The massive spiritual energy cloud seemed to block out the sky and sun. But this was still not the end, because the greatest power was just now appearing. The Hunyuan inner strength. A grayish mist, as if mixed with black and white, and seemed to embody the birth and death of yin and yang. The Hunyuan inner strength surged into the sky, surpassing the small Buddha, the small green snake, the thunder, the troubling black mist, the dragon and tiger phantoms, and the light of the purple microstar, directly reaching the highest level. Buzz! The spiritual energy cloud expanded again, reaching 100 meters. Even the sunlight was instantly obscured. Zheng Tianxiong and the others stood there, dumbfounded. 7 mutually exclusive powers, a 100-meter spiritual energy cloud. Yi Chen. Absolutely a genius among monsters, a monster among geniuses. Counting 500 years back from now and 500 years forward, a total of 1,000 years, it's unlikely that another Yi Chen will emerge. So impressive. So powerful. So terrifying. It's enough to scare the eyes out of others. Little Black barked excitedly, feeling that within this cloud of spiritual energy that covered the sky, all was the master's aura. The stronger the master, the stronger he became. It's time, a faint sigh suddenly echoed from underground. In an instant, the cloud of spiritual energy dissipated, and the sky cleared. Chapter 281, Spiritual Energy Rebirth, Strong Ones Come to Submit. The 100-meter cloud of spiritual energy suddenly expanded to an infinite size and burst apart. The spiritual energy sank, mixing with the air. Zheng Tianxiong felt every pore in his body greedily breathing in. The spiritual energy level at the City South Welfare Institute was already dense, but now, it was even more terrifying. It was probably better than those top-tier sects in ancient times, right? Just thinking about it made a hint of envy rise in his heart. All sects were like this. Starting from the God manifestation realm, every major breakthrough would attract a massive amount of spiritual energy. After a successful breakthrough, this spiritual energy would sink down, further nourishing the sect. As a result, the sect's rich in talent grew stronger, while those with dwindling talent became weaker. When he broke through to the God manifestation realm, the cloud of spiritual energy he attracted hadn't even nourished the land around the cultivation room for 20 meters. To exaggerate a bit, Yi Chen had single-handedly changed the spiritual energy landscape of the city's South Welfare Institute. Such a person is truly admirable, someone one can only look up to. When the 100-meter cloud of spiritual energy exploded, on the streets outside the city's South Welfare Institute, both the martial artists wanting to intrude to investigate and the government agents sent to maintain order were all shaken. Some people even showed surprise on their faces, because the bottleneck that had restricted them for years was actually starting to loosen. A few lucky individuals even broke through on the spot. From minor to major internal strength, from major to peak, and even one person directly advanced to the master level from the peak of internal strength. This newly promoted master took a deep breath and directly knelt on one knee facing the Welfare Institute. I am Wu Zhao, trapped at the peak of internal strength for 5 years, with no hope of breaking through. This time, I unintentionally discovered that the senior was breaking through to the God manifestation realm, and in desperation, I resorted to this strategy, wanting to observe the senior's breakthrough. But my bottleneck was broken by the spiritual energy released from the senior's cloud. This kindness cannot be repaid. Wu Zhao is willing to dedicate my life for the senior. There was no response from within the Welfare Institute, so he remained kneeling. Come in. A deep, resonant voice suddenly came from underground, as if a wise and profound elder was beckoning him. The gate of the institute swung open with a bang, and Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode into the Welfare Institute. Zheng Tianxiong's heart shook. This was the first person to choose to ally with Elder Yi, but certainly not the last. Yi Chen's foundation would grow stronger and larger. Thinking of this, he directly cupped his fists and bowed deeply towards the cave entrance. Welcome Elder Yi out of seclusion. Zhang Yuwei and Sun Pingyu followed suit. Welcome Elder Yi out of seclusion. Wu Zhao glanced at Zheng Tianxiong, a bit dazed, but still mimicked their actions. Did he not see it clearly just now? That person was the master of Spirit Beast Mountain? Then, who was the elder in seclusion? His expression became even more respectful, and his resolve and his choice strengthened. This elder had a deep connection with Spirit Beast Mountain. His choice was indeed correct. A figure suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. He walked alone, yet it felt as if a mountain, a great Buddha, a mass of black mist, a piece of chaos had come. Wu Zhao hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look up at the person even for a moment. Buzz! A gray inner energy surged out like a tidal wave, extending 200 meters. Yi Chen extended his palm, the inner energy in his palm constantly transforming into various shapes. Triangular pyramids, tetrahedrons, pentagons. Stunningly beautiful. Chapter 282, Pang Wanli seeks trouble at Luojia Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong's eyelids twitched again. This technique was too skilled. It was completely unlike someone who had just stepped into the realm of transcendence. He had spent 3 months familiarizing himself with the transformation of inner energy into other shapes before he fully mastered it. This young elder Yi was truly impressive. Are you Wu Zhao? Yi Chen walked straight up to Wu Zhao and said lightly, lift your head. Wu Zhao raised his head and immediately met a pair of clear eyes. Deep as the endless sea, an unfathomable abyss. This was the gaze a strong person should have. At that moment, he noticed Yi Chen's remarkably young face and couldn't help but widen his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so young. I have lost my composure, Wu Zhao said, lowering his head. No worries, Yi Chen waved his hand. Since you are willing to join me, I need to explain the rules to you. Your task is to guard the Welfare Institute and, if necessary, teach the children to cultivate. Do you understand? Wu Zhao was taken aback. Was it really that simple? Did you look down on me too much? You're treating me like a security guard and tutor. Elder Yi, since you have already broken through, may we accompany you to Spirit Beast Mountain to attend the Spirit Beast ceremony? Zheng Tianxiong asked respectfully. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Wu Zhao stepped aside, his heart shaken. No wonder he was the strong person he admired. He was actually invited by the master of Spirit Beast Mountain to attend the Spirit Beast ceremony. He had to show his capabilities, otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of this esteemed person. Since Yi Chen's breakthrough took some time, Zheng Tianxiong and his group wasted no time and drove directly to Spirit Beast Mountain. Both Yi Chen and Zheng Tianxiong were already strong in the realm of transcendence, completely needing no rest, and after more than 10 hours of driving, they still looked energetic. However, Zhang Yuwei and Sun Pingyu were different. They were almost out of spirit. Yue, Pingyu, you take Elder Yi to the Tianzi guest room at Qingshan Peak to rest. I'll go meet those two. Zheng Tianxiong clasped his fists to Yi Chen and left. The two he mentioned were obviously the masters of Xuanwu Mountain and Luojia Mountain. Spirit Beast Mountain, though called a mountain, was an entire mountain range. Countless pedestrians came and went at the foot of the mountain, perhaps due to the Spirit Beast ceremony. Among the crowd were not a few inner energy warriors and even inner energy masters. The three stepped onto the mountain steps leading to Qingshan Peak. They had not walked far when a frivolous voice came from ahead. "Oh, isn't this Yue? Why do you look so haggard? Who has upset you? Seeing you like this, my heart aches. Have you thought it over? If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll ask my dad to take you into the ruins. How about it?" The speaker was a young man with dyed yellow hair and a rather handsome appearance. He wore a blood-red outfit with a strange pattern embroidered on his chest. A giant eye of blood mountain, wooden stocks, and iron chains. Clearly, he was a disciple of Luojia Mountain. And his eyes were fixed tightly on Zheng Yue's body. "Pang Wanli, if you dare to look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out," Zheng Yue said, each word pronounced clearly and coldly. Pang Wanli laughed heartily, and the disciples of Luojia Mountain behind him also laughed loudly. "Zheng Yue, you're still the same as before, completely lacking any insight. Do you know that my dad has already broken through to the peak of the Transcendence Realm? Do you know that our Luojia Mountain has already cultivated the third 9th tier Spirit Beast? Do you know that your Spirit Beast Mountain is about to face its 17th bottom ranking? Ha 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 ha." Chapter 283, You're finished. "I want to report this." Zheng Yue stomped her foot fiercely. Sun Pingyu stepped forward and said sternly, "Pang Wanli, this is the territory of my Spirit Beast Mountain. I advise you to speak with some respect." "Your Spirit Beast Mountain's territory? Respect? Every year you come in last, the worst lineage, and you still want others' respect? Ridiculous." Pang Wanli scoffed. "I heard that Master Zhang specifically went out. Could it be that he found outside help? If I'm not mistaken, it's this person beside you?" Pang Wanli pointed at Yi Chen and sneered. Zheng Yue's pretty face rarely showed a hint of excitement. "That's right, it's Master Yi. With Master Yi here, this time Spirit Beast Mountain will definitely not come in last." Pang Wanli looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. "Zheng Yue, this person doesn't have the slightest internal energy aura. Are you sure he's some kind of Master Yi?" After a long while, he coldly laughed. Zheng Yue also sneered. "Master Yi is very strong, just you wait. Before that, get out of my way." "Hee hee, what if I don't?" Pang Wanli's lips curled into a mocking smile. He brought these dozen or so disciples from Falling Shackles Mountain specifically to block Zheng Yue. He enjoyed seeing this young lady get humiliated. After all, she always acted so high and mighty. It felt great, really comfortable. "Get lost," Yi Chen said impatiently. He still had an ancient book given to him by Li Lingyu, and he hadn't had the chance to read it on the way. He originally planned to rest in the guest room before reading it. These people stubbornly blocking his way were truly annoying. "What? You dare tell me to get lost?" Pang Wanli said incredulously. "Do you know who I am? My dad is the master of Falling Shackles Mountain, Pang Chaolin, and my mom is an 8th tier formation master from Haizhou. My grandfather is the deputy city lord of the political department in Haizhou. Do you know what the consequences are for saying such things to me?" Yi Chen said impatiently. "A waste that can't even defeat my Spirit Beast is worthy of having an identity?" Pang Wanli laughed in anger. "Good. Well said. Then your Spirit Beast must be very impressive, right? Come on, let it out so I can take a look. I want to see which part of it is the most delicious, and I'll roast it later." "Ha ha ha, roast it. Young master is mighty. We can have a feast tonight." The disciples behind him from Falling Shackles Mountain echoed. The disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain showed expressions of disgust and helplessness. The disciples from Falling Shackles Mountain ran rampant under Pang Wanli's leadership, capturing a Spirit Beast from a disciple every day for barbecues, causing widespread anger. Yet, the strength of Falling Shackles Mountain far exceeded that of Spirit Beast Mountain, and the elders remained silent, leaving the disciples with no choice but to endure. "Little Black, someone wants to roast you?" Yi Chen said with a cold smile. Little Black grinned, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. In the next moment, he shot out like a black lightning bolt, and before anyone could react, he bit down on Pang Wanli's thigh, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Ah! Moments later, Pang Wanli howled like a dying pig. "You're finished. I'm going to tell my dad. I'm going to make you suffer all kinds of torture from Falling Shackles Mountain." Pang Wanli screamed. "I'm finished?" Yi Chen sneered. "Little Black, bite off what he has between his legs." Little Black finished off most of the bloody flesh and immediately went to Pang Wanli's legs. Pang Wanli's soul nearly left his body. "Quick, get this mad dog away from me." Get it away. The disciples from Falling Shackles Mountain rushed forward anxiously, but as soon as they got close, they were intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Little Black, not daring to move an inch. Chapter 284, The Furnace Absorbs True Techniques, Delivering Goods to Your Door. As he saw that big mouth getting closer to his precious part, Pang Wanli was on the verge of tears. Big brother, I'll make way, is that okay? He couldn't hold back any longer and had to beg for mercy. I've said it before, you bunch of useless things that can't even defeat a spirit beast, are all worthless. Yi Chen snorted coldly and left with Xiao Hei. It wasn't until Yi Chen and the others disappeared from sight that Pang Wanli got up, staring at their retreating figures with resentment. Damn it, how dare they mess with me, that kid is dead meat. He covered his bloody thigh, cursing angrily. Go! All of you go find the mountain master for me. I want that kid to kneel in front of me and apologize. The pain I've endured, he must suffer tenfold. On the other side, Yi Chen arrived at the Tianzi guest room and directly began to rest. Of course, rather than resting, it was more accurate to say he was changing locations to cultivate. He took out the ancient book gifted by the young girl Li Lingyu and started flipping through it, while also brewing a cup of bone powder, treating it as his daily hydration. Host reads Furnace Absorbing True Energy, comprehends, Furnace Absorbing Technique, automatically reaches max level. Furnace Absorbing Technique, man as the furnace, absorb its inner strength. Max level effect, any living being cultivating will have a portion of their inner strength absorbed by the host. Moreover, the host can destroy the enemy's dantian and quickly plunder their inner strength. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder it was a dazzling ancient book. What a great skill! After stepping into the divine realm, small success, great success, peak all require a massive amount of inner strength. With Yi Chen's current skills and techniques, if he wanted to step into the next realm, he would need at least 2 months. This skill opened up a new path for him. Is someone approaching? Yi Chen's senses were incredibly sharp, and he immediately heard the sound of someone getting closer. Young master, is it appropriate for us to do this? In the darkness outside the guest room, 2 figures whispered to each other, accompanied by a spirit beast. He dares to mess with me, and even let that little dirt dog bite me. Eat my flesh. If I don't take revenge for this, won't I be looked down upon by my brothers? The voice was very familiar. It was Pang Wanli from earlier. Damn it, if Zheng Tianxiong and my dad won't take care of it, then I'll handle it myself. I must let that kid see how powerful Pang Wanli is. I want him to know that opposing me is courting death. So how do you plan to deal with him? Asked the disciple from Luojia Mountain beside him. Hee, of course, we'll use the same trick again. Have you forgotten what we've been doing these past few nights? That kid will definitely cultivate at night. We'll use this 9th tier spirit beast to plunder inner strength and feed it back to ourselves, deliberately taking his inner strength while he cultivates, causing his realm to drop instead of rise. Pang Wanli said sinisterly. The young master is so clever. The disciple immediately flattered him. Inside the guest room, a cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. No wonder I heard Sun Pingyu say that many inner disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain have felt their realms dropping recently. It turns out these 2 are behind it. And I haven't even gone looking for you, yet you come knocking on my door? But this is just right, I can test the power of my furnace absorbing technique. Yi Chen closed his eyes and slightly urged his inner strength. The inner strength spread out, forming a vortex that drew in spiritual energy. Outside the guest room, Pang Wanli chuckled coldly. As expected, he's starting to cultivate. Let's see what you can do, little thing. He patted the strange spirit beast behind him, which squeaked a few times, extending an invisible tentacle that quietly reached into Yi Chen's inner strength vortex, attempting to steal Yi Chen's inner strength. Chapter 285, The Spirit Beast Ceremony begins. The suction from this tentacle was immense. If it were a newly promoted master, it would likely be able to absorb more than half of their inner strength in an hour. However, its aura was extremely weak, silent and undetectable to most people. Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as the furnace absorbing technique was instantly activated. A terrifying suction force, akin to a black hole, instantly crushed the tentacle and began to devour the 9th tier spirit beast. The 9th tier spirit beast was momentarily stunned, then suddenly let out a sharp scream, revealing great fear in its small eyes. Pang Wanli quickly covered its mouth. What a joke! This was the residence of an elder from Spirit Beast Mountain. If discovered, everything would be exposed. Then he immediately felt a terrifying suction force coming from the spirit beast, rushing directly into his dantian, swallowing all the inner strength of a master in the ascending realm. Finally, the disciple from Luojia Mountain noticed Pang Wanli's strange expression and hurried to save him. As a result, he too was caught in the suction, his peak inner strength collapsing like a flood. In the guest room, Yi Chen wore a satisfied expression. How comfortable. Just during that brief moment, he had just broken through to the Transcendence realm, and his nearly dried-up Dantian ocean had directly increased by 1/20th. If he were to absorb it gradually according to the cultivation method, 1/20th would take at least 3 to 4 days. Such a villain, having this level of cultivation was useless. Let me help you accept it. Yi Chen smiled slightly. The next day, the morning sun arrived as promised. Sun Pingyu and Zhang Yuwei came to invite Yi Chen to the main peak of Spirit Beast Mountain. That was also where the Spirit Beast ceremony was to be held. A large area at the peak had been cleared, surrounded by seats, with disciples from Luojia Mountain, Spirit Beast Mountain, and Xuanwu Mountain sitting distinctly apart. Yi Chen arrived at the elder's seat and saw Chu Yishou and Xue Feng, both of whom greeted Yi Chen with friendly smiles. In addition, he also saw his teacher Xue Wei and the general instructor Shi Yuhu, but both had returned to the sect as disciples, thus sitting in the front row of the disciple seats. Shi Yuhu looked up at Yi Chen at the elder's seat, feeling a mix of emotions, both gratified and envious. It seemed like just a short while ago, this child Yi Chen was still a member of the Capital Academy. In the blink of an eye, he had become an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, with a status and cultivation level far surpassing his own. As a teacher, perhaps this was the most gratifying aspect. This child would surely go further than himself. Since everyone is here, let us begin this Spirit Beast ceremony. As the host, Zheng Tianxiong was the first to speak. I, Zheng Tianxiong. I, Peng Chaolin. I, Wu Yuanyi. Declare that this Spirit Beast ceremony is now starting. Following that were 3 or 4 drowsy little performances. Aside from the female disciples' snow-white chests and long legs, there was hardly anything eye-catching. However, the main event came after that. Since it was the Spirit Beast ceremony, how could there be no Spirit Beasts? Ha ha ha. Old Zhang, it's not that I'm showing off, but today your Spirit Beasts have no prestige in front of the Spirit Beasts of Luojia Mountain. Peng Chaolin laughed heartily. Zheng Tianxiong's expression darkened, remaining silent. Wu Yuanyi sneered, that's not necessarily the case. Hee, the third Spirit Beast cultivated by Luojia Mountain is not only 9-tier but also has excellent qualifications. Usually, my son takes care of it, and it is expected to break through to above 9-tier in the future. Peng Chaolin's tone was even somewhat arrogant. He was indeed very confident. Chapter 286, A Featherless Chick. Incredibly majestic 3 9-tier Spirit Beasts completely crushed the competition. The third Spirit Beast could even devour the power of other Spirit Beasts to grow, and its growth speed was simply astonishing. During these days, Pang Wanli had secretly taken that Spirit Beast to devour the inner strength of the disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain. He pretended to be blissfully unaware. Devour. The more it devours, the better. That Spirit Beast was destined to be the key to Luojia Mountain's rise in the coming decades. What does the first sect of Haizhou count for? If we are to do it, we must become the largest sect in Jiangnan, even the largest sect in Huagua. Soon, the 9-tier Spirit Beasts from Xuanwu Mountain stepped onto the stage. They were 2 gigantic earth dragons, each over 5 meters in size. The giant physique, gentle temperament, and ability to locate mineral veins are the characteristics of the earth dragon. The disciples below the stage gasped in surprise. After all, in the eyes of many, being big means being strong. But soon, the earth dragon from Xuanwu Mountain was overshadowed by the Spirit Beasts from Luojia Mountain. There stood 2 Flame King kites. Their bodies radiated high temperatures, waves of heat washing over, and the earth dragon roared repeatedly, ultimately having to leave the arena. Seeing this scene, Peng Chaolin laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Wu Yuanyi was so furious he nearly crushed the armrest. Ah, in a 2-on-2, it turns out Luojia Mountain still wins. How boring. Peng Chaolin feigned humility. However, when it comes to old Zhang, I will use all my strength. He then deliberately turned to Zheng Tianxiong. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is too much. His implication was clear, he intended to bring out a third 9th-tier Spirit Beast to completely defeat Spirit Beast Mountain with overwhelming advantage. This would make Spirit Beast Mountain look very bad. As the host, to lose so thoroughly was quite embarrassing. Elder Yi Chen, sitting nearby, couldn't help but feel strange upon hearing their conversation. Come on, my son, quickly bring out our third Spirit Beast from Luojia Mountain, so the friends from Spirit Beast Mountain can have a good look. Peng Chaolin laughed heartily, as if this were not Spirit Beast Mountain, but his own Luojia Mountain. This is too much. Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Peng Chaolin's words made everyone very curious. What kind of magnificent Spirit Beast, touted as the most promising from Luojia Mountain, would it be? Below the arena, Pang Wanli slowly approached with a gray Spirit Beast. The former had a pale face and a gaunt figure. The latter was listless, its fur falling out, completely devoid of spirit. It looked as if it had been thrown into a washing machine and violently stirred over 20 times. The entire venue fell silent. Pang Chaolin was left speechless. What? Why is this happening? How did our most promising spirit beast from Luojia Mountain end up like this? At this rate, it might not even compare to a red-beaked pigeon. Who did this? Who did this? Pang Wanli, why did you make it look like this? Pang Chaolin was nearly going mad. Damn it, I just boasted up there about how magnificent our third spirit beast from Luojia Mountain is, how astonishing its qualifications are. And what do I get? You bring me a featherless phoenix. No, a featherless chick. Are you trying to make Luojia Mountain lose all face? Zheng Tianxiang suddenly stood up, clapping his hands and laughing loudly. Ha ha, Pang Mountain Master is right, your mountain's third spirit beast is indeed magnificent, with unmatched potential. Ah, why doesn't Spirit Beast Mountain have such a divine beast? It's truly sad. Elder Shuefeng from the Elder's Seat couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time she had seen such a Zheng Tianxiang. Chapter 287, Dare to Compete. The wager is the ancient texts of the main sect. Pang Wanli, I will settle this with you after the Spirit Beast Convention. Pang Chaolin was so furious he felt like his lungs would explode. This was a complete loss of face for him. Take the Spirit Beast down. Even if it's just 2 9th-tier Flame King kites, I am very confident. Pang Chaolin waved his hand and angrily sat down. Zheng Tianxiang's expression stiffened again. Yes, even if it's 2 9th-tier Flame King kites, they could easily beat that purple-headed blackback centipede. After all, the former had entered the 9th tier over a decade ago, accumulating much experience. Meanwhile, the purple-headed blackback centipede had just advanced to the 9th tier less than half a month ago. The two cannot be compared in terms of experience. Relying solely on the purple lightning wouldn't be enough. It also depended on whether Elder Ye's spirit beast was formidable. Old Zhang, are you interested in having a match? Perhaps to regain some face from earlier, Pang Chaolin slapped the armrest and laughed heartily. Look, our Luojia Mountain has only sent out 2 spirit beasts this time. Your spirit beast mountain might still have the strength to fight, right? I have an ancient text from the main sect here, which I have been unable to comprehend, so I'll use it as a wager. If Spirit Beast Mountain loses, I won't ask for anything from you, just clasp your fists and bow, calling me old brother. Pang Chaolin took out an ancient book and said lightly. Zheng Tianxiang clenched his fist tightly hidden in his sleeve. On the surface, agreeing to this contest seemed highly beneficial for Spirit Beast Mountain. After all, it was just a matter of clasping fists and bowing, not losing a piece of flesh. But this was under the watchful eyes of the public. What would the audience think? What would the disciples of Luojia Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain think? What would the elders and disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain think? Losing a treasure was one thing, but being humiliated in front of everyone was far more unbearable for Zheng Tianxiang. What's the matter, old Zhang? Afraid to agree? Ah, then don't blame me, I did give you a chance. My third spirit beast has encountered some issues and wasn't even planning to enter the arena. Pang Chaolin leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, laughing with a hint of mockery. I'll speak on behalf of Master Zhang and agree. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and said. With keen insight, he observed that the ancient book in Pang Chaolin's hand only radiated treasure light above the furnace's true essence. Moreover, this was an ancient text from the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, which might upgrade the Dragon and Tiger Sea opening technique. This wager had to be accepted. But as soon as he spoke, Shuefeng and the other elders were taken aback. Zheng Tianxiang also showed a look of astonishment. Even if your spirit beast entered the arena, it could only maintain an undefeated status. The opponent was 2 Flame King Eagles that had stepped into the 9th rank for over a decade. Winning was simply impossible. Who are you? Are you qualified? Pang Chaolin glanced at him coldly. Yi Chen, honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, Yi Chen replied. Zheng Tianxiang, you even sold the title of honorary elder? How much did you get for it? Ha ha ha. Pang Chaolin was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Zheng Tianxiang gritted his teeth tightly. This was truly too much. What Elder Yi said is exactly my intention. We at Spirit Beast Mountain accept this wager. Zheng Tianxiang slammed his hand on the armrest and said sternly. Even if he lost, it would just be a humiliation to his face. At this point, what face was there to lose? But if he won, it would be an ancient text from the main sect. If they could truly obtain it, it would be an absolute boon for the elders and disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Good. I admire your courage, old Zhang. Pang Chaolin laughed heartily. He wanted to regain all the face he had lost before through Zheng Tianxiang. Competing with me from Luojia Mountain? You really are out of your mind, Zheng Tianxiang. Chapter 288. Shui Wei felt grateful and began the contest. The two Flame King Eagles displayed their might on the arena, flames blazing, their ferocity overwhelming. From their nostrils, they even exhaled a sulphurous breath, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Disciples who were somewhat close to the arena kept retreating, fearing that the two Flame King Eagles might be in a bad mood and randomly incinerate someone. Ninth-rank spirit beasts were the foundation of the sect. Even if they accidentally injured or killed a disciple, they would only have to compensate a bit of wealth, and it would just be a wasted life. Two esteemed Flame Seniors, please restrain yourselves. Once the spirit beasts from Spirit Beast Mountain come up, that will be the time for you to truly enjoy. Next to the two Flame King Eagles stood a heavily made-up woman, who patted the neck of one of the Flame King Eagles and smiled charmingly. Her voice was loud enough for almost everyone to hear, especially the disciples and elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, who turned pale with anger. She was Luo Yen, the first elder of Luojia Mountain, and the person closest to the Flame King Eagles. Hey, why aren't you Spirit Beast Mountain coming up yet? Luo Yen sneered towards the area of Spirit Beast Mountain disciples. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain clenched their fists but had to lower their heads. The only ninth-rank spirit beast known to others from Spirit Beast Mountain was a purple-headed black-backed centipede, but its attributes are clearly perfectly restrained by the Flame King Kite, not to mention the accumulation of spiritual energy. The two are completely not on the same level. Just now, Luo Yen even declared that she would let the Flame King Kite eat Zidian alive. This further enraged many elders and disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain. A 9th-tier spirit beast is foundational. Even if you lose, you can't be so excessive. In the stands, Zheng Tianxiang clenched his fists tightly. Old Pang, isn't this going too far? Pang Chaolin laughed heartily. Luo Yen has this temperament. Don't blame her, Zheng old brother, she's just talking. But why isn't your Spirit Beast Mountain moving? Could it be that you're afraid? He said with a half-smile. Zheng Tianxiang snorted coldly. My Spirit Beast Mountain is not that weak. Here they come. In the Spirit Beast Mountain area, a graceful figure walked up with a purple-headed black-backed worm. It was Xue Wei. Xue Feng in the stand suddenly narrowed her eyes. Why is she here? Xue Feng gritted her teeth. Shu Yishou helplessly said, Sister Feng, Xiao Wei has always wanted to do something for the sect. Even if she loses, she doesn't want to have any regrets. Xue Feng snorted coldly, not wanting to say anything more. Shu Yishou sighed deeply. He knew what Xue Feng was thinking. After all, Xue Wei was her daughter. If Xue Wei lost, it would not only be her own loss but also a loss of face for Xue Feng. Xiao Wei. What Uncle Chu can help you with ends here? Shu Yishou sighed inwardly. Before the Spirit Beast ceremony, Xue Wei specifically sought him out, and with Yi Chen's guarantee, he entrusted this task to Xue Wei. He could understand Xue Wei's desire to contribute to the sect and her determination to change her mother's view of her. But to step into such a losing situation, it was truly unwise. Your mother will only dislike you more. Xue Wei gazed at the stands. She knew that her mother, Xue Feng, looked down on her, so her first glance was at Yi Chen. In her eyes, there was gratitude. This young man was her student, and now, he was her lucky star. She had long known that Yi Chen's spirit beast was beyond the 9th tier, so this match had no comparability at all. As long as Xiao He jumped down from Zidian's back, the battle would be one-sided. Yi Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have the courage to stand here. If it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to change my mother's view of me. Xue Wei suddenly raised her head. Elder Luo Yen, I, Xue Wei, have arrived. Chapter 289, The Essence of Darkness. Xiao He is extremely fierce. Luo Yen sneered. It seems that Spirit Beast Mountain really has no one left, to even send out Xue Feng's youngest daughter? From this perspective, it seems you have no expectations for the outcome of this match? TCH, it really lacks challenge. Xue Wei, are you really not planning to admit defeat? 1 against 2, can you win? Xue Wei patted Xiao He, who was hiding on Zidian's back. There's another one here, also a 9th tier spirit beast. Luo Yen was taken aback. The disciples were stunned. In the stands, everyone was suddenly taken aback. What a joke, a little black dog. You're telling me it's 9th tier? Luo Yen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Pang Chaolin also laughed. Zheng old brother, you must be out of your mind. That little mud is also 9th tier? Zheng Tianxiang said calmly, it is Elder Yi of my Spirit Beast Mountain Spirit Beast. It is indeed 9th tier. On the arena, Xue Wei seemed to be prepared. She took out a spirit testing orb and placed it on Xiao He. Rumble. 9 red sun marks. A genuine 9th tier. Is this enough? Xiao He is qualified to participate in the match. Xue Wei put away the spirit testing orb. All laughter instantly vanished. No matter what, that was indeed a 9th tier spirit beast. Luo Yen squinted her eyes, but the disdain on her face only deepened. Cultivating a 9th-tier spirit beast in a short time is actually possible, but that method would greatly burn out the spirit beast's potential and consume a large amount of resources. The final cultivated 9th-tier spirit beast was merely a pile of fluff. Its lifespan was also very short, at most a year before it would pass away. In her eyes, the small and thin 9th-tier spirit beast must have been cultivated using some secret method. Oof, Spirit Beast Mountain, truly at the end of its rope. Since that's the case, come on then, let me see if that little black dog is really impressive. Luo Yan smiled charmingly. Purple lightning, go! Shui Wei commanded in a low voice. The purple-headed, black-backed serpent coiled into a bow shape, spitting out a large mouthful of dark green venom. Luo Yan merely smiled disdainfully. The Flame King Kite let out a high cry, spewing a large mouthful of fierce flames that instantly evaporated the venom. The subsequent flames were even more intense, directly scorching a large patch of the serpent's back armor. Purple Lightning let out a miserable cry and quickly retreated. Ha ha, that big centipede from Spirit Beast Mountain is so weak. Really, with such a weak spirit beast, it shouldn't even come up to embarrass itself. The disciples from Xuanwu Mountain and Luojia Mountain burst into wild laughter. The disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with despair. What a humiliation! It was as if the word shame was engraved on their faces. There's no need to watch such a match. A disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain stood up and was about to leave. With him leading, a large number of disciples stood up the next moment. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. Wait, that little black dog is going into battle. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out. Everyone turned to look. That inconspicuous little black dog had actually jumped onto Purple Lightning's head. And Purple Lightning seemed willing to be stepped on, its attitude even quite respectful. Ha, this big centipede is too cowardly. How can even a little black dog step on it? Luo Yan covered her mouth and laughed, her demeanor full of grace. But her words came to an abrupt halt. Because the next moment, the little black dog opened its mouth and spewed forth a darkness that seemed almost tangible. Buzz! As if night had fallen. The Flame King Kite, unwilling to be outdone, also spewed flames, but the flames had no effect whatsoever, vanishing in an instant within the darkness. The entire arena was instantly shrouded in darkness. The audience fell silent. Chapter 290, Little Black Steps on the Flame King Kite, shocking the entire arena. What just happened? How can that little black dog spray out so much black mist? Incredible, what kind of monster is that? The disciples below the stage exclaimed in shock. They couldn't help but be astonished. A spirit beast capable of drastically altering a certain area had almost never appeared before. In the stands, the elders also showed expressions of shock. That little black dog was actually so terrifying? Pang Chaolin's face clearly turned somewhat ugly. He had never imagined that such an uncontrollable factor would appear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen. You little brat, is that your spirit beast? Very good, very impressive. Yi Chen also noticed his gaze, merely smiling disdainfully. He couldn't be bothered to show any expression to such a person. A father with such low character would naturally raise a son with a rebellious nature. On the arena, a series of explosions erupted. In between, the cries of the kite bird could even be heard. That was the miserable cry of the Flame King Kite. Pang Chaolin, along with the elders and disciples of Luojia Mountain, gradually sank into despair with each successive cry of the Flame King Kite. No way! That was our invincible Flame King Kite from Luojia Mountain. How could it possibly lose to a scruffy, small, and thin mutt? Impossible! We don't believe it! Everyone's gaze converged on the arena. The black mist gradually dissipated. Two Flame King Kites lay weakly on the arena, their magnificent feathers scattered, the red feather crowns torn apart and strewn everywhere. What kind of majestic kite bird was this? It was clearly a plucked rooster. Dejected. Miserable. And above the two Flame King Kites, the purple-headed, black-backed serpent coiled in a ball. On top of the Purple Lightning, stood the spirited Little Black. Roar! Little Black roared majestically. The pressure from above the 9th rank erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire arena. The spirit beasts of the elders and the disciples were all horrified, and some of the weaker ones who were too close ended up rolling in fear, losing control of themselves. But almost no one made a sound, because everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. My heavens! Is there something wrong with my eyes? How could such an ordinary, dull gray, small dog defeat two Flame King Eagles? This is simply unbelievable. It's even more incredible than our Huagua men's football team winning the world championship. Pang Chaolin's eyes widened like copper bells, gripping the armrest tightly. They actually lost. This match that seemed to be in the bag, they actually lost? Meanwhile, Zheng Tianxiong and the other elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain were momentarily stunned, then revealed expressions of wild joy. They actually won. Xuefeng's gaze toward Shui Wei changed. Xu Yixiao, in shock, also showed a hint of relief. From Zhang Tianxian to any elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain, everyone knew who brought about this victory. It was Yi Chen. Without his little black dog, this battle would have been a certain defeat. Although Elder Yi had no intention of taking credit, Zhang Tianxian understood this deeply. He suddenly stood up. Pang Mountain Master, it's time to fulfill your promise. Pang Chaolin's large hand tightly gripped the ancient book. After a long while, he suddenly threw it over. A loss is a loss, it's just a formality of a spirit beast ceremony. The upcoming Three Mountains Martial Arts Conference is the key. Zhang Tianxian, you have successfully provoked my anger. I originally intended to give your Spirit Beast Mountain some face, but now, I have abandoned that plan. I want your Spirit Beast Mountain to lose utterly. Pang Chaolin said sternly. Chapter 291, The Dragon and Tiger Mountain Technique, The Path to Heaven. Zhang Tianxian laughed heartily, ignoring him, and walked straight to Yi Chen. He bowed deeply. At the same time, he presented the ancient book with both hands. This ancient book was earned for our Spirit Beast Mountain by Elder Yi, and it should naturally be read by you first. His attitude was extremely respectful. Without Yi Chen, he wouldn't even have been able to touch it. It was because of Yi Chen that this astonishing turnaround happened. They could seize the opportunity while Pang Chaolin was feeling self-satisfied. Zhang Tianxian's actions showed no regard for everyone's gaze. Everyone was astonished, wondering who that young man was, what abilities he had to sit in the elder's seat, and why the master of Spirit Beast Mountain held him in such high regard. The elders of Spirit Beast Mountain also cast their gazes towards him. Some were envious, some were respectful. Yi Chen nodded slightly and took the ancient book. This book will return to Spirit Beast Mountain after reading, he said lightly. The only tense string in Zhang Tianxian's heart immediately relaxed. His greatest fear was that Yi Chen would be unable to restrain his greed and insist on keeping the book for himself. But now it seemed he had been overly pessimistic. How could Elder Yi commit such a lowly act? Having Elder Yi is a blessing for our Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Tianxian bowed deeply again. Pang Chaolin snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Chen, huh? I will remember you. I will make you understand the consequences of opposing Luojia Mountain. The Spirit Beast ceremony thus concluded with the stunning victory of the host, Spirit Beast Mountain, leaving everyone in shock. No one expected it. But no one was optimistic about the upcoming Three Mountains Martial Arts Conference. Luojia Mountain was too strong. Strong enough that Spirit Beast Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain combined could not defeat it. So even if Spirit Beast Mountain was slightly stronger, their goal was only Xuanwu Mountain, merely vying for second place. As for that first place, which Luojia Mountain regarded as a forbidden treasure, it was something they truly dared not even think about. There was about a 2-hour break between the Spirit Beast Grand Ceremony and the Three Mountains Martial Arts Meeting. Yi Chen took this opportunity to browse through the ancient text he had obtained. Host reads Dragon and Tiger Mountain Creation Technique, comprehends, Dragon and Tiger Mountain Creation Technique, automatically reaches max level. Dragon and Tiger Mountain Creation Technique, open the sea in chaos, create mountains in the vast sea, and strike the heavens at the mountain peak. Max level effect, accelerate the acquisition of internal energy, creating internal energy peaks in the Dantian Ocean. Special, after comprehending the sea opening, mountain creating, and heaven striking chapters of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, one will comprehend, Dragon and Tiger Transformation Method. Yi Chen let out a breath. A spark of interest ignited in his eyes. How interesting. It turns out that the Dragon and Tiger Sea opening technique he relied on was merely the introductory chapter of the Dragon and Tiger Transformation Method. The Dragon and Tiger Mountain Creation Technique he won from Pang Chaolin was the second chapter of this method. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel even more intrigued by the exploration of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect's ruins. If he could obtain that third chapter, the Dragon and Tiger Heaven Striking Technique, within the ruins, he would be able to comprehend the Dragon and Tiger Transformation Method. If he wasn't mistaken, this technique was the orthodox inheritance of the ancient first-rate sect, the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. At the same time, he could see within his Dantian a wisp of gray chaotic internal energy, gradually forming a small island that emerged from the center of the Dantian Ocean under the guidance of the Dragon and Tiger technique. This should be the embryonic form of the internal energy peak, right? If Yi Chen wasn't mistaken, the Dragon and Tiger Transformation Method might just be the path to becoming a master. Striking the heavens at the mountain peak clearly meant breaking the barriers between masters and grandmasters. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, knowing that this day was not far off. Chapter 292, Let's change the rules. The break passed in the blink of an eye. The Three Mountains Martial Arts Meeting had begun. On the viewing platform, Peng Chaolin suddenly walked towards Yi Chen. He lowered his body and stared fiercely at Yi Chen. "Did you do something to my son?" Peng Chaolin was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his gaze seemingly wanting to tear Yi Chen apart. During the break, he had already asked Peng Wanli for everything he needed to know. No wonder that spirit beast was so listless. It turned out it was all Yi Chen's fault. Of course, he couldn't make this clear. So, Peng Chaolin deliberately lowered his voice and pressed Yi Chen. Zheng Tianxiong saw this situation and suddenly stood up. "Peng Chaolin, what are you trying to do? Yi Chen is the honorary elder of my spirit beast mountain. If you touch him, it's like declaring war on my spirit beast mountain. You better think this through." Peng Chaolin sneered, "Am I afraid of going to war with you?" Zheng Tianxiong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Yes, he wasn't afraid at all. If Spirit Beast Mountain had the same military power as Falling Block Mountain, how could they allow Falling Block Mountain to bully them? "Answer me, did you do it?" Peng Chaolin continued, his eyes as if they wanted to devour Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I did it, so what? Your son brought this upon himself. He insisted on absorbing my internal energy. Yet my technique can reverse absorb others' internal energy. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Thanks to him bringing up a potential limitless 9th tier spirit beast, I saved over a month of cultivation. In the future, remember to look for me for such good things." Yi Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The fury in Peng Chaolin's eyes seemed ready to turn Yi Chen to ashes. "It really is you. It really is you, you brat. Twice interrupting my grand plans. How could I, Peng Chaolin, let you go?" The next moment, just as everyone on the viewing platform thought Peng Chaolin was about to strike hard, he suddenly straightened up and laughed loudly. "This time, how about we change the rules? It's always these disciples playing around, it's too boring. This time, let's not have the disciples, let the elders take action." I wonder what the opinions of Master Zhang and Master Wu are. Zheng Tianxiong's first reaction was, "No way. What a joke. Originally, the disciples of Falling Block Mountain are strong. The elders? Even stronger than the disciples. The gap is even greater. I would be a fool to agree." Zheng Tianxiong said immediately. He, what does Brother Wu think?" Peng Chaolin chuckled and turned to look at Wu Mingyi. A hint of cunning appeared on Wu Mingyi's face. "What Brother Peng said, I think it's great. In the past, it was always the disciples who took the stage. This time, it's the elders, which is quite interesting. We can see if the elders from each family have made any progress." A wave of astonishment swept through the stands. The elders of Spirit Beast Mountain all showed serious expressions. Zheng Tianxiong looked incredulous, but he quickly understood. Wu Mingyi had clearly been bought off. No, perhaps he didn't even need to be bought off, because as long as they united to expel Spirit Beast Mountain, the second place would naturally belong to Xuanwu Mountain. For his own interests, Wu Mingyi would naturally choose to follow Peng Chaolin. Since Brother Wu thinks so too, the minority obeys the majority. This matter is settled. Peng Chaolin laughed heartily. Zheng Tianxiong's heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Since the rules have changed, the rewards should naturally be adjusted, right? Isn't the Mountain Master Peng planning to bring out a few ancient books as rewards?" Yi Chen stood up and smiled lightly. Chapter 293, Yi Chen, the Miracle Creator. Peng Chaolin was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Elder Yi is right. Since the elders are going to participate in the Three Mountains Martial Arts Conference, they should naturally bring out something that can entice the elders. In that case, he waved his hand, and the elder from Falling Block Mountainside, immediately bringing up the ancient books. A total of 5. Yi Chen scanned them with his keen eyes. Although the treasures were average, one of them was not inferior to the furnace absorption technique. "Personally, I will also bring out an ancient book on pill techniques." Peng Chaolin sneered and pulled out another ancient book. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. "Ancient pill techniques? If Elder Yi is willing to participate in the Three Mountains Martial Arts Conference, this ancient book will be given to you directly." Peng Chaolin laughed loudly. "Elder Yi, I wonder if you dare to take the stage?" His eyes were filled with danger. Zheng Tianxiong's expression was strange. He had been hesitating about how to persuade Yi Chen to participate in the martial arts conference. After all, Yi Chen was merely an honorary elder and had no responsibility to bear. Without sufficient benefits, this young powerhouse would absolutely not waste time participating in the conference. But Peng Chaolin was truly sending coal in the snow. As for whether Yi Chen would lose, Zheng Tianxiong had not considered that at all. In the South City Welfare Institute, he had witnessed Yi Chen stepping into the Transcendence realm. The several terrifying powers were still vivid in his memory. Let alone an ordinary elder, even if Peng Chaolin personally took the stage, the outcome would be uncertain. Since you are giving me ancient books, how can I refuse? Yi Chen said with a light smile. He just liked this kind of person. Extremely confident in himself and particularly fond of betting. Pang Chaolin's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc. Alright, Elder Yi. I look forward to seeing you shine on the stage. Below the stage, in the Falling Block Mountain disciple area, Pang Wanli gently stroked the fur of the spirit beast, his eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Did he agree? Then your death is not far away. From the moment you resisted Falling Block Mountain, your death was already destined. Pang Wanli sneered, his whole being like a cold, venomous snake. Mountain Master, is this really okay? Although Elder Yi is an elder, he is still only 19 years old. On the stands, Zhu Yixiao quickly stood up and said. Xuefeng also echoed, yes, Elder Yi's strength may not be enough to withstand the attacks of the elders from Falling Block Mountain. They have witnessed Yi Chen's abilities. There is no doubt about his talent. But they only know that Yi Chen is a master of the Ascending Realm. He once defeated the newly promoted Master Jiangli in a fierce competition with Hanjiang Academy in the capital, showcasing absolute crushing strength. However, that does not mean Yi Chen can compete with the many masters of the Ascending Realm who have endured years of hard training, years of cultivation, years of combat experience, years of understanding martial arts. This is something that talent alone cannot compensate for. If Yi Chen goes up, he will probably have almost no power to resist. It's not just the two of them, the other elders of Spirit Beast Mountain think the same way. Mountain Master, instead of letting Elder Yi go up, why not let me do it? A slightly younger elder shouted. They are well aware that the reputation Spirit Beast Mountain gained at the Spirit Beast ceremony is entirely due to Yi Chen's contributions. How could such a meritorious figure be sent to the arena to die? Zheng Tianxiong sighed softly. He returned too hastily and had almost no time to discuss with the elders. At this moment, there were others from different mountains in the stands, so he naturally couldn't voice his thoughts. He can only wave his hand. Everyone, please trust Elder Yi Chen. He is a person who creates miracles. Chapter 294, One person is enough to deal with Falling Block Mountain create miracles? I'm afraid he hasn't even touched the essence of miracles before he dies. Seeing Yi Chen already stepping down from the stands, Pang Chaolin no longer bothered to hide his disdain and sneered. How ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Perhaps you still don't know. My eldest son, Pang Wanha, is just one step away from entering the Transcendence Realm. He may have some ability to become an honorary elder of your Spirit Beast Mountain, but compared to the peak of the entry realm, he is completely insufficient. Pang Chaolin laughed heartily. Except for Zheng Tianxiong, the other elders of Spirit Beast Mountain all changed their expressions dramatically. What? Pang Chaolin's eldest son, Pang Wanha, is actually half a foot into the Transcendence Realm? This talent is too overwhelming. Every generation of Falling Block Mountain has such astonishingly gifted individuals. It is truly enviable. Not only the elders of Spirit Beast Mountain, but also Wu Mingyi, the mountain master of Xuanwu Mountain, felt envious. Pang Wanha is only 30 years old, right? At this age, he has already reached the peak of the entry realm. The next generation mountain master of Falling Block Mountain must be him. Our Xuanwu Mountain still has to lie low. We have to struggle to survive under the shadow of Falling Block Mountain. A 30-year-old at the peak of the entry realm is terrifying. He could continue to dominate the three mountains for another 20 years. Deep down, Wu Mingyi even felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, he made the right choice just now. It turns out he still needs to closely follow behind Pang Chaolin. On the arena, Shi Yuhu, who had already stood on the stage, changed his expression upon seeing Yi Chen arrive. This young man was both a rival and a friend to him. Moreover, Yi Chen bore the hopes of many people. He truly did not want Yi Chen to lose here. And looking at Pang Chaolin's gaze, it seemed he wanted to kill Yi Chen here. He absolutely could not let Yi Chen step onto the arena. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Get off the stage. We are enough here. He shouted in a low voice. The other two elders also urged quietly, Elder Yi, please leave the stage. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. One person is enough to deal with Falling Block Mountain. His voice was not loud, but the entire arena heard it clearly. Standing opposite him, directly in front, was Pang Wanha. Upon hearing this, he frowned. What does this mean? You intend to challenge the three of us in the entry realm with just one person? How arrogant. How pretentious. The red-haired elder beside him laughed heartily. Kid, you must be that Spirit Beast Mountain elder who poisoned the Spirit Beasts, right? Very well, I hope you won't regret stepping onto this arena. Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Clearly, he was counterattacking and collecting some interest, but in their mouths, it became a deliberate act of poisoning. You guys from Falling Block Mountain are really a bunch of annoying guys. Yi Chen, you should go back. I have a personal grudge with Pang Wanha. I must fight this battle. Shiyuhu took a deep breath and said. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Shiyuhu was once the top disciple among the true disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain, and could be said to be the next candidate for the Mountain Master. His departure from Spirit Beast Mountain was probably closely related to his peer, Pang Wanha. Elder, please step down from the stage. Yi Chen nodded and said. Are you really going to insist on this? The elder of Spirit Beast Mountain said helplessly. Yes. Elder Yi, Yuhu, I wish you both great success. The elder of Spirit Beast Mountain sighed and left. Elder Shi, I'll handle the other two. You can settle your personal grudge with this person. Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Shi Yuhu took a deep breath. All right. After saying that, he charged towards Pang Wanli. Even if he was just a master of the entry stage. Chapter 295, on the arena, life and death countless. Ha ha ha, dealing with us too? You really don't know how to die. The red-haired elder and the blue-haired elder laughed coldly in unison. Compared to that, I'm more curious about how you dyed your hair. At your age, still so fashionable? Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The two elders of Falling Block Mountain snorted, less nonsense, go die. If it weren't for you, Falling Block Mountain wouldn't have lost face at the Spirit Beast ceremony. Only your death can serve as a sacrifice for the rise of Falling Block Mountain. The two attacked together. One's fist was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, carrying an extremely intense fiery aura. The other had a cunning palm technique, sealing off any space for Yi Chen to maneuver with just a few strikes. A sure kill. This was a perfectly coordinated killing move from the two. Below the stage, even the dullest person could see the peril Yi Chen was in. He had only been on the stage for a minute and was already forced into such a situation by the elders of Falling Block Mountain. The strength of Falling Block Mountain was evident. It's over, their cooperation is too seamless. Shu Yixiao couldn't help but lower his head. Although Xuefeng didn't say anything, his tightly clenched fists and gritted teeth showed his anxiety about the battle. Damn Falling Block Mountain. They have too many trump cards. Pang Xiaolin laughed heartily. These two elders have been close friends since they were inner disciples. Then they both rose from inner disciples to true disciples, and then to elders. Moreover, they have cultivated complementary techniques. Their level of cooperation can even be described as inseparable. And I must remind you all, on the arena, life and death are countless. No matter whose person dies, don't be angry. Pang Xiaolin was in high spirits. Indeed, everything was still under his control. This feeling was the real feeling. This kid named Yi Chen, is also not living up to his name. It seems that apart from his beast-raising ability, he is an idiot in other areas, right? Useless, dying on the arena is also your honor. His thoughts hadn't lasted a few seconds when the battle situation on the arena suddenly changed. Facing the joint attack of the red-haired elder and the blue-haired elder, Yi Chen just shook his head. They were really too weak. So weak that he didn't even have the thought of defense. Without strength above the spirit transformation stage, attacking Yi Chen was simply unable to break his defense. Since you want me dead, then you should die first. Yi Chen unleashed a punch. The later strike arrived first. The punch's wind suddenly erupted, like a hurricane tsunami. The two elders of Falling Block Mountain, being in the midst of it, felt even more. Before Yi Chen's fist even landed on them, just by looking at that fist, they felt as if their internal organs were being torn apart in pain, as if they were being pounded into meat paste. Not only that, besides this feeling, there was also a sensation of wanting to smash through all obstacles ahead. As if, charging forward, unstoppable. So terrifying. Could this be the legendary fist intent? Once one possesses fist intent, there's no need to worry about any techniques or martial arts. Just one punch is enough, and almost no one can rival it. Of course, if they knew that these two types of fist intent were both master level, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But they no longer have that chance, because Yi Chen's fist has already smashed into the two of them without any obstruction. That's right. It pierced through the chest of the red-haired elder and then struck the blue-haired elder's chest. Bang! The two broken bodies flew out, and before they hit the ground, they had already lost all signs of life. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen clapped his hands and chuckled. On the arena, life and death are not counted. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 296, as long as Pang Wanha stands, the odds for Luojia Mountain remain. The entire venue fell silent. No one dared to speak. One punch had explosively killed two elders from Luojia Mountain. These were not street thugs. They were not two useless individuals who had been sick for years. These were two elders who had trained for over a decade and reached the entry-level realm, working in perfect harmony. How could he just smash them like watermelons? In the stands, Pang Xiaolin stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the two broken bodies. The huge hollow in their chests sent chills down his spine. How could this happen? These were not two useless people, they were elders who ranked in the top 10 of Luojia Mountain. Moreover, given their level of cooperation, even he, Pang Chaolin, found them quite difficult to deal with. This kid actually killed them in an instant? Pang Chaolin clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger and heartache. These were not just two outer disciples, they were two elders who had consumed a vast amount of training resources to cultivate. The loss of high-level combat power aside, just the resources consumed over the years represented a huge loss. Not to mention the severe blow to Luojia Mountain's reputation from being killed in public. Yi Chen, you are truly impressive. Pang Chaolin's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, wishing he could tear Yi Chen in half. But he took a deep breath and sat back down. As long as his son Pang Wanha stood, the decision-making power of this battle would still be firmly in Luojia Mountain's hands. Half a step into the divine realm, his overwhelming strength was unquestionable. He had to spar with Pang Wanha every day. In the past, he could still gain the upper hand, but now, even he couldn't predict the outcome of their battles. What does this indicate? It indicates that even half a step into the divine realm, Pang Wanha could already contend with an established figure like Pang Chaolin. In the face of such overwhelming strength, what uncertain factors could still exist? Everything must submit before invincible power. Pang Chaolin regained his composure and continued to leisurely blow smoke rings. The elders from Spirit Beast Mountain, although relieved that Yi Chen had killed two elders from Luojia Mountain with one punch, felt their hearts tighten upon seeing Pang Chaolin's expression. They had also heard of Pang Wanha's fearsome reputation. He was likely even more formidable than Pang Chaolin in his prime. Therefore, even though Yi Chen had killed two elders from Luojia Mountain with one punch, they still felt the situation remained unclear. True strength is invincible. Whether one-on-one, one-on-two, or even against endless foes, it is still invincible. Only Zhang Tianxian had a strange expression, unable to speak. Sigh, it's really uncomfortable. Clearly, he had already seen the outcome of the Three Mountains martial meet, yet he couldn't say a word. It was so frustrating. Yi Chen killing two elders with one punch, to him, seemed like Yi Chen was just playing with them. Pang Chaolin, just wait. The real show has just begun. Underestimating Elder Yi, your expression later will definitely be quite spectacular. On the arena, Shiyuhu could no longer focus on watching Yi Chen's battle. Facing Pang Wanha, who was half a step into the divine realm, Shiyuhu, who was only at the entry-level realm, could last 20 moves, which was already quite resilient. If an ordinary person were placed in Shiyuhu's situation, they would probably struggle to withstand even 3 moves. Pang Wanha caught a glimpse of Yi Chen killing two elders with a single punch from the corner of his eye, and a trace of malice surfaced in his gaze. It has always been me, Luojia Mountain, who kills others. How dare you, you bastard, kill my people from Luojia Mountain. This is truly infuriating. He kicked Shiyuhu back and charged directly at Yi Chen. His fierce and domineering fist erupted, aiming to smash his target to smithereens. Chapter 297, this martial art is good for sweeping the floor. Yi Chen, be careful. Shiyuhu finally reacted, realizing that Pang Wanha's kick was merely a feint. His true target was actually Yi Chen. Don't panic, Master Shi, Yi Chen said with a faint smile, still standing in place as if he hadn't seen the incoming punch at all. Pang Wanha curled his lips into a cold smile. Kid, you should worry about yourself. With this punch, you will surely die. Don't think that just because you killed those two useless fools, you have the right to compete with me. I need to tell you, that is just your pathetic illusion. Anyone who offends Luojia Mountain must confess their sins. Killing someone means paying with your life. Pang Wanha's punch was astonishing. Even before it reached him, the blue stone bricks on the ground couldn't withstand the pressure and began to shatter. The fierce and domineering gale howled like a hurricane. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept up by the gale, swirling into the sky like a frenzied dancing wind dragon. This kind of fierce wind, could it be the true transmission martial art of Luojia Mountain, the Luojia Gale style? On the stands, the master of Xuanwu Mountain, Wu Mingyi, exclaimed in astonishment. The gale sweeps the leaves, dancing like a wind dragon. This is definitely the gale style, but I never expected that this martial art, known as the most difficult in Luojia Mountain, could actually be learned by Wanha, the young master. Another elder from Xuanwu Mountain was equally shocked. Luojia Mountain is fortunate, and Brother Pang is fortunate. Wu Mingyi clasped his fists towards Pang Chaolin and laughed heartily. Pang Chaolin smiled with a hint of mockery. It's nothing. If Wanha couldn't learn it, he wouldn't have the chance to stand on this platform. Moreover, in the future, when entering the main sex relics, we might still need the support of everyone from Xuanwu Mountain. Ha, my Luojia Mountain is fortunate. Isn't that the same as Xuanwu Mountain being fortunate? Pang Chaolin appeared humble, but the pride on his face was impossible to conceal. Over here, Xuanwu Mountain and Luojia Mountain were chatting and laughing, engaged in a heated discussion. It was as if they were deliberately isolating Spirit Beast Mountain. Even when discussing the relics after the Three Mountains martial gathering, it felt as if the top 2 spots were already predetermined. They truly looked down on Spirit Beast Mountain. Zheng Tianxiong could only sneer. Keep pretending. You'll see how it goes later. Aside from these elders, many disciples below the platform were also exclaiming in amazement. Almost no one believed Yi Chen could win. Who among the disciples of the Three Mountains didn't know the reputation of Luojia Mountain's Gale style? After all, Luojia Mountain was responsible for enforcing the sex regulations, similar to a court. Could their combat martial arts not be strong? And the Gale style was the strongest among Luojia Mountain's many true transmission martial arts. It was said that no one could learn it. Countless geniuses from Luojia Mountain had tried to break this legend, but they either regrettably gave up, fell into madness, or even suffered broken meridians and died. In the end, no one succeeded. Over time, the Gale style even became dusty, but Peng Wanha had clearly broken this ironclad rule. He had mastered it, and he was very strong. The Gale sweeps the leaves, dancing like a wind dragon. This was precisely the phenomenon that occurred when the Gale style was cultivated to perfection. If he could advance further, even if Peng Wanha declared himself a martial arts master, no one would dare to oppose him. Yi Chen, however, shook his head. If this martial art were truly good, the system would have directly comprehended it. But after such a long time, there wasn't even a hint of sound in his mind. Clearly, the system looked down on this Gale style. You can use your martial arts to sweep the floor quite well. Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, Chapter 298, A Punch Breaking the Wind Dragon. What did you say? Peng Wanha's eyes widened. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that from childhood to adulthood. This is not only an insult to me personally but also an insult to the super martial art of the Falling Restraint Mountain's Gale style. I originally planned to just kill you. Now I've changed my mind. I want to crush every inch of your bones, sever every inch of your nerves, and make you howl for 3 days and nights before you die. Anger erupted in Peng Wanha's heart, and his fist became even more ferocious. The wild dancing wind dragon that rose from the ground seemed to extend 5 dragon claws, and dragon horns sprouted from its head. The might of the divine dragon. No wonder he's half a step into the divine realm. His current attack actually carries a hint of transformative power. Incredible, Peng Wanha isn't even in the divine realm yet, and he can manifest his inner strength to this level? Too terrifying, this person is too terrifying. Yi Chen actually dares to provoke him, truly seeking death. Below the arena, many disciples gasped in amazement. Those close to the arena even had to step back quickly. Because the fallen leaves stirred up by the wild dancing wind dragon were as sharp as blades, a moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Almost everyone believed that even if Yi Chen didn't die, he would be severely injured. Yet this person repeatedly provoked Peng Wanha. Yi Chen, you really enjoy courting death. I want to see how you will deal with this earth-shattering punch. Just now, you killed 2 elders of Falling Restraint Mountain with 1 punch. That was a surprise attack, and of course, your strength might also be at the entry realm. But in front of the furious Peng Wanha, a mere entry realm is truly insufficient. Didn't you see how Peng Wanha called the elders trash? In his eyes, anyone below the divine realm is truly worthless. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen raised his palm. It was still a plain and unadorned punch, without any fancy moves. A punch that arrived after the first but struck first. A punch infused with the intent of a master. A punch! On one side was the wild dancing wind dragon, swirling with a massive amount of leaves sharp as blades. On the other side was a fist with no momentum. It was as if one side was a superhuman, while the other was an utterly powerless ordinary person. There was truly no comparison. Some female disciples couldn't bear to watch and quickly covered their eyes. They seemed to have already anticipated the next scene, where Yi Chen would be pierced by the fallen leaves, riddled with holes, in a terribly tragic state. However, they were wrong. Everyone was wrong. Yi Chen's punch shattered the wild dancing wind dragon. Boom! It was as if a meteor had fallen into a lake. The latter evaporated without a trace in an instant. In the eyes of all the spectators, that ferocious and violent wind dragon, which seemed ready to crush everything in its path, actually crumbled inch by inch under Yi Chen's light punch. The fallen leaves, swept up by the gale and sharp as blades, suddenly exploded, falling like a sky full of willow catkins, completely losing their previous terrifying sharpness. But this was not the end. Yi Chen's fist, like an invincible drill, fiercely burrowed into the body of the wind dragon, and then it reached in front of Peng Wanha. Bang! The fist lightly pressed against Peng Wanha's chest. The intent of the breaking army fist and the crushing organ's fist erupted simultaneously. Bang! The latter was immediately sent flying, his eyes bulging like a dead fish's. He could feel a brutal and sinister power rampaging wildly within his abdomen. He could feel an incredibly sharp and indestructible force crashing through his meridians, directly assaulting his dantian. He could feel a vast and overwhelming suction force suddenly erupting from Yi Chen. Chapter 299, Exploding the Dantian, the Furnace Absorbing True Energy. Yi Chen's body seemed to have become a black hole, a bottomless black hole. Inside his dantian, all the internal energy surged in without any hindrance before that powerful. Pang Wanha's eyes widened, his heart bleeding, yet he couldn't utter a word or even give a glance. He had almost lost all his functions. In other words, he was like a vegetable. Yi Chen's punch shattered his internal organs, ruptured his meridians, and exploded his dantian ocean. Now, Pang Wanha was like a useless person. Feeling pure internal energy flowing into his body through the furnace absorption technique, Yi Chen's face broke into a faint smile. Once the last trace of internal energy was absorbed, he directly threw Pang Wanha's shriveled body out. This person wouldn't die, but he was no different from a dead man. Is there anyone else? Who wants to kill me? Yi Chen scanned the crowd and said lightly. All the disciples hardly dared to make a sound. The figure standing on the stage was not a human, but a devil. Not only had he shattered the Gale style with a single punch, but he had also drained Pang Wanha's internal energy. It could be said that Pang Wanha's future had been completely severed by Yi Chen. This person was too terrifying. In the stands, Zheng Tianxiong couldn't help but feel bitter. Elder Yi, with your abilities, defeating Pang Wanha should be a small matter, right? But you absolutely cannot do something that severs Pang Wanha's foundation for cultivation. Otherwise, Peng Chaolin would go berserk. Although life and death on the stage were uncertain, Peng Chaolin didn't care about that. You touched his precious son, and even if he ignored the rules, he would come down to kill you. You dare! As expected, the next moment, Peng Chaolin suddenly stood up, pointing at Yi Chen, his eyes seemingly shooting flames. His heart was bleeding. Pang Wanha was his most proud son. At 30, he was half a step into the divine realm. What talent, what qualifications! In the future, it wouldn't be difficult to break into the distant master realm. But now, this hope had been completely erased by this person. A person with a shattered dantian, let alone the divine realm, even becoming a master of internal energy would be very difficult. Yi Chen's actions were more cruel than killing him. I will kill you. Peng Chaolin was furious. Yi Chen looked at him, a cold smile on his lips. Peng Chaolin, come down. The entire arena fell silent. Did he go mad? How could he be so arrogant as to challenge Peng Chaolin? Peng Chaolin was not like Pang Wanha, who was half a step into the divine realm. He was a genuine, true divine realm expert who had cultivated in this realm for over 20 years. His strength was unquestionable. Did this Yi Chen really think that by defeating Pang Wanha, he had become the top? Was he so arrogant that he had lost his mind? Zheng Tianxiong also became anxious, shouting, life and death on the stage are uncertain. If Pang Wanha wants to kill Elder Yi's counterattack is justifiable. Peng Chaolin, you cannot violate the rules of martial artists and attack those on the stage. If you insist on this, I will contact my acquaintances in the government right now. He was anxious inside. Yi Chen absolutely could not afford to have any mishaps. If anything went wrong with Yi Chen, all his current investments, even the rise of Spirit Beast Mountain in the next 10 or 20 years, would go down the drain. On the stage, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Zhang Mountain Master, don't be anxious. Get ready to become the first in the Three Mountains martial arts competition. Peng Chaolin, you can't touch a hair on me. The light in Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Peng Chaolin was a divine realm expert. This meant that his long-stagnant physical realm could finally advance. Chapter 300, Execution 16 Styles. A killing move at first strike. Hearing that Yi Chen actually took the initiative to challenge him, Peng Chaolin laughed in anger. How arrogant! How proud! But just right, your challenge gives me a reason to kill you. Otherwise, as the Mountain Master Peng Chaolin, to actually kill martial artists over a life and death match on the arena, I would definitely be caught by the political department in the future because of this matter. What you said just now is exactly what I wanted to hear. Peng Chaolin suddenly stepped down, his figure landing on the arena like a small mountain, stirring up a wave of energy. I really don't understand. Why do you want to offend my Luojia mountain, and why do it so ruthlessly? Peng Chaolin lowered his voice, squeezing out a sentence through clenched teeth. His anger had truly reached its peak. He only had 2 sons. His younger son, Peng Wanli, was uneducated and had a rebellious character. He could manage as a beast master, but he could never hold the position of mountain master. His elder son, Peng Wanha, was originally the absolute candidate for the next mountain master. Once Peng Wanha became the mountain master, Luojia Mountain could stabilize its position over the other 2 mountains for another 20 to 30 years. But now, it was all over. Pangwan's Dantian had been destroyed, and he had no successor. It should be known that many elders within Luojia Mountain were also eyeing this mountain master position. Offend you, Luojia Mountain? Yi Chen smiled faintly. It was Luojia Mountain that offended me first. A stone in the way can either be kicked aside or crushed directly. Pang Chaolin's teeth itched with anger. Good, impressive. So in your eyes, Luojia Mountain is just a stone in the way, right? Yi Chen, you are too formidable. Do you intend to challenge the entire Luojia Mountain with just your own strength? Pang Chaolin felt as if flames of fury were about to burst from every pore. Challenge? Luojia Mountain is even worthy of me saying the word challenge? Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Having witnessed the strength of the top ancient sects, looking at the current sects was simply unbearable. If it were the former Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, Yi Chen might have to exert more effort. But Luojia Mountain was merely a branch sect of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. Good. Well said. Since that's the case, then you can die. Pang Chaolin roared and charged forward. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Do you believe that your attack can't even break through my defense? Pang Chaolin grinned wildly, twisting at his waist, his right leg whipping out like a whip. Then you can try my Luojia Mountain's 16 executions. He shouted. His right leg accelerated 3 times in midair, tearing through the air and even creating a howling wind, like the miserable wails of a condemned prisoner. The 16 executions. Pang Chaolin has indeed ignited his true fire, even bringing out such a self-destructive martial art. In the stands, Zheng Tianxian's expression was grave. Shu Yishou exclaimed in surprise, I heard that Pang Chaolin seized power from the elders to become the mountain master of Luojia Mountain using the 16 executions to kill the previous mountain master? Is it really true? Zheng Tianxian nodded with a serious face. The 16 executions was a powerful martial art on par with the Gale style. It was extremely simple to learn at the beginning, but became increasingly difficult. In the end, it even required extreme self-harm to reach the next level. Many people not only failed to break through the wall, but their bodies were also left in a state that was neither human nor ghost due to this martial art. For decades, Pang Chaolin had undoubtedly mastered the 16 executions better than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the previous mountain master on the spot. Yi Chen was in for a tough time. Chapter 301, Body Upgrade, Ming Wang's Clumsy Fire Determined. I really should have stopped Elder Yi back then. Zheng Tianxiang stood up anxiously, pacing back and forth. If anything happened to Yi Chen, it would be no less than the sky falling for him. Xue Feng and Shu Yishou also showed anxious expressions. Zheng Tianxiang knew that Yi Chen was in the divine realm, yet he was still so anxious. The two of them didn't even know Yi Chen's realm, only able to make a rough judgment, making them even more restless. In the back of their minds, a hint of resentment also arose. This Elder Yi has great talent and strong strength, but he is just too arrogant and too proud. Wu Mingyi, the mountain master of Xuanwu Mountain, also shook his head. The 16 execution techniques have all been used, and it is clear that Pang Chaolin is truly intent on killing. He fears that Yi Chen might have a chance to catch his breath and utter the words of surrender, so he plans to strike for the kill. In the Spirit Beast Mountain Disciple area, Shuiwei and Shi Yuhu are gripping their fists tightly, especially Shi Yuhu, whose heart is almost in his throat. Yi Chen, you are the pride of our Shangjing Academy, even the rising hope of Shangjing Academy. You cannot fall here. The strongest academy in Jiangnan, Haizhou Academy. The strongest academy in the entire Huagua, Yendu Academy. These are all opponents that Shangjing Academy will face next. Without you, what will we do in the future? Therefore, you absolutely cannot fall here. Not just him, many disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain think the same way. Yi Chen, with his own strength, has brought immense honor to Spirit Beast Mountain. He has made Spirit Beast Mountain the center of attention at the Spirit Beast Festival. In their eyes, Yi Chen is simply a savior. They also hope to see Yi Chen perform another miracle. In the disciple area of Luojia Mountain, Pang Wanli's cold and venomous gaze is fixed on the arena. His brother Pang Wan's Dantian has been destroyed, which means nothing to him, and he even feels a bit fortunate. He might even have a greater hope of seizing the position of Mountain Master. Yi Chen, I actually want to thank you a bit, but I still want to see you die in the arena. Hurry up and die. The sooner you die, the more comfortable I feel. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen faces a leg capable of shattering steel, yet he does not flinch or dodge, standing with his hands at his sides. On his face, there is even a faint cold smile. Bang! This leg, capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, strikes hard against Yi Chen's chest. The collision even produces the sound of metal clashing. Pang Chaolin feels as if he has kicked a steel plate. No, not a steel plate, but a towering mountain. The recoil from the impact leaves his body unable to recover for a long time. His eyes are filled with shock. What kind of monster is this kid in front of him? He took a kick from a master in the Transcendence realm head-on, and not even a piece of clothing was damaged. Yi Chen smirks. Is this the power of the Transcendence realm? It seems a bit too weak. The slight force that entered his body is dissipated by his muscles and bones in no time. This pain is even less than when he took a punch from that expert next to Tang Xianer in the Shangjing Academy gymnasium. Yi Chen, however, has forgotten. During this time, he has been consuming nearly 100 pounds of spirit beast bone powder every day. His physical strength has already reached 45,000 kilograms, while a typical expert in the Transcendence realm usually only has 20,000 kilograms. Even those who have deliberately trained their bodies would only reach a maximum of 30,000. How could there be a freak like Yi Chen, directly enhanced to over 40,000 kilograms? The host endures the attack of a master in the Transcendence realm, indestructible body upgrades to Ming Wang's stupid fire seal, automatically reaching max level. Chapter 302, Luojiao Mountain. A new mountain master must be chosen. Ming Wang's stupid fire seal, immovable Ming Wang, immortal rainbow body. Max level effect, increases strength by 5,000 kilograms, completely ignores attacks from opponents in the Transcendence realm and below. After the host defends against an enemy's attack, half of the damage is reflected back, and the opponent is inflicted with severe poison. Yi Chen's eyes shine with brilliance. Kid, this is just the first move. Next comes my Luojiao Mountain's execution techniques, a torrent of attacks like mercury spilling on the ground. Peng Chaolin laughs maniacally and charges forward again. Fingers, claws, palms, fists, elbows, knees, legs. Every part of his body becomes a weapon. In an instant, a violent gale sweeps out, enveloping Yi Chen's vital points. Even though Peng Chaolin is a master in the Transcendence realm, using the execution techniques from start to finish will severely deplete his energy. Even if he wins, he will need to rest for over a month to fully recover. However, in his view, it was very worthwhile. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Chen killed 2 elders and crippled Peng Wanhe's Dantian. This was a huge loss of face for Luojiao Mountain. If not properly resolved, people from the other 2 mountains would surely gossip behind their backs, saying Luojiao Mountain was incompetent. Therefore, even though Peng Chaolin was injured, he had to use the most ruthless and brutal methods to crush Yi Chen to dust. He wanted Yi Chen's death to be a spectacle for all to see. Only in this way could he completely wash away the previous humiliation. Peng Chaolin let out a breath, a hint of a satisfied smile on his lips. It had been a long time since he had used the 16 styles of execution, and unexpectedly, he had made some progress this time. Yi Chen, I really don't know whether to thank you or to hate you. Hiss. Yi Chen, amidst the storm of the 16 styles of execution, is actually unscathed. How terrifying, just how strong is Yi Chen's physical body? The many disciples below the arena gasped in astonishment. Peng Chaolin's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart sank. Looking up, he saw that Yi Chen really was unscathed. Puff! He clutched his chest and suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood was mixed with a wine-red color, emitting a foul smell. I'm poisoned? Peng Chaolin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When did he get poisoned? Could it be that Yi Chen poisoned him? Impossible. How could he be poisoned? Peng Chaolin, I told you, you can't break through my physical defense. Not only that, but I will also return all your attacks. Yi Chen sneered, striding out of the storm of the 16 styles of execution. With each step he took towards Peng Chaolin, it felt as if a giant hammer was smashing down on his chest. At first, it was only 5,000 kilograms, then 10,000 kilograms. Eventually, it felt as heavy as a small mountain, as if it carried a force of 10,000 Jun. Bang! As Yi Chen landed on the 9th step, Peng Chaolin could no longer bear it. His robust body was struck by an invisible force. In front of everyone, he was sent flying. In midair, his chest caved in. Ribs broke, his chest cavity collapsed, and he bled profusely inside. Die! Yi Chen stomped down fiercely. It was as if an indescribable invisible force erupted. Peng Chaolin's eyes bulged like a goldfish, and he roared with all his might, I refuse to accept this. Then his meridians burst, and he died. The entire arena fell silent. Streams of internal energy dispersed, frantically being absorbed by the furnace's true absorption technique. Luojiao Mountain needs to choose a new mountain master. Yi Chen felt countless internal energies pouring in, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 303, the first of the 3 mountains martial arts competition. Checking the harvest, Yi Chen's words, bolstered by internal energy, spread throughout the entire martial arts plaza. But no one could utter a word. It was too shocking. So shocking that the entire place fell silent, everyone afraid to be the one to break the stillness and attract his killing intent. The person standing on the arena was too terrifying, too fearsome. He was not human, he was a devil. The 16 styles of execution used by a transcendent realm expert were completely ignored. In the end, he even used what seemed to be an invisible attack to directly kill Peng Chaolin. What they didn't know was that Peng Chaolin had already suffered some internal injuries to use the 16 styles of execution. Coupled with the backlash damage from the Ming Wang's crude fire and the additional effects of the fierce poison, this once invincible mountain master of Luojia Mountain fell so easily. If it had been another transcendent realm expert, they wouldn't have died so quickly. After a long while, Zhang Tianxiong suddenly stood up and shouted, "Elder Yi has won! Elder Yi has won!" The entire Spirit Beast Mountain erupted in cheers, all disciples and elders embracing and weeping. Yi Chen was too powerful, too amazing. He actually accomplished what everyone wanted to do but couldn't. Peng Chaolin, as the Mountain Lord, had always relied on the strength of Luojia Mountain to act as he pleased. Such a person was hated not only by the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain but even by some disciples of Xuanwu Mountain who would gladly kill him. Now that this person is dead, it has brought a wave of tranquility to the three mountains. At this moment, Wu Mingyi, the Mountain Lord of Xuanwu Mountain, also stood up and bowed to Yi Chen from a distance, saying, "Elder Yi's strength is rare in the world. Xuanwu Mountain will forfeit the upcoming competition." Wu Mingyi took a deep breath and left with a flick of his sleeve. With Peng Chaolin's fall, there was almost no need for the martial arts competition among the three mountains to continue. Xuanwu Mountain was even inferior to Luojia Mountain. Would they really want to repeat the same mistakes? Ha ha ha. Brother Wu, remember to come to the ruins in 10 days. We can't let such a great benefit go to waste for Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Tianxiong laughed heartily. Wu Mingyi coldly replied, "I will." Humph. Xuanwu Mountain quickly departed, and Luojia Mountain also left in a chaotic manner. Peng Chaolin was dead, but Luojia Mountain was not lacking in strong and ambitious individuals. They were now going to fight fiercely for the position of Mountain Lord. The martial arts competition among the three mountains ultimately concluded with Spirit Beast Mountain taking first place. The entire Spirit Beast Mountain fell into a complete frenzy. The banquet lasted from morning till night, with drunken disciples and elders everywhere. They were so happy, so invigorated. This was the first time in many years that Spirit Beast Mountain had qualified to enter the ruins. Moreover, they had directly secured first place. How could anyone not be happy, not be excited? Some enthusiastic female disciples even wanted to sneak into Yi Chen's guest room, but after being taught a lesson a few times, they learned their lesson and no longer disturbed this elder who preferred peace and quiet. Yi Chen was able to settle down and review the gains from this time. There were 2 ancient books in total, and the treasure light on them was no less than that of the furnace-absorbing true energy technique. Host reads record of 8-9 mysterious pills, ancient alchemy, upgraded to 8-9 mysterious pill technique, automatically maxed out. Host reads 5 elements spiritual essence classic, comprehending 5 elements spiritual essence secret method, automatically maxed out. The 8-9 mysterious pill technique was easy to understand. It referred to yellow and mysterious grade pills, with 72 types of ancient yellow pills all engraved in Yi Chen's mind. However, the 5 elements spiritual essence secret method made Yi Chen's eyes light up. This 5 elements spiritual essence secret method recorded a way to improve the purity of one's spiritual root by consuming 5 elements spiritual essence. Through this secret method, one could elevate their spiritual root to a more compatible state with spiritual energy. Spiritual essence. Originally, the enhancement from spiritual energy compatibility to spiritual root had greatly increased Yi Chen's internal energy accumulation speed. Now, if he could further upgrade from spiritual root to spiritual essence, the accumulation speed of internal energy would definitely explode again. 5 elements spiritual essence. If I remember correctly, Xuanwu Mountain is known for its rich mineral resources nearby. Besides Xuanwu Mountain, Tianya Hage's sword forging ability is unmatched in Huagua. They might also have spiritual essence. Yi Chen thought for a moment, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 10 days quickly passed, and the day to enter the ruins of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect arrived. The ruins were located in the southernmost part of Hanzhou, with Haizhou and Yuzhou further south. On Spirit Beast Mountain's side, after much discussion, Zhang Tianxiong decided to bring Xuefeng, Xu Yishao, and Shi Yuhu along. These few were among the top combat powers of Spirit Beast Mountain, and it was clear that Zhang Tianxiong was determined to make a big haul in the ruins. Just thinking about Yi Chen practicing the orthodox martial arts of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect made Zhang Tianxiong feel a surge of excitement. Yi Chen was simply a lucky star sent by heaven for Spirit Beast Mountain. Soon, the people from Xuanwu Mountain also arrived. Zhang Tianxiong immediately spotted Wu Mingyi, surrounded by a crowd, and a young man beside him with a face full of arrogance. Seeing Wu Mingyi's expression, he seemed to hold a great deal of respect for the young man. "Oh, what's going on, Brother Wu? Who is this young man?" Could he be your trump card? Zhang Tianxiong laughed heartily. Wu Mingyi raised the corner of his mouth. Brother Zhang, I won't keep you guessing any longer. This is the true heir of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect that I've been searching for years on Xuanwu Mountain. Zhang Tianxi. His ancestor, who is also the founding ancestor of our three mountains, is Zhang Longhu of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. As soon as he said this, Zhang Tianxiong's heart sank. This is bad. Where did Wu Mingyi find this person? Wasn't the Zhang bloodline already severed? Even worse, Xuanwu Mountain had clearly found this Zhang Tianxi long ago but had kept it under wraps, even rallying behind Luojia Mountain. Wu Mingyi's intention was simple, he wanted to leverage Zhang Tianxi to make a fortune within the ruins. After all, it was precisely because Luojia Mountain had obtained a wealth of texts and resources within the ruins that it became the largest power among the three mountains. Shui Feng looked uncertain. Mountain Master, this person can't be a fake, right? Zhang Tianxiong shook his head. That old fox Wu Mingyi must have checked many times. He wouldn't bring a fake to fool us. Many places within the ruins require orthodox martial arts to unlock, and as a descendant of the Zhang family, their bloodline can open many secret doors. This time, I just hope we don't return empty-handed. There was something Zhang Tianxiong didn't dare to say. The Zhang bloodline could slightly influence the remaining mechanisms and formations within the ruins. For an ancient sect like the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, even minor formations could easily kill masters at the entry level. Oh, I forgot to tell you, besides being a descendant of the Zhang family, Tianxi is also a prized disciple of the renowned martial artist Ning Tongxian from the Han River. I heard that your elder Yichen seems to have some grievances with Ning Tongxian. I hope this can be resolved within the ruins. Ha! Wu Mingyi chuckled lightly. Chapter 305, Ning Tongxian is trash, water and fire spirit essence. Yichen squinted his eyes. Who is Ning Tongxian? He said. The proud Zhang Tianxi couldn't help but frown. Master Ning was previously entrusted by the Lingyan Pavilion of the Great Tang in Yendu to restore the Lingyan Steppe in exchange for the Master's Fist intent. The Master's Fist intent is very important to Master Ning. The following words need not be said. The Great Tang's Lingyan Pavilion discovered that Yi Chen's execution of the ethereal Lingyan Steppe not only perfectly restored it but even innovated and improved upon it. They immediately decided to give the Master's Fist intent to Yi Chen as a reward for restoring the Lingyan Steppe. Naturally, Ning Tongxian was left out. Your master doesn't think highly of you, he believes you must have deceived the Great Tang's Lingyan Pavilion. In this world, there are almost no martial arts above the 9th rank, you cannot possibly perfect it. Zhang Tianxi said coldly. Yi Chen gently shook his head and smiled. Then your master is trash. If he can't even restore a mere 9th rank martial art, what use is he? He was speaking the truth. To him, restoring a 9th rank martial art was as simple as eating and drinking. Even the system now looked down on 9th rank martial arts. It required Xianhuang martial arts to even slightly pique its interest. Ning Tongxian was revered as a martial arts master, yet he couldn't even restore a 9th rank martial art. Wasn't that trash? But as soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room immediately shifted. Zhang Tianxiong and his group were shocked. Elder Yu is truly bold, he dared to say anything. Ning Tongxian was the most famous martial arts master in the Han River, ranking high in the entire Hanzhou. If one were to compare, Ning Tongxian and Feng Shanhe could be considered figures of the same level. Of course, after Yi Chen's guidance, Feng Shanhe's true strength had long since surpassed Ning Tongxian. Wu Mingyi first found it hard to believe, then sneered. This kid is still as arrogant as ever. I admit, you managed to kill Peng Chaolin, perhaps your strength is indeed formidable. But martial arts and strength are not necessarily linked. Martial arts emphasize talent and comprehension. Ning Tongxian became a master of martial arts at the age of 50 precisely because of his unparalleled understanding of martial arts. Zhang Tianxi was slightly taken aback, then his face turned icy. What did you say? You dare to disrespect Master Ning? Yi Chen crossed his arms and sneered, disrespect? It's you who is being disrespectful by speaking to me like this. Someone who can't even restore a 9th level martial art, what else could they be but trash? Zhang Tianxi took a deep breath. I hope you can still say such things in front of me after you enter the ruins. Master Wu, let's go. Wu Mingyi laughed heartily. No rush, Tianxi. Brother Zhang, according to the rules, shouldn't we place a bet? Oh, I forgot. This is the first exploration of the ruins by Spirit Beast Mountain, so you might not know the rules. It's very simple. At the end, we tally the resources obtained. Whoever has more resources wins. This year, I have prepared a great prize. After saying this, Wu Mingyi took out 2 fist-sized crystal ores. One was as red as fire, radiating high temperatures. The other was as cold as ice, with a visible icy blue aura in the air. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This is clearly fire spirit essence and water spirit essence. He was just worried about not getting any, And Wu Mingyi actually took them out as a bet? Zheng Tianxiong looked slightly hesitant. The opponent had descendants of the Zheng family, and their own advantages had been completely lost. Logically speaking, this bet was bound to fail. Just as he was about to refuse, Yi Chen suddenly said, "If you can take out a few more pieces of spirit essence, I can reluctantly accept this bet." Chapter 306 Yi Chen's bet, "Can't swallow it all, Elder Yi. You can't agree to this." Zheng Tianxiong was shocked. Although spirit essence is precious, Spirit Beast Mountain is clearly no match for Xuanwu Mountain. In such a losing situation, to put out treasures as valuable as spirit essence is no less than a severe blow to Spirit Beast Mountain. Ha ha ha, take out a few more pieces of spirit essence? Yi Chen, your appetite is really big. Wu Mingyi suddenly took out 2 more pieces of water and fire spirit essence, but fortunately, I was prepared. Is this bait rich enough? A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Brother Zhang, I wonder if Yi Chen's words can represent your intentions? He paused and continued. Instinct told Zheng Tianxiong that he absolutely could not agree. Yi Chen must have lost his mind, being so greedy for profit. But Yi Chen's eyes were filled with confidence. No, it wasn't even confidence. He treated the water and fire spirit essence as if they were within easy reach, as if Zhang Tianxi's existence was nothing but air. Where did this young man get his confidence? I know you have practiced the orthodox techniques of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect, but even so, you cannot compare to Zhang Tianxi, a descendant of the Zhang family. Master Zhang, are you willing to trust me? Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Xuefeng, Zhu Yixiao, Principal Shi, do you all trust me? He continued. Zheng Tianxiong took a deep breath, and Xuefeng and the others also inhaled deeply. The value of 4 pieces of spirit essence could even match that of 2 9th-level spirit beasts. If they lost, all the victories Spirit Beast Mountain achieved in the Spirit Beast Festival and the 3 mountains martial arts would turn to ashes. In the end, Zheng Tianxiong made a decision that he himself found crazy. To trust him. What Elder Yi said can fully represent my intentions. We at Spirit Beast Mountain accept this bet. As a bet equivalent to the 4 pieces of spirit essence, Zheng Tianxiong's forehead was covered in fine sweat, just about to hesitate over what to use as a bet. Yi Chen suddenly spoke, I'll provide this bet myself. He casually took out a dozen ancient books from the Mustard Seed Treasure Talisman, and also pulled out a pile of 7th and 8th grade spiritual tools and elixirs. In the end, he even included the little black one with a face full of resentment in the bet. 15 ancient books, 4 7th grade spiritual tools, 2 8th grade spiritual tools, and 2 bottles of 6th grade elixirs, plus a 9th grade spiritual beast. So those 4 pieces of spiritual essence you have are definitely not enough, add something else. Yi Chen chuckled while holding the little black one. Wu Mingyi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Not only the people from Xuanwu Mountain, but the elders from Spirit Beast Mountain were also wide-eyed. Elder Yi, what exactly is your background? You must be the heir cultivated by a great family, right? You're just out here in Huagua for training, aren't you? Who the hell can casually pull out so many treasures? And that must be a mustard seed treasure. That's something countless artifact masters dream of. Zhang Tianxi suddenly turned his gaze over. I want that mustard seed treasure talisman. Wu Mountain Master, agree to him. Wu Mingyi's eye muscles twitched a bit. Damn, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. The opponent's bet is too big. I actually can't swallow it. In the end, the group from Xuanwu Mountain dug into their pockets and pulled out everything they could use. Wu Mingyi even promised the ownership of a salt jade mine at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain, which had just been discovered and not yet developed. But deep within, there must be the presence of Earth's spiritual essence. When calculated, it barely matched the value of what Yi Chen had put forth. Chapter 307, The Exploration of the Ruins officially begins. Even as the leader of a sect, Wu Mingyi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This is definitely a terrifying gamble. Whether in terms of the quantity or value of the stakes, it is the greatest of his life. But fortunately, victory has been on his side from the very beginning. Although he didn't know where this kid Yi Chen got his courage, or if he was really out of his mind to dare to gamble, but Zhang Tianxi, this descendant of the Zhang clan, is indeed genuine. To verify the authenticity of Zhang Tianxi's bloodline, Wu Mingyi had previously taken him secretly into some small ruins of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. The results proved that he could indeed open many secret doors. Just from that small ruins harvest, Xuanwu Mountain made a fortune. This time, with Peng Chaolin dying on the spot and Luojia Mountain unable to participate in the exploration of the ruins, it is a great opportunity for Xuanwu Mountain to rise. The existence of Zhang Tianxi is for this ruin. Yi Chen, I really don't know if I should thank you. You painstakingly killed Peng Chaolin in front of everyone, preventing Luojia Mountain from participating in the exploration. but in reality, you've made a wedding dress for Xuanwu Mountain. Wu Mingyi felt his long-suppressed ambition and the ambition that Peng Chaolin had repressed for many years reigniting. This may be the path to the rise and revival of the long-standing second-rate Xuanwu Mountain. Zhang Longhu, rest assured. Wu Mingyi, will definitely inherit your legacy and spread the power of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect to every corner of Huagua and even the world. Alright, the Gate of the Ruins needs us to open it simultaneously, stop daydreaming over there. Zheng Tianxiang snorted coldly. Wu Mingyi's old face turned slightly red, but he wasn't embarrassed and strode over. The two mountain masters took out the long-preserved keys to the ruins and inserted them into the lock of the gate. Although it was called a key, it was actually made of granite, thicker and longer than an adult's arm. Moreover, in Yi Chen's eyes, this was by no means an ordinary object. This thing could actually be considered a 5th or 6th grade spiritual tool. Its function, however, was merely to open the formation. The host observes a part of the protective formation of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect and comprehends, Mountain Gate formation, automatically reaching full level. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. It's actually a part of a super large formation? This is interesting. Buzz. The massive, cold stone door thunderously swung open, releasing the air that had been stagnant for over a decade. The ancient first-rate sect's ruins once again opened its dark maw. Let's go! Zheng Tianxiang and Wu Mingyi waved their hands, and the elders from both mountains followed suit. The exploration of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect's ruins officially began. This ancient sect felt entirely different from the undying Puppet sect. Even after more than a decade of no one stepping inside, the ruins remained spotless and brightly lit. The architectural style was grand and dignified, with a hint of wildness and ruggedness. The roads were lined with colorful murals that narrated the story of the founding ancestor Zhang Longhu establishing the sect, as well as the struggles between the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect and the evil sects. The host watches the major events of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, high-level seeking antiquities, upgrades the branch skill, chronicles of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect, automatically reaching max level. Soon, the system automatically filled in, and the over 500 years of history of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect flooded into Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen suddenly stood still, staring at the mural with vacant eyes. Zhang Tianxi caught sight of him and couldn't help but smirk coldly. How pathetic, the mural only contains a trace of array power, and everyone else can withstand it, yet you can't. Chapter 308, Refining the Thunderpool, easily passing through. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Indeed. Yi Chen's eyes were truly vacant, clearly stunned by the array power of the mural. Wu Mingyi sneered even more. He never expected this person to be so weak aside from his strength. Such a feeble trace of array power could actually confuse him. His evaluation of Yi Chen dropped a few notches. Just a slightly stronger brute, with no accomplishments in other areas. Zheng Tianxiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Elder Yi, what's going on? This shouldn't be the case. To put it bluntly, I'm an idiot when it comes to arrays, but I can withstand the array's confusing power here. Elder Yi, I heard you are someone even Feng Shanhao respects. How could you be fooled by such a small trick? Huff. After a moment, Yi Chen let out a breath. Over 500 years of history was too much and too complicated, even he was momentarily stunned for 5 or 6 seconds. Yi Chen, you talk a good game, but I really didn't expect you to be so incapable. You can't even withstand the last trace of array power refined by time within the mural. You're too weak, completely unqualified to be my opponent. That mustard seed treasure talisman, I'm going to claim it. Zheng Tianxi sneered. Yi Chen smiled faintly, too lazy to respond to him. The only reason this person caught Wu Mingyi's attention was because of the Zhang bloodline he carried. Once used, he could be discarded, and it was pitiful that he was unaware of it. If it weren't for Zhang Tianxi's identity as a disciple of Ning Tongxian, he would have no rights at all and would simply be cultivated by Wu Mingyi as a doorkeeper. What I see is not the mural, but the rise and fall of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect over 500 years. Yi Chen said calmly. His gaze towards the mural held a hint of desolation. It was as if he had walked out from the mural, a figure from hundreds of years ago. Everyone present was stunned by this aura. Zhang Tianxi shook his head vigorously, putting on airs. Right ahead is the refining thunder pool, let's see how you pass through. Yi Chen smiled slightly. The refining thunder pool, huh? After hundreds of years of changes, the power of this thunder pool was no longer comparable to the past. However, it still posed a significant threat to masters at the entry level. But for Yi Chen, it was excellent nourishment for his heavenly thunder sound technique. Eating artificial electricity from batteries all day is getting a bit tiresome. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the refining thunder pool. Soon, the group arrived in front of the thunder pool. This was a true thunder pool. The lake was as large as a pond, but what flowed within was not lake water, but blue and white plasma. On the surface of the pool, occasionally a few thunder snakes and electric fish would leap out, creating ripples. Indeed, they were real thunder snakes and electric fish, cultivated by the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect and raised in the thunder pool, having adapted to it over hundreds of years. Besides the plasma that seeped into the marrow and paralyzed the body, these electric creatures were also obstacles to their passage. Next to the thunder pool stood a giant monument inscribed with 7 words, "Do not step over the thunder pool." This warned that those who were not from the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect should not cross the thunder pool, or they would be killed. Crossing the thunder pool was where the true sect of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect lay. Zheng Tianxiong frowned deeply. He had never been to the ruins and was completely at a loss facing the thunder pool. Wu Mingyi, however, laughed heartily. "Tianci, let's go." Zhang Tianci nodded, biting his index finger to let a drop of blood fall. Chapter 309, Strolling Through the Thunder Pool, Swallowing the Blood of Snakes and Fish. The thunder pool immediately stopped churning, and the plasma parted on its own, revealing steps beneath. The thunder snakes and electric fish also lay still, each one crouching at the bottom of the pool, afraid to move. Zhang Tianci led the way, and the group from Xuanwu Mountain passed through without any obstacles. "Ha ha ha, we'll go ahead. I hope to see you again." Wu Mingyi laughed heartily, waving his hand vigorously. The thunder pool churned once more. Zhang Tianci sneered, "Don't let them come over." As soon as he said this, the thunder snakes and electric fish at the bottom of the pool seemed to understand, leaping out of the water, their little eyes fixed on Yi Chen and his group. It seemed they had no intention of letting them pass easily. Zheng Tianxiong's face turned extremely ugly. This person is ruthless. Everyone is in a competitive relationship. It's one thing not to clear the way, but to create obstacles for us? Zheng Tianxiong looked at the thunder pool, frowning deeply. How are we supposed to get through? It is indeed possible to wade through, but it would inevitably consume a large amount of internal energy, and they had no idea what other obstacles awaited them ahead. Starting off by consuming too much internal energy was very unwise. Elder Yi. No! Chu Yixiao suddenly exclaimed. Zheng Tianxiong looked up sharply. He saw Yi Chen walking straight towards the thunder pool. Shi Yuhu's eyes immediately turned red, and he rushed out to grab Yi Chen. "You can't go in. Let's think of a way together." Yi Chen turned back and smiled lightly. "Did we not agree from the beginning? You have to trust me." These 4 words seemed to have a magical power, and Shi Yuhu involuntarily released his grip. Under the watchful eyes of 4 pairs of burning gazes, Yi Chen strode into the thunder pool. Xiao Hei simply lay down to nap, believing that his master was omnipotent and that there was no need to worry at all. As Yi Chen stepped down, it was as if oil had been poured into boiling water, stirring up countless thunder snakes and electric fish. At the same time, the plasma surged, all pressing towards Yi Chen. "The more that come, the better." Yi Chen laughed heartily, directly channeling the heavenly thunder sound technique to its maximum. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly emerged. At first, it was very muffled, but later it sounded like an explosion. Thunder on the ground. The silvery white plasma surged up 3 to 5 meters high, completely enveloping Yi Chen. Countless thunder snakes and electric fish coiled around him, trying to tear him apart and devour him. But a hint of pleasure appeared on Yi Chen's face, because endless internal energy was rushing into his dantian through his pores, transformed by the heavenly thunder sound technique. That mountain of internal energy was rising at a frenzied speed. This astonishing speed would even make Zhang Longhu, the founder of the Dragon Tiger creation method, drop his jaw in shock if he were here, because no one had ever been able to achieve this step. In the 500 years of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect's history, there had never been anyone like this. Throughout history, there had never been. Not enough, not enough. Yi Chen laughed heartily, grabbing a lightning snake in front of him and pulling it hard. Blue and white glowing blood flowed from its body, rushing into Yi Chen's mouth. This was the blood of a lightning electric fish that had grown for hundreds of years, rich in thunder spiritual energy after undergoing plasma baptism. For Yi Chen, who possessed the heavenly thunder sound technique, it was an extraordinary tonic. Zheng Tianxiong and the other 3 by the thunder pool were dumbfounded. Strolling through the plasma thunder pool, swallowing lightning electric fish whole. "Are you even human?" "Woof woof." Little Black barked excitedly. "Can't forget you." Yi Chen laughed, tossing a fat electric fish over. Chapter 310, Cleaned Out, Achieving the Great Completion of the Godly Realm. The electric fish was over a meter long, still crackling with electricity. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and even when thrown onto the shore, it continued to bounce, its vitality incredibly tenacious. The splashed plasma hit Chu Yixiao, who immediately showed a pained expression and quickly stepped back. "What the hell, is this even a normal creature?" But upon reflection, this was the greatest proof of how the environment affects individuals. The spiritual energy was merely a catalyst. Yet clearly, this electric fish was exceptionally fierce, and the plasma even caused Chu Yixiao, who was at the Ascendant Realm, to show signs of pain. Yi Chen, however, was still laughing heartily in the thunder pool, clearly demonstrating his formidable strength. Beside him, Little Black devoured the electric fish in a few bites, leaving no bones behind. After finishing, it let out a charged belch. Zheng Tianxiong fell silent. This person was no ordinary person. Even the dog was no ordinary dog. Wait, why do I feel the water level is dropping? Xue Fenglu raised an eyebrow and exclaimed softly. Xu Yixiao and Shi Yuhu were momentarily stunned. It was true. The water level had actually dropped by 2 or 3 centimeters. This thunder pool couldn't possibly have a valve. The only explanation was, Yi Chen was absorbing the plasma. Now Zheng Tianxiong and the others were even more shocked. No wonder Yi Chen looked so confident. It turned out he could even devour plasma. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Yi must have cultivated a technique related to lightning. By absorbing the plasma, he can convert it into internal energy. Zheng Tianxiong suddenly recalled what he had seen that day at the South City Welfare Institute. When Yi Chen broke through to the godly realm, 7 types of power appeared within the 100-meter cloud. One of them was lightning. Yi Chen truly was a divine being. Come to me, all of you. The heavenly thunder sound technique operated faster and faster, its conversion speed almost comparable to a supermotor. The plasma near Yi Chen vanished in an instant. The lightning electric fish all felt a sense of fear and planned to escape. But Yi Chen had no intention of giving them that chance. Just in time to test this heavenly thunder sound, he grinned widely, suddenly opening his mouth and producing a sharp, loud syllable. Xie! A massive sound wave swept across the entire thunder pool. The lightning electric fish seemed to be struck in the head by a colossal hammer, all stopping their movements and remaining in place. Even the 4 on the shore felt a blankness in their minds, filled with dread. Heavenly thunder sound. This is the true transmission technique of the ancient sect, Tongtian Temple. Zheng Tianxiong was shocked in his heart. Who exactly was Yi Chen? He knew the orthodox techniques of the Beast King sect. He also knew the true transmission techniques of Tongtian Temple. Was there anything in this world that he couldn't, wouldn't, or didn't know? At first, the speed of the thunder pool's descent was slow, but later, it dropped at a visibly rapid pace. 3 minutes later, the thunder pool that had accumulated for over 500 years was empty. At this moment, everyone finally saw that the bottom of the thunder pool was a massive formation. This formation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously converting it into plasma, which formed the vast thunder pool. Of course, after being absorbed by Yi Chen, it wouldn't take less than 200 or 300 years to form again. Yi Chen let out a satisfied burp and turned back with a smile. Let's go, everyone. There are more treasures waiting for us ahead. In his eyes, a strange light flickered. After consuming the entire plasma of the thunder pool, he directly entered the state of enlightenment, skipping the minor achievements and arriving at the major completion. It is known that normally, entering the state of enlightenment requires nearly 10 years of hard training to reach major completion. Chapter 311, Outer Sect Disciples Body Refinement Area, Rock Puppets. Before leaving, Yi Chen casually glanced at the formation at the bottom of the pool. Host has observed a part of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King Sect's grand formation, comprehending the Thunder Pool formation, automatically reaching max level. Zheng Tianxiong and the others were stunned for a moment before catching up. No matter who it was, a hint of reverence appeared in their eyes. It was truly impressive. For the Spirit Beast Mountain to befriend Yi Chen was indeed a blessing earned from a past life. Soon, Yi Chen and his group caught up with the people from Xuanwu Mountain ahead. They were standing in front of a vast ruin, and everyone, including Zhang Tianxi, looked at a loss. How did they cross the thunder pool so quickly? Wu Mingyi widened his eyes in disbelief, and it doesn't seem like they used any internal energy excessively. Zhang Tianxi's expression immediately darkened. Although Wu Mingyi didn't blame him, he couldn't maintain his composure. The failure to stop the people from Spirit Beast Mountain was entirely his responsibility. How did you get over here? With the Thunder Serpent electric fish and a pool of plasma, how could you have crossed so quickly? Zhang Tianxi said coldly. Zheng Tianxiong laughed heartily. Of course, we walked over. What, don't you believe it? Zhang Tianxi snorted coldly. Who would believe you? Besides me, Zhang Tianxi, who has the Zhang family bloodline to open the Thunder Pool passage, who else could have walked over so openly? Those guys from Spirit Beast Mountain must have used some unknown trump card. In that case, Brother Zhang, we happen to be tired, so you all go ahead, Wu Mingyi said with a sudden loud laugh. Zheng Tianxiong was taken aback. Are you really that kind-hearted? Letting Spirit Beast Mountain go first? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That area of broken walls and ruins was not safe. According to the records on the murals, this was a place for outer sect disciples to refine their bodies. The rock puppets originally set up for body refinement had gradually transformed into monstrous beings after years of spiritual energy cultivation. They would attack any living beings that passed by. The Zhang family bloodline wouldn't help here. Wu Mingyi deliberately said such things to make Spirit Beast Mountain clear the way for him. Zheng Tianxiong sneered, Wu Mingyi, do I not know your character? It must be very dangerous ahead. You want us to clear the path for you? No way. Wu Mingyi laughed heartily and simply sat down. But I can wait. With Tianxi here, what secret doors can't be opened? What treasures can't be obtained? I don't care about this little loss. On the contrary, if you Spirit Beast Mountain gets surpassed by my Xuanwu Mountain, it will be step by step. The bet we made at the beginning will only get bigger. Wu Mingyi's face was full of pride. Zheng Tianxiong couldn't help but grit his teeth after hearing this. Yes, this is not a trick, but an open scheme. But even so, they couldn't rashly enter that ruin. The dangers within the relics were extraordinary. Who knows what terrifying monsters might jump out and take someone out in an instant. He was still pondering how to quickly pass through this ruin. Yi Chen, however, was already striding towards the ruins. Shi Yuhu's eyes widened, wanting to say something but unable to. Because in his heart, there was a thought so crazy that he couldn't even believe it himself. Yi Chen. Surely he has a way again, right? Wu Mingyi, seeing this, couldn't help but reveal a cold smile of triumph. Yes. It should be like this. For that astonishing bet, you have to clear the way for my Xuanwu Mountain. This is a perfectly legitimate open scheme. Yi Chen stepped into the ruins, and suddenly, from the shadow on his left, a rock puppet over 2 meters tall jumped out, its eyes flashing with a red light, ready to smash down with a punch. The aura emanating from it was no less than that of an ordinary Ascendant Realm expert. Chapter 312, Carving Arrays Out of Thin Air, entering the ruins. But this was not the end. Because at the same time the rock puppet appeared, rock puppets emerged from all directions, from the shadows and corners of the ruins. A total of 7. It was almost equivalent to being besieged by 7 Ascendant Realm experts. Moreover, in some respects, they were stronger than ordinary Ascendant Realm beings. They felt no pain, feared nothing, and had no sense of dread. Being surrounded by such terrifying entities was the most troublesome thing. Xian Wushan, who was watching this scene coldly, couldn't help but sneer. Zheng Tianxiong and a few others were even more anxious. Yi Chen, Elder Yi, you must not get into trouble. 7 rock puppets over 2 meters tall charged at once, their eyes flashing with red light, driven by a single thought. That was to kill all living beings that crossed their path. Faced with such an attack, Yi Chen did not dodge or evade, standing with his hands behind his back, neither sad nor happy. His eyes were fixed on the lines of spiritual energy surrounding the rock puppets. The records in the mural were correct. These rock puppets moved according to an array. If he could learn this array, it could be used to guard the South City Welfare Institute. In an instant, the giant hand of the rock puppet was about to reach him. At the same time, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. The host observes the array of the rock puppet and comprehends the Yi puppet array, automatically reaching full mastery. Puppet array, an array formed by spiritual energy lines, allowing earth, wood, metal, and stone to become puppets. Full mastery effect. Can use spiritual objects of level 7 and above to construct puppets below the divine realm. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, his 10 fingers suddenly extending forward, using internal energy to carve the spiritual energy lines out of thin air. Buzz buzz buzz. Over 10,000 spiritual energy lines densely packed together, but under Yi Chen's 10 fingers, they quickly took shape. The moment they formed, the spiritual energy erupted. An invisible wave swept through the air. The 7 rock puppets suddenly froze. Wu Mingyi's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Why did they suddenly stop? Master Zhang, keep up. Yi Chen waved his hand while walking deeper into the ruins. Zheng Tianxiong was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of surprise, quickly leading Xuefeng and the others to follow. Elder Yi is indeed formidable. No wonder he is so confident and composed. It turns out he was well prepared. In an instant, Zheng Tianxiong and the others held Yi Chen in even higher regard. They were not foolish. They immediately recognized that Yi Chen had just drawn a very special array. This was what had trapped the rock puppets in place. Wu Mingyi suddenly burst into laughter, loudly saying, "Thank you, Elder Yi, for clearing the way. Everyone from Xian Wushan, keep up. Even if we leave the ruins, I will never forget your kindness in clearing the path." Ha! The people of Xian Wushan laughed proudly. Zheng Tianxiong became anxious. "You bunch of bastards are so lowly. Elder Yi, what should we do?" he hurriedly asked. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, "No rush. I haven't completely destroyed those rock puppets. As long as I disperse the array, they will immediately attack all living creatures nearby. But we need to wait for them to come in a bit more. This time, not only Zhang Tianxiong but also Xuefeng and the others widened their eyes, gasping in shock. Hiss. Elder Yi is truly impressive. This strategy is really well thought out. The key is that they are trapped in the ruins, surrounded by rock puppets of ascendant realm strength. The people of Xian Wushan will have to expend a lot of internal energy to deal with the puppets. This will definitely be beneficial for the upcoming competition. Yi Chen is mighty. Chapter 313, Reactivating the Array, Taking Your Life. There must be hundreds of rock puppets in this ruin, right? TSK, hundreds of fearless experts from the entry realm are besieging them. Not to mention the elders from Xuanwu Mountain, even someone like Wu Mingyi, who has just reached the minor success of the Transcendence realm, would be in a dire situation, right? The four from the Spirit Beast Mountain couldn't help but feel a hint of schadenfreude. However, Wu Mingyi had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, he wore a satisfied expression. He didn't have to pay anything at all, he just had to use a bit of his tongue and employ a straightforward strategy. The Spirit Beast Mountain was obediently clearing the way ahead. How comfortable. How pleasant. This is how relic exploration should be. It has meaning. Once they exit the ruins, they can strike back. Catch the people from Spirit Beast Mountain off guard. It would be best to seize the opportunity to kill that Yechen, then he would feel even more at ease. Mountain Master, we have already passed the midsection of the ruins, an elder laughed loudly. Wu Mingyi laughed heartily, not forgetting to mock the five from Spirit Beast Mountain ahead. I really don't know how to thank you all. How about this, Brother Zhang? After we return, I will personally teach your disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain some martial arts techniques, so you can see the exceptional qualities of Xuanwu Mountain, huh? Zhang Tianxiong sneered. Do you really have such good intentions? You just want to incite the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain to join Xuanwu Mountain, right? It's time. The hand seal that Ye Chen had been holding suddenly dispersed. Buzz. The rock puppets that had suddenly stiffened along the way began to hum and then moved. Their eyes flashed red again, quickly locking onto the people from Xuanwu Mountain. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with pairs of bloodthirsty red lights. Wu Mingyi was extremely shocked, and the elders of Xuanwu Mountain exchanged glances. Hadn't these rock puppets been deactivated by Yechen? Why could they suddenly move again? Wu Mingyi gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. He must have mastered the puppet formation secrets, deliberately luring us to the center of the ruins, and then reactivating the formation. Damn it! We were careless. Yechen, you are truly malicious. Yechen turned back and laughed loudly. Not at all, I'm still not even 1/10,000th of Wu Mountain Master. Zhang Tianxiong also laughed heartily. Goodbye, Brother Wu. The five from Spirit Beast Mountain quickly passed through the ruins under Yechen's lead. The rock puppets along the way would lose their red glow in an instant, and once they passed, the red glow would light up again. But after lighting up, the locked targets would change back to Xuanwu Mountain. In no time, Yechen had drawn over 50% of the rock puppets in the ruins towards Xuanwu Mountain. Boom boom boom. The rock puppets showed no mercy, directly smashing down with their fists. Yechen, if I get the chance, I will definitely kill you. Wu Mingyi roared, slashing a rock puppet in half with his sword. However, one elder was caught off guard and was simultaneously hit by three puppets, instantly turning into a puddle of flesh. The other elders could only struggle desperately, their internal energy depleting rapidly. At this rate, even if they could break out of the ruins, their internal energy would be nearly exhausted. Wu Mingyi, in pain, could only bring out his trump card. A talisman. And it was a red talisman. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted. The group from Xuanwu Mountain had to take advantage of the explosion of the red talisman to break through quickly. Some elders who couldn't keep up let out miserable cries, quickly engulfed by the fists of the rock puppets. By the time they broke out of the ruins, Spirit Beast Mountain had long since vanished. I will definitely kill you. Wu Mingyi roared to the sky. Chapter 314, The Scripture Pavilion. Answering questions. Wu Mingyi turned back and saw, his heart sinking. Of the 10 elders who had come together, only 7 remained. 3 elders were forever lost in the ruins, and of the remaining 7, half were injured. Even those who were uninjured had nearly exhausted half of their internal energy. So malicious. It's truly vicious. Yi Chen, if I don't kill you, my hatred will never be resolved. Zhang Tianxi suddenly said, Master of the Mountain, don't be impatient. As long as we find the scripture pavilion of the outer disciples, with my bloodline, we can directly control the entire area of the outer disciples. At that time, the life and death of Spirit Beast Mountain will be completely in our hands. Blood can only be washed away with blood. Wu Mingyi revealed a cruel smile. Good. Tianxi, this matter will be entrusted to you. Since we've already torn our faces, there's no need to adhere to any rules. As long as we don't directly engage in combat, but indirectly lead them to their doom, it won't be a big deal. Continue forward. We cannot let the momentum of Xianshan fall. With Tianxi here, all the treasures of the ruins belong to Xianshan. Wu Mingyi sneered and strode forward. On the other side, after leaving the ruins, which was the residence of the outer disciples, Yi Chen and his group quickly arrived at the place where the outer disciples studied ancient texts. The Scripture Pavilion. After hundreds of years of vicissitudes, this tall building still stands, ever new. Upon entering the Scripture Pavilion, Zheng Tianxiong and the others were immediately stunned by the ancient texts before their eyes. Rows and rows, all were ancient texts, and all were intact. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. Zheng Tianxiong was excited and hurriedly stepped forward to pick up an ancient text to flip through, but an invisible wave immediately bounced him back. At the same time, a wooden puppet limped out from behind the bookshelf. Zheng Tianxiong and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Don't worry, this puppet hasn't lost its reason, Yi Chen observed carefully and smiled. Anyone who reads the ancient texts must answer questions. To be able to read, answering all correctly allows entry to the highest 9th level. Moreover, you can only read a maximum of 5 books. The wooden puppet clacked. Yi Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Just now, he scanned with his keen eye, and although the ancient texts on this level had a treasure glow, they were quite dim, likely of low grade. But the ancient texts on the highest level must be better, right? May I ask, what type of questions are there? Xu Yixiao asked. Astronomy and geography, ancient and modern, both domestic and foreign, nothing is excluded. Xu Yixiao rubbed his fists in anticipation. Is it finally time for me, old Chu, to shine? Zheng Tianxiong laughed heartily. Isn't this just a question set for Yixiao? He has a wide range of knowledge and is very well read. Answering such questions is perfect for him. Yixiao recently participated in a national encyclopedia knowledge quiz and won a gold medal anonymously. Xue Feng also laughed. Yi Chen nodded. To win such an award, Xu Yixiao must be quite impressive. Handling these questions should be a piece of cake. First question, what is the theoretical limit of the Zhenlu Chizifa? Xu Yixiao replied. 9 times? Incorrect, you lose your qualification. The wooden puppet was cold and merciless, and after speaking, it lashed out a whip, striking Xu Yixiao hard. The latter let out a cry, and a fiery red mark appeared on his arm. Damn, getting hit for answering incorrectly. The outer disciples of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect really suffered back then. Xu Yixiao looked horrified. Chapter 315, Answering all 9 questions correctly, Inner Disciples Command. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. He didn't expect the wooden puppet to ask such a profound question right off the bat. Of course, 500 years ago, perhaps such questions were just basic. But Yi Chen knew that the theoretical limit of the Zhenlu Chizifa changes according to the level of spiritual energy. It was not the commonly known 9 times. Next, Zheng Tianxiong, Xue Feng, and Shi Yuhu all stepped forward to answer. Without exception, none of them answered the first question correctly and were all struck by a whip. Zheng Tianxiong suffered the most. He said he wanted to enter the 5th level, but after failing to answer, he was whipped a full 5 times. The pain was excruciating. Seeing that Yi Chen was eager to try, Zheng Tianxiong said with a mournful face, Elder Yi, why don't we just forget it? There's no need to waste time here. The questions set in this scripture pavilion are too difficult. It would be better to look for opportunities elsewhere. Xuanwu Mountain is still relentlessly pursuing us. If they find other treasures, we'll fall behind again. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. I want to enter the highest level. After saying that, he strode towards the wooden puppet. Zheng Tianxiong sighed deeply. Elder Yi was still too stubborn. He couldn't move once he saw ancient texts. Although he held Yi Chen in great esteem, he still didn't believe Yi Chen could answer them. To enter the highest 9th level, one must answer all 9 questions correctly, which was too difficult. And if even one question was answered incorrectly, one would have to endure 9 lashes. As someone who had just reached the minor success of the divine realm, Zheng Tianxiong felt a bit of stagnation in his internal energy after receiving 5 lashes, and the places that were struck still burned with pain. If Yi Chen failed, he would receive a full 9 lashes. However, Elder Yi had been smooth sailing in his cultivation journey. It wouldn't be bad for him to suffer a small setback here. Zheng Tianxiong sighed lightly and looked up at the wooden puppet. The first question was still that question. What is the theoretical limit of the Zhenlu Chizifa? Yi Chen replied calmly, under the current spiritual energy conditions, the theoretical limit is about 18 strikes. 500 years ago, the theoretical limit was 81 strikes. Zheng Tianxiong and the others were stunned. What? The highest limit is 81 strikes? Elder Yi, you might be in trouble. Shi Yuhu even felt a bit of pity and closed his eyes. It was too painful, a full 9 strikes. Correct answer. Next question. What is the prospect of applying the Jinlu Chizifa in weapon refining? The wooden puppet paused for a moment and surprisingly did not strike, but instead asked the next question. Zheng Tianxiong and the others all showed expressions of disbelief. It was actually correct? Elder Yi is amazing. But this was not the end. Because for the following questions, Yi Chen answered correctly one after another. The wooden puppet truly lived up to the reputation of a top sect from 500 years ago. The questions were indeed comprehensive, covering alchemy, weapon refining, beast nurturing, martial arts, formations, and talismans, not missing a single one. Zheng Tianxiong and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, who exactly is Yi Chen? Are you a genius in everything? Why do you know everything? This is too much. Do you even leave a way out for others? After answering the last question, Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. There were no issues in other areas, but he wasn't very deep in the field of talismans. Fortunately, the hardest question the puppet asked was about formations, not talismans. I need to improve my talisman skills after going back, he thought. All answers correct. You may enter the 9th level. You are the only one in nearly 500 years to answer all questions correctly in the outer sect's 9 questions. You may enter the 9th level and receive the inner sect disciple token. The wooden puppet remained silent for a long time before finally saying all of this in one breath. Zheng Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of ecstasy rose on his face, even doubting his own ears. So this is what the master once mentioned about the outer sect's 9 questions. Answering all correctly means I can obtain the inner sect disciple token and become an inner sect disciple of the Longhu Beast King sect. These 9 questions have stumped countless geniuses in the outer sect, but today, he looked at Yi Chen with eyes that even sparkled with stars. Xuefeng and Xu Yixia were also taken aback. They were elders of the Spirit Beast Mountain and had read many records about the history of the Longhu Beast King sect, knowing of the existence of the outer sect's 9 questions. But no one expected it to be right here in this scripture pavilion. And Yi Chen actually answered them all correctly. Unprecedented. Shocking. Crack, a long-sealed door behind the wooden puppet suddenly swung open. Everyone, see you later. Yi Chen smiled faintly and strode towards the large door. How about we give it another try? Xuefeng hesitated for a moment. I'll do it. I refuse to believe that, as an elder, I can't even compare to those outer disciples from back then. Xu Yixia rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the wooden puppet again. Xuefeng said softly, those outer disciples, if we talk about seniority, could easily be your great grandmaster. With that, Xu Yixia let out a howl and was pulled back by the whip. Meanwhile, Yi Chen quickly arrived at the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion. The area was small, and there were very few ancient books on display. In the center, there was a token embedded in a stone tablet. The words inner sect were inscribed on it. Yi Chen took it, and a grand voice inquired, name? He pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, Yi Chen. The words Yi Chen immediately appeared on the back of the token. At the same time, a buzzing sound echoed. The entire outer disciple area's facilities, formations, and mechanisms all appeared vividly in his mind. With just a thought, he could activate various killing formations and mechanisms. With the outer sect nearly wiped out, Yi Chen, holding the inner disciple token, was the highest-ranking person within the ruins. If this were 500 years ago, an elder would have come to punish Yi Chen for recklessly using the inner disciple's authority, but now, he could do as he pleased. The host observes various killing formations in the outer disciple area, comprehending heavy water killing formation, 3 mystical flames formation, tree sea formation, gathering spirit formation, automatically reaching maximum level. A series of voices rang in his mind, listing at least a dozen formations that seemed never-ending. This was just the formations set up in the outer disciple area. What about those of inner disciples, true disciples, or even the formations near the elders' residences? Yi Chen's breath quickened involuntarily. Indeed, the ruins were filled with treasures. With his keen eye, he scanned the area and found it hard to open his eyes. They were all glowing with treasures of the 3rd or 4th tier. This meant that the ancient books here were at least of the yellow rank, with some even at the Xian rank. Yi Chen quickly walked to the bookshelf, examined the covers, and picked up an ancient book related to talismans, beginning to flip through it. The host reads Typing Jing, Basic Talismans, upgraded to Ancient Method Talismans, automatically reaching maximum level. Ancient Method Talismans, upgrade branch skill, Typing Restoration Talisman Technique, automatically reaching maximum level. Yi Chen nodded slightly, Talismans were divided into 4 types: Restoration, Cloud Seal, Spirit Talismans, and Talisman Diagrams, each more difficult than the last. The Taiping Jing was the simplest restoration type, perfect for beginners. Next, Yi Chen searched around but did not find the Dragon Tiger Smash Heaven technique, so he decided to pick up a book titled Zhou Tian Star Map to read. Chapter 317, Zhou Tian Star Map. The intent of breaking army. The host browses Zhou Tian Star Map. Star observation method automatically connects to the breaking army star. Yi Chen frowned, still trying to grasp what was happening when a surge of stellar energy descended from the sky, directly rushing into his body. It was sharp and invincible, with the power to crush and uproot. This was the intent of the breaking army. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the ruins was so dense that it amplified the intent of the breaking army significantly, nearly injuring Yi Chen's dantian. Fortunately, under the suppression of the Hunyuan internal force and various powers, a second tiny star steadily appeared in his dantian. He could feel that the speed at which his internal force was forming had increased again. However, due to the large base number, the slight increase was hardly noticeable. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, intending to select a third book, but was repelled by a gentle wave. Continue to enhance your authority to read. That grand, ancient voice echoed in the room. Clearly, this was a rule set by the elders of the Dragon Tiger Beast King sect to prevent disciples from reading too many ancient books and going astray. But for Yi Chen, it was an obstacle. It seems that in the future, I will have to come back to the ruins of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect a few more times. Yi Chen knew that the ruins here were not entirely incomplete. It should only be a part of the outer disciple area and a portion of the inner disciple area. More ruins might still be deeper underground, hidden in the deep mountains and valleys, unknown to anyone. With that in mind, he left the 9th level and returned to the 1st level. Before Zhang Tianxiong and the others could express their astonishment, he felt a shift in his mind. The people from Xuanwu Mountain have arrived? At the same time, at the entrance of the lecture pavilion, the group from Xuanwu Mountain also arrived. Oh, Zhang brother, you are here too? Wu Mingyi saw the whip marks on Zhang Tianxiong and the others and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't the outer disciples' 9 questions quite comfortable? Zhang Tianxiong sneered inwardly but feigned a sigh. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't have wasted time here. Let's go. Don't leave so early. I know the outer disciples' 9 questions are tough. You all have whip marks on you, so you must be stuck here, right? But it doesn't matter, with Tian Ci here, everything is not a problem. Wu Mingyi laughed heartily, even giving Zhang Tianxiong a hearty pat on the shoulder, appearing very brotherly. Zhang Tianci wore a faint smile as he strode confidently to the wooden puppet. He then placed his palm on the puppet's head. In the name of the Zhang family descendant, I claim all permissions for the outer disciple area. The wooden puppet remained silent. Zhang Tianci lightly exclaimed and repeated his words. The wooden puppet showed no reaction. Next to him, Zhu Yixia was stifling laughter to the point of turning purple. Zhang Tianci stomped his foot angrily. This wooden puppet must be broken. Let's go directly to the 9th level and get the inner disciple token. Just as he was about to walk towards the large door behind the puppet suddenly spoke. Questions not answered, entry not permitted. Zhang Tianci looked frustrated. I am a descendant of the Zhang family. You need to rephrase that. Then I don't want the permissions, just tell me the locations of all the secret rooms and treasures. Zhang Tianci gritted his teeth. The wooden puppet remained silent for a long time before saying, insufficient permissions. What? Zhang Tianci was so angry that he punched out. Bang! The wooden puppet retaliated with a whip, striking Zhang Tianci's handsome face. Wu Mingyi was stunned. The elders from Xuanwu Mountain exchanged glances, bewildered. What is going on? With Zhang Tianci here, taking over the permissions for the outer disciple area should have been a piece of cake, so why is there a problem? Chapter 318, Inner Disciple Yi Chen, Highest Authority. What is going on? What is going on? Isn't the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect from the Zhang family? How could this happen? Zhang Tianci's eyes were bloodshot. He grew up in a poor family and felt very inferior. But when Wu Mingyi found him, he realized that he had a very impressive identity. The only descendant of the Zhang family bloodline. A descendant of Zhang Longhu, the founding ancestor of the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect. From then on, he was surrounded by praise and envy. He naturally regarded the Dragon and Tiger Beast King sect as his own property. This time entering the ruins, he also intended to claim all the treasures for himself. But how could a mere wooden puppet do this? The blood of Zhang Longhu flows in my veins. Stop wasting time, all the treasures here belong to Elder Yi, they all belong to my spirit beast mountain. Zhu Yixia sneered. Let me tell you the truth, Elder Yi has already answered all the outer disciples' 9 questions correctly and obtained the status of an inner disciple. Wu Mingyi was taken aback, then immediately scoffed, nonsense. Don't we know how difficult the Outer Disciples' 9 questions are? How could an outsider possibly answer them? Although I don't know what problem this wooden puppet has, it actually doesn't recognize Tianxi's identity. But you are here putting on an act, trying to force us to leave, and it's definitely not with good intentions. Shu Yixiao curled his lip, sneering in silence. Zheng Tianxi clenched his fists tightly and shouted at the wooden puppet, "The authority of the outer sect disciple area has no one to take over. Is it not enough for me to take it over just because I have the Zheng family bloodline?" The wooden puppet fell silent for a moment, then a cold voice emerged. "Inner sect disciple Yi Chen has taken over the authority of the outer sect disciple area. With no one in the sect, inner sect disciple Yi Chen automatically gains the highest authority." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Inner sect disciple Yi Chen? Automatically gaining the highest authority? Are you kidding me? Moreover, departments like Xuanwu Mountain and Spirit Beast Mountain, if placed in the Longhu Beast King sect 500 years ago, would be considered second-rate departments. The Mountain Master, that is, an inner sect disciple, would take charge. This means that Yi Chen is on the same level as Wu Mingyi. Damn, what is this? And what's even more terrifying is that Yi Chen has already obtained the highest authority in the outer sect disciple area. He knows all the treasures in secret rooms. He can manipulate all formations and mechanisms. Xuanwu Mountain is doomed. At this rate, this gamble is bound to lose. Wu Mingyi felt his heart bleeding. Good. Zheng Tianxi laughed in anger, bloodshot eyes glaring. A mere outsider can actually obtain the status of an inner sect disciple. Mountain Master Wu, let's go. Right now, there's only one place in this relic that won't be affected by the status of an inner sect disciple. We still have a chance. The martial arts arena. No matter how high the authority of inner sect disciples, they cannot challenge the authority of the martial arts arena. Moreover, the rewards from the martial arts arena are the highest. Zheng Tianxi took a deep breath. He had read a lot of historical texts about the Longhu Beast King sect and knew that they revered martial power. All conflicts could be resolved through the martial arts arena. Even the sect master, or even the founding ancestor Zhan Longhu, could not influence the outcome of the martial arts arena, because the martial arts arena has its own independent will. Furthermore, consecutive victories in the martial arts arena would also yield extremely high rewards. The total treasures of the entire outer sect disciple area might only be comparable to the reward for 10 consecutive wins in the martial arts arena. Chapter 319, Scavenging Treasures. Heading to the martial arts arena, Yi Chen did not stop them, allowing the group from Xuanwu Mountain to leave in despair. "Elder Yi, why didn't you stop them?" Zheng Tianxiang asked cautiously. At first, Yi Chen was just a student of the Capital Academy, someone he looked down upon. Later, Yi Chen became a guest of honor at the Tang Dynasty's Lingyan Pavilion, and he had to show some respect. Then, Yi Chen cultivated a 9th-tier spirit beast and became an honorary elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, standing at the same level as him. And now, Yi Chen had passed the outer sect's 9 questions and directly became an inner sect disciple of the Longhu Beast King sect. This young man, not yet 20, had already surpassed him, standing at a higher peak. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. "I know what the situation is over at the martial arts arena. There are too many obstacles along the way. It's just right to let them scout the path. On the other hand, we need to gather all the treasures nearby. Besides, although you all cannot obtain the status of inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples are also divided into different ranks." After the last sentence, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Zheng Tianxiang and the others. Right. Why must we be fixated on the status of inner sect disciples? Outer sect disciples are also divided into various identities like servant disciples, medicinal field disciples, patrolling disciples, and so on. Next, with Yi Chen's help, Zheng Tianxiang and the others at least answered 3 or 4 questions correctly, and the worst among them, Shu Yixiao, became a 2nd-tier outer sect disciple, which was much better than the initial 3rd-tier outer sect disciple status. Subsequently, the 5 of them acted separately, heading straight for the treasures according to the map drawn by Yi Chen. They truly returned with their hands full. Without Yi Chen's mustard seed talisman, Zheng Tianxiang and the others would never have been able to succeed. After thoroughly searching the area around the Sutra Hall, Yi Chen and his group headed straight for the martial arts arena. Along the way, they encountered numerous signs of battle. In one particularly brutal spot, they even found the entire leg of an elder from Xuanwu Mountain. Zheng Tianxiang was horrified and finally realized Yi Chen's foresight, feeling an even deeper respect for him. In front of Yi Chen's inner sect disciple token, all dangers were rendered powerless, and the group safely arrived at the martial arts arena. The arena was enormous, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum. Zheng Tianxi and Wu Mingyi were already inside, facing opponents that looked exactly like them, light beings. Zhang Tianxi has already won 9 times. He truly is a martial arts genius favored by Ning Tongshen. Even the Mountain Master has only 5 wins. TSK, talent really is beyond reason. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain discussed among themselves, many of them bearing injuries. Upon seeing the group from Spirit Beast Mountain, they immediately felt threatened. I advise you not to take advantage of this situation. If even one of us escapes, the reputation of Spirit Beast Mountain will be ruined, said the oldest elder sternly. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. They were actually afraid that Spirit Beast Mountain would harbor murderous intent. He shook his head. The arena does not allow private fights, don't you know that? After saying this, he walked directly onto the stage. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain exchanged awkward glances. They had no such intentions. How embarrassing. We can't fall behind either. Zhang Tianxiong laughed heartily, and the 4 from Spirit Beast Mountain stepped onto the stage together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 light beings appeared simultaneously. First match. The grand, ancient voice from the Sutra Hall echoed again. Chapter 320, Fighting purely on martial arts talent. Zhang Tianxi clearly saw them. Upon noticing Yi Chen stepping onto the stage, he couldn't help but sneer. Don't get your hopes up. Without sufficient martial arts talent, you're just asking for trouble. Although Wu Mingyi didn't speak, his disdain was evident on his face. No one can excel in every aspect. At least in terms of martial arts talent, Zhang Tianxi was undoubtedly at the king level. Otherwise, how could Ning Tongshen have taken him as a closed-door disciple? Yi Chen smiled and threw a punch. On the stage, all internal energy and physical strength were sealed. A sense of emptiness rose from his limbs. Right now, Yi Chen was just an ordinary person. He could only rely on martial arts to fight. This was also the best way to test martial arts levels, because in the face of overwhelming power, martial arts were basically useless. Martial arts could only be used between opponents with a relatively small gap in strength. But Yi Chen didn't care at all. He didn't use master-level fist intent or advanced techniques like heart-plucking and moon-grasping. Instead, he used the most basic, farmer's 3 fists. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, the light being dissipated, and a new one formed, much more solid than the last. The second match begins. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain fell silent. Hiss. So fast? You're fighting at the level of an ordinary person. Could it be that Yi Chen is also a martial arts genius? Impossible. Zhang Tianxiong and the others widened their eyes. They hadn't even adapted to their own bodies yet. After all, having been used to possessing power, suddenly having all internal energy and strength sealed felt incredibly empty, something most people would find hard to adjust to. Meanwhile, the martial arts level of the light beings was very high. To put it metaphorically, the challengers were like ordinary people with no strength to bind a chicken, while the light beings were also ordinary people, but they were martial arts masters, possessing a wealth of combat techniques. On Yi Chen's side, the battle quickly came to an end once again. The 8 trigrams palm flowed continuously, its power overwhelming, leaving the light man with no ability to resist. The third round began. The elders of Xuanwu Mountain below the stage were no longer shocked, but numb. No matter which round it was, Yi Chen defeated the light man with a single move. Bang! Wu Mingyi was struck hard in the abdomen by a punch, unable to hold on any longer, and had to leave the stage. He had fought his way to 6 victories, which wasn't too shabby. What about that kid Yi Chen? He probably lost long ago, right? He sneered and turned to look back. Then, his eyes widened in shock. No way. He hadn't lost yet? Looking again at the ancient character in the light above Yi Chen. 6. He actually reached 6 victories too. This kid, how could this be possible? Wu Mingyi felt a burning pain on his face. He had reached 6 victories and then lost, yet he still felt pleased after leaving the stage. What a disgrace! Without a word, he stepped back onto the stage. However, this time, he only won 2 rounds before being directly knocked off the stage. The master of Xuanwu Mountain had a face as dark as if it could drip water. Next, Zhang Tianxiong and the others also couldn't hold on, one after another being thrown out. They had all reached 5 or 6 victories. Seeing Wu Mingyi's gloomy expression, Zhang Tianxiong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh, what's wrong with you, brother Wu? Your face looks terrible. Remember to have your sister-in-law stew some red dates, goji berries, and black bone chicken soup for you when you get back. Ha! Chu Yixiao chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. For an elder like Wu Mountain Master, you really need to take care of your health more. Look, your hair is thinning quite a bit.